Chapter 1. Entering the dense forest. Sighing softly, I gazed through the dim light at the lush greenery outside. Reflecting on the recent events, it seemed almost unbelievable. Having just graduated from university, I had returned to my hometown point one evening. As I drove under the golden hues of the setting sun, I spotted a snow-white dog and, overwhelmed by an inexplicable urge, I could not resist the temptation to chase after it. The pursuit led me into a labyrinth of thickets, and despite being acutely aware of my poor sense of direction, I pressed on undeterred, ultimately becoming hopelessly lost. As darkness enveloped the sky, I grew anxious about the potential presence of wolves in the forest. The wilderness remained perilous. Fortunately, I stumbled upon a cave. This cave reminded me of my grandmother, who often prepared a particular vegetable for me during my childhood to alleviate my frequent ailments. We had an abundance of this plant near our firewood shed. Its large, lush leaves exuded a milky sap, and its bulbous roots resembled ginger, hence its name, ginger vine. The leaves, once the size of a child's hand, had now grown to the dimensions of a household plate. I plucked a leaf, and as I did, a copious amount of milky fluid oozed from the stem, enveloping me in a fragrant aroma akin to fresh milk. Compelled by curiosity, I took a tentative lick of the leaf. What a delightful sensation it was! The sweet, creamy scent lacked the typical pungency found in milk, instead possessing a refreshing botanical fragrance. Thirsty, I took a sip from the leaf and savored its taste. My heart swelled with joy as I beheld fruits larger than ordinary ginger roots. In the 28th century, due to a cosmic meteorite event, scientists discovered that certain harmful substances could cause plants to wither while posing no threat to human health. Even though I had inadvertently stumbled upon a potential antidote to these toxins, it was too late to restore the 90 of Earth's flora that had already vanished. As the plant life dwindled, so too did the animal kingdom, placing human existence in dire jeopardy. Thankfully, the nation had reserves of food sufficient to sustain us until the advent of artificial cultivation. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Contemplating the current state of affairs, I recognized that this vast forest must possess significant value indeed. It was undoubtedly of immense worth. My thoughts drifted back to my impending visit to see my grandmother, who had reached the venerable age of 90. I rummaged through the underbrush. Pulling at the stems and leaves, I resolved to take as much of this ginger vine as possible. After all these years, I had never realized that its leaves bore such a delightful flavor. While foraging, I noticed an entrance to a cave. Through the dwindling light, I could discern its neat interior, with a layer of dry grass carpeting the floor. Upon entering, I found remnants of dust, suggesting it had been uninhabited for quite some time, perhaps by wild animals. The hour was late, and the forest held many unknowns. It was prudent to exercise caution and wait for dawn to explore further. I tidied up the cave, rummaged through the hay, and laid my outer garment upon it. The moonlight streamed through the entrance, enveloping the surroundings in a profound silence, and I felt an eerie presence nearby. After all, I am merely a fragile woman. I placed the foraged ginger leaves at the entrance, just enough to obscure it. This cave, resembling a plum gourd, had a remarkably small entrance, barely sufficient for me to crawl through, yet its interior unexpectedly expanded to a spacious 3 yards. Across, sitting on my garment, I gazed at a package of ham sausages I had retrieved from the vehicle. Tearing it open and consuming 2 of them, as I lay there, my mind wandered amidst the vastness of the jungle, which held immense research potential. Most plants had long since become extinct, and I pondered why humanity had never discovered this verdant expanse. Upon entering, I had been struck by its size, and the little white dog had dashed away with remarkable speed. In such a desolate wilderness, how could a snow-white dog exist? Perhaps I had succumbed to delirium. I was uncertain if this jungle harbored any formidable beasts, though I knew not its true extent. And oh, wait, suddenly, I sat upright. Reflecting on my journey into this jungle, I had initially pursued that little white dog. The underbrush towered over me, and I estimated that there were trees wide enough to be embraced by 10 adults. Could such colossal trees truly exist? There were also unfamiliar fruit-bearing shrubs, which even I, recently graduated and recognized by the state as possessing professorial credentials, could not identify. Of course, it was impossible for me to know every flora and fauna in the world. However, the mere recognition of that ginger, albeit magnified several times, was astonishing. What could have caused this transformation? Was it a mutation induced by a meteorite? As for the leaf-infused water I had just consumed, I wondered if it posed any danger. Nonetheless, if it were problematic, there was little I could do. I could only await the dawn. Glancing at my wristwatch, I felt fortunate that my navigational skills were lacking, prompting me to invest in a state-of-the-art GPS device, an invaluable companion for my journey. I took stock of the items I possessed, for I had no idea how far I had traveled or if I could endure until I returned to my vehicle, a solar-powered lighter, a multifunctional tool knife, 2 packages of tissues, 10 ham sausages, and a solitary piece of bread prepared for the onset of my menstrual cycle. These were my meager provisions. Least I had the watch to tell time and guide me. It felt as though I had not ventured far today. Perhaps I could return to the car before nightfall tomorrow. I am reminded once more of my grandmother back in my hometown. For many years, she and I have relied on one another, having lived a life devoid of children. She adopted me. It was on a fateful day, after finishing her farm work, that she stumbled upon me lying in a thicket, wrapped in vines, silent and unmoving. Had it not been for her habitual journey along that path, I might have remained undiscovered, and perhaps the present version of myself would not exist. Coincidentally, it was the day of the white dew, one of the 24 solar terms, when she found me, and thus she named me White Dew. From that moment onward, I found a small family in her despite it being just the 2 of us. We were blissfully content. After adopting me, my grandmother supported us by selling vegetables from her farming efforts, enabling me to attend school that I lived up to her expectations, advancing several grades in both middle and high school, and graduated from university at the tender age of 18, possessing skills comparable to those of a professor. However, few are aware that I am the one who tackles harmful substances, for the larger the tree, the more it attracts attention, and I am but a humble student. Thanks to this achievement, the rewards I receive will ensure my future is free from financial worry. I harbor no grand ambitions. All I desire is to care for my grandmother and lead a tranquil life as a farmer. Suddenly, I recall that little white dog with its snow-white fur, adorably clumsy, which darted away so swiftly that it vanished in the blink of an eye. Being an aficionado of fur, I find myself purchasing plush toys to fill the void left by the disappearance of flora and fauna. Though my modest apartment is filled with stuffed animals, they can hardly compare to living beings. The more I ponder, the less I can contain my emotions. How I long for that little dog. I wonder if I shall ever see it again. If there were larger animals in this forest, survival would be a formidable challenge for it. Despite its short legs, it ran quite swiftly, and its fur must have been incredibly soft to the touch. And why thoughts flit between my grandmother, the forest, and the lost dog, and before I know it, I succumb to slumber. Chapter 2. The Great Serpent. What is this tree? What are these flowers? Where on earth am I? 3 days have passed, and I am still unable to find my way out. Is the navigation system malfunctioning? Perhaps its time has expired. Oh well, what am I even fretting about? It would be wise to find an exit sooner rather than later. Wait, suddenly, I recall a time when I was fervently enamored with stories of time travel, but as the trope became overly familiar, I ceased my reading. A towering tree that requires more than 10 people to embrace, and shrubs nearly 3 meters high adorned with flowers the size of basins. Resting my chin on my hand, I muse, seemingly unconcerned. This place is utterly unlike Earth. Despite my studies, I have always had a penchant for travel. To illustrate, I once ventured into one of the world's most perilous forests, the Black Forest, and scaled the highest mountain on the planet, Mount Everest. Indeed, it is a remarkable divergence. What shall I do now? Should I merely await rescue? No. That is not my style after all. This could very well be another realm. Right? Another realm. What form might humanity take in this world? Giants? I am reminded of an old film my neighbor's child watched, featuring Ultraman battling monsters. Am I a monster? There's an inexplicable humor in that thought. I chuckle to myself. Yet one cannot disregard the possibility that if there exists a new form of humanity, the disparity between us could be profound. Setting that aside for now, I have yet to encounter any creatures. What might that entail? After all, even the plants have undergone mutations, and I can scarcely spot even the tiniest of insects. The more I ponder, the more terrifying it becomes. However, I am not one to be easily frightened. I tend to overthink without any real cause for alarm. Tapping my forehead, I ponder my next course of action. Since I am here, I might as well make the best of it. Overthinking serves no purpose. Perhaps I am not even in another realm that I should focus on finding an exit as swiftly as possible. In all directions, north, south, east, and west, I am most familiar with the geography of the east and west. The sun rises in the east and sets in the west. Tomorrow, I shall embark eastward, treating it as a journey of exploration. Currently, I possess only 2 sausages, and the ginger leaves I have used as a makeshift blanket have dwindled. In the past few days, I have failed to locate any sustenance. Thus, I must search for food as I travel. There are no signs of nearby streams or water sources, indicating that leaving this place is the wisest choice. I recline upon the withered ginger leaves, preparing to drift into slumber. Suddenly, I hear a rustling sound emanating from the cave entrance that I open my eyes and grasp a sturdy stick I found in recent days so resilient that it does not splinter even when struck against stone, evoking a sense of wielding a weapon capable of lifting the very earth that in my other hand, I brandish a multifunctional tool, flicking open the knife with a sharp snap that reverberates ominously within the cave. Two excised green eyes pierce through the sunlight at the entrance, revealing the vague outline of a serpent's head. How did it manage to enter? The opening is quite small, and I heard no commotion. Why dwell on such thoughts? My priority is survival. The sound of the knife seems to provoke the serpent, which suddenly lunges toward me. I am overwhelmed by a foul stench as I behold its gaping maw. Armed with my stick and knife, I charge at the creature. However, before I can strike, it seizes my stick and violently hurls me against the wall, causing me to spit blood as I stagger to my feet. The serpent attacks again, and in that moment, I realize I've been thrown close to the entrance. I dash toward the opening and burst forth into the outside world. I can hear the rustling behind me, the foul odor trailing close, as if it intends to swallow me whole. Suddenly, my feet slip beneath me, and I tumble down the slope, feeling a brutal impact that renders me unconscious. I am oblivious to how much time passes until I gradually regain consciousness, my vision obscured by the dappled shadows cast by the trees, revealing that night has fallen. I have no notion of how long I was unconscious. A sudden thudding sound jolts me back to awareness. The pain from earlier floods back, I recall that there is a massive serpent lurking in this jungle. Its size must exceed 1,000 pounds. This jungle is perilous, and I ought to seek a secure refuge. I follow the sound, and under the moonlight, the cold, hard scales glisten, hinting at its formidable nature. Its body thrashes against the ground, as if causing an earthquake. It is a miracle I have not been crushed upon closer inspection. I realize that its head appears to be wedged between two trees. As Bai Lu approached, she discovered that 1/4 of the serpent's body was ensnared at the front, while the remaining 3/4 writhed behind, striving to break free. In its desperate struggle, bloodied scales fell to the ground, and it lacked the strength to continue thrashing about yet. Its inherent power was formidable. Watching as the creature's tail gradually stilled beneath the resplendent sunset, Bai Lu realized she had once again escaped a grave peril. To live another day was to embrace new hope. Bai Lu understood that cold-blooded creatures like the snake might ultimately retaliate, and thus she was cautious, aware that it was better to prepare for the worst. Recalling an incident when a neighbor's child had used a slingshot to hunt sparrows, she thought this method might suit her well. After all, she was a charming young girl, and she was familiar with crafting a slingshot. This too could serve as a weapon, sometimes yielding unexpectedly effective results. Having a fair acquaintance with the area, she sought an appropriate shrub, shaping it into an awkward V. As for the elastic band, she remembered a type of resilient grass she had encountered while navigating, which had ensnared her for quite some time. She named it Tough Vine, though it only grew near cave entrances. Quickly returning to her cave, she glanced at its collapsed entrance, not allowing herself to dwell on it for long. With the vine, she swiftly fashioned a slingshot. Maintaining a safe distance from the serpent, Bai Lu launched a stone with her slingshot, but the creature remained unresponsive. After several fruitless attempts, she realized the stones were too small to have any impact. Then, she recalled her sturdy stick. In her mind, it was no ordinary stick. It was the golden staff of Sun Wukong, her magical weapon. Retrieving it from the hillside, she found a pile of stones nearby and aimed to pry them down upon the serpent below. Suddenly, the snake expelled a stream of venom, collapsing to the ground. Bai Lu seized the opportunity, pushing a stone down upon it, crushing its head. As the brain matter oozed out, she knew she had triumphed and survived. Approaching the slain serpent, she examined the scales that had fallen, discovering their sharpness. Eagerly, she began to peel the scales, slicing into its flesh, removing its skin and the gallbladder. By the time she finished, it was around noon. The scales weighed approximately 5 pounds, all selected for their sharpness, while the flesh amounted to 10 pounds. She gathered the snake's skin and gallbladder, placing them in a backpack woven from the tough vine, eager to locate a water source to process the meat, which she had ensured was devoid of blood. After all, traveling was fraught with danger, and she had long since honed her skills. Now, she needed to act swiftly. The gallbladder and the meat, while bloodless, still carried a pungent odor that could attract unwelcome predators. Bai Lu, in her current state, lacked the strength for confrontation. Chapter 3. Encounter with a swarm of mantises. At dawn, beneath the dappled shadows of the trees, a girl with a round face and neat short hair, whose cuteness bordered on criminality, gorged on meat with her greasy, crimson lips, an act strikingly incongruous with her appearance. She rose gracefully and walked to a nearby lake, where she buried the bone in a small pit. Her hands were muddy as she approached the water's edge to cleanse them, then made her way to a nearby stream to quench her thirst. A dull ache throbbed in her chest as she retrieved a grass stem that resembled a stone from her pocket. Why call it a grass stem? One might wonder. Interestingly, this grass stem had once saved her life. She recalled the previous evening when she had just reached the vicinity of a grand tree. Though she was uncertain how far she had traveled, it was then that she spotted this stone-like stem, which seemed to beckon her, whispering, "Come, consume me, indulge in my essence." Compelled by an unseen force, she approached it. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed behind her, the sound of a small twig snapping, as if something lurked just out of sight. In an instant, she darted aside and turned her head, only to discover a praying mantis, astonishingly larger than any she had ever encountered, its vibrant green body shimmering in the light. Its forelimbs, sharp and reflective, exuded an aura of strength. Though she had encountered an array of peculiar creatures, this mantis redefined her understanding of the extraordinary. It stood precisely where she had been moments before. Fortuitously, the allure of the stone had lured her away, sparing her from a potential ambush. Despite the mantis being the size of an apple, which raised her eyebrows in surprise, she remained vigilant. Fortunately, her instincts proved accurate, for she could see countless mantises rushing toward her, seemingly emerging from nowhere. But a twitch formed at the corner of her mouth as she pondered the sudden appearance of this swarm. While fear did not grip her, the situation promised to be troublesome. These unfamiliar creatures might possess venom. The sheer density of mantises, each the size of an apple, was staggering. She silently thanked her fortune for not suffering from phobia of clusters and patted her chest in a bid to soothe her racing heart. The pace of Bai Lu could not rival the swift movement of the swarm of mantises. Holding a stone in her hand, she could not resist taking a bite. Feeling a wave of botanical fragrance spreading across her tongue, which jolted her senses and invigorated her mind. The stone had already vanished down her throat. Contemplating the enemies of the mantis, she pondered what they most feared and how she might save herself in this jungle, their dominion. Suddenly, she heard a series of cooing sounds nearby. Were they chickens or birds? Glancing at the mantises in the distance, she decided to take a chance. Realizing that they all shared a penchant for consuming insects, and she surged forward. If anyone had been nearby, they would have felt the rush of wind. This was not a speed one would expect from a human. Perhaps even she herself was unaware of it. Before her, two roosters, each about a meter tall, were swiftly dispatching the mantis swarm, their speed remarkable as they fought 10 to 1. It was unclear how they swallowed their prey, but the number of mantises diminished rapidly. Even with their wings, they were unable to escape. This was their calamity, their fate, for they had crossed paths with Bai Lu. The roosters, with their long tails held high, seemed to proclaim their prowess. With their assistance, the threat from the mantises lessened considerably. Soon, the roosters had decimated most of the swarm, with only a few escaping and others lying lifeless. Bai Lu stood still, locking eyes with the two roosters, and she could distinctly sense their apparent fullness. Indeed, they were huffing and puffing, their beaks opening and closing. It struck her as peculiar that she could perceive their emotions. They appeared quite content, a sight that tempted her greatly. Nevertheless, she deemed them her saviors and resolved to seek a nearby water source. Leaving the two roosters to catch their breath, Bai Lu continued on her path with her trusty staff in hand. After approximately 200 meters, she arrived at a pristine lake, its waters crystal clear, revealing schools of fish swimming gracefully. Describing them as large might be a stretch. They were about 2 pounds each, likely crucian carp. Her experiences over the past few days had taught her much about this forest. No, it was more than just a jungle. It was a veritable forest. Having traversed it for over a week without finding an exit, she noted that the animals had grown several times larger, and she encountered plants she had never seen before. Yet, the distant cooing reminded her of the two roosters. She picked up a branch and fashioned it into a makeshift spear. While she could have crafted a fishing net or rod, she decided against it. Being alone, she could not consume much, nor could she carry it away. She merely wished to savor a change in her diet, employing a simplified version of a spear she had seen in a variety show. In the forest, Bai Lu typically enjoyed good fortune, either discovering remarkable treasures or encountering perilous creatures like great snakes. As the elders often said, survive great calamities, and good fortune shall follow. And Bai Lu believed she was living proof of this adage. Bai Lu, holding 2 fish, ignited a fire using the solar lighter she had thought lost. After gathering the fish from the lake, she skewered them with twigs, and soon a delightful aroma wafted through the air. The scent of the fish, combined with a particular spice, revealed the fragrant essence of the twigs permeating the fish flesh. Having devoured the 2 fish yet still feeling unsated, she retrieved some snake meat from her backpack, sliced off a pound, and skewered it as well. Despite the absence of salt, the twigs lent an agreeable flavor. Soon, she felt full, observing the fish and snake bones, and quickly walked to the water's edge to dig a small pit for burial. After washing her hands, she intended to rest by the fire when, by chance, she noticed something fragrant hanging from the twig. Were those walnuts? The tree trunk was as thick as 6 people could embrace, with walnuts, slightly larger than an adult's fist, hanging shriveled on its branches. Many lay on the ground, mostly obscured by decaying leaves, with some spoiled and showing signs of insect damage. How had she missed them earlier? Perhaps her joy at finding a water source had distracted her. She picked up a relatively clean walnut, removed its outer shell, and cracked it open. Though somewhat shriveled, the kernel was still plentiful, exuding a familiar walnut aroma. After leaving her grandmother's home, she received walnuts from her every year when they fell from the tree. Those walnuts were always exceptionally fragrant. Although these were not quite the same, they were better than nothing. She collected a few and placed them in her backpack. Approaching the fire to rest, only to feel a dull ache in her chest, perhaps the large snake had left her with internal injuries. Clutching her chest, she pulled out a stone and a piece of grass stem, still half intact. At the time of consumption, she had felt no particular sensation, only a heightened awareness. Indeed, Bai Lu sensed a sudden clarity in her mind, gazing at the half-piece of grass stem in her hand. Unable to resist the temptation, she swallowed it whole. And it melted in her mouth. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over her. Was it toxic? Chapter 4. The enhancement. Observing the water celery she had just pulled from the lake, standing tall at 2 meters, its fresh scent mingling with a hint of moisture. She noted the label indicating it was non-toxic. What was this? An enhancement? She wondered if other plants possessed similar properties. Looking at the nearby weeds, as if understanding her curiosity, they too displayed a non-toxic label. This reminded her of a novel she had read, where the protagonist possessed such abilities. Was this a gift from the heavens? This would certainly provide an additional layer of security for future adventures and travels. The feeling was delightful. She chopped a stalk of celery, lacking pots or bowls, and instead placed the snake meat over the fire, topping it with the celery. As the savory aroma of the meat wafted through the air, Bai Lu swallowed hard. She had lost track of time, having been busy and now feeling ravenous. Once she had eaten her fill and quenched her thirst, she recalled her earlier thoughts, reflecting on the possibility that the grass stem had contributed to her current state. She noted the only difference had been the consumption of that stone-like stem. Not a bad situation at all, she sighed deeply. This forest was indeed quite fascinating, at least. It had seldom experienced the familiar perils since the extinction of many flora and fauna. Despite Bai Lu's penchant for adventure, she yearned for a place to call home. 2 individuals. A dog, a cat, and a picturesque countryside. Lulu seemed to hear a gentle voice whispering her name, a sound that lingered by her ear. Ever since the disappearance of both flora and fauna, this voice would beckon her tenderly each time she drifted into slumber, as if she were cherished by a beloved. At one point, she consulted a psychologist, who suggested that perhaps a romantic relationship might soothe her troubled heart. Bai Lu found this notion both amusing and bewildering. Throughout her life, she had felt like an emotionless automaton. Apart from the affection of her grandmother, love and friendship seemed to elude her entirely. Now, in this forest, she occasionally heard that voice during the day, calling her name, instilling within her a sensation akin to being a lover. Her cheeks would flush, her heart would race. She even discreetly perused some posts, realizing she had finally experienced a hint of love. She had fallen for the tenderness of his voice. Bai Lu had longed to seek him. Yearning to behold his visage, even if it were but an illusion, she would rather immerse herself in it than awaken from such a reverie. It was not until she heard his voice for the first time during the day in the forest previously. She could only catch a glimpse of it at night, that she now sensed his presence beside her almost constantly in the light of day. Bai Lu felt his existence as if it were tangible, and she sensed that she was drawing closer to him. Perhaps he was human, or perhaps a deity, a demon, or a mythical creature. Nonetheless, the mere sound of his voice filled her with joy. Yet, she remained uncertain of where to seek him. She resolved to first search for the indigenous inhabitants of the forest, for he may dwell amongst them. Until his voice faded entirely, Bai Lu lightly slapped her face, hoisted her backpack, and decided to search for a bamboo stalk to carry water. It would be ideal if she found one. If not, she needed some vessel to hold water. The ginger she had gathered along the path would not sustain her for long, and without a water source, she could perish from thirst after 3 days. After a brief search in the vicinity, she found no bamboo groves. But fortune smiled upon her as she discovered a type of tree. It was thick enough for two adult male hands to grasp, hollow within. And the trunk was broken for unknown reasons, standing only about 2 meters tall in the forest. Had Bai Lu not searched meticulously, she might have overlooked it. In comparison to the towering trees, it resembled a grandfather and his grandson, with her height of 1.65 m and lacking proper tools. She pondered how to procure water without resorting to brute force to break it. Observing the trunk and the withered branches, she carefully selected a segment suitable for holding water, one that could be grasped by hand. The base was conical, and with a small wooden plug to seal it, it should hold water without leakage. After gathering approximately 4 hollow pieces of wood, she returned to the riverbank, picking up a nearby stick, all made of non-toxic wood, and began preparing her makeshift water container. The hollow wood emitted an unpleasant odor, reminiscent of leaking automobile oil, yet it was deemed non-toxic, tasting unremarkable upon sampling. With no suitable alternatives in sight, she decided not to be overly selective. Having just filled her homemade water vessel at a corner of another pond and prepared to stow it in her backpack, she noticed some water celery. Reflecting that she might not encounter it again, she cut 2 handfuls with a snake scale and placed them in her backpack. Now, her provisions were plentiful, and a sense of reassurance settled within her. As dusk approached, she planned to search for a nearby cave, intending to commence her quest for human companionship the following day. Oddly, amidst her journey, she had only encountered a large snake, 2 roosters, and a swarm of manises. It seemed eerily quiet. Wild beasts often marked their territories, and Bai Lu wondered if she might be intruding upon a predator's domain. Surely, the presence of outsiders would be recognized. Not to mention that conspicuous snake. Surely it would reveal itself, and perhaps there were hidden predators lurking in the shadows. She chided herself for being overly anxious. Yet uncertainty lingered. Bai Lu understood that caution was still essential. A small lake, home to a group of crucian carp, each weighing merely 2 pounds, revealed no signs of nearby activity. After some contemplation, she still felt a sense of insecurity. Bai Lu approached the lakeside, shedding her trench coat to immerse it in the muddy waters. After rolling about in the mire, she gazed up at the blazing sun, resembling a fiery orb in the sky. She ascended a grand tree, large enough for 7 or 8 individuals to encircle, and set her backpack down at its base. Placing her coat atop a sizable stone, perched on a branch, she meticulously surveyed the canopy, ensuring her safety. To her surprise, nestled within a fork of the tree, hidden within the trunk, was a diminutive nest, scarcely more than a small bowl in size. Inside lay 2 eggs, each the size of a chicken's yolk, one a delicate pink and the other a vibrant green. She had never encountered such small, vividly colored wild bird eggs before, and their rarity in her own world was equally striking. What kind of bird's eggs were these? A prompt indicated they were non-toxic, accompanied by the phrase greatly nourishing, which instantly piqued Bai Lu's interest. Could such a method of operation exist? She had assumed it would only reveal whether they were poisonous. Greatly nourishing, the exclamation mark adding emphasis to her astonishment. Bai Lu furtively glanced around, clutching a green egg and swallowing it whole without savoring its flavor. Just as he was about to take another, he reconsidered and returned it to its original place, realizing that he could not take them all, after all. There were only 2. It is natural for survival of the fittest to occur, and preserving the ecology is equally important. If he were to take them all each time, there would be no next generation to hatch. Bai Lu swiftly descended from the tree, rolled in the mud by the lake, and, with her backpack and windbreaker in tow, ventured forth under the blazing sun for a considerable distance, approximately an hour's journey. She sought out a tree so grand that it would require the embrace of 7 or 8 individuals to encircle its trunk, standing around 18 meters tall. After ensuring her surroundings posed no immediate threats, she prepared to indulge in a brief afternoon slumber, remaining vigilant against the potential dangers posed by birds or other hazards. At that moment, a sudden roar pierced the air. Startled, she opened her eyes to behold a tiger not far away, its striking black and yellow stripes contrasting vividly against its form, standing roughly 2 meters tall. However, a tragic flaw marred its beauty. Only one eye remained open, while the other was gruesomely bloodied. Chapter 5. Observing the tiger's anguished struggle as it collided with a nearby tree, it soon collapsed to the ground, lying motionless and on the brink of death. Bai Lu paused for a moment before stepping forward, discovering marks of sharp weapons upon its body. On its back, beneath the dark fur, there lay a long gash, resembling a wound inflicted by a blade. This revelation led Bai Lu to the unsettling realization that humans might be involved. Bai Lu clutched a serpent's scale, preparing to confront the tiger. Suddenly, she was alerted by the rustling sounds emanating from the thicket around her. Raising her gaze, she beheld a pair of glimmering green eyes, peering from beneath a coat of gray fur. Before her stood a particularly dark and lustrous wolf, undoubtedly a leader of the pack. A wolf? Or rather, a multitude of wolves. This must be their prey, and they likely remained unaware of her presence. The mud caking her body contained a type of grass that could mask her scent. Perhaps she could evade them. Bai Lu murmured to herself, scanning for any potential hiding spots. But despair washed over her as she found none. As the towering figure of a 3-meter-tall adult wolf loomed closer, accompanied by the menacing growls of the pack behind, she felt a surge of panic. After all, she was merely a human, devoid of any weaponry such as a firearm. Could she escape? Anxiety gripped her heart. In the 28th century, true peril was a rarity, and she had always believed herself to be favored by fate. Yet, it seemed that ever since she had entered this forest, nothing had gone right. Was the universe conspiring against her? Was this reality? Observing the juvenile female wolf before her, even cloaked in mud, she could not deny its identity, particularly due to its large, expressive eyes. Bai Lu recalled a feline creature from the forest, though it lacked a round physique. It exuded an undeniable charm, especially among its kin. Regrettably, capturing them proved to be quite a challenge, for their agile bodies eluded even the most skilled hunters. She thought of the 3-year-old cub back home, lamenting that it was not a female, for female cubs were simply more enchanting. Bai Lu endeavored to appear less threatening, studying the juvenile's peculiar posture, with one hand gripping a branch from a nut tree and her feet positioned in a defensive stance. It was evident that the young wolf was wary of her presence, perhaps sensing a threat to itself and its kin. Beside it lay a woven basket, emanating the scent of serpent beasts and containing several strands of grass, indicating a bountiful find. Indeed, to Bai Lu, that small handful of water celery could be deemed mere weeds. Little cub, where is your pack? How could they leave you alone in this dark forest? Such abandonment could invoke the wrath of the beast god. Suddenly, the lead wolf transformed, revealing a man of towering stature, standing at 2 meters and 2 centimeters, with deep gray fur adorning his body and clad in heavy pelts. His gaze, filled with concern, sought hers. Bai Lu's perception shifted as she beheld the young male werewolf before her. A wolf had transformed into a human. His upper body draped in a coarse fabric, while his bare feet and lower half were obscured by leaves. One by one, the wolves behind him also transitioned into human forms, each averaging a height of over 2 meters, clad in a similar fashion, upper bodies encased in fur vests, which she chose to call vests, while their lower halves were modestly concealed by foliage. Whispers circulated among them. Is this a young female? How could such a fragile creature survive in such a perilous locale? Has she been forsaken? Despite her frail appearance, she is still a female cub. Which tribe does she belong to? I have never heard of such a tribe in the Tianzi continent. Observing her peculiar attire, which appeared surprisingly light and thin, one could surmise she hails from a large tribe. How splendid it would be if our tribe could procure such pelts for the recently born female cubs. Just look at the small creature, covered in mud. It must have endured considerable hardship and faced great distress. If only she could join our tribe. What a delightful little female cub she is. Upon closer inspection, her fur resembles that of the Tianmao tribe, whose garments are quite comfortable during the rainy season. Available for trade with merely 10 animal hides. However, the supply is limited, and they are fiercely contested. Perhaps it is best not to dwell on it. As they continued their chatter, laughter erupted among them. El turned around, casting a stern glance at his companions, who then realized that this was not the time for merriment, especially with the young cub present. Fear not, little one, I mean you no harm. I am El, a member of the Silver Wolf tribe's hunting party. This territory belongs to the tiger beast, and we must vacate it promptly. The tiger beast is the ruler of this domain, and it will soon return. Trust us. Deceit invites the wrath of the beast god. El spoke earnestly, hoping to coax the cub to follow him, for it was far too dangerous for her to be alone. Gazing upon the youthful man, no, the male werewolf, one could sense a semblance of belonging in his human form. The feeling of isolation was profoundly disheartening. Yet, the terms little female and young cub, were these references intended for her? Now was not the time to ponder such matters. He claimed this was the territory of the tiger beast, which explained the recent scarcity of wild creatures. The pressing concern was to depart from this place, regardless of the veracity of the werewolf's assertions. Was this a tiger cub? It seemed rather ordinary, especially when compared to the colossal beings of the 28th century. However, was it wise to follow this werewolf? Even she was uncertain. Little cub, the tiger beast will share a portion with you. Let us first reach a safe location before we converse further, he urged, perhaps sensing her hesitation. Little cub? Little cub? Elle pressed on. Bai Lu had yet to fully grasp his meaning. Was he suggesting that she would receive a share of the tiger beast? Clearly, it was their quarry. And she merely happened to be present. A tiger was indeed a valuable prize, and these indigenous people appeared quite decent. Elle, you say? This is the domain of the tiger beast? The tiger beast must refer to a tiger, yes? Surely, the tiger beast king cannot be its parents. Indeed, little female. This tiger beast, having strayed from the territory of the tiger beast king in playful folly, encountered our hunting party. We intended to hunt it. But as it realized it could not prevail, it fled back, albeit gravely wounded. We stealthily pursued it, only to discover that the tiger beast king was absent from its domain, likely off searching for the Mai beast, which it is particularly fond of. I am eager to return this tiger beast to our territory, only then will we be safe. Elle explained that regardless of whether he would share with her or not, or whether they would reach a safe zone, there was nothing to be done at present, even if Elle were indeed a villain, with so many of them. And although Bai Lu was an adventurer, her skills were hardly sufficient. Very well, you may call me Bai Lu. Let us hasten our departure, Bai Lu replied. When the tiger beast king returns and discovers that its cub has been slain, it would surely go mad. Bai Lu picked up her backpack and moved forward, while Elle transformed back into a wolf. A werewolf behind Elle approached the tiger beast and effortlessly hoisted it onto its back, distancing itself from the territory of the tiger beast king. Chapter 6. Elle, Part 2. Bai Lu, come here. Elle crouched down. A moment of confusion passed over Bai Lu as the team came to a halt. Come up. I will carry you to a safe place. I am a bonded orc. If we continue at this pace, the tiger beast king will easily catch up to us. We must reach safety swiftly. A bonded orc? Is there anything special about that? Elle pondered, realizing that this young cub seemed to have suffered greatly. It was a well-known fact throughout the Tianzi continent. An orc without a bond cannot casually allow a female to ride on their back. If they consent, it signifies an intention to bond. Indeed, I am a bonded orc. Elle patiently elaborated. Bai Lu urged Aier, her gray fur soft and inviting, to ascend. Observing Bai Lu's evident struggle, Aier gently lifted her with his powerful wolf claws and placed her upon his back. The thick gray fur on Aier's back offered a comforting warmth, devoid of any unpleasant odor. A gentle breeze caressed their faces, providing a refreshing respite from the scorching sun overhead. It became apparent that Bai Lu was indeed progressing at a slow pace, causing her to grimace slightly. After an undetermined span of time, Aier came to a halt. Let us take a moment to rest. We are currently in a safe area, he addressed the gathering wolves. Transforming into his human form, Aier stepped aside, allowing the others to stretch and move about. Meanwhile, Bai Lu found herself captivated by a magnificent tree, approximately 10 meters tall, its branches lush and verdant. The fruits, a delightful mix of green and purple, hung tantalizingly from the boughs, glistening under the sun's rays. The ground was littered with some overripe fruits and remnants devoured by wild beasts. The early warning displayed indicated that the fruits were non-toxic. And these peculiar fruits seemed vaguely familiar. She plucked a particularly purple cluster, savoring its sweet and delectable flavor, although she dismissed the slight tartness. This was far superior to any cultivated variety she had ever tasted. Indeed, these were grapes, though they grew on trees. Some were still unripe. But she decided to sample their flavor. This is a purple fruit, found only in the territory of the silver wolf tribe. The females and pups of the tribe adore them, but they are not yet fully ripened, Aier explained as he noticed Bai Lu's actions. Is this purple fruit? Does it turn purple when it ripens? Bai Lu inquired, directing her question towards Aier. Yes. It is called purple fruit because it is at its most delectable state when it reaches this hue, Aier replied. Are we currently within the territory of the silver wolf tribe? Bai Lu suddenly shifted the conversation. Indeed, we are at the edge of the silver wolf tribe's territory. It will take us another day to reach the tribe, Aier answered patiently, a courtesy any beastman from Tianzi continent would extend. I seem to have lost my way. Do you know where Zone A of Country Z on Earth is? I promise to repay you when I return home. Bai Lu seized the opportunity to inquire if Aier was familiar with Earth. Earth? Country Z? Zone A? I have never heard of such places in Tianzi continent, Aier responded, perplexed. Tianzi continent? Could you tell me what kind of place it is? What is this world like? Bai Lu's intuition proved correct, as she anticipated Aier's response. Of course. He began, feeling a pang of sympathy for the small pup, who had not only been mistreated but also abandoned. It was clear that she could not navigate the perilous dark forest alone. Upon returning to the tribe, she would advocate for this adorable little creature, suggesting to the chieftain that their large tribe did not require her, allowing her to join their own. Observing the pup's frail appearance, it was likely the reason for her abandonment. Once back in the tribe, she would ensure that the elder priest would take good care of the little one, providing her with nourishment and comfort. Bai Lu remains oblivious to the inner workings of Ayer's mind. Were she aware, she would undoubtedly find herself in a state of both laughter and tears. The continent of Tianzi is divided into female beings and male beastmen capable of transforming into wild creatures. Within this realm reside various races, including the Silver Wolf clan, the Winged Tiger clan, the Golden Lion clan, the Mermaid clan, the Celestial Cat clan, and the Bird clan, among others, each with their own territories that they respect and do not encroach upon. Occasionally, minor frictions may arise, yet all factions adhere to the regulations established by the beast god, preventing any large-scale conflicts. Of course, the struggle against true beasts, such as the Hound clan and the Ant clan, persists, and these creatures, despite their inability to assume human form, possess intelligence that rivals that of humanity. Among the various races, the Silver Wolf clan stands as a prominent entity, characterized by its considerable population and renowned unity, which has solidified its esteemed status on the continent. Bai Lu listened intently, captivated by the charm of this intriguing place. Despite its inherent dangers, deep within, she harbored a restless spirit, yearning for a pastoral existence shared with another. Little Bai Lu, are you seeking your kin? El paused abruptly, his heart secretly wishing that she would not return. This adorable young cub was frail and had likely endured much mistreatment. Selfishly, he hoped she would remain with the Silver Wolf clan, adding another female cub to their ranks. Of course, El would not compel her to stay if she chose otherwise. Yet he held a profound faith in the Silver Wolf clan, confident that once she returned, everyone would care for her with utmost diligence. Perhaps I cannot go back, Bai Lu replied. If I were to return to the Night Forest, it might be possible, provided I could locate that particular point. However, this world is fraught with peril. Even though El spoke plainly of the continent's circumstances, it was evident that danger lurked everywhere. After all, the ferocity of beasts on this land is something humanity cannot withstand. Perhaps solutions will arise in the future, but not at present. As for my grandmother, she left a will early on, bequeathing her possessions to me. As she frequently ventured into the unknown, should she meet with misfortune, all her wealth would be entrusted to me, and in the event of her passing, it would be donated to children in mountainous regions for their education. After all, I'm a child of the mountains, acutely aware of the anguish wrought by financial constraints in education. Without scholarships and financial aid, I would not have become who I am today. Then come with me to my clan. It is perilous for a young female cub to be alone in the wild, El invited warmly. If you refuse to return to the clan, I shall forcibly take you with me. I cannot allow you to wander aimlessly, especially with the Tiger Beast King still at large, and his intentions remain uncertain. El reiterated, a hint of veiled threat in his tone. Indeed, you will not be disappointed if you come back with us to the clan, chimed in the nearby beastmen, eager to join in the conversation they had overheard between Bai Lu and El. Bai Lu understood that their threats were ultimately for her well-being. She had originally intended to visit the Silver Wolf clan first, as she was still in search of that elusive individual. Moreover, El was the first orc she had encountered in this world. Very well, I also plan to visit your clan, she replied with a smile, abruptly cutting off her sentence before she could finish. The group, still in the midst of their attempts at persuasion, paused for a moment before breaking into laughter. Chapter 7. The Red Fruit. After a brief respite, Bai Lu and her companions prepared to return to their tribe to inform everyone about the situation with the Tiger Beast King. At that moment, Bai Lu discreetly approached and said, would you be so kind as to show me around the territory? I am eager to discover what edible plants might be found here. Her request stemmed from noticing that and the others primarily subsisted on roasted meat. Upon inquiring about their dietary habits, she learned that both the females and beastmen predominantly consumed roasted meat, with only the younglings occasionally indulging in some plant matter. Of course, replied, not one to decline such a request. As a beastman of the Tianzi continent, it was customary to dote upon females, especially the young ones who were cherished by all. Approached another beastman nearby and exchanged a few words, handing over some game they had hunted along the way, including the tiger beast itself. Bell, Cab, and the 7 of you, please take the prey back to back. We shall accompany the youngling to forage for some edible plants before returning, instructed, designating 9 individuals before addressing the beastman named Bag. Very well, you must hurry back, Bag replied. Understood Bag's intent. Bai Lu, being a small and delicate young female, would benefit from consuming more food to fortify her body, especially given the low survival rate of female younglings on the continent. This conclusion was drawn from Bag's observation of Bai Lu's diminutive stature when she had rested and consumed a small portion of meat. However, what Bag did not realize was that Bai Lu had feasted on purple fruits akin to grapes, and had merely eaten an extra piece of meat to stave off hunger for the afternoon. Otherwise, her condition would have been even more precarious. Knowing that they were currently within the safety of their territory, Er felt confident that, should danger arise, his strength would suffice to handle it. Soon, only Er, along with 10 beast men and Bai Lu, remained in place. Bai Lu, we can proceed in this direction. There are more fruits over there. Many beast men enjoy picking fruits from that area to please their beloveds, although it is somewhat distant from the tribe and usually visited only during hunts, Er explained, gesturing towards a narrow path beside Bag's group. Is that so? Let us go take a look. What kinds of fruits are there? Bai Lu inquired, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Along the way, Er offered to carry Bai Lu, but she declined, eager to explore the native flora of this otherworldly realm on her own. Bai Lu and her companions traversed the narrow path for approximately 1,000 meters. What did she behold? Her most cherished cherries, although there were merely 2 or 3 trees. The prompt indicated they were non-toxic and aesthetically pleasing. Is this the trend of increasingly diverse external enhancements? Nevertheless, she was utterly enamored. The crimson cherries, partially concealed by the leaves, appeared resplendent, resembling enchanting maidens clad in red gowns, dancing gracefully. The cherry trees were modest in stature, standing only 3 meters tall with trunks a meter in diameter, their branches lush and verdant. Bai Lu approached the trees directly, plucking a cherry the size of her thumb and placing it in her mouth. To her delight, it possessed no pit, rather, a minuscule one that was virtually negligible. Grabbing a handful, she stuffed them into her mouth, savoring a sweetness and fragrance that artificial cultivation could never replicate. Elle observed Bai Lu's enthusiastic indulgence, a silly grin spreading across his face. Slow down. If you cannot finish, we can gather more and wrap them in animal skins to enjoy later. These red fruits will remain fresh for 2 or 3 days. With that, he assigned 2 beast men to guard the base of the tree while the others ascended its branches. Bai Lu had only just realized that they were unaware of the origin of the animal hides, a coarse version of snakeskin pouches, albeit slightly smaller in size. Do we need to gather so many? They might spoil before we can consume them, Bai Lu inquired. At home, there was a young male beastman whose mother relished such delicacies. If fortune favored her, she would bring back a bit more upon finding them. As for the others, it seemed they were merely catering to her whims, as the requests of younglings were typically indulged. Speaking of his female companion and offspring, a radiant smile illuminated L's face, which prompted Bai Lu to reminisce about her grandmother, wondering how she was faring. That's enough. It would be a shame if they went bad. After a moment of distraction, she noticed that everyone's animal skin pouches were nearly filled to the brim, all gleaming with vivid hues. They were even considering acquiring another pouch, prompting Bai Lu to interject hastily. At that moment, a refined-looking young beast man approached her, saying, Bai Lu, dear youngling, fret not. The wastage of food would displease the beast god, and we shall certainly consume it before it spoils. Bai Lu, what Belle said is true. We will finish it before it goes bad. Belle greatly enjoys these red fruits, so spoilage is not a concern, another beast man chimed in. Oh, so Belle has a fondness for these red fruits. That's splendid. And please, refrain from calling me youngling. Simply address me by my name. Bai Lu asserted to Belle, one of the companions she had become somewhat familiar with on the journey. Call me Bai Lu, and omit the youngling. She turned to emphasize her point to the other beastmen who had descended from the trees. On the way, Bai Lu had noticed that everyone preferred to call her youngling. After inquiring with Elle, she learned that in the Tianzi continent, females come of age at 30, while beastmen do so at 35. At 18 years, she was still considered a minor, a fact that both amused and exasperated her. However, since everyone was aware of her age, they would unintentionally refer to her as youngling, especially Belle, who seemed oblivious to how awkward it sounded. Though they had all introduced themselves along the way, she questioned whether this habit was truly appropriate. All right, they all agreed in unison. Yet Bai Lu knew that upon turning away, they would likely continue with their customary address. She had no choice but to accept it. Bai Lu, shall we proceed? There are more fruit trees ahead, Elle remarked as he walked alongside her. At that moment, Bai Lu inadvertently spotted a small bug nestled between the branches of the red fruit tree, roughly the size of an infant's fist. A prompt indicated that it was non-toxic, beneficial for vitality and skin. Feeling slightly embarrassed, she prepared to step aside to enjoy a red fruit while contemplating whether to seek out the fruit trees Elle had mentioned. Although Bai Lu was 18, she had maintained her purity, having never had a boyfriend, nor any male or female friends, rendering her quite innocent. Is something amiss? Does that bug pose a problem? Elle inquired, noticing Bai Lu's awkward expression. Not at all. This insect is known as the red bug. It only lays eggs on red fruit trees and feeds on the fruits, posing no toxicity, Elle explained to Bai Lu. Bai Lu recalled an ancient text she had once perused, which spoke of a period of famine at the end of the 20th century. During that time, the roots of trees and patches of grass were stripped bare, and an alarming number of insects were consumed. The text noted that these insects were rich in protein and could serve as a form of nourishment for the human body. Yes, she acknowledged, they did appear somewhat daunting, yet her desire to partake in them grew stronger. As Elle listened to Bai Lu's astonishing revelations, he cast a sympathetic glance her way and presented the contents of his pocket before her, silently urging her to indulge. Bai Lu observed his movements and gaze, and she instantly discerned his thoughts. This particular insect served as a medicinal resource, albeit its appearance was rather unappealing, thus she was reluctant to capture it. Consequently, Bai Lu resorted to a different approach in her explanation. Chapter 8. The red insects gazing at the leather pouch in her hand, densely filled with red insects. Bai Lu felt a subtle shiver run down her spine. The enthusiasm of the beastmen was overwhelming, bordering on unbearable. Bai Lu found the red worm rather unsightly, yet it evoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Upon closer inspection, she noted its dark, glossy body and numerous tiny legs. Was this not the infamous beanworm, also known as the cabbage caterpillar or the pigworm? Typically, beanworms were green. Why then was this one black? This peculiar coloration reminded her of another insect, one that surely did not belong in a dung pit. Indeed, it was the larva of a fly, maggots. Generally white, they turn black as they reach maturity, encasing themselves in a cocoon, ultimately transforming into flies. The thought grew increasingly repulsive. Perhaps they were the cocoons of butterflies or bees. Maggots. Such a notion was utterly unacceptable. Why did her thoughts veer into such abnormal territory? Unintentionally, she cast a glance. Enhance vitality. Enhance vitality. The prompt seemed to comprehend Bai Lu's thoughts, shattering her expectations. Indeed, maggots were reputed to possess vitality-enhancing properties, but had they developed to such a size in this alternate realm? How could such creatures exist upon the red fruit tree? Do you know why? Bai Lu inquired of the orcs who were engaged in discussion. This defied logic. Although nothing here could be compared to the 28th century, fundamental truths remained unchanged. Just as bees must collect nectar and tigers must consume meat, their essence would never alter. Elle was preparing to escort Bai Lu to a cave where they could rest as night fell upon the jungle, having assigned 2 orcs to hunt. I have no idea. Since I became aware, red worms have thrived upon the red fruit trees, Belle replied. Let us first seek shelter in the cave ahead for the night. We shall continue our journey tomorrow, Elle said to Bai Lu. Bai Lu was acutely aware that dusk was approaching. She had been contemplating finding a place to rest for the night, as the nocturnal jungle harbored numerous dangers, a fact she was well aware of without the need for the orc, Elle, to remind her. As for the red insects, their fate would have to be addressed when the opportune moment arose. Bai Lu clambered onto Ayer's back, exerting considerable effort. Yet it was ultimately Ayer who used his claws to lift her onto his back. This time, their load was substantial, with more than half belonging to her. A basket brimming with snake meat and scales, Bai Lu only claimed 3 beast skin pouches of red fruit, along with some non-toxic weeds discovered along the way. She borrowed one of Ayer's beast skin pouches to stow her findings, intending to seek a quiet spot to examine them, while Ayer possessed merely 1 pouch of red fruit. Although these items were but a trifling burden for Ayer, Bai Lu was not one to neglect reciprocity, especially considering the other orcs who had lent their assistance. Before long, they arrived at the cave Ayer had mentioned, its entrance towering 2 meters high, barely allowing passage for a single individual. Upon entering, Bai Lu was struck by the cavern's size. Approximately twice that of the one she had previously discovered, and it was adorned with some stray weeds as the orcs began to move about. Ayer soon followed, carrying a large bundle of firewood into the cave, prompting Bai Lu to burst into laughter. Can you envision a 3-meter-tall giant wolf standing upright while clutching a substantial bundle of firewood? Ayer's wolfish face displayed a look of confusion, which Bai Lu was surprisingly able to decipher. Ayer, can you transform into your human form? Bai Lu inquired. Ayer placed the firewood a short distance from the cave entrance. transformed into his human shape, and approached Bai Lu, gently ruffling her hair. "Bai Lu, what troubles you? Is there an issue?" he asked. Although Bai Lu has but one relative, her grandmother, she sometimes wonders what it would feel like to have parents. As she feels Air's gentle hand on her head and hears his caring words, she muses that this must be what it feels like to have a father. On their journey, Bai Lu is astonished to learn that Air is over 100 years old. Through their conversation, she discovers that in the continent of Tianza, orcs can live up to 600 years. Realizing that her own lifespan is limited to a mere 100 years, she resolves to cherish her life. "There's no need for concern. Air, allow me to prepare dinner for you this evening," she offers. Contemplating that cooking a meal might be a fitting way to express her gratitude. However, she wonders what dish she should make. Observing the two orcs who are already preparing to roast meat over a fire, she notices they are using flint stones, a peculiar type of rock that, when struck together, produces sparks. "If only I had a pot," she sighs. Air interjects, "We can fashion a stone pot right here. The females in our clan typically use pots for cooking, but we orcs are accustomed to roasting meat. We seldom utilize pots. Bai Lu, if you wish to use one, we can make it swiftly." One of the orcs strides towards the cave entrance. In an instant, he transforms into a wolf and swiftly extracts a stone pot with his claws, leaving Bai Lu in awe. "Geely, thank you," she expresses, addressing the orc with a kind demeanor. Noticing Bai Lu and Air's exchange, Geely, a rather good-natured orc, has taken it upon himself to assist her. As he places the pot beside her, she acknowledges his help. "No need for thanks. I shall fetch a stand," he replies. Moving towards the exit, Air remarks quietly, "Bai Lu is the one preparing our meal. It is an honor for you to contribute. And you do not require the gratitude of a mere cub. This is simply my duty." Bai Lu, caught between laughter and exasperation, cannot help but find humor in the situation as they compete to assist her. Bai Lu gazed at the 5 pounds of serpent beast meat remaining in the basket, contemplating whether to prepare it all, accompanied by some water celery and red fruits, unsure of its palatability. Soon, she had constructed a makeshift stand and ignited a fire. She meticulously cleaned the serpent beast meat near the cave entrance, slicing it into chunks the size of an infant, and poured half a pot of water into the stone cauldron, which measured 1 meter in width, rendering the 5 pounds of meat seemingly insufficient. Bai Lu was acutely aware of its scarcity and pondered whether it would be acceptable for them to taste it. Bai Lu prepared a delightful dish of red fruits and water celery, which soon simmered to perfection. She utilized a small stone bowl crafted by Geely and carefully picked up a piece of meat with rough chopsticks made from branches. Savoring each bite, although devoid of salt, it possessed a subtle brininess complemented by a sweet undertone and a hint of fragrance. After sipping the broth, she could only describe it with one word: exquisite. The snake beast meat, which had been stored for some time, exceeded her expectations with its remarkable flavor. Raising her gaze, she noticed that only a bowl remained in the pot, clearly set aside for her. A faint smile flickered at the corners of Bai Lu's mouth, feeling a sense of gratitude that at least one bowl was reserved for her. Kabu licked the bowl and exclaimed, "Bai Lu, this meat is absolutely delicious. Can we prepare more?" "Of course, but there is no more snake beast meat," Bai Lu replied apologetically. "That's fine. We can enjoy it tomorrow," said one of the orcs beside her. Kabu is quite the meat enthusiast. "We've already indulged in plenty of roasted meat, and with your delightful snake beast soup, we are nearly full." Pay him no mind. Initially, Bai Lu merely intended to prepare a meal for everyone. However, recalling that one of the wolf beasts had devoured half of a bleeding beast while still enjoying roasted meat, she abandoned that thought, encapsulating her feelings with the phrase, "A heart full of intent but lacking the means." She resolved to let each orc taste her snake beast soup, deriving joy from their appreciation. Chapter 9. An unintentional act. After satisfying their hunger, the orcs transformed into wolves and slept at the cave's entrance. Leaving Bai Lu alone within the cave, resting on the hay, bathed in the firelight, sleep soon overtook her. "Lulu, who are you? Where are you? Please tell me." Bai Lu once again heard his voice, praying it was not an illusion. To her dismay, he remained silent. Opening her eyes, she glanced at her watch, which read 5 in the morning. The sound of rhythmic snoring filled her ears. Would she struggle to fall asleep if she woke in the middle of the night? Though her rest had been fitful, she pondered. "Bai Lu, we expect to reach the fruit forest by the hottest part of the day. Shall we set off?" Elle approached her, inquiring, "Wait a moment. Are you all just going to leave like this? Getting up and heading out without washing up? There are no hygiene robots here. And we lack even the most basic toothpaste and toothbrushes from centuries past. How are we to freshen up?" "True enough. We can use mint leaves for a refreshing cleanse. She had discovered a single leaf among the weeds, grateful for its abundance. It's nothing much, just a morning chew of these leaves to clear the mind. With that, she handed the leaves to Elle and the other orcs who had awakened. Elle was puzzled. Why would this young cub want to clear her mind? Had she not slept well the previous night? Indeed, it was not easy to feel at ease outdoors, especially surrounded by unfamiliar orcs. Although they had spent several days together and grown accustomed to one another, they could not compare to her own kin and tribe. Nevertheless, they would strive to adapt, silently encouraging themselves. Taking the mint leaves, Elle chewed and inhaled deeply, feeling a refreshing chill in his throat as clarity surged through his mind. Despite having remained alert all along, had it not been for my faith in the white dew, one might have thought this was a case of poisoning. What kind of leaf is this? Elle asked excitedly. Mint, an herbal remedy that invigorates the mind and clears the vision, replied Bai Lu. As she sorted through the scales in her backpack, using only 3 or 4, this herb proved to be rather durable. Medicine? This is called mint leaves? Are you a descendant of the priests? Elle inquired with astonishment. Then, pondering the implications, she questioned how a priest could possibly venture into such a perilous place as the night forest. Priest? No, I merely recognize some herbs. This is called mint. Are the priests the healers here? She does not possess medical knowledge, only some basic herbal lore and bandaging skills. That is still impressive. The discovery of each herb holds great significance and may save the life of an orc or a female. Elle expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Indeed, medicine is of utmost importance. However, mint leaves are not particularly potent. If today were as scorching as yesterday, you could steep this herb in water to ward off illness, Bai Lu mused. Recalling the oppressive heat of yesterday's sun, which still blazed fiercely through the canopy, leaving even the slightest coolness utterly depleted. Moreover, the orcs, even in their human forms, still felt the heat intensely, as if they had just emerged from a grueling workout. Very well, but where can we find more of this herb? Elle asked. I know. One of the orcs exclaimed loudly. I have seen these leaves near the water source. There are plenty of them. Though I did not pay them much mind at the time. Bai Lu, let us gather more of this mint herb. You see, during the hot season in our tribe, many orcs fall ill due to the sweltering heat, and some even perish. The females fare somewhat better, as their lack of thick fur offers them a slight advantage. If this herb could be consumed before illness strikes, we might prevent the loss of our kin each year, Elle said with newfound seriousness. Bai Lu had not anticipated that a seemingly thoughtless action could save so many lives. Perhaps the situation was not as dire as it seemed. However, succumbing to illness in the sweltering heat could hardly be dismissed as mere heat stroke, could it? Each year, many lives are lost, likely due to inadequate medical conditions. If a single life could be salvaged, it would indeed be regarded as a noble deed. To save one life is more virtuous than constructing a towering pagoda. She could only hope the circumstances were not too grave. As they approached the water source, a stream came into view, crystal clear, with small fish darting about. Flowing downstream toward a patch of mint. The mint stood half a meter tall, with leaves broad enough for a grown man to grasp, its branches sprouting tender shoots. Morning dew clung to the leaves, offering a refreshing sight, and the scent invigorated the spirit. Can we simply pluck the leaves to eat? Are we allowed to do this? Is there anything we should be cautious of? Cab asked. You may pluck the leaves directly. However, it is a slow process, and they do not last long. Bai Lu pondered for a moment before continuing. Under this blazing sun, we could dry them out, achieving the same effect. Upon hearing Bai Lu's response, the orcs displayed foolish grins, leaving Elle by her side while the others eagerly engaged in the task of harvesting mint leaves. Elle, let us gather some together, Bai Lu suggested. Observing them fervently collecting the leaves into leather pouches, she felt somewhat embarrassed standing idly while they worked, especially since she had never considered herself so fragile as to require Elle's protection, which delayed his own gathering of mint. After all, the mint was equally significant to him. What Bai Lu did not realize was that the mint harvested by the orcs would be shared with the clan. They would not hoard it, and if needed, they could return for more. Before he could respond, Bai Lu walked over, taking a leather pouch from Elle to gather mint. Elle followed, initially hoping to endear himself to the young girl, wishing she would remain with the Silver Wolf clan. The female cubs were not permitted to leave the clan until they reached maturity, and he worried for Bai Lu's safety, considering her frail appearance. But he had not contemplated how she had survived in the dark forest for those few days. Moreover, he was unaware that Bai Lu had an adventurous spirit, inherently restless at heart. This led him to perceive her as a delicate flower requiring careful nurturing. Although she was only 18 and indeed needed protection, He could not have foreseen that the person who would provide it would be someone entirely unexpected. Elle soon approached Bai Lu, holding the leather pouch in hand, signaling for her to place the harvested mint inside. She quickly grasped his intention, refraining from competing with him and dedicating herself to the task of gathering mint. Given Elle's protective instincts and their observations over the past few days, they had treated her quite well, harboring no ill will. Yet, had she truly crossed into this foreign world? Would she ever return? This was a question shrouded in uncertainty. Before long, the collective strength of the group bore fruit, and the orcs had nearly finished harvesting the patch of mint. Bai Lu discovered that they had only harvested the tender shoots near the base of each mint plant, leaving the upper parts untouched. Was this an intention to encourage further growth of the mint? Gathering everyone's mint leaves into a leather pouch, she was surprised to find it nearly full. As dawn broke, Bai Lu and her companions decided to press on, planning to dry the leaves upon reaching the orchard, when the sun would blaze the hottest. Chapter 10. A narrow escape. Have we arrived? Bai Lu inquired from atop the wolf's back as the sun reached its zenith. Just ahead came Elle's response, and indeed, Bai Lu soon beheld a lush orchard. From her elevated vantage point, she admired the verdant trees, their branches laden with green fruits, seemingly beckoning her to partake in their sweetness. Bai Lu, with her basket in hand, ventured into the orchard and plucked a fruit, taking a bite. Ugh, ugh, ugh. The taste was both astringent and sour, causing her face to contort in displeasure. This is inedible. It's not ripe yet. You rushed too quickly, and I couldn't warn you in time. Elle strode over, contemplating whether to laugh at Bai Lu's twisted expression or to offer an explanation. Bai Lu, feeling somewhat at a loss, noted that the prompt indicated it was non-toxic. Seeing the pear, which was the same size as those in her world, she thoughtlessly took a bite. Indeed, it was a pear, a perfectly normal-sized one, but still unripe. It would likely require some time before it reached maturity. Let us return to the village. There are other foods nearby that the females enjoy. We can explore those and come back when we have more time, Elle suddenly suggested as he approached Bai Lu. Bai Lu had been wandering for several days, pondering that it would be the same upon her next visit, not wishing to trouble Elle and the others, especially since the Beast King remained unresolved. Moreover, she yearned to explore the peculiarities of her tribe's land and to understand the lifestyle of the tribes in this world. Very well, let us depart. We shall discuss it further when the time is ripe, Bai Lu declared, shouldering her basket. Just as Bai Lu and her companions were about to leave, a snarling hound sprang forth. Bai Lu was taken aback. What is this? A hound? But aren't they social creatures? Alarmed, she thought. This is bad. Elle and Kabu positioned themselves beside Bai Lu, while the others remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. Suddenly, hounds appeared all around them, densely packed. This was a promiscuous pack, notorious for their rapid breeding and their penchant for abducting the few females from other tribes, ranking among the most despised races of the Tianzi continent. With filthy drool dripping from their mouths and their matted fur, their grotesque eyes betrayed their sinister intentions toward her. Before long, one of the hounds launched an attack, prompting the beastmen to transform into their wolf forms. The beastmen, formidable and capable of fending off 10 foes each, faced an unusually large number of hounds this time, and they began to sustain injuries. Elle, has there been any unusual activity with these hounds encroaching upon the territory of the Tianlang tribe? Kabu inquired, raking his claw through the throat of one hound, blood gushing forth as he swiftly readied himself for the next. It is the onset of the rainy season. They should have ample food. We are but a small group, with only Bai Lu as a young cub among us, while the rest are beastmen. Why would they target us? Could it be that we have brought fewer beastmen this time? Though Kabu muttered about the hounds attacking any shape-shifting beastmen, it did not deter Elle from inflicting severe injuries upon them or even slaying them. What madness possesses them to attack us so suddenly? Belle remarked, as the other beastmen continued to engage the enemy. As the battle raged on, many hounds fell, while Bai Lu, perched in a tree, noticed an unending stream of reinforcements arriving. Below her, the hounds barked, as if demanding, come down. I shall tear you apart. Not far away, Elle and the other beastmen relentlessly wounded the hounds, momentarily reassured by the sight of Bai Lu's safety in the tree. However, as time passed, Elle addressed his companions, this cannot continue, even though Bai Lu is in the tree. Her safety cannot be guaranteed indefinitely. She is but a young cub. We must devise a plan to return to the tribe. What shall we do? Asked one of the beastmen, noticing the increasing number of hounds. The hounds cannot climb trees. We shall swing down from here. Bai Lu's voice echoed from above, as the cacophony of barking hounds posed no threat to them. Hearing her call, they leapt into action, swiftly distancing themselves from the hound horde. Bai Lu, come onto my back. Before she could register the command, she found herself atop his head. All she could perceive was the nauseating scent of blood permeating the air around her. The orcs deftly leaped through the branches of the great tree, swiftly escaping the encirclement of the direwolves. Despite the commendable leaping prowess of the wolf beasts, she found herself too preoccupied to notice. Bai Lu's gaze fell upon the orc's injuries. Fortunately, none bore severe wounds. Yet, for the first time, she recognized her own capriciousness. This forest was fraught with greater peril than she had anticipated. Had she arrived at the Twilight Wolf clan sooner, she might not have entangled the orcs in her plight. If only she hadn't grown weary of the monotonous fare in her clan, yearning for something beyond roasted meat, and had not lingered on her journey, contemplating whether Elle and the others viewed her as a burden. Perhaps she would have avoided the encounter with the pack of direwolves. In her previous ventures into the forest, she had never faced genuine danger. But this world continually reshaped her worldview. Reality afforded her no refuge. Now, Bai Lu longed only for safety, both for herself and the orcs. Silently, she prayed to the divine beast gods of this realm, pondering whether fate was aligned against her or perhaps in her favor. She would inevitably confront various dangers in the future, yet she hoped to transform calamity into fortune, even if she might still sustain injuries, though she remained blissfully unaware of this. Even if she were aware, what could she do to alter her fate? The orcs soon traversed a distance of over a kilometer. To mitigate the scent of blood that might attract predators, they washed their bodies in a rough stream and changed out of their bloodied garments, transforming into their wolf forms. Bai Lu, we must hasten to our clan. I wonder if the dire wolves have encroached upon our territory? Are the clansfolk aware of the situation here? With only 10 of us, plus you, we are easily targeted by large predators. Our territory is no longer safe. We must find our kin post-haste. Elle, the leader of this expedition, reiterated to the young Bai Lu. Understanding that she was a perceptive youngling with her own thoughts, he felt it imperative to clarify their circumstances, perhaps yielding unforeseen benefits, such as the revelation that dire wolves could not climb trees. Had Bai Lu not pointed this out, it is likely that no orc or female across the continent of Tianza would have known this vital piece of information. Perhaps some were aware, yet lacked the opportunity to share it, for the dire wolves spared no orc. All right, we shall revisit this later. For now, let us return to your kin, where we will gain greater advantage. Bai Lu acknowledged the urgency of resolving the dire wolf threat, especially with the tiger beast king lurking nearby. Although she possessed a strategy to ensnare the dire wolves, she recognized the impossibility of doing so without inflicting harm upon this jungle, here in the realm of Tianza. Amidst the Twilight Wolf clan. Chapter 11. Returned to the clan. Traversing one mountain peak after another, they encountered no predators along the way. Instead, they stumbled upon a few ginseng seedlings, their age unknown. Marking their location, Bai Lu hoped to return and procure them later. That cliff ahead marks the boundary of our territory. We have finally returned. Kabu exclaimed excitedly to Bai Lu. Bai Lu offered him a faint smile, feeling a sense of relief. Our clan comprises over 700 members, with around 500 being beastmen, making us the second largest tribe. Kabuka introduced to Bai Lu. Which tribe holds the first position? Bai Lu inquired with curiosity. The Golden Lion tribe boasts a formidable 1,000 members, nearly 700 of whom are beastmen, establishing it as the largest tribe in the Tianza continent. Bell continued, although I am reluctant to admit it. The strength of the beastmen from the Golden Lion tribe is indeed impressive. Why is there such a disparity? She asked, puzzled. Well, the female members of the Golden Lion tribe can have multiple male beastmen, while the Tianlang tribe is limited to just one. Do you still intend to remain with the Tianlang tribe? The speaker stuttered noticeably, revealing their inner conflict. Bai Lu yearned solely to find her destined one. If the Tianlang clan truly embodies such admirable qualities, then perhaps it is indeed a worthy choice. As for the Jinshi clan, she would rather pass. By the way, is it true that female members of the Tianlang clan can only have one partner? She pondered this and voiced her thoughts aloud. Well, regardless of whether they are female or male, each is the other's singular choice, a rule established by the first shaman. Any deviation from this norm could result in banishment from the tribe or, in severe cases, grievous injury or death, Elle added. Such strict regulations exist? Very well. In any case, she had no intention of having multiple partners, so it was of no concern to her. She replied nonchalantly, let us be off. Back we go. Elle stated. After they had taken only a few steps, a booming voice echoed. Elle, have you returned? Noah, keep your voice down. Don't frighten our adorable little cubs. Came the response. Where are you? Where are you? I heard you hadn't returned because you were out gathering food for the little ones. I say, They must eat plenty of meat to grow strong. Consuming excessive meat can lead to constipation, gallstones, osteoporosis, cancer, and other ailments. It is essential to maintain a balanced diet. Besides, why grow so robust? After all, I am a girl. Bai Lu suddenly felt as if she had unleashed a part of herself, let alone amongst beast men. Constipation? Cancer? Balance? Girl? Indeed, what is all this? Who am I and where am I? Noah's mind was filled with questions. What I mean is, one should consume some grass. It is unwise to eat too much meat, Bai Lu clarified. However, she did not foresee that her comments, applicable only to Earth, would yield unquantifiable consequences in the realm of beastmen. Beastmen must consume a substantial amount of meat to gain strength and power, Noah contested. Of course. But a little grass is also beneficial for health, Bai Lu countered. It will indeed help you become even stronger and more robust. Realizing that the beastmen might not comprehend her specialized terminology, she opted for a more straightforward expression. Noah's eyes sparkled with understanding. Perhaps the rumors were unfounded. The females in the tribe were not mere gossips, and the little cubs were indeed quite adorable, possessing such knowledge. Let us go. Chief Ta is inquiring about you, Noah said, patting Elle's back. How is Uncle Ta? Not well. His foot is still inconvenient for movement. This time the chief has faced considerable trouble. If it doesn't improve soon, I'm unsure what we shall do. Fortunately, you returned just in time, Noah replied candidly. Come. I have matters to discuss with Uncle Ta. With that, she took Noah by the hand and began to walk away. Yet, halfway there, she turned back and called out to Belle. Belle, please take Bai Lu to find your mother. I will join you shortly. After Elle and Noah departed, the beastmen gradually bid them farewell, leaving only Bai Lu, Belle, and Kabu. Bai Lu, you should go find Belle's mother. She will arrange your accommodation for tonight. We can discuss everything tomorrow, Kabu remarked, lightly punching his chest, urging him to take good care of Bai Lu. Hurry and check on your Ari. She may have been whisked away by some other fellow. With a playful punch directed at Kabu, Belle jested, Get lost. Stop talking nonsense. Bai Lu observed the orc Kabu's face flushing, though it was somewhat difficult to discern due to the darker hue of his complexion. Perhaps he was embarrassed? Belle stifled a laugh, gesturing for Bai Lu to follow him. Is Yali yours? Bai Lu inquired curiously. A future partner, he replied. They had agreed to inform the beast god after the heaviest rain of the rainy season, a fact known by all the tribe members. Oh, I see, Bai Lu responded. Realizing that there were only 500 orcs in total, with the females, including young cubs, numbering around 200. It was indeed delightful that Kabu would soon have a partner. Belle, puzzled, wondered why Bai Lu showed such interest in Kabu's affairs. Could it be that she wanted Kabu as her partner? What would happen to Yali then? Bai Lu seemed to be encroaching upon another's territory, but rather, she was just a young cub. What's the matter? Belle asked, noticing her hesitation and confusion. It's nothing. In truth, you are still a cub. Belle already has Yali. And when you come of age, you will surely find a desirable male orc. He had not intended to share this, yet Bai Lu's innocent expression compelled him to divulge. One should not casually take a liking to another's partner. Throughout their journey, Bai Lu had shown a particular fondness for Kabu, apart from her bond with Elle. Yet, what Belle was unaware of was that Bai Lu had always treated every orc with the same warmth. It was a mystery how Belle had perceived otherwise. Bai Lu found herself at a loss, bewildered by the absurdity of the situation. She had merely been indulging in some gossip. How could it be said that she had taken a liking to Kabu? Her sole curiosity lay in the identity of Ali, with no ulterior motives involved, as she clarified. That is a relief. I would not want to be caught between little Bai Lu and a dear friend, responded her companion. Bai Lu was indeed a wise young one, possessing knowledge of medicinal practices typically reserved for the elders. Kabu was his close companion. They had grown up together, hunting side by side. Ali, on the other hand, was a skillful female, and he wished for no animosity to arise between them. Is Ta the chieftain? What has happened to his leg? Bai Lu shifted the subject. Yes, Ta is the chieftain, and his leg was injured during the last hunt. He is unable to move at present. We hope he can resume hunting soon, replied Belle. Fortunately, Elle has returned and can assist Ta with the clan's responsibilities. I wonder when Hill will be back. Belle's last remark was barely audible, even to himself, let alone to Bai Lu, prompting her to delay their meeting. Why is Elle able to aid Chieftain Ta with clan matters? Is he a relative of the chieftain? Bai Lu inquired. Puzzled, Elle is the child of Ta's sister, Hongxi, who has now returned to the embrace of the beast god alongside Elle's father. Thus, Ta has raised Elle. Belle explained. Poor Elle, yet he is fortunate in a sense, as he at least has someone to guide him, Bai Lu remarked. Chapter 12. Jisong Mama indeed. Young ones who have lost their parents can return home with the beast men who adopt them. El was raised by the chieftain, Bell elaborated. What if I desire to live alone? Bai Lu began, but was swiftly interrupted by an excited Bell. Why live alone? It is perilous. Young ones cannot dwell alone without the company of a beast man. I remember, when I was very small, I had a dear friend named Kelly. His father was a warrior in our tribe. When a beast tide approached, he sacrificed himself to ensure the safe migration of our people, leaving Kelly and his mother behind. They lived alone, and one night, a wild beast entered their cave and devoured him. His mother, in a bid to protect him, was gravely injured and also returned to the embrace of the beast god. As Bell recounted this sorrowful tale, a heavy sadness enveloped him. Afterward, Chieftain Ta established a clan rule that young ones cannot live alone. They must have a beastman at home. The senses of beastmen are far superior to those of females and young ones, and their vigilance can avert dangers and minimize casualties. As for the young ones in our clan, their numbers are considerably fewer, allowing them to receive excellent care within beastman households. You may stay at my home tonight. It is just my father and me. Gradually, it was mentioned that this was a tribal rule, naturally for the sustainability of the young and the tribe. I understood. The beastly world is indeed this harsh. By the time we arrived at the wolf tribe, dusk had already fallen. El had previously provided a brief introduction to his clan, the wolf tribe, which ranks second in population only to the golden lion tribe. Nestled in the eastern part of the continent, the wolf tribe is predominantly composed of its own kind. And only those beasts accepted by all members of the wolf tribe can join. It stands as the most united tribe on the continent. As they spoke, Bell and his companions reached an open area, where dozens of puppies frolicked, varying in size and color from gray to white. I hadn't anticipated such a plethora of dogs. Bai Lu refrained from expressing her surprise, for that would have led to some delightful misunderstandings. Nearby, a large bonfire blazed, around which approximately 10 women, no, females, were seemingly roasting meat. Others gathered by the fire, engaged in conversation, their coarse garments hinting at a simple lifestyle. Yet, unfamiliar with their customs. I hesitated to inquire, deciding to ask El or Bell about it later. Upon seeing Bell approach, an exuberant voice rang out. Bell, you're back. Your mother is in the cave. And this must be little Bai Lu. Are you planning to stay at his home tonight? Surely. You're not thinking of becoming his mate. You never bring anyone to meet your mother. A loud-voiced person directly addressed Bell. Jisong Ma. Please don't speak out of turn. Bai Lu is merely staying for a while, Bell replied, understanding Jisong Ma's implication. He chose not to disclose whether little Bai Lu had a partner, though it appeared she might have someone special, as once, in her slumber, she had murmured, Don't go, don't go. The tone and voice were unmistakably those of a beloved calling out. Moreover, he harbored feelings for the girl next door, Guazi, who had grown up alongside him. Since childhood, he had been fond of her love for fruit, which inspired her name. Yet, she remained unaware of his affections. If she were to become his mate, he would surely treat her well. He pondered if she had someone in her heart as well. That day, he had successfully gathered the elusive cub fruit, which she devoured in its entirety. The very thought of her enjoyment made his cheeks flush. Look, look. Am I wrong? Your face is all red. This little bean is soon to be a grandmother. No, Bai Lu is still a little cub. Let us wait until she matures. Bell interjected, as Jisong Ma continued her lively chatter without pausing for his response. No, you've misunderstood, Jisong Ma. I have someone I like. Bell hurriedly clarified. If he didn't address this matter, it would likely spread tomorrow that Bai Lu and he were destined to be mates. Jisong Ma was precisely that type of person. Alas, he was in for trouble. Who is it? Let Jisong Ma help you with your mother's understanding, she whispered, pulling Bell aside. However, with her booming voice. It was impossible to keep secrets. Everyone was listening intently. Bai Lu heard every word clearly, astonished to discover that Bell had a crush. Beasts were, after all, beasts. Were they not typically more direct? How could one even harbor a secret affection? Indeed, a world unlike any other. Everyone is eagerly awaiting Bell's revelation. Yet he seems to relish in the suspense, pausing to tantalize the crowd, fully aware that they are listening intently. I want to tell you, he exclaims, wearing a foolish grin reminiscent of someone who has already found a companion. The crowd, having voiced their curiosities, receives no substantial answers, and, with lowered expectations, turns to gossip amongst themselves, abandoning their wait for further revelations. What is this, Bell? I am your beloved grandmother. I even fed you clover when you were a child. I should be the first to know, she protests. Just as she is about to continue, Bell interrupts. Grandmother, you are indeed my cherished grandmother. I would never hide anything from you. I'm merely waiting until I can pursue her. Once she agrees to be my companion, I will bring her to you. For now, let us not frighten her." Upon hearing this, grandmother prioritizes Belle's happiness, refraining from further probing. "Very well, then go seek your mother." "I shall prepare the pelts for Meng," she replies. Grandmother is the matriarch of their clan, known for her amiable nature but also her penchant for gossip, never hesitating to spread tales. Yet, she possesses the wisdom to know when to hold her tongue. Clover, in this context, refers to a three-leafed plant found near the riverbank. Known for its sweet tart flavor, adored by the younglings. Whenever I go to pick it, it is always gone. If you fancy it, I shall gather some for you. Every beastman has a duty to care for the young, so do not heed their idle chatter. I am aware you have someone special in your heart, Belle explains, leaving Bai Lu astonished. "Once, while you were asleep, I noticed it. I've been through such a scenario myself," he adds, addressing Bai Lu's unspoken doubts. Bai Lu, however, is reluctant to delve into his own matters, perhaps because they may not even exist. Belle refrains from pursuing the topic further and continues to lead Bai Lu onward. Chapter 13. Ruido Grandmother. I have returned, Belle announces as he steps into a cave. Indeed, the Tianlang tribe resides within caves, devoid of conventional houses. Bai Lu scrutinized the cave entrance, approximately 2 meters in height and 2 to 3 meters in width. The exterior was pristine and orderly, devoid of any clutter, while within, a female figure could be faintly discerned, seated on the ground, clutching something in her hands. "Buyer, you have returned. Are you injured?" Ruido, upon seeing Buyer's return, hurriedly approached her son, pinching his cheeks and inspecting him closely, as if to ascertain whether he had sustained any injuries. "I'm fine. I am unhurt, mother. This is Bai Lu, a young cub of just 18. If we do not arrange for her to stay with another family tonight, let her reside with us," Buyer informed Ruido, his mother. On the journey, Bai Lu had also disclosed her age, and they expressed that such youth was entirely normal. Observing Bai Lu's petite stature at 1.65 meters, one could indeed see her delicacy. Had anyone comprehended this classification, Bai Lu would have felt utterly mortified. "Bai Lu? A mere 18-year-old cub? Excellent. It's fortunate that your father has gone on patrol tonight. Come, sleep with me," Ruido exclaimed, shifting her gaze from Buyer to Bai Lu with palpable excitement. "Mother, is father leaving you alone at home?" Buyer suddenly interjected loudly. "No, isn't it because you have returned?" Ruido replied. "Mother, the customs of our clan, hasn't Callie's lesson sufficed?" Buyer retorted with indignation. "Buyer, I only allowed your father to go because I knew you were back. Do you think your mother is foolish?" Ruido explained. "I am also concerned for you. Dinner is soon. Let us hurry," Buyer said, suddenly feeling a bit sheepish, perhaps realizing his tone had been too harsh. "Yes, indeed. If we delay, all the good meat will be snatched away," Ruido exclaimed, her urgency evident. "Dinner?" Bai Lu noted the time for the evening meal had arrived, but wondered where they would dine. Buyer and Ruido led Bai Lu toward the direction from which they had just arrived. "You have just come here. I wonder if that rascal Buyer has filled you in?" Ruido remarked as they walked. "Let Buyer go ahead to secure us a good spot." As she prepared to turn and instruct Buyer to go first, he interjected, "I will go find us a good table. You two take your time. Don't mind him. That brat." Ruido intended to express her frustration but was interrupted, her annoyance tempered by the affection evident in her eyes. Listening to Ruido's narrative, Bai Lu learned that within the Tianlang tribe, meals were served only twice a day, once around 9 or 10 in the morning and again at 7 or 8 in the evening. The tribe's females took turns preparing meals, primarily barbecued meat, though these women volunteered their services mainly to hone their culinary skills, which sometimes left the orcs' appetites unsatisfied. The orcs were divided into 2 teams each day. One team patrolled the tribe and its territory, while the other ventured out to hunt. The orc team presents their daily catch to the tribe, where the chief and the shaman oversee its equitable distribution. Soon, Bai Lu and Ruido's mother arrived at the clearing, though it was not entirely vacant. A portion of the females were tending to the barbecue duty, while others engaged in idle conversation, yet the absence of the younglings was palpable. "Ruido's mother, are there no little orcs around?" Bai Lu inquired, noticing the lack of any young females. "Did they not come?" She pressed further. "Did you not see them?" Ruido's mother responded, puzzled. "There were plenty on our way here." "No, all I see are orcs and females. What else is there?" Bai Lu replied, perplexed. Oh. The wolf pups, those little dogs are the young orcs," Bai Lu suddenly realized. Meanwhile, Ruido's mother stifled a giggle, trying to hide her amusement from Bai Lu, though her muffled laughter was unmistakable. Bai Lu subtly rolled her eyes, as if to say it was merely a matter of not having reacted in time. Isn't the beastly form of the little beast man adorable? Females are particularly fond of it. Once you come of age, you too might have a little beast man of your own. No, ideally a little female. She would be far more charming than a little beast man. I listened as Ruido's mother spoke animatedly, as though there were an endless array of topics to discuss. However, dear Ruido's mother, you are perhaps thinking too far ahead. She has yet to reach adulthood in this world. Ruido's mother, shall we go dine? I am quite famished, I suggested. Yes, yes. Let us first indulge in some roasted meat, and we shall continue our conversation afterward. It seems Ruido's mother was in high spirits. Bai Lu felt a sense of helplessness. Never had anyone engaged her in such a conversation. Either they were unfamiliar or she had chosen to ignore them, and gradually, no one paid her any attention. Yet, this sensation was both exhilarating and troubling. As she spoke, someone pulled her closer to the fire, where a stone basin sat, presumably for cooking, filled with chunks of meat. Amma selected a piece that appeared to be a type of rib, for it was roasted with little meat clinging to it. Nowadays, the beasts had grown increasingly lean. Offering scant sustenance, lamented Ruido's Amma. Do not forget, the snow season has only just passed, and many animals lack food. Once they have recuperated, they will surely be robust again. I shall assist you in hunting one when the time comes, Bai Lu offered, noticing that Ruido's Amma had not partaken of the meat. Wishing to contribute, even though it was unnecessary. No need for that. I simply desire meat, and your father suffices. Your assistance is not required. Ruido's Amma rebuffed her. In that instant, Bai Lu felt superfluous. Very well, I shall simply enjoy the roasted meat. I knew it would be this way, and yet sought to complicate matters. Eventually, Bai Lu learned that in the Tianling tribe, females typically gathered fruits and crafted garments while the majority of the roasting work was performed by the orcs, who were adept hunters, capable of conquering anything, save for childbirth. However, Bai Lu was at a growth stage. Consuming this fare was quite unfair to her, Ruido's Amma expressed with guilt. Not at all. I relish gnawing on ribs, Bai Lu replied. Indeed, the ribs were delectable, yet they could not fathom why anyone would take pleasure in bones. Unsure if it was genuine affection or merely a pretense, as they lacked the means to articulate it. Next time, when Belle is free, I'll have him catch a long-toothed beast for you. Its meat is tender, and I am certain you would enjoy it, Ruido's Amma continued. That sounds delightful. But did you not mention that the chief and the shaman must oversee the distribution? Can we hunt privately? Bai Lu inquired, perplexed. Little Bai Lu. Only the team hunters are required to submit their catches. There are elderly orcs in our tribe who need sustenance, so contributions are necessary for equitable distribution among households. However, private hunts must be reported to the chief and the shaman, Ruido's Amma explained patiently. I see. So the females consume roasted meat regularly. Does that not become monotonous? Bai Lu questioned. Not exclusively. We also gather fruits, Ruido's Amma replied. And do we still submit to the tribe? About once a month. We organize a team to gather fruits for the elderly orc females, Ruido's Amma clarified. As she spoke, it dawned on Bai Lu that tomorrow was the day for fruit gathering. Will you be attending? If so, you must inform Yang, for he is leading the expedition, Ruido's Amma mused after a moment. Very well. I do not grasp the process entirely. I shall familiarize myself first. Chapter 14. The mischievous child. Before Bai Lu could further inquire about the protocols for fruit gathering, a female, approximately 1.9 meters tall, approached her. Hey, are you the little cub who just arrived today? Wonka spoke to Bai Lu with an air of arrogance. And who might you be? Bai Lu inquired, perplexed. Me? You don't even know. I just arrived, so indeed, I am unfamiliar. You may refer to me as Wonko, the boss. Her tone dripped with disdain, accompanied by a proud demeanor. Heh, what are you laughing at? What is so amusing? Wonko glared at Bai Lu, her frustration boiling over. May I ask, how old are you? Bai Lu replied languidly from her seat. What does that matter to you? Just know that you will address me as Wonko, the boss. Wonko insisted obstinately. And if I refuse? Bai Lu retorted. Then I shall command my father to expel you from the tribe, leaving you at the mercy of wild beasts, Wonko threatened. Very well. As long as you can persuade your father to banish me, I shall depart immediately, Bai Lu replied indifferently. Wonka pointed at Bai Lu. Speechless after stammering for a while. Bai Lu is indifferent to the tribe's affiliation. She merely encountered orcs from the Heavenly Wolf tribe. Who is Lonko's father? In their eyes, she is but a mere cub, and even as a female, she cannot be dismissed casually. The chief would not overlook such behavior, and if he were to protect them, It would be better to leave the tribe altogether than to remain in such an environment. Little Bai Lu, Lan Ke is the chief's young female cub, nearly 25 years of age. Although she possesses such a temperament, the chief will not heed her words. Do not take her remarks to heart. Ruido's mother, upon hearing the commotion, approached and said, "Come, have a bowl of meat soup to warm yourself. The night approaches, and it will grow quite cold." She then extended the stone bowl towards Bai Lu. Bai Lu grasped the stone bowl, which bore a certain weight, and with the broth inside, it proved somewhat unwieldy. She had no choice but to set it down on the flat ground beside her. "Little Bai Lu, fret not. Once you come of age, you will handle it with ease," comforted Ruido's mother. Bai Lu pondered that even at 30, she might still struggle, for she was not of this land, yet she merely nodded in agreement. Surrounded by the sounds of conversation and the gnawing of meat bones, Bai Lu and Ruido's mother each relished their respective bowls of meat broth, while also savoring the bones they had taken from the pot. Ruido's mother, "What of Lan Ke?" Bai Lu hesitated to inquire. "Oh, it's nothing. She simply admires Sierra. He has been traveling far and wide, seldom returning, but whenever he does, he brings with him fierce beasts. Lan Ke longs to hunt as he does. Yet being but a cub, she can only stealthily slip away with the other younglings of the tribe," Ruido's mother explained. Recognizing that Bai Lu was new to the tribe and unfamiliar with its inhabitants. "Who is Sierra?" Bai Lu asked, filled with curiosity. "Sierra is the young beastman of the Ta tribe. Nearly 30 years of age this year. Lan Ke is his sister. Speaking of Sierra, he is a warrior of the tribe, already permitted to venture out beyond the territory for training, despite not yet having reached adulthood. Not to mention, he had slain an adult ferocious beast at the tender age of 16, a creature so formidable that even a dozen adult beastmen would struggle to vanquish it. Thus, even in his youth, the chieftain has granted him the privilege to roam the outer lands," she continued, shifting her tone slightly. "Lan Ke has always yearned to accompany her brother to the outer realms, yet as a mere cub, she is not allowed to venture out alone, even as a female. The beastmen females of the tribe are aware of her, yet none can take her along. She must wait for the tribe's younglings to lead her outside." Ruido's mother spoke of Sierra with an unmistakable pride. "What a curious situation. Can the younglings truly take her out?" Bai Lu inquired. "Upon turning 30, beastman cubs must venture into the territory to hunt beasts, while female cubs accompany adult females to familiarize themselves with the myriad flora and fauna of the forest. Lan Ke has always sought an opportunity to step outside, yet the chieftain forbids her from partaking in any activities at present," Ruido's mother clarified. No wonder Lan Ke bore such an arrogant demeanor. She was the child of the tribe's leader and had such an illustrious brother. Truly, she could stride with confidence. It was indeed wise to keep her confined for the time being. Yet, how could one extinguish her aspirations? The chieftain had contemplated numerous methods, yet none seemed effective. She remained confined within the tribe's bounds. But there is one beastman who commands her obedience, her brother Sierra. Alas, he is yet to return to the tribe," Ruido's mother remarked. "Very well, then, is there anything I should be mindful of when we go fruit picking tomorrow?" Bai Lu sought to redirect the conversation, initially merely engaging in small talk about Lan Ke. "As a cub, you need only stay close to the adult females, do not stray, and above all, do not leave the group," Ruido's mother reiterated emphatically. Bai Lu understood the meaning behind the words of Ruido Mama. The forest harbors unimaginable dangers. When a female ventures out alone and strays from the group, the lurking beast will undoubtedly tear her apart. "I understand," she replied obediently, sitting quietly. "Tomorrow, you may accompany me, along with the other females. We shall gather an abundance of fruit," Ruido Mama declared. "Yes, that sounds good," Bai Lu nodded in agreement. "After we finish eating, we shall return. I will prepare a place for you to sleep tonight." No, I can manage on my own." "Where will you assign me?" "I prefer to arrange my own sleeping space," Bai Lu promptly declined. "Let us rest for a while before heading back. We can discuss it then," Ruido Mama said with a smile. Bai Lu returned the smile. Before long, dinner was finished, and Ruido Mama placed the bones in a designated spot. Bai Lu followed and discovered a pit filled with large bones. "What is this for?" she wondered aloud. "It is to nourish the trees in the jungle. Each day, a designated beast person places bones in the pit beneath specific trees to help them grow taller and sturdier. Though the jungle is fraught with peril, it also shelters us," she continued, noticing Bai Lu's curiosity. "I have heard of a place where the sun sets and no trees or flowers grow, just an expanse of tiny stones. The fierce winds there can sweep away beast people and even ferocious beasts. None have ever returned alive," Ruido Mama said, her face displaying terror as if danger was imminent. That sounds like a desert, barren and strewn with sand and stones. Could those strange winds be tornadoes? Bai Lu pondered. In the 28th century, deserts posed a significant challenge for humanity. Earth possesses only a quarter of its land area, of which merely 20% is habitable. Humanity faces a grave crisis, influenced by meteorite impacts. To her surprise, deserts also exist in the Beast era. Chapter 15. The toxic chestnut tree. The pit before them was approximately 5 meters in diameter. Its depth obscured as it was nearly filled. How can hard bones nourish the trees? Bai Lu asked with curiosity. Simply dig a small hole beneath the tree. Toss the bones in and cover them with soil. However, some beasts may dig them out, Ruedo Mama explained. Let me tell you. Those great trees consume the bones of beasts. Not only do they grow increasingly robust, but their fruits also ripen sooner, she whispered closely to Bai Lu's ear. This is a discovery I stumbled upon, and no one else knows of it, Ruedo Mama said proudly. Bai Lu was perplexed as to why Ruido's mother would divulge this information about a female they had only just met today, and one that was still a mere cub at that. Yet, the volume of Ruido's mother rivaled that of Jisong's mother, and it was likely that all nearby females were aware of it, not to mention the more perceptive beastmen with their keen sense of hearing. I am uncertain whether I can expedite matters. I shall have to wait and see. Moreover, bones will inevitably be discovered in the pit. My words are of little consequence. Ruido's mother continued nonchalantly, pondering why she had been so cautious earlier. Nonetheless, Bai Lu felt it prudent to inform the tribe. She was unaware of where they had buried the bones beneath which tree. If it were a fruit tree, the changes would be readily apparent. Otherwise, it might remain undiscovered for quite some time. As for nurturing the trees, fertilizer could be utilized. Indeed, fertilizer, the finest natural fertilizer, is readily available. Yet she was unsure where the females of the tribe relieved themselves. Lost in thought, a sudden realization struck her mind. Of course, the restroom. Ruido's mother. Where can one find a toilet? Bai Lu inquired softly, preparing to tug Ruido's mother back to their cave. A toilet? Oh, that's just for relieving oneself, over there. Ruido's mother replied, initially puzzled by the question but quickly understanding upon seeing Bai Lu's discomfort, and then gestured in the direction. Bai Lu barely comprehended the meaning behind Ruido's mother's words, yet she wondered why she had to speak so loudly. Covering her face, Bai Lu felt a flush of embarrassment wash over her. There's no need to be shy. This is something every living beast and female experiences daily, Ruido's mother jested. No. Oh dear, let us head to the restroom first. Bai Lu interjected, eager to avoid an explanation. Perhaps it was simply due to her limited interactions with them, as they seemed so carefree and had never exhibited shyness. Moreover, she was in dire need. Time was of the essence. Let us hurry, Bai Lu urged, interrupting whatever Ruido's mother had intended to say. The urgency of human nature could not be ignored. Recognizing Bai Lu's pressing need, Ruido's mother guided her to a secluded grove. Upon reaching a grand tree, she remarked, "This will do. Let me check for any beastmen nearby." She stepped about 5 or 6 meters away, turning her back to Bai Lu. Bai Lu, disregarding other matters, addressed Ruido's mother. "We can leave now." She continued, "From now on, you may relieve yourselves here. It is quite safe." Ruido's mother resumed her interrupted words. "These trees are indeed toxic. Have you been using this place for such purposes all along?" Bai Lu reminded her, having seen the warning that indicated toxicity, yet also the possibility of purification. "Yes, these trees are poisonous, which is why many wild beasts dare not approach. For the orcs, as long as one avoids touching the trunk, they remain unharmed by the poison. Even in the event of poisoning, the shaman has already prepared a salve. This place is relatively secure," Ruido's mother explained to Bai Lu. "Yet these trees are still toxic. We cannot ascertain whether they inflict any hidden damage on our bodies," Bai Lu countered. "Indeed, why would we choose to relieve ourselves here amidst such toxicity?" Ruido's mother seemed momentarily befuddled by the discussion. Bai Lu covered her mouth and laughed, initially puzzled. Ruido's mother soon realized what was happening upon seeing Bai Lu's smile. "Ah, you little rascal, you're teasing your Ruido's mother," she exclaimed, playfully tickling her. "Haha. No, stop, hee. All right, that's enough," Bai Lu gasped, wiping away the saline tears from the corners of her eyes. "This tree trunk is toxic, though the poison is not particularly potent. This grove is known for its foul odor within the tribe, which I believe deters nearby wild beasts. Perhaps the frequency with which the beastmen visit here leaves behind their scent, rendering the wild animals cautious, for their noses are quite sensitive," Bai Lu explained meticulously. "Moreover, while the trunk is poisonous, the fruit it bears is harmless. if it weren't for the stench masking the fragrance of the fruit. I suspect this place would have long been frequented by wild animals. She picked up a hard fruit from the ground, peeling back its outer skin to reveal a crisp chestnut, indeed, a chestnut. The indication showed it was non-toxic, while her peripheral vision caught the towering tree, marked as poisonous. The shaman had never mentioned it. She had only learned from her ancestors that this was a site for the Law Clan's offerings. It was imperative to avoid the trunk. And though the shaman had concocted an antidote, she had never encountered this particular fruit before. Ruido's mother marveled at the chestnut in Bai Lu's hand. Is this the fruit of the great tree? Non-toxic? Can it be eaten? She scrutinized the peeled chestnut closely, but discerned nothing unusual. Perhaps you all deemed the trunk toxic and thus never interacted with the branches, given that it stands around 10 meters tall, and thus overlooked it. Bai Lu continued. This chestnut is best enjoyed when roasted with sugar, but lacking that, it can be roasted or boiled as well. However, it must not be eaten raw, as that would lead to poisoning. She proceeded to peel several more chestnuts, revealing their brown shells. Are you certain they are non-toxic? No wild beast has touched them. Ruido's mother expressed her skepticism. They are harmless. Many in the old tribe consumed them without issue, Bai Lu assured her. Although this chestnut was of normal size, it differed from those typically found in this world. Breaking one open revealed the flesh within, which appeared rather diminutive and unripe. What is it? Ruido's mother inquired, perplexed by Bai Lu's actions. It is not yet ripe. Only mature chestnuts can be eaten when cooked, Bai Lu informed her. Then shall we wait until they ripen and cook some to feed to the wild beasts to observe their reactions? Ruido's mother suggested. Certainly, Bai Lu replied, understanding her caution. For this was a matter of life and death. Chestnuts can also nourish the kidneys and strengthen the spleen and stomach, but they should be consumed in moderation. When they ripen, be cautious not to indulge recklessly. Very well. I will heed your advice. If proven edible, we shall have an additional food source for winter. And the tribe will be grateful to you. The visage of Ruido's mother, beaming with hopes and dreams, seemed to illuminate the heart of Bai Lu with the warmth of happiness. The value of food is indisputable. It is only through loss that one learns to cherish. And even in the absence of experience, one can still appreciate its worth. They exchanged a knowing smile. Let us depart. We should return and rest early. Tomorrow, we shall set forth to the outskirts. Yet, you have only just arrived at the tribe. Are you certain you wish to go tomorrow? Shouldn't you rest a while? Ruido's mother inquired with concern. No need. Let us go. Whatever needs to be discussed can wait until tomorrow, after all. These chestnuts have yet to ripen and will require more time. Overthinking serves no purpose. Bai Lu gently pulled Ruido's mother, who was still preparing to linger, out of the chestnut grove and towards Belle's home. Chapter 16. Insomnia. The night was cool, and Bai Lu, already nestled in bed, found herself tossing and turning, unable to find solace in sleep. With eyes wide open, she gazed at the cavern before her, resting upon a makeshift bed of grass. The faint light filtering through the animal skin door she crafted was the flickering glow from the campfire outside, accompanied by the crackling of burning kindling. Yet her heart remained unsettled. Even though she had chosen not to return home, there was no need to worry about her grandmother's well-being. That person had not sought her out in quite some time, leading her to ponder if she was merely hallucinating. Yet, he felt so tangible. Moreover, she found herself ensnared in the same dream each night. Was it all an illusion? She grasped the multifunctional tool knife resting beside her head, recalling time spent at school, savoring street food, and collaborating with seniors in the laboratory for research. Even without returning home, she would video call her grandmother. Would such a life ever return? Tomorrow? What unforeseen events might unfold? Would there be snake beasts? Man-eating bears? Were there piranhas in the lake? Might dinosaurs roam this land? No, she should not dwell on such perilous thoughts. If there were ginseng or spiritual herbs, treasures of heaven and earth, could they not be found along the way? Regrettably, time was of the essence. If only they could be collected on the journey, but what if a beast devoured them first? She shook her head, dismissing such thoughts. What is the point of overthinking? Sleep, sleep, sleep. Counting 1 round dumpling, 2 round dumplings, 3 round dumplings, she closed her eyes, envisioning her grandmother preparing meatballs in a pot, counting them. Enough. Frustrated, she sat up, searching for the backpack sent by Belle. She quickly located it in a corner. From the side pocket of her windbreaker, she retrieved the last 2 ham sausages she had saved during the journey. Unwrapping one, she took a bite to soothe her restless stomach. Why must I count my grandmother's meatballs? Wouldn't it be better to count sheep or leaves? She bit into the sausage again. Is my yearning for hot pot really this overwhelming? No. I do not wish to know what sheep in this world look like. My petite frame would surely lead to trouble. Leaves would suffice. Yes, yet what flavor does matcha cake possess? Creamy, smooth. No, no. Why is this so difficult for me? Is this a trial bestowed upon me by the heavens? Alas, I still must remain but a mere mortal. Am I not feeding you? She sighed, feeling the hunger pangs within her. Having finished one sausage, she lamented, still hungry. What to do? I have no desire to venture out for food at this late hour. Nor do I wish to disturb anyone. Gazing upon the last remnants of sustenance from that world, I ponder whether I shall ever taste it again. Yet, I am compelled to eat. I mustn't. It feels as though two little voices are whispering in my ears. Eat. If you eat, you shan't be hungry. But I cannot eat. This may very well be the final sausage in existence. Once consumed, it is gone forever. Eventually, it will be eaten, whether sooner or later. It will be consumed. Still, I hold firm in my resolve. Should I save it for a later date? Let us not forget, sausages do have an expiration date. Indeed. If I do not eat it, shall I preserve it instead? If I wish to preserve something, I would rather keep a versatile multi-tool. Precisely. It is good to come to that conclusion. Now eat. Eat. Yes, eat. As a mere mortal, I succumb to temptation, tearing open the packaging and taking a small bite. Ah, the aroma is exquisite. Each bite lingers in my mouth for an eternity before I dare take another, yet all things must come to an end. Time for slumber. Sleep. Sleep. Lying down, I must not overthink this. I shall simply drift off, for tomorrow I must venture out. Tossing and turning, I find sleep elusive. My heart aches with unshed tears. Am I truly that unaccustomed to this bed? After all this time in this world, am I still unaccustomed to being among others? Lacking energy, what shall I do tomorrow? Perhaps I shall sing a song? The vast horizon is my love. Beneath the endless mountains, flowers bloom. What is this? This is not a lullaby. The more I sing, the more invigorated I feel. No, no, I must change the tune. I see raindrops falling upon the verdant grass. I hear the bell ringing for class. Yet, I cannot hear your voice. Indeed, it has been far too long since I last heard him. Who is he? I slowly close my eyes. A noble nose, lips neither thick nor thin, and beneath a pair of sharp brows, profound eyes gaze back at me. His lips part slightly. Lulu, Lulu. I know this is but a dream, and I wish not to awaken, for his voice sounds so near, forever gentle. I long to speak, yet words elude me, leaving me only to gaze at his lips while listening to the soft cadence of his calls. Suddenly, his figure begins to blur, as if he knows he must depart, offering me a tender smile. He softly whispers, Lulu, do not go, do not go. I have so much to say to you. Please, do not leave. In the dream, I cry out in desperation, wishing for him to hear my words. Yet they remain unheard. If someone were to stand by my bedside, they would witness my frantic gestures as I plead for him not to leave. A sense of helplessness that no one could comprehend. Perhaps someone understands, yet he remains oblivious. Upon opening my eyes, I find it is already 4 a.m, and dawn has yet to break. I wipe away the dampness from my tear-streaked eyes, sitting upon the makeshift bed, leaning against the wall, my hands clasped around my knees, rendering me small and vulnerable. Lost in thought, I suddenly slap my face awake, rising to stretch lazily, kicking my legs and twisting my waist. Life must go on. Today, I must venture outside. While they remain asleep, I will tidy up the dwelling. I will arrange the makeshift bedding of wild grasses neatly and fold the animal skin blanket into the corner. It seems there is nothing else. Oh, the backpack. After such a long time, I wonder if its contents have spoiled. I retrieve the woven backpack made of resilient vines, which has dried and taken shape. Inside, there are some snake scales and the wild grasses I collected along the way. As long as they are non-toxic, I casually toss them into the backpack. I lay it on the ground, instinctively wishing not to trigger any notifications, as they can cause a throbbing headache. Indeed, nothing appears. As I sort through the pile of grasses, wait, what is this? Mint. What? Mint. Mint. I recall that I intended to dry it before bringing it back to the tribe. Oh no. When I encountered the pack of wild dogs, I had no time to process this mint. I wonder if they remembered to lay it out to dry. Gazing at the already moldy leaves, I realized they will soon decay, blending seamlessly into the leaf pile. How much did I collect back then? Yes, 1 bag. Not too much, yet not too little either. I pinch the bridge of my nose. I will ask Belle when dawn breaks. If it has indeed spoiled, I will have to discard it in the chestnut grove to serve as compost. Thankfully, I resolved the issue of the red berries while on the road, or they too would have gone to waste. Aside from the mint, I cannot recognize any other useful grasses, so I reluctantly open the notifications and scan my surroundings. Without exception, all are labeled non-toxic. At that moment, footsteps resound from outside. Chapter 17. The strange ruido in the early morning. Accompanied by birdsong and the calls of unidentified creatures, sounds echo far through the forest. Within a cave in the eastern region of the Tianlang tribe, a distinct set of footsteps halts Bai Lu's task of sorting the grasses, causing her to hold her breath. Are there wild beasts outside? These footsteps are undeniably not Belle's. He is at home. The heavy, powerful footsteps send tremors through Bai Lu's heart. Why has Belle not issued a warning? Is he incapacitated? Surely, he has the strength to at least call out? Moreover, there are no sounds of a struggle. The endurance of beast men far surpasses that of human men. Yet, this is the beast world, fraught with peril. What about Belle? Silently, I retrieve the multifunctional tool knife from the pile of grasses, pressing the button. The sound echoing loudly in the hollow cave. The footsteps outside cease. After about a minute of silence, I can sense the footsteps approaching the cave entrance. As I lift the animal skin curtain, a soft light illuminates my face, casting a long shadow. The tall figure silhouetted against the light is obscured. Who are you? What are you doing in my home? A cold voice inquires. Just as I prepare to thrust my knife, I freeze in astonishment. What? Your home? I am still trying to comprehend. This is not Belle's residence? Little cub, this is my home. Where is your father? The newcomer asks. I have no father. Bai Lu instinctively replies. No father? Then what of your mother? With a grave tone, he inquired. I have neither father nor mother. Who are you? Is this not the Belle residence? Bai Lu responded with an effort to maintain a calm demeanor. What does signify? Are you perhaps mistaken? This is indeed the Belle household. Expressing confusion, she pondered. Is that all there is to it? Just a simple Just as she was about to pose her question, she noticed him turning away to leave. Bai Lu sat atop a mound of weeds, the outside world enveloped in silence. She hastily patted her chest, striving to calm her racing heart. Who could that have been? The dawn was gently brightening, signaling the time to venture out. She placed 5 scales from a serpent into her backpack, tucked a multifunctional knife into her pocket, and stepped out of the cave, bearing the weight of her load. Just then, Ruido's mother emerged from her dwelling, her face slightly flushed and her attire somewhat disheveled. At this juncture, it is pertinent to describe the cave's layout. It resembled a modern 3-room suite, with a storage room, 1 room each for Ruido's mother and Bayer, and a spacious central area. Bai Lu's chamber was conveniently positioned diagonally across from the cave's entrance, akin to a grand doorway. Ruido's mother, are you all right? Bai Lu inquired with genuine concern. Approaching her, she reached out to check her forehead. You're not running a fever, are you? Fever? What fever? I'm fine, Bai Lu. Are you leaving? Ruido's mother replied, a hint of embarrassment in her tone. Are you certain? Your face looks quite red. Would you like to see a doctor? Bai Lu pressed gently. No. Let us just get going. Ruido's mother, piecing together Bai Lu's childish concern, wished to divert the conversation. All right then, but do let me know if you feel unwell. Bai Lu conceded, noting that her mother's complexion had returned to normal. Yes, let us go. Ruido's mother straightened her disordered attire and tousled her hair as they walked. Upon exiting the cave, they encountered a number of females and beast men heading towards the clearing. Ruido's mother took Bai Lu by the hand, guiding her into the throng. Soon they arrived at the clearing, where many beast men and females had already gathered, whispering amongst themselves. Although the atmosphere was bustling, no one spoke loudly. Only hushed voices could be heard. Bai Lu, I spoke with Yang last night, and you were to stick with me today. You mustn't wander off. Ruido's mother cautioned in a low voice, though it was still somewhat conspicuous. Rest assured, Ruido's mother, I shall stay close to you, Bai Lu promised earnestly. Good. Ruido's mother smiled in return. Rui, are you bringing the little female along? Shall we all go together? I seem to have had quite the luck lately. We ought to seize the opportunity. Ruido's mother was startled when a hand landed on her shoulder. Yet, recognizing the voice, Bai Lu knew who it was. Indeed, it was Ji Sang's mother. Upon her arrival, all heads turned to look, only to quickly revert their attention elsewhere upon recognizing her. All right. But when will you temper that reckless nature of yours? Remember last time when you spotted a baby goo-goo beast and, in your excitement, lunged at it, causing it to flee? Ruido's mother reminded her, recalling past events. That was an accident. Last time, I even managed to catch a bird beast. Ji Sang's mother hastily defended herself. That bird beast was likely bitten by something else, allowing you to take advantage of the situation. How can you even boast about that? Ruido's mother retorted. That's not true. It was merely pretending to be dead, and I saw through its ruse. Ji-sang's mother exclaimed, eager to justify herself. Ji-sang's mother once again raised her voice, though it was evident she was merely putting on a brave front. Those around could not help but chuckle. Go on. Continue your chatter, she remarked to the onlookers. Ji-sang, this is the truth. You mustn't let embarrassment cloud your judgment, she added, stifling a giggle behind her hand. I am not embarrassed, Ruido. You mustn't speak carelessly. I am not that kind of person, Ji-sang's mother retorted stubbornly. Indeed, you are not. Ruido's mother chimed in. Ruido, after all this chatter, will you join me or not? Ji-sang nudged Ruido's arm with her own. Of course. When have we ever not gone together? Just don't touch me, Ruido feigned disdain. However, Bai Lu could clearly perceive the sincerity in Ruido's mother's gaze. Ji-sang's mother broke into a silly grin, and Ruido's mother joined in the laughter, while Bai Lu merely pursed her lips, a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. What is the cause of such merriment? Bayer approached Bai Lu and inquired. Oh, nothing much. Are you joining us today? Bai Lu asked. No, I must consult with El regarding the Tiger Beast King matter. I won't feel at ease until it is resolved, Bayer replied. By the way, this time we can only forage within the territory, Bayer suddenly announced. Aren't we going to the outskirts? Ruido's mother questioned. Upon my return, I reported the situation regarding the main dog and the Tiger Beast King to the tribe. Venturing too far is perilous, this time. The escorting orc team has increased from 40 to 100, Bayer continued. So serious? Bai Lu understood that typically around 40 females would go for gathering. Likely one orc for each female, but this time it would probably be 2 orcs per female. You know this is no jest, Bayer said solemnly. Indeed, I comprehend. Bai Lu, having experienced such dangers, recognized the truth in the adage of ants moving an elephant. Casualties were inevitable in the tribe. The beastly world was fraught with peril. Had she not already grasped this? Well, this time we will remain within the inner perimeter, which is still quite vast. Relax, it is not the time for annihilation. Observing whether the fruits near the inner perimeter are ripe is an important task as well, Bayer reassured. Ji-sang's mother and Ruido's mother were momentarily distracted, their thoughts turning to the fruits within the inner perimeter. Chapter 18. The fruits in a moment, Yang would announce this change in route. You need only heed the precautions. And I shall take my leave, Bayer informed Bai Lu, and before she could gather her thoughts, Bayer had already drifted away. Silence, silence. No talking, please. Before I depart. I have an announcement to make, a voice suddenly declared. Bai Lu looked up to see a gray wolf with a few tufts of black fur standing atop a large stone, which quickly transformed into a human figure. He still sported a beard, his appearance unremarkable within the tribe. The chatter below had ceased. This time, due to the uncertain dangers lurking outside, we altered our course, intending only to gather edible fruits from within the inner region to fill a beast hide pouch. The younglings were to closely follow the adult females, while the orcs remained vigilant, keeping an eye on the females and their young for safety. Without further ado, everyone prepared for departure. Yang, having spoken, transformed into a celestial wolf and leapt down from the rock. The group exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of the source of the noise, and gradually began to speculate on the events that had transpired in the outer territory. How many fruits could be gathered from within? After all, the wild beasts had only recently emerged to forage, and many fruits were still undeveloped. Let us depart, Yang shouted from the front. The females lined up in 2 rows, with the orcs stationed on either side and at the rear, remaining alert. In the crisp morning of the Bai Lu season, Ruido Ma and Ji-sang Ma positioned themselves at the forefront of the procession, departing from the tribe. The forest ahead was adorned with unfamiliar species of trees. Upon opening the hint, Bai Lu felt a wave of dizziness, a sensation of disorientation washing over her. She rubbed her eyes and shook her head, noting that the trees before her posed no danger and held no remarkable properties. Time slipped by as they traversed the woods. Bai Lu had left her watch in a cave, fearing it might be lost, thus she had not relied on it. Instead, she could still gauge the time by the sun's rays, armed only with her trusty tool knife. Bai Lu, I have long been curious about how you crafted that pocket. Ruido inquired after much hesitation, unconsciously stroking the vine, her eyes brimming with uncontainable yearning. Oh, is that what you mean? It is woven from resilient vines. Quite durable indeed. If you wish to learn, I can teach you to weave it, provided you find the resilient vine first, Bai Lu replied. Resilient vine? Is it that grass? Ruido pointed at the basket on Bai Lu's back. Yes, precisely, Bai Lu affirmed. Will you teach me to weave? Ruido asked excitedly. Only if we find the resilient vine first. Other materials can serve as substitutes, Bai Lu clarified. Right. We must locate the resilient vine first. Ma responded with enthusiasm. What does the resilient vine look like? Ma inquired. Indeed, Bai Lu. What does the resilient vine resemble? Ma echoed. The resilient vine is a name I have given it. Examine the basket closely. Perhaps you can discern the appearance of the resilient vine. I cannot provide a detailed description, as most vines bear a striking resemblance to one another. Any indestructible vine could suffice, though it must be verified whether it can be shaped like mine, Bai Lu mused. Suddenly, she realized that it was not strictly necessary to use the resilient vine. Any vine would do. If only we could find bamboo. It would yield even better results than the resilient vine, she thought, her mind racing with the idea of bamboo baskets, bamboo containers, winnowing trays, bamboo baskets, and even wardrobes or bamboo chairs. The prospect of constructing a bamboo house flashed through her mind, something she had only ever seen in history. Fortunately, she possessed some knowledge of their construction, having longed for a bamboo dwelling of her own. However, a moment of practicality struck her, regardless of whether they could find bamboo. Constructing such structures in a land fraught with natural disasters and calamities was far from realistic. But that's neither here nor there, she mused. I haven't even spotted a single bamboo shoot yet. Little Bai Lu? Little Bai Lu? Ma's voice broke through her reverie as she was about to inquire about bamboo, observing Bai Lu lost in thought. What is it? Bai Lu replied. Can bamboo also be fashioned into a basket? Would it be even more effective? Ma asked. Indeed. But I am uncertain where we might find it, Bai Lu confirmed. What does it look like? Is it easily recognizable? Perhaps we know of such grass. Ma pondered. It should be tall and green, with a trunk slimmer than that of ordinary trees, hollow within, and segmented, Bai Lu described. Striving to describe it, I was uncertain about the appearance of bamboo in the beastly realm. I know, interjected a female nearby. I once saw it atop a very high mountain. Following her gesture, I was unable to discern which mountain she referred to. Perhaps noticing the puzzled expressions on the faces of Ruido and the others, she added, You can seek out my father, Bru, for he brought back a small panda from there. This slender, seemingly immature female continued. A panda? So it's Bru's offspring? Ji-sang's mother exclaimed in realization. Guozi. I am called Guozi, mother, the young one promptly replied. Yes, that's right, Guozi. I thought it was a simple name. Ji-sang's mother chuckled in response. But mother, did you mention this? Guozi, did your father bring back a panda and bamboo as well? Ruido's mother inquired. No, the long-jointed tree is the panda's food. My father merely brought some back. I am uncertain if the long-jointed tree is the bamboo you seek, Guozi clarified. Long-jointed tree? Is it as I described? Bai Lu asked. Very similar, but its color is black. I wonder if it is what you desire? Guozi replied. All right, thank you, Guozi. I will seek out your father to inquire about its precise location, Ruido's mother said, gently patting Guozi, who stood at a height of merely 1.8 meters. It must be noted that Ruido's mother was exceptionally tall, while most females stood around 1.8 meters. She reached an impressive 1.95 meters. Guozi, are you joining us this time? Bai Lu inquired. I trust Ruido's mother would be willing, as it seemed there were few people by her side. Is anyone accompanying you? Observing her puzzled expression, I realized she might not comprehend the notion of joining a team, so I opted for a different approach. Not yet. Let me confide in you. I secretly came out without my mother knowing, so please keep it to yourself. After a brief statement, I leaned closer to Bai Lu and whispered, Bai Lu appeared perplexed. It's just that I love to eat, but if I overindulge, I become ill. My mother forbids me from going out and only allows me to eat a little at home, Guozi quietly explained. All right, then do you wish to join us? I will keep an eye on you, Bai Lu asked. Of course, I want to join. I have no companions. However, could you possibly let me indulge a little more? Guozi requested. That depends on the situation. We must save some for unforeseen circumstances, I replied. Oh. Her excited tone suddenly diminished. Let us go, keep up with them, I said, noticing that Ruido's mother and Ji-sang's mother had already advanced ahead, prompting Guozi to chase after them. Chapter 19, Gathering Sweet Fruits. Ruido's mother. What fruits are available here? Bai Lu inquired. I am here. What do you need me for? Guozi immediately approached with a question. I wasn't calling you. I was asking what fruits we will be gathering this time. She explained to her. I understand, exclaimed Guozi with excitement. They told me that this time we should explore the mountains ahead to see what food we can find. It doesn't have to be just fruit. Anything edible will suffice, Guozi continued. Having just arrived in the tribe, not even a day had passed, and she was unaware of the circumstances. So she chose to remain silent. The area ahead is primarily known for its sweet fruits, but I wonder if they are ripe enough to eat, said Ruidu's mother. Let us go take a look. If we find something edible, we shall bring it back, added Jisong's mother. Bai Lu nodded slightly. Before long, she spotted the distant woods, through the gaps in the leaves revealing a few scattered fruits. What could this mean? Yang led the group onward, and as her gaze fell upon the ground, she noticed an abundance of oranges, each as large as a watermelon. Picking up a relatively intact orange from the ground, she peeled it open, discovering a layer of membrane enveloping the flesh. After tasting a bite, she found it exceedingly sweet, almost cloying, reminiscent of consuming honey. Eventually, Bai Lu realized that the fruit did not separate into segments, resembling the inner pulp of a watermelon. Just as she contemplated discarding the orange peel, she noticed the females had begun to sort through the oranges. Indeed, sorting. Many of the oranges had begun to rot from prolonged exposure to the earth, while others were unrecognizable, having been consumed by some unknown creatures. Observing her companions automatically placing the spoiled oranges beneath the nearest tree while gathering the edible ones, Bai Lu felt a wave of confusion and inquired, Ruido, what is this? Just then, Ruido picked up an orange that was half rotten and half intact. Following Bai Lu's gaze to see the tribe members collecting the inedible fruits. Little Bai Lu, this is to ensure that the sweet fruit trees yield more produce next year. Ruido replied patiently. Indeed, Bai Lu, we also need to clear a small path, making it easier to traverse next time. Although we cannot be certain whether it will be damaged by wild beasts, added Jisong. All right, Bai Lu responded. So, this was the sweet fruit. Immediately, she joined the cleaning effort, seizing the opportunity to pluck 2 sweet fruits, each the size of a small watermelon, and placing them into her backpack, feeling the weight increase significantly. Upon regaining her focus, she noticed that Ruido and Jisong had filled a beast hide pouch to the brim and were preparing to gather more. Bai Lu then remarked, Ruido, if you collect so many, how will we carry them back? No worries, little Bai Lu, the beastmen can assist us in transporting them home. This amount is trivial for them, and besides, it is the tribe's custom, Ruido assured her, swallowing a bite of sweet fruit. Don't eat too much, Guozi. You might feel unwell later, Bai Lu cautioned. I know. Don't worry, Guozi replied with cheerful assurance. Bai Lu, carrying her sweet fruits, continued her journey and, upon passing a large tree, suddenly discovered some mushrooms beneath it. The prompt indicated they were non-toxic, so she plucked them and placed them into her backpack, which already contained the sweet fruits she had given to the orcs. There appeared to be around 2 pounds of mushrooms under this tree, all of which she harvested, and she began to search beneath other large trees for more. Indeed, several nearby trees yielded additional finds, bringing her total to approximately 10 pounds, all nestled within her backpack. Little Bai Lu, what are you doing with those wild grasses? They are inedible, Jisang Mama inquired upon noticing Bai Lu's actions. Do we have to turn in the wild grasses? Bai Lu suddenly recalled that they were required to submit such items during their team outings. However, she wondered if the mushrooms, which appeared as weeds to them, could be collected for personal use. It seemed unlikely they would want these particular grasses, thus no need for submission. Bai Lu felt a rush of joy upon hearing Jisang Mama articulate the answer she had longed for. Although she could share that the mushrooms were indeed edible, it appeared no one had an interest in them. Bai Lu decided to wait until she had prepared a delectable dish before revealing her secret. She was confident that once they tasted it, they would be convinced of its exquisite flavor. Bai Lu changed direction and walked a distance, with Ruido's mother following closely behind. She sought some leafy greens, as even in winter, she wished to bring back some vegetables. Upon spotting a vast expanse of mushrooms resembling enoki, Bai Lu simultaneously noticed a prompt indicating no toxicity. She could hardly contain her excitement. To encounter such an abundance of wild greens here was extraordinary, especially in contrast to the 28th century, where the extinction of flora and fauna necessitated reliance on artificial cultivation for vegetables. As she gathered the mushrooms, her entire basket filled to capacity, approximately 50 pounds. She felt a surge of fortune and abundance, her elation evident. However, Ruido's mother observed Bai Lu's silly grin and called out to her, Little Bai Lu? Little Bai Lu? As the smile at the corners of Bai Lu's mouth had not yet faded, she was suddenly reminded of the concerned expression of Ruidu's mother reflected before her eyes. She chuckled lightly and reassured, It's nothing. Truly, that is good to hear. But why are you so exuberant over mere weeds? Ruidu's mother responded, completely at a loss regarding Bai Lu's buoyant spirit. You wouldn't understand. When we return, I shall prepare something delicious for you, Bai Lu replied. Very well, we shall await your culinary delights, she said, though skepticism was evident in her tone. You will see. Now, let us move along, Bai Lu declared, pulling the still-munching Guozi towards the shade of a large tree. Guozi, the fruit and ginger leaves are delightful. Would you care to taste? Bai Lu gestured towards the ginger leaves on the stones beneath a diminutive sweet fruit tree. This grass? It's called ginger leaves? Edible? Guozi inquired. Indeed. The sap from its leaves is quite refreshing and non-toxic. I have partaken before, Bai Lu affirmed. Promptly plucking 2 leaves, one for Guozi and the other for herself, sipping from the leaf's edge. Without further inquiry, Guozi observed Bai Lu drinking and followed suit with the leaf. What are you two doing? A sharp voice interrupted their enjoyment. Do you not understand the dangers of eating indiscriminately? Has no mature female taught you? A stern, frowning older female approached, her gray hair betraying her age. This is safe. See, we're perfectly fine, Guozi replied confidently. That may be, but should it be toxic, you'd both be facing dire consequences. Consider yourselves fortunate this time, but remember, do not eat carelessly in the future. After scrutinizing Bai Lu and Guozi for a moment, she added, Are you certain you feel well? Do you have no discomfort? Her fierce demeanor softened slightly, laced with concern. None at all. Bai Lu has eaten it before, and it was safe, Guozi assured once more. Are you quite sure? Should I inspect you again? She queried, glancing at Bai Lu for confirmation. Yes, we will be cautious, Bai Lu responded. It seemed that no one was aware of the edibility of this food. Perhaps they could gather more if the opportunity arose. Come here. These 2 young females have consumed wild grasses. We need to examine them. She called out in another direction. Duh? Why is he here? Guozi murmured quietly. Chapter 20. Guozi goes missing. Chella Mama. What troubles you? A handsome beast man approached Bai Lu and her companions, addressing Mama with concern. These 2 little cubs are unaware of the perils. They consume the grass on the ground. They assert they have eaten it before and feel no ill effects. But I believe it prudent for them to rest nearby to monitor for any discomfort, Mama explained to the beast man. Understood. He nodded at Chella Mama, and then turned to Bai Lu and Guozi. Guozi, you've wandered off again. Jelly Mama will be worried, though spoken in a fierce tone. The words were indulgent as Dee addressed the fruit behind Bai Lu. You needn't tell her. I shall return shortly, the fruit replied. Very well, but you mustn't overindulge. Remember, moderation is key. Though admonished with a hint of exasperation. How much have you consumed today? He inquired suddenly. No need to emphasize. It was merely 2 sweet fruits. The fruit retorted. You must stop. Otherwise, your body may not withstand it, Duh insisted. All right, brother Duh, you absolutely cannot tell my mother. The fruit stressed repeatedly. Have I ever failed to keep a promise to you? But this is contingent upon your obedience, Duh reiterated. Indeed, the fruit agreed eagerly. Is this the wild herb you've been foraging? He remarked, noticing the ginger plant in Bai Lu's hand. Recognizing their familiarity, he recalled how the fruit had mentioned allowing the gathering of food beyond mere fruits. It seemed they were acquainted. This is not a weed, it is ginger. Bai Lu replied, squatting down to trace its roots along the vine. What are you doing? Don't be reckless. Why must you be so disobedient? Duh exclaimed, unable to contain his agitation at Bai Lu's continued tugging. Oh dear, you startled me, she exclaimed, immediately halting her actions. It was a pity for the ginger plant, as she had hoped to dig it up for cooking. Perhaps realizing her heightened emotions, she explained, beneath these weeds may reside unknown creatures, possibly venomous. Should misfortune strike, not even the sacrificial matron could swiftly retrieve you from the beast god. Bai Lu understood that Duh was acting in her best interest. Although there had been no danger when she had just plucked the leaves, it seemed reasonable to heed his caution. After all, one must always consider the possibility of unforeseen circumstances. In future endeavors, she resolved to ascertain any potential hazards before proceeding. Should Duh become aware of Bai Lu's thoughts, he would undoubtedly fret once more. I understand, Bai Lu replied. Let us go and rest for a while on that large stone over there, Duh suggested, pointing to a nearby boulder that was large enough for an orc to recline upon. Bai Lu and her companions made their way to a stone and settled upon it. As the sun had risen, though its warmth was muted by the clouds that veiled much of its heat, taking a deep breath, a gentle breeze swept through, filling the air with the forest's unique aroma, awakening every pore in my body. Guozi, observing Bai Lu stretching and inhaling deeply, rose as well, facing the wind, and instantly felt invigorated. How delightful, Guozi exclaimed. Duh looked at the contented expressions of Guozi and Bai Lu, a smile spreading across his face. Little Bai Lu, Guozi, where have you been? I turned around and you vanished, leaving me to search for you. Ruidao Mama called out as she approached, her voice filled with concern. Bai Lu, I was just about to ask where you had gone. I searched for quite some time without finding you, Bai Lu insisted, unwilling to admit that she had momentarily lost herself in the moment. All right, oh dear, I need a moment to rest, Ruidao Mama replied, feeling slightly guilty for having allowed Guozi to wander off. Oh my, is that Da? You startled me, Ruidao Mama exclaimed, taken aback by Da's sudden rise. Her heart raced, and beads of cold sweat formed on her brow. Are you all right, Ruidao Mama? Da inquired with concern. Yes, I'm fine. Just need a moment to catch my breath, she reassured, realizing it was not entirely fair to blame Da, as she had initially been aware of his presence before losing track of her surroundings. Ah, little Bai Lu. What is this? It smells delightful. As she sat down, the ginger leaves brushed against the edge of the vegetable leaves. This is ginger, completely safe and utterly delicious. Would you care for a taste? Bai Lu tempted. No way. We cannot be certain if it is poisonous. It is not to be consumed. Da swiftly snatched the leaves from Bai Lu's grasp. Bai Lu explained to Ruidao's grandmother that they still did not believe it was harmless. I have consumed it for a while now and feel perfectly fine. As long as you are unharmed, that is what matters, Ruidao's grandmother replied. Bai Lu understood that this was the only way forward. Bai Lu inadvertently glanced back, only to find Ruidao's mother and Da standing nearby. Where is Guozi? Da inquired, a hint of panic in his voice. I thought you were conversing with Guozi. Bai Lu recalled that Guozi had once mentioned that Da was her neighbor, leading her to presume that they were well acquainted and had much to discuss. Bai Lu and Dadu exchanged glances, and with a hint of urgency, she exclaimed, What are you waiting for? Go search for Guozi. She won't wander far on her own, and surely she wouldn't stray without reason. Ruidao's mother spoke anxiously. Yet, no one could have anticipated that Guozi would be found there, turning misfortune into fortune. Bai Lu, Da, and Ruidao's mother were all searching tirelessly. Yet the surrounding orcs expressed their ignorance regarding the whereabouts of the fruit. The orc tasked with guarding the fruit, upon noticing Da's presence, departed as well, leaving no one to observe the fate of the fruit. After all, Da held a position akin to that of a deputy leader, his abilities beyond question. And the fruit was none other than his beloved younger sister. Bai Lu took a moment to reflect on where she might go. Although their acquaintance had been brief, she found herself at a loss for an explanation. Her cherubic face, when serious, lacked any intimidating presence and instead appeared rather endearing. At that moment, a female approached and inquired, Are you looking for Guozi, Ruidao Mama? I saw her heading over that way. She gestured towards the large rock where Bai Lu and her companions had just been seated. Bai Lu and the others hurried over. The large boulder was situated on a slope, and looking down, it seemed to plunge into an unfathomable abyss. Guozi, Guozi, they called out twice towards the base of the slope, but there was no response. Da assigned 2 orcs to guard Bai Lu and Ruidao's mother, for if Guozi were to be found, any mishap involving Bai Lu and Ruidao's mother would lead to dire consequences. Although the situation was uncertain, it was prudent to have orcs nearby. Be cautious. If Guozi isn't down there, come back quickly. Ruidao's mother and I will search. She may have come up here and gone elsewhere, Bai Lu instructed Da. The circumstances below were unknown, and though the worst was conceivable, no one wished to dwell on such thoughts. Da cautiously descended the slope and, after a few steps, noticed some signs of a fall, along with broken branches of nearby flowers and plants. Da surmised that the little girl had likely been tempted by something to eat and had ventured alone onto the slope, only to accidentally tumble down. He proceeded carefully, refraining from transforming into a wolf beast, fearing he might lose control of his speed, uncertain of Guozi's condition below. It was wiser to proceed with caution. Guozi, Guozi, are you there? If so, please respond, Da called as he walked. The unknown little birds in the trees scattered, yet his calls received no reply. Ruidao's mother. Would it be all right for just one orc to descend? Perhaps we should notify more orcs to come down for safety, Bai Lu suggested. Let us inform Yang first. He's leading this expedition. Females are crucial in every tribe, and considering Guozi is still a young female cub, we must inform Yang, Ruidao's mother insisted, her urgency growing as she contemplated the potential troubles. Without further delay, Bai Lu and Ruidao's mother moved to an area with the highest concentration of females and sent one of the orcs to find Yang, awaiting news. Ruidao's mother. Has something happened? Almost the entire tribe recognized Ruidao as her son, Bayer, frequently associated with the chieftain's son, El, and everyone knew that Bayer's mother was Ruidao. Observing her troubled expression, masked by a forced smile, one female inquired, It's nothing. Let us continue our conversation. What happened to your mate last time? What did he send you afterward? Ruido's mother replied, wishing to keep Guazi's disappearance a secret to avoid inciting panic. They continued their conversation. Though her heart was heavy with worry, it would be impolite to ignore those who approached her. "Ah, well, that's just Ruido's mother," she said, continuing to chat with them. Bai Lu, being underage, found little common ground with them, especially with so few young cubs accompanying them on this outing. Bai Lu found herself lost in thought, oblivious to Guazi's absence. What had she been preoccupied with? Had it not been for her momentary lapse? How could Guazi have gone missing? If something were to befall Guazi, what would she do? The thought of accompanying her in death filled her with dread. After all, taking one's own life is a delicate endeavor, and if one fails, it is perhaps better to find peace of mind. Yet, embracing such thoughts left her heart heavy. Life is indeed fraught with difficulty. Time passed, and the sun reached its zenith, yet there was still no news. The orc dispatched by Yang had not returned. What could be amiss? Was there truly a crisis? Yang resolved to lead the females back to their tribe. Losing a single female was challenging enough, but the loss of the majority could spell the dissolution of their clan. "Everyone, gather around," Yang called from atop a large stone, gesturing for haste. Soon, the females congregated, encircled by the orcs transformed into wolf forms. "We shall return at once. This gathering is concluded prematurely. Orcs, carry the females." "We must hasten back to the tribe," Yang instructed. The orcs tasked with escorting the females were required to have partners. Thus all orcs were able to assist in carrying the females. What has transpired? Surely there is danger, otherwise, we would not depart early. Indeed. It's unfortunate that I have not managed to gather a single fruit, one lamented. I fared better, having collected 2, which I surrendered to the orcs. "You are fortunate," came the reply. Amidst the murmurs, they nonetheless adhered to Yang's orders and approached the nearest wolf for assistance. Bai Lu and Ruido's mother climbed onto the back of the closest wolf, realizing that they could offer little help and might only cause disruption. It was best to return to the tribe and await news. Before long, the females and orcs began their departure, leaving behind approximately 20 orcs. "Now, we shall split into 2 teams. One will follow to the valley, while the other will scour other areas for signs of young fruits." Yang instructed the orcs lined up in 2 rows, joining the team searching elsewhere himself. As evening fell, Bai Lu sat at the entrance of the cave in the tribe, hoping to be among the first to learn whether Guazi had been found. "Little Bai Lu, would you like something to eat?" Ruido's mother inquired. "I am not hungry." "You eat," Bai Lu replied, lacking an appetite for roasted meat. "You could make something for yourself. Shall I prepare the wild herbs?" Ruido's mother suggested. "It is essential to eat. If Guazi returns safely, that is what matters. If she cannot return, you must continue to live, do you not? You have gone a day without sustenance. Furthermore, Guazi adores those wild herbs. She has yet to taste the delicacies you speak of," Ruido's mother urged. Settling beside Bai Lu. Bai Lu's lips twitched involuntarily. Wasn't that merely a weed? Ruido's mother was indeed correct. This was not a time for pessimism. One must first take care of oneself to await the return of the fruit. However, weren't we supposed to feast on barbecued meat in the open? Why was I still being compelled to sit here? Staring blankly at the fire before her, Bai Lu was lost in thought. "Shall Bai Lu, this is your weed. Shall we roast it?" Ruido's mother approached, holding mushrooms. "Give it to me. I shall handle it." She decided not to dwell on whether the mushrooms were indeed weeds. After receiving the mushrooms, she meticulously washed them in the stone basin nearby. Most of what Ruido's mother had brought were pleurotus mushrooms, with a few being king oyster mushrooms. Considering the current lack of oil and salt, how could these mushrooms be made delectable? Ruido's mother, is there still barbecued meat in the house? Whatever ingredients were available would determine the dish. If there was meat, it could simply be roasted, and they could enjoy a proper meal with seasonings next time. "Indeed. I prepared some especially for you. I placed it aside since you seemed disinterested in barbecued meat." She gestured toward her room. "Would you like to have it? Please bring it out first. Let me check its doneness. Is it suitable to roast alongside the pleurotus mushrooms? After all, barbecued meat should yield some fat." Ruido's mother quickly returned with the meat. Bai Lu examined it closely. It wasn't overly charred, and under the glow of the flames, it shimmered enticingly. Why didn't I get to taste this last time? Noticing Bai Lu's curiosity, Ruido's mother approached her with an air of mystery, lowering her voice. "This is a delicacy that others cannot access. It was brought back by Belle's father last time, and it was quite a challenge to acquire. He even got bitten several times." In the heart of Bai Lu, a suspicion brewed. She leaned closer, inhaled deeply, and licked the substance, confirming her thoughts. It was indeed honey. How delectable. Yet, this secret must remain undisclosed, for this was honey she had cherished for quite some time. If the other females were to discover it, she would surely lose it, even though there was but a scant amount left. Looking at Bai Lu, who was relishing her meal, Rue Doma remarked, "Isn't it delightful?" Yes, it's absolutely delicious. Bai Lu responded, not paying heed to Rue Doma's words. The roasted meat was sweet, yet not cloying, perfectly complementary to her palate. After feasting on roasted meat for such an extended period, this particular dish was the finest. Coupled with the fact that she had hardly eaten anything all day, merely sipping on some ginger broth, she felt quite famished. However, the thought of bees, those troublesome creatures, crossed her mind. What if the bees had mutated in this world? They had even managed to handle the orcs. It seemed she needed to devise a plan to enjoy more honey. Before long, Bai Lu polished off the roasted meat, which weighed roughly a pound, and let out a satisfied burp. She offered an apologetic smile, while Rie Doma's face radiated with a warm expression of contentment. Suddenly, it struck her. Oh no, her mushrooms. Chapter 22. The Weeping Bell. As Rue Doma tidied up the remnants of Bai Lu's feast, Bai Lu pondered, she ought to roast the mushrooms. Having already been washed and still wet, they would spoil easily if left unattended. Moreover, this could be an opportunity for Rue Doma to taste them. Assessing whether they could serve as a new delicacy, there remained a piece of roasted meat, about a pound, which had yet to be glazed with honey, perfect for roasting the mushrooms. She removed the stems from the mushrooms, tearing them into thin strips. Using a scale, she made an incision in the roasted meat, creating a pocket to stuff the mushrooms inside, ensuring they would not fall out. She placed it beside the small fire to roast without any seasoning, curious to see if it would be palatable. Rue Do, what are you doing? A familiar voice resonated, bringing a smile to her face. You're back. Rue Do replied softly. I finished my patrol early today to keep you company, the uncle stated. Speaking of the uncle, he did not resemble one at all. Rather, he looked akin to Belle's brother. Orcs tended to retain their youthful appearances well into their centuries. Only at around 400 or 500 years might their age become apparent. This is your Uncle Sack, my partner, Rue Doma introduced. The moment Bai Lu saw Sack entering, she had an inkling. As their conversation unfolded, filled with playful banter, her suspicions were confirmed. He was the one who had startled her that morning. Uncle Sack, Bai Lu called out. Yes, he nodded at her and continued. I startled you yesterday. Didn't I? Are you all right, little cub? I'm fine. Bai Lu waved her hands dismissively. That is good to hear, he replied. A comfortable silence enveloped them. Rue Doma approached Sack and said, Go rest. I'll join you shortly. Sack rose and returned to his room. Little Bai Lu. Your Uncle Sack was just telling me, were you scared? Rue Doma sat down beside her. I'm fine. You should rest. I'll wait a little longer. The events of the morning have faded into the past, yet the mere thought of the missing fruit stirs a sense of restlessness within me, igniting a desire for solitude. I am uncertain whether it is the impending arrival of the white dew season or the return of Uncle Sack that has prompted Mother Rue Do to retire for the night. White dew, perhaps it is time for you to rest. Do not fret, for a good slumber may bring relief. Before departing, I wish to utter one final sentiment. Bai Lu could not comprehend the reason behind the disappearance of the fruit, while Rue Do's mother continued to lead her life as if nothing had happened, as she always had. Was this merely a matter of habituation? Bai Lu was unaware that danger lurked around every corner in the beast world. Moreover, had Guozi not taken the liberty to leave the group, she would not have gone missing. She found herself alone, sitting by the fire, lost in her thoughts. The following day, she awoke amidst the underbrush, still within the familiar cave, but now the light filtering in was unmistakably that of daylight, bringing a sense of calm to her troubled spirit. Stepping outside, she noticed the unfamiliar young beasts beginning to make their calls. A glance around revealed that Rue Do's mother was not at home. Instead, it was Bayer, seemingly preoccupied with something at the cave's entrance. Bai Lu tousled her hair, reminiscent of a chicken coop, reflecting upon the days that had passed without much personal care, having only nibbled on mint leaves. She pondered the proper method of handling the mint and, not to mention, the matter concerning the fruits. Bayer? What are you doing? She inquired as she approached him. Nothing much. Have you risen yet? This is a purple fruit. Would you like to have some? Bayer said, arranging several bunches of purple fruit on the ground and offering a cluster to Bai Lu. Thank you. Do you wish to take a rest? She asked with concern, noticing the bloodshot appearance of his eyes. It's fine. I have to go out shortly. When Mother returns, you should accompany her to the tribe. Staying cooped up at home isn't good, Bayer replied, continuing to sort the purple fruits. All right, Bai Lu responded, observing Bayer's despondent demeanor. She was curious about the cause of his distress, but was unsure how to broach the subject. Suddenly, she recalled the recent troubles with the Tiger Beast King or the pack of Maine dogs. They had mentioned seeking out the chieftain yesterday. Bayer, what is the status of the Tiger Beast King? Has there been any movement? Bai Lu inquired, unable to restrain her concern as she gazed at his haggard face. Not yet. We have not observed the Tiger Beast King within our territory at this time, Bayer replied. And what about the Maine dogs? Have you discovered why they suddenly attacked us? Is there some underlying issue? Bai Lu pressed further. We are still investigating. You need not worry about these matters. Remain in the tribe and refrain from wandering, Bayer reassured her. Oh, Bai Lu replied. Bai Lu picked up a purple fruit and placed it in her mouth. After consuming 2 or 3, she felt compelled to check if the fruit had returned. Just as she was about to take a step, she recalled that she did not know the whereabouts of the fruit's home. Bayer, are you aware that a female has gone missing yesterday? She decided to inquire with Bayer, hoping he might have some information. I know. For some inexplicable reason, Bayer suddenly became choked with emotion. Yet Bai Lu was too preoccupied with her request for him to guide her to the fruit's home to notice. Could you take me to the fruit's home? Bai Lu seized the opportunity to ask. For reasons unknown, Bayer hastened his actions of gathering the purple fruits, some of which had begun to exude a rich fragrance due to his fervor. Bayer, do you know where the fruit's home is? The fruit refers to the missing female cub, Bai Lu stated. I know. Bayer finally could no longer hold back his tears and wiped his eyes. Bai Lu also noticed that Belle was crying, unsure of what had gone awry to cause her tears. Soon, Belle composed herself and said, Let us go. I shall take you there. Her home is just next door, but since you are not yet familiar with the way, allow me to guide you. Bai Lu cast a surprised glance at him. The Guo family resides right next door? How was she unaware of this? Rue Do had not informed her either. Noticing Bai Lu's expression, a fleeting hint of embarrassment crossed Belle's eyes, which had only recently been stained with tears. Bai Lu remained oblivious to this, and Belle said nothing further, leading the way and gesturing for Bai Lu to follow. Bai Lu followed Belle as they walked towards the neighboring house. Along the way, Belle suddenly remarked, Bai Lu, have you any particular reason for visiting Guozi's home? She hasn't returned yet. In truth, Bai Lu merely intended to see if Guozi had come back. There was no pressing matter at hand. It was only on the road that she learned Guozi was still absent, and Belle seemed preoccupied, as if something troubling had transpired. Then let us postpone the visit until she returns, Bai Lu replied. Indeed. Today, Belle spoke far less than usual. He used to be quite talkative. Has something happened? Despite the urgency of the situation, Bai Lu couldn't help but express her concern, having known him for quite some time in this world. Belle was aware that his demeanor was less than favorable today, yet he felt powerless to alter it. The mere thought of Guozi lost in the forest plagued his mind, leading him to envision grim scenarios. As he lay down, he was haunted by images of her being devoured by beasts, making sleep impossible. Only when he busied himself with thoughts of Guozi, his favorite, did he feel a sense of comfort, believing she was still waiting for him. The notion of her possibly being torn apart by wild animals was nearly unbearable. Observing Belle's dazed expression, Bai Lu sensed that something significant had transpired. When she inquired, he remained silent, only revealing his thoughts when he was ready. But what should they do now? They had never encountered such a situation before. How could they break the stalemate? Before Bai Lu could utter another word, Belle began to share his reasoning, leaving her utterly astonished. It was indeed a case of old ox eating tender grass, although it did not hold the same connotation in this realm. Chapter 23. My affection for Guozi. Beneath a grand tree in the howling wolf tribe sat a beast man and a small cub. The beast man oscillated between melancholy, nostalgia, sorrow, and joy, while the cub listened intently. Yes, that small cub was Bai Lu, and the beast man was Belle. Belle, what troubles you? Bai Lu inquired. I have never spoken of this to anyone before. He began, I have feelings for Guozi. He paused before continuing. Bai Lu had been fully engrossed in his words, initially thinking there might be a beast attack on the tribe, but she had heard nothing of the sort. Perhaps the Tiger King had stealthily ventured beyond the territory, and Belle had quietly discovered that it was beyond his control. Expecting something of great significance, she was taken aback by his revelation. Belle's ears turned crimson, his bashful demeanor accentuated by a flush on his face as he awkwardly continued. Guozi's home is right next to mine. When she was born, the females worried she might not survive, but I took an instant liking to her. I was just coming of age then, and I secretly ventured into the jungle to capture a lactating ewe, bringing it back for her to drink, hoping she would thrive. And then, Bai Lu prodded. captivated by the nostalgia reflected in his expression. She survived, though she remained frail. I have watched over her since childhood, bringing her treats and taking her to play, even if she sometimes resented my protectiveness. Yet, she has always been quite attached to me. Upon the mere thought of the fruit, Belle revealed a weary smile. I have been caring for her as though she were a future companion, yet I have not yet confessed my feelings. Just yesterday, I stealthily ventured out of the tribe to retrieve the purple fruit, only to find that she had gone missing. Belle lamented. It's all right. Perhaps the fruit possesses great fortune, and she will return alive, Bai Lu reassured, understanding the gravity of the situation. Yes, but the jungle is fraught with perilous dangers, she continued, her voice trembling as she struggled to hold back tears. Can one envision the sight of a towering man, over 2 meters tall, weeping before you? Bai Lu found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, the jungle was perilous, especially for such a fragile female cub. Together, they offered a prayer to the beast god, hoping for the safe return of Guozi. Bai Lu spoke to the sun, which hung high in the sky. Yes, Belle replied, calming herself once again. The somber atmosphere weighed heavily, and Bai Lu yearned to break the silence. Before she could utter a word, a female clad in green beast skin approached, accompanied by several smaller orc cubs who appeared to be younger than her. Yet there was something undeniably familiar about her. Little cub, why do I keep seeing you? Why haven't you left? Lank exclaimed, her voice tinged with irritation. Why should I leave? Bai Lu remembered then that this was Lank, the chieftain's daughter. If you don't call me big sister, you must depart, Lank declared proudly, raising her chin. Why should I call you big sister? What makes you superior to me? Bai Lu retorted, intending to continue her argument, but Lank was cut off as Bai Lu continued. Is it merely because you are taller than I? Of course not. It's simply because my father is the chieftain, and you must address me as big sister, Lank responded matter-of-factly. Oh, so it's a matter of doing as you please. And your father will support you, even if it means sending the female cub back to the embrace of the beast god, Bai Lu said nonchalantly. I do not. Lank protested hastily. She was afraid. If her father heard of this, she might face confinement, or, worse yet, be subjected to her mother's dreadful cooking. That was simply unacceptable. That was not the intention. Do not slander me, interjected one of the orc cubs nearby. Exactly. She merely wishes for you to address her as big sister, not to send you away, added another orc cub. Oh, so if I refuse to call you that, you will cast me out to feed the wild beasts? Bai Lu sat down, feigning innocence. Certainly not. I never said you would be fed to the beasts, Lank exclaimed, her frustration mounting. Oh, I see. For now, I am not to be fed to the beasts, but soon enough, I shall be, Bai Lu remarked leisurely. Absolutely not. That is not the case at all, Lank vehemently denied. I'm so afraid. The chieftain's little cub is going to feed me to the wild beasts. Help. Someone, please. Bai Lu dramatized, raising her voice. Stop shouting. Please, stop. Lank pleaded, her voice growing louder. All right. I will call you big sister. Is that acceptable? As Bai Lu continued her antics, Lank relented, noticing that some nearby orcs and females were beginning to watch them. No, you must call me big sister. Bai Lu suddenly decided to tease the older cub. Seeing Lank's reluctant expression, the nearby orc cubs prepared to intervene. Lank, what are you doing? Bullying the new little cub? I must inform Uncle Ta, Belle admonished. She had always been aware of Lan Ku's flaw, but no one could manage her. The clan leader once inquired what Elle should do, but how could Elle possibly know? At that time, Elle had yet to take a mate and could only discuss matters with a few close friends. Ultimately, they were at a loss, which caused much frustration. Now that an opportunity presented itself, how could it be overlooked? Brother Belle, you are a dear friend to both my elder and second brothers. Why do you side with outsiders and not assist me? Lan Ku lamented. You have gone too far. How could you abandon a female cub in the jungle to be preyed upon by beasts? This is becoming increasingly unacceptable, Belle rebuked. I did not. She could only deny. Unable to retort. If the second brother were to find out, he would no longer bring her enjoyable things or take her hunting. Look behind you. They are ready to take action, yet you still deny it. Belle gestured for Lan Ku to observe her little brother. Upon seeing her brother's demeanor, Lan Ku found herself at a loss for words. What are you still standing there for? Go apologize to Bai Lu, or I will inform Uncle Ta, Belle stated firmly. Lan Ku approached Bai Lu, resembling a timid rabbit, and said, Bai Lu, dear cub, I am sorry. What do you mean, dear cub? You are not yet an adult. How can you call her that? Belle questioned sternly. Oh, Bai Lu, my apologies, Lan Ku reiterated. Before Bai Lu could utter a word, Bayer swiftly pulled her aside, ensuring that no one was eavesdropping. He recounted the events that had transpired, expressing his hope that Bai Lu could exercise restraint over her actions. Bai Lu signifies an overwhelming pressure, yet she is still a mere child. She has to look after an older child as well. Nevertheless, since boredom has settled in, she might as well lend a helping hand. If it becomes too burdensome later, they can address it then. Bai Lu has clarified this matter with Belle. However, there remains a concern regarding whether Lan Ke's family would approve. Belle expressed that if the situation is explained, it is likely that the clan leader would wholeheartedly agree. For the time being, Bai Lu has chosen to trust Belle. Chapter 24. The leader Bai Lu approached Lan Ke with an air of authority, boldly declaring, "What, sister? You must address me as your leader." "What? Why should I call you my leader?" "I refuse to acknowledge that," Lan Ke retorted, turning her head defiantly. "Do as I say, or I shall inform your father." Belle threatened once more. "Fine, I'll call you leader. It's merely a few days of confinement, and I've grown accustomed to it," Lan Ke replied nonchalantly. Were she living in the 21st century, she might recall an adage aptly reflecting her current sentiment: one may kill a scholar, but cannot humiliate him. Belle, feeling helpless, wanted to alleviate her friend's distress, but found herself thwarted. "What if I mentioned your second brother?" Bai Lu chimed in leisurely. "Absolutely not," Lan Ke adamantly denied. "Go ahead and tell him." She suddenly remembered that Bai Lu was unfamiliar with her brother. Even if she did inform him, he would not assist her, being her elder sibling. Observing Lan Ke's stubborn demeanor, Bai Lu resolved to acquire a little brother to run errands for her. "I don't know your second brother, but your brother Belle does. And so does Aunt Ruidu. There's always someone in the tribe who knows him. I shall find him." Lan Ke, believing her brother would aid her, recalled Aunt Ruidu's words. Hill, the orc, would not indulge Lan Ke. "Humph, my brother won T remain in the tribe forever. He hasn't T returned in ages." Lan Ke's initial haughty tone turned somber as she lamented Hill's absence, prompting Bai Lu to adopt a more serious demeanor. Lan Ke was merely an infatuated admirer of her brother. Despite her incessant teasing of the tribe's members, she had never caused harm to any orc or female cub. Furthermore, due to her status as the chief's daughter, everyone indulged her, and her parents spoiled her, resulting in only mild reprimands that failed to instill lasting discipline. "When he returns, what shall I tell him?" Bai Lu inquired. "Do not," Lan Ke exclaimed passionately. "Then call me your leader, quickly." Bai Lu insisted with urgency. "Leader, do not be swayed by her, for Brother Hill will surely protect you." "Fear not." "Indeed, Lan Ke, Brother Hill adores you above all," the nearby orc brothers continuously encouraged. Listening to their reassurances, Lan Ke understood that her brother would not mistreat her. However, the thought of hunting with him without her presence troubled her. "What do you know? What if Brother Hill does not take me hunting?" Lan Ke questioned the 3 or 4 orc brothers behind her. "Exactly, so call her leader." Bai Lu interjected hastily. Reluctantly, Lan Ke addressed Bai Lu. "Leader." "Yes," Bai Lu replied, her face beaming with triumph. "Humph, when my brother takes her hunting, he won't care whether you are a leader or not. Just wait and see." Bai Lu discerned Lanke's reluctance. However, she first acquiesced to Belle and secondly resolved to let actions speak for themselves, believing that even without hunting, one could coax the mischievous child willingly. "Lanke, you should take your leader for a stroll to familiarize her with the surroundings. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave," Belle remarked to Lanke, her mind evidently elsewhere as she wandered off, her usual attentiveness absent. Lanke was not one to follow orders blindly. "Oh," Lanke responded in agreement. As she watched Belle depart, Bai Lu remained motionless beneath the tree. Just as Lanke was about to urge her to rise, a nearby orc subordinate shot Bai Lu a glare and said to Lanke, "Boss Lanke, now that Belle is gone and she's all alone, shouldn't we engage in a little activity known only to them? Are we to strike her? No need for that. Why would we hit her? If discovered, you know that Boss Hill would surely have my head. Do not touch her," Lanke thought to herself, recognizing the folly in their intentions. As long as Boss Hill remains unaware, all will be well. An orc cub chimed in. "Can you guarantee she won't squeal? That second brother will remain oblivious?" Bai Lu is currently residing in Belle's home. Lanke's words rendered the subordinate silent. Bai Lu observed with great interest. "Do not expect me to continually refer to you as my superior. Even if I do not strike you, I shall not allow you to bask in pride," remarked Lanke. "Feel free to explore on your own. I hardly have the leisure to accompany you." Initially, she intended to take her for a stroll. But then it dawned upon Lanke, why should she? Bai Lu had yet to concede that she was indeed the leader, and thus left with her orc companions. Midway through her journey, she turned back to Bai Lu and declared, "You must not report me. Otherwise, she raised her fist threateningly and swiftly departed. Bai Lu was still pondering how to manage Lank when, without realizing it, Lank had already departed. Moreover, she was unfamiliar with the way back. Bored, she quietly decided to follow Lank, curious about her activities. As she trailed behind Lank, her companions chattered incessantly. "Boss, why are you being so kind to her? Just give her a beating, that would suffice, right? Isn't this just for Brother Byer's sake? Besides, did you not heed my words?" Lank retorted fiercely. "We understand, boss. We are sorry," the subordinates replied in unison. "As long as you understand. Enough about her. Let us search for some clover," Lank instructed her followers. The small beastmen began to murmur excitedly. "Yes, yes. Let us find clover. The sweet and tangy clover has always been my favorite. As if anyone could dislike it. Even the younglings adore it. Indeed, however, clover is at its most delectable only in the early morning before the sun rises, and its quantity is limited. Breakfast time is nearly upon us." "Huh, who cares? As long as there's something to eat." Exactly. Listening to their lively chatter, Bai Lu mused, "Clover? It seems quite delectable. What does this clover truly look like?" As Lank's young troop reached a low-lying area, they spotted a river not far off. Lank and her companions lowered their heads, searching among the grass for something. Bai Lu noticed a kind of weed with a hint indicating it was harmless. She recognized it as clover, for it bore 3 leaves, and the indicator suggested it was scarce. With Lank's team sweeping through, most of the clover was quickly discovered, and cheerful smiles blossomed on their faces. Subsequently, Lank divided the clover among them. However, it puzzled her why they were now heading towards the river. How reckless. Who knows how deep that river is? Truly, why is no one supervising them? What if they were to fall in? Bai Lu was anxiously waiting not far away when, suddenly, cries for help echoed from a distance. The young cubs were wailing. And without considering whether they would notice her, Bai Lu approached. At that moment, Lank was pacing back and forth in distress. She needed to find the shaman. Yes. Lank turned to leave but collided with Bai Lu just as she did. Ouch. The recently passed Bai Lu was knocked to the ground by Lank. Chapter 25, Water Shell Beast Lank. In a state of urgency, recognized Bai Lu but paid her no mind, continuing on her way. However, after a short distance, she turned back to one of the nearby, less distressed beastling cubs and said, "Meng, check on her, will you? I'm off to find the shaman." With that, she hurried away. "Is Bai Lu hurt?" Meng quickly rushed to help Bai Lu to her feet. "Are you all right? What happened?" She discreetly rubbed her backside out of view and inquired. Meng's tears streamed down her face once more, and her sobs grew louder. "What's wrong? Why are you crying? What happened?" Bai Lu exclaimed, startled. The surrounding beastling companions also began to cry even louder. Surely someone must explain what had occurred. Yet, observing their numbers, Bai Lu wondered what had transpired. They continued to weep, and she lost the will to inquire further. One by one, she checked for any visible injuries but found nothing amiss. Meng, still sobbing, tugged at Bai Lu's sleeve and pointed to one of the beastling's feet. Bai Lu glanced over, noticing nothing amiss. "Is he frightened?" she inquired. "No, Chi was bitten by a water shell beast." Meng finally revealed. "Water shell beast? What is that?" Bai Lu asked, examining Chi's foot more closely. It soon became evident that Chi's big toe had vanished, ensnared in the mud near the riverbank. A water shell beast? It bites toes, like a crab or a turtle. Before long, Bai Lu discerned the creature's true form. Chi, in agony, tugged at its head, revealing it to be a turtle. The water shell beast Meng had described weighed about 5 pounds, adorned with black patterns, and even with the mud obscuring Chi's foot, blood could still be seen flowing. Don't pull. The more you tug, the tighter it bites. You might end up losing your toe," Bai Lu urged in a panic. Chi couldn't help but howl, instantly transforming into his beast form, though it proved futile. "Listen to me. Calm down. Now, gently lower your foot, relax," Bai Lu instructed Chi. "Stop crying, quickly find a container to hold water, and slowly pour it near the water shell beast." She gestured toward a specific area, scolding the still sobbing beastling. Uncertain if this method would work, but it was a desperate attempt. They rushed a short distance away, transforming into their beast forms to unearth a large stone. The sight of several 2-meter-tall giant wolves throwing shards of stone with their claws would have been amusing under normal circumstances, but given the current situation, there was no room for laughter. The beastlings promptly fashioned several basins and approached a nearby low-lying area, opting not to fetch water from the river, but bringing it back to Bai Lu. "Pour the water here, one at a time, you first." Bai Lu pointed to Meng, indicating he should go first. Meng approached Chi, preparing to pour. "Take it slowly," Don't pour it all at once. Gently direct it toward the water shell beast and see if it releases, Bai Lu advised Ming. Ming cautiously poured the water, and there was no immediate reaction. One by one, the beastlings poured water, and at some point, the creature finally released its grip. Chi's foot regained sensation, prompting him to swiftly retract it. The beastlings also distanced themselves from the direction of the water shell beast's bite. Bai Lu scrutinized the water shell beast, which remained in place. She longed to take it home. But considering she had no residence of her own and was temporarily staying with others, how could she care for it? Moreover, she was uncertain if the water shell beast posed any danger in this world of beasts. Alas, let us depart, she sighed. As the season of Bai Lu returns, the young orc cubs find themselves perched upon a large stone not far from the clover patch, eagerly awaiting Lan Ku's return from seeking the shaman, Mama Chara. Is it released yet? Is it released yet? I found Mama Chara. Let her come and free you first. Soon, the voice of Lan Ku could be heard. Did you not find the shaman? How did you locate Mama Chara? Bai Lu quietly inquired, concerned since Mama Chara was known for her stern demeanor. On the way, it happened that Mama Chara knew how to handle such matters, so I brought her along. Otherwise, we might not have been able to save Chi's foot. After all, she is just a young orc cub. In 2 years, he will come of age. If this incident affects his future hunting, it would be disastrous. Lan Ku expressed with a hint of guilt. Let us first examine Chi's injury, Bai Lu suggested. However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, questioning how a mere bite could impact future hunting, as Chi once again let out a howl. Mama Chara had already approached to assess Chi's condition, which, fortunately, was not too severe. Fortunately, the water shell beast released its grip in time. Otherwise, we might not have been able to save that toe. What method did you use to make it let go? Mama Chara inquired with curiosity. It was Bai Lu. She had us pour water around the water shell beast, and it released its grip on its own, Ming chimed in. Is there such a method? Quite impressive. Mama Chara expressed her astonishment. Oh, it's you. Mama Chara noticed Bai Lu standing behind Ming. It is I, Mama Chara. Bai Lu stepped forward to respond. Are you feeling unwell? Mama Chara asked. No. So, does that mean the ginger dish is indeed edible? Mama Chara seemed to be speaking to Bai Lu while also pondering aloud. Let us not dwell on that for now. Mama Chara, let us first take Chi back to his cave. Lan Ku interjected. Yes, let us return Chi home. He needs to recuperate. If the water shell beast gets startled, it won't release its bite. And you were quite fortunate this time, Mama Chara advised Chi. Thank you, Mama Chara. Chi expressed his gratitude. And thank you, Bai Lu, he awkwardly added, turning to Bai Lu, recalling his previous unkind remarks about her. It's nothing, just focus on healing. Bai Lu replied. She remained silent as Bai Lu accompanied Mama Chara to escort him home. The other young orcs had already gone to eat, leaving only Mama Chara, Bai Lu, and Lan Ku behind. You two should go eat. Chi's parents have likely gone to eat and will return shortly. I'll stay here. Mama Chara reassured Bai Lu and Lan Ku. All right, Mama Chara, we'll head to eat now, Lan Ku said. Yes, Mama Chara waved her hand in acknowledgement. Come. Can you find the tree hole? Lan Ku asked as they walked. Tree hole? Bai Lu responded, puzzled. It's where you go to eat. Near a large tree with a big hole inside. My friends and I love to eat there. By the way, have you been there? Lan Ku inquired. I visited once on the day I arrived. I am unaware of where the tree hole is. Bai Lu replied, Indeed, you have just arrived. Come, allow me, your esteemed Lan Ku, to treat you to a meal. With that, she confidently took Bai Lu by the arm and led her to dine. Chapter 26, The Tree Hole Ah? Bai Lu shot a glance, and Lan Ku noticed it as well. Yes, you are indeed the leader. In light of your assistance to Chi, I shall not hold it against you, Lan Ku remarked. Bai Lu smiled, acknowledging that this mischievous child was quite remarkable and perceptive. Soon, Bai Lu and Lank obtained their allocated food, and Bai Lu settled into the tree hollow that Lank had mentioned. This is our designated dining area. Had it not been for your commendable efforts today, I wouldn't have brought you here, Lank remarked while tidying up the hollow. The tree hollow appeared to be about 5 or 6 meters in diameter, and when one gazed upwards, the end was nowhere in sight. At its center stood a large tree stump, presumably serving as a table, accompanied by several smaller stumps for seating. Was the beastly world truly so advanced? With tables and benches? Sitting upon the wooden stump, a gentle breeze wafted by, providing a refreshing sensation. Isn't it lovely? I conceived this idea myself. Sitting on the ground is rather inconvenient. This way, we can place the hot roasted meat wrapped in leaves atop the wood, Lank observed, noticing Bai Lu's curiosity. Quite splendid. Let us begin our feast. Bai Lu, undoubtedly famished after 2 days of inadequate nourishment, immediately grasped the roasted meat and began to gnaw at it. Slow down, slow down. If you run out, just go for more. It's all right. How long has it been since you last ate? Lank inquired. Not waiting for Bai Lu's response before joining in the feast, Bai Lu had no intention of answering Lank's question, although Lank stood at about 1.9 meters. Appearing petite while seated, the peculiarities of this world defied conventional understanding. Bai Lu, on the other hand, appeared even more diminutive. If a third person were present, they would observe 2 female cubs, each resting 1 foot on the other's stump, oblivious to their shared posture. Ah, this is truly delightful. If only there were rice and vegetables, it would be even better, Bai Lu sighed, gently caressing her satiated belly as she relaxed her legs. Rice? Vegetables? What are those? Are they delicious? Lank queried, perplexed. Exceedingly delicious. Crispy rice crusts are delightful on their own, while kimchi soup is even tastier. The sweet aroma of cooked rice, along with a variety of dishes, brings back fond memories, Bai Lu reminisced. Really? How can one prepare them? I wish to taste them as well, Lank expressed eagerly. It can be made, but unfortunately, we currently lack rice and vegetables, so it is not feasible, Bai Lu replied, uncertain if she would ever have the chance to indulge in such delicacies again. However, this beastly realm possessed numerous plants, and perhaps rice and a variety of vegetables could be discovered. Where can we find them? I can ask Ming and the others to help me search next time they venture out. If they truly cannot locate any, my second brother is quite resourceful. As long as it exists, he will surely help me find it, Lank declared. Her second brother often traveled far but returned periodically, and even when absent, he would ensure they were informed. Let me tell you, Lank began excitedly. All right, I understand. Let us search before we discuss further, Bai Lu interjected, interrupting Lank, aware that if left unchecked, her friend could talk for an eternity. Very well, Lank replied, somewhat disappointed. She yearned to try new and exotic foods. But those who truly understood her knew that her fascination extended beyond mere sustenance. She was perpetually drawn to exploration. By the way, if an orc is bitten by a water shell beast, they will return to the embrace of the beast god. Bai Lu suddenly exclaimed. What? Where did you hear that? Lank responded in astonishment. Isn't it true? Bai Lu inquired. Did you not hear Kalamama say it was nothing? Lank, still in shock, composed herself and replied, she did say that. But didn't you mention that being bitten could affect future hunting? Bai Lu retorted. When did I say that? It's only if you don't handle it properly that it would have consequences. Lank clarified. Did I misremember? Bai Lu pondered aloud. Is the water shell beast poisonous? How could a single bite lead to such severe repercussions? Bai Lu continued to question, as her external aid only targeted plants, and the water shell beast was not among them. You don't know? Of course, otherwise, why would you ask me such a foolish question? Lank scoffed, though her eyes held no malice, and Bai Lu chose not to take offense. The water shell beast lives in water and is inherently non-toxic. It won't be aggressive on land, but if startled, it may bite and hold on. The severity of the injury determines the outcome. Take Chi, for example. If his toe were bitten off, it could pose problems during hunting due to instability or distraction. And a moment of sluggishness could lead him back to the embrace of the beast god, Lank explained. That does sound serious. Thankfully, Chi is unharmed. But how did you manage to startle the water shell beast today? Bai Lu asked curiously. Hiki, Lank chuckled nervously, not revealing that she had not seen the water shell beast and had inadvertently stepped on its shell, resulting in Chi being bitten as he passed by. What is so funny? What is going on? Bai Lu asked, perplexed. Oh, Bai Lu, let me tell you. I know of something wonderful across the river, emitting a fragrant aroma, with white flowers. I wonder if it's poisonous? Shall we go take a look together? Lank proposed, playfully draping herself over Bai Lu's shoulder. What is it? A fragrance? It can't really be poisonous, can it? In nature, the most alluring things are often the most dangerous, Bai Lu replied cautiously. I don't know. I heard some passing beastmen mention it while we were eating last time, Lank explained. Is that so? Bai Lu hesitated. Come on, Bai Lu, you're my leader now. Let me. Lank teased, fluttering her eyelashes. Let us go. Let us go. Bai Lu felt a chill run down her spine, uncertain whether it was due to Lank's insistence or her own restless nature. Let us hurry, Lank urged. Fine, let us go, Bai Lu acquiesced, disregarding her reservations as the 2 young female cubs hurriedly left without even tidying up. Upon reaching the riverside again, it was just Bai Lu and Lank, both young and audacious. For this river served as a boundary typically guarded by beastmen, yet today it was unprotected. Come on, Bai Lu, Let us take a look, Lank said cheerfully. Let us go. Bai Lu was quite decisive, directly pulling Lank towards the opposite bank of the river. Be cautious. We must not be bitten this time. Furthermore, there are river beasts lurking within. So we need to proceed swiftly. As she spoke, Lank led Bai Lu beneath a towering tree. If we topple this great tree, we can cross over, Lank continued. Ah, topple it? Do I possess such strength? Bai Lu expressed her grave skepticism. Fear not. You need not exert yourself. I have already identified the weak point of this tree. If we deliver a forceful kick here, it shall fall. Lank indicated a specific section of the tree. However, Bai Lu observed that there appeared to be nothing particularly significant about it. Is that feasible? She questioned, eyeing Lank's slender frame, which, despite being nearly 6 feet tall, was as lean as a monkey. Of course it is. Just watch, Lank proclaimed, delivering a powerful kick to the tree. In Bai Lu's view, the great tree began to topple, perfectly spanning the river and forming a bridge to the opposite shore. Bai Lu, though silent, was inwardly astonished. Let us proceed, Lan Ku exclaimed, leaping onto the great tree, with Bai Lu closely following. As they ascended, Bai Lu inadvertently glanced downward, her heart racing. Indeed, she found herself unaccustomed to such heights. At that moment, she noticed a river beast gnawing on the tree's branches. Lan Ku spotted it too, and Bai Lu, forcing herself to remain composed, urged Lan Ku to quicken their pace. Just as they were nearing the top, Lan Ku's foot slipped, and a cry escaped her lips. It's all right. Don't panic. I will pull you up, Bai Lu reassured, gripping Lan Ku's hand firmly as she steadied herself on the branch. Lan Ku replied, her face a picture of distress, yet she nodded in response. Bai Lu exerted immense effort to finally bring Lan Ku up, and the two of them sat on a tree trunk, panting heavily. Once their emotions settled, Bai Lu and Lan Ku cautiously stood up and made their way towards the opposite bank, as many river beasts had already gnawed halfway through the trunk, and the tree could not withstand the pressure for much longer. At last, they arrived. Oh my goodness, Bai Lu was tempted to exclaim. But upon seeing Lan Ku's equally fearful expression, she stifled her words. Aware of the ferocity of the river beasts, she was astonished that in just a short time, they had managed to sever their sturdy tree. The decaying trunk could not satiate their hunger, yet fortunately, they did not fall. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. Lan Ku remarked to Bai Lu, watching as the tree gradually succumbed to the river. But dear child, have you considered how you shall return? Speaking of this now is futile. The true danger is just beginning. It was indeed a withered tree, yet it still bore the brunt of their gnawing. Bai Lu scanned the vicinity for any signs of abnormality, knowing that the real peril had not yet arrived. Nothing at all. There is no noise. Lan Ku, no longer focused on the tree, surveyed their surroundings. Do you know in which direction the fragrant flowers are? Bai Lu inquired, hoping to gather something worthwhile from their journey, despite Lan Ku's somewhat unreliable nature. Over there. Lan Ku indicated towards the left front. Finally, we are going to pick the flowers. Then let us proceed, Bai Lu replied calmly. Bai Lu picked up a sturdy branch from the ground. After several days of wearing a t-shirt and jeans, her attire had become quite dirty, yet she paid it no mind. Even if she wished to care, she felt it was beyond her control. Initially, she had planned to visit Ruido's mother in the afternoon to borrow a change of clothes. But now she found herself in this unfamiliar place. Why had she come here? Surely, it was due to the persuasion of Lank. Indeed. She firmly refused to admit that she secretly yearned for adventure. With determination, Bai Lu headed towards the direction indicated by Lank. As she made her way, she cleared her path with the branch, her external application still operational. She noticed an abundance of weeds, both harmless and mildly toxic. Yet no familiar plants or vegetables were in sight. However, after walking for quite some time, an unsettling silence enveloped the surroundings. Why was it so eerily quiet? Something felt amiss. Bai Lu remained vigilant, scanning her environment. Wasn't his silence a good sign? It suggested the absence of wild beasts. She urged herself to relax, reassuring herself that everything was fine. Lank, however, remained unfazed and pressed onward. No, we should find a place to rest. We cannot continue like this, Bai Lu insisted. Sensing something was still off. The silence was excessive. Even the usual sounds of small creatures were absent. It would be wise to seek a safe spot to observe before proceeding further. Don't be so timid. Come on. Let us go pick some flowers and explore the other areas, Lank declared, attempting to pull Bai Lu forward once more. Bai Lu was seized by an instinct that compelled her to halt. She could not proceed any further. Even if her intuition proved erroneous, it would merely amount to a momentary respite. Uncertain of where she summoned the strength from, she firmly grasped Lan Ku's hand and led her into a small cave. barely spacious enough for the two of them to crouch. Just before entering, Bai Lu fortuitously discovered a type of wild grass near the cave's entrance, which astonishingly exhibited no toxicity and masked its scent. Without a second thought, she hastily plucked a handful and stuffed half of it into Lanka's hands. Throughout their journey, Lanka struggled, vehemently attempting to extricate herself from Bai Lu's grasp. Why must we hide? There is no danger here. And what am I to do with this handful of grass? We are on a quest for flowers. Lanka protested. Enough. Be quiet. I truly wonder if accompanying you in search of that peculiar flower was a wise choice. Have you ever ventured outside before? She could not help but retort. Now that we're here, you cannot simply abandon this endeavor, Bai Lu insisted, to which Lanka responded with a whispered silence. Bai Lu cast a glance at her. And just as Lan could anticipate her silence, Bai Lu declared, "No." "That's good," murmured Lan, though the space was so confined that it was impossible for Bai Lu not to hear. Bai Lu was acutely aware that Lan harbored a profound need for validation, embodying a typical exterior of strength, concealing an inner softness. With no ill intentions, she opted to remain silent. Time passed, and suddenly, Lanka felt compelled to voice something. At that moment, a distinct tremor resonated through the earth, indicating the approach of something ominous. Bai Lu, gripped by terror, instinctively covered her own mouth, realizing the gravity of their situation. The deafening sounds drew nearer. What should they do? Continuation in their current state was untenable. Bai Lu lifted the foliage atop her head to survey their surroundings. The pit lay beneath a large tree, and she pondered the mystery of why such a gaping hole existed here. Had she not inadvertently stepped into it, it might have remained undiscovered. Peering outside, she caught sight of two stout, white paws, confirming the presence of a beast. Without lingering, she hastily covered the opening once more, signaling to Lanka with her hands. It was indeed a beast, with two plump, white legs. What could that signify? The possibilities were broadening. Lanka, eager for a closer examination, gestured to lift the foliage's cover and gazed into the distance at the creature. They cautiously retreated into the pit, communicating silently. Bai Lu scrutinized for an extended period, yet remained perplexed. Lanka encouraged her to observe more closely, for it seemed the beast was now scratching itself, momentarily still. Bai Lu gazed for a long while, feeling an uncanny familiarity with the beast. After some time, she recalled the tiger beast she had encountered during her first meeting with Ai Earth. This creature was also a tiger beast. Ai had once mentioned that the tiger beast king would come seeking vengeance. Could this be the very one? Yet, in the territory near the inner circle of the wolf tribe, it was unusual for a wild beast to venture forth alone to provoke the tribe, and the beastmen had not detected its presence. What could this mean? With so many beastmen and females in the wolf tribe, even the mightiest tiger beast king would not dare to instigate a confrontation. So, what was its purpose for being here? A multitude of questions swirled in her mind. But there was no time for contemplation, as she sensed the tiger beast king approaching the burrow where she and Lank were hiding. Chapter 28. The Tiger Beast King Part 2. Lank and Bai Lu huddled anxiously in the burrow, fervently hoping that the Tiger Beast King had not sensed their presence, trusting that the concealing grass would serve its purpose. Even if they were to venture out, only Bai Lu and Lank, two female cubs, would merely serve as morsels. As the footsteps of the Tiger Beast King drew ever nearer, Bai Lu contemplated that she must venture outside. Remaining in the burrow would only lead to their demise. How had she allowed herself to think otherwise? Lank found it difficult to articulate her feelings. Just moments ago, they had dismissed the danger. Now, she was left to chastise herself. Had it not been for Bai Lu, they would have encountered the Tiger Beast King head-on, facing certain death. As the first hints of the white dew season approached, Lanka tightly clutched Bai Lu. Bai Lu gestured that the Tiger Beast King was already nearing, and remaining there would surely lead to their demise. Perhaps venturing outside could afford them a glimmer of hope. I will divert its attention. You seize the opportunity to escape. Lanka shook her head. Just as Bai Lu was about to utter further words, the Tiger Beast King had already reached the base of the tree, rendering any attempt to leave futile. The Tiger Beast King circled around a thicket, fortuitously lying down adjacent to the burrow where Bai Lu and her companions were sheltered. Bai Lu held her breath, acutely aware of the Tiger Beast King as it reclined. Her heart raced wildly. What should they do now? Lanku and Bai Lu dared not move or utter a sound, fearing that the Tiger Beast King would discover their presence within the cave. Their only means of communication was through their eyes. What should they do now? Remain calm. Remain calm. For now, we must wait. Wait for how long? Until it departs. Indeed. Regardless of how they interpreted each other's gazes, it was clear that waiting was their only option. Bai Lu closed her eyes to rest her spirit, yet Lan Ku was still quite anxious, though she dared not show it. As the rumbling snores of the tiger beast king filled the air, it wasn't long before Lan Ku could no longer contain herself. Bai Lu, noticing Lan Ku's restlessness, realized she too could no longer hold on. It seemed they needed to devise a plan. Bai Lu cautiously peered out, realizing that they were positioned right behind the beast king. We could proceed in this manner, Bai Lu gestured, and Lank understood. Accompanied by the rumbling snores of the beast king, Bai Lu gently parted the underbrush and gradually shifted her position, propping herself up to crawl out. Lank followed closely behind, emerging from their hiding place just as the beast king fell silent. Bai Lu took a few steps, gazing at the towering tree before her, uncertain of its species. The branches were not visible from her vantage point, leaving her to ponder whether to ascend this colossal structure. The jungle was fraught with peril, offering no guarantees of safety among the branches. Yet, she could not afford to dwell on such thoughts for long. As she climbed, remaining vigilant to her surroundings, she soon noticed the unusual behavior of the tiger beast king. Her foremost concern was to escape the jaws of this formidable creature. To flee outright would be folly. Even the slightest misstep could lead to her demise. Thus, her best course was to reach the tree's heights, for it was not far from the inner safe zone. Perhaps there were other beastmen who might come to her aid. Although Bai Lu had forgotten how she had originally exited the inner safe zone, the absence of guards and patrols among the beastmen meant that her plans might very well unravel. Bai Lu spread her arms wide and, with a powerful push, began to ascend slowly, with Lank closely following suit. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly. Bai Lu had already spotted the first branch within her reach, and at that moment, they were approximately 10 meters above the ground, with the tiger beast king receding further into the distance. Suddenly, a roar erupted, nearly causing Bai Lu to lose her grip and fall. Lank, too, was taken aback. Sliding down over a meter, fortunately, she managed to grasp hold just in time. Otherwise, she would have plummeted directly into the jaws of the tiger beast king. The tiger beast king had already detected Lank, and that roar was aimed squarely at her. Lank, the tiger beast king is awake, hurry. It cannot climb trees. But with a leap, it might just be able to catch you. Bai Lu was perplexed as to how the tiger beast king had discovered them, within the cave. There was 5-star grass, also known as concealment grass, which could mask their presence. How could they be detected from so far away while perched in the trees? There was no time for such contemplation. They needed to continue their ascent. All right, Lank replied, straining as she clambered upward. The white dew had finally passed the first branch, yet Lan Ku remained just out of reach of its grasp. At that moment, the tiger beast king, as anticipated, leaped into action. Although it failed to touch Lan Ku's feet on its initial jump, it startled her immensely. The warm breath escaping its jaws brushed against her face, forcing her to struggle to maneuver her body until she finally managed to crawl close to the branch. The tiger beast king, having missed its first attempt, soon made a second and then a third leap, each one higher than the last, placing Lan Ku in increasing peril. White Dew had managed to crawl to a distance of approximately 10 meters from the first branch, which she deemed a safe distance, knowing that if Lan Ku were too far from her, it would also pose a danger. Currently, Lan Ku was about 5 meters away from her. The tiger beast king, having expended some energy from its incessant jumps, still retained enough strength to continue. At that moment, an unfavorable turn of events occurred. In its haste, the tiger beast king inadvertently struck its tail against a nearby rock, and, in a bewildering display of agility, it leapt from the stone. Lan Ku, hurry, faster. The tiger beast is coming. White Dew exclaimed urgently, realizing the implications of the beast's unexpected maneuver. I can't move anymore, Lan Ku replied weakly. Despite her incessant claims of wanting to hunt with Sierra, she had never ventured beyond the safety of the tribe, always shielded by others. This was her first encounter with the brutal reality of nature. However, she held on to the hope of one day witnessing the merfolk of the ocean and the golden lions of the forest, as spoken of by Sierra. Just shift your body a bit. This tree is large enough. Move to the side. Do you see it? The tree opposite the large stone below. Perhaps you can escape this predicament, White Dew quickly suggested, pointing to the stone where the tiger beast king was positioned. Without responding, Lan Ku instinctively began to follow White Dew's instructions, narrowly avoiding the tiger beast king's leap in an instant. Now, you must climb higher. If you reach the 2 branches beneath me, you should be safe, White Dew advised, having monitored the height of the tiger beast king's jumps and estimating a rough distance. The 2 branches below White Dew were 3 meters away from Lan Ku, a challenging distance to traverse, yet survival necessitated her ascent. The tiger beast king grew increasingly agitated, changing its approach to leap directly at Lan Ku, still failing to touch even her feet as it prowled below. Finally, Lan Ku was nearly at the two branches. Just a step away. In a sudden twist of fate, whether due to an extraordinary display of power or sheer luck, the tiger beast king unexpectedly leapt high enough to graze Lan Ku's foot. She quickly recoiled, evading injury, and successfully climbed to the two branches. Overwhelmed by the ordeal, Lan Ku could no longer contain her tears and began to weep. Chapter 29, The Tiger Beast King Part 3. Tears brimmed in Bai Lu's eyes. Yet she resolutely held them back. Do not weep. Do not weep, she urged, her voice rising in desperation as she addressed the increasingly sorrowful Lan Ku. The most pressing matter now is to ascend to a safe position. It is far more prudent to climb than to waste energy in tears. Bai Lu encouraged Lan Ku with fervor. However, just as Lan Ku was about to respond, Bai Lu interrupted. There are no buts. If you wish to survive, you must act swiftly. Of course, if you choose to indulge in petulance now, no one will be able to save you. Lan Ku shivered slightly, wiped away her tears, and nodded in agreement. Subsequently, she followed Bai Lu as they continued their ascent. Meanwhile, the Beast King, frustrated by the repeated failures to capture its prey, grew increasingly agitated. Yet it could not reach them, roaring furiously at the duo perched in the tree above. Bai Lu observed as the Beast King diminished in size, feeling fatigued herself. She settled onto a nearby branch, panting heavily. What should we do now? Lan Ku, equally exhausted, spoke to Bai Lu. Bai Lu gazed around, realizing that they were nearing the pinnacle of the tree. However, even through the gaps in the foliage, there was nothing remarkable to behold in the distance, only towering trees. And the great river was nowhere in sight, let alone the opposite bank. Moreover, Bai Lu recalled that the beastmen had not been patrolling or keeping watch today. What should they do? Perhaps they should rest for a moment and see if the tiger beast would pass by. Let us take a break, Bai Lu suggested. Agreed, Lank replied. Having already climbed to another branch to sit, her only desire being to pause for a while. Bai Lu leaned against the branch to gather her strength. However, she had barely rested when a ferocious beast charged violently into the large tree. Bai Lu and her companions clung tightly to the trunk, but with the beast's impact, the tree seemed on the verge of collapse. Panic surged within Bai Lu, compelling her to hastily devise a plan. Gazing at the towering tree before her, she scrutinized the nearby trees and noticed the presence of a vine, which appeared harmless, albeit lacking any notable function. Nevertheless, it was sufficient for their needs. We must swing over, Bai Lu declared to Lank. Ah, is that reliable? Lank responded, following Bai Lu's gaze with uncertainty. There is no choice if this tree cannot hold. We are doomed, Bai Lu insisted. All right then, let us give it a try, Lank replied, picking up the nearest vine to test its sturdiness. Without hesitation, she grasped it and leaped to the closest tree, leaving Bai Lu momentarily stunned. Bai Lu, hurry. I can see the roots. It's about to fall. Jump now, Lank urged from the other side, recalling a game they once played in their tribe, suddenly regretting not thinking of it sooner. Bai Lu regained her composure and grasped a vine, closing her eyes as she leaped to another tree. The voice of Lank could not escape the notice of the tiger beast, which, in a fit of rage, dashed towards their tree, preparing to crash into it. Yet, Bai Lu and Lank clung tightly to the vines and swung away once more. The tiger beast relentlessly pursued them, and Bai Lu and Lank were unaware of how long they had been swinging. Their hands were raw, blood oozing from their wounds, but they dared not pause. Even as the Tiger King sustained injuries from crashing into trees while chasing them, they could not afford to underestimate the threat. On the outskirts of the forest, a young man clad in a coarse shirt and shorts was engaged in a brutal struggle with a leopard, though it was more accurately a one-sided slaughter. The man nonchalantly swung a stick at the leopard, which nimbly dodged and, fixated on the stick, launched a counterattack. Under the sunlight, its sharp claws swiftly aimed at him. But he sidestepped and retaliated, piercing the leopard's abdomen. He then impaled it and ran towards a great tree to retrieve a fork, not merely a stick. As the prongs at the top were not immediately discernible, and the material was unknown, midway through the leopard's anguished thrashing due to its injuries, the man appeared unfazed. Rather, the more the leopard struggled, the faster its blood flowed, quickly rendering it weak. The man, seemingly indifferent, withdrew a stone knife from his animal hide pouch. This knife was unlike any other, shimmering in blue and glistening with a watery sheen, its blade exceptionally sharp. The moment it was drawn, the leopard instinctively wanted to rise, sensing the imminent danger that could lead to its demise. However, the man displayed no emotion, exhibiting an air of aloofness, intent only on dismembering the creature. The leopard, despite its grievous wounds, stood ready to flee, for in the face of life, its injuries seemed trivial. The man approached the leopard. But he soon felt the ground tremble beneath him, and a cry for help echoed from ahead, as if a large animal was pursuing the beast man. No, a female. And the voice was eerily familiar. Ignoring the leopard before him, he turned and ran towards the source of the cries. Lank, do not speak. If we attract more beasts, we shall be doomed. Bai Lu interrupted Lank's pleas. If there are beastmen nearby, we might be rescued, Lank protested. And with such a commotion, how could other animals remain unaware? Lank continued. You just said it yourself. With such a ruckus, do you truly believe that if there were beastmen along our path, they wouldn't have noticed? Bai Lu retorted. Ah, that is true. But what do we do now? I can hardly hold on any longer. Lank, devoid of confidence, gazed at the blood-soaked tiger beast below, which relentlessly pursued them. Keep going. We will be saved. Not only is this a declaration for Lank, but also a reminder for herself. For even she is uncertain if she can escape this calamity. At that moment, Lank's body, which should have swung forward, faltered due to her distraction, failing to grasp the vine and was thus flung away. Bai Lu quickly reacted, bracing her injured hand as she grasped the vine, attempting to catch Lank. However, the tiger beast, having anticipated the moment, leaped forth, its sharp claws aimed at Lank. With a swift push, Bai Lu urged Lank to seize a nearby vine, enabling her to land safely on another grand tree. Yet, in her act of sacrifice, Bai Lu found herself caught by the tiger beast's jaws on her thigh, tumbling down alongside it. Bai Lu, Lank cried out, tears streaming down her face. In the midst of their fall, Bai Lu, upon hearing Lank's voice, quickly regained her composure despite the excruciating pain. With a deft motion, she kicked her other foot against the tiger beast's nose, causing it to yelp in agony and release its grip, granting Bai Lu a chance to escape. They soon reached the ground. The tiger beast, having lost its balance from the pain, crashed heavily to the earth not far away. Bai Lu, too, was not unscathed. As she descended, she grasped a branch for support, which prevented her from losing consciousness or succumbing to death upon impact. Nevertheless, she landed hard, spitting out blood and feeling as if her internal organs had been displaced. Aware that she had sustained internal injuries, she could think of nothing else, for the tiger beast was already rising, bloodied and marred with countless wounds. Even minor injuries did not diminish the formidable strength of the creature. Bai Lu stood up, clutching her chest, searching for an opportunity to flee. Yet she understood that her chances of survival were grim. Chapter 30. In a critical moment, the tiger beast was frenzied. Sensing the sin of its offspring on this human female, the death of its young must surely be connected to her. After trailing them for so long, it had not only failed to exact vengeance, but had also sustained numerous injuries. The situation was dire. It seemed that swift action was necessary. Otherwise, what would happen if her companions arrived? If Bai Lu were aware of the thoughts of the beast, she would undoubtedly exclaim, "This tiger has become enlightened." She understands that this is a world of beastmen, yet the wild creatures possess such profound thoughts. How can she possibly survive in such a realm? The confrontation between Bai Lu and the tiger beast did not endure for long, as the tiger beast launched the first offensive. Injured and struggling, Bai Lu attempted to evade its attacks, but her continuous dodging had depleted her strength. At last, with a powerful swipe of its paw, the tiger beast left Bai Lu too weak to defend herself, and she closed her eyes. A growl erupted from the tiger beast as it felt a sharp object embedded in its paw. With a fierce shake, it dislodged the fork, glaring at the man before it, knowing he was the one who had inflicted harm. The tiger beast resumed its assault, lunging at the man with its other paw, its jaws wide open, intent on tearing him apart. In a swift motion, the man drew forth a blue stone knife, leaping to slice through the tiger beast's hide. The beast yelped in pain but immediately retaliated, attacking again with relentless fury. The man skillfully dodged while delivering precise strikes, the tempo of their conflict escalating, oblivious to the surrounding forest and the two female spectators nearby. Eventually, the tiger beast trembled, struggling to remain upright, as pools of blood soaked the ground, emitting a foul stench. Meanwhile, the man merely exhibited slight breathlessness, his body splattered with the creature's blood. Bai Lu could sense the surrounding beasts growing restless. Should either the man or the tiger beast fall, they would surely pounce. The tiger beast recognized it was no match for the man. Yet its pride could not endure humiliation. Initially, it needed only to slay two females, but now it faced the prospect of death at the hands of a mere beast man. Unwilling to accept its fate, it roared defiantly, launching one final attack. The man understood this was the beast's last struggle. With a powerful kick, he flipped and drove his weapon into the tiger beast's neck. Blood gushed forth as the beast lashed out, leaving 3 deep scratches on the man's arm before collapsing to the ground, never to rise again, blood pooling around it. The surrounding beasts, sensing the shift in power, dispersed in fear, leaving only a few formidable creatures to observe. The man pressed his hand against his wound and retrieved a dried herb from his leather pouch, crushing it and applying it to the injury as he approached Bai Lu. "Little cub, are you all right?" A gentle voice reached Bai Lu's ears, oddly familiar. Before she could respond, too weak to utter a word, a figure suddenly plunged into Hill's embrace. Surprised, Hill almost pushed the cub away, but the little one burst into tears, while the other hand stroked her head. "Second brother, Woo-woo, you finally returned." After weeping for some time, Lank remembered the injured one beside them, wiping her tears. She rummaged through Hill's leather pouch for healing herbs, squatting down to tend to Bai Lu's wounds. Hill watched Lank with a mix of exasperation and affection as she searched his bag. He then set about cleaning the battlefield, dismembering the tiger beast and collecting its valuable parts, its hide, bones, and tail, filling a leather pouch, while also taking a substantial portion of tiger meat. The tiger beast had been meticulously processed. As they approached Bai Lu, Lanka lifted her, following Sierra to a nearby tree hollow. "Second brother, you have no idea. If you don't return soon, you will miss the chance to see your lovely sister for the last time," she wailed, tears streaming down her face once more. "Enough. Lanka, no more crying. I know you too well. Now tell me, how did you manage to get out? Father would never allow you to venture alone. Especially not with a female cub accompanying you," Sierra admonished sternly. "Ugh, second brother. I didn't want to encounter the tiger beast either. But it was pure misfortune that we ran into it right after we emerged. If it weren't for Bai Lu, I wouldn't have survived long enough to see you." Lanku exclaimed. "Stop with the nonsense. How did you escape? Whose cub is she?" Sierra's expression turned grave. "You frightened me, second brother." Lanku feigned distress, dabbing at her tears. A single glance from Sierra made her comply instantly. "All right, I snuck out from the Great River," she confessed. "Where?" Sierra inquired, perplexed. "The very Great River," Lanku reiterated. "You possess an audacity beyond measure. That river is the largest in the Tianlang tribe, serving as a barrier for the inner safe zone. How did you manage to cross it?" Sierra questioned. "I found a withered tree, pushed it over, and crossed the river. Who would have known I would encounter that tiger beast right after? If it weren't for Bai Lu's warning, I would have perished on the spot." Lanku recounted, shaken. "Do you even comprehend fear? We shall discuss this later. Is her name Bai Lu? Which tribe does this female cub belong to?" Sierra pressed further. "She was rescued by eldest brother during a hunt," Lanku replied, her expression pitiful. "Rescued by him? So, she isn't a cub of the Tianlang tribe?" Sierra asked. "How could she not be? She is my elder sister, and she must remain in the tribe. You cannot drive her away." Lanku insisted firmly. "I have no intention of driving her away, for she is a female cub. However, we must not linger on this matter. Her injuries are severe. We must return swiftly to seek the aid of the priestess, or else she may soon return to the embrace of the beast god." Sierra redirected the conversation. "Who knows? You don't approve of my playing with other female cubs. We should hurry, for Bai Lu saved my life, and I do not wish for her to perish." "Second brother, let us go," Lanku urged. "We must leave, but currently, we are only 2 female cubs, drenched in blood. The moment we step outside, we will become targets for wild beasts. I can manage myself, but with so many beasts, I fear it will be challenging to protect you." "Especially with Bai Lu in such a critical state," Sierra replied. "What shall we do then?" Lanku was in a state of urgency. The tree hollow was a temporary sanctuary, and while I sought a nearby water source, I would block the entrance with stones. I still had 2 garments in my leather pouch, originally intended for my parents. Now, they are yours. Change into them after washing. And I will search for herbs nearby to mask the scent. I will ensure we can return safely." As she spoke, she retrieved 2 coarse cloth tunics, ample enough that when worn by Bai Lu, they would resemble dresses. She prepared to step outside. "Brother, return once you find water. I possess 5-star grass, which can be utilized immediately." Lanka suddenly remembered the 5-star grass Bai Lu had given her. "All right, I will fetch water first," she replied, not bothering to inquire about the nature or utility of the 5-star grass. Lanku acknowledged and went to tend to Bai Lu, who had been unconscious since Lanku descended from the tree. Chapter 31. The severely wounded Bai Lu. Lanku and she guided Bai Lu toward the safety zone. "Lanku, is your 5-star grass effective?" She expressed skepticism. "This was given to me by Bai Lu. She claimed it could conceal our presence," Lanku admitted. Feeling uncertain, She wished to trust Bai Lu, but also found the five-star grass dubious. Otherwise, how had the tiger beast detected them in the tree? Yet, Lan Ku did not want Xier to wander too far. Bai Lu was gravely injured, and returning to the tribe promptly was imperative. How did you get discovered by the tiger beast? You're so foolish. Xier retorted disdainfully. Brother, it was an accident. How could you know it was me? Lan Ku replied, astonished. How could it not be you? You have had many accidents. We will look for herbs along the way. But we must return to the tribe quickly. With that, she tightened her embrace around Bai Lu and gestured for Lan Ku to stay close. Along the journey, they encountered several small wild beasts that attempted to attack them, but Xier swiftly dealt with each threat. Upon reaching the safety zone, Xier abandoned Lan Ku and hurried toward the shaman's cave. Shaman Mama! Shaman Mama! Please save Bai Lu. Shaman Mama! Xier called out as he ran. Not waiting to reach the cave, the orcs and females along the roadside understood that someone must be injured or ill and made way. Though they shared a common question, why did that voice sound so familiar? Is that Xier? They could hardly believe it. Shaman Mama, are you there? Xier inquired outside the shaman's cave while holding Bai Lu. Yes, come in. A voice, aged yet authoritative, called from within. Xier carried Bai Lu inside. Place her here. Let me examine her. The shaman gestured for Xier to set Bai Lu upon a large stone, covered with various herbs, which provided a reasonably flat surface. Oh dear, how could this little one be so gravely injured? The shaman remarked, gently touching Bai Lu's face, inspecting her tongue, and removing her clothing for a thorough examination. Outside, Xier paced anxiously, his face etched with worry. Before long, the shaman emerged, herbs in hand. How is Bai Lu? Xier asked with concern. What has happened to this little one? How could you be so gravely injured? If I had arrived even a moment later, I fear I would have had to wait until you returned to the embrace of the beast god to see her again. The elder priestess murmured while tending to the medicinal herbs. As long as there is hope, as long as there is hope, Xier echoed these words. Who are your parents? Are they still alive? The elder priestess suddenly inquired. She was rescued by my elder brother El while hunting, Xier replied succinctly. It is her. Yet the elder priestess struggled to find the right words. But Xier, her injuries, the elder priestess hesitated. What about her injuries? Sierra's heart leaped to her throat. Her wounds require some rare herbs. Otherwise, there remains a lingering danger, the elder priestess stated cautiously. The herbs needed are exceedingly difficult to procure. Before the elder priestess could finish her sentence, Siege interjected, What herbs are required? I will go. You? Sierra, it's not that I wish to forbid you. But this venture is far too perilous. It could very well cost you your life, the elder priestess said gravely. I understand. I have seen her wounds and am mentally prepared, Sierra responded. Orcs have a duty to care for their female young, yet you are still a minor. Having just returned today, the location where the herbs grow is perilous. A moment's slip could mean you do not return. You are the mightiest warrior of our clan and may one day succeed to the chieftaincy, the elder priestess urged repeatedly. Indeed, I am a warrior, but simultaneously, I shall be her future companion, Sierra asserted with unwavering determination. Her declaration rendered the elder priestess's counsel moot. In the Wolf Star tribe, once a mate is chosen, one will pursue them at all costs. Should one perish, the other would not wish to live on. Very well. The 5 herbs most essential for Bai Lu's recovery include 3 that I currently possess. You need only procure the remaining 2, the elder priestess disclosed. Which 2? Sierra inquired eagerly. The shell of a 1,000-year-old water shell beast and a root resembling a doll. However, this root must also be over 1,000 years old, the elder priestess explained. The shell of the water shell beast is likely only found among the northern merfolk, and the doll root has appeared only in the notes of past priestesses. And even then, only in scant references. We have no idea where to find it, the elder priestess lamented. I need not worry about the water shell beast. A friend of mine has one. However, I am determined to find the doll root. Sierra replied, momentarily relieved, thankful to know Misa. The water shell beast should not pose a problem, but the doll root is indeed troublesome, yet Sierra remained resolute. She is waiting for you. You must return safely. The elder priestess implored. Take good care of her, elder priestess, Sierra pleaded. Approaching Bai Lu's bedside, she gently caressed her face and whispered, At last, I see you again. This time, you will surely be mine, Lulu. If Bai Lu were awake, she would undoubtedly be incredulous and elated, for the person of her dreams had materialized before her. Lulu. Wait for me. How familiar that voice sounds. Could it be him again? Or is it merely a figment of my imagination? Yet, his voice seems to linger right beside me. Even if it were just an illusion, she could not bear to shatter this enchanting reverie. In the depths of slumber, Bai Lu's face, once serene with happiness, suddenly contorted with unease as she muttered, "You're here, don't leave." These words drew Hill, who was already rising to depart, back to her bedside, grasping her hand. "Indeed, I am here." Tears streamed down Hill's cheeks. He had not anticipated that their reunion would unfold in such a poignant manner. If only he had found her sooner, perhaps she would not have endured such tribulation. Observing Bai Lu's hands, marred with bloodstains, a wave of regret washed over him. In her dream, Bai Lu sensed his impending departure and yearned to hold on to him. However, this time, she suddenly heard a voice. "I will not leave, Lulu. I have come." Instantly, tears brimmed in Bai Lu's eyes. He was still present, undeniably real. She understood that he had always been by her side, albeit only in dreams. Hill called out her name, endeavoring to awaken her, yet her previously anxious demeanor transformed into tranquility, her restless hands finding solace. Hill smiled gently, caressing Bai Lu's hair, and placed a kiss upon her forehead. "My dear fool, wait for my return. The next time we meet will be the moment you become my companion." With that, he took a step forward, departing without looking back. "Yet, Hill, have you not considered that Bai Lu is gravely wounded?" "Oh, how confidently you presume she would accept your proposal." Bai Lu seemed to possess an innate sensitivity, for in the very next moment, her eyes fluttered open. The scalding tears cascading down her cheeks appeared to be a poignant reminder of someone's presence. A faint, familiar scent lingered in the air. "Have you come?" Although her words were uttered softly, her heart was torn asunder. Those who are wounded are invariably fragile. Chapter 32. The Ritual of the Matriarch. You are awake. Bai Lu. The matriarch of the ritual addressed her as she opened her eyes. "Do not move. You are gravely injured. Just lie still." As Bai Lu attempted to rise, the matriarch quickly pressed down on her shoulder. "What has happened to me? Why can I not move?" Even without the matriarch's restraint, she found herself unable to stand. "Do you remember what transpired?" the matriarch inquired. It was only then that Bai Lu recalled she was engaged in a duel with the beast king in the forest. Ah, yes, a man had appeared later, but before she could discern his features, she succumbed to unconsciousness. "What has befallen me? Why can I not move? Have I, Bai Lu, succumbed to paralysis? It is merely an internal injury. Why do my limbs feel so numb?" "You are gravely injured and temporarily incapacitated. Do not worry. I have administered a potion that prevents you from moving about recklessly, for the consequences of such actions could be dire," the shamaness explained, observing Bai Lu's anxious desire to stir. "Is that so? Are you a physician?" Bai Lu pondered, aware of the primitive state of medicine in her tribe. Is there truly such a potion? Yet, it is indeed wise to refrain from excessive movement with a serious internal injury. However, was it necessary to resort to such measures? Noticing Bai Lu's bewildered expression, the shamaness reassured her. "Bai Lu, your injuries lie within. Although they appear severe, with the proper elixir, you shall heal and be able to rise and venture outside. Do not overthink. Focus on your recovery. Can it truly cure me? Then why the need for a potion? You could simply administer the elixir directly." Bai Lu's thoughts spilled forth, unabashedly expressing her confusion. "The elixir is missing several crucial herbs. Once they are gathered, you shall be well again. Worry not." A flicker of concern crossed the shamaness' eyes as she continued. As Bai Lu recalled the moment, she coughed up blood clots. The medical conditions within the tribe were undeniably primitive. Even if she survived, lingering ailments would surely plague her. Would this miraculous medicine truly work? The flora of this era was abundant, and she could search for remedies one by one. Her extraordinary abilities were not mere embellishments. Surely, she could restore her health, and her spirits lifted just a fraction. Yet, Bai Lu could not suppress her sorrow, holding back tears, as she still required care, rendering her quite helpless during this period. After an indeterminate silence, Bai Lu spoke to the shamaness Mama, who sat nearby. "Lanke, do you know? The female cub who was with me. I remember hearing her voice before I fell into slumber." "Ah, Lanke." She was taken back by her father, Mama reassured her. "Her father? Have we returned to the Tianling tribe?" Bai Lu wondered, believing she had ventured into another clan. After all, she had been pursued by the tiger beast king for an unknown duration and distance, certain she was leagues away from the inner safe zone. Little did Bai Lu know, this distance was not as great for the beast men, who could transform and traverse swiftly. Little Bai Lu, this place has always been part of the Tianling tribe. Do you know how you returned here? If not, it's best to refrain from pondering it and focus on resting, Mama advised. "I'm fine now, much improved. However, I vaguely recall seeing a beast man before I fell asleep." Is he from the Tianlang tribe? I'm uncertain. By the way, who brought me back? It was Sierra, one of our tribe's mightiest warriors. Had he not arrived in time, you would have been torn apart by the tiger beast, Mama explained. How could you be so reckless? Two young female cubs daring to venture beyond the inner safe zone. Thankfully, Sierra encountered you. Otherwise, I would have felt compelled to discipline these troublesome little ones, she thought. Glancing at Bai Lu's pallid countenance, her heart softened. Enough of that for now. I am Ma Na, the shaman of the Tianlang tribe, as well as a healer. You may call me Ma Na Mama or Shaman Mama. Rest assured. You are welcome to stay here, and should you need anything, do not hesitate to summon me, she stated. A shaman? So, she is indeed the leader of the Tianlang tribe, someone not to be trifled with, especially when my life hangs in her balance. I had initially thought her rather verbose. Indeed, having been here for so long, I have yet to seek you out. From now on, whenever you fall ill or encounter insurmountable troubles, feel free to come to me, Mama assured her. Bai Lu felt both flattered and astonished. After all, this was a high-ranking leader, deserving of utmost respect. Fortunately, she had refrained from contradicting them earlier. Otherwise, what would have happened if she had been cast aside? Moreover, she was currently injured. If the priestess Mama knew what Bai Lu was thinking, she would surely say, Child, you are overthinking. In the Tianzi continent, females are scarce compared to the beastmen, rendering them precious. Any beastman who harms a female would incur the wrath of the beast god, a truth well known among all beastmen and females alike. Furthermore, Bai Lu was still a cub, not yet an adult. Even a priestess would not escape culpability for casting her out. Very well, Bai Lu murmured, her eyelids heavy with sleep. You rest well. I shall tend to the herbs. The priestess Mama adjusted the animal skin blanket, pulling it snugly over Bai Lu's neck, ensuring it was tightly sealed. Bai Lu, initially intending to sleep, found herself bemused by the excessive covering, particularly given the sweltering weather. Priestess Mama, could you please lower it a bit? I am quite warm, Bai Lu emphasized. Oh dear, forgive me. My age is catching up, and my memory fails me. It is indeed quite hot outside today, the priestess chuckled, tapping her cane against the ground before loosening the blanket slightly. Fortunately, the animal skin was not made of wool but rather from a short-haired creature. Otherwise, it would have been unbearable. It is best for your injury to avoid drafts and not to expose yourself to the cold, or it may worsen, the priestess continued. Very well then, it is not excessively hot now, Bai Lu admitted, feeling her cheeks flush. She had just protested the blanket's warmth, and now she was suggesting it was bearable. How awkward. I shall remain nearby. You need only speak, and I shall hear you. Rest easy, the priestess Mama reassured her with a warm smile. Settling down at a distance to sort the herbs, Bai Lu gently closed her eyes to rest, though sleep eluded her. The forest once again reshaped her understanding. The once formidable tiger beast had proven less fearsome than anticipated. However, the relentless spirit of the tiger beast king was truly admirable, as it followed her every step, ultimately leading to its demise. One could say she was indeed unfortunate. Of all the wild beasts to encounter, she had to cross paths with the tiger beast king, which left her injured and confined to her bed. A wave of indignation washed over her as she recalled the moment she had coughed up blood, undoubtedly suffering internal injuries. She wondered if the medical facilities here would allow her to fully recover. And what of the tiger beast king? Had it perished? At that moment, she had believed her end was nigh upon encountering a man, facing a creature that would take even an adult beast man considerable time to vanquish. How had she managed to escape? In her hazy recollection, it seemed as though that man had slain the beast. Yet, could that truly be the case? She distinctly remembered hearing Lang's voice, though it did not seem to belong to her. Bai Lu felt dizzy, her stomach churning violently, and a surge of pain overtook her, plunging her into unconsciousness. Chapter 33. Little brother? Little sister? Bai Lu? Bai Lu? Wake up, wake up. As she opened her eyes, a blinding light pierced through, instantly jolting her mind into alertness. Lang? Tilting her head, she glimpsed a figure, uncertain of the identity of the young female before her. It's me. It's me. Boss, you're finally awake. I was so worried about you, Lang exclaimed, embracing Bai Lu's immobile form with excitement. Cough, cough, cough. The pressure made it difficult for Bai Lu to breathe, prompting a fit of coughing. Lang, don't smother Bai Lu. A voice interjected, belonging to the shaman Mama. Oh. I'm so sorry. I got too excited. Lang quickly moved to sit at the bedside. Lang, I never expected you to be so heavy despite having little flesh on your bones, Bai Lu remarked with a roll of her eyes. Boss, let me tell you. The adult females in the tribe cannot compare to my figure, I'm truly top-notch. If I were to have little female cubs. Before Lank could finish, the shaman mama gently tapped her on the head. You little cub, already thinking about such things before maturing? Be careful, or you may find no beastman interested in you. The shaman mama cautioned. Oh dear, mama, why think so far ahead? That's all in the future. Lank replied in quick succession. You, indeed, the shaman mama sighed. Bai Lu smiled quietly beside them. Boss, are you feeling better? Lank turned to Bai Lu with concern. Much better, Bai Lu replied, gently moving her hands and feet. Feeling some strength returning. The discomfort in her organs was not as oppressive as it had been before her fainting spell. It was quite miraculous. That's because my second brother Lank's words were intercepted by the priestess mama, she continued. Sierra saved you from the Beast King. You should express your gratitude to him. The priestess mama advised. Yes, I will, Bai Lu responded. Lank found it peculiar that the priestess mama chose not to mention Sierra's injuries sustained while searching for medicine for Bai Lu. Perhaps Bai Lu would even become her sister-in-law as a result. It was known that not only the females of their tribe but also those from neighboring tribes admired her second brother. If it were another female, Lank would still prefer Bai Lu as her sister-in-law. Lank gazed curiously at the priestess mama, who did not return her look but instead inquired about Bai Lu's health. Bai Lu was eager to ask about Sierra as well, but observing the priestess mama's reticence, she decided to wait for a private moment to inquire with Lank. Little Bai Lu, for now, you need to focus on resting so that you can fully recover, the priestess mama instructed. All right, thank you, priestess mama, Bai Lu expressed. Her emotions beyond words. She had never imagined such a severe injury could be healed. She had felt as though her organs were misaligned, perhaps even ruptured. It was a situation that had left her feeling quite unwell, yet here she was, on the mend, truly miraculous. In the 28th century, the extinction of many plants and animals had led to a significant shortage of raw materials, resulting in the inability to produce numerous medications, even when medicines were available. In severe cases, the only solution was organ transplantation, which came with its own set of challenges and uncertain success rates. She felt fortunate. However, she reminded herself not to celebrate too soon, as she had not yet fully recovered. Would you like some roasted meat? You haven't eaten in quite some time, the priestess mama suggested. Bai Lu suddenly realized that perhaps it was wise not to be overly trusting. Injured and consuming greasy roasted meat? Was this an act of salvation or a ploy to harm me? Yet, Bai Lu understood that there was neither porridge nor vegetables available here, not even a pinch of salt. There was little room for frustration. Hey, Lank, could you do me a favor? Bai Lu addressed Lank, disregarding the words of the priestess. What is it, boss? Just say the word, you've saved me, and I'll do anything for you. Do you want me to feed you? Lank replied, initially caught off guard by her lengthy discourse, but then quickly responded to Bai Lu, who was momentarily leaning against the wall. No, I don't wish to eat. I merely wanted to ask if I could borrow a piece of your beast meat, Bai Lu inquired. Why? Lank asked, her curiosity piqued. I wish to prepare something else. I do not want roasted meat, Bai Lu explained. Absolutely not. That is out of the question. Lank firmly opposed. Very well, Bai Lu responded with a hint of despondency. It's not that I'm denying you the beast meat. Rather, you are not permitted to cook it yourself. I will provide the meat. And you shall tell me how to prepare it, Lank clarified, observing Bai Lu's downcast demeanor. You are currently injured, even if you feel slightly better. You must refrain from moving about and focus on recuperating, Lank added. Thank you, Bai Lu expressed her heartfelt gratitude. No need for thanks, boss. At this moment, you are my leader. It is no trouble for your little sister to assist you, Lank chuckled. Bai Lu found herself in a comical predicament, never anticipating that a mere jest would result in acquiring an adorable little brother. The priestess, Ma-Imo, nearby, felt a sense of satisfaction. Lan Ke, there is no need for you to fetch anything. Today, I received a portion of the long-toothed beast meat from the priestess Ma-Imo. Following Bai Lu's suggestion, we might all enjoy a delightful feast, she remarked before turning to retrieve the meat from a nearby cave. One must admit that the caves of the Tianlang tribe are quite fascinating, with chambers within chambers. No, priestess Ma-Imo. This beast meat is allocated to you by the tribe. As a female who does not hunt, how could you possibly share it with us? Protested Lan Ke. The meat of the long-toothed beast is even rarer. I shall simply bring over one of the 2 badgers my father caught today. That should suffice. Lan Ke interjected. Indeed, priestess Ma-Imo, it would be best if you kept it. We can feast on badger instead. It was only then that she realized the priestess Ma-Imo was a single female, without a warrior to hunt for her, reliant on the communal provisions of the tribe. Typically, families with warriors would have private meals, although most often, they dined in the communal area. Maimo, Maimo, Lanka whined playfully. Very well, very well. I merely wish for you to sample the long toothbeast meat. Alas, if you do not wish to partake, I suppose I shall not force it upon you. The priestess Maimo replied, feigning irritation. Maimo, Maimo, that's not our intent. Please do not be upset. Lanka continued to whine sweetly. All right, all right. You little cub, I am not angry, the priestess Maimo, unable to withstand Lanka's endearing antics, conceded. With a playful grin, Lanka chuckled mischievously. Bai Lu was utterly captivated by Lang's charm, astonished by her ability to act coy, especially towards the priestess Maimo. While Bai Lu too longed to exhibit such playful affection towards the priestess, she felt a tinge of shyness and could only indulge in her thoughts, filled with envy. You should be on your way now. Do not linger here and become an eyesore. Just leave. The priestess Maimo returned to Bai Lu's bedside, adopting a demeanor reminiscent of a caring elder sister, urging Lang to depart. With a playful giggle, Lang understood that the priestess Maimo's disdain was not genuine and thus took her leave. Bai Lu quietly smiled nearby, observing the lively scene. Chapter 34. Sea Vegetables. I have arrived. I have arrived. Lan Kafing burst into the cave where the priestess was. Keep it down. Bai Lu has eaten a few fruits and has fallen asleep again. Let her rest. And I shall inform you upon her awakening, the priestess whispered. Understood, Lan Ka replied softly. Time passed, and Bai Lu slowly stirred awake. Having dreamed of nothing but feeling quite hungry, she touched her abdomen, ready to rise from the bed, but as she moved, a dull pain reminded her of her injuries. Do not move. Do not move. Lan Ka's anxious voice echoed as she rushed inside. Boss, you look much better. Would you like me to cook some meat for you? She gently propped Bai Lu against the wall, and Bai Lu felt a surge of vitality. Yes, did you bring it? Bai Lu inquired. Of course. I brought a badger. And my mother saved some milk fruits for me. Though they are meant for newborns, I adore them. Mother packed them in a half-hide pouch for you, Lan Ka said, her expression radiating generosity, though her face betrayed a hint of reluctance. Not to worry, we can share. I cannot eat that much, Bai Lu chuckled softly, ensuring Lan Ka did not see her amusement. By the way, how do we prepare the meat? Lan Ka grinned foolishly, as if she had stumbled upon a great treasure. Even though the fruits were originally hers. Cut a piece off, set aside any bones, and if there are no bones, chop it into pieces of this size. Then boil them in water with a pinch of salt, Bai Lu explained, gesturing to a strip of meat about 2 inches long. Recalling that a meat broth without salt would be quite bland compared to roasted meat. Salt? What is that? Can it be eaten? Lan Ka asked curiously. It is a seasoning that enhances the flavor of the broth, Bai Lu clarified. I know how to prepare it. I have done so in the common area before. If I had known you wanted meat broth, I would have made it for you sooner. Despite her feigned disdain, she adjusted the animal hide blanket that was slipping down. You have made it before? Bai Lu asked, puzzled, as she thought the tribe only consumed roasted meat. Haven't you eaten in the common area? Lan Ka replied. The common area? Bai Lu inquired innocently. Although she was unaware of what the common area entailed, she had indeed tasted the tribe's broth, though it eluded her memory at the moment. Seeing Bai Lu's bewildered expression, Lan Ka felt an urge to pinch her cheeks, but it was not the right time. If someone from Earth were present, they would surely recognize her adorableness. All right, since you have recently joined the tribe and we ventured out immediately, you are unaware of those places. Let me enlighten you. Lan Ka said as she sat down beside Bai Lu. The Tianlang tribe is nestled against a cliff, flanked by great rivers. This area serves as a boundary, with the inner zone being relatively safe, though not devoid of wild beasts. The place where you were injured is likely near the outskirts. The territory of the Silver Wolf clan spans from the outer regions to the inner sanctum, though specific statistics are lacking. It is evident that the majority of the western expanse is dominated by this clan. The beasts in the periphery exhibit greater ferocity than those found within. Our Orcish ancestors arrived at this cliff only during the era of my father's father, giving rise to the present-day Silver Wolf clan and the Tianlang tribe. The communal area of the Tianlang tribe serves as a dining space for the females and orcs of the tribe. Blook continued. Indeed, such a naive little child. Sharing all this information with me. What if I were to sell you? Whispered Bai Lu. Boss. Boss. Blook noticed Bai Lu lost in thought and called out. Huh, what is it? Bai Lu, still in a daze, responded. Boss, are you even listening to me? Blook's tone grew slightly agitated. I was paying close attention, Bai Lu replied. Then why are you daydreaming? Humph. Upon catching sight of Bai Lu's adorable face, Blook felt an irresistible urge to pinch it, wondering why she had never felt this way before. I'm sorry. I want to do it again, Bai Lu apologized, realizing that her wandering thoughts were impolite. This little Sunra. It's quite all right. I'm not truly upset, Look reassured her, not genuinely wishing to blame her. Then I shall prepare a dish here, to see if it suits your taste, Look announced as she rose. All right, Bai Lu agreed. Subsequently, Look cut a piece of badger meat weighing approximately 2 pounds into strips, simmering it alongside 2 ordinary-sized bones, adding a handful of leafy greens, and then awaited their thorough cooking. The stone pot used was crafted by the orcs, who take turns safeguarding the safety of the sacred matriarch, prepared according to Bai Lu's specifications. A delectable aroma wafted through the air, intensifying Bai Lu's hunger. Bai Lu distinctly heard the bubbling sound, wondering if Lank, who was intently watching the fire, could hear it as well. The aroma was evidently that of meat, intertwined with a faintly peculiar scent. Lank, Bai Lu called out a bit louder. What is it? Lank replied. What did you add? There's a taste of salt. Bai Lu suddenly realized that the fragrance was reminiscent of kelp, something she hadn't tasted in ages. Salt? Are you referring to seaweed? Lank inquired. Seaweed? I want to see what it looks like, Bai Lu expressed her curiosity. Of course, this is what my second brother brought back. He mentioned that this particular herb only grows in the sea. Once, when I was making soup, I accidentally added some seaweed and discovered it was quite delicious. Ever since, I always add a little when preparing soup. I've tried it too. You can only use a tiny bit, as too much makes it bitter and unpalatable. Lank held up the remaining seaweed in front of Bai Lu. Bai Lu took the seaweed, realizing it was indeed dried kelp, unwashed and untouched. Given their proximity to the ocean, it was evident that salt was abundant, and with salt came a plethora of culinary delights. She pondered how the orcs here managed to avoid the affliction of goiter. After all, cases like Lank were rare. Curiosity bubbled within her, yet at that moment, nothing could quell her insatiable desire to eat. Her stomach growled, nearing its limits, while the enticing aroma continued to tempt her. Quite delightful, Bai Lu mused, her spirits lifted. If returning home was not imminent, the presence of salt meant access to delectable food. And aside from her grandmother, she felt little attachment to her previous life. Then here, enjoy this seaweed, Lank said, offering a small portion. It's quite delicious. Don't worry, we have more at home. If we run out, I'll just ask my second brother for some. No trouble at all, Lank chuckled, understanding Bai Lu's longing and wanting to avoid her having to ask. Besides, she was at a loss for what to gift their leader. Just as Bai Lu was about to speak, she noticed Lank rushing off to check on the meat soup, silencing her words. Leader, eat while it's hot. It's ready, Lank declared, bringing a bowl of steaming soup to the bedside and gesturing for Bai Lu to partake. So hot, Bai Lu exclaimed, lifting the bowl to her lips, only to be met by a wave of steam that threatened to scald her. Be careful. No need to rush, Lank advised. Didn't you just urge me to hurry? Otherwise, I wouldn't have burned myself, Bai Lu retorted, unwilling to admit her eagerness driven by hunger. Yes, leader, it's all my fault. Take your time drinking, Lank replied, tidying up the items beside Bai Lu with a smile. Sorry, Bai Lu said, noticing a change in Lank's expression and realizing she had overstepped. Why apologize? It's fine, eat up. I want to take it to heart, Lank reassured her, having feigned her earlier reaction, and then broke into a silly grin. Bai Lu nodded, sinking back into her blissful experience of savoring the soup. Chapter 35, Chopstick Massage. Fruity, where are you? Belle had scoured the jungle for 2 days and nights. Yet there was no sign of Fruity. Belle, it's Fruity, Elle approached, patting Belle's shoulder, hesitating to speak. She won tea. She yes fine. Everything else all right. Tears streaked Belle's face, mingling with dirt, making him appear several years older. A palpable sadness enveloped him. Yet he stubbornly refused to acknowledge the grim possibility that Fruity might be in peril. Seeing his friend in such despair pained Elle's heart. Yet he was at a loss for words of comfort. He recalled how Belle had come to him 2 days prior, seeking his assistance in locating Fruity due to his superior sense of smell compared to most orcs. However, they had already searched tirelessly in the area where Fruity had vanished, again and again, and found not even a trace of her, not even a scrap of fur. All right, Elle finally responded, fearful of Belle losing his sanity over the situation, recalling incidents in their tribe where despair had led to tragic outcomes. The female, having unexpectedly returned to the embrace of the beast god, found herself the target of one of the orcs' affections, who provoked the wild beasts. Also returning to the beast god's embrace, Elle harbored a desire to prevent Belle from treading the same path. Why? What was I doing at that moment? Knowing her fondness for certain fruits, why did I not gather some for her? thus preventing her from wandering aimlessly? The more she spoke, the deeper her sorrow grew, until she could no longer contain her tears, transforming into her beast form and roaring in anguish. Elle did not intervene, believing that allowing her to vent might bring her some relief. At present, Belle and the fruit had not yet formed a bond. As long as he kept a watchful eye on Belle, perhaps she would come to terms with her situation. Let us return to the tribe, Elle gently suggested to the now subdued Belle. No, I will not go back. I must search further. You may return, for we might not have discovered her hiding place. Perhaps, for some reason, she is no longer in the vicinity. He awaited the beast to rescue her. I cannot give up. Indeed, I must not give up, Belle declared as she transformed into her beast form and, taking advantage of Elle's momentary distraction, sprinted away. Elle had already concluded that the fruit had met with misfortune. He could not let this continue, for the fruit was still in need of rescue. Alas, Belle, let us go together. Wait for me, Elle called out, regaining his senses and transforming into his beast form to pursue her. Bag, shall we continue the search? An orc nearby inquired, having witnessed the unfolding scene. We have scoured this area thoroughly, finding no female cubs. Let us venture outward and see what we can uncover, Bag pondered before responding. Very well. Seeing Belle in such distress is troubling. It seems the fruit may also be in grave danger. After all, orcs venturing out alone can suffer injuries, and their bodies are far more resilient than those of the females, especially since the fruit is but an underage female, another orc remarked. Why speak of such matters? The most pressing concern is to locate the fruit, Bag interjected sternly. Agreed, although the others acknowledged his words. They understood the significance of the female cub and responded in unison. They then dispersed to search for the female cub, each orc not straying far, calling out as they sought every trace and clue. Upon awakening after a slumber, Bai Lu discovered the presence of two individuals in the cave, startling her. What brings you here? She inquired, gazing at Rui Do's mother and Ji Sang's mother, not to mention the adorable Lan Ku and the ritualistic Mama. Little Bai Lu, did Mama not caution you against venturing out alone? Your audacity is excessive. Look at the grievous injuries you have sustained. You might as well remain in this cave until the rainy season. Ji Sang's mother immediately seized the opportunity to admonish Bai Lu, denying her a chance to retort. I was merely curious, Bai Lu murmured, lowering her gaze. Curious? I understand that the outside world is enticing, but are you truly unaware of the dangers within the forest? Ji Sang's mother continued her reprimand. Enough, Ji Sang. Bai Lu is merely an innocent young cub, lacking understanding. A few words of admonition are sufficient. She is on the verge of tears, Rui Do's mother interjected, observing Bai Lu's tearful demeanor, her heart heavy with compassion. Yet, gazing at the bewildered Bai Lu, Rui Do's mother questioned whether she truly appeared as though she were about to weep. Bai Lu expressed her innocence. It would have been more understandable if she had cried. But to mistake her bewildered state for tears was indeed a situation that elicited both laughter and tears. I apologize, Aunt Jisong, for causing you concern. Bai Lu understood that Aunt Jisong scolded her out of worry, for who else would pay her any mind? As long as you comprehend that, Aunt Jisong replied sternly yet kindly. Bai Lu attempted to rise. Do not move. Do not move. Lank hurried to Bai Lu's bedside, supporting her as she leaned against the wall. Boss, you've only just started to feel better. You mustn't disturb the wound. Your hand is still covered in medicine, Lank informed Bai Lu. Oh. Bai Lu realized that her hand had been slathered with layers of a green ointment, which appeared rather greasy. If it weren't for your earlier plan, we wouldn't have made it until second brother came to our rescue. Though my hand is injured, preserving my life is far more vital. Lank noticed Bai Lu's disdainful expression towards her hand. Boss, let me fix your hair. Lank eagerly wished to assist Bai Lu in some way. All right, Bai Lu acknowledged, knowing that Lank intended to comb her hair. Observing her shoulder-length hair, she imagined it must resemble a bird's nest, fit for a hen to successfully incubate. Lank retrieved a pair of chopsticks from her fur pouch, much to Bai Lu's astonishment. Chopsticks? I was just about to inquire if it was mealtime, she thought, only to realize that the tribe did not use chopsticks. What purpose could they serve? Soon, Bai Lu received her answer. Lank approached her, positioning Bai Lu on the bed with her head resting at the edge, expertly using the chopsticks to comb her hair. Combing with chopsticks? How's this even done? Although she had never seen it before, it felt rather pleasant. Lank continued to comb, and as Bai Lu began to feel sleepy, on the verge of drifting off, Lank announced, all done. As the gentle breeze of white dew caressed her scalp, a sense of relief enveloped her, a delightful sensation indeed. This was a unique skill possessed by Lanty, and to her surprise, Lank had also mastered it. Truly, she was Lanti's little protege. Lanti is Lang's mother. Of course she would teach her. Ji Sang's mother remarked approvingly. Little Bai Lu, how do you feel? Is it not extraordinarily pleasant? The priestess inquired, having never experienced Lanti's craft, only hearing tales of it. Indeed. The fatigue has dissipated significantly, Bai Lu replied. Come, Lang, let us pamper your priestess today, the priestess said, promptly ushering Lang back to her cave. Go on. Bai Lu encouraged softly, sensing Lang's unease. Ji Sang's mother and Rue Do's mother observed the interaction between Bai Lu and Lang, sharing a knowing smile. They too wished to experience such indulgence, and quickly followed suit. Just then, Bai Lu's stomach grumbled. She was hungry and lamented the departure of the two mothers who had not come to see her. Why had they left? Chapter 36. The Self-Absorbed Noah Fruits. Fruits. Belle hoarsely called out to the little cub nestled in Yang's embrace. She was gravely injured, her body covered in wounds when he found her. He had taken her to Sunset Valley in search of healing herbs, fortunate to find them at the outskirts. Had it not been for Belle's timely discovery, well, he had intended to wait until she was in better shape before bringing her back. She needed proper care. Yang remarked to the already weary mother, Jelly. You went to Sunset Valley. Thankfully, it was only on the periphery. Returning safely is what matters. Thank you, Yang. Jelly's maid had already taken the cub into the cave. Expressing gratitude. Fortune smiled upon me. It's perilous for a cub to be alone, Yang replied. I understand. I will take good care of her. Once she is better, Brew will hunt for you as a token of our appreciation. Thank you immensely. Jelly expressed her gratitude. No need for thanks, just ensure she recovers well. I must take my leave. There are many in the tribe who are unwell, Yang said before departing. Jelly, I entrust the care of fruits to you. Belle added before she too took her leave. Jelly was left bewildered, pondering why she needed to rely on others for her own cub's care. Yet, before she could delve deeper into her thoughts, Brew emerged, instructing Jelly to accompany Fruits as he was heading out to hunt. Belle, where have you been these past few days? Noah inquired, having just exited the chief's cave, spotting Belle lost in thought. Fruits has returned. Fruits has returned. Belle kept repeating this phrase, ignoring Noah's presence. What is troubling you? Has something occurred? Noah approached Belle, concern etching his features. Fruits is back. She has not vanished. She has not vanished, Belle exclaimed, shaking Noah's shoulders fervently. Fruits? Food? What do you mean? Noah questioned, puzzled. Fruits is my destined partner, the one I have chosen. She has returned, albeit severely injured. With a trembling voice, Bayer expressed her excitement before succumbing to tears. Did Gwizzy go to find the priestess mama? Noah inquired. The priestess mama will ensure her safety. Yao saved her, he saved her, Bayer repeated. That is reassuring. Yao is the offspring of the priestess mama and has acquired much of her wisdom. He will undoubtedly aid Gwizzy in her recovery. Why are you crying? Noah questioned. Believing that with Yao as the inheritor of the priesthood and Gwizzy having received treatment, there was no need for tears. I wish I didn't tea. But the mere thought of Gwizzy overwhelms me, Bayer confessed. Bayer, I truly understand, Noah replied, recognizing that it was only natural to grieve for a beloved female in peril. However, he pondered the utility of weeping in that moment. What purpose does crying serve? Noah gently chided. Then, what should I do? I am at a loss. Bayer asked, her shoulders shaking as she stifled her sobs. Perhaps you could go hunting? Engage in activity she enjoys? In any case, crying here is of no avail. Noah suggested after a moment's contemplation, wearing an expression of understanding. You're right. Gwizzy adores fruit. I could also hunt for the long-toothed beasts. Yes. I shall take my leave now. Thank you, Noah, she exclaimed, rushing off in a flurry. Noah, wishing to impart further advice, found that her sudden departure had caused him to forget his thoughts. At that moment, Elle approached. Noah, why are you just standing here? If you have matters to attend to, you should go inside, Elle said, placing a hand on Noah's shoulder. I just came from the chief's cave and spoke with Bayer. Now that she has left, I feel as if I failed to convey something important, Noah explained. It's all right. You can tell her next time. I'm aware of her situation. I just took care of it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have encountered you here, Elle reassured him. What happened? Noah inquired, not intending to gossip but unable to retract his words. You know Gwizzy, right? Elle replied. The female that Bayer is fond of, Noah remarked, puzzled. The cub of Brew. Elle stated nonchalantly. What? That Brew? And she has still a cub? Not yet grown? Noah exclaimed, astonished. Indeed. She was the only cub captured from the panda warrior during the last raid, Elle reminisced. Does Bayer know? Noah pressed on. I doubt it. I only learned of the incident during this occurrence, Elle clarified, understanding Noah's inquiry. How severe are Guazi's injuries? Noah asked with concern. It is said that she is covered in wounds, but fortunately you happened upon her while gathering herbs. Otherwise, her return would have been perilous, Elle explained. Yeah? Has he returned? Noah inquired, his spirits lifting. Yes, it seems he is currently at Mama Chala's house. Do you wish to seek her out? Seeing Noah's cheerful demeanor, Elle remarked, let us wait until he has finished. It has been quite some time since we last met. Let us inquire about the amusements outside. Noah, initially intending to seek Yang, halted his steps, recognizing that the patient took precedence. Indeed, should we hunt for the sharp-tailed fox? Elle suggested. The sharp-tailed fox. It's elusive. Its fur deeply cherished by females, and its tender meat is the finest gift during courtship. You're not even in a courtship yet. Do you still wish to go? Elle elucidated. Of course we must go. You've actually discovered a sharp-tailed fox. That's impressive. Noah exclaimed, playfully punching Elle. Let us proceed. Elle declared decisively. All right. But why are you seeking the sharp-tailed fox when you are already in a courtship? Noah inquired. I happened upon it by chance. What do you mean? Just because I am in a courtship doesn't mean I cannot hunt a sharp-tailed fox for Guy. Elle retorted, turning to Noah. Why not? Just the two of us beasts? Where did you spot it? Noah swiftly shifted the topic, feeling a strong instinct for self-preservation. Let us also invite Belle and Cab. The four of us can venture into the night forest. He shot a deliberately displeased glance at Noah before stating solemnly. What? The night forest? The four of us? Are you certain? Noah exclaimed, jumping up. Indeed, the four of us are stronger than most beasts in the tribe. Bringing additional beasts would only hinder us. Especially since the sharp-tailed fox is exceedingly cunning. Even the slightest noise will send it fleeing, Elle explained. That is indeed perilous. We must ensure to discuss this thoroughly with them. However, it is true that sharp-tailed foxes are seldom encountered, typically appearing in pairs. They may very well agree, Noah reasoned. They will undoubtedly consent, especially Belle. You must realize he is eager to deliver gifts to the fruits, Elle remarked. Then Cab is no different. His prospective mate will become an official partner by the rainy season, while I remain a solitary soul. Alas, he lamented suddenly. What are you worrying about? Why not accept the pelts that the females in the tribe offer you? Elle countered. Because I am undeniably handsome. It's just my fate, Noah declared, suddenly engulfed in self-admiration. All right, let us depart. If we linger any longer, we may find them missing from the tribe, Elle interrupted, sensing Noah's inclination to continue boasting. Let us go, Elle said, placing a hand on Noah's back. Chapter 37. Once again injured, boss. You look quite well today. Shall we step outside for some fresh air? Lank said to Bai Lu, who was leaning against the wall. Let us go out. Carry me. Bai Lu replied, taking a bite of a sweet fruit and addressing Lank. Boss. Didn't the little sister mention that you were too slender? I could easily carry you, but you must eat more meat to grow taller and gain some weight. Lank remarked as he lifted her. Bai Lu found herself in a state of bemusement. She was a delicate girl, not a robust warrior. This thought was one she dared not share with Lank, nor with anyone else, for fear of being subjected to a daily diet of meat. In their eyes, only the strong were deemed healthy, while her slender frame was mistakenly viewed as malnourished. Very well then, she resolved to eat more henceforth. She did not promise to consume more meat, merely that she would increase her intake. Such is the beauty of language. Perched upon a large stone not far from the cave, leaning against a grand tree, she basked in the gentle breeze and the warm sunlight that enveloped her. With her eyes closed, she savored this tranquil moment, contemplating her return journey once her injuries had healed. Prolonged residence in one place fosters attachment, and she believed it wise to depart sooner rather than later. Meanwhile, in the distance, Sierra observed the scene with an involuntary smile, his eyes sparkling with a starry gleam. Yet Bai Lu remained oblivious, her thoughts consumed with the desire to recover swiftly, as she missed her grandmother dearly. Just as this idyllic scenario unfolded, an unwelcome visitor sent Sierra into a state of alarm. With unparalleled speed, it charged toward Bai Lu, leaving him no time to ponder how a forest bird had infiltrated the inner safety zone. His sole intention was to ensure Bai Lu's safety, even at such close proximity. He wished nothing untoward to befall her. This was a forest bird, renowned for its exceptional stealth, with feathers that boasted a natural sound-dampening quality. Its plumage was a rich brown, and it stood nearly a meter tall, favoring females and young offspring. It was one of the most lethal avian species within the jungle. Uncertain of how long it had concealed itself among the branches, it seemed undeterred by the presence of nearby orcs, emboldened, perhaps, by its ability to soar through the skies. A sudden gust of wind swept through, prompting Bai Lu to open her eyes. A colossal bird swooped down from the treetops, causing her complexion to change dramatically. She found herself unable to move swiftly, and there was no means of escape. Even if nearby orcs were present, they would not arrive in time to offer assistance. There was no moment left for contemplation, only a lingering regret at the thought of never seeing her grandmother again. Bai Lu, enveloped in despair, closed her eyes. The forest bird was now mere moments away. At this critical juncture, history repeated itself. Hill once again held Bai Lu in his arms, evading the bird's attack with a desperate maneuver. The bird, caught off guard, collided with a large rock, and as Bai Lu opened her eyes, she witnessed this scene unfold. Her mind still grappling with confusion as she found herself cradled in Hill's embrace. Nearby, the orcs began to transform into their wolf forms, rushing towards them, leaving Bai Lu bewildered by the sudden appearance of so many great wolves. Trembling uncontrollably, she had never faced true peril even in the dark forests of the 20th century. Thus, the current scene overwhelmed her, and before she could utter a word, she fainted. Lulu, Lulu, Hill gently called out to the unconscious Bai Lu. The forest bird, meanwhile, had been captured by the orcs. Its injury from the collision with the rock hastened its capture, which otherwise would have taken longer. Hill, hurry and find Yang. She's at Chalama's house. One of the orcs urged the distraught Hill. Realizing the urgency, Hill swiftly took off with Bai Lu in his arms. Blue Cook, who had been in the midst of relieving herself, rushed over upon hearing the commotion, her expression shifting in fear upon seeing the forest bird, the bane of jungle females. Where's my leader? Where's my leader? Blue Cook cried, dashing towards the bird in a frenzy. An orc, realizing the danger, restrained her, knowing that the bird was already captured and could still pose a threat in its final moments. She has gone to Chalama's house. Yang is there, an orc informed her. The tribe was well aware of the chief's young cub, Blue Cook, who had recognized a newly arrived female cub as her leader. Ignoring the bird, Blue Cook ran frantically towards Chalama's house. And what of this bird? One orc inquired. Take it to the communal area and cook it. Let it learn the consequences of provoking the Tianlang tribe, replied another orc, confirming that the forest bird was beyond saving. What about Hill? Another voiced concern. He is unconcerned. His primary focus is on that cub. Rest assured, he will agree, the second orc replied. Indeed, he can hunt ferocious beasts. This bird is no exception. Let us find someone to accompany me to deliver it to the communal area. Then we shall inform the chief about how the bird breached the safe zone. This is far too dangerous, said the second orc, carrying the bird towards the communal area. As the orcs dispersed, aside from those attending to the bird and notifying the chief, the only remnants of the battle were the crimson stains on the stones and the scattered feathers on the ground. Lulu, Lulu, you will be all right. Won't you? You will be all right, Hill murmured to Bai Lu. Panic etched across his face, the blood that had splattered from the bird staining his body. The passing females and orcs expressed concern, questioning what had transpired. They hoped the young cub was unharmed, and as they observed Hill's direction, they understood he was headed for Yang, who was at Chalama's house, parting ways to clear his path. Most orcs and females followed suit towards Chalama's house, for the cub was the tribe's most precious treasure. The crowd buzzed with excitement, having recognized both Hill and Bai Lu, who had both achieved a degree of fame. Hill, the youthful orc son of the chieftain and his wife, had already demonstrated remarkable prowess by slaying ferocious beasts single-handedly before reaching adulthood. He ventured out alone to hone his skills, and upon coming of age, he would ascend to the position of chieftain of the Moonwolf tribe. Bai Lu, a female cub who has only recently arrived, was recognized as the leader by Hill's sister, Lank, merely 2 days after her arrival. It is worth noting that Lank is quite the troublesome figure within the tribe. While she is often seen lounging about, she also takes the initiative to assist females in gathering fruits. Although she can be quite considerate, she sometimes deliberately causes mischief. Furthermore, her father is the chieftain, and her mother is Lanty, the queen of the wolf clan. Her elder brother, El, primarily handles external hunting and is one of the tribe's mightiest warriors, while her second brother, Hill, is the presumptive heir to the wolf clan. The fact that this princess recognizes Bai Lu as her leader raises eyebrows. What abilities does she possess? A frail frame? It is said she is merely 18 years of age, and the 18-year-old females in the tribe are taller and sturdier than she is. Moreover, she is currently being held by Hill as they visit Chalamama's residence to seek Yang. What is the nature of their relationship? Hill has never approached any female or cub apart from Lank and his mother. This situation piques the curiosity of the tribe's people, yet more so, they are concerned. For Bai Lu is indeed a female cub. The tribespeople followed Hill to Chalamama's cave, where Yang was already prepared. Having been informed that Hill would bring Bai Lu to see him, Hill carried Bai Lu into a relatively tidy cave, grappling with words, his only desire being to ensure Bai Lu's safety. Chapter 38. Lulu. I await you. Observing Hill's reluctance to let go of Bai Lu, Yang began to piece together the situation. Hill, is she injured? Yang inquired, noting the bloodstains on Hill's attire while Bai Lu appeared unscathed. No, she is not hurt. Hill replied. Not hurt? Yang questioned in confusion. She has injuries, Hill asserted. Injuries? Where is she hurt? Yang asked patiently. None, Hill stammered, increasingly unsure of his statements. Then where is she injured? Let me see. Step aside, Yang insisted. No. I just met her. I cannot leave, Hill exclaimed, visibly agitated. All right, the cub must be treated, Yang urged. Hill fell silent once more, leaving Yang exasperated. Despite his medical skills, he could not apply herbs without knowing where the female was injured. Chalamama, standing nearby, advised Hill. Let Yang take a look so the little cub can recover quickly. Yet, Hill remained unresponsive. At that moment, Lank rushed in. Leader, where is my leader? She called out. Her noise contrasting with the previously quiet cave, which now felt quite lively with Bai Lu, Hill, Yang, and Chalamama present. I will go take a look, Chalamama said, stepping outside to discover Lank. Lank, your leader is inside. Keep your voice down, Chalamama urged, pulling Lank aside. What happened to my leader? Is she injured? Is Yang treating her? Will she be all right? Lank bombarded Chalamama with questions. Not yet. Your second brother is stubbornly refusing to let Yang treat her. I do not know if time is being wasted, Chalamama replied. Why not go persuade him? Charamama was aware that Lank was a devoted admirer of Hill. Yet she was also Hill's sister, and Bai Lu was her superior. Perhaps her influence might prove beneficial. Come on, what is the second brother doing? If anything happens to the boss, he won't escape unscathed. With that, Lank boldly dashed into the nearby cave. Second brother, what are you doing? Let Yang see the boss quickly. The boss is seriously injured and hasn't recovered. Any new injury would be troublesome. Even if you find the doll root this time, it may be of no use. As soon as Lank entered, she unleashed a torrent of reproach. However, Hill was susceptible to this approach and stepped aside to reveal Bai Lu, who had not been harmed by Lin Yao but had merely fainted. It remained uncertain whether there were other injuries. Hill's hoarse voice resonated in the ears of everyone present, and they all sensed that something was amiss with his condition. Yang prepared to step forward, but Lank interjected, Yang, the boss hasn't sustained external injuries. Last time she suffered internal harm. Charamama administered a divine remedy that had initially shown promise for improvement. Lank glanced at Hill, who was intently focused on Bai Lu. Lank understood that Hill harbored deep feelings for Bai Lu, believing her to be his destined partner. Otherwise, given his character, he would not have ventured alone to seek the Millennium Doll root and the shell of the water beast. Now, with the boss in such a state, how had this transpired? Did he not cherish the boss? Regardless of what Hill and Lank discussed, Charamama took advantage of Lank's speech to examine Bai Lu for external injuries. Yang was nearby, organizing herbs, employing his unique methods to assess Bai Lu's condition. And he extracted several plants from his collection for Lank to brew. Yang, I want to stay with the boss. You go ahead and prepare it. Lank exclaimed. I don't know how to cook. The divine remedy from Mama has ensured she is not in mortal danger. She merely requires rest. This time, having been startled, I wonder if there will be any repercussions? Let's start by boiling 3 bowls of water down to 1 and see how it goes, Yang said, glancing at Hill before addressing Lank again. I'll do it. Lank intended to say more, but Charamama, holding the herbs, stepped outside. She will be fine. Once she takes the medicine, she will recover, so you need not worry, Yang reassured, having sensed the atmosphere. It's all right, you all may leave. I wish to spend some time alone with her, Hill responded, having regained his composure. He only desired to be with Bai Lu for a while. Lank wished to protest, but Yang timely restrained her, pulling her out of the cave. Inside, only Hill and Bai Lu remained. Lulu, you've come, as if in a dream, Hill whispered, caressing Bai Lu's face, his expression a bittersweet blend of sorrow and joy. Thank goodness you are safe, Lulu. You will recover, do not be afraid. From now on, with me by your side, you shall never be harmed again, Hill declared tenderly to Bai Lu, who lay on the bed. Hill had much to say. His voice was hoarse from excessive shouting, yet he spoke gently to Bai Lu, the partner he had chosen for this lifetime, willing to embrace whatever fate may bring. Lulu, I await your return. After uttering these words, Hill fell silent, gazing intently at Bai Lu. Meanwhile, Bai Lu, who had been tormented in her dreams by a monstrous bird relentlessly pursuing her, found herself unable to escape despite her desperate attempts. Then, a familiar voice, the one she had grown to love, resonated through her dream. It infused her with a newfound strength, even though she could not discern the words. She felt triumphant over the beast, as if she had shattered her restraints. Subsequently, she experienced no more nightmares. Observing her serene sleeping face, Hill, whose eyes were bloodshot from a sleepless night, remained expressionless, his face rigid. Yet, a weary smile eventually crept upon his lips. As Bai Lu continued her slumber, Hill steadfastly watched over her bedside. "Brother, would you like some soup?" "This is the soup made from the Lin bird, the one that harmed our leader," Lan Ku emphasized. "Bring it here," Hill replied softly. Lan Ku approached with a bowl of Lin bird soup. "Leader can have a taste. This is meat broth, beneficial for her injuries." Before she fell into her deep slumber, she had been requesting soup. "Very well, you may leave now," Hill stated, his tone firm yet gentle, leaving no room for refusal. "All right then." Lan Ku was eager to take the opportunity to see if the leader had awakened. Yang had mentioned that after consuming the medicine twice, she would awaken. Once last night, once this morning, and now it was dinner time. How could she still be asleep? However, with Hill present, Lan Ku dared not draw too close. Even seeking to check on the leader's recovery required Hill's consent. Stepping out of the cave, Hill lifted the stone bowl, blew on the meat broth to ensure it was palatable, and took a sip before imprinting his lips against Bai Lu's, again and again. Soon, half the bowl had vanished, consumed by Bai Lu, and Hill realized he might have fed her too much. He slipped his hand beneath her fur blanket, gently massaging her slightly protruding belly. "Lulu, you are truly adorable," Hill mused, increasingly enamored by her every feature, stirring an impulsive desire within him. Yet, as he beheld Bai Lu's pale complexion, all his feelings of affection dissipated, leaving only an overwhelming sense of heartache. Silently, he continued to caress her belly, brushed his fingers against her cheek, and softly kissed her forehead. "Please wake up soon, Lulu," Hill implored. Whether it was Hill's call or Bai Lu's own will to awaken, her fingers twitched. Her eyes rolled, and in the next moment, she opened her eyes. Chapter 39. Bubbling with excitement, Bai Lu gazed at the man before her, utterly bewildered. What was happening? She was once again taken aback. With delicate brows, a heart-shaped face, and thin lips, he regarded her with a melancholic yet deeply affectionate expression. "Who are you?" Bai Lu cautiously inquired, her mind racing with thoughts. Surely, she bore no romantic debts, nor had she traversed into another timeline. Had she? He was simply too close for comfort. Her heart raced. What was going on? "Lulu," a voice called, sending a tremor through Bai Lu's senses. Was she still dreaming? Pinching her thigh, she winced as pain jolted through her. He noticed her reaction immediately, swiftly grasping her hand and gently massaging her thigh where she had pinched it. As the white dew settled in, Bai Lu felt an intense warmth enveloping her face, which turned a vivid shade of red at an observable pace. She leaned back against the bed, lowering her head and gently removing Sierra's hand. He was truly there. That voice belonged to him. He had genuinely appeared. What was she to do? What should she do? Her heart raced uncontrollably. She couldn't help but place her hand against her chest. "Lulu, what is the matter? Are you feeling unwell anywhere else?" Sierra noticed Bai Lu's unusual demeanor as she touched her chest. He hurriedly attempted to embrace her, for nothing else mattered more than Bai Lu at that moment. It's nothing. It's nothing." Bai Lu's face flushed even deeper as she shook her head, retreating towards the wall, yet she had nowhere left to escape. Yang, Yang, Sierra called out loudly towards the entrance of the cave, while firmly holding Bai Lu in his embrace. In the midst of the white dew season, her mind had become incapable of functioning. Yet she recognized the familiar voice that had long accompanied her in dreams now materializing in reality. It belonged to a man who held her in his embrace. She yearned to cry out, but she opted to maintain her composure, not wishing to leave him with a negative impression. Bai Lu nestled in Sierra's embrace until Yang arrived at the cave, followed closely by Lank and Kalamama. Bai Lu gazed at the multitude of people and noticed Lank behind Yang. In an instant, she comprehended the situation and promptly shoved Hill aside, rolling into the fur blanket and covering her face. Hill was taken aback. "What is happening? Boss? Boss? Are you all right?" Lank hurriedly approached, anxiously calling out to Bai Lu within the blanket. Yang, Yang, come quickly and see what's wrong with the boss." Noticing Bai Lu's silence, Lank grasped Yang's arm and insisted on dragging him to Bai Lu's bedside. Yang, aware of Bai Lu's frequent injuries of late, approached with caution. He grasped the fur blanket covering Bai Lu, and Hill quickly moved forward to gently pull it aside, revealing Bai Lu beneath. As Bai Lu sensed a gentle tug on the blanket, She calmed herself. Upon the blanket's unveiling, she beheld the face of Hill. This time, perhaps due to mental preparation, she refrained from any exaggerated actions, merely gazing steadily at Hill, all the while attempting to ignore the rapid thumping of her heart. Hill observed Bai Lu's rosy cheeks, the delicate beads of sweat on her forehead, and her charming little mouth, his heart racing in tandem with hers as he stared at her in a daze. The collision of their gazes seemed to render the world around them non-existent, enveloped as they were in a haze of pink bubbles. Meanwhile, Yang and Chara's grandmother felt quite superfluous in that moment, although Lan Ku remained unfazed. Ahem, Yang deliberately cleared his throat. But when it failed to elicit a reaction from the two, he escalated his coughing, prompting them to finally acknowledge the presence of others. Bai Lu turned her head slightly away, while Hill maintained his composure, save for the faint blush that tinged his ears. He shifted to allow Yang to assess the situation. Is there a slight fever? Has the injury worsened? Yang inquired, placing a hand on her forehead, his brow furrowed in concern. In an instant, Bai Lu felt as if her face could fry an egg. However, upon noticing the curious gaze of Lank and the profound understanding reflected in Chulamama's eyes, she cautiously glanced at Sierra. Taking a deep breath to calm her racing heart, she realized that this moment was fleeting, although 4 pairs of eyes were fixed upon her. Everyone merely assumed that Bai Lu was feeling unwell. Is she feverish? Quick, check, exclaimed Lank, who soon began to cry, burying her face in Chulamama's shoulder. I'm fine. Just feeling a bit warm. I'll be all right shortly, Bai Lu reassured Yang. She understood that warmth indicated a fever, and in this era, even treatment did not guarantee survival. Moreover, seeing Lank in tears made Bai Lu realize they had misunderstood the situation, prompting her to clarify, really? Is it not a fever? Lank halted her tears and inquired of Yang. Yang meticulously observed Bai Lu, noting that she had begun to perspire, likely due to the heat, yet he remained cautious. We'll wait until the heat subsides to assess. Fever should not be taken lightly, he advised Bai Lu. Before Yang could rise, Lank hurriedly pulled him to her side, sitting next to Bai Lu's bed. Boss, let me see if you're sweating profusely. Lank felt Bai Lu's forehead and examined her flushed cheeks, confirming her condition and temporarily alleviating her worries. Second brother. What are you calling her? The boss is perfectly fine. You can't just say anything. Lank admonished Sierra. Yang, take a closer look at Lulu. She was just struggling to breathe. Sierra realized the purpose of Yang's presence and quickly added, I'll check. Yang, who had only brushed Bai Lu's forehead, was pulled up before he could conduct a thorough examination. Lank immediately vacated her seat, urging Yang to proceed. After a series of checks, Yang confirmed that it was merely a fever, and her internal injuries were on the mend. There was no significant issue. She's fine. It's just a fever. The heartache might be a sign of recovery. Once we confirm it's not a fever due to her injuries, everything should be all right, Yang assured, relieving the tension in the room. Keep an eye on her. If the fever persists, we must cool her down. It's best not to disturb her injuries too much. I will check if her medicinal herbs are sufficient, he stated, turning his back to the group as he left the cave. Lank, please take good care of Bai Lu while I prepare some meat broth. She hasn't had soup in ages, Chulamama said before stepping outside. Boss, how are you feeling? Is it still hot? Do you want to sit up? Lank quickly inquired, sitting at Bai Lu's bedside with concern. Much better, Bai Lu replied, attempting to lean against the wall for support. I'll help you. Lank eagerly assisted Bai Lu, wiping her sweat away. Boss, let me tell you about the amusing events that have occurred in the tribe over the past few days. Beside her, Hill continued to gaze affectionately at Bai Lu, his outstretched hands retracting softly. Bai Lu could distinctly feel the intensity of Hill's gaze, yet she refrained from looking up at him, choosing instead to engage in conversation with Lan Ku to ease her quickening heartbeat. Unperturbed, Lan Ku remained exuberantly animated, occasionally gesturing animatedly to amuse Bai Lu. Gradually, Bai Lu began to focus intently on Lan Ku's performance, diverting her attention from Hill, and her own agitation subsided. Lan Ku offered Bai Lu a bowl of rich meat soup. Despite a lingering sense of greasiness, it felt rejuvenating, a long-awaited reprieve from the burdens of life. Sensing Bai Lu's reluctance to consume the oily broth, Hill, as if conjuring a magic trick, produced 2 fruits from his pocket and presented them to her. Chapter 40. The Whimsical Lan Ku. Bai Lu gazed at Hill with a look of bewilderment. Try this, it's delicious. Hill had uttered the words without even realizing it. His expression serious, though one could hardly overlook the tenderness in his eyes and the faint blush on his ears. Bai Lu gazed at the 2 excised white fruits in her hand, their pale skins subtly tinged with a hint of red. Ah, second brother. Is this the coveted Zai Zai fruit? Lan Ku exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Indeed, there are only two. Bai Lu gestured for her to observe what she held. Oh, second brother. Why didn't you pick more? Lanka looked at Sierra with a sense of lamentation. There were only 2 ripe ones on that tree. I'll be sure to gather more for you next time. I'll let you have the first taste, Sierra reassured her. Very well, second brother. But remember to save some zai fruit for me next time. I'll let this one slide since it's for the eldest. Lanka feigned generosity. Though her heart ached, for such a rare fruit was indeed a treasure. Here, have one, Bai Lu said, noticing the pained expression on Lanka's face. Believing in the virtue of sharing both joy and hardship. No, eldest, you should eat it. If one were to overlook the fidgeting hands and the glimmering eyes. Lanka's protest was sincere. It's all right. Having 2 means the eldest must share a portion with the younger sibling. Lest I fail in my duties as the eldest, Bai Lu replied. Eldest. Woo-woo, Lanka felt a surge of emotion, burying her face in Bai Lu's embrace as tears flowed. There, Bai Lu gently patted Lanka's back. The sobs grew louder. All right, no more crying. Do you still want to eat? If you refuse now. I want to offer again, Bai Lu warned. The tears ceased abruptly as Lanka, with one less fruit in hand, began to savor the zai fruit amidst her lingering emotions. Bai Lu took a bite. The interior was as soft as cotton, bursting with juice and exuding a refreshing sweetness. Devoid of any pit, making it indeed suitable for newly born offspring. As Hill observed the scene before him, he cast a fleeting glance of mild disdain at Lank. Yet most of the time, his lips curled into a subtle smile. Thank you, Bai Lu murmured softly. I'm glad you like it. Had it not been for Hill's vigilant attention to Bai Lu's every gesture, he would scarcely have heard her speak. Bai Lu felt her heart race once more. She stole a glance and was instantly overwhelmed, struggling to breathe. However, she composed herself, took a deep breath, and refrained from looking at Hill again. Hill found Bai Lu's behavior peculiar. She had not been like this before. What was wrong with her? The oblivious Lank, after savoring a zai fruit, turned to Hill with a look of longing, prompting Hill to dismiss him nonchalantly, planning to secretly bring Bai Lu fruits and prey on their next encounter, away from prying eyes, to avoid Bai Lu's tendency to share with others. Second brother, what are you still doing here? Leave. I have some private matters to discuss with the boss, Lank insisted, increasingly convinced that Hill's presence was an inconvenience. Hill wanted to say something to Bai Lu, but remembered her injury and Lank's presence, making it awkward to speak. With one last glance at Bai Lu, he exited the cave. Humph. Stupid second brother. Now that he has a female, he forgets about his sister. Serves him right. I want to let him have his way so easily, Lank muttered to herself. Lank, what's wrong? Why did you chase him away? Bai Lu restrained her true feelings and asked. Oh, boss, don't you want to chat with me? Lank purred playfully. Who was I just talking to then? Bai Lu retorted. Your cutest little brother, of course. Lank exclaimed cheerfully. Oh dear, boss, you tricked me. Lank realized as she observed Bai Lu's seemingly amused expression. Then why send him away? Bai Lu inquired. Boss, don't you want to share some intimate topics with your adorable little brother? Lank leaned in closer, startling Bai Lu. What are you doing? I have nothing to say to you. Bai Lu pushed Lank's face away. Indeed, it seems you only have things to discuss with second brother, not with me, Lank replied lazily. A hint of bitterness in her tone. What did you say? Bai Lu raised her voice, feeling guilty. Isn't it true? Boss. It would actually be quite nice if you and my second brother became mates, Lank hinted, urging Bai Lu to confess. No way. Bai Lu instantly retreated under her blanket, her face reddening like a ripe fruit, adamantly denying it. Really? Lank teased. Stop. Don't say any more. Bai Lu couldn't withstand it. She indeed harbored feelings for Hill, though she hadn't expressed them, and this was their first meeting. All right, boss, I'll await your good news. My second brother is adored by females across the continent and might inherit the chieftaincy to become the Wolf King. You must seize this opportunity, Lank encouraged Bai Lu. He the dream lover of the masses? Bai Lu inquired. Masses? Lover? Lank was bewildered. Never mind. Does he have a preferred partner at the moment? Bai Lu probed further. No. Actually, yes. With unwavering resolve, she responded with a firm no, but upon noticing the leader's anxious demeanor, an impish thought crossed her mind. Is there someone? Who might it be? Are they beautiful? Which tribe do they belong to? Are they from the Silver Wolf clan? Bai Lu bombarded her with a flurry of questions. Perhaps unaware of how deeply she cared for Sierra. TSK, and yet she claimed not to harbor feelings for my second brother? Today marks the first day of their official encounter, and who would have thought my brother would remain so formidable, managing to captivate the leader right from their first meeting? Lanka found herself enveloped in a sense of triumph. Bai Lu felt her cheeks burn even more and exclaimed, quickly, speak. Flustered, Lanka replied, cough, cough, listen carefully. All right. Go ahead. Bai Lu replied calmly, though her heart raced with anxiety. Let me phrase it as you taught me, Lanka insisted once more. Hurry up, Bai Lu urged impatiently. Just as she was about to speak, Yang entered the room. Bai Lu, are you still feeling warm? He asked with a smile as he stood beside her. Not anymore. Lanka quickly replied, checking Bai Lu's forehead. You still need to be cautious. Don't exert yourself so much while speaking, Yang advised Bai Lu. Though his words hinted at something deeper. Humph. I told my second brother not to bring you any medicinal herbs. Lanka threatened, having caught Yang's underlying meaning. What's wrong? Who has upset you? Yang chuckled helplessly. Don't think I'm unaware that you're talking about me. What's wrong with being forceful? Lanka shot back. I was referring to you, just reminding Bai Lu to manage her emotions, Yang clarified. Humph. Lanka reluctantly turned her head away. Lanka. This is a doctor. You must show respect and apologize, Bai Lu chided, having deduced Yang's identity just moments before. All right, I'm sorry. Lanka conceded and turned to Yang to apologize. It's nothing. We're all just young ones, Yang smiled. Though he was puzzled by what Bai Lu meant by doctor. Chapter 41. A flower sprouted from manure Lanka's lips curled upward, but Bai Lu chose to ignore it. Esteemed doctor. How long until I am fully recovered? Bai Lu inquired of Yang. What doctor? Do you mean a shaman? Your injury will take some time to heal, depending on your recovery. Yang responded gently. Ah, I see. You are indeed a shaman. Bai Lu realized. Not quite. My mother is the true shaman. I merely tend to ailments, Yang humbly replied. Oh. Come on, Yang. Don't be so modest. Let me tell you, Yang's skills far surpass those of any shaman. He simply prefers to forage for herbs outside the tribe. Otherwise, he would have been the youngest shaman by now. Lanka interjected. Is he truly that remarkable? Bai Lu asked, astonished. No, that's just their perspective. Yang said with a smile, waving his hands. What modesty? Yang's abilities are well recognized, Lanka countered. Bai Lu was aware of the insincere words spoken by Yang. Yet she wondered why Lank felt the need to undermine him. Yang remained silent, his smile betraying nothing, while Bai Lu felt an overwhelming fatigue enveloping her. Each breath a laborious effort. All she yearned for was rest. Yang, noticing Bai Lu's lack of vitality, instructed Lank to take good care of her before departing to check on Chala's grandmother, for her afflictions were equally pressing. Boss, he's finally left. And now we can converse freely, Lank exclaimed with delight, relishing the prospect of spending time alone with her leader to share her grand ambitions, including her desire to venture beyond the tribe and explore the vast Tenza continent. However, her joy was short-lived as a voice interrupted her reverie. Lank, step outside. I have matters to discuss with your leader, called Sierra from the entrance of the cave. Lank's laughter abruptly ceased, only to be replaced by a mischievous grin. Not convenient. Second brother, perhaps you could come back tomorrow, she replied. Is something wrong? Is Bai Lu all right? Do you need my assistance? Sierra inquired, his anxiety palpable. Everything is fine, truly. You may leave now, Lank said with impatience, urging him to depart. Are you certain there is nothing amiss? Sierra pressed once more. Absolutely. Why are you meddling in our female matters? Lank retorted. Very well. If you need anything, call for me. I'll be just outside, Sierra said, settling himself on a large stone conveniently positioned at the cave's entrance. Oh dear, second brother, you are always so busy when you return to the tribe. You should attend to your own affairs instead of lingering outside. You might find yourself occupied even in the evening. Lank's voice rang out again. Upon hearing her words, Sierra realized she was likely teasing him. Bai Lu, are you there? I have something to discuss with you, Sierra suddenly shouted from outside. Bai Lu had been attentively observing the conversation between Lank and Hill, yet she was taken aback when Hill suddenly called for her. I'm not here. Tell him I'm not here. Like an ostrich, Bai Lu burrowed back into her blankets, instinctively avoiding any encounter with him. Second brother, Bai Lu says she is not here, Lank remarked with a playful smile directed towards the entrance. Hill understood that Bai Lu wished to avoid him, though he was perplexed as to the reason behind her avoidance. He could only address the entrance, saying, Please inform her that I merely wish to see how she is faring. Did you hear that, eldest brother? Hey, what do you think that means? Lank teased, casting a playful glance at the blanket covered Bai Lu. Oh dear, why are you? Bai Lu intended to question why Lank did not simply inform Hill of her absence, rather than implying it. Wasn't it indirectly revealing that she was still present? However, She quickly reminded herself that she was here for medical treatment, not for leisure. It was well known that declaring one's absence would be futile, regardless of what is said. I refuse to see him, Bai Lu insisted, unsure of how to articulate her feelings directly to Lank. All right, I shall fulfill the eldest's request, Lank replied with amusement. As Bai Lu's muffled voice reached her ears, second brother, the eldest as well, you may return, she called to Hill, who appeared increasingly anxious and contemplated forcing his way in. Lank, seemingly well acquainted with Hill's temperament, cautioned, second brother, do not doubt your sister. Should you force your way in, the consequences shall be yours to bear. A languid voice emanated from the cave, yet the words left Hill feeling helpless. This could not be permitted. Humph. Next time. I won't bring Lank any fur from the tip-tailed fox, nor will I bring her any treats, he thought, silently chastising Lank 1,000 times in his mind, while also reminding himself that she was indeed his beloved sister. But does a sister like you have to be such a nuisance to your brother? I shall seek mother then. Lank, would you like to return with me? This time I have brought back the flesh and skin of the tip-tailed fox. I wonder if it can be consumed? He mused aloud, his thoughts resonating in the cave for all to hear. Lank sighed, internally criticizing Hill for his cunningness. Yet, Lank remained unfazed, confident in her strategy. You have your schemes, and I have my means. Chalara mama, are you there? Lank suddenly called out loudly. What is it? Initially, Chalara mama had no intention of intervening, believing that the young ones had their own matters to address. However, upon hearing Lank's call, she felt compelled to respond, peering out from her cave. Could you temporarily keep an eye on my eldest? She requires rest. I will return shortly. So please ensure that no one disturbs her slumber. With that, she cast a meaningful glance outside the cave. Very well. Is Bai Lu asleep? Chalara mama inquired. Not yet. But she will be soon, Lank replied. Meanwhile, Hill outside the cave, having overheard Lank's deliberately raised voice, felt increasingly frustrated, lamenting the fact that even his dear sister seemed to be thwarting his desires. He wondered when he would finally be able to embrace his beloved. A wave of distress washed over him, yet it was not a reason for retreat. Soon, Lanku arrived at the entrance of the cave, glanced at her second brother, Xier, who was glaring at her, and said, Second brother, of course I must return for the delicious food and the fur of the sharp-tailed fox. Hiki, thank you. Second brother, and please do not hinder me from seeking out your elder brother. She is destined to be your future partner. Xier reiterated with emphasis. Humph. Who told you to bully me? Lanku retorted indignantly. Moreover, she is my elder brother, and I certainly do not wish for her to be taken away. To quote my elder brother, what was it? A flower on cow dung. No, a fresh flower placed upon cow dung. That is close enough. You are that cow dung, unworthy of my elder brother. Lanku stated bluntly. Lanku, you are my dear sister. How could I ever bully you? If anything, it is you who bullies me, Xier replied, attempting to defend himself. Yes, I admit it. I apologize. Is that satisfactory? Please help me out. Initially inclined to argue, Xier noticed the look in Lanku's eyes and quickly altered his stance, hoping for her to speak favorably of him in front of her crush. Humph. Let us see how you perform, Lanku said, lifting her chin in a haughty manner. Chapter 42. The Bear Wait. What do you mean by bullying me more in the future? Humph. I shall not assist you any longer. With that, Lanku turned and headed towards her family's cave. Xier longed to find Bai Lu, but as he watched Lanku's retreating figure, he decided to follow her. Intending to placate his sister, hoping that next time he could be a source of divine assistance rather than a hindrance, Bai Lu eavesdropped carefully in the cave, faintly catching the phrase, a flower placed upon cow dung, pondering whether it should not rather be a flower inserted into cow dung. The corners of her mouth twitched, yet a peculiar sweetness lingered in her heart. In the dark forest, for werewolves converged from 4 directions towards the center, where a fox, its crimson fur gleaming, approximately 1 meter in length, darted about, desperately attempting to evade capture. The fox leaped onto a tree, intending to vault over the encircling werewolves. El discerned its intention and leaped forward, extending his claws. The fox swiftly retreated, narrowly avoiding him. At that moment, Bell landed just behind the fox, taking care not to harm its luxurious coat. Instead, Bell employed a vine in an attempt to ensnare the fox, which deftly evaded by springing into the air, leaving 3 claw marks on Bell's wolfish visage upon landing. Kabuno, witnessing this, immediately engaged, yet despite the onslaught, the fox remained unscathed, as its agility could not be sustained indefinitely, and it would eventually succumb to gravity. Before long, all 4 of them bore the marks of battle. We cannot allow it to lead us around by the nose, El decisively stated. Bell and Kabuno, you two transform and ascend the trees. Noah and I will divert its attention, preventing it from escaping, while we ensnare it from above. The others readily acquiesced, but in that fleeting moment, the fox vanished from sight. Alas, it has escaped, Kabuno lamented. They had not noticed the direction in which the cunning fox had fled, rendering their pursuit futile. As El and the others tended to their wounds, they remained vigilant of their surroundings. Before long, they concluded their preparations and resolved to return to the tribe. They understood that once startled, the fox would seldom return to this territory, a fact that left them feeling regretful. However, there was little choice. Retreating to the safety of the tribe was paramount, for the dark forest harbored terrifying dangers. They endeavored to minimize their presence, moving cautiously, maintaining their vigilance as time passed. Just as they were about to exit the dark forest, a resounding thud echoed, a sound so powerful it suggested the presence of a creature akin to a tiger. They hastened in another direction, yet the noise persisted in pursuit. As the beast drew nearer, El and his companions beheld its true form, a robust adult bear. Towering at 5 meters, with eyes resembling 2 profound gemstones and a coat that shimmered in the dim light, its massive frame exuding an imposing aura. How could such a beast appear at the fringe? Shouldn't it reside deep within the dark forest? Noah pondered aloud. Who can say? Our primary concern now is how to evade it. Otherwise, we shall be returned to the embrace of the beast god, Kabuno replied. The bear's hide is impervious to stone knives. Its only vulnerability lies in its eyes. We must blind it swiftly to return to the tribe, El declared. Agreed. In unison, everyone exclaimed. In the blink of an eye, the colossal bear appeared before the four, its massive paw poised to strike down El and his companions. However, the bear was completely oblivious, caught off guard by an unexpected turn of events. As it stepped onto a patch of grass, it suddenly slipped, landing squarely on its rear, appearing surprisingly endearing. El and his friends were momentarily stunned, but they quickly regained their composure and dashed forward, disregarding the bear. The bear, sitting dazedly in place, watched the food escape and promptly sprang to its feet in pursuit. What should we do? It's coming after us, came the voice of Noah in his beast form. With our speed, we should be able to shake it off. After all, it is rather cumbersome, El replied nonchalantly. Noah, have you forgotten the bear's characteristics after so long away from the forest? Indeed. It seems you haven't been active for quite some time. Your reactions are sluggish, chimed in Cab, supporting El's point. Why are we discussing this? Our speed is decent. Just look behind us. Bell urged his companions to glance back. Huh? What? Why is it still relentlessly pursuing us? Cab exclaimed, finally noticing the thunderous footsteps and the bear's roars echoing in the distance. You two are lagging behind. It should be obvious to you that the bear is right on our tails. What are you thinking? Noah admonished them. The two stammered, excitement bubbling as they had hoped to have outpaced the bear. All right, but the primary concern now is how to escape. How are we four supposed to deal with this thick-skinned, sturdy bear? Bell shouted, still disheartened from their failure to catch the sharp-tailed fox. Now faced with yet another formidable opponent while his teammates bickered incessantly. As the bear drew ever closer, despite their best efforts, it remained steadfast in its pursuit. Perhaps we should transform into our human forms and conceal ourselves. If we return to the tribe, there will be many beasts, and losses are inevitable. If it loses sight of us, it may just return to the dark night forest, proposed Noah. That's a brilliant idea. You always have the right solutions in critical moments. Cab praised Noah. Hee. Noah grinned widely, displaying his sharp teeth. Shut up. Bell smacked Noah on the head. Don't you realize how terrifying you look when you smile in beast form? What if you frighten the fruits away? Bell, don't be so irritable. Can't I just smile? Noah retorted. Smile if you wish, but why in beast form? What if you scare off my potential partner? Bell replied, looking quite enamored despite the situation. And what about me? What if my beloved Ollie no longer wants me? I won't let this go. Cab chimed in, echoing Bell's sentiments. Noah was about to respond when Elle interjected. Guy doesn't like my beastly laughter either. She says it's terrifying. You all? Noah struggled to find his words, overwhelmed. Are you all just teasing me because I lack a partner? Upon returning to the tribe, I shall undoubtedly be the first to find a mate, El humphed. Let it be, Noah remarked to the other 3 beasts. Are you looking for a fight? Noah, I've been feeling restless lately. Bell, upon hearing this, felt an urge to explode, but was restrained by Cab. Oh, Noah, you know Bell has yet to express his feelings to Gwuzzy. Why provoke him? Cab admonished. What? I provoke him? I am the one who is truly agitated. Bell still has a partner to seek, while I don't even have a shadow. Naturally, you would say that since you are about to find a mate. Noah feigned indignation. Cab was at a loss for words. Just as the four beasts were about to speak again, a sudden sense of danger emerged from behind. Oh no! They all thought simultaneously. Chapter 43. In the face of life and death, the great bear was already nearly upon them, prompting the four beasts to scatter in all directions. Bell, Cab, Noah. We cannot allow this to continue. We must collectively target its eyes and then swiftly escape, El declared, observing that the bear was not underestimating their efforts. Agreed. They all exclaimed in unison. The four wolves focused their attacks on the bear's eyes, but it seemed to play with them, exhausting El and the others without yielding any results. As the sky grew darker, urgency overtook them. The night jungle presented a prime opportunity for beasts to ambush. And if they did not escape soon, they risked perishing in the dark forest. Bell, El shouted. It turned out that Bell had fashioned a stone stick at some point, now poised to thrust it into the bear's eye from behind. However, with El's shout, although Bell successfully struck the bear's eye, he was also slashed by the bear's paw, causing blood to spurt forth. Noah leapt to catch the human form Bell and managed to escape. Yang. This was El's voice, hurrying back to the tribe, the sacrificial cave being much farther than Chelamama's cave. Yang quickly exited the cave, waking Bai Lu and Chelamama within. What is happening? Chelamama asked, peering out. You should rest. I will handle this. Your injuries cannot bear strain, Yang replied. Very well. Chelamama understood that her condition could worsen if she ventured outside, so she refrained from further comment. Bai Lu, on the other hand, was eager to know what transpired. Having slept all day, he felt as if he were about to sprout fur, unable to rise from bed with no entertainment, leaving him restless. Yang, hurry and save Bell, he cried, his voice breaking with emotion. Yang ignored him and hastened to Bell's side. Primarily, Noah was exhausted, speaking wearily. Quickly. Inside. We cannot let the wind blow on us, Noah urged, swiftly entering the cave. Place him there. Lay him flat. El carefully placed Bell on the bed. But as El moved, the already unconscious Bell began to murmur. Gwizzy crouched down to examine Bell's wounds, and in the flickering light of the fire, El could see that Bell's back was nearly pierced through, an almost certain death on this continent. Gwizzy stood up, his expression filled with sorrow, and everyone understood the implication. Yet, El and Noah clung to a glimmer of hope. Have you informed his father and mother? Gwizzy asked. Kaboo has gone to notify them. They should be here soon. El replied. Yes. This medicine can temporarily sustain him until he sees his mother, Gwizzy said as he fed Bell the herbs. Bell had lost consciousness and could only instinctively push the herbs away, so Gwizzy mixed a bit of water with the herbs before administering them. At that moment, Ruido's mother and Bulu's father arrived just in time. Bell? Bell. Ruido's mother called out, her voice loud and filled with anguish, startling even the white dew in the cave. Is there truly no hope? Ruido's mother asked Gwizzy. His back is almost completely pierced, and some of his internal organs are damaged. Unless there is a way to mend his wounds, everyone understands what I mean, Gwizzy replied solemnly. If it weren't for my shouting. If I hadn't suggested catching the sharp-tailed fox, it's all my fault, El stammered, taking a few steps back, burdened by guilt. This is not your fault. We all share the blame. If we hadn't stopped to argue. Noah said. Enough. Let us not dwell on this now, said Bell's father, Sack. Bell, can we wake him? Sack looked at Bell and spoke to Gwizzy. Of course, but you must wait for your turn, Gwizzy replied as he prepared to act. Wait. Gwizzy, has Gwizzy awakened? Noah noticed Bell's murmurs and addressed Gwizzy. What is the matter? What are you thinking about Gwizzy now? Can he eat? Ruido's mother snapped, her worry for her child intensifying. No, he might want to see Gwizzy, the female cub Balu's child, who was injured a few days ago and returned with Gwizzy. Bell wishes to find a mate. Noah explained. She has improved. We can go fetch her, Gwizzy said from the side. Upon hearing this, Ruido's mother understood her child's desire and instructed Sack to go. However, just as Sack left, he turned back, realizing that Kaboo had gone to inform Ruido's mother and was now seeking Gwizzy. Bell? Bell? Came the soft, gentle calls of Gwizzy. Gwizzy approached and administered a bowl of medicinal soup, and Bell quickly regained consciousness. His eyes met Gwizzy's, sitting beside the bed, and he longed to express something. Yet he lacked the strength. Bell, is there something you wish to say? You can tell me when you feel better, Gwizzy encouraged. No. With great difficulty, Bell managed to utter a word, his voice barely rising above the crackling of the fire. Yet, everyone present understood his meaning. He realized that there was no hope left for him and wished not to prolong any further, fearing feeling content to have seen Wuzzy one last time. It will be all right. Wuzzy murmured, though whether it was a comfort or merely a sentiment, tears streamed down her face. Ruido's mother was also inconsolable, leaning against Sack's father for support. El sat nearby, striking his head in anguish, while Noah and Cab bore expressions of profound sorrow. Upon witnessing this, tears welled in the corners of Bel's eyes. He was beyond feeling pain. Yang? Yang, are you there? At that moment, Bai Lu's voice echoed, as she was unable to rise and could only call out in desperation. The group outside the cave was momentarily startled. Yang entered the cave, engaged in an urgent conversation with Bai Lu, and soon emerged again. Sack, hurry. Bring the cubs from inside. She might have a solution, Yang urged Sack as father. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Sack swiftly retrieved Bai Lu from the cave. By then, Bel had coughed up blood again and fainted. Yang, quickly. Bai Lu implored as she sat by Bel's bedside, urging Yang, who was searching for something. Shortly, Yang returned with a type of herb. Bai Lu produced several threads and a fishbone needle from her clothing, swiftly stitching Bel's wounds with the deftness of a seamstress. I have sutured his wounds. I did not observe any ruptures in the spleen or similar organs, though there is some damage to the large and small intestines, which I have addressed. From here on, it is up to fate. Noticing the hemostatic herb on Bel's back, which Yang had inadvertently pointed out, Bai Lu was grateful for the external display. Otherwise, she would not have known that the discarded weeds could staunch bleeding. Fortunately, they had been preserved. And as long as Bel did not bleed out, he should be fine. After all, it was a method seen on television from the 28th century. Though its historical origins were uncertain, the others could not comprehend Bai Lu's words, yet they understood that for the moment, Bel was stable. They could only wait to see if he would pull through. Chapter 44, Bel's fever as daylight broke. Within a cave in the Tianlang tribe on the western side of Tianzi continent, a beast man lay on a bed, his back adorned with centipede threads, while 3 or 4 others stood vigil nearby. At the sound of a faint noise, the beastmen surrounding the bed, their eyes tinged with bloodshot anticipation, gazed at their comrade. Yang, if he awakens, he should be fine, right? Noah inquired. That depends on his recovery and whether any subsequent issues arise. However, surviving is already a significant achievement, Yang replied, providing reassurance not only to Noah but to all present. As long as he lives, that is what matters, El murmured, somewhat dazed from the night's ordeal. The others echoed his sentiment, realizing that preserving life was of utmost importance. You all should eat something. I will keep watch here. If anything arises, I will call for you, Shalah's mother announced as she entered with a bowl of meat soup. No, we will wait for him to awaken. Noah responded from the side. That is not an option. Please go ahead and eat. If I ask you to gather some urgently needed herbs later, you may lack the energy. What shall we do then? I shall remain here. Once you finish your meal, you can take over for me, Yang asserted decisively. You are indeed correct. Only after resting can we care for Bel. I shall watch over him, Chala Mama remarked. Very well. But do be sure to call us when Bel awakens, Cab urged, pushing El and Noah out of the cave. Sack, please go ahead and eat. I can keep watch here, Yang said to Sack, who was seated nearby. There's no need. Bel is my cub, and I shall remain until he awakens. Sack replied with an unwavering tone. All right then. Yang observed the silent Sack and ceased his persuasion. Yang, I've brought some meat broth. Bel has yet to awaken. May I feed him? Shala Mama inquired. Yes, when he wakes, he was just mumbling, so he should be rousing soon, Yang responded. Very well. Shala Mama set down the broth and took a seat beside them. In the ensuing silence, as the morning meal period passed, the voice of Ruido Mama echoed through the cave. Bel, Bel, Ruido Mama. Still unaware of the healing Bel received from Bai Lu due to her excitement the previous night, called out, upon hearing his partner's voice. Sack rushed outside to find Ruido Mama. Sack, how is Bel? Ruido Mama asked, her lips trembling. He is well, Sack replied succinctly. As Ruido Mama broke down in tears within Sack's embrace, Yang reassured her, it's all right, Ruido Mama. Bel has awakened. Would you like to see him? Ruido Mama, momentarily stunned, dashed into the cave, followed closely by Sack. Bel, Bel. Ruido Mama cried out as she hurried to Bel's bedside. She did not dare sit down but merely gazed at Bel, who lay pale and still, a large thread stitched into his back resembling a monstrous centipede. A closer inspection revealed it was sewn on. The Tianlang tribe indeed possessed the skill of sewing, employing stone needles. The needle holes were large, and the stitches seldom held for long. Bel, Ruido Mama called softly. Mother, Bel replied in a faint whisper. Would you like some meat broth? Ruido Mama asked. Having dried her tears, her voice gentle as if she had not cried at all. Yes, Belle replied, having not eaten for a long time. He could only manage the broth, ideally avoiding solid meat. Young informed Ruido Mama, handing her a bowl of broth. Ruido Mama carefully fed Belle the broth. And after drinking, he felt a slight surge of energy, yet the pain in his back and abdomen accompanied it. Belle's lips gradually turned purple, and blood began to seep from his mouth, having bitten down too hard. Bai Lu, just recently cradled by Lan Ke, witnessed this and immediately urged Yang to find something to place in Belle's mouth. Apply this herb to his wounds. Bai Lu extracted a strand of dry grass, a rare herb known as paralysis grass that she had cherished for an extended period, discovered in the corner of a cave. Were it not for the prompt, she would have remained oblivious to its paralyzing properties. In a short while, Belle gradually returned to a semblance of normalcy, only to succumb once more to unconsciousness. What sort of grass is this? What purpose does it serve? Yang inquired with curiosity. Paralysis grass temporarily alleviates the sensation of pain, Bai Lu explained. His injuries, treated with yesterday's herbs, will likely cause excruciating agony. This will help ease his suffering. However, I possess but a single strand, and it is quite rare to find. She had enlisted Lank's assistance in searching for more paralysis grass, yet their endeavors yielded no additional herbs within the entire tribe, forcing her to abandon the search. Alas, it is a pity. I would have liked to examine it more closely. Perhaps I would have recognized it, she lamented, observing the remnants of the herbs on Belle's back, which had disintegrated into fragments. She had thought that Bai Lu might have some spare. In the tribe, I had Lank assist me in my search, but encountered nothing. This particular specimen was discovered in the corner of my bed. I do not know if it grew there, or if it had inadvertently fallen. In any case, I have no extras at the moment. Should I come across more in the future, I shall gladly offer you some, Bai Lu clarified. Very well, I appreciate it, Yang responded. Then turned his gaze back to Belle, lying on the bed. Bai Lu, have you eaten? Chela Mama approached with a question. Yes, Lank brought me some meat soup, Bai Lu replied. Indeed, I brought soup for the chief. I didn't bring any roasted meat, Lank added. All right, I shall take my leave now, Chela Mama said as she exited the cave. Bai Lu, could you take a look at Belle? Is this state normal? Young asked. Certainly. She indicated for Lank to carry her over. Bai Lu, what is this? Ruido Mama expressed her curiosity about Bai Lu's understanding of such matters, considering that Yang had treated the injuries. Ruido, when I have the opportunity, I will explain everything to you. For now, let Bai Lu examine the situation, Sakapa interjected, affirming Ruido Mama's words. It's fine. Disregard her. Let's focus on Belle, Sakapa then addressed Bai Lu. Bai Lu did not respond but approached Belle to examine the wounds on his back, which were slightly reddened. Did he have a fever last night? She inquired. Yes, but after Yang treated him, he did not have a fever this morning, replied Uncle Sak. That's not acceptable. He has a fever and needs to cool down immediately. She touched Belle's forehead, which felt quite hot. Fetch a basin of clean water and a piece of animal hide. Be quick, Bai Lu instructed Yang, while pulling out herbs from her pocket to administer directly to Belle. At once, they all sprang into action, hurriedly placing the cooled animal hide on his forehead. Who will help wipe his body? She added. I'll do it. You all take a break, Uncle Sak volunteered. All right. The priority is to make him feel refreshed and reduce his temperature as quickly as possible, Bai Lu said, signaling for Lank to carry her outside. Uncle Sak took the animal hide and began wiping Belle's body as Bai Lu exited, leaving Yang to watch over them. Uncle Sak, the fever has subsided. Bai Lu's medicine is quite effective, Yang said, checking on Belle, who had already been tended to for quite some time by Uncle Sak. Well then, I leave Belle in your care, Uncle Sak said as he stepped out, intending to find Mother Ruido. Yang nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 45, The Young Cub Ben, I Boss. Will Belle survive? Lank asked Bai Lu as they enjoyed the shade outside the cave. It's hard to say. He keeps having recurrent fevers, Bai Lu replied, gazing absently at a nearby bush. Oh, boss, how's your injury? How do you feel today? Lank inquired again. Much better. It will only heal day by day, Bai Lu responded. Thus, Lank and Bai Lu engaged in casual conversation outside the cave. What kind of world is this, anyway? Bai Lu suddenly mused. Huh? Lank seemed uncertain if she understood. Falling silent for a moment. Dangerous, cruel, survival of the fittest, Bai Lu continued. Of course, the unfit must also adapt, as survival is essential, Lank remarked. Indeed, I didn't expect you to grasp such concepts at your age, Lank, Bai Lu expressed with surprise. Boss, Don't be fooled by my carefree demeanor. I know that in the Tianzi continent, danger is everywhere, and venturing out is a form of training, Lank elaborated. I understand, Bai Lu replied. Lank was about to say more when they noticed Guy, Elle's companion, running anxiously towards them. Lank, Lank, Guy shouted upon seeing her at the cave entrance. What's wrong? Lank asked as Guy reached her. Ben is missing. I've searched all his favorite spots, but to no avail, and Elle is nowhere to be found. Usually, Ben clings to you. Has he come looking for you? Guy hurriedly explained. What? Ben, when did you discover he was missing? I saw him at home just this morning. Lon Ko asked anxiously. I don't know. I have no idea. I was merely inside sewing your elder brother's leather garment. And he vanished in the blink of an eye. Guy exclaimed, visibly agitated. How long has he been gone? Bai Lu inquired calmly, aware that Ben was Elle's cub. After breakfast, I returned to the cave and shortly thereafter searched all the places he usually frequents. I checked everywhere he might go, but to no avail, Guy replied. Do not fret. Perhaps you overlooked some location, Bai Lu reassured him. Are you aware if the second brother has returned? Let's have the orcs search. Has the patrol spotted Ben? Lanka said, gradually regaining her composure. No, I haven't had the chance to check with the patrol. Hill? He hasn't been seen. Ben has always been a sensible cub, and I just wish to find him quickly, Guy stammered, his words tumbling out in confusion. All right, do not panic. I will inquire with the patrol, and you should continue your search, but be careful not to stray from the tribe, Lanka said. Only to turn and see Bai Lu sitting nearby, feeling a bit awkward as he scratched his head. Do not worry, I will remain here alone. Once Uncle Soccer emerges, I shall ask him to take me inside. Finding the little beast is of utmost importance, Bai Lu said understandingly. I apologize for the inconvenience, my friend. Next time, I shall accompany you to gather the wild herbs you favor. With that, he hurriedly departed. At this moment, Bai Lu found it impossible to summon a smile. Guy had long since departed, leaving her alone outside the cave, embraced by the cool breeze. She felt a pang of longing for her grandmother. How would her elder react upon learning of her disappearance? It was likely that she would stand silently before the ancestral grave, her countenance stern, returning home to weep in solitude. Yet, after so many years away, was it not a sign of filial disobedience? Having resided in the Tianzi continent for a considerable time, though merely a month, and having spent nearly half of it confined to bed, she had witnessed the ferocity of wild beasts and the harshness of this era. Could she truly endure life here? Indeed. Deep within, Bai Lu harbored an unwillingness to return. Although the beastly world was fraught with danger and cruelty, it was also filled with the long-lost flora and fauna. No. Bai Lu shook her head resolutely. She must not waver in her determination. She still needed to return to find her grandmother. As the white dew season arrives, I take a deep breath. Even though a faint ache lingers within my internal organs, inhaling the fresh fragrances of grass, trees, and flowers brings me a sense of contentment. Gazing at the white clouds drifting across the azure sky, with the sun radiantly illuminating the earth, I ponder, why overthink? It is better to await the healing of my wounds before making further plans. In the gentle breeze of white dew, a sense of drowsiness enveloped her. In a daze, she caught sight of a small dog, approximately half a meter in size, utterly adorable. Oh my, White Dew was instantly awakened. The little dog approached her feet, and she picked it up, gently rubbing its head. Noticing the pup's lack of resistance, she playfully squeezed its pudgy paws, finding them soft and delightful. She even took a moment to inspect the pads, which were a lovely shade of pink, and tugged at its ears before continuing to caress it. After a brief spell, it suddenly dawned on her that she was in the land of Tianzi. This was the Tianling tribe, but was this dog truly a real dog? Instinctively, she tossed the pup that had been nestled in her embrace away, and it made no sound. To her astonishment, the little dog transformed into the form of a young child, roughly 10 years of age. Bai Lu initially harbored concerns about the puppy's safety, but soon found solace. For the little creature had transformed even before touching the ground. Mother! A child's voice rang out. Startled, Bai Lu exclaimed, What? Is he calling me mother? In the 28th century, one would be considered an elder sister. How had she suddenly become a maternal figure? Here, she was still a minor. Feeling somewhat out of place, she quickly reconsidered. Observing the small boy, or rather, the young beast man, who appeared to be around 10 years of age. Upon inspecting his physique, an overwhelming sense of sorrow washed over her. For he indeed resembled a child of that age. Mother, why did you throw me out? Do you not like little Binbin? The little one lamented. Address me as sister, she retorted, unwilling to accept the title of mother. and fixed a serious gaze upon Ben. "Sister, why did you throw me?" Ben cried out, continuing to voice his grievances. Come here." Bai Lu maintained her stern expression, beckoning for Ben to approach. "Oh," he replied, making his way over. Bai Lu gently stroked Ben's head, feeling a bit stiff, and said, "I apologize, I did not mean to. Is it true that you are called Little Ben?" "It's all right, sister. I quite like you calling me Little Ben. Even though my parents refer to me simply as Ben," he explained. "Very well, Little Ben," Bai Lu responded again. Sister, why have you stopped petting my head?" Ben inquired, extending his head towards her. "Your head? Little Ben, how old are you?" She initially felt hesitant to casually touch the head of a beast man, even one as young as he, but she couldn't resist. The human form of Little Ben was undeniably charming, and she asked as she continued to stroke his head, "I am 7 years old. Sister, why don't you go sit under that big tree to cool off?" Upon closer inspection of the boy squatting before her, she was astonished to realize that he stood at an impressive height of 1.50 meters. What an illusion it was to perceive him as merely a cub. "Nearly 7 years old? Sister is injured and cannot move for the time being," Bai Lu replied. Ben's small face scrunched up in concern at her words. "Does it hurt, sister? Little Ben has something for you." He produced a piece of raw meat from somewhere, seemingly out of nowhere. Bai Lu found herself in an awkward predicament. She was decidedly unskilled in the art of interacting with younglings. Would it be inappropriate to accept the cub? Would his mother scold her? After all, she had yet to fully grasp the customs surrounding such matters. As she wrestled with her thoughts, the innocent gaze of the simple-minded cub captured her heart, prompting her to accept the piece of meat he offered. Chapter 46, The Youngling Ben, Part 2. "Sister, you are truly wonderful." Ben joyfully planted a kiss on Bai Lu's cheek. "Sister, eat," he urged, noticing her momentary daze. "This is raw. It must be cooked before consumption," Bai Lu replied. "Sister, this is meat from the water-spiked beast. It tastes better raw. Please, have a taste," Ben implored, his eyes filled with anticipation. Bai Lu found herself at a loss for words. The prospect of consuming raw meat, which she detested, was daunting. Yet, looking at Ben's adorable face and his innocent smile, she found herself unable to refuse him. "Little Ben, can we wait until after the meal? I'm quite full," she pleaded, hoping he would relent. "Sister, if you're injured, you must eat more meat to grow strong and tall. Come on, Little Ben will feed you," he insisted, bringing the meat closer to her lips. What does being injured have to do with growing taller?" Bai Lu thought to herself. "Listen, Little Ben, if you eat too much, your stomach will hurt, and then you might fall ill." She took a deep breath and explained, returning the meat to him. "Very well. Let us wait until you're not so full before eating." "I'll wait for you," he cooed affectionately. "All right," Bai Lu replied. "By the way, who are your parents?" "That name, Ben, seems oddly familiar. Whose child are you?" "My father is named El. I came to find him today," Ben said. "No wonder, he was El's offspring." Bai Lu mused. However, she quickly recalled that El's partner was Guy, who had mentioned that a cub had gone missing. Could it be Ben? "Little Ben, did you tell your mother that you were searching for your father?" Bai Lu inquired of the cub, who was now seated beside her. Do I need to tell my mother?" Ben asked adorably. "Indeed. Otherwise, how will your mother know where you have gone?" Bai Lu clarified. Sister, is this your first time in the tribe?" Little Ben innocently asked. "Is there a problem?" Bai Lu responded, puzzled. Sister, are you hungry now?" Little Ben suddenly inquired. "I'm not hungry. I don't wish to eat anything." Bai Lu thought of the piece of meat from the water-spiked beast and felt a wave of nausea. "Sister, what is wrong?" Ben asked with concern. Nothing. Bai Lu hastily shook her head. "Your mother is quite worried about you. She has been searching everywhere. Next time you venture out, you must inform her. Understood?" After a brief pause, she spoke to Ben. "But I have never informed my mother when I go out in the tribe. I only tell her when I leave the tribe. This time, I specifically came to find my father," Ben replied, his head bowed. "Is that so? Perhaps your mother is looking for you. You should wait here and not wander off. She will come to find you," Bai Lu remarked, gently stroking Ben's head. "Is it true that the heads of young cubs are so soft? I want to find my father. Is he going to the embrace of the beast god? I have so much to say to him," Ben suddenly declared with determination, lifting his head. "No, who told you that? Your father is fine. He was in good spirits when he left. He will probably be back tonight. No, very soon," Bai Lu reassured Ben. "But I heard my mother say last night that someone might be going to the embrace of the beast god, and my father hasn't returned all night. I'm worried about him," Ben said, his youthful concern evident. "Such a dear cub," Bai Lu said, ruffling his hair once more. Just then, El appeared. having come to check on Belle. He had hunted a long-toothed beast to nourish her. However, as he turned the corner, he spotted his little cub and Bai Lu sitting at the door, seemingly engrossed in conversation. "Ben, what are you doing here?" Elle asked, still processing the scene when Ben leaped into his arms. "Daddy, Daddy," Ben cried out. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Elle set down the long-toothed beast, bloodied hands cradling Ben. Ben continued to cry until Guy and Lank arrived, witnessing the heart-wrenching scene. Little Ben overheard Guy mention that someone might return to the beast god's embrace, since Elle didn't come home last night. He thought it might be him and has been searching everywhere, Bai Lu explained, gesturing towards Elle and the sobbing Ben. "Brother, where were you last night? Leaving a female at home alone? You must be quite confident." Lank chided Elle, but upon seeing the long-toothed beast on the ground, he quickly understood. "Surely you didn't go hunting for the long-toothed beast for Belle?" Lank inquired, recognizing Elle's expression confirmed his suspicion. "Lank, I know Elle went to hunt the long-toothed beast. And I support it. Last night, Bag and his female, Simi, were with me and Ben. Otherwise, he wouldn't have overheard anything. I just wanted to bring him to see Belle, but I couldn't find her for ages, which made me anxious," Guy clarified. "All right, I understand. I don't hold anything against you, brother, as long as we find Ben," Lank replied. "Boss, how are you? Are you all right?" Lank turned to ask with concern. "I'm fine," Bai Lu responded. "Ben can be quite energetic at times. I hope he hasn't worn you out," Lank observed, knowing his boss's temperament and Ben's mischievous nature, which he attributed to her influence. "No, he has very well behaved, especially with his soft fur," Bai Lu said. "He has transformed into his beast form?" Lank exclaimed in surprise. Seeing Bai Lu still puzzled, he added, "Ben doesn't like to shift into his beast form, especially in front of females. He dislikes being petted." He chuckled, covering his mouth. "I even held him and petted him." The matter remains that it was Ben who took the initiative to request a head pat. "Humph, this little cub, claiming to admire me and wishing to accompany me beyond the tribe, is now showing such favoritism after usually requiring conditions to receive a mere head pat." Lanka felt a pang of discomfort, as she was typically the one who played with Ben within the tribe. Perhaps it is simply a natural instinct for orc males to care for females, especially in light of my injury, she mused, despite us both being younglings. But she is also a female, she consoled herself, deciding to refrain from further criticism of him. "Sigh," Lanku agreed, letting out a soft sigh. "What troubles you?" Bai Lu inquired. "It's still Shi'er. He has been temporarily assigned by the chief to act as a messenger and has gone to deliver a message to the bird tribe. I chose not to accompany him." Lanka replied. "It was my own decision, not that I was abandoned by my second brother," she declared loudly, as if to assert the truth of her statement. Indeed, that is precisely what you said," Bai Lu responded, stroking her hair reassuringly. "Big sister, my second brother did not take me along." Lanka whined as she nestled against Bai Lu. "Next time, I shall ensure he brings you, all right?" Bai Lu, unable to resist the allure of Lanka's playful antics, replied. "All right," she chirped, snuggling gently into Bai Lu's embrace. "You mischievous little one, how can you lean against sister like that? She is my sister." Ben, reassured of Elle's well-being, turned to see Lanka nestled in Bai Lu's arms, irritation evident in his voice. Chapter 47, Youngling Ben, Part 3, Very well. I shall move aside. I shall move aside. Seeing that Ben was on the verge of tears, Lanka felt a surge of frustration. He was not usually such a weepy little orc. "I am off to deal with the saber-toothed beast. You all should rest here," Elle instructed Lanku and the others. "Ben, make sure to take good care of your mother," Lanku and Bai Lu, Elle reminded him. "Yes, father," Ben replied solemnly, vowing to Elle. With that, Elle hoisted the saber-toothed beast and departed. Such creatures, adored by orc females, are notoriously difficult to hunt, primarily because they travel in packs and rarely stray alone. Given Elle's relaxed demeanor, it seemed he had encountered a solitary beast, despite the blood that stained him. "Sister Bai Lu, are you hungry?" Ben asked, once again settling beside Bai Lu. As the season of Bai Lu approached, the tension in the air was palpable. "Well, Ben," said Lank, "you haven't even fed your elder yet, and you're already showering affection on Sister Bai Lu? By the way, sister, what a peculiar form of address." Lank tugged at Ben's small ears. "Oh dear, Lank, please don't pull my ears. It severely impacts my chances of finding a partner. What will Sister Bai Lu think if she sees this?" Ben protested while trying to wriggle free, chiding Lank in the process. "What does finding a partner have to do with Bai Lu?" "Speak," Lank interjected. "Hey, Sister Bai Lu is both gentle and beautiful, and she possesses knowledge of herbs. She even saved your life. I'm merely helping you show your gratitude. Ben exclaimed, snuggling back into Bai Lu's embrace, though his words were directed towards Lank. Moreover, Sister Bai Lu was the one who asked me to call her sister upon our first meeting. This must signify a close bond. Who knows? She might want me as her partner. No, I am already her partner, Ben declared with a gleeful chuckle, nudging Bai Lu for a pat on the head. Lank was at a loss for words, pausing for a moment before taking a deep breath. You little rascal, she is my boss. My boss. How did you come to be her partner? Just as Bai Lu was about to speak, she glanced at her cute face, which, despite her 18 years, retained an innocence akin to that of a young cub. Indeed, she was still not of age. Lank discreetly patted her chest, silently relieved she had refrained from speaking her mind. If she jeopardized Hill's prospects, it would be disastrous. What? Ben inquired. It's nothing. In any case, my boss is also your boss, and it cannot be that way. Lank responded. I refuse. I want Sister Bai Lu to be my partner. She has already touched my beast form, so she cannot deny it. Ben insisted, trying to win Bai Lu's approval through his playful antics, yet Bai Lu remained in a state of shock. She had initially thought Ben was merely a small cub. Only 7 years old. Even at 1.50 meters, it didn't change the fact that he seemed overly mature for his age. Furthermore, what did it mean that if she had touched his beast form, she had to acknowledge something? Had the customs of the Tianlang tribe been violated? Was she being compelled into a partnership? Was it as she feared? She even took the meat of my water-spiked beast and hasn't eaten it yet. Sister Bai Lu, please eat, Ben urged. As the white dew pushed Ben away, she awkwardly declared, Sister, I shall not eat any more. He nearby. Lan Ku observed the scene with a suppressed chuckle. Bai Lu shot her a glare, prompting Lan Ku to cease her laughter. Ben, where did you learn all these things? Lan Ku pointed at the meat that Ben had once again produced from an unknown source. Isn't it customary for the orcs in our tribe to treat their partners like this? I genuinely like Sister Bai Lu and am striving to make her my partner. Ben reiterated. Lan Ku was left speechless. Indeed, regardless of the tribe, it was commonplace in the Tianzi continent for orcs to pursue females, as their numbers were significantly fewer. However, Lan Ku had momentarily forgotten their ages. Ben, let me explain something, Bai Lu said to him. Yes, sister, please go on. Ben replied, looking at her with eager anticipation. The term sister is a form of address, but not in the way you might think. This title is akin to how you refer to Lan Ku as sister. You may call any older, yet still immature female sister as well, Bai Lu explained with great care. She was unaware that this very term might have led Ben to mistakenly believe that she intended to be his partner. Oh, but sister even touched my beast form. That is something only my partner is allowed to do, Ben innocently proclaimed. Bai Lu was at a loss for words. Indeed, she had touched Ben's beast form. But did that imply they were to become partners? Ben, what conclusion is this? I have touched your beast form too. Does that not make me your partner? Furthermore, Guy and your mother, Rue Do Mama, have also touched you. We have watched you grow all this time, Lan Ku interjected, her lips curling in a smirk. That is different. Mama already has a partner, and my mother has a father. They do not need me, but Sister Bai Lu does. If it were me, I would never allow her to be harmed. Look. He pointed specifically at Bai Lu's foot. Ben, your Lan Ku sister needs you too. The injury to your Bai Lu's sister was an accident. I will ensure her safety from now on, Lan Ku asserted. Lan Ku sister? Only Bai Lu's sister is my sister. I will protect her, not you, Ben retorted disdainfully. Ben, are you itching for a challenge? Lan Ku threatened. Sister Bai Lu, save me. Ben immediately leaped into Bai Lu's embrace. Lan Ku, do not bully him. Let us discuss matters calmly, Bai Lu feigned seriousness. Seeing how your Bai Lu sister is pleading for your sake, I shall spare you this time, Lan Ku declared. I do not require your mercy. With Sister Bai Lu by my side, I fear nothing, Ben asserted defiantly. Indeed. I wonder who it was that just leapt into Sister Bai Lu's arms? Lan Ku teased, deliberately provoking Ben. This is only temporary. Once I come of age, Sister Bai Lu will be under my protection. By then, I shall undoubtedly be the most powerful orc in the entire continent, Ben declared, revealing his aspirations. Oh, the most powerful orc, yet just moments ago you were in tears. Lan Ku remarked, her expression one of disbelief. That was before I came of age. I am not yet of age, Ben exclaimed. Ben emphasized, who was the one crying? Who just dove into Sister Bai Lu's embrace? Lan Ku replied languidly, I am still young, merely a little cub. Ben proudly declared, you are a little cub? Sister Bai Lu and I are still little cubs too. Besides, you are younger than us. Perhaps by the time we reach adulthood, We will have companions, but you? Perhaps you shall remain without a partner even when you turn 500. Lan Ku retorted. Suddenly, Ben burst into tears. I hardly know you. All you do is cry. Trying to soften the boss's heart. You shall not succeed, Lan Ku warned Ben. Boss, let me tell you. He loves to cry whenever he feels he cannot win an argument, as if I am the one bullying him. What a crybaby. He made a face at Ben. Enough. You all behave like little cubs. He patted the now small wolf Ben, suppressing the urge to pet him, as if you were not a cub yourself. However, Lan Ku dared not voice this in front of Bai Lu, whispering instead. Chapter 48. Malfunction? Lan Ku, could you carry me over there? Bai Lu pointed to a vast expanse of grass that lay in disarray. All right, Lan Ku replied, preparing to lift Bai Lu. I want to go too. I want to go. Ben exclaimed from the side. Go on, let us all go together. But wait, your mother will be coming out soon, and you need to return with her. Lan Ku said. I don't want to go back. I want to stay with Sister Bai Lu, Ben pleaded eagerly. Let us go. We can talk about it later. Bai Lu remarked, though it was unclear to whom she was speaking, as Lan Ku carried her to the designated spot. Bai Lu gazed at the delicate little flower before her. How small was it? Nearly half the size of a fingernail, the blue blossom appeared charming and vibrant against the verdant leaves, exuding a lively spirit even under the scorching sun, showing not a trace of wilting. Only the leaves bore the signs of severe drought. Yet they still seemed more vigorous than those of other plants. Bai Lu observed the diminutive blossoms before her, which bore an intriguing label proclaiming their antibacterial properties. It was quite peculiar. Had she not examined them closely, she might have overlooked their existence altogether. Yet, what did antibacterial truly signify? Did it imply resistance to bacteria? Were they toxic? Was there a malfunction in the display? This was the first time Bai Lu found herself in doubt. Nevertheless, it did not deter her from plucking the flowers to create dried arrangements for future use, for one could never predict when they might come in handy. Even if they were indeed toxic, that was a concern for another day. Bai Lu knelt down to pluck small flowers, and Lank asked, Boss, do you need help with the gathering? Bai Lu replied, but then hesitated, pondering whether picking these flowers might be toxic, as nothing indicated their safety. Wait a moment. Let me pick first, and then you can join in, she said to Lank and the others, as Ben had also eagerly joined the gathering crew. What's wrong? Lank inquired. These blue flowers are of little use, mostly enjoyed by the young females for play. Once we finish picking, there will be no issue, Lank continued. After hearing Lank's words, Bai Lu reluctantly allowed them to continue picking, refraining from explaining her initial hesitation, yet Lank seemed to grasp a hint of her concern. Or she wouldn't have mentioned the flowers' purpose in their tribe. Before long, Ben's patience waned. He was still quite young, and with the sun beating down, he could only meander nearby and take a seat. Meanwhile, Bai Lu and Lank were drenched in sweat. Lank, why don't you seek some shade for a while? The sun is too fierce, Bai Lu suggested. What about you? Lank asked. I'll come once I finish filling this hide pouch. Bai Lu was eager to keep moving, unwilling to rest even in the sweltering heat, for she feared that the young females might snatch away the flowers. Despite their small stature, each plant bore 5 or 6 blossoms, and soon she could gather a substantial handful. If she worked quickly, a single hide pouch would be filled in no time. Though it was only half full at that moment. No, with this blazing sun, if you don't take a break, I won't either. Let's finish quickly, after all. You are my boss, and you can't abandon your junior, Lank said, plucking another bunch of blue flowers. All right, then could you fetch me some water? Bai Lu said, her thirst becoming apparent, and she saw no reason not to utilize her willing junior. Sure, Lank responded, glancing at Bai Lu's parched lips before swiftly fetching a bowl of water in a stone vessel. Don't worry, this is boiled water, cooled with plenty of bubbles, Lank explained. Knowing Bai Lu preferred boiled water. Thank you, Lank, Bai Lu said, suddenly feeling emotional. I truly appreciate your help. Oh, it's nothing, boss. Why the sudden gratitude? It makes me a bit shy, Lank replied, feeling somewhat awkward. Never mind, I've gathered quite enough. I can always return next time when there's more leisure, Bai Lu remarked, glancing at the half-filled hide pouch of blue flowers, and then at the scorching sun overhead. All right, Lank said, placing down the stone bowl, picking up Bai Lu, and carrying her to the cool shade of a large tree, allowing her to lean against the trunk while quickly tidying up the hide pouch and stone bowl. Lank approached, already drenched in sweat, with water cascading down her neck. Lank, take a moment to rest, Bai Lu urged. Bai Lu greeted cheerfully. Lan Ku and Bai Lu leaned against the trunk of a colossal tree, which would require more than 10 people to encircle, exchanged glances, and shared a smile. Suddenly, Ben appeared from an unknown place, holding 2 sweet fruits, with juice still glistening on his lips, clearly having indulged before joining them. However, an awkward silence enveloped Lan Ku and Bai Lu as they realized they had been too engrossed in picking fruits, forgetting about the little one. When had he arrived? And where did the sweet fruits come from? Bai Lu, Jia, these fruits were brought for you. I was told to give one to each of you, he said, handing a fruit to both Bai Lu and Lan Ku. To their surprise, these treats were sent by the one who adored fruits the most. The fruits were indeed delightful. What about you? Aren't you going to eat? Lan Ku inquired, pointing at the dry juice around Ben's mouth. No, thank you. I've already had a large one. And I couldn't finish it. I'll save it for later, Ben replied, his expression adorably refusing. All right then, Lan Ku, Jia won't hold back, she proclaimed, having already peeled one sweet fruit and ready to savor it. It was indeed delightful. Oblivious to the concept of moderation, Bai Lu had already consumed half of hers. As she was parched, the sweet fruit was wonderfully refreshing, though it couldn't quite compare to watermelon. Lan Ku observed Bai Lu's graceful movements, attempting to emulate her slow eating style, but found herself unable to replicate it. Indeed, while Bai Lu was thirsty, her manner of eating was not overly extravagant. She consumed quickly, yet with a semblance of decorum, as there were 2 companions present. Despite their familiarity, it was a habitual practice. She recalled her month-long etiquette training in the 20th century, where she had learned to adhere to social conventions in the presence of others. When alone, however, she preferred to be unrestrained. Ben chuckled. Under the shade of a grand tree, Bai Lu and her companions leaned against its sturdy trunk. She swiftly consumed her meal, not daring to waste a moment despite her upbringing and propriety. Upon finishing, she felt the air around her invigorate, and as she gazed upward at the leaves, the sunlight reflecting through them stung her eyes, prompting her to close them once more. Lan Ku observed that her leader had finished and quickly followed suit, casting aside the rigid decorum she had once mimicked, instead opting to rest her eyes like Bai Lu. They were both exhausted and overheated, and as a gentle breeze caressed them, drowsiness began to envelop them. Ben, however, found himself in a predicament, watching his 2 elder sisters resting with their eyes closed and slowly succumbing to slumber. He had intended to engage them in play, yet, with the sun blazing overhead, he was reluctant to return to seek out their mother. Fortunately, he had informed her beforehand that he was with Sister Bai Lu. Otherwise, he might have faced a lengthy search. Rumor had it that the patrolling beast men were on the lookout for him, and he feared a reprimand from Grandpa Tazu. With no other choice, he decided to remain with Sister Bai Lu, resting his head gently on her lap in his beast form, reveling in the comforting scent that enveloped him. Chapter 49. Brewing Tea. Leader, I have arrived. Bai Lu, accustomed to such exclamations, was already rising tentatively. Leader, Tada, Lan Ku announced as she brought forth a pouch made of beast skin filled with assorted grasses, her expression brimming with pride. Impressive, Bai Lu commended her. Lan Ku chuckled, placing the pouch before Bai Lu and inviting her to sit upon a wooden stump, a request that Bai Lu had made, relocated from the communal area. She planned to design a more comfortable seat once she recovered, but for now, she would not expend her energy on such matters. Leader, I must tell you, this is just a smattering of the grasses from the tribe, and as you mentioned, they're all of different kinds. Lan Ku laughed merrily. You have worked hard. Bai Lu acknowledged. As long as the leader finds something worthwhile, please inform me first, Lan Ku replied, her face alight with flattery directed at Bai Lu. Bai Lu cannot bear to look directly, yet it is not that she truly dislikes Lank. Bai Lu opened the leather pouch, sifting through the useful plants within. However, the external device had malfunctioned, failing to display any information. Was it possible that such visibility only existed while the plants were still unpicked? Bai Lu felt a wave of silence wash over her, yet she refused to squander the weeds. She meticulously organized her findings and ultimately identified 2 known types of wild herbs. One was mint, and the other, a gray vegetable. Gazing at the gray vegetable before her, Bai Lu yawned to stir-fry it. Lank, is this vegetable abundant? She inquired. Indeed, it's plentiful. Let me tell you, boss, this particular herb has left a lasting impression on me. There are vast patches of it right by the communal dining area, devoid of any other weeds, Lank replied, excitement bubbling in her voice whenever Bai Lu posed a question. All right. When I have the time, I shall prepare it for you. I wonder if you'll find it to your taste? Bai Lu remarked, contemplating the recent days filled with meat broth, leaving only a few fruits. She had initially hoped to discover some grains or similar plants and had even sent Lank to search, yet only these 2 varieties had surfaced. Even though they had been consuming meat broth daily, she wasn't keen on the gray vegetable, She longed for a dish that combined both meat and vegetables. Never mind. I shall refrain from complicating matters and wait until I recover before taking further action. It wouldn't be fair to keep troubling Lank and the others. You won't know until you try it, but if the boss says it's delicious, it must be, Lank responded. Very well. Once I recuperate, I will prepare it for you. Observing Lank's eager demeanor, Bai Lu felt compelled to disclose that her only intention for the gray vegetable was to salt it, and that it might not be palatable without salt or oil. All right, Lank replied, still grinning foolishly. This leaf is called mint. I picked quite a few before coming to the tribe. Buyer, no, wait, go find Ire and see if they have dried it. If not, it will rot and become useless. Bai Lu instructed, holding up the mint leaves for Lank. They have dried it, and the tribe has already begun using it. The sun has been quite strong these past few days, and many tribe members are already showing signs of illness. Now, they generally refrain from going outside, Lank explained. Let them steep it in hot water. It should be brewed with boiling water to enjoy its refreshing taste. Go fetch a stone bowl. I will prepare some for you to taste, Bai Lu said, her gaze drawn to Lank's eager expression. All right, Lank replied, turning to retrieve a stone bowl and returning with a bowl of freshly boiled water, perfectly timed for use. Boss, I've been wanting to try this for ages. However, the mint brought back by my brother was scarce. Just a few days ago, the matriarch finally allowed the tribe to start drinking it. So I felt a bit shy to ask, Lank said, watching as Bai Lu began to steep and rinse the fresh mint leaves. Didn't you pick more? Mint should be quite easy to find at this time of year, Bai Lu said while washing the leaves. It's all due to that Tiger Beast King incident, boss. We owe it all to you back then. Lank shifted the conversation. It's nothing. It's all in the past, Bai Lu smiled, noticing Lank's face, which had grown thinner due to the injury, causing her once chubby cheeks to appear more gaunt, and her lips slightly pale. Boss, are you ready to eat meat? It's been quite a while. You should be able to indulge now. Lank had always believed that when injured, one could only consume meat broth. A notion imparted to her by Bai Lu. It's fine. I simply do not wish to eat at the moment, Bai Lu remarked. All right, let's wait until mealtime, Lank replied. We can only hope to return and find something delectable to bring back for the chief. Earlier, you mentioned the Tiger Beast King. Was he not slain by Hill? Bai Lu finally voiced a question that had been lingering in her mind. Indeed, but it remains a mystery why no beastmen have noticed the Tiger Beast King's arrival in our territory. Typically, large predators refrain from approaching tribes populated by beastmen, and the patrols are entirely unaware, Lank explained. And what of that forest bird that targeted you? Was it merely a coincidence? The tribe has been discussing this matter incessantly, and even my father is investigating. There is no time to pick mint. Only the older beastmen seem to have leisure to stroll about the tribe. Lank gradually comprehended Bai Lu's implication and continued. I see. I just recalled that the pack of hyenas attacked beastmen in the territory of the Celestial Wolf tribe. Lank was unaware of this occurrence. Clearly, an investigation is warranted. Why would large wild beasts take the perilous risk of approaching the territory of the Celestial Wolf tribe, potentially facing death at the hands of beastmen? Bai Lu, have any beastmen or females gone missing recently? She inquired. It seems not, but I haven't been paying close attention. Lank replied. Have there been any peculiar occurrences of late? Bai Lu pressed on. Peculiar occurrences? What kind of peculiarity? Were you ambushed by the forest bird? Did we find ourselves pursued by the Tiger Beast King? Lank was momentarily taken aback by Bai Lu's line of questioning. Specifically, has there been anything in the tribe that deviates from your usual experiences? Bai Lu clarified. Everyone is on edge, uncertain of what transpired. It's merely the sudden assaults by large beasts that has everyone alarmed, Lank stated. What is the matter? Chief, why are you asking these questions? Lank inquired, puzzled. Nothing of consequence. Here, taste this. Bai Lu felt there was something significant being overlooked, but she couldn't quite place it. Just then, the mint tea was ready, and she encouraged Lank to savor its flavor. Delicious. Refreshingly cool, this is mint. Lank was instantly enchanted. Having just endured the sweltering heat while carrying a leather pouch filled with weeds, sitting down had done little to alleviate her discomfort. Indeed, once these matters are clarified, we can organize a group to gather mint. It can be consumed whether one is ill or not, and having a surplus would be prudent, Bai Lu suggested. All right. I shall certainly gather more, Lank exclaimed, taking a breath, as the once boiling water had nearly cooled. Even the warm mint water felt refreshing. Such a delightful concoction was too good to pass up. We can explore the safety zone within the tribe these days. After all, it's far too hot outside. The fresh leaves, whether dried or not, can be utilized, Lank added. Yes, the safety zone is relatively secure now. I suspect that the last encounter with the forest bird was an accident. After all, it is adept at concealment. Once the patrols ensure the safety of the zone, we can venture out to investigate, Lang concluded. Indeed, safety must come first. In Chapter 50, titled Illusion, Part 1, Bai Lu spoke to Lan Ke. The members of the serious tribe appeared to be engrossed in their daily tasks, while Bai Lu found herself once again outside the cave, feeling the chill of the wind. Lying on her bed, she stared at the cave ceiling, lost in thought, allowing her mind to wander. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed through the air, prompting Bai Lu to spring up. Ignoring the pain from her sudden movements, she rushed out of the cave. Standing at the entrance, she gazed into the distance, where flames flickered and dark smoke billowed, accompanied by a series of thunderous roars that shook the ground beneath her feet, making it difficult to maintain her balance. What was happening? Nearby, the orcs were engaged in animated discussions, pointing towards the commotion in the distance. Upon closer inspection, Bai Lu noticed that they seemed remarkably unfazed. It startled her. She had thought the ground was quaking. Indeed, if an earthquake were to occur, there would be no escape. Fortunately, it seemed distant. But was it a wild beast engaged in a duel? How had it ventured into their territory? Would it accidentally stumble into the safety zone? Unlikely, as it was still quite far away. However, the intensity of the sound suggested otherwise. Listen, that's the roar of a tiger, one orc exclaimed. Yes, I hear it too, another responded. And the cries of the long-toothed beast, as well as the wolves. Bai Lu listened intently. Could it be the patrolling orcs? She wondered. I'm not sure. It might be our tribe's orcs or perhaps the wild wolves. Regardless of the source, the thunderous sounds continued. Bai Lu recognized them as the sounds of large beasts collapsing. Would they reach the safety zone? Bai Lu, let us go, Chala Mama urged from behind her. Where to? Bai Lu questioned, perplexed. We should find the chieftain and ascertain what is happening, Chala Mama replied. All right. It's not wise to remain idle while this continues. Bai Lu steeled herself, allowing Chala Mama to assist her as they walked. Chala Mama was aware of Bai Lu's injuries. Yet now was not the time for a young one to remain behind. Today, Lan Ke was nowhere to be found. And Chala Mama hoped she was in a safe place. The nearby orcs, with their keen hearing, caught wind of Bai Lu and Chala Mama's conversation and hurriedly called for the females to join in the search for Chieftain Ta, eager to understand the unfolding situation. Some realized that merely standing by was futile, while others chose to ignore the call, preferring silence and avoiding the risk of taking the lead, including some females and young ones who remained oblivious to the looming danger. By the time Bai Lu and Chala Mama arrived at the entrance of the chieftain's cave, a throng of orcs had gathered, all eager to learn the cause of the disturbance. Silence. Everyone, listen to me. A voice resonated, though its source was elusive. It was likely the voice of Chieftain Ta, whom they had never seen before. Tribe members, quiet down. You are aware, aren't you? Recently, there has been an influx of formidable beasts in the territory, and on occasion, even within the safety zone, wild creatures have been spotted. Just a few days ago, a young cub was attacked, and after considerable effort, the patrol team managed to eliminate the threat within the safety zone. However, today, yet another fierce beast duel has occurred. Upon investigation, it was discovered that this turmoil stemmed from a flowering plant not far outside the safety zone, whose fragrance is known to attract wild animals. As soon as this was mentioned, the females in the group eagerly inquired, could we not simply remove that flower? The beasts would surely depart. One female suggested. A peculiar creature guards that flower, and even the large beasts are no match for it. For now, the safety zone remains secure, so do not worry, came the reassuring voice. What if those beasts venture into the safety zone? We have cubs to protect. Another female questioned anxiously. Do you think the beastmen are defenseless? A nearby female retorted. Very well, the anxious female conceded for the moment. Are we to wait for the beasts to pluck the flower and leave on their own? A familiar voice interjected. It was Jisangama, not far from Bai Lu. That flower must have been blooming for quite some time, and I estimate it is nearing its demise. We simply need to remain vigilant against any surprise attacks from the beasts, Bai Lu stated as she approached Jisangama. Those around, both beast men and females, listened and found some merit in her reasoning, yet doubts still lingered. How can you be certain that flower has bloomed for so long and is about to wither? One voice questioned sharply, casting suspicion upon Bai Lu. Were you not aware of the tiger beasts appearing near the safety zone recently? Bai Lu replied. Indeed. It was Blue Ku and her elder who discovered them. At last, Blue Ku has done something commendable, chimed in a mother from the communal cooking area of the tribe, whom Bai Lu recognized. Yes, I'm aware of that too. Blue Ku loves to accompany Sierra, but when Sierra does not take her along, She seizes every opportunity to sneak out of the tribe when the beastmen are away. Had it not been for the strict watchfulness of everyone, she would have escaped long ago. Last time, she somehow found a way out of the tribe and encountered a tiger beast. Thankfully, they returned safely. Another female voiced from the crowd. I would like to take this moment to express my gratitude to you all. Thank you. Thank you for taking care of me, Bai Lu said, bowing deeply in respect. She was indeed a polite child. What is the matter? Why all the thanks? Though everyone understood Bai Lu was expressing her gratitude, they were unsure of the significance of her bow. I am Bai Lu, the elder sister of Blue Kuo. Since my arrival at the Tianlang tribe, I am truly grateful for everyone's kindness, Bai Lu explained. Bai Lu seldom ventured out in the tribe to gather fruits or partake in communal activities. Her parents were not orc females of the tribe, and she had no partner. Each day, she consumed their roasted meats and fruits, some of which were sponsored by Lank and Yang. Nevertheless, as a university student with teaching qualifications in the 28th century, she believed that manners and refinement should not be forsaken. Even though she had little to offer in return, she still wished to express her gratitude verbally. Despite the fact that these indigenous orcs and ambiguous females might not comprehend her reasons for thanks. It's nothing, you're just a cub and a female, without parents. Everyone should take care of you a bit more, one female remarked. Everyone, the last time Lank and I left the tribe, encountering the Tiger Beast King was purely coincidental. Do you know why we ventured out? Bai Lu skillfully shifted the topic, as she was not adept at responding to such scenarios. It was because Lank mentioned she had overheard someone in the tribe say that there was a flower across the great river that emitted a fragrance, and she felt curious. Bai Lu continued, knowing that her kin often labeled her as willful. What flower isn't fragrant? Why venture to the opposite bank? Some questioned, suggesting that both Bai Lu and Lank were indeed quite headstrong. That beastman said the scent could be detected even in the safe zone, Bai Lu clarified. Do you understand what this implies? The fragrance can lure wild beasts. Do the orcs in the tribe remain unaffected? Bai Lu anticipated their silence and continued her monologue. Chapter 51. Enchantment. Part 2. All the orcs fell silent, and the females began to reflect. Indeed, in recent times, the orcs had been somewhat dazed. My little orc usually helps me tidy the house, but these past few days, he has been going out without a word about where he is headed. Yes, my little cub has also been running out every day. Normally, this would be fine, but now he doesn't return until after dark. I don't have any little cubs, but my orc feels a bit sluggish these days. He lacks energy for anything. Exactly. Me too. I've been going to bed early lately, with no inclination for anything at all. I thought it was just fatigue, but it seems everyone is feeling this way. Is it truly due to that flower? Does it possess such power? I don't know, but it can certainly lure beasts. Our wolf orcs are still considered beasts, albeit capable of transformation. What should we do then? Just leave? I have no idea. Numerous voices rose in a chorus of discussion, yet all shared a common sentiment: reluctance to relocate. Now, you probably understand. Only by temporarily distancing ourselves from that enchanting flower might we be able to counteract the effects on the orcs, Bai Lu continued. This flower is the enchanting flower. Quite fitting, but does it truly possess medicinal properties? At that moment, the elder of the tribe, Ta, approached and inquired. Indeed, this flower possesses the ability to bewilder the mind, as its fragrance weakens the medicinal properties of the tribe, which is why the orcs have yet to notice the frenzy. As for those wild beasts, I am at a loss. It's best to keep our distance, Bai Lu remarked. Yet, do you not fear being besieged by the masses? One must understand that in the realm of the beast tribes, the sanctity of their habitat is held in the highest regard. With a resounding thud, another beast collapsed, instilling a sense of unease among the orc ranks. Bai Lu felt a growing anxiety as she yearned to venture outside, yet they were encircled by the orcs, and her recent words had drawn unwanted attention. Elder, let us retreat for now and return once the flowering period is past, Bai Lu whispered to Elder Ta, who stood nearby. The surrounding orcs and females turned their heads momentarily, likely having overheard, but chose to remain silent. Fellow tribesmen, this hallucinogenic flower significantly affects the orcs. We should consider retreating temporarily until the flowering period concludes. The orc hunting party is still outside. I shall send 2 orcs to inform them. Those not within the tribe, including females, will also be notified. Now, the females and younglings within the tribe must return to gather their belongings, and those orcs who intend to leave should do so swiftly. We shall depart before dawn, the elder declared, emphasizing the necessity of preserving the females and younglings. Bai Lu gazed at the sky, which was devoid of moonlight and stars, as if she had never witnessed such a sight before. The wind howled fiercely, and the distant flames flickered momentarily after the recent thunderous sound. Yet, the roars of wild beasts echoed ominously in her ears. The tribe's people soon dispersed to gather their belongings. And Bai Lu, unable to endure any longer, felt a sharp pain in her abdomen, teetering on the brink of collapse. Fortunately, Chala Mama swiftly supported her. Bai Lu, you can no longer withstand this. Let us seek the shaman Mama, she urged. The shaman Mama resided near the chieftain's dwelling. Come, let her rest upon my back. The chieftain, Ta, noted Bai Lu's condition and transformed into his beast form, allowing her to lie across his back. After taking a few steps, Chala Mama stumbled and fell to the ground, unnoticed by the departing chieftain. She began to convulse on the ground, and a nearby female and beast man rushed to her aid, carrying Chala Mama towards the shaman Mama's abode. Mana, Mana, the chieftain called out before even reaching the shaman Mama's cave. Upon entering the shaman Mama's living area, he found her by the fire, tending to herbs, while a wolf beast carried its cub before her. The shaman Mama quickly instructed the chieftain to lay Bai Lu down. She examined Bai Lu and realized she must have exerted herself, aggravating her wounds. Just then, the beast man arrived with Chala Mama in his arms. What has transpired? The shaman Mama inquired while administering medicine to Bai Lu. Chala Mama lay unconscious, her body slumped. Shaman Mama, it's nothing. I must take my leave. My female awaits me outside, said the beast man. Go on. I shall manage here, the shaman Mama replied. After he departed, she instructed the chieftain to continue giving Bai Lu her medicine. The shaman Mama glanced at Chala Mama, recalling that she had heard of her peculiar illness. As long as it did not manifest, all would be well. However, should it flare up, one must prevent her from biting her tongue. If the shaman Mama was absent, she had left behind some pills that could temporarily alleviate the condition. Soon, Chala Mama ceased her convulsions, and the shaman Mama sat beside the chieftain to discuss the situation. To what extent has the situation escalated? The shaman Mama inquired. During this time, you have been studying the hallucinogenic flowers, and many of our tribe are affected by their fragrance. We must find refuge swiftly, Ta explained. Where can we go? When shall we return? We must have a plan, the shaman Mama insisted. As long as we are not influenced by the flower's scent, we can retreat to the northern part of our territory, where disturbances are rare. Furthermore, we cannot venture far within our domain. Once the flowering period concludes, we shall return. Ta stated. Very well, let us decide on this. They shall find 2 beastmen to escort them, the shaman Mama concluded. Agreed. As the thunderous sounds drew nearer, the roars of the beasts grew louder, instilling a growing sense of panic among the members of the wolf tribe. What they had once thought to be a distant threat had suddenly materialized at their doorstep. They quickened their pace. Before dawn, nearly all the orcs and females in the tribe had gathered, prepared to embark on their journey. Recently, Geely had scouted the tracks of the beasts, revealing that most were heading towards the hallucinogenic flowers. It was safer for us to move in the opposite direction. Let us set off. With that, he transformed into a wolf beast and led the tribe northward. However, before the chieftain could lead the tribe out of the safe zone, a fragrant scent wafted through the air. Oh, how delightful! What kind of flower is this? White flowers? Red flowers? Purple flowers? No, none of them possess this scent. It is a fragrance I have never encountered before. Indeed, at 400 years of age, I had never inhaled such a captivating aroma. I see what appears to be jumping beasts ahead, so many of them. They are my favorite creatures. Where? There is only a small hill ahead. Where are these jumping rabbits? I see them too, so many. No, I see a long-tusked beast, so much meat. Not at all. I see a patch of blue flowers. How beautiful. What is happening? Why can't I see them? I cannot see them either. As the members of the wolf tribe became ensnared in their own illusions, Bai Lu, who had already awakened and lay on the back of an orc, sensed trouble. The floral fragrance had spread, and it was now too late for everyone to leave. The orc beneath her was beginning to lose control. What should be done now? Chapter 52, Hallucination, Part 3. If only I could see the true form of the hallucinogenic flower, perhaps I could glean its properties and make a breakthrough. Bai Lu realized they had rushed too hastily without careful consideration. Chieftain Ta also sensed something amiss among his kin. He bellowed in an attempt to rouse them. But it was no easy feat. Instead of awakening the tribe, chaos ensued. Wake up! Wake up! Chieftain Ta shouted at the nearest orc, yet there was no response. The orc carrying Bai Lu was not far from Chieftain Ta. Summoning all her strength, Bai Lu yelled, Chieftain Ta! Chieftain Ta! Quickly lead the unaffected orcs and females to safety. As long as no orcs are present, they will not be affected. Hurry! Chieftain Ta snapped to attention, swiftly breaking free from the encirclement to find several orcs who were less affected, leading the females who wished to scream but were stifling their voices as they fled. Seeing this, the other orcs who had regained a semblance of clarity followed suit. Despite her desperate cries, Bai Lu was taken away from the chaotic scene by the orc beneath her. The orcs, exerting themselves, had run for half a day and had yet to reach the outskirts. As their pace quickened, the enchanting effects began to wane, restoring their clarity of mind, though it remained uncertain whether the floral scent would follow them once more. They paused to rest momentarily. After all, they had been running for a full half day, and it was time to eat, believing that no immediate danger would arise. The tribe leader, Tar, vigilantly surveyed the surroundings before addressing the group. Boss. Boss. A familiar voice broke through the haze of thoughts about the hallucinogenic flowers. Boss. We've escaped yet again, Lank exclaimed, seated beside Bai Lu. I don't know. Perhaps you'll catch a whiff of that floral scent again soon, Bai Lu replied. Must you always dampen my spirits? Lank pouted. Did I truly? Bai Lu feigned innocence. Never mind. I shan't argue with you. Boss, are we going on an adventure? Lank inquired, her face alight with excitement. Isn't the tribe nearly gone? Aren't you concerned? Bai Lu pressed, surprised by Lank's eagerness for further exploration. I can only hope we return. For now, it's vital we find a new location to settle the females and younglings. Meanwhile, the orc hunting parties must seek a new tribe. After the season of the hallucinogenic flowers passes, the remaining orcs can return to establish a new wolf tribe. With that, Lank's demeanor turned somber. Bai Lu understood her feelings well. Just as long as you comprehend the situation, let us rest a moment longer before we depart, Bai Lu suggested. Indeed, Lank replied. But where should we go? Where could the new tribe possibly be? Bai Lu felt lost, her understanding of the continent limited. Tribe members. Initially, I intended to lead you to a temporary refuge near the northern edge of our territory. However, due to the captivating aroma of the hallucinogenic flowers, many orcs remain behind. It is uncertain if we can ensure that the flowers will not expand their reach within our territory. Currently, we are predominantly females and younglings. Should we face an attack from a large predator, survival would be precarious. Therefore, is there a safer destination anyone can suggest? When the hunting parties return, perhaps we can rescue the orcs entranced by the flowers. Tar sought input from the group. Few of us venture beyond our territory. How can we know where is safe? Indeed, the farthest I have journeyed is to the outskirts of the fruit grove. I have not traveled further. Me as well. You have not ventured far. When we orcs hunt, we seldom encounter places that can accommodate 100 souls. If such places exist, they are already claimed by other orcs. Exactly. We are many, yet our numbers are only a few dozen. Achieving victory is daunting. Then where shall we go? Let us ponder this matter carefully. As time passed, the orcs and the females found themselves uncertain of their destination, awaiting the arrival of the orc hunting party, which comprised around 300 members, all of whom were orcs. Once they converged, their safety could be momentarily assured. However, the pressing issue of the hallucinogenic flowers loomed large, rendering decision-making arduous for the orcs. We need not venture too far, yet we must not remain too close either. We could journey to Sunset Valley, Bai Lu suggested to Lan Ku. Sunset Valley. That is one of the most perilous places on the continent. Is venturing there not akin to courting death? The last remark was whispered closely into Bai Lu's ear. Not at all. Sunset Valley lies directly to the north. I have heard from Yang that the valley is shrouded in perpetual mist and filled with toxic flora, which deters orcs from entering. The wild beasts within are primarily of a smaller variety, seldom straying from the valley. As long as we do not intrude and disturb them, we could establish a temporary settlement on the outskirts and return once this bloom of hallucinogenic flowers has passed, Bai Lu elucidated, maintaining her normal tone. Yet, that is Sunset Valley. One female voiced her skepticism. However, who can ascertain when the bloom of the hallucinogenic flowers will end? Will they reappear afterwards? An additional advantage of heading to Sunset Valley is that within its toxic plants, there may lie an antidote, and given the distance from here, the flowers are unlikely to drift there. Nonetheless, I cannot guarantee its absolute safety. It merely offers a viable destination, Bai Lu articulated her rationale. Yet, some females remained hesitant, while others expressed agreement. Who knows when the fragrance of those flowers might emerge? Could it pose a threat to the orcs? Those with dissenting opinions are welcome to voice them. If you can propose a better alternative, we shall heed your suggestion, the clan leader, Ta, remarked. Having listened to Bai Lu's reasoning, particularly noting the need for caution amidst the crowd. I do. At that moment, an orc raised an objection. Speak. As long as your argument is sound, we shall entertain your proposal, Ta encouraged. To the north of the tribe, before reaching Sunset Valley, there exists a vast cavern that could easily accommodate hundreds, even thousands, of individuals, asserted the orc, Kess. A cavern? What sort of cavern? Be more specific, Ta inquired. The opening lies underground. It is a naturally formed cave. Once, I inadvertently stumbled and fell into it. The interior is vast and spacious. Yet one can easily become disoriented due to the multitude of smaller passages leading to unknown destinations. Eventually, I managed to locate the exit from which I had fallen. Allowing me to emerge, Ta furrowed his brow. The hallucinogenic flowers entice orcs primarily through their fragrance and pollen. Since they are so far away, any scent would dissipate with the wind, and the cave, being subterranean, provides a livable environment. We would remain unaffected as long as we guard the exit and await the return of the hunting party, Kess continued. Are you suggesting that as long as we remain in the cavern, we would be safe? Bai Lu raised a question. Not necessarily. I spent 2 or 3 days inside, relying on small creatures to locate the exit I had once fallen through. It took considerable effort to return to the tribe. I rarely moved about within, thus, I cannot assure the safety of other areas inside, said Kess. No one can guarantee safety. Nevertheless, whether in Sunset Valley or the underground cavern, danger lurks. Let us allow everyone to choose, Bai Lu replied. Chapter 53, The Enchantment, Part 4, then let us proceed to the underground cavern. As it will allow us to evade the enchantment, someone in the crowd suggested. Indeed, we shall go to the underground cavern. Sunset Valley is too terrifying. There may be other chaotic elements besides the enchanted flowers, many echoed, resolute in their decision to avoid Sunset Valley. Very well. Bai Lu understood that the group's perception could not change on a whim. Then we shall head to the underground cavern, but we must remain mindful of the unknown dangers within. We cannot guarantee that the enchanted flowers will not infiltrate through other vents. In that case, it may become a matter of whether any life remains at all. Therefore, some must remain above ground to take turns guarding, the clan leader stated. Agreed, that is the best course of action. The tribe members nodded in agreement. Well then, it seems we have rested enough. Let us embark at once, the leader proclaimed. The tribe's people quickly organized themselves and continued on their journey, with Kess leading the way. They encountered no wild beasts along this tranquil path. Bai Lu reclined upon the back of the orc, taking a moment's respite. Along the journey, the external interface had offered her numerous hints regarding various plants, and she discreetly noted those that would prove beneficial, intending to return after this challenge had been surmounted. Before long, the main force came to a halt. Everyone, rest in place, came the voice of Kai's. Chieftain, let us first send a few orcs ahead to scout the path, followed by the females and the younglings, Kai suggested to the chieftain. Agreed, the chieftain replied, promptly dispatching several orcs. Once they departed, his expression remained inscrutable. However, the tension in his tightly clenched hands betrayed his unease. The hunting party shall proceed to hunt. While the safety team remains vigilant in the vicinity, Chieftain Ta addressed the main force. Soon enough, a few orcs from the surrounding area set forth, and the orc beneath Bai Lu gently lowered her to the ground, standing guard against any potential threats. Bai Lu also surveyed her surroundings, where the external indicators revealed only non-toxic flora. Nothing particularly noteworthy. Lan Ku approached Bai Lu, and they exchanged no words, aware that the surrounding females understood the gravity of the situation, speaking in hushed tones. All right, everyone. Descend one by one, swiftly. The clan leader of the tower suddenly declared. Bai Lu raised her head and discovered that the orc who had ventured down to scout the path had returned. The orcs and the females descended into the cavern one after another, while Bai Lu and Lan were among the later group. Bai Lu gazed at the vines before her, pondering whether to descend. Yet, what if her own body refused to comply? Come, let me hold you and wrap you in my embrace as we go down together, Lan Ka said, discerning Bai Lu's apprehension with a caring tone. However, even without Lan Ka's reassurance, the orcs of the tribe would never allow Bai Lu, an injured one, to descend alone. Bai Lu, with her eyes closed, nestled in Lank's embrace, felt the chilly wind seeping through her thin coarse cloth garment. This attire was gifted to her by Ruido's mother, while her own clothes lay in the backpack that Lank carried. Upon entering the cave, darkness enveloped them, the only light filtering in from the nearby vines, accompanied by a layer of dust that settled upon their arrival. Cough, cough, cough. Both Bai Lu and Lank found themselves coughing. Here, take a sip of water, offered one of the orcs below, extending his water flask to Lank. Without hesitation, Lang took a generous gulp and then passed it to Bai Lu. She hesitated, as her cleanliness obsession made her reluctant to drink from someone else's vessel, yet the dire circumstances compelled her to quench her thirst. Thump, thump. Bai Lu's intuition sensed a watchful presence lurking in the shadows, an instinctive feeling that prompted her to glance around, yet she found nothing amiss. Lang, noticing Bai Lu's unease, also scanned the surroundings but saw no signs of any other entities. Boss, let us proceed. We should first explore the depths of this cave, Lang urged, gently pulling Bai Lu further into the darkness. Bai Lu remained silent as she quietly retrieved a multifunctional knife from her pocket. She stepped forward, surrounded by uneven walls, with large stones sporadically scattered around. In the background, one could see the incoming females and their young ones leaning against the walls or the stones, each wearing a troubled expression. Come, let us take a seat here, Lanka suggested, claiming a spot first and beckoning Bai Lu to join her. They settled beside a large stone, which conveniently had a slot for placing their backpacks. Both Lan Ku and Bai Lu leaned against the stone, enveloped in silence. Lan Ku? Bai Lu? Bai Lu turned to see Belle across from her, along with Aunt Ruido, who had just called them. Little Bai Lu, you've escaped too? Here, would you like some sweet fruits? Aunt Ruido rummaged through her leather pouch and produced 2 slightly shriveled fruits. No, thank you. We have our own, Bai Lu replied with a smile, pulling out a fruit from her bag, a sweet one, albeit smaller than Aunt Ruido's. I wonder if we can return. Aunt Ruido seemed to reflect on this. We will, Bai Lu assured her. By the way, how's Belle doing lately? Bai Lu inquired, glancing at the still slumbering Belle. At first, he had a recurring fever, but thankfully, Young arrived just in time to attend to him. Otherwise, he might not have made it, Aunt Ruido explained. Speaking of which, if it weren't for you back then, he wouldn't have been saved. Aunt Ruido seemed to reminisce about the moment Bai Lu had rescued Belle and continued. It's nothing, though. Is Uncle Sack still away? Bai Lu, concerned about Uncle Sack's prolonged absence, asked. He went to fetch the females and cubs from above. Haven't you seen him? Aunt Ruido quickly replied. No, Bai Lu answered honestly. Is there only one entrance here? We were met by an orc named Vicky. There were no other orcs, and we saw none on the way. Bai Lu recalled. Where could he have gone? He shouldn't wander off. I'll go look for him, Aunt Ruido announced, standing up but pausing to glance at Belle. Little Bai Lu, please keep an eye on Belle for me. I'll go find the chief and return shortly. All right, Bai Lu agreed, thinking Aunt Ruido was hastily off to find Uncle Sack. But thankfully, she still retained her composure. With that, Aunt Ruido left, and Bai Lu looked at the already sleeping Lank, who had dozed off before Aunt Ruido greeted them. She took Lank's leather garment from the basket and draped it over her, then glanced back at Belle, knowing she couldn't move around too much due to her condition. Content to observe from a distance, Bai Lu turned around, surveying her surroundings, which remained unchanged since her arrival. In the center, a fire blazed, flanked on either side by orcs and females. If one disregarded the fire, the setting resembled a long corridor. Without the flames, all would dwell in obscurity. Unable to perceive the females nearby, the sounds of cubs and females conversing mingled with the crackling of the firewood. Bai Lu stifled a yawn. She dared not sleep, nor could she afford to do so. Bai Lu, summoning her spirit, picked up her backpack, which bore a slight weight. She then seized an old animal skin pouch, opening it to reveal 2 snake scales, merely remnants of her journey, a testament to her prolonged absence from the jungle due to injury. Though a flicker of longing stirred within her, she was acutely aware of her limitations and dispelled such thoughts. Chapter 54. The Cave, Part 1. Bai Lu, awaken. Awaken. A voice called her from the depths of slumber. As she opened her eyes, she found herself momentarily disoriented. Who are you? She inquired, gazing at an elderly female clad in gray fabric, her hair a cascade of silver, yet her face radiated a benevolent smile. Little Bai Lu, come, take this. Without addressing her question, the elder presented her with a root. This is the root of the silverleaf herb. It can expedite the healing of your wounds. A calamity is approaching, and you are their sole hope. Once you are healed, you can lead them to safety. Quickly, consume it, the elder urged. I shan't eat it. You haven't even told me who you are. My mother taught me never to consume anything from strangers. Bai Lu hesitated, almost saying grandmother, but fearing the elder might not comprehend. She opted for mother. Fear not, for I am the deity of this mountain. A disaster has befallen us, causing the ground below to sink and giving rise to this cave. My energy is waning swiftly. They're almost here. Hurry, eat. The mountain deity seemed to sense an impending threat, hastening Bai Lu to consume the root. What is coming? Please clarify, so I may prepare. Bai Lu felt a surge of urgency. They are approaching. This place is about to collapse. Hurry, eat. The deity pressed the root closer to her lips, imploring her to ingest it. All right, I will eat. For reasons she could not discern, Bai Lu succumbed to the temptation and quickly devoured the root, finding it crisp and surprisingly sweet. Good, good. Eating is wise. The mountain deity exclaimed before vanishing from sight. Not long after consuming the root, Bai Lu felt a refreshing coolness pervade her innards, as if they were being mended. She tested her strength by standing and pacing about, discovering no discomfort whatsoever. Bai Lu was wholly immersed in the elation of regaining her health. Little did she know the excruciating pain her heart had endured with every step during this period. A sound akin to a mouse, yet oddly dissimilar, echoed through the air. Initially, Bai Lu paid it no mind, lost in her joy. However, as the surrounding females and beast men began to scream and howl, she snapped back to reality. Only to behold a swarm of beasts encircling her, creatures with the body of a pangolin, the head of a mouse, and the feet of a hybrid species. In their wake, only skeletal remains of females and beast men remained, and soon, the tide of beasts engulfed Lank, becoming the final image etched in Bai Lu's mind. No, no, she cried out in desperation. Little Bai Lu? Little Bai Lu? The recently returned Ruido's mother gazed at Bai Lu, who was frantically waving her hands and shouting. Even Belle had no time to glance back, as she rushed to support Bai Lu, attempting to awaken her from this dreadful reverie. Bai Lu was not disappointed in her expectations. She gradually awakened and, seeing the familiar figure of Grandma Ruido, took a moment to gather her thoughts. Are there any beasts? Bai Lu inquired. Not at the moment. The beasts in this area have all been cleared out by the orcs. Grandma Ruido assumed Bai Lu was asking about the current situation. Not here. I clearly saw. Before she could finish her sentence, Bai Lu glanced around, noticing that the surroundings remained unchanged, resembling the calm before the storm. Is there truly no beast tide? Bai Lu sought confirmation once more. Beast tide? There is indeed none. Grandma Ruido felt Bai Lu's forehead, finding it cool to the touch. No, Grandma Ruido, we must leave. Quickly, Bai Lu suddenly realized she might have just had a dream, or perhaps a prophetic vision, as she had not encountered a beast tide. Yet, having spoken with such fervor, why did she not feel any pain? A sense of unease washed over her. Perhaps she could alter the course of impending events. Little Bai Lu, what nonsense are you speaking? Where are we to go? Grandma Ruido thought Bai Lu was still trapped in her dream. We must hurry. We cannot remain in this cave. Otherwise, we cannot ensure your safety. Bai Lu insisted urgently. What are you talking about? Grandma Ruido was utterly bewildered. Lank, wake up, quickly. Bai Lu, unwilling to elaborate further, called to the still slumbering Lank. What is the matter? Oh dear. Boss, what is it? Lank, groggy, opened her eyes to see Bai Lu and jumped in surprise. What's wrong? Are there beasts coming? Where? She exclaimed, leaping up to scan the surroundings, undoubtedly embodying the drama queen. We must leave. We need to exit this cave and inform the tribe. We must act swiftly. Bai Lu had no time for jest, eager to pull Lank to her feet. What is going on? Everything seems fine. Lank surveyed the area, finding nothing amiss. Lank, your boss is still dreaming. Hurry, give her a slap. She might wake up. Grandma Ruido whispered to Lank. After scrutinizing Bai Lu for a moment, Lank recognized that Bai Lu was indeed behaving unusually, far from her usual calm demeanor. Suddenly, she stood up and slapped Bai Lu, leaving her utterly bewildered. What are you doing? Bai Lu shouted, her voice echoing throughout the cave. Are you awake now? Is this waking? Grandma Ruido continued to converse with Lank. She must be awake. That was quite forceful. My hand is sore, Lank remarked. Of course, it was forceful. My face is swollen. Bai Lu felt a sudden wave of indignation at Lank's words. I was thinking of you both, and yet you strike me. Bai Lu felt tears welling up. Were you not having a nightmare? I was merely waking you. Lank attempted to justify her actions. Look at me. I spoke with such effort earlier, and I even grabbed your hand. You know that when I exert myself, my chest hurts terribly. Yet here I am, standing and moving without issue. Bai Lu continued to move about, gesturing for Lank and Ruido's mother to observe her. She was indeed correct. Lank, realizing this, approached Bai Lu and gently touched her head, which was not feverish. She appeared to have fully recovered. What could be the reason? Do not touch my head. Call me boss. Bai Lu retorted, tilting her head to the side, revealing a handprint on her face. All right, boss, I sincerely apologize for earlier. It was uncertain whether she was apologizing for the slap she had received or for not addressing her properly. I forgive you. Bai Lu calmed herself. Also recognizing that Lank and Ruido's mother might find it hard to believe her. She prepared to explain, hoping time would permit. In my dream, I envisioned that this cave harbors a mountain deity. This cave first came to be due to a disaster. Bai Lu elucidated the circumstances to the two, walking a couple more laps until they were convinced that she was indeed all right. Only then did they start to believe her. What shall we do now? Lank inquired. You should instruct the clan members to leave first and find a new location. Ruido's mother can then notify the clan leader while I take care of Bai Lu proposed. The clan members may not believe what I say, and I do not know where my father is. Where should Ruido's mother go? What if the beast tide truly arrives? Lank remained silent. I understand this is challenging for you, but there are no alternatives at this moment. The beast tide, I can sense, is imminent. You must hurry. Bai Lu appeared quite anxious. Very well. Lank and Ruido's mother, aware of the gravity of the situation concerning the beast tide, recognized the necessity of acting swiftly. Further delay could prove disastrous. Chapter 55, The Cave, Part 2. Lank, do not jest. I see no danger here. Lank, do not speak carelessly. The clan members are weary. We have inspected this area, and it poses no threat. Indeed, Lank, go take a rest. Lank informed the clan members of the impending beast tide. Yet due to her youth, none believed her words, causing her great distress. Clan members, listen to me. This is truly serious. There may still be a chance for survival if we venture outside. Lank cried out. However, no female paid her any heed, and she could only return to Bai Lu. Boss, what shall we do? The clan does not heed my words. Perhaps they do not hold me in high regard. What should I do now? Is there truly a beast tide? Doubt crept into Lank's mind. Better to believe in its existence than to dismiss it, Bai Lu stated eloquently. It is wiser to assume there is a threat than to assume there is none. If it occurs, it could cost us our lives. Realizing Lank might not comprehend such proverbs, she reiterated her explanation. Well then, what should we do now? Lank, genuinely confused by Bai Lu's initial statement, but understanding the latter part, contemplated the clan's attitude and felt compelled to inquire how to proceed. Once Ruido's mother informs the clan leader, he will organize a response. If the clan members do not believe, there is little we can do. Bai Lu, equally at a loss, found her mind blank. At times, she couldn't help but wonder. Is there truly a beast tide? Bai Lu, you assert there is a beast tide. How do you know? Are you certain? The chieftain swiftly arrived at the place where Bell lay and inquired. Uncertain, chieftain, but what if there is? Bai Lu refrained from addressing him as father, opting instead for chieftain, which signified her view of him as the leader of their clan, hoping he would take responsibility for the entire community. Bai Lu, you must understand that this is a hard-won sanctuary for our people. If you recklessly venture out, the consequences, the chieftain paused. Yet Bai Lu felt that should she venture outside without a beast tide, she would still be blamed. I understand. Here's the deal. Trust me and depart. If you do not, remain here. Bai Lu was at a loss as to how to persuade the chieftain to flee and gain the trust of her kin. She simply wished those who wanted to leave would do so, while those who chose to stay could not be helped. Such matters lacked a basis. They were merely dreams. She wondered if Ruido's mother had spoken to him about this. I merely wish to know the source of your information. Is it reliable? Please. Do not be upset. The chieftain discerned Bai Lu's underlying implication, yet he remained bewildered. The cave had been inspected and presented no issues. Now he was being told of a beast tide within? That was hard to ascertain. Regardless, he declared, I shall depart soon. Bai Lu asserted her stance. Ruido's mother, will you take Belle and me along? She queried, turning to Ruido's mother while glancing at Lanku. Father, let us go. You know, it is better to have something than nothing. Believing is far preferable to the consequences of disbelief, Lanku whimpered to her father. She desired for the leader and her father to accompany them. Having kin would be even better, and yet doubts lingered in her heart. However, this was the leader. How could she allow him to leave her behind? Bai Lu could no longer wait. She shouldered her backpack and made her way towards the exit. It was not out of selfishness. No one believed her, and she had to fend for herself. The surrounding orcs and females were still engaged in fervent discussions. Lanku was still trying to persuade her father, while Ruido's mother remained silent, and Bai had yet to awaken. Bai Lu quickly approached the exit, a place that typically required orcs to escort individuals out. However, she seized a vine and climbed out directly. Boss, wait for me, wait for me. Lanku's voice echoed from below, just as Bai Lu reached the ground. Just grab the vine and come up quickly. There's no time. Bai Lu felt a wave of dizziness wash over her as she surveyed her surroundings. Okay, as the vine scraped against the entrance. Lanka's hand barely reached the surface when a cacophony of roars and hissing sounds erupted around them. Hurry, Lanka! Bai Lu pulled Lanka up to the ground. Lanka had heard the commotion from the cave. Father, Mother, are you still down there? Lanka had escaped while the clan leader was distracted, unaware that the leader had followed her to the exit, watching as she climbed out, only to turn back to find it was a descent into hell. Father, Mother, Lanka continued to call from above. Lanka, quickly! After a moment, the heart-wrenching voice of the clan leader pierced the air, uttering only those words. Father, Father! Bai Lu heard the sounds of the mountain rats and the cries for help from the members of the Tianlang tribe, sending chills down her spine. Yet, Lanka's voice snapped her back to reality. Lanka, hurry. If we don't leave now, we won't be able to, Bai Lu urged, desperate to find a relatively safe place. It's all your fault. If you had insisted we leave together, we could have all escaped. Father. Lanka shook off Bai Lu's hand, stumbling at the cave's mouth. Don't pretend to care. Witnessing a mountain rat beast attempting to ambush her from the cave, Bai Lu struck it back inside with a swing of her weapon. Lanka felt a surge of despair, unsure if it was due to her own lack of resolve or her failure to save her father and kin. All she could do was vent her frustration on Bai Lu. Bai Lu wished to disregard her, yet memories of the care that Lank had consistently provided flooded her mind. Most importantly, Lank was now the sole female with whom she shared familiarity. With determination, she seized Lank and fled. Bai Lu, let go of me. Let go. Lank no longer called for the leader, solely desiring to be released by Bai Lu as she yearned to save her kin. It's futile, Lank. You must come to your senses. The priority now is survival. Returning means certain death. Bai Lu shouted at Lank. I understand. I am powerless. If only I had descended to bring our people up when the beast tide first began its assault. And my father too, sob. Lank ceased her struggles as she beheld an endless swarm of mountain rats rushing forth from behind. Without needing Bai Lu's assistance, she stood and, gripping Bai Lu, began to run. Bai Lu, run faster. They're coming. They're coming. Lank urged. I'm trying my best, but I cannot run swiftly. Bai Lu replied anxiously. Aware that the beast tide was rapidly approaching, she could not outrun it, and while attempting to fend off the tide with her stick, it swiftly filled the gaps she created. Ignoring Bai Lu's protests, Lank yanked her, hoisting Bai Lu onto her shoulder, though not as fast as the beast men. Bai Lu felt a dizzying sensation akin to seasickness. Bai Lu, strike. As the beast tide threatened to engulf them, Lank slapped Bai Lu's rear, compelling her to act. Bai Lu, too, was roused, unable to contemplate much, brandished her stick and swung it wildly, managing to fend off several batches of mountain mice beasts. However, under the relentless tide of the beasts, they quickly regrouped. What should be done now? As Bai Lu pondered while fighting, her mind raced. Over there. That way. Through a gap. She spotted a prominent tree ahead, marked with a warning, anti-mouse ants. The mountain mice were indeed rodents. It was a desperate gamble. So she directed Lank to run towards that direction. At that moment, Lank could only flee instinctively, disoriented, yet upon hearing Bai Lu's voice, he subconsciously headed towards the tree. However, just as he reached the vicinity of the tree, silence enveloped them, and the mountain mice beast swiftly attacked, claiming a radius of about 5 meters around the tree. Leaving Bai Lu and Lank vanished from sight. Chapter 56. Beast Egg. Bai Lu, are you all right? Wake up, boss. Lank called out Bai Lu's name. A soft utterance from Lank brought tears to his eyes. Lank, where are we? A conscious Bai Lu surveyed the eerily quiet and pitch-black surroundings, only Lank's voice resonating. While no figure was visible, I don't know. I woke up here, Lank replied honestly. How did we end up here? I remember we were almost overwhelmed by the tide of mountain mice beasts, then suddenly something hit my head, and I blacked out. Did you notice anything unusual? Bai Lu recalled the events. I remember carrying you, running towards the tree you mentioned, and just as I was about to reach it, I lost my footing and fell into a pit. Then I fainted, Lank reflected. What kind of pit? Is it night now? Bai Lu inquired. I don't know. It was dark when I fell in. I've been awake for a while, but didn't pay attention to what kind of pit it was, Lank replied. Hiss. What's wrong? Lank, are you hurt? Bai Lu heard Lank's gasping sound. I'm fine, Lank managed to say, though it sounded forced. Lank, where are you? I can't see you. Are you injured? Bai Lu realized that she had been holding Lank. How could she not feel his presence? I'm fine, just twisted my ankle. Lank said. Twisted? Can you stand? Bai Lu asked. I think so. Just don't move around too much. Hearing Lank's distress, Bai Lu prepared to feel her way through the darkness to find him, but Lank's raised voice startled her into stillness. "What's wrong?" Bai Lu asked, puzzled. "Let us be cautious. What if there are wild beasts?" Lank warned. "Are there really that many wild beasts? It's so dark here. Let me check your injury." "I don't even know if I can see anything," Bai Lu replied, uncertain of how to proceed in such darkness. "It's all right. I'll slowly inch over. Just stay still. I can hear your voice and will follow your direction." Lank repeatedly evaded the issue, and Bai Lu had no choice but to relent. The sound of rustling echoed at the cave's entrance as Lank dragged herself closer to Bai Lu. A low rumble emanated from Bai Lu's stomach, a signal of hunger, which Lank too felt acutely after enduring such a prolonged ordeal without sustenance. Bai Lu had initially carried a sweet fruit in her basket, but it had been lost during their flight, and the basket itself had been discarded somewhere unknown. Now, the two found themselves in this desolate place. Devoid of food and water, were they to await their demise? "Hang in there, just a little longer," Lank urged. "Let's see if there's an exit with some light. I've kept watch for so long. This entrance is sealed, and we never even knew how we got in." "That won't do," Bai Lu replied. "If it is truly sealed with no light, we will exhaust our strength and inevitably perish here. I must search for an exit." Bai Lu believed it was imperative to locate an escape route as soon as possible. "What if there are beasts at the exit?" Lank voiced her concerns. "We cannot worry about that now. Perhaps encountering a beast would be fortuitous, providing us with a meal," Bai Lu retorted, already rising to explore the pitch-black cavern. Bai Lu caressed the smooth walls, noting the intricate terrain. She occasionally bumped into something, for this cave possessed an eerie quality, confining her and Lank to a limited space. She soon returned to Lank's side. "How is it?" Lank inquired. "It feels peculiar. The surrounding walls are exceptionally smooth, reminiscent of the hide of a water-stinging beast. No, even smoother than that. The space around us is so constrained that we cannot venture far." "What kind of pit is this?" Bai Lu questioned. "I have no idea. No wonder it feels like I barely took a few steps before finding myself back beside you," Lank replied. "I shall explore further to ascertain the extent of this place," Bai Lu declared, embarking on another search. After a brief circuit, she quickly returned to Lank once more. "I cannot find an exit. It is completely sealed. If we do not escape soon, we shall either suffocate or starve in here," Bai Lu conveyed to Lank. "Let me think about where we fell from." "Let me ponder," Lank responded. "All I recall is that a beast was pursuing us. I have no idea how we ended up here," Bai Lu expressed, feeling utterly powerless. As the two fell into silence, the cave trembled like a pit, with small stones cascading down. Instinctively, Bai Lu wanted to grasp Lank's hand and flee. But then she realized that there was no place to hide within this cave. Bai Lu and Lank closed their eyes, awaiting the arrival of the beast god. A gentle breeze caressed Bai Lu's hair, and in that moment, she felt a glimmer of hope. Just then, the tremors of the earth ceased. And following the direction of the wind, Bai Lu arrived at a precipice. Peering over the edge, she found an abyss that seemed endless. She returned to assist Lank, guiding her to the edge of the cliff. Despite the daunting height, a faint light illuminated their surroundings. However, they were left to ponder their dire situation. As they had neither food nor water, Bai Lu gazed around, her attention drawn to a glimmering object reflecting the light. Intrigued, she approached it to uncover its mystery. As Bai Lu approached, she discovered a cluster of eggs, each approximately 1 meter in size. The transparent beast eggs reflected the light, revealing the peculiar forms of the creatures within, surrounded by a liquid reminiscent of amniotic fluid found in humans. It was the glimmer of this liquid that caught Bai Lu's attention. "Lanku, there are beast eggs here. Let us consume a few to satiate our hunger. Only then shall we have the strength to seek an exit," Bai Lu suggested. "All right, bring one over quickly. We must finish eating as soon as possible." "We cannot predict when the female beast will return," Lanku shouted from the cliff's edge. Soon, Bai Lu carried one of the beast eggs to Lanku and then returned for another. Meanwhile, Lanku scrutinized the egg. She had never encountered such a creature before. After some contemplation, doubts began to plague her mind, especially considering her gnawing hunger. "This is an ant beast egg. We cannot eat it." Lanku halted Bai Lu's intent to crack open the shell. "Ant beast? Could it possibly be what I think it is?" Bai Lu inquired. Lanku nodded in affirmation. "The ant beast is one of the most vengeful species on the continent. If an adult ant beast discovers that we have disturbed their offspring, they will not spare us. Moreover, there are usually adult ant beasts guarding their eggs. How is it we have not encountered any? But we are both starving." "There are no other beasts in this vicinity," Bai Lu lamented, her hunger intensifying as she gazed longingly at the egg. Although it was evident that the ant beast had fully developed and was on the verge of hatching, her appetite was overwhelming. Bai Lu gazed at the anteater egg before her, and before her mind could fully comprehend, her mouth had already begun to take a bite. It was tender and slightly sweet, quite delightful indeed. She continued to indulge, savoring several more bites, even offering some to Lank. There was no need to overthink. With strength regained, a path to escape could be found. And even in the presence of adult anteaters, survival was still possible. It wasn't until she had finished the egg that she inadvertently noticed Lank's calf, which had swollen alarmingly, nearly the size of a thigh. As she leaned in for a closer look, it resembled an allergic reaction or some form of poisoning from contact with an unknown substance. The liquid from the beast egg was poured onto her legs, and she sighed in temporary relief as it enveloped her. Chapter 57. The Terrifying Abyss. Bai Lu and Lank exchanged glances atop the precipice for what felt like an eternity. Unable to contain herself any longer, Bai Lu finally spoke. Lank, I shall descend first. Once I ascertain that it is safe, I will return for you, and we shall depart together. Despite Bai Lu's insistence, Lank remained unyielding. If you refuse, so be it. Regardless, you are injured, and I will go down to fetch you. With determination, Bai Lu prepared to climb, disregarding Lank's reaction. As soon as you step down, I shall follow. Lank turned her head defiantly away. Fine, I concede to your stubbornness. Just wait. With that, Bai Lu tore strips from her own clothing and Lank's, fashioning a makeshift harness to carry Lank on her back. Let us proceed. In an instant, Lank fell silent. Her true intention was to avoid leaving Bai Lu alone, as she too wished to avoid solitude. I must admit, your obstinacy is remarkable, Bai Lu murmured softly to herself. Bai Lu had already conducted a preliminary examination of the stones beneath the cliff. They were suitable for stepping on, however, if one were to attempt to climb upwards. The entire rock face was smooth and devoid of any handholds, leaving only the option to descend. Bai Lu descended with Lank on her back, her figure entirely enveloped by Lank from a distance. Lank endeavored to use her other foot to step on the stones, alleviating Bai Lu's burden. Yet, misfortune often strikes with alarming swiftness. After descending for approximately 10 meters, an inadvertent misstep led them to tumble in a chaotic fall. Fortunately, Bai Lu carried a multifunctional tool knife, which sparked against the cliff as she descended. She could hardly afford to feel disheartened, for upon lowering her gaze, she noticed a cluster of sharp stones jutting out from the cliff below, their formation a mystery. With the sharp points facing skyward and the area binding Bai Lu and Lank together, a fall would surely spell doom. Let me go, Lank exclaimed, evidently aware of their precarious situation, wishing to enable Bai Lu to save herself. She regretted not agreeing to let Bai Lu remain on the precipice rather than becoming a hindrance. Less talking, Bai Lu retorted, calculating the distance and landing spot. Her thoughts interrupted. Put me down. You should go on without me. As the ground drew nearer, Lank spoke again. Silence. It's infuriating. Bai Lu's fierce voice finally compelled Lank to cease her protests. Bai Lu is not merely showing off, although Lank is tall and not light in weight. Ever since her inexplicable injury healed, her strength has significantly increased, making it effortless for her to carry Lank. With the sound of blades slicing through the air, Bai Lu and Lank found themselves confronted by the imminent threat of stone spikes. Jump apart. Bai Lu barely had time to utter the command, her voice merely a whisper that grazed Lank's ear. Bai Lu tightly closed her legs, raising her arms above her head, effortlessly gliding past the stone spikes. In contrast, Lank found herself ensnared amidst the sharp protrusions. As Bai Lu cleared the obstacles, she instinctively glanced back at Lank, her movements remarkably agile as she grasped a relatively thick stone spike. Are you able to get out? Bai Lu inquired. My pants are too thick. I'm stuck between the spikes and cannot descend, Lank replied. Tear your pants, Bai Lu suggested, adjusting her own attire. She was aware that the fabric of Lank's pants was not made of animal hide, thus easily torn, though she did not dwell on the thickness of the material. In the serene ambience of the white dew, only the whispers of the wind and the melodious calls of blue could be heard. Alas, once again, the unprepared blue plummeted through the stone spikes, leaving white dew utterly astonished and unresponsive. Bai Lu watched in helpless astonishment as Lank plummeted downward. Reacting instinctively, she reached out with one hand, while her other hand, unable to endure the strain of gripping the stone spike any longer, began to slip away. Though she anticipated her fall, the descent was accompanied by an overwhelming sense of weightlessness that made her heart race to her throat. At that moment, she heard the sound of water, growing clearer as she descended. Glancing down, she noticed a pool below. In an instant, she decided to surrender to gravity. for perhaps this plunge would lead to an escape. Fortune often favored Bai Lu, and a bird's call echoed off the cliffside. Listening to the cries of the avian creature, she sensed imminent danger. Before she could react, the creature swooped down from an unknown origin, launching a surprise attack. Its sharp beak glinted menacingly in the faint light, and its translucent feathers revealed a formidable physique, standing nearly a meter tall, with eyes gleaming with predatory intent. However, Bai Lu was not one to be easily intimidated. As the bird lunged, she deftly sidestepped its advance and delivered a powerful kick, sending the creature tumbling several meters away. With powerful wings, it quickly regained its composure and charged at her once more. In a surge of adrenaline, Bai Lu seized the bird's beak with her bare hands and slammed it against the cliff repeatedly until it succumbed to unconsciousness. She exhaled in relief, grateful for her extraordinary strength. As the sensation of weightlessness returned, she realized she had descended nearly halfway down, now just about 10 meters from the water's surface. "Loncow, are you there?" she called out as she prepared to leap into the water. Yet, Loncow remained silent, and Bai Lu's body plunged into the frigid depths. The icy water jolted her senses awake, revealing a misty environment surrounding her, with only a faint light illuminating the path ahead, where the cliff loomed behind her. She dared not speculate on its height. Bai Lu found herself at a loss, yearning for a safe haven where she could rest and replenish her strength with sustenance. As she swam through the frigid waters toward a glimmering light, she called out, "Lank, Lank, are you here? Have you ventured out? Please respond." Despite her desperate cries, there was no reply from Lank, and the surface of the pool remained eerily tranquil. The gentle breeze caressing the illuminated area stirred the water into soft ripples. Yet no one was present to appreciate this exquisite scene. As Bai Lu continued her arduous journey, the biting cold of the water numbed her feet, rendering them devoid of sensation. Nevertheless, she pressed on with unwavering determination, for she understood that this was her sole hope for survival. Everything around her was serene. Yet her solitary figure swimming forward stood in stark contrast, drawing attention amidst the stillness. "Lulu, Lulu." It had been ages since she last heard his voice. Was this merely a figment of my imagination? Bai Lu gazed around, failing to spot any orcs. As she prepared to swim forward once more, she heard someone call her Lulu. She attentively listened for the direction of the voice, yet it seemed to emanate from all around her. Bai Lu chuckled foolishly, for that voice was eerily familiar. "Where are you? I see you. Come out," she called out exuberantly. "What if I don't come out?" The voice replied, "Nothing much, humph. I won't pay you any mind." Bai Lu pouted playfully. "Lulu, have you missed me?" the voice said in a teasing manner. "You." Bai Lu shivered in response. "Come out," she insisted, eager to unveil the true identity of the voice. Chapter 58. The water pool. What are you doing here? Bai Lu wished that by calling out, the owner of the voice would reveal themselves. In a fleeting moment, she spotted Hill not far away. "I just swam over and saw you," Hill replied. "Did you hear someone talking to me?" Bai Lu asked earnestly, hoping that Hill would confirm the voice's existence. "No, when I came over, it was just you speaking loudly," Hill said honestly, not wanting to deceive her, as he was quite ready to disclose the truth. "Oh," Bai Lu sighed, her feet swinging languidly. Hill observed her dejected expression, yearning to express his thoughts, but found himself at a loss for words as he gazed at her face. "What are you doing here?" Bai Lu pondered for a moment before recalling that Hill had gone to deliver a message to the bird tribe. "I fell into a large river while passing through the vicinity on my way back and happened to encounter an earthquake. By the time I regained consciousness, I was atop a large stone. See, that stone over there." Hill pointed to an inconspicuous boulder nearby. As the White Dew Festival came to an end, a large stone loomed before them, just spacious enough for an orc to recline. Upon awakening, I surveyed the surroundings. The only exit appeared to be a glimmering light ahead. "All right, let us make haste while we still possess some strength," White Dew urged, her impatience palpable, as she wished to leave this place without delay. "Oh, by the way, did you see Link when you came down? She arrived before me, so you should have encountered her first," White Dew recalled, eager to inquire about her companion. "No. I only heard your voice and went out to find you," Hill replied, confirming that he had not encountered anyone else, let alone Lank. "Lank, how did she end up with you? Did you two sneak out together?" Hill questioned, his concern evident. "No, we are not that carefree. I came out before my wounds had even healed," White Dew retorted. "Indeed. Are you all right? Your injuries should still be fresh. Why venture out to play? Hurry back. And once I find Lank, I will ensure that the priestess addresses your recklessness," Hill mused, regarding Lank and White Dew as mere fledglings, eager to roam beyond their confines. "You are unaware? Right, you have not yet returned to the tribe," White Dew muttered to herself. "What do you mean I am unaware?" We will find Lank and return to the tribe together, Hill stated resolutely. Hill, do not rush. Listen to me, and do not become agitated after hearing this. White Du cautioned, fearing that Hill might lose control. She then recounted the events, and as Hill absorbed the information, he found himself in disbelief. Unable to fathom that upon sending a message back, both their parents were gone, and their fellow tribesmen had vanished. The celestial wolf tribe itself no longer existed. Hill sat upon the large stone, tears eluding him, yet his heart ached profoundly. It is all right, let us proceed. We must first locate Lank, he eventually said, regaining his composure and addressing White Du with a newfound calmness. Bai Lu always found Sierra to be somewhat peculiar, though she could not quite articulate why. The only conclusion she could draw was that Sierra was unable to cope with the sudden realization that only she and Lank remained of their kin. All right, but Sierra, Lank should be around the same vicinity as I am. Where could she possibly be? Bai Lu mused. Let us first search the pond and see if she, like myself, has been swept onto the large stone by the current, or if some other circumstance has rendered her unable to respond to us, Sierra replied calmly. Very well. Let us divide our efforts to find Lank. You will search this area, and I shall take that side, Bai Lu instructed decisively, directing Sierra to the left while she ventured to the right. No, Bai Lu, we must go together. You are the female, and I am the beast man. How could I possibly allow you to take on such a task alone? Rest here while I handle it, Xiao insisted, pressing Bai Lu against the large stone and scrutinizing her intently. Very well, you may proceed. I shall wait here for you to return with Lank, Bai Lu conceded. Uncertain of Sierra's swimming abilities, she chose not to argue further, thinking that if he did not return in due time, she would simply search for them both. Do not stray while I am away. Await my return, Sierra called out as he dashed off. Bai Lu sometimes felt that her interactions with Hill were effortlessly natural. Yet at other times, an invisible distance lingered between them, leaving her puzzled. However, this was not the moment for such contemplation. Amidst the thick fog, Bai Lu gazed in the direction Hill had departed, realizing that the pond, as the light gradually faded, was enveloped by a dense mist. She was unaware of how long he had been gone. Occasionally, she surveyed her surroundings, casting her eyes towards the path Hill had taken, while also observing the large stone nearby. This stone, positioned close to the cliff of the stone pond, stood tall in the water, rising about half a meter above the surface. From a distance, it resembled a slumbering tiger, yet up close, it resembled a flower bed, slightly indented in the center. Lank, Lank, Bai Lu called out from atop the stone. Yet, as time passed, not only did she fail to locate Lank, but her voice had also become hoarse. At that moment, Hill had yet to return, and the pond was not particularly large. When she had fallen, she had observed her surroundings, estimating its diameter to be over 20 meters. How could both Hill and Lank have vanished? Bai Lu could not afford to remain passive. She plunged into the water, searching for the two siblings amidst the thick fog. She quickly scoured the entire pond, diving approximately 5 meters, yet found no trace of them. She pondered the possibilities: either an accident had occurred, or it was intentional. Or perhaps they had already discovered an escape route. Intentional? She reconsidered, realizing that she should not hastily question the character of the siblings, regardless of who Sierra might be. Lankel was her little brother. Bai Lu perched upon a large stone, weary and famished, resolved to depart without waiting for Sierra and Lank. She intended to rejuvenate herself before re-entering the search. Tearing her garments into a minimalistic bikini, she plunged into the water, allowing the current to guide her toward the direction that once illuminated the entire pool. The frigid waters rendered Bai Lu, already fatigued and hungry, powerless. She understood that should she misstep this time, she might be lost to this world forever. Traversing through the lengthy cavern, driven by her determination, she finally reached the exit. Clambering onto the shore, she lay upon the ground, silently gasping for breath, resting while remaining vigilant of her surroundings. Bai Lu yearned for a restful slumber, gazing at the pale sky, aware that dawn was approaching. At this hour, the beasts would soon emerge to seek sustenance and quench their thirst. The nearby pond might well serve as a watering place for these creatures. As she reclined, she inadvertently brushed against a patch of mud on her leg, and upon sniffing it, was nearly overwhelmed by its foul stench. The excrement of the wild beast was truly repugnant. After washing her hands, she attempted to cleanse herself with the wild grasses by the water's edge, yet the nauseating odor lingered. Despite her weary body, she focused on the hints around her, searching for edible plants nearby to replenish her strength. Bai Lu urgently needed to vacate the aquatic expanse. She hastened to gather only those plants that displayed no signs of toxicity, occasionally tossing them into a woven grass basket without a second glance. Before long, she had amassed an assortment of wild vegetables and fruits, equivalent in size to a soccer ball. She aimed to locate a secure haven to indulge in a meal and take a much-needed rest. Chapter 59. The soundly asleep Bai Lu within a cave. Bai Lu utilized a wooden stick to extract the sustenance nestled beneath the fire. These were the potatoes she had discovered by the water's edge. It was uncertain whether her haste or the inadequacy of the grass basket's capacity had resulted in the loss of numerous plants along the way, for only 2 potatoes, each the size of an infant, had been salvaged and brought back to the recently found cave, which was not far from the pond. The cave was quite spacious, its floor adorned with an abundance of weeds, alongside several leaves, suggesting that someone had previously sought refuge there. In one corner, cobwebs lingered, indicating that it had been a considerable time since anyone had made this place their resting spot. Bai Lu constructed a fire pit on the sloped ground near the cave entrance, serving as a deterrent to any lurking beasts, particularly since she was alone. Her intention was to satiate her hunger, quench her thirst, and rest for a while, rejuvenating her spirit before venturing to the cave mouth beyond the pool in search of Shio and Lank. The expanse from the pool to the exit was considerable, akin to the size of the pool itself, resembling a horizontally placed gourd, albeit one that was nearly uniform in height. The pool represented the base of the gourd. While the upper section remained unexplored, she had initially been eager to exit quickly and had not paid it much heed. Now, returning to investigate would provide her with peace of mind. As the autumn dew settled, she cracked open the potatoes, releasing a delightful aroma that filled the air. Though they were merely unseasoned tubers, their fragrance brought tears to her eyes, evoking a deep sense of nostalgia. Potatoes held cherished memories of her grandmother, who would lovingly prepare sweet potatoes for her. The neighbor, Little E, lacked sweet potatoes, as her family reserved them solely for planting. The few edible ones were reserved for her younger brother. Occasionally, she would share a couple of flattened potatoes with Little E, creating a delightful exchange. "I shall savor your sweet potatoes, and you shall relish my potatoes." Those were precious moments, the epitome of true friendship. Although their paths diverged due to schooling, their reunions during visits home were always heartwarming. Little E was 2 years older than Bai Lu, but at the tender age of 18, she mysteriously vanished, a revelation that Bai Lu learned from her grandmother. The news struck her with profound sorrow, and despite searching far and wide, Little E remained elusive. Before venturing into the beast realm, Bai Lu had intended to pay homage to Little E upon returning home. Since she could not locate her, she erected a symbolic grave in her memory. After 2 years away, it was time to confront the past, yet fate had other plans. Swiftly, Bai Lu consumed the 2 potatoes, followed by a sweet fruit, which she had gathered near the cave. There were only a few, all of which she collected and placed into a basket. The basket was crafted from sturdy vines she found by the cave, though not as resilient as the tough vine. It would suffice for her needs. The autumn dew ignited the bonfire, casting a warm glow as she nestled beside it. Reluctant to rise and shield the cave from the encroaching chill, too fatigued to stir. As her body relaxed, she swiftly succumbed to slumber. The fire crackled and popped, while a gentle breeze wafted into the cave, intensifying the discomfort of her already overheated form, causing beads of sweat to accumulate upon her brow. Yet, the oppressive heat did not rouse her. Exhaustion enveloped her like a shroud. Outside, the sound of rustling branches heralded the approach of a beast, but within the cave, the slumbering Bai Lu remained oblivious. Having failed to locate Lan Ku, Sierra returned to the large stone, discovering only a few strips of beast hide torn by Bai Lu. Anxiously, he called out, "Bai Lu, Bai Lu, Lulu." But his calls echoed unanswered, and he dared not contemplate the dire possibilities, opting instead to search the waterway once more. Back at the large stone, Sierra understood Bai Lu well. If she was not in the pond, perhaps she had ventured forth in search of an exit. Following the glimmer of light, he soon reached the riverbank, where he found a disturbed patch of soil, indicative of human interference with the existing flora. Sierra recognized this as Bai Lu's handiwork. She had a penchant for uprooting plants from small pits, and the evidence lay scattered about. The dawn had fully broken, enveloping the surroundings in an eerie silence, devoid of insect chirps or the stirrings of wildlife, an unsettling tranquility. Sierra meticulously scoured every potential hiding spot for Bai Lu, ultimately approaching her cave. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Sierra seized a nearby stick and struck at the unsuspecting anteater before him. The creature, caught off guard, turned to confront the beast man, glancing about nervously before seizing a nearby boulder to hurl at Sierra. With agility, Sierra evaded the attack. A fierce exchange ensued, the anteater picking up a stick from the ground to engage in combat, but its luck ran out, In mere moments, Sierra's stick sent the creature sprawling to the ground. "Speak. What brings you here? Are you plotting mischief?" Sierra demanded, confronting the anteater. The creature, possessing intelligence rivaling that of humans, comprehended Sierra's words, and was equally eager to find the culprit behind its offspring's demise. "I did not touch your egg. You are mistaken," the anteater communicated through specific frequencies, conveying its message. Despite sensing the female within the cave as the murderer of its young, it found the beastman's denial perplexing. "You might be mistaken. She merely passed through," Sierra replied, well aware that Bai Lu had indeed consumed the beast's egg, having detected her scent upon encountering her. However, there had been no time for further inquiry, and the scent had dissipated considerably after her immersion in the pond. More pressing was the need to locate Lan Ku and depart swiftly. Yet, the anteater was not to be underestimated. It had already signaled its kin nearby. Hill discovered that numerous ant beasts had gathered around him. He understood that this particular ant beast did not trust him, and even he himself was doubtful. How could the ant beast possibly believe him? The scent left by the wild beast does not dissipate swiftly, and the ant beasts are particularly unique, as each colony has but one queen, with all the offspring being nurtured communally. For reasons unknown, this ant beast, which was not the queen, had chosen to leave behind a beast egg. It had already concluded that Hill and Bai Lu were responsible for the demise of its young and had summoned many of its kin. Hill realized that a fierce battle was imminent, and he was determined to protect Bai Lu. Gazing at Bai Lu, who lay beside the fire, a warm feeling enveloped Hill's heart. Soon, a brutal confrontation ensued, with all the ant beasts launching an assault on Hill. Yet, despite not having transformed into his wolf form, Hill navigated the fray with remarkable ease, having inadvertently stepped upon his lost blue dagger. The exoskeleton of the ant beast served as their most formidable defense, but facing Hill was their greatest misfortune. With one dagger in his left hand and another in his right, he swiftly severed the necks of the ant beasts, causing them to reconsider their approach. Only the first ant beast, which was still attempting to attack Hill, displayed a significantly higher level of prowess than the others, enduring longer and exhibiting greater cunning. It observed that Hill consistently avoided the cave, willing to incur injury to shield itself, aware that within the cave lay its adversary. The other ant beasts, guided by the first, discerned Hill's intentions and feigned indifference. One ant beast stealthily crept towards Bai Lu while the others distracted Hill, who unwittingly fell into their trap. By the time he noticed Bai Lu, the ant beast on the ground had already been subdued, leaving only one within the cave, which held the sleeping Bai Lu hostage. Hill felt a surge of anxiety, though his expression remained stoic as he warily regarded the ant beast. Chapter 60. Sudden appearance. What do you intend to do? Do not act recklessly. Hill warned the ant beast. Release her, and I will let you go. The ant beast, realizing its companions had all fallen, was now solely focused on preserving its own life. All right, do not act impulsively, Hill responded. Noting that one of the ant beast's limbs was perilously close to piercing Bai Lu's neck, he needed to stabilize the situation first. Let me go. The ant beast communicated to Hill, for they possessed no spoken language. Very well, Hill conceded, parting to allow a passage, and the ant beast exited the cave, cradling Bai Lu in a contorted position, its grip tightening around her neck. Stay away from me. Do not come any closer, Hill warned, having discerned the ant beast's intentions and preparing to make a careful move. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as Blue emerged from an unknown location, hurling a large stone at the back of the ant beast's head. However, the ant beast was neither a beastman nor a female. It could not transform, and the hardness of its exoskeleton was several times that of ordinary armored beasts, resulting in not only failing to topple the ant beast but also startling it. What? The ant beast emitted a signal of confusion. Unbeknownst to Lan Ku, Hill was acutely aware that he seized Bai Lu and drew her into his embrace before the ant beast could react. The ant beast, initially poised to flee upon witnessing Hill's swift action, was provoked by Lan Ku, who, wielding a wooden stick, struck the creature's head. Rather than collapsing, the ant beast became enraged. Humph! Foolish female! It signaled, simultaneously ejecting a foul liquid that splattered across Lan Ku's face. Oh dear, what is this? How disgusting! Lan Ku exclaimed, wiping his face, only to be met with an even more offensive odor. He hurried to the water's edge to cleanse himself. Meanwhile, the ant beast, sensing the dire turn of events, had already retreated. Hill, concerned for Bai Lu, chose not to pursue. Lulu, Hill mused, grappling with the thought of what he would do if Bai Lu returned to her own world. However, witnessing her in peril overshadowed all other considerations. The urgency to protect her eclipsed everything else. Bai Lu, who had long since regained consciousness, recognized Hill's deeply affectionate voice, reminiscent of their previous encounters. She recalled his earlier indifference at the cliff's edge, suspecting he might have wished to avoid acknowledging her presence. Perhaps she had mistaken him for someone else, after all. Voices can often bear a striking resemblance. "I'm fine," Bai Lu declared, opening her eyes and struggling to extricate herself from Hill's grasp. "Are you truly unscathed?" Hill inquired with genuine concern. "I'm fine," Bai Lu asserted loudly, her excitement startling Hill. "What is the matter?" he asked gently. "Nothing," Bai Lu replied, pinching the corner of her eye. "Where's Lanku?" she asked, adjusting her clothing. "By the water's edge." Yes, I'm nearby. Please do not wander off." Hill recalled suddenly, departing without further explanation. What on earth is happening? Bai Lu murmured to herself. Bai Lu approached the water's edge, yet she did not see Lank. "Lank," she called out once, and from a nearby thicket by the water, a faint groan echoed in response. Bai Lu hurried over, only to find Lanka curled up on the ground, clutching her face and rolling in distress. Upon seeing Bai Lu, she was momentarily speechless. Lanka, what has happened to you?" Bai Lu exclaimed, attempting to coax Lanka into ceasing her struggles and gently prying her hands away. "Lulu, let me handle this," Hill interjected, arriving a bit late and urging Bai Lu to step aside. "What is wrong with her?" Bai Lu inquired as she witnessed Hill applying a substance onto Lanka's face. "She has been splashed with the saliva of an ant beast. Only this elusive herb can alleviate her condition. Fortunately, we are near a water source. Otherwise, this medicinal plant might not flourish here," Hill elucidated. "How could this happen? How could she be doused in ant beast saliva?" Bai Lu's voice dwindled with each word. "If she receives 2 more applications of this herb, she should recover," Hill reassured, casting a glance at Bai Lu before continuing. "Let us return to the previous cave. Gather the herbs I've collected and seek another cave. It would be troublesome if the ant beast returned with reinforcements," Bai Lu proposed. "Agreed." Hill lifted Lanka and followed Bai Lu to the cave entrance. "Let us proceed." Once Bai Lu had organized her belongings, she picked up a basket and addressed Hill, who was cradling Lanka. "Indeed, Lanka needs a suitable place to treat her wounds, and we must remain near the water. Initially, I considered this cave, but the ant beast is likely aware of it. We must search for another cave not too far from the water. I still need to gather herbs. And if I cannot manage both, it would pose a problem for you," Hill remarked. "I am uncertain of our location. Are we still within our territory? There has been no sign of activity. The outside world is in disarray, and I wonder if the dream flower has withered. I recall discovering 2 caves, however. One of them is rather elevated. If you were with us, it could serve as shelter," Bai Lu informed Hill. Hill turned to gaze silently at Bai Lu, his expression contemplative. "What is it? Am I wrong?" Bai Lu stammered, feeling uneasy under his scrutiny. Hill shot a couple of piercing glances at Bai Lu, remaining silent but offering a mysterious smile. Bai Lu cast a glance at Hill's smile and responded with an awkward grin of her own. "Let us go," observing Bai Lu's discomfort. Hill embraced Lank and proceeded ahead. Bai Lu followed closely behind, her steps hurried. "Which way?" After taking a couple of strides, Hill halted and inquired, startled by Hill's voice. Bai Lu was momentarily lost in reverie, but her strong self-control swiftly brought her back to reality. "This way," she indicated a direction. After walking a few steps, they were obstructed by a large tree, prompting Hill to stop once more and ask, "Which way now?" This way, Bai Lu replied with a servile demeanor. After advancing a few more paces, uncertainty loomed again. Just as Hill was about to pause and question Bai Lu, she declared, "Let us go. I'll lead the way. Just keep up." Without daring to meet his gaze, she strode ahead alone. "Be careful," Hill uttered, offering only those 2 words before adopting a stance of following her. Bai Lu turned and beheld the scene before her. After a brief walk, she brought Sierra to the base of a crumbling cliff, which, while not exceedingly high, approximately 10 meters, revealed a gaping hole at its center. With a single leap of 3 meters, Sierra effortlessly bounded twice to reach the cave. After surveying the interior to ensure no wild beast lurked within, he set down Lank and then leapt down the precipice to join Bai Lu. "Lulu, may I carry you?" Sierra gently inquired. Bai Lu was momentarily taken aback. "This cliff is quite steep. I can carry you up. I've checked, and there are no beasts inside," Sierra clarified. "Oh, all right." Bai Lu found herself inexplicably acquiescing, her cheeks flushing as she recalled the times he had cradled her in his arms. Without delay, Sierra lifted Bai Lu in a princess carry, and with just 2 leaps, they arrived at the mouth of the cave. Chapter 61. The pitch-black cave. Sierra held Bai Lu at the cave entrance, refusing to set her down as he ventured deeper into the darkness, standing silently, without uttering a word. Bai Lu, with her eyes wide open, was acutely aware of her surroundings. However, enveloped in Hill's embrace, the cave felt as though it had come to a standstill. With only the rhythmic sound of Hill's heartbeat breaking the silence, Bai Lu dared not make a sound, her eyes darting about restlessly. Lulu. Hill's voice resonated softly. Bai Lu listened to the rapid beating of Hill's heart, watching as his Adam's apple moved, inexplicably feeling a twinge of anxiety. Lulu. Hill stuttered several times but failed to voice his thoughts, while Bai Lu, too timid to speak, felt her cheeks flush deeper and deeper. Hill gazed at Bai Lu, saying nothing, his head bowing lower and lower. Bai Lu closed her eyes, and just as their lips were about to meet, a moan shattered the delicate atmosphere. As Bai Lu opened her eyes, the blush on her face deepened. Sierra appeared composed, though it was hard to overlook his crimson ears. Lan Ku, are you feeling better? Siege inquired, glancing at Lan Ku, who was awakening with a face full of herbs. My face no longer hurts, but I am quite hungry, Lan Ku replied weakly. I shall go hunting immediately. Lulu, please tend to Lan Ku. I will return as swiftly as I can, Siege instructed Bai Lu. Very well, Bai Lu nodded. Come back soon, elder brother. I am quite famished, but do take care. Lan Ku echoed her sentiments. Sierra nodded and took measures to block the cave entrance, ensuring that wild beasts would have difficulty locating them, should they encounter any formidable creatures. This would also allow him to return in a timely manner. Lan Ku, how do you feel? Are you all right? Bai Lu asked. I'm fine. The herbs elder brother found are quite effective. My face feels pleasantly cool, Lan Ku responded. Is the saliva of the ant beast truly so venomous? Bai Lu pondered aloud. Not exactly venomous, at least we found an antidote. There is not much to worry about. Lan Ku replied, unaware of the true power of the ant beast. She had always remained within the confines of the tribe, and her injury from the ant beast obscured her understanding of why various races on Tinza continent regarded the creature with such disdain. That is not entirely accurate. Consider this, the ant beast is one of the most despised species among beastmen. You were fortunate that elder brother found an antidote in time. If you encounter one again and are less fortunate, do you think you might find yourself in the embrace of the beast god? Bai Lu, perceptive as ever, wished to instill a sense of urgency in Lan Ku. Indeed, the leader speaks well. However, I must confess, I am terribly hungry. Lan Ku lamented, her tone dismissive. Bai Lu realized she must keep a closer watch on her, as Lan Ku had yet to experience the harshness of nature, aside from the events following the enchanting flower. All under Bai Lu's protection. Yet, Bai Lu failed to consider that in the beast world, it was typically the beastmen who hunted. Even when females ventured out, they were accompanied by male companions. Instances of young females like themselves being alone were rare and often accidental. Encounters with ant beasts were infrequent, but from another perspective, Bai Lu was correct. They were indeed the exception, and swiftly grasping the brutal reality of the beast world would aid their survival. Just bear with it a little longer. My basket holds little that could satiate your hunger. Once elder brother returns, we shall feast heartily, Bai Lu stated, feeling helpless. Outside, it was daylight, and the beasts would be prowling. They would be insufficient sustenance for such creatures. Moreover, the cave entrance was blocked, and with her strength, she could not venture out, let alone leap down a nearly 6-meter cliff. But I am truly starving, Lan Ku lamented, having gone without food for a considerable time. Feeling dizzy as elder brother had yet to return. Just a bit longer, elder brother will be back shortly. Bai Lu offered solace to Lank. Lank mumbled a few words before drifting back into slumber, fully aware that Sierra would not return any time soon. Thus, she deemed it better to sleep and escape her thoughts. Meanwhile, Bai Lu sensed Lank's stillness and peered through the crevice of the stone to observe her. Hearing the gentle sound of her snoring, she felt a momentary sense of relief. Bai Lu gently caressed her stomach. Ever since Sierra had departed, her belly had been grumbling incessantly. It had been quite some time since she had eaten anything. Upon awakening, she encountered an anteater, then sought refuge in a cave. After spending some time inside, it was now approximately 3 or 4 in the afternoon, and her stomach continued to rumble. Resigned to her fate, she curled up beside Lank, pressing her abdomen firmly, uncertain of how long she had dozed off. Bai Lu found herself asleep atop Lank. In a moment of clumsiness, she slipped off Lank's body and fell to the ground, jolted awake in a daze. With a throbbing head, she regained her senses and wondered why Sierra had not yet returned. Peering through a crevice, she noticed that no sunlight penetrated the cave. The outside world had succumbed to darkness. Unsure of the hour, she took advantage of the moonlight to feel Lank's forehead, checking for signs of fever. To her relief, there was none, and Lank remained fast asleep. Bai Lu approached the cave entrance, peering through the crevice into the outside world. Yet, all she could discern were the distant trees and the ominous black sky. illuminated by the moonlight. The eerie calls of unknown creatures and the occasional flight of birds in the darkness startled her, causing her to plop down onto the ground. Where on earth is Hill? By all accounts, he should have returned by now, especially at this late hour, Bai Lu mused to herself. Second brother, I'm hungry. Eldest, hurry. Suddenly, Lan Ku's sleep-talking jolted Bai Lu, and realizing that Lan Ku was still there, she stumbled over to her side. Lan Ku? Wake up, Bai Lu called out. But Lan Ku showed no signs of awakening. Instead, she seemed to be burning with fever. Bai Lu was in a state of frantic agitation. Unable to move the immense boulder blocking the entrance, nor did she know where to find the herbs that could alleviate the burning sensation. At that moment, she heard footsteps at the door, leaving her uncertain whether it was Sierra returning or a beast that had discovered the cave. Bai Lu gazed solemnly towards the entrance of the cave, while beside her, Lank continued to murmur in his sleep. Lulu, I have returned, said Sierra, as he moved aside the large stone at the entrance and carried a wild beast in from the ground. Bai Lu sighed in relief. Fortunately, it was Sierra. Lulu. The beasts have all headed towards the river, closer to the safe zone. There are no creatures nearby, and I've run quite a distance. Are you all right? Sierra spoke while tending to the fire. Lank has developed a fever. I'm going to gather some herbs, he declared, preparing to leave the cave. There's no need to go. I have already gathered some, Bai Lu replied, placing the firewood down. She retrieved the medicinal herbs from her beast skin pouch and inspected them, noting their efficacy in reducing fever. Without hesitation, she chewed the herbs and placed them on Lank's forehead. Uncertain if this was the proper method, but with no other options, she decided to take a chance. Treating a dead horse as if it were alive, Bai Lu initially intended to inquire with Hill. Yet he had already ignited the campfire and ventured out to deal with the wild beasts. She cast a glance at the leather pouch, noting that it contained some antipyretic herbs, which she promptly applied. Chapter 62. Lanku awakens Lulu. Come, savor a beast's leg, Hill exclaimed, tearing off a substantial thigh from the freshly roasted creature and wrapping it in thick leaves before presenting it to Bai Lu. He was aware of her fastidious nature regarding hygiene when it came to food. Thus, he had taken the time to find and clean the leaves nearby for her use. Thank you. Bai Lu expressed her gratitude for Hill's thoughtfulness, noting the effort he had put into wrapping it in leaves. However, she was too famished to engage in further conversation at that moment. With a satisfying crunch, she began to devour the meat he had brought back. And Hill couldn't help but smile at her contented expression, though a hint of concern lingered in his eyes. After all, Lulu was a formidable female of the tribe. How could she endure such hardship? Slow down, Lulu, and take your time while eating, he advised. Dabbing the corners of her mouth with a cloth made from an unknown beast's hide, Bai Lu paused momentarily, albeit subtly, before continuing to enjoy the meat. Hill remained cheerful, attending to her needs until she had consumed nearly half of the beast's leg, stopping only when her hunger was satisfied. This creature weighed at least 400 to 500 pounds, and even a single leg accounted for several dozen pounds. Bai Lu was indeed starving. Yet she had only managed to eat less than half, leaving the remainder behind. Hill had already eaten earlier while hunting, and had he not been motivated to bring back the beast for her and the others, he would not have returned so late. This was one of the reasons for his delayed return. Let us cut the meat into pieces and hang it with vines, that way. You won't have to bring us food back, Bai Lu suggested. Yes, I understand. I originally intended to bring this beast back to enjoy for a few days, which is why I returned late, Hill acknowledged. You've worked hard, Bai Lu said, feeling a bit embarrassed. It's nothing. Should we hang it with vines? Hill wished to bridge the distance between them but was uncertain how to express it, so he shifted the focus elsewhere. Yes. We should place it in a well-ventilated area to dry, allowing it to last longer, Bai Lu replied. We'll be staying here for a while. It would be wise to hang it outside, lest the scent attract wild beasts. The cave entrance is a suitable spot. It's ventilated, Hill observed, noting the stone spikes on the cave walls that would securely hold the meat. All right, you decide, Bai Lu conceded, trusting Hill's judgment. Oh, by the way, were those antipyretic herbs meant to be applied to Lanka's head? Bai Lu recalled the herbs, pondering their use. In the 28th century, due to the extinction of various flora and fauna, many herbs had become a mystery in terms of their proper application. She had seen Lanku's fever escalate to its peak. And since Hill had been preoccupied with the wild beasts, there had been no time to ask for further instructions. Thus, she had simply opted for external application. Applying it to the head? That works, but it can also be ingested. If it was boiled like you did before, that would be fine too, Hill remarked. Having previously inquired of Yang whether Bai Lu could prepare herbal remedies, Yang assured that it would not affect the medicinal properties. In the Tianlang tribe, the herbs are administered in two ways, externally and internally. The external method involves crushing the herbs and applying them to the wound, while the internal method also entails crushing the herbs, but they are ingested directly. Oh, once she awakens, we shall give her another dose, Bai Lu remarked. Very well. Sierra concurred. Silence enveloped the cave as Bai Lu stole glances at Sierra's profile, her heart racing with trepidation, too shy to meet his gaze. Meanwhile, Xiao observed Bai Lu warming herself by the fire. The flickering flames illuminated her rosy cheeks, stirring a myriad of thoughts within him, though he swiftly quelled them. The mere thought of embracing her was tantalizing, yet he feared it might startle her, for she was indeed quite timid. After an indeterminate span of silence, Lan Ku awoke, roused by her thirst. Boss? Boss? Her hoarse voice echoed. Yes, I'm here, Bai Lu replied, sitting beside her. I want water. Lan Ku struggled to articulate. All right, hold on, Bai Lu responded, preparing to rise and fetch water for her. Just then, Xiao approached with a stone bowl he had prepared not long ago. Allow me, he offered. Bai Lu stepped aside, allowing Hill to assist Lank to his feet. Lank gently sipped a couple of mouthfuls before consuming the remainder of the water in the stone bowl with great eagerness. The bowl was not particularly large, roughly the size of 5 or 6 household plates, and its depth was akin to that of a plate, thus holding only a modest amount of water. Thank you. Second brother, Lank expressed, feeling a semblance of vitality return after finishing the water. Take care of yourself, Hill remarked before stepping aside. Bai Lu approached, brushing past Hill. The bowl is too heavy. Bai Lu heard a phrase that inexplicably filled her heart with sweetness. Boss, is there any meat? I am absolutely famished. Lan Ku reminded her as she noticed Bai Lu standing beside her, lost in thought. Ah, yes, I'll fetch it for you, Bai Lu replied, regaining her senses and preparing to turn away to retrieve the meat. However, Hill had already approached, holding a piece of beast thigh meat that Bai Lu found somewhat familiar. Wasn't this the leftover she had eaten? She cast a puzzled glance at Hill, noticing Bai Lu's gaze. Hill maintained a serious expression, avoiding eye contact and merely gesturing for Lan Ku to eat. Thank you, second brother, Lan Ku exclaimed joyfully as she accepted the beast meat, taking a hearty bite with a look of sheer delight, and then proceeded to eat with abandon, disregarding her image. Bai Lu, feeling a tad awkward, observed the scene. This was the leftover food she had consumed, and she found it difficult to voice her sentiments. Meanwhile, Lank swiftly finished the beast meat and subsequently gestured for Bai Lu to pour him some water, as he had choked slightly. Bai Lu was about to head to the cave entrance, wrapping some water and leaves to bring to Lank, when Sierra remarked, Lank, once you've had your fill, please rise. Your elder brother has yet to rest. Do not be so indolent. How can you expect to accompany Urge on your adventures, appearing so feeble after just a minor injury? Lank, as if invigorated by a surge of energy, abruptly stood up, exclaiming, Yes, Urge, I am perfectly fine. With that, he flashed a cheerful smile at Bai Lu. The white dew was utterly disheartening. Having sustained injuries, she was treated this way by her own brother, appearing as if she had sold herself to assist in counting money. Boss, I'm fine now, Lan Ku cheerfully proclaimed. Indeed, the poison on your face has been treated with herbal remedies thrice. The issue seems to have diminished significantly. Your previously purplish complexion has taken on a hint of rosy hue. Excellent results, Bai Lu remarked. Of course, I am aware of the detoxifying herbs nearby. Otherwise, I would not have ventured so close, Lan Ku replied. Oh, you know that much. Had it not been for the Su herb, you would have long since lost your life, Bai Lu retorted, intending to poke Lan Ku's forehead but forgetting that she was considerably taller, resulting in a gentle prod to her chest instead. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Sierra, who had just turned around, pausing momentarily with narrowed eyes. Lan Ku, serve yourself, Sierra expressed, feeling inexplicably displeased. Coming, exclaimed Lan Ku as she skipped over, prompting Bai Lu to cover her face in embarrassment, utterly mortified by the spectacle, which was always an eyesore. Lulu, would you like some to drink? Sierra inquired gently. No, thank you. I'm feeling a bit cold. I just need to warm myself by the fire, Bai Lu replied as she moved to sit beside the flames. Cold, you say? Sierra, upon hearing this, disregarded everything else and promptly removed his fur cloak, draping it over Bai Lu's shoulders. Sierra, that's unnecessary. I can warm myself by the fire, Bai Lu protested. Feeling the weight of the cloak upon her shoulders and glancing at Sierra's fur garment, intending to return it. Wear it, Xiao insisted, his tone leaving no room for refusal. Bai Lu was taken aback by Xiao's abrupt manner of speaking to her. After all, he had always been gentle. And she found it quite difficult to adjust to his sudden assertiveness. Oh my, second brother? Lan teased with a laugh from the side. Bai Lu and her brother walked straight to the mouth of the cave, braving the cold wind. Upon noticing this, Lank pouted, signaling Hill to approach. Hill, addressing Lank with a serious tone, suggested, Lank, you should rest. Your poison has yet to dissipate. With that, he strolled leisurely towards Bai Lu, disregarding whether Lank complied with the suggestion or not. If one were to observe closely, they might discern a certain disarray in Hill's gait. It had been a long time since Bai Lu had witnessed a sunrise, and she found it quite delightful. The chilly breeze brushed against her, imparting a refreshing sensation, neither too cold nor too warm, but rather invigorating to her mind. A sunrise? Hill inquired. Indeed. I wonder if you've ever seen one? It's when the sun just begins to rise, Bai Lu responded to Hill, who stood beside her. No, but if you say it's beautiful, then it must be. Hill positioned himself slightly behind Bai Lu, allowing him to admire her profile, which he found increasingly captivating. Let us watch it together. It would be wonderful to capture that moment with a camera, Bai Lu invited. A camera? To capture it? How could we? The sun is too far away for that. Hill replied earnestly. No, I mean a camera. Oh, it simply allows us to see the sun's first appearance over and over again. Bai Lu struggled to explain the concept of a camera to Hill, but then realized it was futile. After all, he was a native who might never understand. It's coming. It's out. Bai Lu exclaimed excitedly, shaking Hill's hand. Yes, Hill responded, yet his gaze was not on the sunrise. He was entranced by Bai Lu instead. Bai Lu felt the intense gaze of Hill and dared not look back, instead fixating on the sunrise. Lulu, is it beautiful? Hill's deep voice, akin to a melody kissed by angels, resonated with a tingling sweetness, almost as if it could enchant the very ears that heard it. Especially as he leaned closer to whisper in Bai Lu's ear. Beautiful, beautiful. Bai Lu was at a loss for words, merely following the rhythm set by Hill. That's splendid, for the scenery is lovely, but the person is even more so, Hill continued in a hushed tone beside Bai Lu's ear. Yes. Bai Lu's cheeks flushed with a visible hue of crimson. Lulu, I have feelings for you, Hill remarked softly, observing Bai Lu's reaction with a smirk. What? Bai Lu only caught the word I before being interrupted by Lank. If you didn't hear it, then forget it, Hill sighed, recognizing Lank's voice and footsteps. Feeling somewhat vexed and choosing to remain silent. Boss, what are you looking at? So engrossed? Lank approached, leaning against Bai Lu like a boneless figure. Lank, look at you. Such a large frame. How can you dare to lean on your petite boss? Hill retorted. Petite? Bai Lu finally turned to face Hill, acknowledging her smaller stature in this beastly world, yet wishing he wouldn't always poke at the sore spot. Lank, stand up straight. Hill, observing Bai Lu's adorably bewildered expression, felt a twinge of hesitation and raised his voice to admonish Lank. What are you doing, second brother? I gave you ample time to talk to the boss. And now it's my turn. Lank huffed, turning his gaze toward the distance. Boss, what are you doing here? Enjoying the cold breeze? Lank chuckled foolishly, lowering his head. No, Lank, look. Bai Lu interjected, noticing how childlike Lank was behaving. Boss, let us go. Lank exclaimed, following Bai Lu's pointing finger towards the sunrise. What's wrong? Bai Lu inquired. Puzzled. Boss, there's a fire burning over there. We must leave quickly. Lank urged, tugging at Bai Lu as he prepared to jump down, oblivious to Hill's presence nearby. Hill swiftly grasped Bai Lu, blocking Lank's path. Second brother, what are you doing? Let us hurry. Lank insisted, attempting to leap without a glance. Look where we are now. Hill indicated, urging Lank to peer down. Lank casually glanced below, clearly startled. Lank, don't rush. This is the sunrise. See how it has changed from before? Bai Lu finally found her voice, quickly reminding Lank. Lank instinctively looked up. Boss, it's actually quite beautiful. Lan led Bai Lu to the entrance of the cave, where they settled down. I must tell you, in my hometown, such sights are frequently witnessed and can be immortalized with a camera. There, one can behold the azure sky, the fluffy clouds, and the breathtaking sunrises and sunsets. However, as Bai Lu spoke, she was reminded that neither Lan nor Xi'er could comprehend her words. Even if they could, they lacked a camera in the splendid blue skies. In the beastly realm, one rarely glimpses white clouds. The sky is often a dull gray, dominated by a scorching sun, and during the rainy season, torrential downpours ensue, with no one noticing the presence of dark clouds. Fear not, my leader, Lan reassured. Upon observing Bai Lu's evident despondency, "In the future, we shall visit your tribe, and you will undoubtedly witness the wonders you long to see." "All right," Bai Lu replied. The trio gazed into the distance, where a sliver of crimson rose higher, deepening in hue. "Lan Ke," Bai Lu suddenly spoke, her words hesitant and stammering. Both Xier and Lan Ke turned their heads, gazing at her in confusion, particularly Lan Ke. "It's nothing," Bai Lu responded, feeling the weight of their scrutiny, and found it difficult to continue. "Speak your mind, leader," Lan Ke urged her impatiently. It's nothing, I've forgotten," Bai Lu replied. In truth, she wished to inquire about the precipice she had fallen from, pondering her whereabouts and the mysterious appearance of the ant beast. She had thoroughly scoured the vicinity of the cave for medicinal herbs but found no suitable hiding spots. "Oh," Lan Ke said, choosing not to delve further into the conversation. Maintaining his usual warm smile, Bai Lu cast a furtive glance at Lan Ke, an unsettling sensation lingering in her heart. It was unusual, for typically Lan Ke would approach her with lively enthusiasm, draping an arm around her shoulder. Yet now, they sat side by side in silence, a curious distance between them. Upon closer inspection, it was undoubtedly Lan Ke. An odd atmosphere enveloped the cave entrance. "Lulu, would you like some water?" Sierra's voice shattered the tension. "No, thank you." Bai Lu finally spoke, regaining her composure. Each encounter with Sierra sent her heart racing uncontrollably. She had to speak softly to avoid drawing his attention. "Lan Ke, would you like some?" Sierra inquired again. "I'll pass. Where are we headed next?" Lan Ke declined, shifting the focus to their forthcoming plans. "Let us see," Sierra pondered, bemused. It struck him as strange that Lan Ke made no mention of the tribe or their parents. His dear little sister was certainly not one to shy away from such topics. Furthermore, he hadn't broached the subject of the tribe with Lulu either. What if he became weary of her lack of tribal ties? Lan Ke was usually carefree. It was peculiar that she hadn't brought it up at all. Chapter 64, The Unusual, Part 1. Bai Lu and Hill sat quietly beside the fire. The cave enveloped in silence, save for the distant cries of unknown creatures outside, accompanied by the voracious feasting of Lank. Bai Lu exchanged a glance with Hill. "Lank, do eat slowly. There is no need to rush." Bai Lu gently patted Lank's back. "You resemble a starving specter. As if it has been ages since you last had a meal." "Lulu, I intend to return to that cave. You two should remain here," Hill stated abruptly. "Why?" "We cannot ascertain whether the mountain rat beasts still linger there. It is perilous for you to go alone," Bai Lu expressed her concern. "According to you, the shaman should be among those clan members in the cave. Perhaps they managed to escape. Regardless, finding the shaman may lead us to a solution for the hallucinogenic flowers." Hill replied. "The shaman? If she were aware, we would not need to flee," Bai Lu remarked casually, only to recall that both Hill and Lank were members of the Celestial Wolf clan. "That is not what I meant. Merely," Hill interrupted before Bai Lu could finish her thought. "I understand. Throughout generations, shamans possess unique legacies that are not revealed lightly, especially in times of crisis. As you suggested, perhaps the shaman was unable to reach those in need in time." Hill added another log to the fire. Finding the shaman might indeed unveil ways to nullify the effects of the hallucinogenic flowers, and we could locate the surviving clan members to re-establish the Celestial Wolf clan. Furthermore, Hill continued, pausing mid-sentence, furrowing his brow as he glanced at Bai Lu and Lank, before tossing another log into the flames. Noticing Hill's hesitance, Bai Lu refrained from pressing him directly, choosing instead to remain silent, gazing into the flickering fire. Moreover, if the Celestial Wolf clan were to be extinguished, the land of Tianza might be redivided. And we cannot foresee what the future holds. Enough. Speaking now serves no purpose. Let us first endeavor to locate the shaman and father. They will survive and await the day we reunite. This cave is temporarily secure. I shall mark it well. Ordinary animals will not dare approach, especially since larger beasts are retreating towards safer areas. Now I shall hunt a beast to prepare provisions for you in the coming days." Having concluded his instructions, Hill set out, sealing the cave's entrance with a large stone before departing. Bai Lu gazed in the direction where Hill had departed, lost in her thoughts. Beside her, Lank had seemingly paused in his consumption of meat, staring blankly at Bai Lu. "Boss, where has second brother gone?" Lank seemed to have just realized that Hill had already left, and the cave entrance was once again sealed. "Hunting," Bai Lu replied absently, her eyes devoid of focus. Lank glanced at the considerable amount of game still remaining, perplexed as to why Hill would venture out for more hunting when they had ample food for 2 more meals. True to his nature, Lank voiced his confusion directly. Bai Lu then elucidated the reasoning behind Hill's departure, and upon noticing the bones of the beasts beside them, she understood that Lank had once again become oblivious. Indulging in his meal without a care, Bai Lu rose to tend to the beast. Although she concurred with Hill's decision, she would not allow him to venture into the cave alone. With her presence, there was a possibility of uncovering valuable clues, despite her seemingly rudimentary ability to identify plants. The beast had been meticulously cleaned by Hill, its entrails removed, leaving Bai Lu to merely slice it into strips for drying and future consumption. Upon witnessing Bai Lu laboriously processing the beast, Long Kai hurried over to assist, even though she longed to recline after her meal. Despite expending all their strength, the two of them managed to handle only the beast's 4 legs, indicating the creature's considerable size. Long Kai took a large gulp of water from a stone bowl and then passed it to Bai Lu. "Boss, we must hurry. Attracting the insect beasts would be troublesome." With that, Long Kai re-engaged in the task at hand. Bai Lu was aware of the insect beasts, which bore a resemblance to maggots, but were not quite the same. These creatures thrived on the flesh of the beast, capable of reducing it to mere bones in an instant. However, they posed no threat to living beings such as the beast's men and showed no interest in decaying corpses. Bai Lu and Lank leisurely sliced the beast's flesh, not out of a desire for slowness, but rather because their hands trembled. Bai Lu was diligently engaged in her cutting motions, the process unfolding silently within the cavern. At that moment, she suddenly felt a slight itch on her foot, which she dismissed with a casual scratch. "Lank, wait a moment. Hill will be back soon. Let us consider the remaining items as our dinner." Bai Lu paused her actions, picked up the last remaining snake scale, and approached the stone bowl to wash it. "Lank? Lank?" After calling out her name twice without receiving a response, Bai Lu sensed something was amiss. She turned to face Lank. Lank sat with her head bowed, legs crossed, her hands resting on the beast meat, her tousled hair obscuring her face and expression. "Lank? Lank?" Bai Lu called out twice more, attempting to nudge Lank's shoulder. "Boss." A hoarse voice reached Bai Lu's ears. Bai Lu felt an inexplicable sense of dread, retreating 2 steps to the side of Lank, with a fire pit separating them. Lank slowly raised her head, and Bai Lu perceived the cave around them suddenly transform into a realm of eerie terror. The once cool and tranquil cave now felt ominous, as the chilly breeze seeping through the crevice at the entrance brushed against Bai Lu's back, making her feel as though she were being watched. "Boss, please don't go. It's me, Lank." A voice, aged and hoarse, echoed once more. As the White Dew observed, an eerie convulsion overtook Lank's body. Trembling, Lank rose unsteadily, and through the flickering flames, White Dew caught sight of Lank's visage. Beneath her disheveled hair, Lank's eyes rolled back, and her lips, parched and cracked, bore the signs of desiccation as though she had been drained of all moisture. Dark lines traced from her cheeks to her ears, reminiscent of a ghastly fusion between a zombie and a specter from the silver screen, leaving one to ponder whether she possessed any supernatural abilities. "No, you are not Lank." "Who are you?" White Dew managed to feign composure, summoning her courage to inquire. "I am Lank," she reiterated emphatically. "Lank is not like you." "What have you done to her?" White Dew pressed. "What is Lank like?" "It is just as I said. I am Lank. I am Lank," Lank fervently insisted, flailing her arms and shattering a stone bowl that lay nearby. Yes, you are Lank." White Dew, fearful of provoking this volatile version of Lank, sought to soothe her. Gradually, she repositioned herself, cautiously maintaining a distance across the fire, observing Lank, who had inexplicably calmed. She dared not make a misstep, for Lank's fury was a force she could scarcely withstand. She silently wished for Hill's swift return, not for any other reason but because the entrance was sealed. And should Lank turn her wrath upon White Dew, escape would be a futile endeavor. Chapter 65, Anomalies, Part 2. Bai Lu remained at the entrance of the cave, separated from the fire by a distance, while on the other side, Lan Kao also remained motionless. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and Bai Lu noticed that the wind blowing in from outside was gradually becoming cooler. Unable to bear it any longer, she resolved to crouch down and stretch her limbs. "Boss, it's Lan Kao. Why are you standing so far away?" At that moment, after a prolonged silence, Lan Kao glanced in Bai Lu's direction, seemingly intent on approaching her. "Don't move. Stay right there." Realizing Lan Kao intended to come closer, Bai Lu shouted, "What is wrong with your voice?" Lan Kao halted, looking at Bai Lu with confusion. From the whites of Lan Kao's eyes, Bai Lu discerned her intent. As she fumbled along the corner of the wall, she inquired, "My voice?" There is no issue at all. It was still that hoarse tone, yet imbued with an odd cheerfulness, as if it were deliberately so, rendering it rather unsettling. Lan Kao appeared oblivious to the fire before her. stepping forward once more. Now, she was but a step away from the flames, yet she seemed unperturbed, taking another step forward. With a sudden hiss, Lon Cow quickly retreated a few paces. Bai Lu gazed at Lank with a mixture of confusion and concern, witnessing Lank's anguished movements as she flailed her arms in distress. After a few moments, Lank regained her composure. "Boss, extinguish the fire," Lank commanded with an unmistakable tone of authority. "Wait a moment," Bai Lu hesitated, reluctant to oppose Lank in such a state, desperately seeking a way to manage the unusual behavior of her companion. Lank paused, her expression suggesting impatience for an explanation, prompting Bai Lu to breathe a quiet sigh of relief, though she remained vigilant. "I'm cold. Can we extinguish it soon?" Bai Lu endeavored to speak in a calm and gentle manner, reminiscent of soothing a child. "Absolutely not. Right now. Put it out," Lank insisted vehemently. All right. Just hold on a moment," Bai Lu replied, trying to buy some time, knowing that Lank had not yet succumbed to complete madness. "Hurry up," Lank urged with impatience. Bai Lu leaned against the cave entrance, gradually shifting her body while her hands searched along the wall for firewood. Lon Ku had been persistently urging her on. Bai Lu could hear her heart racing with a rapid thump, beads of sweat trickling down her brow, yet she dared not make any sudden movements. A sharp clatter echoed from her feet. She maneuvered into a corner and discovered a modest pile of firewood, barely reaching the height of her legs, a meager supply, but better than nothing. However, the sound had startled Lon Ku. Bai Lu had long since realized that Lon Ku's vision was impaired. Otherwise, she would not have stumbled into the fire pit, nor would she have overlooked Bai Lu's subtle actions. Yet now, Bai Lu's fumbling had caused the firewood to tumble to the ground, the noise inciting a surge of agitation in Lon Ku. "Hurry up," Lon Ku exclaimed, her patience waning as she could only fume in place due to the fire pit's constraints. Bai Lu also feared that she might approach from another direction. It is important to note that her strength is inherently lesser than that of the Beastman continent. Moreover, she remains unaware of what might have befallen Lake. If harm were to befall her, how could one wait for her to regain consciousness? Unbeknownst to Bai Lu, her cautious demeanor was futile. She realized that continuing in this manner was not a viable solution. "Lon Ku, I have arrived." Bai Lu resolved to subdue Lon Ku first. For if she delayed any longer, it was possible that she-air would return. At last, Lon Ku had quieted down, rendering her emotions indistinguishable. Bai Lu picked up the firewood. Smooth to the touch, as a fragrant aroma of pine wafted through the air. It was indeed pine wood, and to her surprise, it was also coated with resin. Otherwise, the scent would not have been so pronounced. Bai Lu felt a surge of delight, for this would surely enhance her chances of success. Bai Lu slowly approached the campfire, and in an instant, the pine wood she reached out to was ignited. The flames crackled loudly, and Bai Lu could distinctly perceive Blake's wariness. "Extinguish it." Blake urged Bai Lu to quickly douse the fire. "Understood," Bai Lu replied on the surface, but inwardly, she stealthily moved closer to Blake, intending to knock him unconscious and thoroughly investigate the peculiarities surrounding him. Bai Lu grasped a pine log in each hand, imbued with the essence of resin, which ignited with a crackling fervor, simultaneously accelerating the consumption of the wood. Behind Lake, Bai Lu unexpectedly struck her on the nape of the neck from an angle she could scarcely have imagined, delivering a blow of such force that she seemed indifferent to the possibility of fatality. The outcome was immediate and effective. Lank collapsed with a resounding thud. Bai Lu cautiously prodded Lank's shoulder with the other end of her weapon, receiving no response, which emboldened her to approach. What could be the cause of this? Bai Lu murmured to herself as she parted Lank's hair. The dark markings on her face remained, but upon closer inspection, Bai Lu realized that what she had initially perceived as mere lines resembled the parasites she had studied in her laboratory, writhing and embedded within Lank's flesh, perhaps even tearing at her very sinews. Bai Lu was unaware of the reasons behind Lan's transformation, yet she was certain that this parasitic creature could not coexist on Lan's face. Otherwise, it would inevitably become detrimental to her. However, she pondered how to eradicate the parasite from Lan's visage, uncertain if any remnants lurked within her body. She found herself at a loss. Bai Lu gently unfolded Lank's collar, wishing to examine closely whether the parasite was confined solely to her face. Yet, before she could delve further, a familiar voice resonated from outside. "Lulu, Lank, I have returned," called out Sierra. As Bai Lu exhaled in relief, a sudden thought struck her. Given the peculiar nature of the parasites, how could Hill have returned so swiftly? A chill ran down her spine as she rose to gaze towards the cave entrance. As the stones were shifted aside, Hill's full form was revealed, appearing entirely unremarkable. His voice remained unchanged, and he walked with none of the grotesque contortions characteristic of Lank. "Hill, how is it that you returned so quickly?" Bai Lu inquired, her voice trembling noticeably. Hill seemed oblivious to her unease, continuing to advance. "Isn't it better to return earlier?" he retorted, failing to address her question. At that moment, Bai Lu observed that Hill had not brought back any beasts. Rather, he had returned alone. Slowly, he approached her direction. Bai Lu realized that she could only rely on herself now. The pine wood beside her was also on the verge of burning out, leaving her unable to confront an orc. Soon, Hill and Bai Lu stood on either side of the fire. What is the matter? Although Bai Lu sensed something unusual about Hill, she dared not confront him directly. After all, he was an orc. Moreover, perhaps she was merely frightening herself. Hill might not have brought back any game simply because he had been unsuccessful, especially since there were no beasts nearby due to the presence of the hallucinogenic flowers. It was unclear when Hill had approached Bai Lu. Bai Lu sensed a palpable pressure, a natural aura emanating from the orc towards the female, which had previously not been manifested in Sierra. Bai Lu yearned to flee, yet her legs felt utterly feeble. She was so close that she could perceive the faint scent of Hill's body, witnessing as Hill's hand gradually ascended. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her shoulder. By the time she comprehended the situation, she found herself cradled in Hill's embrace. Chapter 66. Good news released the boss. Before Bai Lu could react, she felt a gust of wind behind her as Hill spun around while still holding her. Bai Lu, step aside, he commanded, casting her aside to the mouth of the cave. And then he led Lank to the other side. Bai Lu observed that Lank had significantly increased her strength, her auditory and visual senses sharpened as well. In less than 3 exchanges, Hill brought Lank crashing to the ground and subdued her, rendering her immobile. "Lulu, quickly fetch the snake scales," Hill called out to Bai Lu. "Oh, certainly." Bai Lu hastened to the front of Hill and Lank, presenting the snake scales. With a swift motion, Hill passed the scales over the fire, and in a decisive action, blood gushed forth. Bai Lu remained silent, instinctively taking several steps back. Accompanied by Blue's anguished cries, a multitude of parasitic worms wriggled upon the ochre ground, intertwined with blood. Bai Lu remained silent, despite possessing a certain degree of immunity, having undergone experiments, albeit only with earthworms. Yet, these are parasites within the human body. She could not help but retch a few times, goosebumps cascading down her skin. "Lulu, do not come any closer. It would be troublesome should you contract even a trace of it," Hill cautioned. Bai Lu then realized that Hill had reverted to the familiar Hill she knew, and she felt an overwhelming urge to weep. "Lulu, please fetch some water with the stone bowl." Hill remained oblivious to Bai Lu's unusual demeanor, yet she successfully helped Bai Lu's quivering nose return to its usual state. Very well. Bai Lu trotted over with a bowl of pristine water, carefully avoiding the area infested with parasites, making a conscious effort to avert his gaze. "Let us place it here." Hill retrieved some herbs from his leather pouch and crushed them, applying the mixture gently to Lank's cheek. Bai Lu could faintly observe Hill's actions from behind. She approached the fire pit, retrieved the stone jar she had instructed Hill to prepare, and set about boiling some water to soothe her nerves. "Lulu, are you all right?" Hill inquired, settling down beside Bai Lu after having burned the parasites with pine wood. "I'm fine," Bai Lu replied, still shaken. "What is this black beast? How did you come into contact with it?" Hill asked. "The black beast?" Bai Lu moved closer to the flames. "Indeed. It all began like this with Lank. As the black beasts proliferate, they drain Lank's flesh and blood, reducing her to mere bones, returning her to the embrace of the beast god," Hill explained, aware that Bai Lu was unfamiliar with such creatures. "Oh, I see," she replied, her voice still trembling, though she feigned composure. "Fortunately, I didn't stay long within Lank's body. I have already extracted the black beast, applied herbs, and she will heal swiftly." Bai Lu murmured, still lost in the aftermath of the gruesome scene. "Rest for a while. We shall speak upon your awakening." "I will go retrieve the wild beasts outside," Hill said, gently urging Bai Lu to lie down in the grassy nest before turning to leave. Bai Lu lay in her nest, her mind persistently conjuring images of the dark beast rolling in the earth, leaving her momentarily at a loss for other thoughts. Listening to the sounds of Sierra washing the wild beasts outside, Bai Lu felt a slight sense of calm. After all, this was not the 28th century. Bai Lu leaned against the wall of the cave and spoke to Hill, who had just finished cleaning. "Since you left, we have not ventured outside. Instead, we have been preoccupied with that beast." She then gestured towards the half-processed carcass beside her. Hill said nothing, merely placing the meat he held into his newly crafted stone plate, designed to accommodate the beast, before walking over to the animal and using firewood to roll it over, as if searching for something. Is there something wrong with this meat? Bai Lu inquired. I am uncertain. Perhaps I should examine it more closely, Hill replied. In the hushed cave, the only sounds were Hill's movements with the beast and the occasional groan from Lank. Lulu, this is it. Hill turned slightly, allowing Bai Lu a clearer view. What is this? She asked, stepping closer to inspect the side of the beast, where she noticed some small particles. No, upon closer inspection, they appear to be eggs. Feeling a wave of nausea, Bai Lu quickly shut her eyes and turned away. These are the eggs of the black beast. Logically, the black beast should not lay eggs on the carcass of a dead creature. What could this mean? Hill pondered, perplexed. Is there something unusual about this? Or is it an issue with the cave itself? Perhaps it is the influence of the hallucinogenic flowers? Hill questioned himself. Bai Lu pondered deeply, contemplating the peculiarities surrounding her. Perhaps influenced by the effects of the hallucinogenic flower. What should they do now? Hill casually picked up a log from the fire, charring an egg. As the cave filled with the acrid scent of burnt food. Subsequently, he roasted a stick in various spots within the cave before returning to the fire. I encountered Yang during my outing. He mentioned that the surviving tribespeople are located in Sunset Valley. We must set off at once. Hill informed Bai Lu as he packed their belongings. What about Lank? Bai Lu thought, concerned whether Lank's injuries would permit travel. Indeed, Lank's wounds render her immobile, otherwise, her face would be disfigured. If we do not resolve the hallucinogenic effects today, we shall remain as wandering beasts, Hill remarked, his brow furrowed in concern. Let us wait until Lank has fully healed before departing. Perhaps the priestess still seeks a solution. If we rush, we may endanger Lank. Bai Lu understood Hill's apprehensions, but knew they must indeed wait for Lank. Suddenly, before Hill could respond, Lank's groans reached their ears. Lank, do not move. Bai Lu exclaimed as she noticed Lank reaching for her wound. Lank began to speak, but a surge of excruciating pain overcame her. Bai Lu sat beside her, holding Lank's hand. You have been parasitized by the black beast. Do not move. Sierra has already extracted it. You shall be fine. Bai Lu endeavored to soften her words. Do not speak. Endure for a moment, or else the wounds on your face may worsen. Bai Lu understood Lank's suffering, yet she found herself powerless to alleviate it. She despised her own helplessness, yet had to comfort Lank, ensuring she did not perceive too much strangeness. Do not cry. It is easy to become infected. Bai Lu gently wiped away the tears from Lank's cheeks, aware that it was a daunting task. No tears, no expressions. Any discharge would lead to complications. Lank, too, spared Bai Lu worry. Enduring the pain, her fists clenched, the untrimmed nails digging into her palms until they bled, a scent of iron that Bai Lu detected. Lank, you will recover. Your injuries are not severe, and we shall rebuild the tribe. By the way, I have good news for you. Although Bai Lu urged Lank not to cry, she could not help but shed her own tears. Bai Lu wiped away her tears and continued, Lank, Sierra has found Yang on this trip and learned that the surviving members of our clan have arrived at Sunset Valley. Once your wounds have healed somewhat, we shall set forth to find them. Bai Lu could distinctly see the sparkle in Lank's eyes. The mere utterance of the words that his father still lived caused Lank's tears to cascade once more. Bai Lu meticulously wiped her down, revealing a gentle smile. Chapter 67, Earth Mushroom. The continent of Tianza is adorned with lush forests. Within a certain cave, Lanku has regained her ability to walk. Yet she remains unable to articulate her thoughts. Lanku, sit here for a moment while I tidy up. We shall depart as soon as Xier returns. Bai Lu assisted Lanku to lean against a large stone at the cave's entrance. Lanku grasped Bai Lu's hand and patted it gently, indicating her understanding. Bai Lu returned to the cave, erasing all traces of their existence, primarily because she was unaccustomed to others using her belongings. She placed the dried meat, tattered garments, and the sun-dried herbs she had gathered outside into a makeshift basket woven from vines that Xier had carried back. Xier, let us depart, Bai Lu addressed Xier, who had been preoccupied with something outside. It had been quite a while. She wondered if they were still in Sunset Valley. Xier often indulged in wild imaginings. It has only been 10 days. As long as there are no significant upheavals in Sunset Valley, all will be well. Do not frighten yourself unnecessarily, Bai Lu reassured her, recognizing Xier's concerns. In the realm of Tianza, culture was a superficial matter. Survival took precedence above all. They could not read, and simple counting sufficed for daily needs. Xier approached, shouldering the basket Bai Lu had packed, signaling for her to follow. Bai Lu glanced back for a moment before turning away and trailing after Xier. Upon exiting the cave, they carefully descended the cliff, embarking on their journey into Sunset Valley. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the distant golden rays illuminated the three of them, casting a hazy, enchanting beauty over their path. "Let us take a break," Bai Lu suggested, having walked on the ground while Sierra carried Lank. Dinner time was approaching, and the setting sun signaled the arrival of night. "Let us walk a few more steps. I recall a small cave up ahead where we can spend the night," Sierra replied. "Very well," Bai Lu conceded, though she too felt fatigued. It was indeed preferable to stay in a cave. Sure enough, after traversing approximately 100 meters, Sierra set Lank down and instructed Bai Lu to hold her hand while he forged a path ahead and located a cave. "Come quickly," Sierra called out after ensuring the cave's safety for the two outside. As Bai Lu grasped Lan Ku's hand, they approached the mouth of a cave, where she stumbled upon an extraordinary plant amidst the overgrown weeds. The external interface had not displayed anything for quite some time, leading her to believe it was malfunctioning. Releasing Lan Ku's hand, Bai Lu crouched down and picked up a piece, a fragment no larger than her palm. It was soft and lush green, reminiscent of a mushroom, yielding to her touch as if it would dissolve. This plant possessed medicinal properties, capable of treating ailments such as red, swollen eyes, prolapse, burns, and scalds. However, for those with a constitution prone to coldness, particularly females of the Gui water element, it was toxic. Remarkably, this earth mushroom had been extinct since before the meteorite struck in the 28th century, yet here it was, re-emerging in this place. Bai Lu, with an attitude of seizing the moment, picked up one earthen mushroom after another. Though these were not exceedingly rare treasures, their quantity was indeed somewhat scarce, even if their size surpassed that of Earth's by several folds. "Lank, what are you doing standing there? Where's Lulu?" asked Hill, who had been waiting for a while at the entrance, noticing that Bai Lu and Lank had not yet emerged from the cave. Realizing Lank's injury, Hill refrained from continuing her inquiry, as her attention shifted to Bai Lu, who was crouched on the ground. "Lank, you should go in and rest. I will check on things here," Hill said to Lank, who was eager to assist. Aware of her current condition, Lank understood that she should refrain from any strenuous activity. The thought of sweating or aggravating her wound was unappealing. She had yet to comprehend the depths of suffering that the phrase "worse than death" entailed. Lank retreated into the cave. Bai Lu noticed the commotion behind her. "Sierra, come quickly. This is a rare delicacy that money cannot easily procure." Although Sierra could not fully comprehend the latter part of Bai Lu's statement, her expression and gestures suggested she had discovered something remarkable. As Sierra crouched down, he finally beheld the earth fungus that Bai Lu had tucked away in her arms, and his expression shifted dramatically. Without hesitation, he seized Bai Lu and shook the fungus onto the ground before she could react. "What are you doing?" Bai Lu exclaimed, her anger flaring. "What was that for?" "It's poisonous. You cannot eat it," Sierra insisted, firmly grasping Bai Lu's arm as he attempted to lead her back to the cave. Bai Lu freed her hand from Hill's grasp, questioning, "What poison?" "This is a delicacy that I have yet to taste." "Poisonous," Hill retorted, impatience evident in his tone. "Yet you claim you have never tried it. How can you assert it is not toxic? Regardless, it is certainly not poisonous. Move aside." "I shall not." Bai Lu found Hill's obstinacy particularly vexing. The external indicators clearly suggested no toxicity, so why should it remain untouched? After a stalemate lasting approximately 2 minutes, Bai Lu attempted to retrieve the fallen wood ear mushroom from the ground, only to be thwarted by Hill. "Then tell me, why should it not be consumed?" Bai Lu inquired, tilting her head to face Hill. "Because it is toxic," Hill insisted. "How can you be certain it is poisonous?" Bai Lu pressed on. "In the past, a female from our tribe consumed this plant and was claimed by the beast god," Hill replied, a sorrowful expression crossing his face. "This cannot be toxic." Bai Lu empathized with Hill's feelings. After all, the female's demise could very well have been unrelated to the wood ear mushroom. What was her age? Did she consume this plant during her gestation? Bai Lu sought to uncover the truth, yearning to savor this delicacy. "No, she simply ingested this plant," Hill admitted, uncertain himself, yet unwilling to let Bai Lu take the risk. It was better, he thought, to discourage her from consuming it altogether. Bai Lu found herself at a loss for words. However, her cravings were undeniable. Ever since leaving the tribe, even sustenance had become a challenge. It was only upon encountering Sierra that she was able to indulge in meat. And it was beastly fair at that. Under such circumstances, her expectations could not be overly lofty. Yet, this particular ear of wood fungus was a rare find that she simply could not forsake. "Let us proceed," Sierra suggested, not wishing to compel Bai Lu to return to the cave, yet reluctant to see her continue her pursuit of the wood fungus. "Oh," Bai Lu mused, contemplating that as long as an opportunity presented itself, She could discreetly gather some for herself first, which posed no issue. She would allow Sierra a taste later, ensuring he would not oppose her next endeavor. With the presence of enhancements, there would surely be many more delectable discoveries ahead if he continued to obstruct her. How many delights might she miss? As the two turned to depart, they were startled to find Lank standing behind them, her expression a blend of amusement and menace. Though it quickly transformed into an impassive demeanor, Bai Lu observed with clarity, uncertain whether Hill had perceived the same. Lanku approached and grasped Bai Lu's hand. Embodying the familiar essence of her being, she sought to usher Bai Lu back to the cave, and Bai Lu, yielding to the gentle pull, followed her lead while casting a glance back at Hill. Hill continued to smile at Bai Lu, just as he always did. Yet, an inexplicable sense of significance lingered in the air, leaving Bai Lu with an unsettling impression. Thus, she accompanied Lanku to the cave. Chapter 68. The peculiar disappearance inside the cave. The three individuals sat in repose, their evening meal consisting solely of dried meat. As Hill had declared, he would not venture out to hunt. An eerie atmosphere enveloped the cave. However, after a long day of travel, Bai Lu succumbed to fatigue, leaning against the wall and drifting into a light slumber. When dawn broke the following day, Bai Lu awoke to find herself beneath a grand tree, surrounded by a forest of towering trees. Hill? Lanku? She called tentatively, but the silence that ensued was strikingly profound. Bai Lu rose to seek her way, armed solely with a multifunctional tool knife, a habit she had cultivated to keep it close at hand, while her other possessions lay nestled in her backpack. The sun had yet to rise, and the jungle was eerily silent, perhaps due to the influence of the enchanting flowers. Unsure of which direction to take, Bai Lu could only rely on her instincts to move forward. Before long, she came upon a patch of ginger, its leaves as large as grinding wheels and its fruits the size of ordinary potatoes. Unable to resist, she plucked a leaf, quenching her long-standing thirst with the abundant juice it yielded. Gulp after gulp, a substantial portion of the leaf's essence filled Bai Lu's belly. Bai Lu paused to rest on a nearby hillside, as a gentle breeze swept by, bringing with it a refreshing chill. After sitting for a while, she decided to pluck some leaves to nibble on during her journey, and if she happened to encounter Lank and Sierra, she could share them a drink as well. Bai Lu casually plucked a large bundle of leaves, convinced that it sufficed for her needs, and prepared to continue her journey. Beneath the foliage, a familiar packaging caught her eye, an outer wrapper of a ham sausage, which plunged her into deep contemplation, evoking memories of the 20th century and thoughts of her grandmother. Suddenly, a small unidentified creature stepped on a twig, rousing Bai Lu from her reverie. She collected the faded red wrapper, still intact despite its wear. A sudden realization struck her. This place felt oddly familiar. Was it this hillside? The ginger vine? Most notably, she had discovered the ham sausage packaging. Bai Lu resumed her search beneath the leaves and, indeed, not far away, she spotted a tissue and a bread used during her monthly cycle. Though slightly faded, they were unmistakably the items she had failed to retrieve. Remnants from the 20th century that had made their way to the Beastmen continent. The cave that had once collapsed had since transformed into a small mound. And a ginger vine, once no thicker than a thumb, had now evolved into a cluster of vines. The changes were indeed remarkable. Yet, Bai Lu soon pondered the proximity of the path back home. Perhaps she was near enough to return. At that moment, her heart was a tumult of emotions. Not solely due to the effects of the hallucinogenic flower, but also because of the many beast men and females she had come to know. The thought of leaving now weighed heavily on her conscience, and she refused to admit that she would miss them. However, her thoughts drifted back to her grandmother at home, who was alone, and she realized she had yet to repay her filial duties. Despite the overwhelming thoughts swirling in her mind, Bai Lu quickly gathered herself, resolving to locate the entrance back before considering anything else. The white dew, guided by the faint echoes of her memories, arrived at a thicket where she had once passed. She distinctly recalled a grand tree, its bark missing a fragment that had formed a heart-shaped outline, leaving a lasting impression on her. Is Bai Lu finally returning? Bai Lu searched the thicket in vain, finding no discernible escape nearby. In her eyes, all she could see were indistinguishable trees. Alas, Bai Lu pondered what she could accomplish upon returning to the 28th century. Flora and fauna had vanished. Even if species were to be cultivated in the future, they would be artificially bred rather than flourishing in their natural habitat. Moreover, the enchanting flowers here instilled in her a desire for conquest. She felt an innate intuition that only she possessed the capability to resolve this matter. Bai Lu resolved to return to the now-collapsed cave, situated at the foot of the small hill. Initially, she intended to take the ginger leaves with her. However, finding the quantity excessive and feeling a surge of excitement. She opted to leave the leaves beside the ginger. Perhaps, should any beastmen pass by, they might enjoy the taste. Bai Lu retraced her steps, possessing a memory of the path. However, after taking a considerable detour, the sun had already ascended to a high point in the sky, yet she still found herself ensnared within the thickets. Bai Lu anxiously paced back and forth, not only failing to locate the entrance to return, but also losing herself in the process. Surely, there are no females in the world as foolish as this. Bai Lu basked in the warm sunlight amidst the thickets, with beads of sweat cascading down. Bai Lu squinted against the glaring sun, recalling a passage from a book that described a labyrinthine predicament, where one could find an exit simply by adhering to a singular direction. She began to play a childhood game, famously believed to be a treasured family heirloom. Bai Lu swiftly chose a direction, walking towards the setting sun. Parched and famished, she found herself within a circle formed by 3 towering trees. It is worth noting that these trees are indeed majestic and robust, so formidable that a dozen people joining hands might struggle to encircle one of them. She caught a glimpse of Lank, who was gnawing on a beast's leg, while beside him stood an anxious Hill. Hill, Lank. Bai Lu called out weakly, her voice hoarse and low. Yet, Hill lifted his head. Lulu, Lulu, I am so sorry. I will never abandon you again. Please do not leave me. I am truly sorry. With that, Hill rushed forward, enveloping her in a heartfelt embrace, fervently apologizing. The autumn dew signifies a moment of thirst, hunger, and fatigue. Upon encountering Hill, Bai Lu felt a sudden relaxation, leading her to faint. Before losing consciousness, she could only hear Hill's anxious voice calling out to her. Lulu, dear, save some for your elder brother. When second brother finds us again, he will pick more for you. In her dazed state, Bai Lu heard Hill's voice. When she opened her eyes, she was greeted by the vast, dark night sky. Lulu, you are awake. Here, have some water. Hill hurriedly brought water to Bai Lu's lips as he helped her sit up. You all. Bai Lu had many questions swirling in her mind. Why was she in the wilderness? What would happen if wild beasts appeared? Lulu, thank goodness you're all right. You scared me to death. Hill enveloped Bai Lu in a bear hug. Confused, Bai Lu wondered what was happening. She hadn't even begun to ask her questions. Lulu, you have no idea. You have been missing for 2 days. When I woke up that morning, I saw you both sleeping soundly. Luca had just woken up. So I asked her to watch over you while I checked for any beasts nearby. When she returned after a moment, you had vanished. It terrified me. Hill recounted the events, holding Bai Lu's hand earnestly. Huh? I woke up in the wilderness, surrounded by towering trees, without any beast in sight. I have no idea how this happened. Did I sleep that deeply? Bai Lu pondered her own doubts. I'm sorry, elder brother. A strange voice interrupted her thoughts, causing Bai Lu to instinctively look up. Luca, is that your voice? Bai Lu exclaimed in shock. Yes, my voice is rather unpleasant, isn't it? Luca replied nonchalantly. Not at all. Once we find Yang, he'll help you improve it. Bai Lu comforted her while embracing Bluku. But let's put that aside for now. I apologize. Elder brother, if I had been more alert, you wouldn't have gone missing. Bluku appeared quite remorseful. It's all right, that matter has passed. Bai Lu, seeing Bluku's expression, felt reluctant to blame her. Chapter 69. On the journey, Lulu, dawn is approaching. We must hurry on our way. This place feels too eerie. We need to leave as soon as possible. Hill addressed the two, looking concerned. Yes, I agree. This place is unsettling. We need to find the priestess and the others quickly. Even if we're injured, we can receive treatment. Bai Lu concurred with Hill, eager to leave after such strange occurrences. However, second brother, elder brother, we still do not understand the cause of these oddities. Shouldn't we investigate? Bluku interjected. Did you not hear your elder brother? Bluku. Your priority is your injury, Hill replied firmly. We will discuss this once we find the priestess and the others. Oh, then we'll set off at dawn, Bluka said. Good. We are only a day's journey from Sunset Valley. We should be able to find Yang by tomorrow evening. As Hill gazed at the sky, dawn was fast approaching. The light began to break, and Bai Lu and Lan Ko had not slept, engaged in whispered conversations throughout the night. Meanwhile, Hill, after Bai Lu had awakened, pondered the bizarre circumstances surrounding them. Although he had assured Lan Ko that they would consult with the shaman after locating her, he had heard from Yang that their tribe had suffered significant losses. If something were to happen to the tribe, it would be exceedingly difficult to re-establish the Tianlang tribe after the hallucinogenic flowers had passed. Thus, he resolved to independently investigate once he found the shaman, convinced that with his abilities, no challenge could truly thwart him. Let us proceed, my companions. I shall carry you both, he declared. In an instant, a colossal wolf appeared before them, its fur a pristine white, smooth as silk. Even in the absence of sunlight, it shimmered as if illuminated by silver. Akin to a divine being descending from the heavens, a striking impression for Bai Lu. Boss, I haven't seen Ergu in his beast form since he embarked on his journey. To put it in your words, he is simply dazzling. Lan Ku exclaimed excitedly from the side. Indeed, dazzling. Bai Lu chimed in, though she found Lan Ku's raspy voice tinged with age, somewhat grating as he exclaimed the word. Nevertheless, witnessing Hill's beast form was undeniably mesmerizing. Hurry, climb aboard. We must reach Sunset Valley before nightfall, Hill urged. Feeling the warmth of a blush beneath his thick fur as he caught Bai Lu's admiring gaze, uncertain if she had noticed his embarrassment. The peculiar demeanor of Hill piqued Bai Lu's curiosity as she observed him from behind, noting the way his wolf tail flicked and how his hands, resembling those of a wolf, rested upon his back. A vivid red hue peeked through the fur beneath his ears, accentuating his striking features. And Bai Lu found herself involuntarily smiling, oblivious to her own expression. What has gotten into the eldest brother and the second brother? She mused aloud. Did you also sense Hill's abrupt tone just now, Lan Ku? She asked the newcomer, who appeared perplexed and leaned in closer to Bai Lu for clarification. However, Lan Ku overlooked the acute hearing of the beast men, especially given their proximity to Hill's back. There's nothing to worry about. He might just be overly anxious. Bai Lu reassured Lan Ku. Lan Ku, she called, noticing Lan Ku's silence and following her gaze. At that moment, Lan Ku, snapping back to reality, grasped Bai Lu's hand, instinctively redirecting her head. Lu, spill the beans. What transpired? I saw you smiling when you arrived, and now with the second brother acting like this. Lan Ku teased, her expression playful. What? Bai Lu feigned ignorance. The second brother's wolfish countenance has turned crimson. Do tell me what you two were up to. Even I, your sister and dear friend, am in the dark, Lan Ku inquired with a hint of curiosity. Nothing at all. You're reading too much into it. Bai Lu replied earnestly, unaware that her own cheeks were flushed. Lan Ku, hold on tight. We are about to depart, Hill interjected, having been observant of the conversation. Lu, grip my neck, he said gently to Bai Lu. I know what is going on, even if you want to admit it. Humph, you two are just, oh. Wait, I haven't finished talking yet. Slow down. Before Bai Lu could complete her thought, Hill took off running, and she thankfully clutched his fur tightly. Meanwhile, in an unassuming cave on the outskirts of Sunset Valley, Yu was growing increasingly anxious. Mother, Hill and the others should have arrived by now. It's been 3 days without a word. I will go search for them, he said to the priestess, who was seated on the ground, engrossed in her herbs. The priestess, unmoved, continued her work, ignoring Ye's concerns. Just then, the clan leader, Ta, entered, followed closely by El. I stumbled upon Hill a couple of days ago. He was with Lan Ku and Bai Lu. I informed him of the tribe's situation, and he mentioned he would return alone to guide the 2 cubs here to us. At that time, our people were in dire need of herbs, so I did not accompany him. I hope nothing untoward has occurred. As Bai Lu and Lan Ku are still young females, Yu expressed his worry. Hill is quite formidable. He will undoubtedly protect them, El assured, placing a supportive hand on his shoulder. You are right, but the worry lingers. It has been 3 days, Yu replied, his brow furrowed in concern. Let us grant them some time. The location Hill mentioned does not ring a bell for me. It must be quite distant. And it will take some time for them to arrive. Our immediate concern lies with the beastmen outside, the priestess finally interjected, or sat beside a stone, contemplating the situation. They believed that had it not been for the hallucinogenic flowers that emerged in our territory and were not eradicated in time, leading to a beast tide that claimed the lives of many unprepared members of the beast clan, they would not now be seeking compensation from us. They failed to consider that our safety zone was invaded, forcing our people to relocate and destroying our habitat. The Tianlang tribe is now left with so few beastmen. Alas, sighed Chief Ta. Father Ta, let them be. The hallucinogenic flowers remain, and we face a formidable enemy while they engage in internal strife. We must eliminate the hallucinogens swiftly to dispel the beast's amassed power. If this continues, we do not know how long we can endure. Young pounded his fist against the wall, feeling immense frustration towards those beastmen. Indeed, Father, we should persuade them to discuss a solution to the hallucinogens promptly rather than squabbling amongst ourselves. You have no idea. These past few days, whenever they have the chance, they have been eyeing our people. It's one thing for the beastmen, but now they are loitering by the female caves in our tribe. Their gazes are unsettling, and I fear they may abduct them when we least expect it. Earl chimed in, equally incensed. They are too excessive. Is this inciting a conflict with the beastmen? Earl, tell me, which clan do those beastmen loitering by the female caves belong to? I will confront their chief. Are they seeking war? We shall not shy away. Chief Ta's voice grew louder, reflecting his mounting fury. Ta, calm down. Do not let momentary anger cloud your judgment, cautioned the long-silent matriarch priestess, Mama, as she paused her activities. Mana, they are truly overstepping. Do they think the Silver Wolf tribe lacks beastmen? Even if some have succumbed to the hallucinogenic flowers, we still possess the capability to fight, Chief Ta declared, rising with indignation. Ta, this is not the time for impetuousness. Let us first address the hallucinogens before discussing other matters. Yang, you mentioned that Sierra has yet to join us in Sunset Valley after 3 days, correct? The chief sought to redirect the conversation, inquiring about Sierra. Indeed, the hallucinogenic flowers not only lead the beasts toward our former safety zone, but also incite madness. The beastmen may experience hallucinations, and without specific herbs, they cannot remain alert. Yang outlined the current predicament. The sun had just risen. And if Sierra had not joined us by sunset today, you should take a few beastmen to search for them. Sierra is accompanied by 2 female cubs. Mama instructed Yang. Very well, we will wait for him one more day, Yang replied, clearly pleased. Ta, regarding the beastmen. The beast god has established rules against large-scale beast clan battles, or they will face punishment. Moreover, as a clan leader, you must refrain from uttering such reckless words in the future. You bear responsibility for every one of your clansmen. The priestess Mama spoke earnestly. Indeed, I have acted impulsively. The recent days have been quite vexing with the beast clan. Not only my kin, but I too find myself constantly shadowed. Even when I seek a moment's respite, I thought I could endure it alone, but to learn that my kin are subjected to the same indignities fills me with indignation. What frustrates me further is the fact that we arrived in Sunset Valley with good intentions, allowing them to recuperate. Yet the beast clan grows ever more reckless in their audacity. The chief of the tower grew increasingly agitated, on the verge of losing his temper. Were it not for the presence of the priestess Mama, he would have long since stormed out. Tower, your impulsiveness remains unchanged. I have already told you. Our primary concern must be the illusory flower. Other grievances can be addressed once this matter is resolved, the priestess lamented, understanding his fervor. However, if we cannot resolve these disputes, how can we negotiate the matter of the illusory flower? It may even lead us to our demise, interjected Elle, who had been quietly observing. The priestess had indeed not considered this aspect, and she fell into a contemplative silence. Within the cave, a heavy silence enveloped the group. Elle and Yang wished to speak but hesitated, wary of interrupting the expressions exchanged between the priestess and the chief. They exchanged glances, feeling somewhat helpless. Speak your mind. Yang encouraged Elle with a subtle gesture. If you have something to say, then by all means, do so. Elle responded with a meaningful look in return. No. You ought to go first. Your words hold greater weight, Yang insisted with another glance. You speak, for I shall wait for your words, Elle retorted playfully, resembling a child intent on coaxing Yang into speaking first. Absolutely not. You're the elder, so you should proceed, Yang said, casting a significant look at Elle. You, just go ahead, Elle finally exclaimed in exasperation. Enough. Silence. The priestess Mama, having observed the playful banter between Yang and Elle, interjected, sensing the rising tension between them. Mama, priestess Mama. Just as she was on the brink of formulating her thoughts, she was abruptly interrupted. Her annoyance flaring as she noted the two were now acting like children, despite being grown beast men. Enough. Go, before she could finish her sentence. Shouts from the patrolling squad outside interrupted her. Priestess Mama. Priestess Mama. Enter. A sharp-eyed beast man named Noah stepped inside. As it was his turn to patrol that day, Priestess Mama, the leaders of the Bird Clan and the Golden Lion Clan have arrived, accompanied by numerous beastmen. Noah announced. They come again. What could they possibly want this time? Are they declaring war? The chief of the tower exclaimed, striding toward the exit. Haha, tower. I am here to assist you today. I shall not make things too difficult for you. A boisterous middle-aged man with golden hair and a hearty laugh proclaimed. Ross, spare me your frivolities. I have no need for your assistance. All I require is for you to calm down and discuss the matter of the illusory flower with me properly, the chief retorted. The tower spoke directly. This is incorrect. We, the bird tribe, fear not the hallucinogenic flowers. As long as we soar to great heights, nothing can harm us. The chieftain of the bird tribe, Trucy, interjected. Indeed. Nothing can harm you, so why not return to your territory? What brings you to Sunset Valley? Surely you are not seeking refuge? Tower retorted sharply. You, Trissy. You've been silent for quite some time, she added. Tower, do not go too far, Ross chimed in. Let us dispense with the trivialities. What is your purpose here today? Tower expressed her impatience with their incessant chatter. As I mentioned, I am here to assist you, Ross reiterated. Are you truly so benevolent? Tower thought to herself. Though she restrained her words, maintaining a semblance of rationality. What assistance do you offer? Tower inquired. We wish to discuss how to eliminate the hallucinogenic flowers, so that we may all return to our respective territories without unnecessary misunderstandings, Ross hastily explained. I share that sentiment. How splendid it would be to restore our former way of life. Trissy adjusted his playful hair. After so much discussion without a resolution, your sudden appearance raises suspicions. What are you plotting? Tower's thoughts slipped out unwittingly. No, Trissy and Ross replied in unison. Very well, let us find a suitable place to converse. Tower, regardless of their intentions, was solely focused on resolving the hallucinogenic issue, believing that in the face of strength, all else is trivial. A group of them then set off to find a location to deliberate. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hill carried Blook and Bai Lu to a spot merely a mountain's distance from Sunset Valley and gently set them down. Lulu, are you well? Have some water, Hill offered. Producing a water flask crafted from wood, as instructed by Bai Lu. It resembled the water pouches seen in online dramas, yet it was wooden and could only be placed upright. Otherwise, it would spill. Bai Lu took a sip and intended to offer it to Sierra, but upon reflecting on their height difference, she could only gesture for him to take it himself. In truth, Sierra had wished for Bai Lu to feed him. It was almost at his lips. Yet their disparity in height proved to be a significant hindrance. Sierra was indeed parched, and although he contemplated teasing Bai Lu, he ultimately relinquished the idea in light of the current circumstances. Lan Ke, nearby, was also quite thirsty and yearned for water. Fortunately, Sierra had prepared 2 servings, or else she might have perished from thirst unnoticed. With their thirst quenched, the trio now faced hunger and needed to replenish their energy, especially Sierra, who was burdened with all their belongings while also supporting both Lan Ke and Bai Lu, thus exhausting his strength. Sierra, let us dine here. There is no need to hunt anymore. We have 7 or 8 pouches of dried meat, which can be cooked and consumed directly. Sparing you the trouble of carrying it back and forth, Bai Lu suggested. Very well, there are no suitable hiding places in the vicinity, and we are nearing Sunset Valley, where we must avoid any unforeseen events, Sierra replied. Chapter 71. Search and reunion. Bai Lu, Hill, and the others settled down on the spot. Hill, take a break. Allow me to handle this. Bai Lu observed as Hill prepared to consume the dried meat directly. Hill turned his head, casting a puzzled glance at Bai Lu. Bai Lu paid no heed and poured the water from her water skin into a wooden bowl, soaking the dried meat within. The water skin contained warm water, enveloped in animal hide, serving as a makeshift thermos, albeit with a shorter insulation duration. The wooden bowl was an impromptu solution, as using a stone bowl had proven cumbersome, and she had long desired a wooden one. Sierra had carried her and Lank over a considerable distance. Soaking the dried meat would render it less tough and more digestible. Here, Bai Lu offered the jerky, submerging another piece. Fortunately, the wooden bowl was only the size of a household dish, limiting the quantity that could be soaked at once. Let me, said Sierra, handing Bai Lu 2 fruits he had foraged along the way, their names unknown to him. He had merely noticed signs of small animals having nibbled nearby and plucked 2 at random. All right. Bai Lu did not hesitate, seizing one and taking a bite. Ugh. She could not suppress her reaction and spat it out, repulsed by the cloying taste. Here, take a sip of water. Lank brought the water and held it to Bai Lu's lips. Bai Lu took a sip of water, but after the commotion, her appetite had vanished, leaving her satiated. Wait, don't throw it away, she exclaimed too late as Hill tossed the fruit aside. Lulu, this could be poisonous. It's entirely my fault for not tasting it first. Hill lamented, filled with regret for allowing Lulu to consume something untested. We cannot ascertain the repercussions yet. No, Hill, this fruit is quite beneficial and not toxic at all. Where did you pick it? Bai Lu, pressed for time, had no inclination to debate its safety with Hill. She was eager to demonstrate its usefulness. However, he had already discarded it. Forget it. Do not covet it. That fruit caused you discomfort. Discarding it was for the best. Hill refrained from revealing the fruit's location. Perhaps we should postpone this until after the matter with the dream flower is resolved. Bai Lu was keen to gather the fruit, having discovered it contained oil. Unsure if it was edible oil, she hadn't paid attention to the fruit at first. The external display indicated it was non-toxic, and without further thought, she had consumed it, only to be interrupted by the need to rinse her mouth. The situation escalated quickly. By the time she realized, it was already too late. And Hill had thrown it away. What was that? Why did you desire it so much? It seemed to cause you such distress, Lan Ku inquired, observing from the side. It must be a seasoning. Adding it could enhance the flavor of your grilled meat, Bai Lu explained. Yet you suffered so much? Lan Ku replied. It's like eating too much seaweed. One must exercise moderation. Indeed, so what are we waiting for? Second brother, let us go gather it. Lan Ku, brimming with eagerness, was still a juvenile at heart. All right, did you not hear your leader? We must continue our journey. We shall discuss this after everything is resolved, Hill said, lightly tapping Lan Ku on the head. Oh, Lan Ku nodded, feeling a bit aggrieved. Let us go. You have eaten enough, Hill remarked, crouching down to allow Bai Lu and Lan Ku to climb onto his back. Only Lan Ku acknowledged Hill's words, while Bai Lu silently mounted his back. The setting sun cast its golden rays upon Yang's face as he felt a pang of anxiety. Although he was prepared to seek out Hill and the others, he was currently waiting for Noah. He had asked Noah to inform Mother, and since he needed to find someone to accompany him, he hadn't gone himself. Having waited so long, he wondered why Noah was taking so much time. It seemed his stamina was waning. Yang, I'm here, Noah shouted from a distance. Just in time, let us go, Yang replied, a bit exasperated. Recently turned adult, he found his endurance lacking, making future endeavors to find females quite challenging. No. It was Chief Ta who asked me to bring this to you, which delayed my arrival. I'm not that slow, Noah explained, handing Yang a peculiar object that was dark and unremarkable. The chief said to keep this until you find Hill, and then give it to him. Noah took a sip of water and said, I understand. Let us proceed. Very well, he replied. After a short distance, Yang approached Noah and apologized. I shouldn't have spoken that way earlier. When we have time, let us hunt together. Hunting together is a means for orcs to strengthen their bonds. It requires mutual trust to entrust one's back to another. I understand. You are also concerned about Hill. After all, you have watched him grow up. Noah's acceptance signified his agreement to Yang's apology. Do not speak like that. You sound just like the elder orcs of the tribe. Be careful, or you might end up resembling them one day. Yang chuckled. I would never. Noah retorted. The elder orcs have lost their hunting prowess. They have no hope of changing now. What nonsense are you spouting? All right, I concede, Yang acknowledged, realizing that his words had been rather harsh today, often offending others. Enough of this. Let us move on. Finding Hill is of utmost importance. This cub has grown under our watch. Noah shifted the subject. Indeed. You just mentioned that I had been the one to watch him grow. Now it has turned into we, Yang murmured. What did you say? Speak up. Noah raised his voice. This time, they were accompanied by 10 individuals, including the two of them. Was Yang preparing to duel today? Nothing. Yang turned away and walked off. Come on, let us go, urged a nearby orc, who had been observing the exchange. Why has Yang been provoking Noah so much today? Yang, something is approaching. The scout orca had alerted. Several orcs transformed into their beast forms, nimbly leaping onto the tall trees to survey the source of the disturbance below. Noah, that is Hill, exclaimed another orc, who was quite close to Noah. Noah also spotted him. The orcs emerging now were mostly over 100 years old and had seen Hill in his beast form. Hill, a rare white wolf of the Silver Wolf clan, had ventured out for training when he was 15, and his kin seldom saw him, much less in his beast form. They confirmed his identity thanks to Bland, who was perched on Hill's back, facing Noah and the others. A few orcs hesitated to approach, as they were out to find Hill and wished to avoid any conflict. Boss, second brother, I see our kin, and Young too, Bland exclaimed excitedly. All right, I understand. Hill had already noticed the orcs ahead. However, since this was the only route to Sunset Valley, he did not stop. As they drew closer, he caught a whiff of a familiar scent. Hill, you young cub, when you are not in the tribe, you keep us worried sick. Now, at a time like this, you still fail to return on time. You truly deserve a scolding. Noah sighed with relief, his tone sharp, yet the concern in his eyes was evident to all. Chapter 72. Vincent, I understand. Noah, let us go and discuss other matters upon seeing father, Hill stated directly, not putting down Bai Lu and Bland. Come. I will lead you to Chief Ta. Wang spoke. It is better for you here. Once we arrive at the clan, take LNK to the ancestral shrine to have her examined thoroughly. With that, He gently lifted L and K from his back and entrusted her to a companion orc to carry her home. Very well. After you visit the clan leader, I will also show you something. This journey has not been easy for you. Wang cast a fleeting glance at XR before proceeding ahead. LL, please take care of L and K for a moment. I will find you after I meet with my father, XR instructed while walking, addressing Bil, who was on his back. Understood. The group returned to their temporary dwelling on the outskirts of Sunset Valley, each attending to their own affairs. Bil, what has happened to L and K? What transpired? Wang inquired, noticing something amiss with L and K. In such sweltering heat, her face was obscured, revealing only her eyes. He wondered how she could endure the heat, especially since she resisted anyone attempting to uncover her face. Please examine her closely. L and K has sustained serious injuries this time. I implore you, you must save her. Bil's concern was palpable as she recalled L and K's injuries, since she ceased applying medicine. L and K had even begun to shy away from her, refusing to let anyone see her face. First, tell me what happened. How did she get hurt? Wang supported Bil, who was unsteady on her feet due to her emotional turmoil. Bai Lu divulged everything to Yang, except for the events that transpired during her disappearance. How could this be? Yang furrowed his brow, exhibiting evident anxiety. What's wrong? Bai Lu inquired. This is troubling. How could she have encountered the black beast? Do you have any idea how it managed to reach her face? Furthermore, merely removing it could indeed allow for the salvation of Lank, provided that the black beast had not yet matured within her. From what you imply, it seems the eggs must have infiltrated her flesh through some means and developed into a fully grown black beast. Once they reach maturity, they will lay eggs. And if they cannot all be eradicated, then Lank. Yang's expression turned profoundly fearful. What will become of Lank? Bai Lu echoed, her concern palpable. If not entirely cleared, the eggs will further develop into black beasts, incessantly craving Lank's blood and flesh, continuing to lay eggs, perpetuating this cycle until Lank ceases to exist, Yang stated. At that time, Sierra had directly extracted it for her. Although the method remains a mystery, he knows best. Bai Lu could only hope Yang's assertion was unfounded. Perhaps the situation was not as dire, and a thorough cleansing would suffice. Yang had yet to mention another characteristic of the black beast. If it produces a substantial number of eggs within a host, the human body endures immense suffering, ultimately succumbing to the embrace of the beast god. Moreover, those black beasts will continue to lay eggs in proximity to any beast men or females they come into contact with, perpetuating their growth in a relentless cycle. All right. Bai Lu also wished that she was merely scaring herself. After all, this is a parasite, and in this medically underdeveloped region, surgical extraction is not feasible. If the entire body were filled with eggs, how much agony would Lank endure? Additionally, Lank's voice had transformed, now sounding aged, as if the change had occurred overnight. Bai Lu continued, I understand. Her voice is a minor concern. Occasionally, the saliva of the ant beast, if inadvertently ingested, can lead to such an outcome. Rest assured, though her voice may alter, everything else remains unaffected. Yang quickened his pace, eager to see Lank as soon as possible. Bai Lu hastily followed suit, yet her pace could not compare to that of the beast man, and she was soon left trailing behind. Resigned, Bai Lu decided to walk slowly, no longer attempting to chase after him, for she knew that in due time the truth would reveal itself, and her presence would bear no significant impact. Little cub? Little cub? A voice called out from behind, prompting Bai Lu to instinctively turn around. Bai Lu turned to see a young man with golden hair, resembling a mixed-blood pianist, smiling at her in a manner that was almost provocative. Little cub, where are you headed? Which beast clan do you belong to? I don't believe I've seen you before. Vincent inquired. Must I have made your acquaintance? Apologies, but I have matters to attend to. Could you please step aside? Bai Lu attempted to move past him. Yet with each step she took, Vincent positioned himself directly in her path. Not to worry, we shall become acquainted shortly. I am the most powerful young orc in our tribe, and you shall be with me. Before he could finish his sentence, Bai Lu interrupted him. Who are you? I do not know you, nor do I wish to. Although Bai Lu was not in a hurry to visit Lank, it was evident that she could not match the orc's pace, especially with him talking so freely and intrusively right from the start. Little female, my name is Vincent, an orc of the Golden Lion clan. Do you have a mate? No worries. Judging by your physique, you appear to be quite young and likely without a partner. Once I reach adulthood, you shall be my mate, Vincent declared with great enthusiasm. I'm sorry, but I do not desire a mate. Before he could register her response, Bai Lu swiftly sidestepped and ran away. Vincent did not pursue her, for many orcs were approaching from that direction. At that moment, Bai Lu felt utterly bewildered. How could he propose a partnership when they had never met? And what was wrong with her physique? She considered it quite impressive. He seemed to think he was selecting a cabbage, claiming to be a member of the Golden Lion clan when, in reality, they were surrounded by the tribesmen of the Celestial Wolf. His deceit was simply inexcusable. Bai Lu quickened her pace to catch up with Yang, who was somewhat hazy in the distance. Bai Lu, are you all right? He inquired with concern, noticing her pallor. I wanted to see if Lank had any beast eggs. So I didn't wait for you. You didn't encounter anyone on the road, did you? I'm fine. I ran into a lunatic. Bai Lu replied with a roll of her eyes. What is a lunatic? Yang asked, his curiosity piqued. A lunatic is. Bai Lu began to respond, but then paused. What is a lunatic? What symptoms do they exhibit? Is there a cure? Yang, with an innocent eagerness, appeared somewhat endearing in his curiosity. Well, there is no cure for lunacy. It's beyond remedy, Bai Lu stated matter-of-factly, realizing that in their world, there were indeed no healers for such afflictions. By the way, if a beastman were to suffer from a mental illness, would they not become even more deranged? Especially without any medication. Is it that severe? Is it a tribesman or a female? Yang instinctively pondered the implications of his kin's ailments. Bai Lu is not a priestess. How would she know that lunacy is incurable? Perhaps Mama might have some insight. He claimed to be from the Golden Lion tribe. Bai Lu informed him. The Golden Lion tribe? Such an affliction necessitates a remedy. Once I finish with Lank, I shall seek counsel with their priest, Yang resolved. Suit yourself, but let us hurry. Lank is likely already there, Bai Lu urged. Yes, let us proceed, but do so with caution, Yang replied, walking behind Bai Lu. He realized his earlier negligence and vowed not to let her face any danger alone this time. Bai Lu felt an inexplicable anxiety swell within her, hoping fervently that her fears would prove unfounded. If not no, she decided not to dwell on it. Taking a deep breath and striding forward. Chapter 73. The dilemma, is the situation dire? Bai Lu asked, her heart sinking as Yang remained silent for an extended period. Step back a bit, Yang commanded, picking up a small burning stick and deftly slicing a small incision at the tip of Lank's finger. The pink blood revealed white particles within. Yang quickly roasted the particles on the stick, the acrid scent of charred flesh soon permeating the air. Is there still hope for Lank? Bai Lu, now understanding the gravity of the situation, asked, stifling her tears. I fed her some herbs. She is currently asleep, but still conscious. Yang instructed Bai Lu to wait outside the cave. As you witnessed, the black beast eggs have spread throughout her body. Has she been restless lately, her body itching incessantly? Yet she accepts all food offered? I thought it was due to the effects of the dream flower. Is there still hope for her? Bai Lu clung to a sliver of optimism. Even as she grasped the impending reality, Yang shook his head, imparting further unfortunate news. Once Lank returns to the embrace of the beast god, typically, tribesmen are placed in the abyss of rebirth, but Lank's fate is different. Yang found it difficult to convey the somber news, yet the words escaped his lips. Is it due to the dreamflower? Bai Lu inquired, speculating that the rebirth abyss was a site for interring deceased kin. No, he replied. The departed kin can return to the rebirth abyss after the effects of the dreamflower have faded. However, due to the dark beast, Lank must endure punishment and cannot enter the rebirth abyss. Yang's expression was gravely serious. What punishment? Bai Lu instinctively asked. The dark beast will consume Lank's flesh and blood, subsequently seeking new prey among the beastmen. They are most fearful of fire. It is the only method of dealing with them. Burning? She echoed. Indeed. Only through incineration can we ensure that the dark beast within Lank does not spread. Is there truly no alternative? Bai Lu persisted, her hope unyielding. None. The dark beast eggs have infested her body. She appears normal for now, but once the eggs transform into dark beasts, Lank will suffer a painful demise. How much longer does she have? Bai Lu asked with calm resignation. At most, one more day. I have just observed the changes in the eggs. Time is running short. The best course of action is for Lank to drink a bowl of tranquilizing water now, which might alleviate her pain and spare her the torment of the dark beast's feeding. Yang felt helpless in his compassion. The tranquilizing water acted like poison. Its efficacy on Lank's current state remained uncertain. Let us wait for Sierra and her parents to make a decision. I shall take my leave for now. With that, he staggered away. Yang understood Bai Lu's feelings. He too was reluctant to confront the situation. In the beast tribe, fire signified divine retribution from the beast god. Lank was such an adorable young cub, still innocent and unblemished by wrongdoing. Her past mischief hardly warranted such consequences. She did not deserve this fate. Meanwhile, Sierra was in discussion with the tribe leader. Sierra, it is splendid that you have returned promptly. The leader expressed his delight at Sierra's timely arrival. This time, while the scent of the dream flower spread within the safe zone, Sierra had been absent, delivering messages to the bird tribe. Now she had returned, bringing with her Lank and Bai Lu, two young females, truly remarkable. Father, I am back, Sierra simply stated. Wonderful, wonderful. The leader repeated the word thrice, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Father, I noticed other beastmen from different tribes upon my return. What is the situation? Sierra inquired. Alas, it is the consequence of the dream flower. Not only has the safe zone been affected, but the entire continent of beastmen is now under its influence. You are aware that Lank returned with you. She must have shared the events that transpired in the cavern, the leader explained to Sierra. Indeed, Sierra acknowledged. Though it was Bai Lu who spoke of it, the distinction was negligible as long as the truth was known. In the cavern, after Lank and the others escaped, many mountain rat beasts emerged. The tribe members were caught off guard, and given that they were mostly females and young cubs, many of the female beastmen returned to the embrace of the beast god during that tumultuous time. At that time, I was also striving to find an escape, as the entrance was unable to accommodate all my kin at once. Fortunately, I stumbled upon a cavern, its entrance formed of stone. Once the majority of my people had entered, we narrowly evaded disaster. The memory of that moment still sends shivers down my spine. As I closed the stone door, the last sight of the overwhelming horde of mountain rodents rushing towards us lingered in my mind, instilling a lingering sense of dread. To clarify, it was not exactly a cave, it felt more like a passage. When I led my kin out, the area outside was devoid of any trace of the mountain rodents. I decided to adhere to the original suggestion to head towards Sunset Valley, a place where the surviving members of my tribe would be able to find us. Yang, suppressing his emotions, continued. Not long after our arrival, the beastmen of the bird tribe and the golden lion tribe also arrived, along with individuals from some smaller clans. They informed me that due to the intoxicating scent of the illusionary flower, most of the tribe's people are trapped within their respective territories. I have heard that the wolf tribe is in Sunset Valley and is seeking to discuss a solution with us. Seeing that Sierra was attentively listening, Ta felt a sense of pride, knowing he had someone trustworthy to confide in, especially since this was his offspring. Have any conclusions been reached? Sierra inquired. Unfortunately, there is no consensus. We remain at an impasse, Ta replied, taking a sip of water. Currently, the Golden Lion tribe advocates for the immediate extermination of the beasts, while the bird tribe wishes to address the illusionary flower first. Meanwhile, the beastmen from the smaller tribes suggest waiting for the illusionary flower to wilt before proceeding with its destruction. Each faction steadfastly adheres to their stance, resulting in daily disputes. The potency of the illusionary flower seems to escalate with each passing day, and I am uncertain when we will arrive at a resolution. Having laid out the current situation to Sierra, Ta hoped for some guidance. And which opinion do you support? Sierra asked after listening intently. Each perspective has its merits. It would be prudent to eliminate the beasts to prevent a widespread beast tide, yet addressing the illusionary flower first could restore normalcy. However, tackling either issue independently proves challenging, and waiting is not a viable option. In short, there is no straightforward solution, Ta lamented. Yang shared his frustrations, recalling how they had no choice but to abandon those afflicted by the flower's poison, and now, with an opportunity to save them, he felt conflicted. Is there anyone among the beastmen who knows the current status of the illusionary flower? Ta asked. No, everyone is merely waiting, Sierra replied, having heard nothing. Sierra was inclined to confront the illusionary flower directly, yet he was unaware of the conditions surrounding it, making any attempt feel like groping in the dark. Sierra, you're back? El entered from outside. Brother, I have returned, Sierra responded. Let us not discuss anything else for now. Yang has requested us to visit him. He just showed something to Lonkao, and we need to hurry, El urged. Ta was anxious about Lonkao, considering it had taken nearly 5 centuries for him to have this female cub. Chapter 74. Adding insult to injury. Upon arriving at the cave where the priestess Ma Imo resided, Sierra and the others quickly spotted Lonkao lying on the bed. Lonkao, what has happened to you? Lank's mother, Lanty, anxiously observed her daughter lying on the stone. Ta. Lank showed no response. Yang, what is wrong with her? Lanty noticed an unnatural crimson hue enveloping Lank's body. Unintentionally, she grasped Lank's hand and pressed it, revealing numerous small indentations. Upon closer inspection, she discerned movements in the surroundings. Yang, Yang, Maina, what is moving in Lank's hand? Lanty leaned in for another look, and it became painfully clear that white worms writhed beneath Lank's skin, with some visibly darkening at a slower pace than the typical growth of the black beasts. Lanty, this is the matter we wish to discuss with you. The priestess had been silently observing Yang's diagnosis, reluctant to divulge the harsh truth until Lanty and Ta's arrival. However, reality is often the most difficult to accept. You can tell me, I can handle it. Lanty managed to steady her emotions and calmly address the priestess. Lank's body is infested with black beast larvae. Although Hill attempted to eradicate them upon discovery, some remained. Now, Lank's body is predominantly filled with the offspring of the black beasts. Once they mature, Lank will succumb to death, and the black beast within her will seek new hosts among the remaining orcs and females in the tribe, all of whom will face dire consequences. The only viable solution now is to incinerate her. The priestess revealed the grim reality to Ta and the others. Incinerate? Will she survive that? Lanty exclaimed in despair. No, that is Lank, my little sister. She is not yet of age. Yang, is there truly no alternative? Elle, standing nearby, directed her plea towards Yang. Yang merely shook her head, while Elle's partner, Guy, wept uncontrollably beside her. Having cared for Lank as if she were her own child. How did it come to this? She is still but a child. Grant her a swift end. Living this way is torment. Let me send you off, my dear. Ta, who had remained silent for a long time, finally spoke. Unsheathing a dagger from his waist, the very one Lank had gifted him, now to be wielded against her life. Please, Ta. She is our female child. Lanty quickly seized Ta's hand, restraining the dagger. I understand, but her condition cannot wait. If she awakens to this, she will surely shatter. Although she may seem indifferent. What female does not cherish beauty? Her face has already begun to decay, and soon the black beast larvae will invade the bodies of other orcs and females. We cannot afford to be soft-hearted. The anguish etched on Ta's face struck Lanty deeply. She was aware of the reality but could not bear the thought. This was her precious female child. Then, when she awakens, let us speak with her one last time, allowing her to know the truth. I believe she will bear it, Lanty urged Ta. Is that acceptable, Yang? She sought the opinions of those present, particularly Yang. Yes, as long as it is before the black beasts turn completely dark. Yang also discerned the situation. The black beast egg beneath Lan Ku's skin had matured. Soon, the black beast would consume her flesh and blood, subsequently seeking a new master. Once she awakens, let her drink this calming potion if it seems suitable. We must act swiftly. Yang gestured towards a bowl of water nearby. All right, Ta replied, trembling slightly. The priestess led Yang outside, leaving the remaining individuals to observe Lan Ku, who was on the verge of awakening. Lan Ku, do you feel unwell? Lanty inquired with concern. Ah, mother, it itches. It hurts. Lan Ku awoke with a loud cry. Lan Ku? Stay calm. Both your elder brother and second brother are here. We will assist you, and remember your leader. Elle approached her with a gentle demeanor. Be brother. Please, help me. It hurts too much. Lan Ku couldn't help but claw at the numerous wounds on her body. Drink this, Lan Ku. Everything will be better afterward, Lanty said, presenting the calming potion in response to Lan Ku's agony. Mother, must it truly be this way? Hill grasped Lanty's hand, attempting to halt the unfolding events. Lanty's expression and Lan Ku's suffering signified her helplessness, prompting her to turn and flee. Drink up, Lan Ku. Everything will be all right once you awaken. Lanty's voice was almost hypnotic, and Lan Ku hurried over to drink the potion in one go. Thank you, mother. Having just consumed it, the pain and itching have subsided swiftly. Father, mother, brother, I am fine now, Lan Ku declared. Noticing the unwavering presence of her family and realizing her discomfort had lessened. Lan Ku, do you still feel unwell? Elle inquired with concern as he approached. No. The potion is truly miraculous. I felt no discomfort shortly after drinking it. Mother, is there more? Lan Ku gazed at Lanty with a look of dependency. No. Let mother examine you thoroughly. Lanty could not bring herself to say more. Not good. Not good. Stay away. Stay away. Chief. A cacophony erupted outside, alarming those within the cave. I shall investigate the matter, Elle volunteered, promptly exiting the cave. What is happening? Elle asked a passing orc, only to see several familiar, yet unfamiliar creatures in the distance. Ant beasts. Ant beasts. Not just one or two, but swarms. The horizon turned dark, seemingly endless, as they surged forward. Yet the orcs were not defenseless. They soon engaged in battle with the ant beasts. Bai Lu, return and inform father and mother. I will remain here to guard, El commanded with an authoritative tone to Bai Lu, who had intended to step outside for a breath of fresh air. Understood. Bai Lu disregarded the details. The situation was dire, and El's father, as the chief, was the backbone of the tribe and must not wander carelessly at such a critical moment. Bai Lu hastily fled into the cave, while Lanty prompted Lank to finish the calming potion. Bai Lu conveyed to Ta the gravity of their current predicament, hoping for his guidance. During this time, Lank had already succumbed to slumber, while Lanty remained remarkably composed, as if nothing had transpired. However, her expression grew increasingly solemn upon hearing the news. The matter of the illusory flower was still unresolved, posing a considerable challenge, and now the emergence of Lank's dark beast incident, coupled with the invasion of the ant beasts, seemed deliberately designed to leave them with no means of survival. Guy, please tend to Lank for the time being. We shall venture outside to investigate further and ascertain whether the other chieftains are aware of this situation, Ta declared before stepping out. Lanty and El followed closely behind, leaving Bai Lu no choice but to remain with Guy, just like Lank. There was still some time before the calming water would take effect. How wonderful it would be if Lank were awake. She could share countless stories with her, but alas, she was now beyond hearing. Such a pity. Bai Lu felt once more the fragility of human life. Chapter 75, Ant Beasts Part 1. A vast army of ant beasts surged forth, each one bearing a fearsome countenance, 100-fold more ferocious than usual. Not only had their strength increased, but their exoskeletal armor had also become exceedingly tough, with their foreclaws sharpened to a lethal edge. Different species of ant beasts possessed unique abilities. The flying ants above sported enormous wings and frequently launched surprise attacks on the beast men, skillfully evading capture. Meanwhile, the ant beasts on the ground continued their relentless assault, each fallen beast replaced by another from the rear. Bru, Liang, this cannot continue. It is only a matter of time before the beast men are annihilated, and our tribe faces extinction, Ta declared, even if the situation remained unclear to him. He understood the dire circumstances. If they could not repel the ant beast army, their existence would be at stake. Chieftain, we will fight to the death to ensure your safety, Liang exclaimed, severing the head of an ant beast as he spoke. I do not require protection. Our primary concern is the unceasing onslaught of the ant beasts. The beastmen will eventually tire, while the growth rate of the ant beasts is astonishing. If we cannot devise a means to force their retreat, we may perish here, but we must also consider the females and young cubs. We need a plan, Ta responded, dispatching 2 more ant beasts with swift strikes, addressing the nearby warriors. We understand, chieftain. The surrounding warriors replied in unison, fervently attacking the ant beasts. Chieftain, the ant beasts fear fire. Should we not use flames? One of the warriors suggested loudly. That is a feasible idea. We should give it a try, Bru concurred. The warriors began to search for any combustible materials in their vicinity. The ant beasts were not foolish. How could they allow the beast men to ignite fires that could harm them? The warriors were scattered, attempting to kindle flames, but the ant beasts, aware of their intentions, would not permit them to succeed. As the warriors focused on lighting fires, they became momentarily vulnerable, allowing the ant beast army to exploit their weakness. Despite the beastmen slaying countless ant beasts, reinforcements continued to emerge, and soon their numbers dwindled significantly. Do not move recklessly. First, ensure your own safety, Yang urged, alarmed by the unfolding situation. Chieftain, why haven't the bird tribe appeared? If they delay any longer, it may be too late. Look, our kin can hardly endure. Liang urgently called out to the chieftain, Chieftain, Chieftain. Yet, there was no response, for it was evident that the chieftain had succumbed to madness. Liang, take the female and the young ones and retreat. I will draw the ant beasts away. Go. Bru spoke resolutely, standing back to back with Liang. El has already organized the others. We must hold our ground. Liang faced the relentless swarm of ant beasts, his resolve unwavering. However, as he spoke, an ant beast ambushed him from the side, its claws piercing his shoulder, causing blood to spurt forth. Though Bru swiftly dispatched the creature, Liang's strength began to wane, and soon his body was covered in wounds, yet he persisted. Bru refrained from mentioning retreat any longer. Belle, how are you holding up? Can you endure? On the other side, Noah expressed concern for Belle, whose pallid complexion betrayed the severe injuries sustained in the dark forest, injuries that had only been mitigated by potent medicine. Belle, stubbornly engaging with the ant beasts, had yet to recover to his full strength. I am fine. Be careful, he replied, swiftly dispatching an ant beast that had crept up behind a fellow warrior. The warriors said nothing, focusing solely on annihilating the ant beasts, as time was of the essence. The swarm continued its relentless assault, their shells inexplicably harder than before, their claws sharper than ever, and the rare aerial ant beasts were now appearing in droves. While the warriors could easily snap their necks and injure them, they were still merely a part of the overwhelming ant beast horde. The beast god had granted them agility inferior to that of the warriors, yet their reproductive capabilities far surpassed those of their adversaries. No matter how formidable the warriors might be, they could not withstand the ceaseless onslaught of the ant beasts, especially with the aerial ones occasionally launching surprise attacks. Belle, you are still injured. Do not overexert yourself. If you cannot hold on, regroup with the females, Noah admonished while battling the ant beasts, addressing the obstinate Belle. I understand. Be cautious. Belle remained silent. Outside the Valley of the Setting Sun, the Orcish presence was predominantly characterized by a palpable sense of despair. It was evident that the orcs were nearing their breaking point. Each orc present fought not only for their own survival but also for the females and younglings behind them. However, they were unprepared for the grim reality that even their access to water had become a struggle. Compounded by the arrival of numerous venomous ant beasts from within the valley, their bodies glistening ominously. A mere touch would lead to immediate blackening of the skin, followed swiftly by poisoning and death. The orcs, determined to protect their females and offspring, ventured close to the valley, intending to delve deeper within its confines. Though it was a misnomer to call it the heart of the valley. Upon reaching the Valley of the Setting Sun, they were acutely aware of the myriad toxins lurking within, which, though not commonly encountered, had become a pressing concern due to the peculiar circumstances surrounding the hallucinogenic flowers. An orc had suggested finding an escape route, especially in light of the recent incident involving the underground caverns, which necessitated caution. The issue of the hallucinogenic flowers remained unresolved, casting a shadow over their peace of mind. At that time, the bird tribe and the golden lion tribe had already arrived outside the valley. Learning that chaos had erupted across the entire Tianzi continent due to the hallucinogenic flowers, many smaller beast clans had been utterly annihilated. And even the larger clans suffered severe losses, with the bird tribe and the golden lion tribe being among the afflicted, leaving them with no safe haven. Thus, a consensus emerged to seek a temporary sanctuary where the effects of the hallucinogenic flowers would diminish. The area outside the Valley of the Setting Sun was deemed insufficiently secure. After considerable effort from the three great beast clans, they discovered a miasmic forest not far from the valley. This forest was suffused with noxious vapors and harbored only small, docile creatures that had not been tainted by the hallucinogenic flowers, posing minimal risk to the orcs, an ideal refuge indeed. However, as plans were made to relocate from the valley, the bird tribe and the golden lion tribe suddenly reversed their decision, collectively opposing the Tianlang tribe's entry into the miasmic forest. Despite the Orcish numbers being roughly equal, the Tianlang tribe's singular focus on resolving the hallucinogenic issue led to a discordant parting of ways. Subsequently, the first group of orcs from the bird tribe and the golden lion tribe mysteriously perished shortly after entering the miasmic forest, while the Tianlang tribe remained entirely unaffected. Disturbed by the forest's strangeness, they opted to return to the Valley of the Setting Sun. The Tianlang tribe, magnanimous in their demeanor, chose not to confront them, as they were pressed for time due to several beast-tide assaults. The bird tribe and the golden lion tribe, having vacated the miasmic forest, were left with no further issues, yet their conviction regarding the forest's oddity deepened. To avoid the influence of the hallucinogenic flowers and out of reluctance to collaborate with other tribes, the Tianlang tribe sought their own clandestine escape routes. But their efforts yielded no results. At this moment, a female suggested that we might be unable to find a solution, yet we could forge a path. They conceived the idea of digging a tunnel, ensuring its safety and robustness, preventing any serpents, insects, rodents, or ants from approaching. This plan was solidified, although the specifics of the excavation remained unknown to the tribe until the arrival of the ant beasts. The chieftain, Ta, recognized that the time had come to utilize this opportunity. Chapter 76, The Ant Beasts Part 2, The life-saving entrance lay beneath an inconspicuous tree. Yet the females and their young, minuscule in comparison to the beast men, could not evade the scrutiny of the airborne ants, especially the ant beasts that had emerged in Sunset Valley. 10 beastmen descended into the tunnel to prepare for the arrival of the females and their young, as well as the injured beastmen, while the others remained to safeguard their safety. One by one, they made their way down. But as the flying ants detected them and the ant beasts manifested in Sunset Valley, the protectors faced relentless attacks, forcing the females and their young to hasten their pace. Bai Lu and Lan Ku were among them, though they lingered at the back, as per Lan Ku's request. Leader, I know my time is short, I can feel it. If I remain at the back, perhaps I can save them in the end. You go ahead, Lan Ku urged, lying on the wooden plank crafted by Bai Lu. Do not speak like that. You will be fine, Bai Lu replied, wishing to comfort her. Yet, Lan Ku's words resonated with painful truth. Bai Lu could hardly bear it. For many years, Lan Ku had been akin to a sister to her. Perhaps, once this ordeal passed, they could discover a way to save her. However, Bai Lu had forgotten that Lan Ku had already consumed the calming elixir. Leader, it is not our turn yet. You go down and secure a position for me. I can manage on my own. Once you are settled, I shall follow, Lan Ku insisted to Bai Lu. Bai Lu felt a sense of unease, yet, considering Lank's condition, she acquiesced. However, at that moment, an increasing number of ant beasts launched surprise attacks. And several carcasses of ant beasts that had been slain by the beast men had already fallen before Lank. Bai Lu found herself unable to move or escape. Lank, are you all right? One hand grasped a multifunctional tool knife while the other examined Lank's body. I'm fine, but why are there suddenly so many ant beasts? Despite the presence of numerous females and beastmen here, only a few had ventured this way, most being intercepted by the beastmen led by the clan chief outside the valley. I don't know, Bai Lu replied, equally perplexed. What is that? Is it also an ant beast? Lank gazed curiously at the distant, glossy ant beasts fiercely battling the beastmen. One inadvertently brushed against a beastman's arm, and with just a slight friction, the beastman's arm went rigid, his face turning an ominous shade of purple before he collapsed to the ground. The leading ant beast quickly noticed this, as if it had learned a skill, and soon signaled to the others, who mimicked the action. That is a venomous ant, Bai Lu realized. Indeed, it looks like it's been poisoned. We must leave quickly, boss, Lank urged suddenly. There are injured beastmen ahead. We cannot move. Bai Lu assessed the situation before them. Damn it. Lank understood that Bai Lu's unwillingness to flee was due to her concern for Lank. At that moment, Lank sensed something amiss and cast a deep glance at Bai Lu. Boss, be careful. Lank yanked Bai Lu aside, pulling her down to the ground just as the beastmen defending them succumbed to the poison, allowing the venomous ant beasts to surge in. Thanks to Lank's timely action, Bai Lu narrowly avoided disaster. However, the ant beasts were relentless, reaching once more for Lank and Bai Lu. Bai Lu remained unresponsive, while Lank instinctively blocked an attack with her hand, which immediately turned a shade of purple. Though her skin remained intact, it quickly regained its original hue. As the ant beast charged again, she picked up a slender twig, but it proved futile against the venomous fluid that pressed against her body, and the ant beast's sharp claws inflicted wounds, causing her to bleed pinkish blood. No, Bai Lu, having been pulled to the ground by Lank, regained consciousness to this harrowing scene, wondering why the ant beast would heed her words. Instead, the ant beasts abandoned Lank and directed their claws towards Bai Lu. With a swift kick, Lank exerted all her strength, propelling Bai Lu towards the nearest beastman, a mere 3 meters away, who had just slain an ant beast. The frustrated ant beast turned its fierce gaze upon Lank and extended its claws toward her. Having exhausted her strength with that kick, Lank could only submit as the ant beast's claws pierced her body. Lank, no, Bai Lu screamed from a distance, her piercing cries drowning out the sounds of the ongoing battle nearby. We must go, little cub. She is beyond saving. We must leave. The adjacent orc, while dragging Bai Lu, was simultaneously dispatching the ant beasts. In no time, they had followed Bai Lu to Lan Ku's side, having already eliminated the ant beasts threatening Lan Ku, now seeking their next target. However, Lan Ku's body was increasingly drenched in blood. Big boss, hurry. Go, exclaimed the orc, releasing his grip on Bai Lu's clothing, his eyes wide with urgency. Lan Ku. Woo-woo, Bai Lu cried out in despair. She had not come to this world merely to witness their demise. It was not meant to be this way. Repeating the words, not like this, not like this, she was dragged away by the orc, who intended to lead her to a cave for refuge. Soon, it was Bai Lu's turn. She was the last female cub to be protected. Just as she was about to descend, Bai Lu glanced back at Lan Ku, and that fleeting look shattered her. Lan Ku's body appeared to swell grotesquely, as numerous black insects burrowed from within, cascading towards the ant beasts and orcs in proximity. What on earth is this? No. Go away. Stay back. The orcs evaded the invasive black beast with various tactics, yet upon opening their mouths, the creatures surged inside, infiltrating their very beings. They were besieged not only by the ant beasts, but also by the relentless black beasts. Before long, the orcs remaining above ground were utterly decimated. The ant beasts, although armored and temporarily resistant to the black beasts, were not impervious. The insidious creatures found their way into the unguarded crevices, leading to the consumption of the ground-dwelling ant beasts as well. As the corpses of the ant beasts and orcs transformed into bloodied skeletons, the black beast multiplied rapidly, their numbers swelling. "Trucy, how many of your kin remain? You must carry us away," Ta implored, his gaze fixated on the impending wave of black beasts. Far more terrifying than the ant beasts. Our winged kin, having narrowly evaded earlier, number scarcely a dozen. We dare not ascend, for there are countless flying ant beasts. Trucy replied, his tone laced with resignation. Even possessing wings felt futile. The skies were congested with ant beasts, and the moment they took flight, they would be encircled and torn apart, with no chance of descent. Moreover, with the arrival of the black beasts, the ant beasts showed no signs of retreat. Was this a collective demise they were destined to face? "Ross, how many remain with you?" Ta inquired of the silent leader of the Golden Lion tribe. "None left." Ross responded calmly, resuming his slaughter of the ant beasts. "What? Our Silver Wolf tribe is also dwindling. Oh, divine beast, your subjects are in dire need of your aid." A nearby orc interjected, as the dark beast flew into his mouth, soon to be consumed by the creature. The ant beasts and orcs could not endure for long. As few beasts remained, for the ant beasts continued to battle the orcs, refusing to yield even an inch. Chapter 77. Ant Beasts Part 3. The landscape was teeming with ant beasts, and the flying ants above gathered in droves, obscuring the sun. Only a few rays of light managed to pierce through, illuminating the hundreds of orcs outside of Sunset Valley. An unrelenting tide of ant beasts seemed intent on flattening this territory. At this critical juncture, the dark beast struck, swiftly encircling the orcs and ant beasts in its vicinity, transforming them into crimson skeletons, a sight both chilling and grotesque. Upon the arrival of the dark beast, the ant beasts appeared oblivious, continuing their fierce struggle against the orcs. The number of ant beasts surrounding Sunset Valley was suddenly halved, leaving the orcs unable to break free. "Trucy, let us charge forth. The dark beast is here," Ta proposed, seeking an alliance with the Avian clan. Agreed. Trucy understood Ta's intent. The beast forms of the Avian clan could carry the orcs. With the simultaneous onslaught of the ant beasts and the dark beast, their only escape lay in taking to the skies. Even with the flying ants present, the remaining orcs united might yet find a way out. The surrounding orcs heard the decision of their clan leaders. Those who did not hear saw the Avian clan transform into their beast forms, allowing the orcs to mount their backs, mimicking their actions. "Belle, how are you?" Noah kept a watchful eye on Belle, remaining composed amid the chaos. "I'm fine, let us go." Belle stumbled as she urgently pulled Noah towards the nearest Avian clan member. "All right." Noah refrained from saying more, not wanting to hinder their efforts. "Elle, please let me go. I must find Belle." The pleading voice beneath the great tree belonged to Gwuzzy, whom Elle had discovered in a nearby hollow while escorting females and young ones. "No. We must leave at once. This area is swarming with dark beasts, and the flying ants will soon arrive. We have to descend now," Elle urged, keeping a vigilant watch on their surroundings. "I must find Belle. Her wounds are not yet healed. I've lost my father and mother. I cannot bear to lose Belle too," Gwuzzy cried, her emotions overwhelming her. She understood her stubbornness but felt uneasy not knowing Belle's fate. If Belle were to perish, she would be utterly alone. What meaning would life hold then? "Return to the hollow and wait for me. I will ensure Belle's safety and bring him back." "Can you do that?" Elle attempted to calm her, insisting she descend to safety, as the danger above was dire. Not only for the females, but for the orcs as well. "Can I come with you?" "I can do it. I want to be a burden. Please let me go with you." Gwuzzy begged repeatedly, even clinging to L's leg, refusing to relent. "Gwuzzy, be reasonable. Do you not comprehend the gravity of the situation?" Elle was torn. Usually, Gwuzzy was a sensible child, but since her return from being lost, she had become quite unruly. "I do not know." The fruit did not wish to heed any words. Her only desire was to locate Belle and ensure his safety. "Let go." "No. Release me. If you don't, I shall kick you down." "I will not release you." A sharp pain pierced Elle's back, prompting him to turn and find a flying ant locking eyes with him from a short distance away. Its vicious claws had torn into his back, leaving a trail of crimson droplets on the ground. The battlefield, strewn with the remnants of the conflict between the ant beast and the beast men, was a chaotic scene, with blood mingling into the earth, transforming it into a scarlet expanse. Despite the agony, Elle hoisted the fruit behind him, recognizing the gravity of their situation as she noticed the mangled flesh on his back, where bone was perilously close to being exposed. With every exertion, blood gushed forth, and soon Elle's lips had turned an ashen hue. There were no other beastmen nearby to assist them, and before long, Elle was engaged in a fierce struggle with the flying ant. Even though the fruit had never witnessed a battle among the beastmen, she could sense that Elle was at a disadvantage. Not only did the ant beast possess the ability to fly, but Elle's grievous injury further hampered his efforts to protect her. In the tribes, beastmen were instinctively protective of females, a notion that some females took for granted. Though the fruit had initially been unreasonable, she no longer wished to burden Elle, who might suffer severe injury or even perish because of her. Summoning her courage, she seized a stone knife from the ground, a common weapon among beastmen, typically measuring 50 centimeters in length and 2 to 3 centimeters in thickness. Struggling with the weight, she attempted to strike at the ant beast, but her aim was lacking, and she inadvertently caused Elle to sustain 2 additional wounds. She was at a loss, wanting to assist but only managing to hinder him, pushing her to the brink of despair. Fruit, quickly, aim for its head. In a moment of distraction, Elle had managed to injure the wings of the flying ant, causing it to plummet to the ground. He lunged forward, grappling the ant beast. Yet he was too exhausted to deliver a fatal blow. Fruit, he called out again, his voice breaking through her stupor. Huh, what? Hurry. And no, I can't help you. I only make things worse. The fruit covered her face with her hands and wept. Do not be afraid. You were destined to become Belle's female. That was merely an accident. This is an ant beast. Hurry. Elle intended to continue comforting her, urging her to act, but seeing her in such distress ignited his frustration. And he shouted emphatically, Ugh, don't be so fierce. The fruit finally regained her composure and murmured softly. Quickly, Elle was unwilling to waste words. If they did not hurry, more ant beasts would soon arrive, complicating their plight. Regaining her focus, the fruit became more agile and precise. With renewed determination, she grasped the stone knife and struck down, severing the ant beast's head. Blood sprayed across both of them, particularly dousing Elle, who stood directly behind the creature. Ugh! The blood splattered onto the fruit, and the overwhelming stench of iron made her retch uncontrollably. Are you all right? We should return to the cave. Elle rose to his feet and retrieved the water pouch that had fallen to the ground, handing it to Gwizzy. It's nothing, Gwizzy replied. She had never personally harmed any beast, and in a moment of inexplicable courage, she had struck down the creature, only to be met with the splatter of its blood, which made her nauseous and jolted her back to reality, leaving her with a sense of dread. Elle, let me apply some medicine for you. I have some here that I use for Belle. As she recalled Elle's injuries and noticed his unsteady demeanor, a wave of guilt washed over her. Let us return to the cave. It would be troublesome if the ant beasts or the black beasts arrive. Elle was solely focused on escorting Gwizzy back to the cave, prioritizing her safety over his own. All right. Gwizzy surveyed their surroundings, realizing Elle's concern for her. If an ant beast or a black beast were to appear now, he would be unable to ensure their safe escape. Acknowledging this, she noticed Elle's pale complexion and unsteady stance, prompting her to support him as they made their way to the cave entrance. Chief, are you all right? Noah and Belle ascended into the air, fending off the flying ants while inquiring about the newly recognized chief. Chapter 78, Ant Beasts Part 4. I'm fine. Are there only these beasts? Ta eliminated the flying ants near him and glanced around. The Tianlang tribe had scarcely a dozen beastmen left, while the flying bird tribe was reduced to single digits, with each member accompanied by several beastmen. The golden lion tribe had only Chief Ross remaining, while other smaller tribes were entirely decimated. Ta, where are your females and cubs? The airborne Trissy glided to Ta's side, questioning him. Ta observed the vibrant flying birds, their luminous green plumage shining even under the shadow of the flying ants, not diminished in the dim light. This was the beast form of the flying bird tribe's leader, the green peacock, unlike other beast tribes that prioritized strength and ability. The flying bird tribe selected their leader based on the beauty of their beast form. Naturally, capability was also essential, and Trissy embodied both qualities, making him the undisputed leader. Trissy, you're still as flamboyant as ever, Ta teased, smirking. He had learned this term from Lon Ku and was unsure if it was an accurate description. Is this really the time for such remarks? Trissy retorted, equally quick-witted. Indeed, little bird, Ta chuckled softly. Have all your females and cubs perished? I refuse to believe you were unprepared, Trissy noted as he dispatched an ant beast and observed that the Tianlang tribe's females and cubs were conspicuously absent from the battlefield, with no bodies in sight. Trissy, how many females and cubs do you have left? You should have sent them to safety, Ta remarked. Having not seen any females from the flying bird tribe, even Trissy had only appeared after the venomous ants from the Sunset Valley emerged. The Golden Lion tribe's beastmen were similarly absent, save for Chief Ross, and Ta was curious about their fate. Yes, in a safe place, females and cubs represent hope. Don't they, Ross? Trissy addressed Ross, who was perched on another flying bird. They're coming. Ross remained silent, gazing into the distance. Tower and Trissy followed his gaze, observing yet another swarm of ant beasts advancing ominously from afar. The most striking difference with this group of ant beasts was their size. They were twice as large as the ones being slaughtered by the orcs. Typically, the orcs stood around 3 meters tall, while the ant beasts towered at 2 meters. The sheer number of them caused Tower and the other orcs to change their expressions dramatically. We must flee, even without Tower's urging. The orcs understood that their only course of action was to escape swiftly. Thus far, the ant beasts had merely established their presence around Sunset Valley without any sign of departure. The orcs soaring in the sky knew that if they could break through the encirclement of the flying ants and land in the areas beyond Sunset Valley, free from ant beasts, they would secure their salvation. Yet, the ant beasts were not so easily dismissed. Another wave of flying ants lingered not far away, leaving the orcs in a perilous predicament. Below in the cavern, Bai Lu sat despondently, her arms wrapped tightly around her knees. She recalled that Lan Ku had come to her aid not only for her own sake, but had even faced desecration in her stead. Those vile creatures were utterly abhorrent. Yet, she found herself powerless to avenge Lan Ku. How could she be so ineffectual? In frustration, Bai Lu pounded her fist against the wall. Lan Ku! Lan Ku! She cried, her heart wrenching in despair. Bai Lu stood not far from the exit when she heard the creaking of the door. She saw Guizi supporting Aier as he staggered in, clearly gravely injured. Aier? Bai Lu called out tentatively, her voice trembling, for Aier's arms hung limply at his sides, his entire being exuding an aura of profound weakness. She was stung by a flying ant while trying to save me. Hurry. Where is Yang? Where is the priestess? Guizi anxiously inquired upon noticing Bai Lu's voice. I don't know. She should be inside, Bai Lu replied, fully aware of the urgency of the situation. Yet she had never encountered Yang or the priestess before. Let me go, place me there, Aier mumbled, his gaze unfocused as he pointed to a vacant spot on the ground, recognizing that they had reached the cave. All right, just a moment, Guizi replied, wishing to comply. But Aier could scarcely stand, each step proving to be a monumental challenge. He longed to be laid down immediately rather than search for a more suitable spot. Yet if any beastmen were to enter shortly, it would obstruct the path for others. Bai Lu discerned the fruit's exhaustion and rose to support El on the opposite side, guiding him back to her designated position. Fruit, take a moment to rest. I shall seek out Guy. Bai Lu was aware that Guy was tending to the tribe's people in the cave, having recently inquired whether she desired some water. Yet she had been lost in thought and paid him no heed. Very well, Fruit replied, preferring not to elaborate. The events of the day had left her utterly drained. Outside, the clash between the black beasts and the ant beasts remained evenly matched, yet it was imminent that a victor would emerge. The continuous reinforcements of ant beasts constituted their greatest advantage. The more black beasts they devoured, the stronger they became. Meanwhile, the beastmen navigated the precarious situation, siding with the ant beasts while simultaneously guarding against them and contending with the black beasts. The ant beasts were entirely powerless against the black beasts. The sole recourse was to employ fire as a means of defense. Only the beastmen dared to try, for the ant beasts also feared flames, rendering any beastman wielding a torch temporarily safe. What shall we do, Chief? Our cave was designed to counter the ant beasts. If the black beasts discover it, we shall be in dire straits. The sun is setting, and we have little food stored below. We cannot endure for long. Upon landing, the beastmen found a hollow in a tree large enough to accommodate around 100 of them. The interior buzzed with commotion as Leon conveyed his thoughts to Ta. Outside, the black beasts and ant beasts engaged in a fierce struggle. Regardless of which side emerged victorious, it would not bode well for them. If only they could both suffer mutual destruction, Ta replied. You speak so lightly, little wolf, remarked Trutchy, furrowing his brow as he gazed towards the battlefield. At this rate, the black beasts will inevitably prevail. They grow ever stronger by consuming the wild beasts, and we have discovered that fire is their only countermeasure. This cannot continue. If the ant beasts cannot withstand the onslaught, we shall be in peril. Moreover, there is the matter of the hallucinogenic flowers. I wonder if they have already withered? Ta expressed his anxiety, though no effective solution was apparent. Perhaps we could resort to fire attacks. Ross, who had remained silent until now, chimed in. Being the last of the Golden Lion tribe, we know they fear fire. That is hardly groundbreaking, little Jean, Truchy retorted, rolling his eyes and placing a hand on Ross's shoulder. What could possibly compel the ant beasts to exert such effort? An unassuming beast man uttered a remark that caught the attention of the three tribal leaders. Indeed, what reason would the ant beasts have to linger? The toxins in Sunset Valley were abundant, making it one of the most perilous regions on the continent. The poisonous ants had also emerged. If the hallucinogenic flowers were at play, it was curious that they had not ventured towards the serious tribe, but remained hovering around the outskirts of Sunset Valley. The three shared the same thought, as did the two Silver Wolf warriors, Bru and Liang, who stood nearby. What could it possibly be? The sudden assault by the ant beast prompted the initially unresponsive beast men to finally recognize the unsettling shift in the atmosphere. Chapter 79, Confession. Elle, are you all right? In a hurried manner, Guy encountered Elle, who was already unconscious and leaning against the stone wall. She called out with ease, I have already administered medicine to her. It would be prudent to seek out Yang or the priestess for further assistance. Guozi remarked from the side, I will take care of this. You both must remain here with Elle. There is no room for distractions now, as lives are at stake. With that, Bai Lu dashed off in search of help, leaving only Guy and Guozi to guard Elle's side. Guy, I am so sorry. This is all my fault. I wanted to find Belle. And Elle was injured by the flying ants while trying to protect me, Guozi lamented, apologizing to Guy. It is the duty of the beast men to protect their female offspring. This is a universal truth across the continent, so there is no need to blame yourself. Although Guy understood this principle, the sight of Elle's bloodied form stirred a desire to chastise Guozi. If it weren't for her naivety, perhaps Elle would not have been harmed. Yet, witnessing Guozi's tearful self-reproach made it difficult for her to voice any criticism. In such precarious times, if her reprimand were to cause Guozi distress, it would weigh heavily on her conscience. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Guozi pounded her head, her demeanor appearing somewhat frantic. Enough. Does self-blame serve any purpose? You must refrain from engaging in foolish actions that require others to clean up your mess. One cannot rely on luck every time. If you truly feel remorseful, then go fetch some food for Elle. Guy, feeling a surge of frustration, questioned the efficacy of self-reproach. It would be far more beneficial to take action than to sit here weeping, as if you were the one being bullied. Yet, Guy, realizing the gravity of the situation, understood that no one was focused on her. Their collective concern lay with the beastmen outside. Is Elle truly all right? Guozi still harbored worry. She should be fine. The medicine should suffice, Guy reassured her, attempting to soothe both Guozi and herself. Go fetch some food from the nearby area. Noticing Guozi's distant gaze, Guy feared for her well-being, as every female was indeed precious. All right, Guozi responded, relieved to be able to do something for Elle otherwise, in the silence. Her thoughts would be consumed by Elle's injury or the fate of Belle outside, whether he too was hurt or had returned to the embrace of the beast god. Lulu. While searching for Yang at an entrance, Bai Lu heard a familiar voice. Lulu, where are you going? Turning around, she saw Hill, whom she had not seen for a day. His appearance seemed peculiar, but upon closer inspection, it was indeed Hill. I am looking for Yang. Have you seen him? The priestess would suffice as well. I have not seen them. All right, then. After Bai Lu expressed her desire to enter the cave in search of someone, she was suddenly enveloped in a familiar embrace and pulled inside. Her back was pressed painfully against the wall, and her lips were aflame with the heat of the moment. After a prolonged silence, both individuals found it difficult to meet each other's gaze. Lulu, I adore you. Once this chaotic phase has passed, will you be my intended partner? He'll gently profess to Bai Lu. Ah? Bai Lu was instantly awakened from her reverie. Lulu, I cannot wait any longer. I have finally realized that your early acceptance into my life is what brings me peace. He'll cradled Bai Lu's lowered head tenderly. Will you? You feel it too. Do you not? I shall not allow you to refuse me. He'll tighten his embrace around Bai Lu. Answer me. Lulu. Lulu. Hill appeared anxious yet exhilarated. I need to think it over. Bai Lu felt a connection with Hill, but after everything they had been through, she was uncertain about her response. A sense of turmoil brewing within her. Lulu. Well, at least you Haven-T rejected me. Hill's lips curled into a bittersweet smile as he fell into contemplation. Bai Lu seized the opportunity to crouch down and slip away from Hill's embrace. Lulu, I will make you agree, Hill declared resolutely from behind, his words resonating enough for Bai Lu to hear. Bai Lu ran to the entrance of a cave, patting her chest as her heart raced. Honestly, can't one consider the time? She muttered to herself. Indeed, This is not the hour for other pursuits, a voice echoed from the cave entrance. Startled, Bai Lu exclaimed, "Ah!" It was Ruido's mother, who stood at the cave's mouth, holding a basin of water and gazing meaningfully at her. Who else could it be? "Come in, do not linger at the entrance." "I almost stumbled onto you," she said, balancing the basin in one hand while pulling Bai Lu inside. "At what hour did you enter the cave?" Ruido's mother inquired as they engaged in light conversation. "It was already dark when I arrived. I lost track of time." "Oh well, I suppose you're unaware too. By the way, the sky outside is obscured by flying ants. I have no idea what time it is now. Is it that dire?" "I was just about to ask how Belle is faring." He stealthily went above to assist Sierra. "I worry whether anything has gone awry," Bai Lu confessed, her heart fluttering with anxiety. "There is nothing to fret over. I just saw Sierra, and he appears unscathed." "Belle should return shortly," Bai Lu reassured her, sensing that Ruido's mother was among the earliest arrivals in the cave and was ignorant of the outside situation. Still, she pondered, was Belle indeed going to assist Sierra? She had forgotten to inquire if his early return signified that the outside ant beasts had been vanquished or had retreated. Moreover, there was the matter of the black beasts. In her memory, were they not parasites from the 28th century? How could they exist outside a host? Did they not seek out their own hosts? Bai Lu found herself without answers. "Everything will be fine. Everything will be fine," Ruido's mother repeated. "What was it you mentioned wanting to do? Is it something one cannot undertake at this time?" she prompted, recalling Bai Lu's earlier words. "It's nothing significant." "Oh dear, I must find Yan. I will chat with you next time." Bai Lu suddenly remembered her purpose for going outside. "Yang? Has another beastman entered? Is someone gravely injured?" Ruido's mother speculated, recalling how beastmen would periodically arrive at the cave, often as wounded individuals carried back by makeshift rescue teams. Yang was primarily responsible for their treatment. Al has returned, severely injured. He has already been treated, and Guy has gone to him. I need to find Yang to check on him. Is there any issue? Bai Lu replied. Do you know where Yang is? The priestess mother would suffice as well, Ruido's mother suggested. Bai Lu realized she had not searched for Yang after being drawn into the cave by Sierra and subsequently forgetting her purpose while conversing with Ruido's mother. She wondered how Al was faring. I know. I will take you there immediately, Ruido's mother responded, pulling Bai Lu toward the exit. Little Bai Lu. I will be just fine. Every beast man will be well, right? Ruido's mother said reassuringly as they walked. Yes, this time nothing will go amiss. The two individuals spoke as if calamity were a mere figment of imagination. Chapter 80, The Indomitable Little Beast. Do you wish to eat something? Bai Lu inquired. Noticing Guozi had been languishing in the corner for an indeterminate time. The cave contained provisions, albeit scant. And the roasted meat brought by the orc distributing food had long since cooled. I do not wish to eat, Guozi replied vacantly. Please, have a bite. Bai Lu persisted gently. I truly have no appetite. You may take it away, Guozi lamented. Her lack of desire stemming from the guilt of having caused Bai Lu's predicament. Not only had she failed to locate Bai Lu, but she had also become a burden. Guozi, do not be obstinate. If you fall ill, it will require effort to care for you, and we must not impose on others. Ruido's mother understood Guozi well. Otherwise, she would not have been so compliant. I will eat, Guozi conceded, and though her appetite was minimal, she managed to consume a few morsels. Under the present circumstances, none possessed the luxury of stubbornness. Survival was paramount. Ruido's mother seemed to address Guozi, but her words resonated with all present in the cave. I understand, Ruido's mother. I shall not be willful, Guozi resolved silently, though she struggled to restrain herself. Ruido's mother did not respond. At this moment, there was no surplus energy to attend to each individual's feelings. One must come to terms with their own thoughts. Bai Lu's injuries required rest. Take good care of him. I must depart, Yang stated after assessing Bai Lu's wounds, which, while appearing severe, were merely superficial. With only the shoulder suffering a more serious injury. There was no threat to life. He simply needed to recuperate. He had other injured individuals to attend to. And after bidding farewell to Ruido's mother and Guy, he took his leave. Walk carefully, Guy remarked succinctly. Then proceeded to wring out a leather cloth to cleanse Bai Lu's arm. Guozi, Bai Lu, we shall step out first. Guozi, seek your mother. She is in that cave. Bai Lu, you will share my resting space, as Bai Lu and the other orc are absent, Ruido's mother directed, pointing in a particular direction for Guozi to find her mother. With Bai Lu occupying Bai Lu's cave, they would have to share a space for the time being. All right, Bai Lu acquiesced. Ruido's mother, there are so many caves. Where might my mother be? Is my father there as well? Guozi inquired anxiously. Proceed to the end and turn left. A shout will suffice, Riedo's mother replied, showing little inclination to dally as she pulled Bai Lu along. Understood. Guozi hurriedly moved on, feeling a mix of rejection and elation, for she feared something had befallen her parents. As she departed, she cast a glance back at Bai Lu. Bai Lu turned her head while waving goodbye to Guozi, her lips forming the word farewell. Goodbye. Guozi noticed her gesture and responded with a smile. Bai Lu smiled back and followed Ruido Mama. In the depths of the cave, there was no distinction between day and night. Designated orcs would announce the time outside. Bai Lu lay upon the stone bed, reminiscent of her days during military training in high school, where rising and retiring were dictated by others, lest one incur a deduction in credits. Bai Lu, are you unable to sleep? Ruido Mama inquired, sensing Bai Lu's restless tossing. Ruido Mama. The situation is dire, truly dire. I have no idea how many orcs remain outside the tribe, but the ant beast emerges in droves. And now we face the black beasts. Our kind may be in grave peril. Bai Lu could no longer suppress her desire to share her burdens. Her head throbbed with worry. If no one helped her shoulder this weight, she feared she might lose her sanity. Black beasts? Ruido Mama sat up abruptly. Indeed, Bai Lu confirmed, startled by Ruido Mama's sudden movement. How could the black beasts, known as the indestructible little beasts, reappear? Ruido Mama pondered aloud. Have they not always existed? What is so peculiar about the black beasts? Why are they termed as indestructible? Bai Lu recalled Ruido Mama's words, suggesting that the black beasts had appeared before. Sighing deeply, Ruido Mama reflected, it was a dark time indeed. What happened? Bai Lu's curiosity was piqued. You shall understand upon hearing the tale. Ruido Mama cast a glance at Bai Lu and began recounting an ancient legend. It was said that in an era long past, during the reign of Bai's forefather, a calamity known as the Black Beast tide swept through, leaving no beast alive in its wake. The Black Beast ravaged the land, merciless and unchecked, obliterating all in their path. In that dark hour, the orcs and females across the continent were drained of their very essence, caught unawares, and extinguished in an instant. Now, as the Black Beasts return, we cannot fathom the trials ahead, nor can we ascertain our survival. What a hellish existence that must have been. Surely there must be a way to vanquish them? Bai Lu's eyes sparkled with hope. It is said that this calamity stirred the beast god in the heavens, who descended upon the land to eradicate the black beasts, acknowledging that the natural world requires balance, and thus only a portion were eliminated. Ruido Mama elaborated. The beast god? That lacks scientific credence, does it not? It seems to be mere fantasy, Bai Lu retorted, anticipating such a response. If the black beasts were indeed invulnerable, what hope remained? Do not defame the beast god. She is the guardian of the beast realm, Ruido Mama admonished solemnly. Though uncertain of what Bai Lu meant by scientific, her intuition warned her that Bai Lu was disrespecting the deity. Kneeling on the stone bed, Ruido Mama prayed earnestly for the beast realm to show mercy, for Bai Lu was merely a Navi young female. Very well, Bai Lu acquiesced, feigning humility while internally resisting. In the realm of Tianza, was there truly a beast god? If such a being existed, why had the enchanting flower ensnared the beasts, leading to the beast tide that wreaked havoc upon so many orcs? Moreover, no divine intervention had come forth to address these calamities. Observing Ruido Mama's anxious demeanor, she decided it best not to further alarm her. Is there more to the tale? Bai Lu continued to inquire, eager to comprehend the habits of the dark beasts. For perhaps in understanding, she could find a means to vanquish them. The haunting memory of countless dark beasts emerging from Lank's body lingered in her mind. What else is there? Ruido's mother had yet to grasp the full extent of the situation. The dark beasts, most of whom were vanquished by the beast god. Is there any lore regarding the beast god? Bai Lu patiently probed. There is nothing more. This is all my father conveyed to me. Few possess such knowledge. If you seek to learn more, consult the priestess. She is the guardian of each tribe and should possess the legacy, Ruido's mother advised Bai Lu. I understand. I shall go, Bai Lu declared, preparing to rise from her bed and don her garments. Do not rush. We are unaware of the circumstances outside. The dark beasts require time to proliferate. Besides, the priestess is likely resting after attending to the patients and divining the tribe's future. She is exceedingly busy. It would be best to disturb her later, Ruido's mother reasoned, recognizing that haste was unwarranted at this moment. Ruido's mother, I have observed, this time is different. The dark beasts reproduce at an alarming rate, and I fear the beastmen may not endure. We must swiftly devise a plan and ascertain the situation outside. Otherwise, the beastmen will face total annihilation. We have not fortified this place against the dark beasts. Should they burrow underground, we would all be doomed, Bai Lu declared, pulling away Ruido's mother's hand and rising to don her outer garments. You are correct. Time is of the essence. My buyer and sack are outside. Even a single dark beast could yield unforeseen consequences. Come, Ruido's mother, I shall accompany you, she urged. Ruido's mother, too, lifted the animal hide covering and put on her coat, ready to follow Bai Lu. Yes, let us go together, Bai Lu nodded, and thus they set forth to seek the priestess. Chapter 81. Only exile remains. Bai Lu and Ruido's mother arrived at the cave where the priestess resided, finding her still awake. Are you still seeking a remedy for the ant beast? Ruido's mother observed the priestess diligently working on the remains of the ant beast, instantly grasping her intentions. Ah, Ruido has come. What brings you here? The priestess inquired casually. Given the unusual circumstances, Ruido was clearly not here for a mere visit, especially with sack and bell waiting outside. Priestess mother, I have come to inquire about the dark beast. Ruido's mother promptly stated her purpose. The dark beast? Why the sudden inquiry about it? The priestess asked unhurriedly. Priestess mother, are you not aware? Let me have Bai Lu explain. Noticing the priestess's perplexed expression, Ruido understood that the priestess was uninformed. Bai Lu? That name seems somewhat familiar, the priestess remarked, glancing up. You forget, this is Bluk's elder sibling, an adolescent female cub. Ruido's mother clarified. My memory has been rather foggy lately. Speak, little Bai Lu. What is it that you wish to convey? The priestess rubbed her eyes and addressed Bai Lu. Priestess mother, it all began with the blooming of the dream flower. When the dream flower bloomed, our clan fled from the ancestral grounds, initially heading to another cave. During that time, we became separated from the clan due to the tidal wave of mountain mice, and only Bluk and I remained together. Later, Bluk went missing while searching for a way out. When she returned, something seemed amiss. I paid it little mind until I discovered the dark beast within her. Sierra assisted in extracting it, but not thoroughly. When we descended into the cave this time, she was killed by an ant beast while trying to protect me, and the dark beast crawled out from her body. Many ant beasts and beastmen have already fallen victim, and I noticed its development before I descended. I have witnessed the vitality of the dark beast. When Sierra extracted it from Bluk, I had to burn it for half a day, as it is an exceptionally resilient creature. Bai Lu recounted her recent experiences, anxious that the priestess might not comprehend, and thus articulated her tale with clarity. Indeed, priestess mother, if the dark beast develops further, our beast clan will face extinction. Ruido's mother recognized that the priestess was familiar with the legend, though perhaps not as deeply as she was. Are you certain? Why has there been no word from above? The priestess expressed skepticism. I do not know. This is the truth. A beastman accompanied me back, and he should have witnessed it as well. The injured beastmen who returned can also attest to it. They undoubtedly saw it. Bai Lu sought to substantiate her claims, feeling anxious for those beastmen above, especially given the priestess's disbelief. There is no need for that. I trust you. Such matters are not trifles for jest. If this is indeed true, we must prepare promptly. The priestess turned her attention away from the ant beast's remains. Yang, come here for a moment, she called out to those outside the cave. What is the matter, priestess mother? Came the response from outside. At that moment, an orc appeared, whom Bai Lu found somewhat familiar. Little Bai Lu reported that a black beast had emerged above, and she urged them to investigate whether the recently descended wounded orc had encountered the black beast, seeking confirmation of its presence. Be swift. Time is of the essence. And take care. The priestess mama emphasized repeatedly, stressing the urgency. Understood, Yang replied, dashing out of the cave, his footsteps echoing before fading away. Priestess mama, does the black beast have any nemesis? How shall we escape if it attacks us? Bai Lu summoned her courage to inquire. The priestess mama explained that the black beast had endured countless rainy seasons and winters, remaining resilient on the Tianzi continent. Annihilation was utterly impossible, and only banishment could ensure safety. How do we banish it? It won't simply heed your command to depart. Bai Lu, anxious and distraught, questioned further. Bai Lu, this is the priestess. Speak more gently and refrain from agitation. Aunt Ruido admonished. Oh, Bai Lu responded, feeling unjustly treated. Her urgency stemmed from genuine concern. It's all right. I understand. You have yet to experience the terror of the black beast, hence you cannot fathom its nature, the priestess mama continued with profound words. Yet they yielded little practical insight. The black beast fears a certain type of water, which is absent near the Sunset Valley, found only in the vast southern sea. The priestess Mama finally revealed something of significance. What kind of water? Seawater? Bai Lu speculated. Indeed, seawater renders the black beast shriveled and weak. It avoids the southern waters, the priestess Mama responded cryptically, withholding further details. What else? Bai Lu inquired patiently, acknowledging the priestess's age and her previous impatience. Merely that the ocean is too distant from us. We are situated in opposite directions from the sea. The priestess Mama paused to catch her breath before continuing. Bai Lu felt a deep sense of injustice. Were they truly destined to meet a gruesome end and face total annihilation for such a reason? After all, she was a professor from the 20th century. What was her purpose for being here? Was it merely to coexist with ordinary flora and fauna? Was there nothing more? Was it solely about seawater? Regaining her composure, Bai Lu inquired once more. Fire could be employed, but the forest would easily ignite, and if it were consumed by flames, survival would become exceedingly difficult for the orcs. Thus, they were left with no choice but to rely on seawater. The shamaness, Mama, was increasingly troubled, growing more convinced of the existence of the dark beast. Seawater? Bai Lu fell silent, repeating the word seawater several times, as if pondering something profound. At that moment, Yang swiftly returned. Indeed, Mama, the dark beast has made its appearance. Several orc bodies in the cavern have been found to harbor the presence of the dark beast. The rescue team above has also discovered it, but they have yet to relay this information to you. Yang conveyed the confirmed news to the shamaness. Very well, I understand. You should rest for now. I have Ruido and Bai Lu here. Come back shortly, the shamaness replied, her fatigue evident as she waved her hand dismissively. All right. If you need anything, call for me. I shall be next door. Yang was tasked with attending to the shamaness, running errands for her, as she was elderly and had difficulty moving. Conveniently, Yang's designated resting spot was adjacent to the shamaness quarters, and the tribe leader had assigned him to care for her, freeing him from other duties. Yes, let us go. The shamaness waved her hand again. Mama, are you all right? Ruido observed the entire scene. This was supposed to be a time for rest, yet with the tribe leader absent, the burden of these significant matters fell upon the shamaness, who, due to her age, found some tasks beyond her capacity. I'm fine. Just bring me some water. The shamaness instructed Ruido. Of course, Ruido responded, heading to fetch water. I understand now. I finally grasped the crucial point. Bai Lu, who had been ruminating without success, suddenly calmed her mind and arrived at a realization. It was such a simple truth. Why had she not recognized it sooner? Chapter 82. Lost seawater contains salt. She had always known that insects and ants could not endure life in salt water. The dark beast, being an insect, would be no different. How had she not thought of this? Bai Lu recalled an incident from her childhood when a leech, the size of a finger, crawled onto her foot, prompting her to cry out in terror. Her grandmother had told her that a rinse with salt water would wash it away, as she feared the leech's eggs could enter the human body and feed on blood and flesh. Was this not a similar principle? Furthermore, every time she purchased fruit, she would soak it in salt water to eliminate any parasites. What had she been thinking? How foolish she was. Bai Lu lightly tapped her forehead. Salt. What is salt? Regardless of what was in the seawater, the most crucial point now was that the dark beast would not willingly venture into the seawater. Ruido's mother highlighted the crux of the problem. Indeed, little Bai Lu, do you have any solutions? The shamaness inquired, looking at Bai Lu, who stood quietly smiling. It's quite simple. We can create seawater, Bai Lu declared confidently. How do we accomplish that? Is it difficult? The dark beasts outside have audaciously invaded every orc. How much time will it take? Are you certain of your ability to expel them? The question posed once more by Ruido's mother left Bai Lu in a state of astonishment. Bai Lu contemplated the possibility of dispatching someone to the sea to purify seawater using her taught methods, thereby obtaining salt. If a nearby lake could be found, it would ensure that the black beast would find no resting place. It would be ideal if there were a salt lake nearby, as it might yield similar results. However, that might not be feasible. The method I conceived requires a certain amount of time and necessitates breaking free from the encirclement of the ant beasts and black beasts. Moreover, its success is not guaranteed. Lacking absolute confidence, Bai Lu refrained from offering further suggestions, recognizing that this was the best option available under the circumstances. How confident she had felt moments ago. What a stark contrast. Please, go on, unexpectedly encouraged the priestess Mama, prompting Bai Lu to continue. If the method is viable, but hindered by certain issues, we can brainstorm solutions instead of remaining idle. Observing Bai Lu's hesitance, the priestess reassured her. All right. We can explore whether there are any salt lakes or salt wells nearby. as their effects would be akin to those of seawater. Salt lakes possess a bitter, astringent taste. Yet many wild beasts still partake of the water. Bai Lu proposed this approach, deeming it far superior to sourcing sea salt from distant locations. Still, she was uncertain about the feasibility of locating such a place. Nevertheless, since the priestess had encouraged her to voice her thoughts, it must mean there was some merit in them. Having a plan is certainly better than having none at all. I shall inquire if any beast men or females are aware of such locations. Without waiting for the priestess's response, Ruido-mama hurriedly departed. That female, despite her age, is still as spirited as ever, the priestess chuckled, expressing her playful disdain for Ruido-mama. Ruido-mama was not particularly old, Bai Lu mused. Standing beside her made it seem as though they were sisters rather than individuals separated by 2 or 3 centuries. Little Bai Lu, have you seen Link? It has been quite some time, and she is yet to come to visit me. The priestess shifted the topic. Lank. Bai Lu fell into a contemplative silence, realizing that Lank would never return. What? Lank isn't with you? Since her arrival in the Sunset Valley, she has not come to see me. The priestess's voice was tinged with sorrow. When we arrived at the Sunset Valley, the ant beast attacked the tribe. She must have gone to tend to the wounded. You know how kind-hearted she is. Bai Lu realized that the priestess was still unaware of Lank's demise, unsure whether it was intentional to withhold this information or if she simply had not received the news. Oh, do not praise her too much. She has always been a mischievous little one. If you flatter her, she will undoubtedly squander my treasures on little beast men. Yet, her tending to the injured? Quite unbelievable. Nevertheless, it is commendable. During these times, her care for the wounded beastmen is a good deed. I was worried something had happened to her, as she has not come to see me. In that moment, the priestess resembled an ordinary elder, waiting for her children to visit, even though Lank was not her granddaughter. She is quite busy. After this matter is resolved, she will surely come to see you, Bai Lu assured her, wishing fervently that this were all merely a fleeting dream. Very well, little Bai Lu, sit down. Do not stand there awkwardly. Make yourself at home, as if it were your own burrow. As the priestess stood by, Bai Lu fidgeted, subtly indicating her desire to sit down. The priestess, however, sensed that Bai Lu was suddenly in urgent need of relief, yet she hesitated to voice her discomfort. Go ahead. We shall converse later when time permits, the priestess suggested, instantly comprehending Bai Lu's predicament. I shall take my leave then. I will visit you again when I can. Bai Lu replied, crossing her legs and hastily departing. Such a young one. The priestess chuckled, shaking her head. What is the situation outside? One inquired. The beastmen have been captured. Our kin have devoured a substantial number of ant beasts. Once the opportune moment arrives, we need not wait. We can act against the venomous ant beasts that emerge from Sunset Valley, came the response. Understood, my master. Having alleviated one of her pressing needs, Bai Lu found herself disoriented within the labyrinthine cave, lacking the keen sense of smell possessed by the beastmen. As she wandered, she stumbled upon a conversation around a corner, the voices echoing with an inexplicable familiarity. In the depths of the dark cavern, illuminated only by the flickering flames of torches on either side, Bai Lu found herself recalling the past when, suddenly, a shadow loomed before her, obstructing the precious light. The instinct to discern the identity of this figure caused her to instinctively shrink back. It was unmistakably an orc. The distinctive aura emanating from it nearly overwhelmed her senses. Lulu, huh? As Bai Lu raised her head, she beheld Xier standing before her, gazing upon her with gentle eyes. What are you doing here, Lulu? His words were as tender as ever, yet they inexplicably instilled within Bai Lu a chilling sense of dread within the confines of the cave. It's nothing. I simply lost my way. I cannot find my tunnel. Her heart raced with trepidation, yet she endeavored to maintain an air of composure as she spoke to Xier. Her gaze cast downward. Allow me to escort you back, he offered, stepping ahead. Very well, she replied, his tone leaving no room for refusal, compelling Bai Lu to instinctively follow in his wake. Bai Lu walked behind Hill, observing the unusual weaving attire that adorned him. He donned a black beastly vest on his upper body, complemented by a skirt enveloped in black leather. Reflecting on the sound she had just heard, she was certain it was a conversation between Hill and an unknown beastman. Bai Lu stood approximately 1 meter away from Hill, gradually increasing the distance between them. Suddenly, she noticed Hill's peculiar gait, which solidified her suspicion that something was amiss. Lulu, why are you so far away from me? At some point, Hill turned around, gazing intently at Bai Lu, who now found herself 5 or 6 meters apart from him. No, it's nothing, just feeling a bit hot. Bai Lu instinctively lifted her head, only to quickly lower it again, frightened to the point of stumbling over her words. She could only strive to relax in Hill's presence, offering a casual excuse, despite the cold sweat that was pouring down her body. Chapter 83. Notification, is that so? Lulu, indeed the weather is rather warm at this time. The sun scorches the ground. Let us hurry. Going to your burrow for some water will be much more comfortable. Hill maintained his gentle tone, expressing concern for Bai Lu. All right, let us go. However, Bai Lu felt a chilling horror, wondering if he intended to harm her. Hill remained silent, merely leading the way ahead. Do you know where my burrow is? After a few steps, Bai Lu inquired from behind. I do, Hill replied, continuing forward without looking back. How do you know? Bai Lu asked instinctively, immediately regretting her words, but it was too late. Hill had heard her, and her regret was futile. I know which female and beast inhabit every burrow here. Let us go. Hill's tone began to betray a hint of impatience. Oh, was that person you just now? Bai Lu, uncertain of her own motivations, asked, fully aware that something was off with Hill yet still choosing to follow him. Hill paused, remaining silent for a long moment. Standing with his back to Bai Lu in the corridor of the burrow, emanating an unsettling stillness under the flickering light of the nearby wooden sticks. Bai Lu was filled with vexation. What was happening to her? She glanced at Hill, who stood before her in silence for what felt like an eternity. A dreadful thought crossed her mind. Was this a plot to silence her? What do you think, Lulu? The final utterance of Bai Lu's name resonated with unusual intensity. No. It's not you, Bai Lu vehemently denied, though deep down, she felt powerless to resist, shivering in fear. Hiki, Lulu, I was merely jesting with you. Look how frightened you are, Hill chuckled, albeit with an awkward stiffness. All right then. Bai Lu forced a sheepish smile, acutely aware that this matter was far from resolved. The two then continued in silence until they arrived at the entrance of Bai Lu's burrow. Lulu, you may go in now. I shall take my leave, Hill stated before departing. Bai Lu exhaled a breath she had been holding. Bai Lu, what are you doing at the cave entrance? Come inside. Guy, who was about to fetch water, noticed Bai Lu and quickly called out. Oh. Bai Lu turned around to see Guy and patted her chest, relieved that she was not frightened to death by Hill, but rather by Guy. What is the matter? Guy was startled as well, nearly losing his grip on the stone basin he held. You scared me. You were standing right behind me. After speaking, Bai Lu took a deep breath. Sorry, please come in, Guy said apologetically as he looked at Bai Lu. The two then entered the cave one after the other. Guy, has something happened? Upon entering, Bai Lu spotted Elle lying on the bed. He was already awake. It's Bai Lu. She is here. This is her cave, Guy explained. Bai Lu is here. Let her come closer. I wish to speak with her, Elle said. Elle? I'm here. I'm not here to claim the cave. I'm currently staying with Aunt Rideau, Bai Lu quickly replied as she sat down on the stone bench beside Elle. I'm sorry for the trouble. I will return once I recover a bit, Elle said with a tone of apology. Not at all. How's your recovery? Are you feeling better? Bai Lu inquired with concern, noticing that Elle's complexion was not as pale as it had been that day. He must be improving. Much better. I just can't stand, or the wound will reopen, Elle answered. If it weren't for me watching over you. You wouldn't have the strength to talk like this now, Guy remarked, bringing over some shriveled wild fruits that appeared to have been around for a while. Yes. You've worked hard, Elle said, adopting a very servile demeanor, causing Guy to involuntarily curl his lips into a smile. Bai Lu could not help but chuckle. Elle's servile manner was quite a contrast to her impression of him as a steady orc, revealing an unexpected side to his character. Guy and Elle both looked at her, puzzled as to what was amusing. As long as you're happy, that's what matters. Bai Lu genuinely felt delighted to see their joy. You will find your partner in due time. I think Hill would be quite suitable, Guy suggested in a light-hearted tone. Merely engaging in casual banter, for Hill was indeed quite remarkable. Bai Lu remained silent, her head bowed, no longer speaking. Guy pondered whether he had gone too far. Considering Bai Lu was only 18. I'm truly sorry, I meant no harm. Is something the matter? Guy apologized to Bai Lu. Elle? I would like to discuss Hill with you privately. Bai Lu did not respond to Guy's words. Instead, she lifted her gaze to the concerned Elle lying on the bed. I'll step out to search for Ben. I have no idea where he has wandered off to. It's almost mealtime, she stated, nodding at Elle before turning to leave. What's wrong? Did Hill do something to you? Elle inquired, noticing Guy's departure and Bai Lu's dazed expression. Elle, can I trust you? Bai Lu asked with utmost seriousness. Of course. Elle, though uncertain of the situation, sensed its gravity in Bai Lu's earnest eyes. Pay close attention to whether there are any other orcs or females near this cave. Not even cubs should be present. This is crucial. I do not wish for anyone else to overhear what I am about to say. Bai Lu reiterated with a grave tone, aware of the heightened senses of the orcs. All right, go ahead. Elle's expression mirrored her seriousness, especially since she was speaking of Hill. Hill may not be who he seems. Bai Lu began with an ambiguous statement. What? Elle was perplexed. After the blooming of the hallucinogenic flower, I got separated from Lan Ke and the clan at the cave. Later, Lan Ke also went missing, during which I encountered Hill. He took good care of me, and when Lan Ke finally found me, I noticed something peculiar about the two of them. Bai Lu was lost in her memories. What was unusual? Elle pressed for details. Sometimes Hill appears gloomy. His face takes on a stiff expression, behaving unlike himself. Yet at other times, he is strong and gentle, just as usual. Is this how orcs typically are? Bai Lu inquired. I'm not sure. He has spent many years training outside, and I seldom see him. Whenever he returns, he seems like a perfectly normal orc, not at all resembling what you described. Perhaps we have yet to understand the changes he underwent during those rainy seasons away. Elle recalled Hill, attempting to justify his behavior. Moreover, he escorted me back when I lost my way, Bai Lu reflected, still shaken by the memory. It's good that he brought you back. What happened next? Elle remained concerned for Hill, knowing he wished for Bai Lu to be his partner. Then I overheard him conversing with another orc, discussing that they would act when the time was right, waiting for the venomous ants in Sunset Valley to be consumed by their kin. Hill's clan? They intend to eat the venomous ants? The thought sends shivers down my spine. Bai Lu confessed, still haunted by the fear that Hill might resort to violence to silence her. What? Are you certain you didn't team us here? It was genuinely Hill? Elle was astonished, struggling to grasp the reality. Yes. Bai Lu emphatically nodded. Chapter 84. The monster. I swear by the beast god that I speak the truth. You must believe me. Bai Lu observed Aier's expression, fearful that he might doubt her words. She had chosen to confide in him primarily because he was Hill's elder brother and had once saved Guizi on the battlefield. Currently, he was still a good person, at least not an adversary. I believe, Aier affirmed, trusting Bai Lu. There was no need for her to fabricate a lie. A heavy silence enveloped them, for Hill was both his brother and the object of her affections. It was a painful revelation for anyone to bear. The situation outside had escalated due to her injury, leaving her in the dark about Hill's next moves. They were bereft of strategies, even if they had any. The cave was teeming with females and younglings, and most were injured beastmen like herself, incapable of mounting a resistance. Aier spoke no falsehoods, and Bai Lu was acutely aware of their dire circumstances, which only heightened her anxiety. What to do? Uncertainty loomed over Hill's intentions, and Bai Lu felt utterly lost. With no viable solutions at hand, informing others would only burden them with worry. They would have to wait and carry on as best they could. Aier's tone had adopted a rather philosophical demeanor. Very well, Bai Lu conceded, feeling helpless. There was one thing she had yet to reveal. In the corridor of the cave, she had momentarily glimpsed Hill transforming into a colossal black beast, his visage twisted in a terrifying snarl. Enough of this. Let's eat some fruit, Aier suggested, referring to the platter of wild berries brought by the beastmen, who claimed it was a gesture of goodwill for the injured. Let us give it a try. Bai Lu indeed yearns for a change, after indulging in barbecued meat for such an extended period without the accompaniment of vegetables or staple foods. She eagerly anticipates a feast once this challenging phase has passed, determined to gather an array of seasonings for a grand meal. Bai Lu took a small bite. Yet the moisture had almost entirely evaporated, leaving only a hint of fruit flavor. It merely served to alleviate the greasiness. If it was unpalatable, she would simply set it aside. Upon noticing Bai Lu's momentary hesitation, Aier refrained from continuing to eat, assuming she felt embarrassed to spit it out if it was unpleasant. Fortunately, Bai Lu looked up and smiled at Aier, delicately consuming another morsel. Ah, Bai Lu, you are here. Entered Guizi, who came daily to attend to Aier. She would assist whenever Guy brought Ben, and it was precisely that time, so she arrived early. I came to check on Aier, Bai Lu replied. Aier, this is the beast meat stew I prepared for you. Do have a taste. As she spoke, she ladled a bowl into a stone vessel and presented it before Aier. Ready to feed him. I can manage it myself. Guizi, please take a moment to rest. Guy should be returning soon. Aier gestured for Guizi to sit on another stone stool. Well then, let's wait a bit. It's still quite hot, Guizi replied. Bai Lu, isn't Lank with you? She settled beside Bai Lu with the stone bowl, engaging in casual conversation. Lank has returned to the embrace of the beast god. Bai Lu managed to respond with a hint of tranquility regarding Lank's fate. What happened? Guizi inquired, her curiosity piqued. Her body was overwhelmed with dark beasts, and she could not survive. Later on, she was killed by an ant beast while trying to protect me, Bai Lu explained quietly, deliberately ignoring the redness at the corners of her eyes. Oh, how unfortunate, Guozi lamented, her heart heavy with sorrow. This time, many beast men and females have returned to the embrace of the beast god. They shall fare well. Indeed, Bai Lu lowered her gaze, wishing to say no more. Ayer and Guozi too felt it inappropriate to inquire further. Hurry, let us go. Quickly. Suddenly, Guy's voice echoed from the entrance, laced with an ominous tone. What is it? That sounds like Guy, Guozi exclaimed, rising hastily, placing the bowl on the stool as she moved towards the cave entrance, and Bai Lu followed suit, looking toward the opening. What has happened? Ayer, anxious, attempted to sit up, but sharp pain coursed through his wound, causing blood to seep outward. Guozi, what is going on? Bai Lu pressed down on Ayer, signaling him to remain still, and called out to Guozi. Bai Lu, quickly, help me close the door. Hurry, Guozi's frantic voice urged, indicating the need to secure the entrance. Each cave door was made of wood, leaving a certain gap. Bai Lu pondered how such a vast underground structure could exist, complete with doors, unlike the original tribal caves that lacked any. Bai Lu hurriedly dashed over to close the door, while Guozi moved a stone stool to brace it from behind. Bai Lu did not witness the events unfolding outside, but the subsequent screams ignited her imagination. Do not come any closer. Please, do not approach. Spare me. I am but a cub. I am Kai, your partner. Do not take my life. Do not take my life. Bai Lu heard the anguished cries from outside. Realizing that someone had met a gruesome fate, she could distinctly hear the sound of blood splattering, accompanied by the piercing screams of a female and the chaotic roars of the orcs. Guozi, Bai Lu, what is happening out there? Kamel's voice from within. Guozi tested the sturdiness of the door and then pushed two massive stones into place. She urged Bai Lu to fortify their underground hideaway as best as they could, swiftly extinguishing the burning sticks. In a hushed tone, she said to Bai Lu, let us enter quietly. Do not make too much noise. Bai Lu remained silent. Yet Guozi clasped her hand in the darkness. Bai Lu merely tugged at her hand, and together they cautiously approached Ayer's stone bed, for they could distinctly perceive the green light emanating from his eyes. What had transpired? Ayer was consumed by frustration, lamenting his inability to recover, even to perform the simplest act of walking. Outside, the orcs had transformed into monsters. Guozi stammered, her body trembling visibly. Monsters? Ayer pondered in confusion. Bai Lu shared his bewilderment. Questioning the nature of these creatures, she could sense the dire situation outside without even needing to see it. The orcs had sprouted numerous arms, attacking any orc or female they encountered. Just moments ago, I witnessed Guy being impaled through the abdomen by one of those orcs, urging us to flee. Guozi finally divulged the grim circumstances outside. Guy. Tears streamed down Ayer's cheeks, yet he felt powerless, shrinking into his bed in a pitiful state of weeping. Ayer, please calm yourself. Preserving your life is paramount. Do you not wish to avenge Guy by slaying the orc that harmed her? Bai Lu, sensing Ayer teetering on the brink of despair, hoped to restore his composure. My Guy? Ayer cried out in anguish, prompting Bai Lu to swiftly cover his mouth with her hand. Quiet down. Do you wish to attract the monsters? What benefit is there in our demise? At this moment, only Bai Lu remained sufficiently composed. I will release your mouth. But do not shout. We must devise a means to survive. And you, Guozi, where has your earlier courage vanished? You are now a mature female, no more tears. Bai Lu calmly instructed the two. They both nodded, not questioning how Bai Lu perceived Guozi's tears, for the three were huddled closely together, and the sensation was palpable. Chapter 85. The cacophony of battle raged on outside, while Guozi quietly shed tears within the cave. Ayer lay on the bed, staring blankly, and Bai Lu was beside herself with anxiety. Before long, silence enveloped the outside. Bai Lu resolved to investigate the situation. Do not make a sound. I will take a look. She whispered to the two, although Ayer ignored her. Do not go. If they discover you, it will be disastrous. Guozi grasped Bai Lu's arm, her fear overwhelming her. The courage she had mustered at the door was now entirely depleted, and she could not bear the thought of Bai Lu venturing out while Ayer remained gravely injured. It is fine. Listen, there is no commotion outside. I shall sneak a glance. Bai Lu, emboldened, pried Guozi's hand away and stealthily approached the door, which was completely blocked. And with her strength, she could not budge it. Bai Lu searched for quite some time before discovering a relatively large gap through which she could peer outside. As she leaned closer, a wave of the metallic scent of blood assailed her senses. There were no living souls in sight, only the ground strewn with bloodstains. With her backside elevated, Bai Lu cautiously scanned from various angles for any lurking monsters or surviving orcs and females. Suddenly, a hand rested on her shoulder, startling the unsuspecting Bai Lu, causing her to collide with the stone wall before her. Bai Lu, are you all right? I didn't mean to startle you. What is the situation outside? The expression of remorse in Guozi's eyes was illuminated by the light filtering through the gap, leaving Bai Lu hesitant to express any reproach. There is no one outside. What should we do now? We must open the door. We cannot avoid going out forever. I'm scared. Can we not open it? I shall accompany you. There is no need to be afraid. Well, all right then. Their voices echoed distinctly within the cave, and they proceeded to move aside the stones and debris that obstructed the door. A thick, nauseating scent of blood mingled with an indescribable odor filled the air. Ugh. Ugh. Bai Lu and Guozi each turned away, feeling nauseous. Bai Lu, shall we go in? What if a monster appears? Guozi clutched Bai Lu's clothing tightly, trembling as she felt incapable of fighting back. Look, there aren't too many people outside now, but what should we do? Let us see if there are any survivors. Bai Lu expressed her desire to investigate whether anyone was still alive, wishing to inquire about the specifics of what had transpired and the monster's motives. Survivors? Guozi struggled to speak, her words quivering, her mind slow to respond. If there are still living orcs or females, if you can't hold on, just go find Elle. I'll go alone. Bai Lu herself was unsure where she found the courage to utter such words. Fortunately, Guozi did not agree. All right, I'll follow you. We'll go find Elle together later. Guozi's gestures became increasingly frantic. Then don't scream later. Let us keep our voices down. If a monster is lurking in one of the caves, we can sneak away. If you scream and alert them, the consequences. Bai Lu didn't need to finish. Guozi understood. Okay. I will try to restrain myself. Guozi replied meekly. Just follow my lead. Inhale. Exhale. Seeing Guozi was at the peak of her anxiety, her face flushed. Bai Lu stubbornly insisted on accompanying her and instructed her on deep breathing. Inhale. Exhale. Guozi instinctively followed Bai Lu's rhythm twice. Feeling any better? Bai Lu inquired. I'm not so scared anymore. Let us go. Whether we go out or stay, we're bound to die. If it's death, then so be it. Guozi suddenly adopted a more open-minded perspective. We're only going out to see what is happening. There is no such thing as certain death. We will survive. Let us go. It was uncertain whether she was encouraging herself or comforting Guozi. Guozi grasped Bai Lu's hand and took one last deep breath before matching Bai Lu's pace. Bai Lu and Guozi emerged from the underground tunnel, entering the corridor of the subterranean palace, flanked by numerous chambers, all of which had their doors ajar, save for one. The floor of the corridor was cloaked in blood, obscuring its original appearance, while the chambers were filled with grotesque corpses, dismembered limbs a common sight, some faces so marred they were unrecognizable. Bai Lu and Guozi, suppressing their discomfort, ventured into one room after another, until they arrived at the chamber of Ruido's mother. Bai Lu. This must be Ruido's mother's chamber, right? All the other doors are open, yet this one remains shut. Do you think Ruido's mother is still alive? Guozi astonishingly recognized this as Ruido's mother's chamber. Bai Lu recalled that Guozi had only recently arrived in the underground palace and had been busy alternating between her chamber and attending to AI air. How could she possibly know about Ruido's mother's chamber? Bai Lu turned her head to glance at Guozi, clearly astonished. For it was only through Ruido's mother that she learned this was her burrow. After all the burrows appeared identical, and without guidance, one would remain oblivious. What do you want? Guozi, sensing the intensity of Bai Lu's gaze, felt perplexed. How do you know this is Ruido's mother's burrow? I find it quite difficult to locate. Bai Lu pushed Guozi's hand away and gradually stepped back. Bai Lu, my mother brought me here once. I wanted to find you, but you were not here, she replied, her voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. Is that so? Bai Lu remained skeptical. Indeed. What do you suspect of me? Please don't stand so far away. It frightens me. Guozi hastily grasped Bai Lu's hand again, leaving no room for refusal. All right, let us see. Upon witnessing Guozi's genuine fear, Bai Lu realized her concerns were unwarranted. Bai Lu, let us depart. What if Ruido's mother is absent and there are monsters inside? Guozi began to stutter, her voice involuntarily rising. Be quiet. Now that we are here, do you intend to attract the monsters with such volume? Bai Lu regretted bringing Guozi along. If there were no monsters inside, her loud voice could create problems. Hic. Guozi attempted to speak again but was interrupted by her own hiccups, which echoed loudly in the corridor. Could you please control yourself? Bai Lu rolled her eyes, finding Guizi rather troublesome. Yet, considering she was merely a young female cub, she decided to let it slide. Let us go, but keep your voice down. Bai Lu took Guizi's hand with one hand and gently pushed open Ruido's mother's door with the other. As the door creaked open, a lack of any foul odor greeted them. Ruido's mother was absent, and the burrow appeared pristine and orderly, as if it belonged to an entirely different realm. Bai Lu, why is it so clean here? What shall we do next? Guizi, surveying the surroundings, sensed something was amiss and clutched Bai Lu's hand. I don't know. Ruido's mother is not here, and it seems nothing has been disturbed. Let us return to find Elle and discuss our next steps, Bai Lu responded, equally uncertain. Observing Guizi's demeanor, she realized they would not arrive at any conclusions together. Elle was at least a viable option for discussion. Moreover, they had overlooked the fact that they left the door ajar while departing, leaving Elle, the sickly beast man, in the burrow. They could only hope that the monsters had truly vacated, otherwise. Chapter 86. The willful Guizi. Bai Lu and Guizi retraced their steps, encountering neither monsters nor orcs along the way. Remarkably, with each passing moment, Bai Lu had grown accustomed to the pungent scent of blood. Bai Lu, will Elle be all right? Guizi pondered anxiously as they approached the cave where Elle resided, suddenly recalling that Elle had been left alone with the beast inside. It will be fine. I mustn't frighten myself unnecessarily. Yet, deep down, Bai Lu harbored her own doubts. If a monster were to discover Elle during this time, Elle would undoubtedly lack the means to protect himself. She chastised herself for her lack of foresight. Bai Lu and Guizi hastened their steps, quickly entering the cavern. The stone bed was devoid of air, but the ground bore scattered bloodstains. Bai Lu, something has happened to air. Guizi stifled her sobs, covering her mouth. We must go. Bai Lu urged Guizi, recalling the way to the exit. Where to? Guizi murmured. Indeed, where can we go? First, we must find the exit. We cannot remain here any longer. Bai Lu insisted as they walked. But leaving is tantamount to death. The ant beasts outside, the creatures soaring above, and those scuttling below, what can we, two young females, possibly do? Guizi felt an overwhelming sense of despair and simply stood still. There is always a glimmer of hope. Staying here, the monsters could return at any moment. If we venture out, we might find a chance for survival, Bai Lu encouraged, pulling Guizi along. But going out means death too. Guizi cried, tears streaming down her face, unconcerned about the bloodstains on the ground. In this underground lair filled with monsters, she released Bai Lu's hand and sank to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Bai Lu was at a loss for words. Guizi had been so well protected, yet now it seemed they might be the last two living souls in this desolate place. And she could not abandon her. Crying will not help. Think of Ayer. He suffered grave injuries to save us and could not escape this calamity. And what of your mother, Lantia? She has not been found, nor your father. They are still out there fighting for us. We must be strong. Survival is the most important thing. Bai Lu's voice rose with barely contained emotion. So we just leave? We won't even search a bit more? Guizi's voice trembled, filled with sorrow. Though they had only explored part of the cavern, the possibility of monsters lurking nearby made Bai Lu resolute. We must leave now. Very well, Guizi conceded, her tone laced with reluctance. Do not worry. I will protect you, Bai Lu reassured her, seeking to ease her troubled mind. Yes, Guizi nodded faintly. What's that itch? Just as she stood ready to move, Guizi suddenly felt something biting her back, causing an itch rather than pain. What's wrong? What is it? Bai Lu asked patiently, careful not to trigger Guizi's sensitive nerves. Something is biting my back, Guizi replied in a pitiful tone. Let me see. Bai Lu stepped forward, urging Guizi to bend down, and she lifted her clothing to inspect. Don't move, Bai Lu suddenly commanded, preventing Guizi from scratching at the unbearable itch. What is it? Guizi asked, fear evident in her posture as she mustered the courage to inquire. It's nothing. I will extract it right away. Bai Lu remained calm, using her multifunctional tool to cut through Guizi's clothing and carefully remove the black beast cub. How strange. How did the black beast cub end up outside your skin? Why isn't he bitten in? Bai Lu found the situation quite perplexing. Typically, the black beast eggs hatch within the confines of their host, and it is virtually impossible for them to exist externally. Mature black beasts cannot linger outside for long. How then could a black beast cub be gnawing about? Huh? Guizi initially thought she had misheard. Was Bai Lu suggesting that the black beast should bite into her flesh? No, that is not my intent. What I mean to convey is that the black beast cubs find it exceedingly difficult to survive once separated from their flesh. Generally, mature black beasts lay their eggs within their own bodies, which is indeed curious. Noticing Gwazi had drifted off into her own thoughts and appeared unstable, Bai Lu endeavored to clarify her explanation. I understand your point. It implies that the black beast is not within my body, and you find that regrettable, correct? Gwazi exclaimed with heightened fervor, yet they still had not found their way out. I am not saying that. Oh dear, Gwazi, please lower your voice. This is not the time for such discussions. We shall talk once we are outside. Frustrated by Gwazi's inability to grasp her intent, Bai Lu decided it best to take her outside to assess the situation. I refuse. I shall wait here for my father to come for me. I am so hungry. It was baffling how Gwazi, who had just been terrified by the gruesome scene they had witnessed, suddenly exhibited a desire for food. Come on, let us seek your father. Have you forgotten? Your mother is still unaccounted for. If she is alive, she may be waiting for you to rescue her. Bai Lu patiently reasoned. And since Gwazi had not brought up the matter of the black beast again, she was wise enough not to mention it herself. Mother? Yes. Your mother is indeed waiting for you to find your father. Bai Lu followed Gwazi's lead, and at last, Gwazi appeared to be in a state of urgency. Hurry, hurry, she urged. Very well, let us go. Bai Lu acquiesced. However, what they did not anticipate was that in the dark corner at the end of the passage, devoid of light, 3 beastmen were observing their quarrel. Master, shall we leave the matriarch unattended? One of the younger females beside him licked her lips, expressing a desire for a taste. As one beastman on the left remarked, do not act rashly. I do not wish to frighten her. As for the cub beside you, handle that one. The master gestured for the beastman on the right to take care of Gwazi. Yes, master, the beastman on the right replied before departing. What about me? What about me? Master, your loyal subordinate is at your service. He bowed deeply to his master. Go check on the progress of the hunting outside, the master instructed. Very well. I shall return shortly. With that, the beastman on the left vanished from sight. Lulu, you are mine, the master declared before following the direction of the beastman on the right. Bai Lu, have you found the exit? It has been quite some time. What if the monsters catch up to us? Gwazi pressed, having been searching for a while. Do not rush. I distinctly remember this place. Why has it vanished? Bai Lu was equally anxious. Could her memory have failed her? Are you certain you were keeping track? If it weren't for the path led by El when I descended, I would have been completely oblivious. Otherwise, I would have surely known without needing your assistance. Gwazi expressed considerable discontent towards Bai Lu, who calmly reassured her. Continuing to search the walls. Hurry up. Gwazi, not entirely idle, observed Bai Lu's quest for an exit and began to feel along the walls as well, eager to expedite their escape. Chapter 87. Pursuit. A cloud of black smoke enveloped them, further obscuring their vision in the already dim cavern. Bai Lu, are you still there? Gwazi tentatively inquired. I'm here, but where are you? It's too dark. I can't see you. Bai Lu unintentionally raised her voice. I'm to your right, Gwazi replied. Bai Lu. This black smoke is quite peculiar. Be cautious and protect yourself, Bai Lu warned, wielding a multifunctional tool while continuing her exploration towards Gwazi's direction. You be careful too, Gwazi responded. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from Gwazi's vicinity. Gwazi, what happened? Are you all right? Bai Lu asked, her eyes scanning the shadows, yet she saw no one. Only the echo of Gwazi's scream lingered in the air. After a prolonged silence, Bai Lu's heart sank. She was now alone, gripping her multifunctional knife tightly. She hastened to navigate the walls. Help me, Bai Lu. Gwazi's voice pierced through the darkness. Where are you? Bai Lu inhaled deeply, maintaining her composure. Yet, silence ensued again. Bai Lu speculated that perhaps Gwazi had fallen into a pit, making it difficult to call out, or she might have been captured. Either way, she must be alive. Gwazi. Can you make a sound? I need to locate you, Bai Lu urged, taking a defensive stance as she retraced her initial path. Meanwhile, Gwazi had kicked an orc and rolled into a corner, covering her mouth to stifle any sound. Her heart raced from the recent encounter, fear gripping her as she worried about being discovered by the lurking orcs. After replying to Bai Lu, Gwazi sensed a presence behind her. She turned, only to be drenched in a wave of black beasts, indeed, drenched, as a torrent of dark creatures cascaded upon her, and she could faintly discern an orc among them. The torches on either side flickered out, prompting Gwazi to scream and shake off the black beasts, successfully scattering them onto the ground. Through the adjacent corridor, she glimpsed a writhing mass of darkness, sending chills down her spine. As she looked up, an orc raised a stone knife, aiming to strike her. Gwazi swiftly evaded, calling for Bai Lu's help, but the surrounding smoke muffled her cries. Seizing the opportunity presented by the obscurity, she concealed herself in a corner, praying that the orc had not detected her. Better come out willingly. If I catch you, you will regret it. The orc outside spoke in a husky, guttural tone, imbued with a peculiar stickiness that rendered the very act of communication repulsive. Gwazi found herself trembling uncontrollably, perhaps due to her ill fortune, as the orc approached her direction. Gwazi, are you there? The distant voice of bailing echoed closer, and Gwazi longed to respond. Yet the orc showed no intention of departing. She pondered the fate of bailing. A female cub, should she fall into the orc's clutches? All she could do was hope that bailing would not venture this way, as her own safety depended on the orc's search for her. Perhaps the heavens heard Gwazi's silent pleas, for bailing's voice ceased. However, the orc was nearing her hiding place, and Gwazi possessed no weapons to defend herself. She steeled herself for a desperate confrontation. Just as she prepared to rise, her foot brushed against a wooden stick, producing an audible sound. Gwazi cursed her misfortune. She had intended to launch a surprise attack, but the orc halted, seemingly trying to discern the source of the noise. Gwazi found it peculiar. The orc's keen senses of smell and hearing should have easily detected her position from the sound of the stick. Yet, the beast remained stationary, as if still searching for her whereabouts. She picked up the stick and cautiously shifted her position, seeking to confirm her suspicions. During this time, the orc did not move, and Gwazi secretly exhaled in relief. Her sole desire was to survive. If she could find an exit, she could seal the entrance and ensure the orc's entrapment. But what of bailing? Determined to locate bailing, Gwazi stealthily moved toward the direction from which bailing's voice had vanished. However, exiting would expose her to the illumination of the burning sticks flanking her. What was she to do? Anxiety gnawed at her. If bailing wandered too far, they would truly be separated. In her impatience, Gwazi remained oblivious to the shifting shadows on the ground, and the orc finally stirred, charging towards her once more. Bailing! Bailing! In a moment of inspiration, Gwazi decided to exploit her frantic state. She shouted bailing's name with all her might, a volume she rarely employed. The orc's blade swung down, and Gwazi dodged left and right, evading the strike. The dark blade seemed to align ominously with the orc's cold visage. The orc, perplexed by its inability to land a blow, produced a long, sharp knife from its waist and lunged at Gwazi. Gwazi? Gwazi? Once again evading. Gwazi momentarily lost her focus and was pierced in the shoulder by the sharp blade. The orc withdrew the knife, and seizing the opportunity, Gwazi sprinted away, clutching her wound. Behind her, the orc gave chase, blood dripping from the knife's tip, tracing a long crimson line on the ground. You cannot escape. The orc bellowed from behind. No, no. Do not move. What is happening? Silence. The orc suddenly halted, hands clasped atop its head, its large knife restless as it roared. Silence. Otherwise, I will inform my master, and none of you shall survive. The orc appeared to be relapsing, muttering in agony to himself. Gwazi noticed the orc's unusual behavior just as she contemplated delivering a finishing blow. Suddenly, a hand covered her mouth and pulled her into a shadowy corner, where she observed that the surrounding flames had extinguished. Female, come out, or I shall slay your father and mother, came a sinister chuckle. What do you intend to do with my parents? Unable to contain her impatience, Gwazi charged out, standing a dozen meters away from the orc. I want to harm them. You shall become my keeper. The orc laughed grotesquely once more. Keeper? Gwazi was perplexed. What do you mean by keeper? My dear ones, come forth and meet your keeper, the orc declared, brandishing a massive blade. Gwazi was bewildered by the orc's sudden grasp of the large sword, but soon the answer revealed itself. She observed the blade morphing, lengthening, sharpening, and expanding. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was no ordinary sword. It was forged from dark beasts. The orc wielded it without inflicting harm upon them. Little one, have you seen clearly? Fear not, for they shall be your masters from now on, the orc instructed, gesturing toward the dark beast blade. A chill ran down Gwazi's spine. Who was this lunatic? If Bai Lu were present, she would undoubtedly be mocking the situation in her mind, having witnessed the scene unfold with similar thoughts. Chapter 88. Temporary escape. A blade composed of dark beasts was hurled by the orc towards Gwazi. Which tribe do you belong to? I have never heard of a beast clan capable of wielding dark beasts in the Tianzi continent, Gwazi pondered, bewildered by the orc's command over the dark beasts. Do not speak so much. Become the nourishment for these treasures. The orc suddenly launched the dark beast blade toward Gwazi, who was merely a few meters away. Gwazi. Bai Lu shouted her name, witnessing the orc's attack. Bai Lu, go. Gwazi felt certain that her demise was imminent, but she believed that her life could buy Bai Lu a chance to escape. Bai Lu was poised to grasp the burning wooden sticks on either side. knowing that even the faintest flicker of flame could instill a measure of fear in the dark beast. However, the beast's blade descended in the blink of an eye. And this time, the creature, which typically burrowed into flesh, opted to steer clear of Guo's form, much to the astonishment of the 3 spectators present. Bite. Devour. What are you doing? The bewilderment etched on the beastman's face caught the attention of both Bai Lu and Guo. Bai Lu was further astonished. Why did the black beast not bite into Guozi? This was a mutated parasitic creature that would burrow into any human it encountered. Lanku had lost his life due to the black beast, yet Guozi seemed to be unharmed. In the depths of darkness, Bai Lu scrutinized the ebony beast lying on the fruit and the ground, and she discerned a peculiar phenomenon. The injured shoulder of the fruit was incessantly oozing blood, saturating her garment, while the black beast, tainted by the fruit's blood, soon became immobile, resembling a cocoon poised for metamorphosis. In contrast, the untainted black beasts desperately retreated from the fruit. Bai Lu, you must flee. The fruit murmured softly to her, pale from excessive blood loss. As she herself began to move away from the beastmen, it seemed as though the beasts instinctively understood, even when grounded. They could not navigate as fluidly as in the presence of a human, yet they parted ways, preparing a path for the fruit's escape. Bai Lu, keenly searching for an opportune moment, understood that while the black beasts posed no threat to the fruit, they could still be dangerous to her. She waited until the fruit was beyond the beast's reach before making her move. My dears, hurry. Why do you not bite? The beastmen remained perplexed by the ineffectiveness of the black beasts. What? She possesses something that terrifies you. What is it? There's a nauseating odor when approaching her. Is this what fear feels like? You are warriors of the black beast tribe. How can you falter at such a trivial challenge? Does her blood render you incapable of action? How formidable! As if conversing with the surviving black beast on the ground, the beastmen meticulously searched for the ensnared creatures, only to discover the cocoon and realize that this unforeseen circumstance rendered them immobile. Hi, what are you doing? The beastman clad in black fur, referred to as the black-clad man, questioned the bewildered Hai. Master, Hai finally noticed the black-clad man's presence. What are you doing? Where's the female cub? The black-clad man exuded an inherent aura of authority, prompting Hai to diminish his own presence. Hai glanced around, appearing somewhat daft, only now realizing he was meant to eliminate the cub. Where is she? The black-clad man seemed on the verge of fury. I do not know. It is my subordinate's fault, Hai replied candidly. What happened? The black-clad man inquired. We intended to take advantage of the matriarch's absence to make the cub a source of sustenance for our kin, but her blood seems to counteract our tribe. Those who approach immediately become paralyzed and suffer immensely. Hai elucidated the crux of the matter. The one called fruit? Bring her to me quietly, commanded the black-clad man. Understood. Hai responded. Tend to the wounded and clean up, the black-clad man instructed before departing. Yes, Hai acknowledged in the direction of the black-clad man. Meanwhile, Bai Lu and the fruit, seizing the opportunity to escape, found themselves in a dire predicament. Fruit, let us rest here for a moment, Bai Lu said. As she felt the increasing weight of the fruit's hand, she understood that the fruit could walk no further. Bai Lu, am I close to death? The fruit inquired, touching the wound wrapped in Bai Lu's garment. No, I will find medicinal herbs. You will not perish. Hold on for a while longer. Bai Lu is not merely offering comfort. She possesses an external advantage. As long as she discovers the exit, she will find ample herbs surrounding the Sunset Valley. The key lies in locating the exit promptly. Have we escaped that orc? Guozi's voice carries a sense of fatigue. Hold on, I will carry you. I have just found the exit, and it is quite near. We simply overlooked the switch. Endure for a moment, and I shall certainly lead you to the herbs, Bai Lu declares, crouching down to allow Guozi to rest upon her. Despite Guozi's towering height of 1.80 meters, completely enveloping her. Can you really carry me? Don't overexert yourself, Guozi inquires. It's all right. I will definitely take you out to find the herbs, Bai Lu replies through gritted teeth as she lifts Guozi and proceeds towards the exit. All right, I believe in you, Guozi. Inspired by Bai Lu's unwavering determination, refuses to surrender to despair. Indeed, Bai Lu feels relieved that Guozi remains clear-headed. Did you see just now? Bai Lu asks about the black beasts not penetrating Guozi's body. What? Guozi's mind is clouded, lacking clarity. Those black beasts did not invade your body, Bai Lu reminds her. Guozi murmurs, drowsy. Do you know why? Bai Lu continues her inquiry. Why? Guozi responds, following suit. You must know that when the black beasts encounter an orc's body, they immediately burrow inside, for their sustenance is our flesh and blood, Bai Lu explains meticulously, although she understands Guozi may not offer any insightful response. Indeed, what of it? Guozi realizes Bai Lu's persistent questioning is an attempt to keep her from succumbing to slumber. Because of your blood. Bai Lu reveals the answer. My blood? What of it? Guozi remains groggy, oblivious to Bai Lu's implication. Your blood renders the black beasts immobile, perhaps even lethal to them. It might be their nemesis. Bai Lu shares her hypothesis. Nemesis? Is that truly effective? Guozi queries, her mind perhaps clearing slightly. Yes, I witnessed the black beasts encountering your blood, transforming into cocoons and falling to the ground. Entirely devoid of aggression, Bai Lu recounts her first-hand observation. How remarkable! Are there still living beings within the dungeon? I could save them, Guozi exclaims, mustering her meager strength to shake Bai Lu's body. No, we must exit swiftly to find you herbs and locate the orcs. That is our only hope, Bai Lu insists. Confronting the harsh reality. No need for that. I am fine. Quickly, seek the orcs below. We must rescue them. Guozi continues to shake Bai Lu's form. Already struggling under the weight, Bai Lu feels her strength waning. Be quiet. Chapter 89. On the path to the exit. Guozi, we are in dire straits ourselves, Bai Lu cautions. If you want to go, I shall. With that, Guozi attempts to wriggle free. Bai Lu, in a moment of recklessness, decided to abandon her reservations. Can you stand firm? She questioned. If you can make it over there, I shall accompany you. Observing Guozi's struggle to traverse even a mere 10 meters, Bai Lu realized the futility of the endeavor, hoping to dissuade her from attempting it. Very well, Guozi replied, laboriously inching forward, each step feeling like it might lead to her collapse. Bai Lu hastened forward to support Guozi, intending to respond to her, particularly because Guozi was rather stubborn. Bai Lu, let us proceed. We shall find father and the clan leader together to rescue them. Guozi spoke first. All right, Bai Lu agreed. I apologize for the trouble. Guozi, once again resting on Bai Lu's back, expressed her remorse. Understanding is enough, Bai Lu acknowledged, yet she found it difficult to concur. Self-preservation was secondary, and even if they were unscathed, their inability to rescue others made it imperative to seek assistance from the orcs. Moreover, Guozi's blood would undoubtedly enhance their strength. I always cause trouble. I feel so useless, Guozi lamented, exuding an air of despondency. At least your blood is valuable. Whether your mind is functional or not is inconsequential, Bai Lu remarked with a smile. Indeed, I recognize my faults. If I act foolishly again, feel free to strike me. Guozi whispered from Bai Lu's back. At least you possess self-awareness. Once this matter is resolved, you may do as you please. I will not hit you, Bai Lu declared, making her stance clear. All right, during this time, if I act foolishly, do strike me. I consent to that, Guozi replied. Bai Lu chuckled softly. Are we nearly there? Guozi inquired. Just around the corner and at the end of this path, Bai Lu replied, her demeanor turning serious. We are almost there. I truly commend you for being able to hear my voice from such a distance, Guozi marveled. Indeed, it was akin to the cries of a slaughtered pig. Bai Lu retorted casually. Pig? Guozi asked, perplexed. Yes, the long-toothed beast. Its cries when met with death were quite tragic. Bai Lu explained. You were comparing me to a long-toothed beast? Guozi protested, feeling indignant. Indeed. Otherwise, how could I have heard you? Bai Lu continued to tease her. I am not that ugly. Guozi held her ground. After a moment of silence, Bai Lu thought Guozi had fainted, but before she could call out to her, Guozi suddenly exclaimed, if conditions were met. Bai Lu would surely laugh uncontrollably. No laughing, Bai Lu. What is there to find amusing? Guozi chided, patting Bai Lu's shoulder. Indeed, Bai Lu replied, reflecting on Guozi's words. It was true that, throughout history, women had always cherished beauty. By the way, what did the monster you encountered last time look like? Bai Lu suddenly recalled this matter. Bai Lu regained her senses, recalling Guozi's claim that her blood could restrain the dark beasts in their quest to save their kin. Yet, was it not a mere female's blood, limited in quantity? And did that monstrous entity truly bear any connection to the dark beasts? Her blood was not a panacea. She had allowed Guozi to lead her astray. What is the matter? A monster is simply a monster, Guozi replied faintly. Do you remember what those monsters look like? You cannot rely on yourself alone. Your blood supply is insufficient. Do those monsters indeed have any relation to the dark beasts? For now, your blood seems capable only of countering the dark beasts. Bai Lu meticulously articulated to Guozi. All right. The word echoed repeatedly in response. Guozi? Bai Lu called out twice before realizing that the fruit had fallen asleep, murmuring good incessantly. The end of the journey was but 2 steps away for Bai Lu. Gritting her teeth, she persevered, carrying the fruit to the exit switch. This was a slope riddled with pits. Ascending it was akin to navigating the stairs of the modern world, albeit in a beastly version. Bai Lu brushed aside the dry grass to reveal the exit, which consisted of a wooden panel covered with foliage. It was perplexing why the exit was designed with such simplicity. The switch Bai Lu discovered was an emblem on the wall, resembling a wolf, though each exhibited slight variations. Only 4 switches were correct, and with a specific method, she could ascertain whether they would unlock the exit above. Bai Lu could not fathom why her kin had devised such a convoluted mechanism. Surely, it would suffice to simply examine the exit above to ascertain a way out, rather than complicating matters with the search for a switch. Moreover, the existence of a misleading exit switch seemed utterly pointless. At this moment, however, Bai Lu's sole desire was to escape swiftly, to locate the herbs and the orc, without delving into these perplexing issues. Bai Lu carried Guizi to the topmost pit, one hand supporting Guizi while resting against the stone wall, and with the other, she brushed aside the undergrowth to push open the wooden door. Guizi, now we can finally go out, Bai Lu beamed, yet Guizi offered no reply. Just as Bai Lu was about to ascend, a pangolin's head suddenly emerged from the entrance of the burrow. Bai Lu, burdened with the fruit, was nearly startled into tumbling down the staircase. Bai Lu withdrew a wooden stick from her waist and struck down with a single blow. The neck of the ant beast was relatively fragile, and it collapsed directly, falling into the hole in the ground. Fortunately, she had been well prepared, though one might argue that the creature was rather feeble. Bai Lu remarked to the severed head of the ant beast below, "If only you could speak, you would surely protest, claiming it was excessive of me to have struck your head off, asserting that it was the hardest part of your body. Alas, there are no ifs in this situation." She readied herself to ascend once more, her heart racing with urgency. Time had already slipped away, and with Guizi having been unconscious for so long, she needed to find the medicinal herbs. Would she arrive in time? As Bai Lu gazed upward, she pondered whether misfortune had once again found her favor. She was confronted by the gaze of 2 egg-sized eyes belonging to an ant beast, a flying ant that hovered approximately 7 to 8 meters away. Initially, her intention was to remain motionless, mirroring the enemy's stillness. However, within mere moments, the standoff between the creature and the human was shattered by the flying ant's sudden dive. "Ah!" she shrieked, the sound echoing sharply, followed by a resounding crash as a wooden board was struck. "What a fright!" she exclaimed, instinctively patting her chest, while her hand clutched the board. Clearly, she had not adequately prepared for this encounter. "What should I do now?" Bai Lu muttered to herself. Soon, the ominous sound of the board being struck echoed in rapid succession, one thud after another. Bai Lu was in a state of utter desperation, both fearful of the monsters discovering the commotion and anxious about the possibility of the ant beast charging in. The black beast, despite having the blood of the fruit, posed no immediate threat. What to do? What to do? Bai Lu stamped her foot in frustration. Bai Lu momentarily found herself at a loss for a suitable solution and decided it would be best to descend with the fruit on her back, as remaining at the top felt perilous. Huh? The fruit? Where's the fruit? She spread her hands wide, trying to gauge the weight upon her back. But where was the fruit? Bai Lu glanced around and soon spotted the fruit that had tumbled into the corner of the staircase, struggling to retrieve it in a rather awkward manner. Ah, the fruit. Alas. Bai Lu hurried downstairs to reposition the fruit properly. Chapter 90, Arrival and Return Fruit. Are you all right? Bai Lu gently patted the fruit's face, attempting to rouse it. I hurt. The fruit surprisingly stirred weakly. Where? It's all my fault. Had I carried you properly, you wouldn't have fallen. Bai Lu was engulfed in self-reproach. No, it's not your fault. I know I burdened you, the fruit replied. Fortunately, I have you. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do. No one here is sane. Bai Lu felt tears welling but reminded herself that this was not the time for such emotions. Don't cry. We still need to find the clan leader, rescue our father and mother, and the rest of our kin. The fruit, despite waking up, remained concerned about this matter. Thud, thud, thud. This time, the sound was more urgent, as if it were about to pierce through the wooden boards. Bai Lu understood they could not hold on much longer. Let us find a burrow to hide in. There are numerous ant beasts outside. If we encounter monsters or that beast man with the black beast, we might have a chance of survival. Without waiting for the fruit to respond, Bai Lu hoisted her onto her back and set off. Endure, fruit. I will see if there is a burrow nearby. It then occurred to Bai Lu that due to the recent threats posed by the ant beasts and black beasts, most female creatures in the burrows would be stockpiling medicinal herbs. just in case their own beastmen needed them. Bai Lu, I understand. I will manage, the fruit assured. Bai Lu searched through 2 or 3 places and, fortunate enough, stumbled upon a peculiar herb seed nestled in a corner, its label indicating it possessed hemostatic properties. The burrow was relatively clean, prompting Bai Lu to firmly shut the door and barricade it with several heavy objects she could manage to move. Having completed this task, she swiftly utilized a small stone, illuminated by the flickering firelight, to crush the herb seed against the stone bed. In no time, she applied the crushed herb to the fruit and consumed a portion herself, uncertain whether it was meant for external application or internal ingestion. With no knowledgeable orc healer available, she resolved to make do, prioritizing survival. Rest well, fruit, she murmured, casting a glance at the fruit laid upon the bed while she herself felt drowsy. Struggling to keep her eyes open. I'm fine. I can't sleep. Every time I close my eyes, I see the blood-red ground and the black sky outside. The fruit replied softly. You saw that? Bai Lu could only surmise that the vision was linked to the moment she had opened the wooden door. Indeed, at that time. I was in a daze and noticed the sky was dark, the fruit explained. All right, focus on healing for now. I will see if there is any food available here. Bai Lu reflected, realizing that she had sealed the entrance and was unaware of their food supply. It had been quite some time since they had eaten, and she felt her own hunger pangs. Yes, I am hungry too, the fruit responded. Bai Lu began to search within the cave, uncertain if it was due to the absence of inhabitants that there was no food to be found. There is no sustenance here. I have sealed the entrance. If the ant beast has already entered, we shall encounter them head-on upon our exit, she remarked in front of the fruit bed. Going out means death, and remaining here is merely awaiting the same fate. I wonder if the chieftain is aware of our predicament, Guozi said, tears streaming down her face. Realizing there was little left to be done. I do not know, Bai Lu sighed, lying down beside Guozi, utterly exhausted. In another part of the cave, an orc was seated while another stood nearby. Master, shall we proceed with the killing? Asked the standing orc, eyeing the familiar figure clad in black. Yes, until they divulge what we seek, the dark-clad figure instructed. Understood, master. The orc, hey air, wickedly licked his lips. He then departed, leaving the black-clad figure lost in thought. Lulu, forgive me. I am left with no choice, he murmured to himself. Fool, she has left. It has been so long since she sought you. She no longer desires you. A voice taunted. No, she was merely frightened, unable to return, he rebutted. Such flimsy reasoning, if she cannot endure this. How will she navigate her future? Will she ever be with you again? She hails from a great tribe. You do not comprehend. I do not comprehend? And you do? He retorted. She will inevitably become my meal. Do not touch her. I shall taste her regardless. Do not dare harm her, or I shall destroy this body. With that, the black-clad figure, known as Sierra, hurled himself against the stone wall. All right, I concede. I will not harm her. Do not be angry. If you touch her, I will not spare you. Yes, yes. Silence enveloped the cave, and Sierra, lost in his musings, suddenly displayed a sinister grin, followed by a gaze filled with deep affection, only to be swiftly replaced by the latter once more. Lulu, I will find you. Wait for me, he declared, vanishing from the cave. Bai Lu, I cannot sleep. I am hungry. Guozi lamented weakly from her bed. I just checked. There is no commotion outside, and I cannot ascertain if the ant beast has entered, Bai Lu replied, remaining motionless on her bed. Are we truly destined to await death? Guozi echoed, lying in the same position. No, there must be a way. We cannot lose hope. Bai Lu reassured. Is there truly hope? Guozi pondered, fearing that if she succumbed to unconsciousness, she might never awaken. There is. There will be, Bai Lu murmured, uncertain if she was comforting herself or Guozi. Indeed. Then came an interminable silence, until both individuals heard a series of soft thuds. It was the sound of footsteps, which quickly faded away. Bai Lu, do you know what that sound is? Guozi inquired. I don't know. I'll sneak a look, she replied, and with that, she rose from her bed and approached the door. Bai Lu dared not shift the objects propped against the door, both out of fear that the noise might alert those outside and because she wished to conserve her strength. Thus, she pressed her ear against the door, straining to catch the sounds from beyond. Are you certain they are inside? Yes, there are 2 female cubs within. Very well, proceed to open the door. Me? Indeed. It is you. Go. All right. Soon after, Bai Lu heard footsteps approaching, drawing ever closer. Bai Lu swiftly softened her footsteps and hurried to the bedside. Guozi. There are orcs trying to break in. Do not make a sound. With no alternatives available, Bai Lu continued. Here, Take this knife. If danger arises, use it to defend yourself. I cannot protect you forever. Stay strong." After saying this, Bai Lu rose and departed. "You keep it. In my current state, it would be of no use to me. If I die, I die. I cannot even muster the strength to resist, so there is no need for you to wield such a fine blade." Guozi displayed a certain self-awareness. Very well. Indeed, Bai Lu was reluctant to part with the knife, for it was the only weapon that indicated her origins from the 20th century. Yet, seeing Guozi's determined gaze made it difficult for her to refuse. Subsequently, Bai Lu grasped a wooden stick from the stone wall and positioned herself 2 meters from the cave entrance, leaning against the stone as she awaited the inevitable breach by the orcs. Chapter 91. The emergence of Hill. The door reverberated with a cacophony of noise as the wooden barrier succumbed to the relentless force, soon splintering under the assault. The pile of stones bracing the door was insignificant against the might of the ant beasts, who were not only formidable among wild creatures, but also exceptional among orcs. As the door swung open, Bai Lu, leaning against the stone wall, struck down with her stick, but this action bore no effect. Rather, it attracted the attention of the newly entered ant beast, causing her weapon to shatter in two. The aggressive gaze of the ant beast made Bai Lu feel nauseated, but her priority was survival. Therefore, she brandished the multifunctional knife and lunged forward. The corridor within the subterranean palace radiated with an unusual brightness due to the arrival of the ant beasts, whose armor glimmered under the flickering flames. The ant beast stood motionless at the entrance, allowing Bai Lu to make her attempt, yet she possessed foresight. Her intention was not to engage in a death struggle with the ant beasts, but to preserve her own life. Bai Lu observed that the exoskeleton of the ant beast outside glimmered ominously in the firelight, appearing exceptionally dazzling. Since the ant beast at the entrance was facing away from its counterparts outside, it remained uncertain whether they were aware of the distinctive features of their own shells. Bai Lu then contemplated the multifunctional knife and was suddenly struck by an idea. Perhaps due to the ant beast's arrogance, only one stood at the entrance, while the others remained oblivious to Bai Lu's burrow. Bai Lu thrust the wooden stick towards the neck of the anteater, fully aware that it was the most vulnerable spot. A mere strike could easily break it. Though she had just shattered the stick, she refused to concede that the blow had missed its target. Bai Lu deliberately directed the glint of her multifunctional knife into the eyes of the anteater, seizing the opportunity to strike while it was vulnerable. With a swift motion, she plunged the blade into the creature's neck. The knife, being rather diminutive, failed to sever the artery in one decisive blow. It merely pierced through. Yet it inflicted considerable discomfort upon the anteater. The creature emitted a piercing cry, a sound that was new to Bai Lu's ears. Even though she could not comprehend the meaning behind the cry, she instinctively understood that such a noise would undoubtedly summon more anteaters for aid. Just as she evaded the creature's menacing claws, she executed a roll and slipped out of the cave. Bai Lu, summoning her remaining strength, ran forward without looking back, exerting herself to the utmost. Along the way, she encountered the anteaters, whether they were slow to react or she was simply too swift. None of them managed to intercept her until she stood at the staircase leading to the exit. Bai Lu cautiously peered out from the exit, ensuring that no danger lurked above. At the moment she climbed up, she glanced back at the densely clustered ant beast below. With a decisive shove, she pushed a stone to block the exit. Now, the immediate threat was contained, but what lay ahead? Bai Lu dusted off her hands, surveyed her surroundings, and concealed herself within a thicket of grass. In the tranquil setting of the grassland, Bai Lu peered through the foliage at the distant ant beast army, marching back and forth, devoid of any orcs or dark beasts. A wave of panic washed over her. What about Guozi? I should have diverted them. Oh dear. Bai Lu tapped her small head in distress. Little one, what are you hiding here for? A voice suddenly broke the silence. Xiao? Bai Lu looked up to see Sierra standing before her, a gentle smile adorning his face. What is the matter, Lulu? What brings you here? He inquired again. Lower your voice. Can't you see the ant beasts over there? Bai Lu tugged Sierra into the underbrush. Oh, Lulu, how long do you plan to stay here? Why aren't you in the burrow? Sierra asked, a puzzled expression on his face. Don't you know? Bai Lu was taken aback by his ignorance. What's wrong? Sierra replied, still bewildered. Most of the female creatures in the burrow and the orcs were slain by the monsters. Then the ant beasts appeared. I barely managed to escape, Bai Lu said, her expression sorrowful, reflecting the genuine grief she felt. What monsters? How could the ant beasts discover the burrow? Are you all right? He scrutinized her, seemingly checking for any injuries. I'm fine, but I'm worried about the others, especially Guozi. She had been with me all along, and when the ant beasts arrived. I intended to save myself and divert the ant beasts, but I ended up only thinking of my own escape. I have no idea how she fared, Bai Lu confessed, a weight of guilt pressing upon her heart. Don't worry about the others. You weren't with them at the time, only Guozi. And you left her behind to flee, Sierra reassured her. It's all right. We will go rescue her, he said earnestly. Rescue? How? The place is swarming with ant beasts. And I have no clue where the monsters might be lurking. How can we possibly rescue her? Bai Lu despaired, harboring little hope. Do not fret. I know a route that my father told me about, designed as an escape path. Come, I will lead you. It's south relatively close, Sierra insisted. Is that true? But we have no idea what lies below, Bai Lu hesitated. Sierra had always been somewhat unpredictable, and while he appeared normal now, the sheer number of ant beasts below and the lurking monsters posed a daunting risk. Moreover, she was uncertain of Guizi's survival. Yet, if she chose not to go, even if she survived, her conscience would be unsettled. Lulu, why don't you wait here for me? I'll go. It's relatively safe here, Sierra suggested upon noticing Bai Lu's silence. I'm going, Bai Lu asserted resolutely. Let us move quietly. It would be troublesome if the ant beasts discovered us, she cautioned as she watched Sierra boldly prepare to lead the way. Oh, I forgot. Let us go. I will be careful. Sierra finally acknowledged the need for stealth. However, being a towering orc over 2 meters tall, it was inevitable that he would attract the attention of the ant beast army. Let us go. Hurry, Lulu. The ant beast swarm is approaching. Hill also noticed the commotion behind and swiftly lifted Bai Lu onto his shoulder before fleeing. However, Bai Lu, being merely a young female cub, struggled to keep pace with the orc's strides. Realizing that Bai Lu could not keep up, Hill hoisted her onto his shoulder and continued to run. Bai Lu was startled. Slow down. Slow down. Within less than a minute, the dizzying speed of Hill made Bai Lu feel as though she were experiencing motion sickness, her instincts overtaking her as she cried out, oblivious to the potential threat of the ant beast pursuing them. Lulu, hold on a little longer. We are almost there. We must hurry. For it would be troublesome if the swarm of ant beasts catches up, Hill urged. Put me down. Though Bai Lu heard him, she lacked the strength to think clearly, yearning only for a moment of respite. Ignoring her pleas, Hill reached the entrance in under 10 minutes, removed the stone, and leaped down, still carrying Bai Lu. The ant beasts arrived at the entrance shortly after they had jumped, yet they could not discern their whereabouts and thus retreated, though patrols of ant beasts had begun to emerge nearby. Dizzy, Bai Lu was shifted from Hill's shoulder into his embrace, her head spinning, murmuring incoherently. It's all right. Lulu, open your eyes, Hill said gently. They had reached a safe haven, a tranquil space devoid of ant beasts, dark beasts, or monsters. Yet Bai Lu was too disoriented to contemplate this. She felt unwell and could not comprehend her discomfort. Chapter 92. Back to the cave, are you all right? Hill stroked Bai Lu's back soothingly. There is no water for you to drink at the moment. Let us rest inside for a while. You will feel better, he suggested. All right, Bai Lu replied, relieved to hear that she might find some comfort. Hill then carried her into a cave, which was simply furnished, appearing somewhat monotonous with only a stone bed. Lulu, you rest here for a moment while I search for something to eat. Do not worry. The ant beast won't find you here. Sleep for a bit and regain your strength, Hill said, placing Bai Lu gently on the stone bed and encouraging her to rest. I can't sleep. I feel dizzy. Hurry back, Bai Lu responded, sounding particularly fragile. All right. Just lie down. I will return swiftly, Hill assured her before departing. Bai Lu lay upon her bed, feeling as though her head might explode, a heavy sensation weighing upon her chest. She was acutely aware that this discomfort stemmed from her low blood sugar. She had been hungry for quite some time, persistently enduring it, and to make matters worse, she had been carried on Hill's shoulder. Hill, where have you gone? Why haven't you returned? Bai Lu thought to herself as she lay there, feeling as if she might burst. Just when she believed that Hill had abandoned her, he returned bearing skewers of roasted meat. Lulu, we are truly fortunate. I found some roasted meat. Would you care for a taste? Hill exclaimed, his face alight with joy as he held out 2 skewers. Yes, I would love to, Bai Lu responded, her excitement palpable, nearly starving. Here you go, Hill said, handing the food to Bai Lu. Bai Lu eagerly seized the food and began to devour it hungrily. Slow down, Hill gently chided, stroking Bai Lu's head. Delicious, truly delicious. Bai Lu nodded enthusiastically as she ate, clearly impressed by the culinary skills on display. If it's good, then indulge a little more, Hill smiled warmly at Bai Lu's appreciation. Where did you get this roasted meat? It's still warm, Bai Lu asked, her pace of eating only slightly slowing after finishing a skewer. I roasted it myself. There's still some beast meat in that cave, so no need to worry, Hill explained. More? Bai Lu inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion. Indeed. This was originally meant for the important members of our clan, particularly the young ones. That beast meat was intended as rations, but we simply ran out of time. Hill's final words carried a deeper significance. This place is specifically for the young ones. Bai Lu asked, continuing to eat. Yes, after all. The young ones are the hope of a tribe. Having additional provisions is never a mistake, Hill elaborated. Bai Lu nodded thoughtfully, feeling satisfied as her hunger subsided. Her dizziness fading, confirming that it was indeed just hunger that had plagued her. Are you full? Hill inquired. I am full, Bai Lu replied. At that moment, Bai Lu realized that Hill had not yet eaten, while she had consumed an impressive amount of roasted meat, totaling 2 to 3 pounds. Have you eaten? Bai Lu asked, feeling a bit embarrassed. Not yet. I will eat once you are satisfied, Hill responded. I am truly full now. You should go ahead, Bai Lu insisted, gesturing for Hill to eat. Very well, Hill agreed, yet remained still, gazing intently at Bai Lu as if struggling to articulate something. Is something the matter? Bai Lu felt self-conscious under Hill's unwavering stare, urging him to speak openly if he had something to say. It's nothing. I'm off now, Hill said quietly, gathering the wooden sticks that held the skewers and departing. What was that all about? Bai Lu pondered to herself, feeling perplexed. Oh well, I might as well rest for a while. Once Hill finishes eating, we can set off to see how the fruits are faring. With a sigh, Bai Lu lay back on her bed and closed her eyes. As soon as Bai Lu fell asleep, a shadow faintly materialized near the entrance, remaining motionless, completely unaware to her. Awaking naturally, Bai Lu got up and yawned. Hill, she called out, searching for him both inside and outside the cave. I'm here, came Hill's muffled voice from the adjacent cave. Where are you? Bai Lu entered the neighboring cave to find piles of beast meat, but no sign of Hill. I'm right here, he replied, and this time she could discern his location. Lulu, hurry over. There is something wonderful here, Hill exclaimed. What is it? As Bai Lu approached, she observed Sierra using a stone knife to carve something on a piece of beast meat. It was the horn of a long-horned beast. Your constitution is rather frail. I shall sever this for you as a supplement, he remarked. Bai Lu watched as Sierra swiftly made progress in his task. I am well. This is of no consequence. Let us first seek out Guizi and the others. She endeavored to maintain her ladylike composure, for Guizi was currently in an uncertain predicament, as were the other tribespeople. Did Sierra still have the leisure to be carving horns? Do not be vexed. I noticed you were resting, so I took the liberty to explore. I discovered this rather large horn, which is seldom seen, and thought to cut it for a nourishing soup for you. Sierra smiled, hoping to appease Bai Lu's mood. Thank you. Let us hasten, for Guizi awaits our rescue. Bai Lu did not inquire how Sierra knew she was upset, but merely urged him onward. Very well. Sierra picked up the horn and placed it in a specific location. Lulu, this way. This path leads closer to the cave you mentioned. Upon exiting the cave, Sierra pointed to a stone wall. Where? Bai Lu squinted at the wall for some time, unable to discern where the exit lay. Just a moment. With a determined push, Sierra opened the stone wall, revealing a door. Sierra, let us move swiftly. Bai Lu peeked cautiously around, ensuring no ant beasts were in sight. All right. Sierra turned back to close the stone door behind them. Lulu, follow this way. Sierra guided Bai Lu along the path. Bai Lu followed Hill for approximately a few minutes before reaching the exit of the cave they had first emerged from. I recall exiting through this very opening, Bai Lu remarked, gesturing toward the illuminated exit above, where light streamed down, illuminating the cave with brilliance. All right, let's proceed, Hill said, without further comment, as he grasped Bai Lu's hand and continued onward. Bai Lu followed Hill, yet curiously, they encountered neither any aardvarks nor other beast men or females along the way. Even the corpses of the initially slain had vanished. Lulu, hurry, let us see if the fruit is still there, Hill remarked upon noticing Bai Lu lost in thought. I'm coming. Let us go, Bai Lu responded, snapping back to reality as she continued towards the fruit's burrow with Hill. Before long, they arrived at the burrow where the fruit resided, but at that moment, Bai Lu hesitated to enter. What's wrong? Hill inquired, puzzled by Bai Lu's sudden halt. She had always wished to ascertain the fruit's well-being. Is the fruit still there? Bai Lu's voice trembled. She was reluctant to confront death once more. I don't know. Let us venture inside and see, Hill suggested. No, you go ahead. I will wait here, Bai Lu insisted, not wanting to witness the fruit's grim fate, preferring to remain outside. Very well, Hill replied, understanding Bai Lu's sorrowful demeanor as she stepped into the burrow. Chapter 93. Water. Bai Lu paced anxiously outside the cave, wondering why Hill had been inside for so long. In truth, only a few minutes had passed. Lulu, we must go, Hill called as he emerged from the cave, cradling the fruit in his arms, signaling for Bai Lu to follow. All right, Bai Lu replied, her spirits lifted upon seeing the fruit nestled in Hill's embrace, still pulsating with life. A smile unconsciously forming on her lips. Bai Lu and Hill safely arrived at the secure cave that Hill had mentioned, encountering neither ant beasts nor dark creatures along their journey. Hill, you go out first. I shall examine Guzi, Bai Lu instructed. Inside the cave, the three of them remained, while Hill stood aside, having set Guzi down. Bai Lu urged him to leave. Oh, very well, Hill replied before exiting. Guzi? At this moment, Bai Lu gently unwrapped the beast's skin, revealing only Guzi's head. Are you well, Guzi? However, Guzi did not respond, remaining in a deep slumber. Bai Lu took the opportunity to examine Guzi's body. Guzi was covered in numerous puncture wounds, severely injured. And the only sign of life was the rise and fall of his chest, which brought tears to Bai Lu's eyes. Guzi, I am so sorry, she murmured, using a clean animal skin cloth to tenderly wipe around his wounds. Sierra, are there any medicinal herbs here? Bai Lu inquired, covering Guzi with his animal skin garment. Yes. Just a moment. I'll fetch some, Sierra replied, reluctant to enter and witness the grim sight of Guzi. You can come in. I'll cover Guzi with a blanket, Bai Lu said, refusing to leave his side. All right, then I shall enter, Sierra consented, seeing Bai Lu's determination. This is the herbal remedy prepared for the clan members in the cave, though I am unsure of its efficacy. How shall I apply it? Sierra recalled, realizing there was this matter to attend to. No worries, I know what to do. You may go, Bai Lu assured, glancing at the display indicating the herb's uses, yet she refrained from explaining the existence of the interface to Sierra. Sierra said, frowning as he handed the herbs to Bai Lu before departing. Guzi, you will be all right. Surviving great adversity brings forth blessings. We will all be fine. Bai Lu spoke softly as she applied the medicine. After finally tending to his wounds, she covered Guzi with an animal skin blanket and moved to the adjacent cave to prepare some meat soup for him. Sierra, I need to cook some meat soup. Do we have a pot or bowl? Bai Lu asked Sierra, who was still organizing the hanging meat on the stone wall. Wait a moment, I will get it for you, Sierra replied, quickly returning with a stone pot to set over the fire. How swift, Bai Lu thought, recognizing the innate talent of the orc in such matters. Lulu, we have no water. How can we cook? Sierra questioned. Oh right, is there no water source nearby? Bai Lu suddenly recalled the absence of water for the soup. Sierra did not respond, merely gazing at the stone wall. Well, I suppose, Bai Lu realized they were in a cave, devoid of any water source. Then let's roast the meat, Bai Lu concluded, thinking Guzi had not eaten for a long time and would likely be hungry upon waking. All right, Sierra agreed. Time passed, and Bai Lu sat on a stone bench, waiting for the roasted meat to cool. Guzi remained unresponsive, and if not for the rise and fall of his chest, she might have feared he had fallen into a deep slumber. Never mind, I shall roast it anew when he awakens, Bai Lu decided, picking up a piece of roasted meat to quell her own hunger. After consuming 2 slices, she suddenly heard a faint groan from the bed. Help me, Guzi weakly uttered. I am here, do not fear. You are safe now, Bai Lu comforted him. Hungry, thirsty, Guzi kept repeating, his voice barely above a whisper. Sia? Sia? Bai Lu called out, realizing Guzi needed water. Is there any water nearby? She shouted towards Sierra outside the cave. Huh? What? Sierra rushed to Bai Lu's side. Where can we find water? Guzi needs to drink. Initially, there was no urgency to venture out for water. But forgetting that we do not drink, the fruit also requires sustenance. Bai Lu gently touched the fruit's forehead. Do not worry. I shall venture out to seek water, she reassured. Seeing Bai Lu's evident concern, Hill voluntarily offered to search for water. Going out to look? Bai Lu inquired. There should still be water in the cave outside. I will find it and return shortly, Hill replied before departing. Please be cautious on your way. Bai Lu could not dissuade him from going, as they indeed required water. She could only call after him. Hill did not respond, leaving Bai Lu to silently pray for his safety. Fruit. Wait a moment. Water will arrive shortly, Bai Lu comforted, whispering in the fruit's ear. Water, water, murmured the one lost in a haze, lacking the clarity of thought to grasp much. In a state of desperation, Bai Lu lamented that she should have sought water sooner. Her thoughts were not far-reaching, even if they abstained from drinking for a few days in the cave. Eventually, they would need to quench their thirst, for how could one forego the essence of life? What a foolish girl she was, Guozi muttered incessantly, her voice becoming increasingly hoarse until it faded into silence. Bai Lu's complexion, already pale, now resembled that of a corpse. Where was Sierre? Had he encountered some peril? As time passed and Sierre still did not return, Bai Lu's anxiety deepened. Just as she resolved to search for him, the stone door creaked open. Bai Lu, hurry, came Sierre's voice from outside, and Bai Lu stood just behind the door. What happened? Come inside, she urged, filled with concern. As the door swung wide, Sierre hastily dropped a collection of items into Bai Lu's arms, some of which tumbled to the ground as he turned to secure the stone door. Sierre crouched to gather the fallen belongings before pulling the bewildered Bai Lu into the adjacent cave. Perched upon a stone stool, Sierre began to organize the items while addressing Bai Lu. On this outing, I encountered an ant beast. Fortunately, I initially found several water pouches filled with water. Additionally, I discovered some stone bowls in another cave, which should suffice for our needs for a while. Here, have a drink. He held the water to her lips, urging her to hydrate. Bai Lu truly yearned for water. Upon noticing approximately a dozen water pouches, she prepared to take one for herself. I will feed you, he declared. The moment those words escaped his lips, Bai Lu, devoid of the capacity for rational thought, instinctively opened her mouth and took a sip. All right, I shall tend to the fruit now. With that, she seized a water pouch and fled in haste. How endearing. Hill chuckled softly behind her, gazing vacantly in the direction of Bai Lu's departure, a foolish smile adorning his face. Upon reaching the cavern where the fruit resided, Bai Lu hurriedly offered it some water. Yet her expression remained unchanged, devoid of any sign of improvement. Upon inspecting the fruit's wounds, she noted there was no bleeding, nor was there any fever. Why had it not yet awakened? Bai Lu contemplated the necessity of exploring the neighboring area for herbs that might benefit the fruit. However, the thought of Sierre residing next door crossed her mind. Glancing at the fruit, she decided to set aside other matters for the time being. As Bai Lu arrived next door, Hill was busy preparing meat soup. Lulu, just a moment, it will be ready soon. Hill glanced at the approaching Bai Lu and continued to stir the pot. Is this really soup? Is there enough water? Bai Lu expressed her concern about wasting resources at the outset, fearing future scarcity. It's all right, if we run out. I can always go out to find more. No need to worry, Hill reassured, adding another log to the fire, eager for Bai Lu to have a taste soon. Oh. Bai Lu did not wish to counter his stubbornness, believing her words would be in vain. Why were you in such a hurry earlier? Did you encounter an ant beast? Bai Lu recalled her concern from when she had just returned and opened the door. Yes, indeed, but it's nothing to fret over. The ant beast won't discover this place. Once Guozi wakes up, we can discuss our plans moving forward. Hill deftly shifted the topic. Guozi is not well. We lack medicinal herbs, and we've exhausted the last batch. Bai Lu remembered her purpose for being there was to gather herbs for Guozi's recovery. There are some over there. Hill indicated towards a corner. As I gazed upon the white dew, I noticed the herbs scattered haphazardly across the ground, appearing surprisingly fresh despite their disarray. How could they be left in such a state? Couldn't someone tidy them up? Bai Lu murmured, though Hill remained oblivious to her words. I shall take my leave. Bai Lu calmly stated as she approached Hill. The meat broth is ready. I will bring it over, Hill replied. Bai Lu had just emerged from the cavern. Yet an inexplicable unease lingered within her. Why did she feel compelled to approach Hill and declare her departure? She could have simply walked away. Bai Lu, filled with vexation, approached Guozi's bedside. Following the herbal remedies indicated by the external aid, she administered the medicine and encouraged Guozi to swallow some herbs, employing a dual approach. What ensued was an interminable wait. Bai Lu and Sierre spent several tranquil days in the underground cave. During this time, Sierre ventured to seek out their kin, narrowly evading the relentless pursuit of the ant beast each time. Sierre, let us pause for today. Your hand is severely injured, Bai Lu expressed with concern. Do not fret. I have located our people, otherwise I would not have been discovered, Sierre reassured her. Well, Bai Lu was anxious, having spent a considerable amount of time together. They are alive, albeit under the watch of the ant beasts. What could their intentions be? Sierre pondered, worrying about their kin. Did you see Lanty? Or Ruida's mother? Or Guozi's mother? Bai Lu inquired anxiously. No, it was all beastmen inside. I did not see any females or young, Sierre replied sadly. Beastmen? Yes, Guozi's father, Blue, was among them. I remember he was with the chieftain, Sierre's voice dwindled. Are they? Well? Bai Lu asked cautiously. They have not sustained severe injuries. They seem to be all right, Sierra answered honestly. The chieftain and the others should be above, yet they are now imprisoned by the ant beasts. Have all the females been slaughtered? Are we the only ones left? Bai Lu's expression turned vacant. That cannot be. There must be more of our kin that we have yet to find. Do not dwell on such thoughts, Sierra comforted her. Really? Bai Lu appeared fragile. Yes, do not worry. I am here with you, Sierra said, gently resting Bai Lu's small head against him. Bai Lu embraced Sierra, feeling that perhaps what he said was true. They simply had not located them yet. Ah, it hurts. Guozi's voice interrupted the closeness of Bai Lu and Sierra, prompting Bai Lu to react quickly, pushing Xiao aside and rushing to Guozi's side. Guozi, are you waking up? That's wonderful, Bai Lu exclaimed, her excitement palpable, for Guozi had been gravely injured. After struggling for a moment, Guozi finally opened his eyes, meeting Bai Lu's gaze, which shimmered with tears. Bai Lu, are you trying to frighten me to death? Guozi's first words caused Bai Lu's tears to flow anew. No, I just. Bai Lu found herself at a loss for words. All right, I understand. You are happy, Guozi spoke softly, though he struggled to catch his breath. Here, this is meat broth. Just right. Let Lulu feed you, Sierra returned at an opportune moment. Look at you. You said you were hungry, and I could only give you water. Now that you are awake, you can eat meat, Bai Lu said, taking the broth to feed Guozi. Though referred to as meat broth, it was essentially stewed meat, devoid of seasoning, carrying a hint of bloodiness. After consuming it, Guozi's complexion finally appeared less pallid. Bai Lu, how did I end up here? After Fruit had eaten her fill and quenched her thirst, she noticed that the arrangement of the cave was different. Do you not remember? Bai Lu asked cautiously, concerned for Fruit, who bore many scars, unaware of what had transpired. Remember what? Fruit responded with indifference. Oh, right. You went to confront the ant beast, and you were gone for so long. I didn't hear a sound. So I crawled out to investigate, and then, Bai Lu was about to suggest that Fruit might have lost her memory when Fruit suddenly became very animated. What is it? Bai Lu exclaimed, quickly embracing Fruit, who was struggling. It's all right. Look, there are no ant beasts now, Bai Lu reassured her, speculating that Fruit might have been traumatized by an ant beast sting. Yes, there are no ant beasts now, but I saw many black beasts. Black beasts. Fruit repeated with great agitation before fainting. Fruit? Bai Lu cried out, filled with concern. She is fine. She is just overly excited. Once she rests, she will be all right, Hill observed, offering comfort. Let me check her wounds, Bai Lu said, regaining her composure as she examined Fruit's injuries, which had indeed opened. I will go find some herbs. Please keep an eye on her, Bai Lu instructed before exiting. All right, go ahead, Hill replied. Bai Lu quickly returned from searching for herbs next door, tending to Guozi's wounds, and then sat on a stone stool, lost in thought. Lulu, do not fret. Guozi will be just fine, Sierra reassured her. Indeed, I am merely pondering how she could have encountered the black beast before and yet still be afraid of it. What could have transpired? Bai Lu, with a pained and frustrated expression, embraced her knees. When she awakens, if her emotions are more stable, you may inquire about it. Xia, equally perplexed by the situation, had no answers to provide. If only I had not abandoned her at that moment, I should have learned from Lanka's experience. It is all my fault, Bai Lu lamented, striking her thigh in agitation. It is not your fault. Do not blame yourself. It is the ant beast's doing, Xia consoled, gently pressing Bai Lu's head against her shoulder once more. Bai Lu sobbed uncontrollably in Sierra's embrace. It is all right. Everything will be fine, Sierra soothed, patting Bai Lu's back. Lulu? After a considerable time had passed without any response from Bai Lu, Sierra called out again. Upon lifting the stray locks of hair from Bai Lu's forehead, Sierra discovered that she had fallen asleep. These past few days, Bai Lu had been in a state of heightened tension, scarcely resting, while also caring for Guozi and worrying about Sierra. Now, at last, she had succumbed to slumber. Sleep well, Lulu. I shall not allow anyone to harm you, Sierra whispered before carrying Bai Lu into the underground chamber. Chapter 95. Guozi's ordeal. The following day, Bai Lu awoke to find Guozi peacefully leaning against the stone wall, quietly eating. Bai Lu refrained from inquiring too deeply about what had transpired. Guozi, how are you feeling? Upon finishing her sentence, she sought to examine Guozi's wounds. It's nothing serious. Just a slow recovery, Guozi replied after swallowing the meat. She indicated her legs and arms for Bai Lu to inspect. Let me take a look, Bai Lu said gravely as she conducted her examination. Indeed, it appears there is no inflammation. Take your time to heal, and avoid any unnecessary movement. Bai Lu advised as she tucked Guizi in with a blanket. White do. I need to tell you something, Guizi stated earnestly after wiping her mouth post-soup. All right, go ahead. Bai Lu responded, her curiosity piqued, eager to uncover the events that had unfolded. That day, when I reached the doorway, I encountered a multitude of dark beasts in the corridor. They were devouring the anteater, and in my fright, I wanted to flee, but there was nowhere to escape. Strangely, those dark beasts did not venture into the cave where we had taken refuge. I dashed inside to hide, too terrified to look outside. I cannot say how long I waited, but when silence reigned outside, I finally emerged. Yet, just as I reached the threshold, an orc clad in black beast skin stood before me, followed by two others. I thought they had come to rescue me. Guizi's voice trembled as she recounted her tale, and she hesitated to continue. What happened next? Who were they? Bai Lu pressed. They were more ferocious than the dark beasts, Guizi lamented suddenly. Nevertheless, I have escaped death, and I have come to terms with it. Living is more important than anything else. Guizi managed a smile, though it was fraught with unspoken emotions that Bai Lu dared not mention. Then, the figure in black asked, Where have you been? Guizi's words startled Bai Lu, who was still trying to grasp their meaning. I replied that I did not know where you were. His expression darkened, and I caught a glimpse of it, Guizi confided. Glancing around furtively, it dawned on Bai Lu that the black-clad figure was inquiring about her. Do you know who that figure was? Guizi teased, holding back the answer. Who was it? Bai Lu questioned eagerly. Just as Guizi was about to respond, Sierra returned. Lulu, Guizi, what were you discussing? Sierra asked with curiosity. Just that Bai Lu hasn't finished speaking, Guizi interjected. It's nothing. I was merely checking my wounds, Bai Lu replied. Guizi's interruption puzzled Bai Lu. Is my injury all right, Bai Lu? Guizi winked at her, urging her to respond. Yes, it's healing quite well, Bai Lu confirmed, adhering to the truth. Well then, would you like some mushrooms? Sierra exclaimed, as if conjuring a treasure from her beast skin pouch, producing several mushrooms. I found these in a cave. They should be edible, right? Sierra remarked before returning them to her pouch, gesturing for Bai Lu to inspect them closely. They seem fine. Their coloration is not vibrant, suggesting they are not poisonous, Bai Lu assessed. In truth, the external application indicated no toxicity, which is why Bai Lu made such a comment. Indeed, our clan had previously foraged such mushrooms. But after the tragic demise of a clan member due to their consumption, the gathering of mushrooms was strictly prohibited. I have always relished mushroom soup. It is particularly delightful. Guizi spoke with such enthusiasm that it seemed saliva might spill from their mouth. So, shall we prepare mushroom meat soup or simply mushroom soup today? Hill playfully suggested. Mushroom soup. It has been ages since I last savored it. I am quite tempted. Bai Lu exclaimed, licking her lips. I will go prepare it. Observing Bai Lu's actions, Hill could no longer contain herself and walked away. Wait, Bai Lu called out. Hold on a moment. Seeing Hill continue to walk away, Bai Lu raised her voice. Bai Lu, keep your voice down. You might attract the ant beasts. Guizi interjected. Ignoring me as she walks away, I must raise my voice. But I will be more mindful in the future, Bai Lu playfully responded to Guizi. Truly, fine then, Guizi sighed in resignation. She had not anticipated this side of Bai Lu, which made her unable to suppress a laugh. What is so amusing? Bai Lu asked, confused. It is nothing, Guizi replied, still chuckling to herself. If it were Bai Lu, she would aptly describe herself with a single word, adorable. All right. Why didn't you inform Hill earlier? He is the only beast man among us now, Bai Lu inquired, expressing her puzzlement. I suddenly found myself uncertain about whether to tell you, Guizi stammered. Given that Bai Lu and Hill harbored mutual feelings, if Bai Lu were to doubt this, revealing it to Hill might lead to unforeseen consequences. What is it? Speak, Bai Lu urged, puzzled as to how this matter related to Hill. Guizi still struggled to articulate her thoughts. What is the matter? Bai Lu pressed on. That man in black is Hill, Guizi blurted out in one breath, unwilling to let Bai Lu remain in the dark. Now that it is just the three of them, if she could win Bai Lu's favor, she would no longer be alone. Hill, Bai Lu expressed her surprise. Although she had long suspected something was amiss with Hill, she wondered how he managed to evade the dark beasts in those circumstances. Indeed, upon their initial encounter, he asked where you had been, his tone sinister and entirely unlike his current demeanor, Guizi continued. Furthermore, when I replied that I didn't know, the beast man beside him attempted to harm me, and Hill tacitly allowed it. Guizi felt an unsettling conviction that Hill might be eavesdropping on their conversation, fearing that if he burst in, both she and Bai Lu would meet their doom. Yet, she clung to a glimmer of hope that, since he harbored feelings for Bai Lu, he would not act against them. How could that be? Impossible, Bai Lu declared. Hill would not act so. He values each clan member and would not stand idly by. She explained to Guozi. Hill was right there beside me and did nothing to intervene. My wounds were inflicted by that beastman's blade. Guozi appeared somewhat agitated, yearning for Bai Lu's trust. You mentioned that there was something amiss with Hill, thus it cannot possibly be him. In truth, Bai Lu comprehended that it indeed was Hill. She had previously encountered the sinister Hill that Guozi spoke of. It is understandable if you choose not to believe, but do refrain from getting too close. For one cannot predict what may transpire, Guozi cautioned. Bai Lu's reluctance to accept this was entirely reasonable. If even she found it hard to believe that Hill could act in such a manner, it was even more difficult for Bai Lu to do so. Enough of these thoughts. You should rest for a while. Once you feel better, we shall deliberate on our future course of action, Bai Lu said as she assisted Guozi to lie down, tucking her in with a fur blanket before departing. Be careful, Guozi murmured one last time before closing her eyes, as she was indeed fatigued. Bai Lu remained silent, lost in contemplation of the recent Hill, while also recalling the Hill of yesteryears, who seemed to be an entirely different individual. What could possibly account for this transformation? Bai Lu had not anticipated another aspect. Since the beasts had already harvested the fruit, why did the fruit still remain alive? Chapter 96, Interrogation. In the adjacent cavern, Bai Lu and Hill were each engrossed in their own activities. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that Bai Lu had been furtively glancing at Hill. Lulu, why are you secretly watching me? Hill queried, his tone tinged with playful curiosity. Unable to endure the tension any longer, he approached Bai Lu, seated himself before her, and gently lifted her chin to meet his gaze. I, Bai Lu stammered, her eyes locking onto the depths of Hill's soulful orbs, where a tender glimmer danced with a hint of mischief, leaving her momentarily speechless. What is it? Hill asked with a smile that deepened the intrigue. Bai Lu's face flushed a vivid crimson under the flickering firelight, rendering her all the more enchanting. I have something to tell you, she managed to articulate, turning her head slightly, still reluctant to harbor her feelings in silence. Gathering her courage, she continued, Yet before she could finish, she succumbed to unconsciousness. As Hill observed Bai Lu's fainting form, his gaze remained fixed upon her with profound affection. Lulu, I do not wish for you to bear the weight of so many burdens. Simply live well in this moment without overthinking, he reflected, grappling with his emotions, before resolutely deciding. Lulu, take a rest. A slumber will do you good. He cradled her gently in his arms and carried her into the cavern where Guozi resided. This cavern, unlike others, housed only 2 inhabitants, the one they currently occupied in Guozi's. Ever since Bai Lu's departure, Guozi had been unable to find solace in sleep, despite her physical exhaustion. Upon witnessing Hill entering with Bai Lu in his arms, she feigned sleep instantly. Hill laid Bai Lu on Guozi's bed, relieved by its ample space. And after covering her with a warm animal hide, he issued a stern warning. Guozi, do not utter a word in her presence upon her awakening, or you shall know the consequences. With that, he departed. Once Hill was gone, Guozi opened her eyes, placing a hand on her chest as she caught her breath. What has become of Hill? She pondered, glancing at the sleeping Bai Lu beside her. As long as we are safe for now, that is what matters. Yet, Bai Lu will inevitably uncover the truth, especially since she already knows part of it. Can one truly conceal such matters for a lifetime? Guozi mused to herself, her gaze drifting to the ceiling of the stone cavern, until she too succumbed to slumber. Lulu, awaken. It is time to rise. A familiar voice echoed in her ears. Was that Hill? Had she been asleep? Hill, I have been awake all along, Bai Lu replied to him. Quickly, Lulu. Awaken. Awaken. Hill's voice resonated with urgency. Yet Bai Lu remained perplexed by the need to wake. Lulu, Lulu, he continued, repeating her name as if it were a mantra. What is it? What has happened? Wasn't I speaking with you? Bai Lu inquired, confusion clouding her thoughts. Bai Lu pondered the fact that she had been conversing with Hill about his potential connection to the Black Beast. Lulu, always calling her name, brought her back to the present. It struck Bai Lu that since her arrival in the wolf tribe, she had not spoken with Hill in her dreams for quite some time. No, it was not Hill. Upon closer inspection, she discerned that the voice she heard now was distinct from his. Are you Hill? Bai Lu inquired. Yet, the voice continued to call her name, prompting her to ask numerous similar questions. He offered no response until the voice gradually diminished, signaling to Bai Lu that she was on the verge of awakening. Indeed, the voice faded, and upon opening her eyes, she beheld the slumbering visage of Guazi. Rising, she sought out Hill, determined to seek clarity that day. Hill. Why did I fall asleep? Bai Lu found him next door, diligently crafting a door from animal hides. You're awake? Hill replied, not pausing in his meticulous work on the doorframe. Stop that. I must ask you, have you been possessed by the Black Beast? No. That wouldn't change your character or keep you alive. Why did you allow Guazi to be killed? No. If Guazi was killed, how is she still alive? Bai Lu interrupted Hill's actions, her mind a whirlwind of confusion. She needed Hill to illuminate the truth for her. Why not just enjoy life here? Hill responded with a smile. Don't laugh. I'm being serious. Bai Lu struggled to comprehend how he could still find humor in such a dire situation. All right. What are your thoughts then? Hill suddenly asked with earnestness. What do you mean? Bai Lu was perplexed. If I were to disregard Guazi's demise, if I orchestrated this conflict to obtain you and inform the ant beast, would you forgive me? Hill posited hypothetically. Bai Lu was utterly astonished. This battle? What battle? The life and death struggle between the orcs, the ant beasts, and the black beasts? Inform the ant beasts? For her? It left Bai Lu utterly bewildered. What do you mean? Bai Lu truly could not comprehend. That is precisely what I mean. Please tell me, will you forgive me? Siege appeared exceedingly agitated, shaking Bai Lu's shoulders. Reminiscent of the moments when Bai Lu sensed something unusual about Sierra. First, tell me, what is all of this for? Is it for me? I wish to understand everything clearly and completely. Bai Lu pushed Sierra's hands away, speaking earnestly, word by word. All right. Sierra took a deep breath, gritting his teeth as he declared. What I need to convey to you is that no matter how you feel right now, I simply want you to be mine. Sierra turned away from Bai Lu, his back facing her. Speak. Bai Lu did not acknowledge his words. Get out. With just 2 words, Sierra shouted angrily toward the door. As Bai Lu turned to glance back, she realized that Guazi had silently appeared at the doorway, and she marveled at how her frail body permitted her to rise from her bed. Guazi? What brings you here? Bai Lu exclaimed, hastening to support her. Do not touch her. Every time I witness such a scene, it makes me feel utterly repulsed. Xier interjected with sudden fervor. If it were not for you, there is no way I would allow her to remain unscathed. I would rid myself of this menace. Xier's venomous tone sent a shiver through both Bai Lu and Guazi. Bai Lu, do not concern yourself with me. I must hear what he has to say. Why does he wish to harm me? I must have an explanation before I meet the beast god, Guazi insisted, straightening her back as much as her weakened state allowed, leaning against the stone wall for support. Leave, do not provoke me. Bai Lu sensed Xier's anger simmering beneath the surface. Guazi, please rest for now. I will handle this. Trust me, I shall manage it well, she reassured. Attempting to guide Guazi to a neighboring room, Xier remained silent, standing by, seemingly restraining his fury. Guazi attempted to speak again, but Bai Lu shot her a glance that conveyed, trust me. Very well, I shall depart, but I hope you do not disappoint me. Guazi relented after gazing into Bai Lu's eyes for 3 seconds. I will assist Guazi inside. Please wait for me here, Bai Lu instructed Xier, not pausing for a response before departing. Xier silently observed Bai Lu as she left, his eyes revealing a tumult of unspoken emotions. Chapter 97. The Black Beast King, Part 1. Now can we speak? Bai Lu, who had just helped Guazi to rest, promptly returned to Xier. Not yet. First, drink this soup. Once you have done so, we shall converse, Xier replied, currently occupied with simmering meat broth, as he ladled a bowl for Bai Lu. Bai Lu gazed at the meat soup in the bowl, remaining still for an extended moment. Do not be afraid. I shall not harm you. This is merely meat soup. Hill explained, noticing Bai Lu's reluctance to eat. Bai Lu gazed at him in a daze, then took a sip. Ah. The freshly boiled meat soup caused Bai Lu to jump up in surprise. Lulu, come, drink some water. I will fetch the herbs, Hill instinctively responded, presenting a bowl of cold water for Bai Lu to drink before scurrying to the corner in search of medicinal herbs. Hurry, apply it quickly. Hill returned with the herbs, his anxiety palpable as he regarded Bai Lu with concern. Give it to me, Bai Lu spoke with a slight lisp. Once Bai Lu regained her composure, she found herself at a loss on how to face Hill. His anxiety and worry felt so genuine, and she truly did not wish to perceive him as overly sinister. Yet reality often proves to be the harshest of truths. Are you feeling better? Hill observed Bai Lu's momentary distraction. No need for words. A nod or shake of the head will suffice, he hastily added. Bai Lu nodded, acknowledging the exceptional qualities of this all-natural herb. Lulu, I have no intention of deceiving you. I yearn to share everything that belongs to us. My success is imminent. Once they return, I shall have triumphed. Hill, shrouded in ambiguity, expressed a torrent of thoughts that left Bai Lu utterly perplexed. Why? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. I am the Black Beast King, Hill revealed, anticipating Bai Lu's question. He wished to disclose his true identity, eager for her to partake in the forthcoming era that would soon be theirs. King? Bai Lu articulated the latter part of his title, while Hill beamed with elation. Indeed, call me king. I am the king of the black beasts. He exuded pride. Do you realize how long we have awaited this grand feast? Since the last descent of the beast god, we have meticulously prepared for this moment. Generations to come will remember my success. Ha. In that moment, Hill resembled a madman, consumed by his fervor. Bai Lu remained perplexed, pondering the connection between the current events and the dark beast. What were they preparing? Despite his overwhelming anger, he suppressed his emotions, patiently awaiting Sierra to elaborate on his grand scheme. Lulu, ever since I laid eyes on you beside the tiger beast, I have been enamored with you. Yet, you remain indifferent to my affections, consistently guarding that female. It incites my fury. Alas, the tiger beast was slain by Sierra, or I would have undoubtedly taken its life myself. Ultimately, it did meet its demise at the hands of my kin. Humph, Sierra remarked with a sinister tone. Bai Lu, unable to speak due to her burns, conveyed her urgency through her eyes. Hill then proceeded to share the subsequent events. That enchanting flower was merely a smokescreen devised by my kin. The illusions you experience are a result of our tribe's influence, as their presence within you conjures the visions we desire. Regrettably, the inhabitants of this continent remain oblivious to this trickery. Hill's tone was imbued with self-satisfaction. Within the cavern, it was I who tended to your wounds. The mountain rodents were lured by me using your kin, and my approach to you at the waterhole was deliberate. Arriving at the outskirts of Sunset Valley was also intended to draw near to you. I initially thought my involvement unnecessary, yet serendipitously, I uncovered a true treasure. You are indeed my queen. Hill laughed heartily. Treasure? Bai Lu, intrigued, inquired about this mysterious bounty. What did you say? Though she did not fully comprehend, Hill continued, this treasure allows our kin to traverse the land unimpeded, free from the torment of ailments. Hill's laughter grew even more exuberant, while Bai Lu's concern deepened. I discovered Gwizzy in Sunset Valley, possessing a naturally resistant bloodline against the intrusion of my tribe. I had intended to eliminate her but unexpectedly found. Hill's voice trailed off. What happened? Bai Lu, her tongue feeling somewhat better, articulated her question word by word. Her blood fortuitously facilitated my integration with this body, allowing me to remain with you always. Hill responded joyfully. You are not Hill. Due to her rapid speech, Bai Lu felt a tingling pain in her tongue. Yet she could not betray her curiosity about it all. Indeed, I am the Black Beast King. Hill. No, the Black Beast King, declared loudly. Bai Lu finally comprehended that the Black Beast King, this creature, could control the body of Hill freely due to an unexpected incident involving the blood of the fruit. But what of the Real Hill? Furthermore, what is the scheme of the Black Beast King? It seems imperative to ascertain the details. Yes, you are the Black Beast King. So what do you intend to do? Bai Lu inquired, suppressing her pain. I aim to transform this continent into the kingdom of the black beasts. If it weren't for the insatiable ant beasts thwarting my plans, I would have succeeded long ago. The Black Beast King seethed, his disdain for the ant beasts palpable. What is the matter with the ant beasts? It appears you harbor a deep resentment towards them, Bai Lu queried. Indeed. Who among the beast men on this continent does not detest them? I merely sought to divert them to hinder the beast men while my kin acquired the treasures, and they seized the resources of the beast men. Who could have known that some wretched fool would leak information, leading them to contest with my clan? Hill gritted his teeth. Just look at the ant-beast clan's dismal state. The coloration of my clan's beast forms is far more appealing, he expressed with disdain. Observing Bai Lu's keen interest, Hill grew more animated in his discourse. How could my clan ever be outmatched by those fools? We infiltrated human bodies, manipulating the beast men, and soon we would have eradicated the ant beasts. Yet, the ant beasts remained oblivious to the anomalies here and further imprisoned the beast men. Leaving me no choice but to indulge them for a while, Hill jested, spreading his hands in mockery. Are your kin now dominant across the continent? Bai Lu inquired, eager to know if the entire land had succumbed. Not entirely, those obstinate ones remain. Once I secure the treasure, I shall deal with them one by one. The Black Beast King replied, Obstinate ones? I am curious to know who still possesses the capacity to resist. Yes, those would be the Burr folk and the Mare folk. The Black Beast King realized. You wouldn't conspire with them to retaliate against me, would you? Lulu, I hold great affection for you, he professed once more. No. How could that be? Bai Lu thought it preposterous. That is a relief. I wish to see you become the queen of our Black Beast Kingdom. The Black Beast King exclaimed with delight. What are your plans henceforth? Bai Lu probed, aiming to uncover their next moves. We shall locate the treasure, augment our kin's powers. I have regained my physical form. We will first blend in among the beastmen. Waiting for the opportune moment to strike decisively, the Black Beast King declared with fervor. What of the ant beasts? Bai Lu inquired, not necessarily fixated on them, but curious about their circumstances. The beastmen may do as they please. We already know the treasure's location and will retrieve it directly when the time comes. Once our kin grows stronger, the ant beasts will be powerless to oppose us. The Black Beast King asserted confidently. Chapter 98, The Black Beast King, Part 2. Are your kin in good condition? The ant beasts are quite formidable, are they not? Bai Lu appeared genuinely concerned. No worries, my clan survives by absorbing flesh and blood. Although ant beast blood is rather unpalatable, it is manageable, he reassured her. The Black Beast King spoke helplessly. So, are the dangers you encounter each time you venture out truly real? Bai Lu inquired. Ever since arriving in this cavern. The Black Beast King had sustained injuries on each outing. It's nothing. Once I discover the treasure, I shall undoubtedly be empowered. Heh, he replied, appearing quite pleased. Oh, Bai Lu responded nonchalantly, though inwardly she harbored thoughts of dismembering him. I thought you would be angry, the Black Beast King said cautiously. Not at all. Is the true Yearns still alive? Bai Lu had long wished to ask this question. Why do you inquire about that? Do you still have feelings for him? Let me tell you, I will not allow you to be with him. The Black Beast King seemed particularly sensitive about this topic, exhibiting signs of agitation. All right. I understand, Bai Lu replied, though she was merely uncertain about Sierra's fate, based on the Black Beast King's reaction. It was evident that Sierra's consciousness had not yet faded. Otherwise, why would the Black Beast King be so tense? What about the members of the Wolf Clan? Bai Lu hesitated, uncertain of how to broach the subject. She wished to rescue them, yet she did not wish to complicate matters. There are not many left in the ant beast's grasp. Most have perished, the Black Beast King remarked indifferently. Are we to remain here indefinitely? I wish to leave. I do not want to live here forever. Bai Lu, somewhat petulant, expressed her desire to save her kin and to discover what treasure the Black Beast King referred to. This had become her next objective. Not at all. Wait for me. Those ant beasts are no match for us. They are merely a nuisance. And I am too disinterested to deal with them. Perhaps you may even encounter the beastmen of the Wolf Clan. The Black Beast King responded confidently. Come. I shall take you outside, he said, rising to his feet. Just as they reached the doorway, the Black Beast King paused. Wait a moment. Let me make the necessary arrangements before we depart. It would be unfortunate if an ant beast were to inadvertently harm you, he expressed with concern. All right, Bai Lu replied. Her heart racing at the Black Beast King's initial pause, but she silently exhaled upon hearing his subsequent words. The Black Beast King seemed to hesitate, his words trailing off. Bai Lu, acutely aware of the lurking menace posed by the Black Beast King towards Guozi, resolved to protect her. However, the Black Beast King had already laid bare his intentions. Should she refuse him, gaining his trust in the future would be an arduous endeavor, impeding her ability to gather further intelligence. A strategy must be devised. Did you not mention that Guozi allowed you to merge into Xian's body? If we were to employ a similar approach, many of your kin might attain the forms of the beastmen, Bai Lu suggested to the Black Beast King, hoping to momentarily safeguard Guozi. Very well, I shall heed your counsel. As long as it is your request, and it does not involve leaving my side, I shall comply, the Black Beast King acquiesced. Thank you, Bai Lu forced a smile. I am called Vincent, the Black Beast King suddenly revealed. Vincent? That name seems familiar, Bai Lu mused, lowering her gaze in contemplation. We met on the day you arrived at Sunset Valley. You mentioned I was ill, Vincent recalled. Oh, now I remember, it is you. Bai Lu felt a chill at the thought of body swapping. Indeed, at that time, I could not maintain control for long, Vincent clarified. Ah, understood, Bai Lu replied. Feeling a twinge of awkwardness, she was reluctant to commend Vincent. Since you are aware, I shall fetch some plants for you to consume. It has been a while since you've eaten, has it not? Vincent inquired. Plants? The Black Beast is knowledgeable about flora. His intellect is quite impressive. After all, how else could he harbor ambitions of dominion over the continent? Bai Lu pondered. Do you wish to eat? Vincent pressed once more. Yes, please bring them. Bai Lu resolved to maintain her composure amidst uncertainty. Shortly thereafter, Vincent produced 2 fragrant pears, each the size of a fist, appearing quite fresh. These were brought to me by my subordinates. We black beasts occasionally require certain plants even in our beastman forms. There is no need for concern, Vincent elucidated. Good. They are delicious. Bai Lu had no apprehensions regarding Vincent's intentions. If he meant her harm, she was powerless to resist. Acceptance seemed the wiser course. I am glad you enjoy them, Vincent smiled gently. Bai Lu gazed at Sierra's familiar smile. Unable to discern whether he was under control, he remained the same Sierra. Perhaps this was linked to Vincent's current mood, Bai Lu surmised. I will arrange for you to leave soon. For now. There are only the ant beasts left unresolved in the vicinity. Do not wander off. Wait for my return, Vincent remarked while Bai Lu was savoring a pear. Where are you going? Bai Lu inquired. I am going to ensure your departure is arranged promptly. Wait for my return, Vincent replied, still feeling assured about Bai Lu's safety. Firstly, the stone door was sealed, and secondly, there were still fruits here. He understood that Bai Lu refrained from allowing him to eliminate the fruits because she wanted to save her. Although her reasoning was indeed valid, the fruit's attachment to Bai Lu was intolerable. Nevertheless, it was precisely because of Bai Lu that he had to endure the fruit's presence. He also feared inciting Bai Lu's anger. All right, it is just the right time for me to sort things out. With that, Vincent stepped outside. And Bai Lu immediately sought out the fruit. What happened? What did Sierra say? The fruit inquired, anxiously awaiting news. That is not Sierra, Bai Lu responded. Not Sierra? The fruit seemed to have anticipated this revelation. Indeed, he is the Black Beast King, Vincent, Bai Lu explained. The Black Beast King? The fruit was still bewildered. Bai Lu promptly recounted everything to the fruit, realizing that they were each other's sole reliance, and she urgently needed assistance in devising a plan. My heavens! My blood! Am I going to die? The fruit collapsed onto the bed. I apologize. For now, this is the only solution I can think of. Your wound should not heal too quickly. Perhaps they will refrain from taking your blood to preserve your life, Bai Lu admitted, struggling to conceive a better alternative. All right. The fruit was momentarily stunned before regaining her composure to continue. What shall we do next? The Black Beast King reigns over the continent. How can we survive? We must find the clan leader or the bird tribe. Perhaps there is still a way. Well, there is no rush. We are not in immediate danger. I wish to see what treasures they possess. Perhaps if we acquire them, we can gain leverage over them, Bai Lu suggested. All right, I will accompany you, the fruit agreed. If the opportunity arises, I will ensure your escape, Bai Lu declared resolutely. No need. Wherever I flee, the black beasts will never spare me due to my blood. It is safer to remain by your side, the fruit expressed, hoping Bai Lu would abandon the notion of sending her away. Very well. I shall protect you and shield you from the black beast's poison. Bai Lu embraced the fruit, sharing her thoughts. I believe in you. The fruit, though skeptical, recognized that apart from Bai Lu, there were no other lifelines available. Yes, for now, you must not weaken too much, nor should you heal too quickly. And certainly do not provoke Vincent. Remember that, Bai Lu cautioned. Bai Lu once again advised, expressing her uncertainty about persuading Vincent, as she believed their acquaintance was still too shallow. Chapter 99. A unique physique. Vincent led Bai Lu out of the burrow where they had resided for several days. He had left the fruit behind, citing her injury and the complications of drawing blood as reasons. Bai Lu dared not voice her objections. Now that the ant beasts outside had been dealt with, Vincent said, if you wish to see your kin, we can go at once. Very well, Bai Lu replied, already aware of the swift parasitism of the black beasts. Yet she was astonished by Vincent's speed. She had not anticipated the ant beasts in the burrow would be resolved so promptly. I've arranged for them to stay not far from here, Vincent explained. What? Bai Lu was momentarily taken aback. I will take you there. For your sake. I will not harm them. Vincent presumed Bai Lu was concerned for the safety of the beast men and offered reassurance. Bai Lu was at a loss for words. Should she express gratitude? How absurd. Vincent had committed such misdeeds, and she was to thank him? She shook her head. What is wrong? Are we not going? Vincent inquired upon noticing her gesture. Of course, we are going, Bai Lu said, her focus unwavering on Vincent's movements. All right, let us proceed, Vincent replied with a gentle smile. The two traveled in silence until they neared the burrow inhabited by the beastmen. Suddenly, Vincent broke the silence, saying, Lulu, do not be so awkward. I am still the same person. Nothing has changed. If you wish, you may call me Hill. Vincent noticed Bai Lu's deliberate attempts to please him, though he sensed this was not the outcome she desired. Have we arrived? Bai Lu did not answer. Her mind was solely occupied with the longing to see familiar beast men or females, wishing to avoid the repugnant black beast king, even if he wore Hill's guise. Just around the corner, they are all inside, Vincent said, feeling a sense of loss. He yearned for Bai Lu to regard him as she once did, to blush and shy away upon seeing him. Bai Lu disregarded Vincent and hurried off to seek the orcs, her impatience palpable. Slow down, Bai Lu, do not rush. They will not flee, Vincent remarked with concern, observing her unsteady gait. At long last, Bai Lu arrived at a cavern, a place that serendipitously marked her initial dwelling and served as the sanctuary for Elle's recovery. The cave lacked a door, and she had just approached its threshold. Mistress. A thunderous voice resonated. Mistress? Bai Lu felt utterly bewildered. Enough, everyone, carry on with your tasks, Vincent interjected from behind. What does this mean? Bai Lu inquired of Vincent. Mistress? The orcs are behaving strangely. I am their master, hence you are naturally regarded as their mistress, Vincent replied with a cheerful smile. Is that so? Why do they address me in such a manner? Has the dark beast infiltrated their very beings? They are no longer orcs. Tears welled in Bai Lu's eyes as she pondered the torment she faced. How preferable it would have been to perish at the hands of the ant beast than to be subjugated by the dark entity. That was not merely suffering. It was repugnant. Calm down. Calm down. Vincent embraced Bai Lu, attempting to soothe her agitation. How can I remain calm? Your subordinates, your kin, have been thrust into the bodies of orcs. They are now akin to you, a source of disgust. Bai Lu shouted vehemently. Silence. Listen to me. I did not intend for this to happen. My only desire was to save them. Vincent's simmering anger became palpable. Yet it also served to awaken Bai Lu from her turmoil. Now, under the roof of their shared predicament, one must lower their head. Save them? They now refer to you as their master. Bai Lu scoffed. What is it that incites your fury? They are not your kin. You will inevitably become my queen. Is it not preferable for them to be in this state? Vincent, perplexed by Bai Lu's ire, raised his voice before regaining composure, lowering his tone in an attempt to gauge her reaction. No, they are orcs, not repulsive insects. Bai Lu found herself unable to bear the notion of a bug speaking through Hill's body, an unbearable provocation. Vincent appeared genuinely hurt. Lulu, aside from being a dark beast, what flaws do I possess? For your sake, I have spared many orcs, Vincent professed earnestly. Spare me, in their current state? It would be better to end their lives. Bai Lu believed that these orcs, too, would not wish to exist as mere shells for the dark beast's bidding. Very well. I initially intended to utilize the unique constitution of the dark beast to aid in their recovery, yet this is how you perceive me. Shall I eliminate them now? Vincent felt a sense of injustice for his good intentions being misconstrued. Wait, recovery? What peculiar constitution do your dark beasts possess? Bai Lu was taken aback by Vincent's revelation that the dark beasts could facilitate healing. Indeed, my kin can aid orcs in their recovery, albeit at a significant cost to their own strength. I have made considerable sacrifices to placate them, Vincent remarked, hoping Bai Lu would comprehend the grievance behind her recent outburst. They do not require your assistance in recovery. Bai Lu found herself at a loss for words, astonished by this newfound capability. Truly unnecessary? Vincent sensed Bai Lu's tone softening. If it is unnecessary, shall I release them? Return the orcs to you? Did I not mention this? Vincent feigned advancing a step forward. No, I am sorry. Bai Lu is not one to lack discernment. She understands that Vincent tended to the orc's wounds for her sake. However, she had mistakenly harbored resentment towards him. Even though the thought of him being a mere insect still irked her, she resolved to let it go. It's fine, as long as you are happy. I also apologize for raising my voice at you earlier. From now on, I shall forgive you for whatever you do, Vincent declared, his tone overly sentimental. Let us proceed. I desire to ascend and breathe in the fresh air. Bai Lu, recalling the insects, was averse to encountering the orcs any longer. So she opted to observe the situation on the ground. Very well, but there may still be stragglers above. Stay close to me and do not wander off, Vincent advised earnestly. Yet, Bai Lu dismissed his caution. Stragglers? Could they possibly be the orcs or the females that had escaped? They were all part of the same group. What danger could they pose? Let us go, Vincent urged, grasping Bai Lu's hand as they moved forward. Bai Lu, however, broke free from Vincent's grasp, unwilling to let a mere insect take advantage of her. Vincent, feeling helpless, could only acquiesce to Bai Lu's little tantrum as he found himself at her mercy. You must stay close to me. It would be unfortunate if we were attacked, and it would hurt quite a bit, he thought, recalling how the females among the orcs were particularly averse to pain. I understand, Bai Lu replied, her impatience evident. Isn't it better to move quickly? All right. Let us go, Vincent said, leading the way as Bai Lu followed closely behind. Before long, they emerged to the surface, and Bai Lu took a deep breath. Unlike the last time she had escaped, the grasslands outside were now pristine, adorned with flowers, verdant grass, and fluttering butterflies. The trees stood tall upon this land, undisturbed by chaos, as if the battles that had once raged never occurred. "Are you all right? Do you like it?" Vincent inquired gently. "I do. It feels as though nothing has happened," Bai Lu replied, spreading her arms to embrace the gentle breeze. "As long as you are happy," Vincent smiled, suddenly realizing how much he cherished this side of Bai Lu. However, as the wind ceased, Bai Lu suddenly grasped the situation. She could not afford to linger in enjoyment. "Vincent, let us go explore over there. Perhaps it will lift our spirits," she suggested. "Very well," he responded softly. Together, they wandered around the outskirts of Sunset Valley. And Bai Lu found no trace of the great battle. It was as if everything had vanished. "Lulu, where would you like to live?" Vincent casually asked, noticing her joyful demeanor. "Live?" Bai Lu pondered, confused. "Here?" "Yes. Do you not wish to find a place to reside? Now that I can roam freely on the surface, I can accompany you." Vincent gazed at her with deep affection. "But I have yet to find a location. Can I choose anywhere on the continent?" Bai Lu's intent was not to seek a dwelling, but rather to discover the weaknesses of the black beasts. Currently, Vincent resided within Hill, and she lacked the strength to defeat him, not to mention the multitude of black beasts. "Very soon, my kin will arrive. They're already on their way. Once they return, we shall enjoy the world of the black beasts together." Vincent skirted the issue but conveyed the information that the so-called treasure would soon be retrieved. "How soon is very soon?" "I am eager to see the treasure you mentioned," Bai Lu pressed. "Momentarily. Wait. After you have savored your favorite meat soup, I shall hasten them back." Vincent replied, eager to please. "Very well," Bai Lu said, her spirits evidently dampened. Sigh. Vincent exhaled. "Lulu, let us go. I wish to introduce you to someone. Do not be disheartened." Noting Bai Lu's low spirits, he felt responsible for her unhappiness. Who is this person? The White Dew conjecture revolves around an individual possessed by a dark beast, be it an orc or a female. Upon your arrival, enlightenment shall dawn upon you, bringing forth joy. Vincent, however, merely smiled in silence. "Are we departing?" "It is somewhat distant," he asserted first. "Pray tell, what manner of person do you refer to? I shall then make my decision." White Dew pondered whether this individual was worthy of her abandoning her precious possession for a meeting. "In any case, you will discover who can bring you joy. I shan't divulge that information," Vincent remarked, wishing to instill some vigor in White Dew, urging her not to dwell upon those orcs, a notion he found distasteful. Must there still be an air of mystery? "Pray, tell me whether it is an orc or a female," White Dew inquired anew, hoping for clarity. It matters not to inform you. It is a female. Someone you would not anticipate," Vincent replied, his mystery only deepening White Dew's curiosity. "Unexpected? A female? Rue Do's mother? Jisang's mother? Guy? None seem plausible. Who could it be?" White Dew questioned, her intrigue piqued. "Cease your guessing. Will you accompany me or not?" Vincent teased, relishing White Dew's inquisitive demeanor. "Yes, I shall go. Why would I not? It is still early, and that so-called treasure will be revealed in due time. It is far better to meet this enigmatic individual," she declared. "Then let us proceed," Vincent stated, remaining rooted in place. "What is the matter?" White Dew asked. "Nothing. Let us go," he replied, concealing a sinister expression behind a smile. "What is afoot? Is there some hidden scheme?" White Dew speculated upon observing Vincent's demeanor. "Come now, Lulu, what occupies your thoughts?" he urged, noticing her distraction. "All right. I shall follow." White Dew hastily complied, wishing to keep her true thoughts concealed from Vincent. Meanwhile, Vincent seized the opportunity during her moment of inattention to whisper, "Be compliant. I shall not harm her. Should you resist, the outcome may be uncertain." The two soon resolved their midday meal on the journey, arriving at a subterranean cave as the sun began to set. "Another cave? I have grown weary of these. They only bring peril, and escape seems futile," White Dew lamented. "Fear not. This place is safe. Our kin take refuge in caves, for their darkness and dampness suit our survival. Should you wish to dwell above ground in the future?" "I hold no objections," Vincent reassured her quickly. "Is the mysterious individual also within?" White Dew hesitated, reluctant to enter despite Vincent's reassurances. Indeed, Vincent nodded. "Very well," she relented, albeit unwillingly, knowing she had little choice. "Come, I shall carry you." Vincent leapt into the cave, extending his arms to embrace White Dew. "No need, step aside. I shall descend on my own, all right? I am not accustomed to being carried," she replied, observing Vincent's stillness until she added, "Very well. Next time I shall allow you to accustom me to it." After she descended, Vincent murmured close to her ear, "You will grow accustomed to it." The sound of his deep voice, even through the guise of Hill's body, was nauseating to White Dew, yet she could only endure. Bai Lu walked ahead, while Vincent silently followed behind. Upon arrival, Vincent suggested, "Let us go in and take a look." "All right," Bai Lu replied. As they entered, they discovered an abundance of flowers within, various types, including wildflowers along the roadside and large, vibrant blooms amidst clusters of greenery. The freshness of the flowers suggested they had not been picked long ago. Additionally, there were some everyday items like wooden bowls and animal skin cloths, all of which felt strikingly familiar to Bai Lu. A memory of an impossible person resurfaced in her mind. Who could possibly inhabit this cave? Bai Lu pondered, glancing back at Vincent. "They will be back soon. You will know shortly," Vincent teased, leaving Bai Lu anxious. "When will they return? And who are they?" she inquired. "Soon. Just sit down and calm yourself," Vincent advised, gesturing to one of the wooden stumps beside a tree table, pouring her a cup of water. The water jug was essentially a large wooden cup, elegantly crafted. "When will they come back? Who are they? Isn't it just one person?" Bai Lu realized they did not refer to her. "When they arrive, I will inform you," Vincent said, pouring himself a cup as well, speaking leisurely. Bai Lu, feeling restless at the thought of that possibility, was uncertain of what to do, especially since Vincent remained elusive. "Rest assured, you shall not be disappointed," Vincent remarked, a hint of mischief in his tone. Bai Lu felt an urge to strike him, yet her limited strength as a petite woman rendered her more suited for cunning than combat. "Eureka!" she exclaimed, slapping her thigh in excitement. "What is it?" Vincent asked, intrigued by her enthusiasm, eager to share in her delight, yet conflicted about revealing the surprise. "Let us play a game. If I win, you must tell me," Bai Lu proposed. "All right, what do you have in mind?" Vincent responded, keen to interact and appreciate her expressions. "I will pose a riddle, and if you answer correctly, you win," Bai Lu declared proudly. "Go ahead," Vincent replied nonchalantly, enjoying the conversation. Chapter 101. Resurgence, Part 1. What one can do, all can do. Yet what one can do, two cannot. What is it? Bai Lu posed a riddle that a child of 3 could answer in the 28th century. "What? Why can't to do what everyone else can?" Vincent queried, puzzled. "Exactly. I ask you why?" Bai Lu pressed, trying to ensnare Vincent in her clever game, knowing the nature of insects lack thought. However, she overlooked the fact that if they could not think, how could those tasks be accomplished? "What is it?" Vincent appeared quite perplexed, his mind racing as he struggled to respond. Bai Lu pressed him, "Have you figured it out yet? What are they doing?" Suddenly, an idea struck Vincent. "Relieving themselves," he exclaimed, wearing an expression that suggested surprise, as if to say, "Lulu, I never imagined you were such a person." No. Where did your mind wander to?" Bai Lu retorted, rendered speechless and unwilling to pursue that line of conversation further. "You've lost," she declared decisively. "What? No, that can't be. Let me think again. I can surely figure it out." Vincent protested, still unwilling to concede defeat. "All right, I will grant you another chance," Bai Lu conceded, aware that one cannot keep someone in suspense for too long. During childbirth?" Vincent suggested, a bashful expression gracing his face. "That's not it." Bai Lu instantly grasped the implication. This audacious fellow was attempting to flirt with her, and she found it intolerable. "Even if I can't stand it, I will endure," she resolved. "Fine then, I admit my defeat. But what is the answer?" Vincent gazed at Bai Lu with a fond expression. "Dreaming," Bai Lu revealed with a flourish. "What? Is Bai Lu mocking me?" he wondered. "Only dreaming fits the context. Look, you've lost," Bai Lu exclaimed joyfully, her face lighting up with a sweet smile. "All right, I shall share the answer with you," Vincent chuckled, looking at Bai Lu. "Come in," he called towards the doorway. "Who is it?" Bai Lu asked, still trying to wrap her mind around the situation, eager to discover if it was indeed the answer she had been contemplating. "The person you wish to see," Vincent replied. Bai Lu rose to her feet, wondering if the person she had in mind had finally arrived. A female entered the room, her attire unfamiliar, hair in disarray, face smeared with dirt, and her frame noticeably emaciated. Yet, Bai Lu recognized her at once. "Lank." Lank looked up, finally realizing it was Bai Lu. "I am not Lank. You have mistaken me for someone else. Leave at once." Lank pushed Bai Lu back towards the door. "No, I am Bai Lu, Bai Lu. Look at me. I am your leader," Bai Lu insisted, urging Lank to examine her face closely. No, I do not know you," Lank adamantly denied. But I am your leader. Do you dare disregard my words? Bai Lu feigned a stern expression, knowing that the Lank of old would have confessed immediately. No, I am Hua, not Lank. Lank passionately protested. You should leave. Hurry. Lank urged Bai Lu to flee. I will not go. If you do not clarify, I shall remain right here, Bai Lu declared, sitting resolutely at the door. All right, all right. I understand now. No need for further commotion. Vincent finally spoke up leisurely. Indeed, Lank agreed. This is your leader, and will continue to be your leader, Vincent declared firmly. No, no, she is not. She is. Lank responded helplessly. Lank. Bai Lu pondered what had transpired after Lank abandoned her, realizing that even the dark beast had taken a toll on Lank. Yes, I am Lank. Lank proclaimed loudly to Bai Lu. Tears streamed down Bai Lu's face uncontrollably. Lank had miraculously survived. Leader, it's all right now. It's all right. Come, sit. Lank beckoned Bai Lu to take a seat. I will prepare meat soup, your favorite, Lank added. Meat soup? Bai Lu asked in confusion. Yes, aren't you fond of meat soup? Lank replied with a smile before turning to rummage for meat strips. I like meat soup. Meat soup? Bai Lu murmured to herself. Is something amiss? Vincent inquired with concern. No, it's just that I am overjoyed to see Lank alive. I simply did not expect it. But what exactly has happened? Bai Lu's mind swirled with questions. One of my kin saved her. At that moment, all the dark beasts within her were expelled, and she was destined to perish. Yet, one of my kin, out of affection, rescued her and brought her here, concealing it from me until I stumbled upon the truth. Vincent recounted, still vexed that he had not discovered it sooner, which could have prevented Lank's survival and brought Bai Lu here instead. Fortunately, I am grateful to your kin. Bai Lu smiled genuinely, momentarily leaving Vincent in awe. No need for thanks, Vincent gazed at Bai Lu, realizing that sparing Lank had turned out to be a fortuitous decision. By the way, how did she come to look like this, dressed like a beggar? Bai Lu felt a pang of guilt regarding Lank's disheveled state, pondering what hardships she had endured. Beggar? In such a state? Regarding Bai Lu, she sometimes spoke in peculiar ways, and Vincent could only rely on guesswork, which in itself is a skill. Just moments ago, she appeared quite disheveled. Bai Lu endeavored to find a word to encapsulate it. Oh, that. I am at a loss, as I only recently discovered this cavern. Indeed, Vincent was initially unaware as well. All right, wait a moment. She is going to prepare me some meat soup. Bai Lu managed a forced smile. Good. Vincent lazily settled onto a wooden stump, leaning against the stone wall. Subsequently, a profound silence enveloped them. Vincent attempted multiple times to initiate a conversation, but each time he gazed upon Bai Lu's face, he would forget his intended questions. At that moment, he simply wished to be with Bai Lu. Even watching her was a delight. Yet, Bai Lu found it puzzling. Despite knowing her fondness for plants and her preference for soups enriched with vegetables or wild fruits, why did she claim to prefer meat soup? She hoped perhaps she was overthinking it. Bai Lu pondered a myriad of possibilities until Lank brought over a bowl of steaming meat soup. Enjoy it while it's hot, boss. Tell me, have I improved my culinary skills? Lank cheerfully inquired. Quite good, indeed, Bai Lu praised. Before Lank's demise, she was a female who could barely manage to cook meat without burning it. How was it that, after her resurrection, she could prepare such delectable soup? Bai Lu grew increasingly perplexed. She felt compelled to inquire with Vincent, for he was indeed the Black Beast King. Yet, with Lank present, she hesitated. If it were truly Lank, it would be unkind to wound her heart. Bai Lu, what troubles you? Lank remarked, having noticed Bai Lu's unwavering gaze upon her. It's nothing. Just take a moment to tidy yourself, and we shall venture out again, Bai Lu replied candidly, for Lank's demeanor was rather dismal. All right. Lank responded after a prolonged silence. Do sit down and eat, Bai Lu urged, as Lank busied herself, allowing Bai Lu a moment of respite. Thank you. Lank's awkward expression of gratitude reminded Bai Lu of the beastmen. Was there perhaps a lingering presence of the black beast within her, exerting control? Chapter 102. The Resurrection, Part 2. Within the cave, only Lank and Bai Lu remained, as Vincent had been deliberately dispatched by Bai Lu to deal with the remnants of their meal. Lank. What transpired afterward? Bai Lu sought to uncover the truth directly. Well, afterward. Lank hesitated, seemingly lost in her recollections. Bai Lu, discerning the moment's delicacy, refrained from interrupting her. She knew that Lan Ku would share her thoughts. Boss. A long-awaited voice echoed in her ears, prompting Bai Lu to suppress her tears and respond with a simple hum. Boss, our tribe is no more. At that moment, Lan Ku resembled a lost lamb, wandering aimlessly forward. It's all right, This too shall pass. I will find a way, Bai Lu reassured her, resolute in her determination not to succumb to despair. Came Lanka's soft reply. That day, I truly felt as if I was destined to meet the beast god. Suddenly, I sensed a chilling sensation enveloping me, and the pain gradually faded away. My consciousness returned, and I felt an invigorating energy coursing through me, distinct from the immobilizing lethargy of lying in bed. A smile graced Lanka's face, one that Bai Lu recognized as genuine joy. I wasn't overly exhilarated. I understood that I was still caught in the clash between the black beasts and the ant beasts. I found a hollow in a tree to hide, where I could hear the jarring sounds of the ant beasts and the shattering cries of the black beasts. Thus, I languidly endured several days until the outside fell silent, allowing me to venture out cautiously. Lanka hesitated, pausing in her narrative. And then, Bai Lu gently inquired, careful not to disturb Lanka's reverie. Outside, numerous black beasts surrounded me, a relentless swarm. My world was shrouded in darkness, devoid of light, and I was engulfed by an overwhelming fear. Lanka trembled, her body shaking with the memory. Bai Lu, upon recognizing the situation, swiftly embraced Lank. Even though it was painful for Lank to relive such memories, Bai Lu felt compelled to persist, for she urgently sought to understand what had transpired. Was there truly a breakthrough? I ran frantically, endlessly, plagued by the sensation that they were pursuing me. Until exhaustion overcame me, I glanced back. A fleeting look revealed that they had parted ways, refraining from attacking. Lank sighed in relief. Why? Bai Lu sensed that matters were not so straightforward. Because I carry the scent of the black beasts, they perceive me as one of their own. Upon uttering these words, Lank broke down in tears. What is happening? Bai Lu gently lifted Lank's chin, seeking clarity. Lank continued to sob, and Bai Lu found herself torn between the desire to press for answers and the need to be gentle. Let me speak, Vincent interjected. What? You know? Bai Lu was taken aback. Vincent had been her constant companion, yet he possessed knowledge of Lank's predicament. Have you forgotten? Vincent reminded her. Oh, what actually transpired? It dawned on Bai Lu that Vincent was the king of the black beasts, making it impossible for him to be oblivious to their affairs. The black beast within her is a descendant of my lineage, carrying my essence. Vincent paused, confident that Bai Lu would comprehend his implication. Indeed, Bai Lu grasped the gravity of the situation. Had it not been for Vincent, she would have merely suspected Lank of harboring issues, unaware that the source of turmoil lay with Vincent himself. When Hadl been possessed, she no longer carries the black beast within her, rest assured. That scoundrel did not consider your feelings at the time. Now that Lank is with you, I feel at ease, Vincent continued with a cheerful demeanor. What impact will your black beast offspring have on her body? Bai Lu inquired. It will have an effect, Vincent replied nonchalantly. What kind of effect? Is it severe? Can it be eradicated? Bai Lu pressed anxiously. Do not worry, it was due to excessive force at the time that her body reacted with rejection. The black beast cannot easily inhabit her. Unlike you, the entire kingdom of black beast recognizes you as queen and dares not provoke you, Vincent chuckled. I am not concerned. Bai Lu muttered under her breath. Lank will be just fine. She will no longer be troubled by such issues, Bai Lu quickly reassured her. Yet, Lank continued to weep, leaving Bai Lu with no choice but to hold her close. All right. It is merely the scent of the black beast. After a few winters, it will dissipate. Vincent, unable to bear the sight of Lank being cradled so tenderly by Bai Lu, interjected. Really? Lank looked up at Bai Lu, though she dared not meet Vincent's gaze. Indeed. Bai Lu affirmed with a glance at Vincent. Lank ceased her protests and merely nodded. Well then, let us tidy ourselves up and prepare, shortly. We shall venture out to gather plants. The leader will concoct perfume for you. The fragrance can mask the scent. Bai Lu said to Lank that she wished to see her smile. With a series of events unfolding, Bai Lu yearned to bring as much joy to Lank as possible. All right, Lank replied, wrapping her arms around Bai Lu tightly. Bai Lu gently patted Lank's back. Lulu, she has fallen asleep. Let her rest. Not long after, Vincent noticed that Lank had drifted off, gesturing toward the nearby stone bed as he spoke to Bai Lu. Bai Lu and Vincent each supported Lank as she lay on the bed, but Lank persistently clutched Bai Lu's hand. Lank, I am right here. I am here, Bai Lu reassured her repeatedly. Are we really taking her back? Vincent inquired. Why wouldn't we? Are we to leave her here alone? I cannot fathom how she has managed to survive during this time, Bai Lu said, her heart aching more with each thought. For after all, Lank was her little brother, a confidant, and a dear friend. Fear not, someone is looking after her. There's no need for concern, Vincent remarked nonchalantly. What? Who? Bai Lu's astonishment grew, realizing that Lank had already been. My kin. He happens to be a beast man, Vincent stated casually, yet Bai Lu found herself unable to comprehend. He hasn't done anything to Lank, has he? Bai Lu asked instinctively. Haha. No, certainly not, especially since she carries my scent, Vincent replied with a knowing smile. Stop laughing. You need to leave. Bai Lu, unsure of what courage compelled Vincent to exit, perhaps the warmth of his usual smiles, or perhaps the comfort of their long-standing camaraderie, thought, no. This simply will not do. Leave. Seeing Vincent remain motionless, Bai Lu's courage inexplicably surged, and she shouted. All right, I will go, Vincent conceded, realizing that Bai Lu was genuinely upset. By the way, would you like some fruit? I could pick some for you, Vincent suddenly asked as he reached the door. I don't want any. Just go. Bai Lu retorted, attempting to compose her emotions. Very well, I shall pick some for you, and I will return, Vincent continued, seemingly resigned to Bai Lu's tone. Hurry up, get out. Bai Lu felt an uncharacteristic surge of irritation. Why did she speak to him so sweetly? This was not like her at all. Watching Vincent depart, Bai Lu held Lank's hand tightly. Lank, all of this will pass, she murmured, uncertain if she was expressing hope for herself or setting a goal, yet determined that despite the difficulties, she must persevere. Chapter 103. The so-called treasure. 10 days had elapsed within Lank's cave, and Bai Lu and Vincent had remained there for the entirety of that time. Boss. I am feeling much better. You need not feed me, truly, Lank exclaimed, waving her hands dismissively. I wish to feed you, to allow you to enjoy, Bai Lu insisted earnestly. For she could find no means to atone for her past actions, particularly for having abandoned Lank in her moment of need. Even if she had perished, it was unforgivable that she had not retrieved her body. Otherwise, they would not have found themselves in such dire circumstances. I truly do not need it, boss. Please listen to me. I am already well. There is no need to worry about me. Lank spoke each word with clarity. Bai Lu paused momentarily before continuing to feed Lank with a stone spoon. Lank felt a hint of helplessness. She understood Bai Lu's good intentions. Yet she feared that she would become a mere sloth if this continued. Open your mouth, Bai Lu said with utmost seriousness. Lank dared not to argue and obediently opened her mouth, resulting in yet another day of indulgence. Boss, what shall we do? Lank set aside her playful demeanor and surveyed their surroundings. Just then, Vincent had gone out to hunt for Bai Lu. And the other orcs in the cave were at a distance, primarily because Vincent had dismissed them, Lank herself having been among them until Bai Lu intervened. I shall first examine their treasures before making any plans. Vincent mentioned that the treasure is of great significance to their clan. If we take this opportunity to destroy it, Bai Lu would be in a state of great anxiety. Yet, she understood that haste makes waste, and thus resolved to think long-term. Treasure? You have mentioned it numerous times. What exactly does this treasure do? Lank inquired, her curiosity piqued, eager for Bai Lu to elucidate. Vincent claimed it could enable the black beasts to leave their human hosts and live independently. Bai Lu too was filled with trepidation, should the black beasts succeed. The orcs would be rendered powerless. What shall we do? What can we do? Lank was now frantic, her singular thought being to eliminate all black beasts. Yet she felt utterly powerless. Bai Lu quietly informed her that Vincent had mentioned they were delayed due to an encounter with orcs on the road. But after their meal of roasted meat, he would return. Is that true? Lank had not anticipated that her awaited opportunity would arrive so swiftly. Yes, do take proper rest. You have truly endured much during this time. I will call for you when the moment arrives. Bai Lu urged Lank to lie down and sleep. No. I have been feeling dizzy from lack of sleep these past few days. Boss, ever since you arrived, it feels surreal. Is it truly you? Lank expressed her disbelief, as if still ensnared in a dream. Indeed, silly girl, Bai Lu replied with a smile, playfully tapping Lank's forehead. Lank touched her nose and smiled foolishly. How wonderful, Bai Lu marveled. Wonderful? What do you mean? Lank questioned, puzzled. You are still alive, Bai Lu whispered softly. Yes, we are still alive, Lank affirmed, grasping Bai Lu's hand and pressing her lips together. Bai Lu's emotions were intricate at that moment. Bai Lu and Lank engaged in a light-hearted conversation. Meanwhile, Vincent was preparing to capture a fawn beast, as per Bai Lu's request, which he was eager to fulfill. A sinister smile crept across Vincent's face, only to be replaced by a gentle expression as he contemplated his task. Lulu, I shall certainly procure one for you, he uttered. But it was Hill who responded. No, that was said by Hill. This is an opportunity for you to earn credit. You must act swiftly. I shall take a brief rest, Vincent urged with a wicked grin. Be gone. I know how to manage my Lulu, Hill replied disdainfully, rolling his eyes. At that moment, Vincent had already succumbed to slumber, while Hill transformed into his beast form. Fortunately, the wolf pelt remained intact. When Vincent dominated his consciousness, he was unable to shift forms, a reminder that what is not yours will never truly belong to you. Hill mused. Silence. The Fang beast approaches. Cease your prattle, Vincent grumbled, awakened by Hill's noise. Do not think I am unaware. You only allowed me to emerge because you cannot transform or are simply too lazy. Am I right? Hill speculated. Vincent ignored him, likely drifting back to sleep. Undeterred, Hill charged forward, utilizing various techniques to inflict severe injuries upon the Fang beast. He planned to use a beast skin pouch to dismantle the creature's carcass until it was filled to capacity. In silence, Hill hoped to see Bai Lu before Vincent awoke. He quickened his dissection pace, soon completing the task and hurrying back. Upon returning to the cave, Hill first pulled Bai Lu aside from where she stood by Lank's bedside. Lulu, listen to me. We must acquire the treasures of the Black Beast tribe, without fail. Just then, the ruthless Vincent made his presence known. Lulu, why are you out? Shouldn't you be attending to Lank? Vincent inquired. No, I simply hadn't had the chance to explain to Bai Lu when an orc approached. Master, the treasure has arrived. The orc exclaimed with delight. I've told you not to call me master. Refer to me as king, Vincent declared, puffing out his chest with self-importance. King. The subordinate complied, satisfying Vincent's ego. Nodding in approval, Vincent handed his subordinate a peculiar grain, which the orc received with evident joy. You may withdraw, Vincent commanded. Lulu, do you not wonder what this is? Vincent resumed his teasing tone. Humph. This substance enhances the smoothness of a black beast's skin. What do you think? Quite impressive. Isn't it? Vincent rolled up his sleeve, comparing both arms to prompt Bai Lu's observation. It is indeed remarkable, but alas, I have nothing to offer in exchange. While none are averse to beauty, though this is intended for the black beasts, not for human use, you are currently in a human form, Vincent. No matter, come. Behold our treasures, Vincent beckoned, leading Bai Lu to admire their spoils. As Bai Lu gazed upon the pumpkin, it struck her as somewhat familiar, its golden hue and the protruding stem revealing an empty interior, save for its seeds. Is this a pumpkin? She finally recalled the name of this vegetable. Pumpkin. What a delightful name. Let us taste it, she exclaimed, filled with anticipation despite never having experienced this long-extinct delicacy. However, observing the solitary pumpkin, Bai Lu voiced a practical concern. There are so many people, and only this one. It's hardly enough to share. To which Vincent responded reassuringly, fear not. We have prepared a broth. Each person can savor a bowl and relish the novelty. Bai Lu was pleasantly surprised to find that even Lank possessed such generosity. In their eyes, was this not a treasure? Very well, I shall indulge in it. Bai Lu was curious to discover the miraculous properties of this gourd, especially since even the black beasts seemed to fancy it. Moreover, her external display was somewhat peculiar, non-toxic, toxic. What a strange indication. Bai Lu hoped it posed no danger to her, given its resemblance to a pumpkin. Allow me to prepare it for you. Just await the delightful taste, Vincent declared, taking a pumpkin with him. Unbeknownst to Vincent, whether it was his carefree nature or something else, Lank's cavern soon became laden with pumpkins. Did he truly place such faith in them? Chapter 104. Hill's reminder before long. Hill appeared with a bowl of pumpkin soup. The bowl as large as a grinding stone, its color quite appealing. Yet, its flavor remained a mystery. Here, give it a try, Vincent urged, smiling as he filled a wooden bowl and handed it to Bai Lu. Very well. Bai Lu accepted it and took a gentle sip. The taste was sweet and tender, melting effortlessly in her mouth, leaving a lingering aftertaste, likely a result of its natural growth. In the 20th century, she had the fortune of tasting a cultivated pumpkin, but it lacked that aromatic essence. The flavor was markedly different. Delicious, Bai Lu proclaimed, noticing Vincent's eager gaze. She understood that only by assuaging his apprehensions could she uncover their vulnerabilities. This is delightful. You may have all of it, she said, gesturing for him to take everything from Lank's cave. Bai Lu was quite astonished. Was this not a treasure? She posed this question. Compared to these treasures, you are my true gem. Vincent's words made Bai Lu feel a bit bashful. Who would consider her a treasure? Bai Lu rolled her eyes in a place where he could not see. Noticing that Bai Lu remained silent for an extended period, Vincent chuckled and said, all right, all right. There is still plenty of this, and our kin have enough to eat. Rest assured, I know you are concerned about me, haha. Now, you should go out. You have been by my side for quite some time, neglecting your duties regarding the Black Beast clan. Go attend to your matters. Bai Lu began to usher him out. As she was eager to examine the treasures she had only glanced at before Vincent's return. I am not busy. I will stay with you. Vincent replied with a cheerful grin. Bai Lu instinctively questioned. Our Black Beast clan has a dedicated signal. You need not worry, he added, moving closer to plant a kiss on her. All right then, I shall take a rest. You may leave for now. Bai Lu skillfully evaded Vincent's unwelcome kiss. Vincent, unperturbed, simply replied, Very well, you rest. I shall come by later, and then he departed. Bai Lu sat on the bed, exhaling a sigh of relief. Interacting with Vincent was truly exhausting. Lank, come out. He's gone. Bai Lu called to Lank, who had been hiding under the covers since Vincent's arrival. Why didn't you make him leave earlier? I nearly suffocated. Lank exclaimed, throwing off the blankets to breathe in the fresh air. All right. I did tell you to join me. You wouldn't have had to see him, Bai Lu reassured her, gently patting Lank's back to help her regain her composure. Do you think this pumpkin can really allow them to move freely? Lank expressed her skepticism. I'm not sure. I need to investigate further. It feels rather peculiar. Bai Lu pondered thoughtfully. You know, when Vincent returned just now, something fell off, she recalled. What was it? I didn't notice. My mind was preoccupied with this pumpkin and whether it could ruin their plans, Lank replied eagerly, grasping Bai Lu's hand. His tone didn't sound like Vincent's usual manner of speaking, but he used to be like that too. It was just the content that left me bewildered. Bai Lu continued to reflect on the situation. What did he say? Lank asked, her expression serious. He mentioned wanting to obtain the treasures of the Black Beast clan. Does that sound like something Vincent would say? Bai Lu struggled to grasp the meaning. He said he had already acquired the treasure and wanted to share it with you. Lank noted, realizing Bai Lu was flaunting it before her. No. His exact words were that he wanted to obtain the treasures of the Black Beast clan and that he would definitely do so. Bai Lu reiterated verbatim. Is that so? Could it be that you misheard? I had no sense of it while under the covers, Lank confirmed repeatedly. Absolutely not, Bai Lu replied, though she felt uncertain upon hearing Lank's words. What could it possibly mean? Lank was equally perplexed. If what I heard is correct, then it must be Hill. Second brother. They both exchanged knowing glances and smiled. If it's second brother, he must be warning us about something, Lank analyzed meticulously. Yes, it's highly likely it's Hill. The Black Beasts generally retain consciousness when they enter a body. I previously overlooked this point. He must know something, Bai Lu speculated. He told us about obtaining the treasures of the Black Beast clan. Is that the one? Lank gestured towards the pumpkin in the corner. I'm not sure. Vincent has always claimed this as their treasure, allowing their beast forms to roam the land unharmed. Bai Lu shared what she knew. Regardless of its nature, we should investigate whether the pumpkin serves its purported purpose. As for the treasure second brother mentioned, let us observe for now and act if an opportunity arises. Lank outlined their plan. I was thinking the same. Leave the pumpkin treasure to me, as I understand it best, Bai Lu offered proactively. Then I'll focus on the matter of the treasure. I've never been particularly enthusiastic about plants, Lank replied. Lanka undertook her task with determination. Very well. We shall act separately. Today, I will survey the surroundings, while you stand guard at the entrance. Bai Lu, brimming with eagerness, was ready to set her plan into motion. Stand guard? Lanka inquired, somewhat perplexed. It means to keep an eye on the outside. If anyone or any dark beast approaches, alert me immediately. Bai Lu occasionally forgot that they resided in the beast realm. Understood. Lanka rose from her bed, and, upon reaching the doorway, began to gather fresh flowers. By the way, these blossoms were a gift from the other beastmen who dwelled in the nearby cave. Bai Lu also rose to examine a pumpkin with great care. She had tasted it and observed it thoroughly, yet the display of the external attachment left her perplexed. Upon slicing open the white dew, one discovers seeds of a golden hue. Further dissecting one of these seeds reveals an external indication of toxicity. The white dew has achieved a breakthrough. This is the reason. The seeds are toxic, while the skin is harmless. Yet, what kind of discovery is this? It bears no relevance to the black beasts, which are impervious to the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, as well as to poison and smoke. In fact, some of these elements are even within their capabilities. Are these pumpkins truly mere treasures beneficial only to them? Bai Lu suddenly recalled the significance of Hill's reminder regarding the treasure of the dark beast. Presently, she found herself devoid of beasts and strength, utterly incapable of vanquishing even a mere ordinary dark beast. Reflecting on the time when Vincent had taken her for a stroll, she remembered inadvertently stepping on an ordinary dark beast, which, despite the encounter, had sustained no harm, merely transforming momentarily before swiftly returning to its original form. She had observed this closely, exerting all her might in the process. Patience, Bai Lu, patience, she whispered to herself, engaging in a mental reassessment. After all, she had yet to reach the age of 18 to possess the qualifications of a professor, having discovered the nemesis of meteorites as a nascent human. Why then should she fear such a trivial obstacle? Bai Lu continued her internal fortification. Bai Lu has always believed that her fortune was rather favorable. How did it come to this? Master, you have returned, came the voice of Lank from the entrance. Bai Lu is inside, resting. I am picking some flowers to bathe her. Hearing Lank's words, Bai Lu understood that she was being gently reminded. As the white dew descended, she placed the pumpkin aside and reclined on her bed, squinting her eyes. Chapter 105, The Beastman Within. Soon, the outside fell silent, and White Dew cautiously opened her eyes. Boss, he has left, exclaimed Lan Kofun, hurrying along as he spoke. Bai Lu rushed over and covered Lank's mouth. Be quiet. Although the orcs have been driven far away by Vincent, their hearing is remarkably acute. And it would be disastrous if we were discovered, she whispered in Lank's ear before releasing her hand. All right, I understand. I was too careless to have forgotten about that. Lank replied, feeling vexed. As long as they didn't hear us, what did Vincent say just now? Bai Lu inquired. He simply asked what you were doing. I told him you were asleep, and he left, Lank said, looking at Bai Lu with a curious expression. What's wrong? Bai Lu raised her head just in time to catch Lank's gaze. Do you have even a hint of affection for him? Lank suddenly asked. Why do you say that? What if he comes back? Bai Lu peeked at the cave entrance, avoiding a direct answer, for she herself was uncertain of her feelings. Though she found him repugnant for being a worm, her heart raced at the sight of his gentle demeanor. These thoughts were not something she dared to share with Lank. Really? Lank's anxiety heightened. She too feared Vincent's return, especially since she carried his scent and sometimes found herself involuntarily submissive to him. No, I observe carefully, Bai Lu assured Lank. By the way, have you made any discoveries? Not particularly, Bai Lu admitted, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Although lacking instruments, she possessed the basic ability to discern, yet could not find a method to kill the black beasts. What do you mean not particularly? Lank was left slightly bewildered. I discovered that pumpkin seeds are toxic. But what good does that do? Bai Lu lamented. Poisoning them would suffice, Lank exclaimed, her frustration mounting. You forget, the black beasts are unaffected by poison. They even cooked the seeds into the pumpkin, and nothing happened to them, Bai Lu replied, feeling helpless. You know they aren't harmed? Perhaps they are already collapsing in droves. Lank imagined. Look at me. I consumed it, and I feel nothing, Bai Lu said, aware of Lank's impatience, which mirrored her own anxiety. Your well-being does not guarantee theirs. They are black beasts, and we are females. It's not the same, Bai Lu insisted stubbornly, as though her reasoning would somehow alter the situation. Even if they were inside the beasts, the poison wouldn't kill them, Bai Lu attempted to reason with Lank. They must be dead. Lank seemed to be losing her composure. Fine. Let us go investigate. Why is it that we cannot communicate? Bai Lu felt exasperated by these inscrutable females. Yes, let us go see, after all. We have made no discoveries, Lank declared, grabbing Bai Lu's hand and heading toward the orcs' dwelling. Meanwhile, in the area occupied by orcs under the influence of the black beasts, one of them lamented, Wong has gone too far. That female was saved by me. What right does he have to claim her? A dark-haired orc remarked, evidently one of the winged tiger clan. Indeed. Not only did she bring a female belonging to her, but she brought two. The other, a yellow-haired orc, presumably from the Golden Lion clan, interjected, let us speak less. This is the king's decree. That female is the king's queen, and thus our queen as well. The female we brought is said to be the queen's younger sibling. Another orc attempted to mediate. What of the queen's younger sibling? The queen belongs to our Black Beast clan. What does her sibling offer us? The Golden Lion orc retorted with disdain. Precisely. I had hoped to make her my caretaker. So did I. Were it not for the prior declaration of her being nurtured, I would have acted long ago. You are not alone in your sentiments. I share your thoughts. Refrain from your antics. The king is currently protecting them. So do not act recklessly. What if I choose to act? I shall seize her in due time. The king has also bestowed treasures upon us, allowing us to traverse the ground without harm. You know well that these treasures were brought back by our kin, only to be divided with that female orc moments after their return. Does he even consider us, the Black Beast clan? The orc named Ming, of the Winged Tiger clan, voiced his discontent vehemently. All right, let us not engage in actions that would harm the king. How could we possibly harm the king? He is our ruler, the mightiest of the Black Beasts. Ming spoke with genuine reverence, albeit unable to tolerate the king's favor towards outsiders. Ah, Ming. The queen is approaching with those two female orcs. An inconspicuous black beast signaled from the entrance, and all present orcs understood immediately. Excellent. Just moments ago, I was contemplating seeking her out, and now she presents herself willingly. Ming's expression of malice mirrored that of Vincent, with the only distinction being that Vincent embodied a kingly level of malevolence. As Bai Lu and Lan Ku approached the nearest orc cave, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, devoid of any signs of orcs or black beasts. Why is there no one here? Aren't there supposed to be orcs? Bai Lu pondered, filled with confusion. They must be inside. Let's not rush. We should wait here for a moment and not venture in, Lan Ku urged, grasping Bai Lu's hand to prevent her from advancing further. Why not? I merely wish to see if they are adapting well, Bai Lu insisted, eager to observe closely. Oh, come on, let us just stay here. Please, promise me we can sneak a glance from this spot, Lan Ku pleaded. All right, Bai Lu relented, as she had always been unable to resist such coaxing. Your Majesty, you have arrived. At that moment, a muscular figure appeared. It was Ming. Who are you? Bai Lu recoiled, eyeing Ming warily, sensing his ulterior motives. You are the queen. I am merely an ordinary black beast. There's no need to be afraid. If the king were to learn of this, I would be in serious trouble, Ming admitted, his demeanor betraying a hint of trepidation, for he could not withstand the king's wrath. What brings you here? Bai Lu inquired. Your Majesty, should it not be I asking what brings you to our dwelling? Ming responded respectfully, though the orcs behind him cast sidelong glances at Lan Ku, who stood behind Bai Lu. Do not look so suspiciously. I have come to express my gratitude for taking care of Lan Ku during this time, Bai Lu interjected, positioning herself to shield Lan Ku from their gaze. It's no trouble at all, as long as she fulfills her role as our caretaker. We are perfectly fine, Ming laughed heartily, prompting the orcs behind him to join in the laughter. What did you say? Bai Lu exclaimed, her anger flaring. I said it once, and I shall not repeat myself. Just then, an orc who had been attempting to mediate among the group tugged at Ming's sleeve, interrupting him. Your Majesty, there is no need for gratitude. This is simply our duty. You should return now. Bai Lu, reluctant to respond, pulled Lan Ku and turned to leave. Chapter 106, a subtle probe upon returning to the cave. Bai Lu lay on the bed, fists clenched, remaining silent for a long time. Boss, I am fine, she finally said. Lan Ku grasped her hand, signaling her not to be upset. The dark beast must be eradicated, Bai Lu vowed. Indeed, we shall have that day, Lan Ku embraced her, as if instilling confidence in both of them. Lulu, what troubles you? Vincent, upon his return, found Bai Lu and Lan Ku in a somber embrace. You're here. Is there something you need? Bai Lu quickly composed herself and smiled at Vincent. What's wrong? If you're unhappy, do not force a smile, Vincent said. Concern etched on his face. Lan Ku, what is the matter? Vincent inquired, turning to Lan Ku. It's those orcs. Lan Ku, slightly intimidated by Vincent, inadvertently spoke the truth, eager to confide. Orcs? Vincent was puzzled by the mention of orcs. Have they bullied you, Bai Lu? I will confront them, he asserted, quickly piecing together the situation and rushing off to seek retribution before Bai Lu could respond. Don't go. I want to eat fruit. Did you bring any back this time? Bai Lu casually sought an excuse to divert the conversation. Yes, I brought some, Vincent replied, producing 2 fruits and offering them to Bai Lu. There's none for you. Step aside, he told the drooling Lan Ku beside him. I don't want any. Who would want to eat that? Lan Ku mumbled softly before exiting the cave, choosing to avert her gaze, despite the fruit appearing quite tempting. By the way, Lulu, have you felt unwell today? Vincent asked while Bai Lu enjoyed her fruit. What's the matter? Bai Lu inquired, taking a bite. Nothing, just wondering if that pumpkin was off, as my stomach hurts, Vincent replied casually. Stomachache? Any other symptoms? Bai Lu paused, still munching on the fruit, yet felt compelled to inquire about such a delicate matter. Yes, Vincent, reminiscent of a shy bride, shyly fidgeted. Oh, Bai Lu shuddered slightly. You should find some herbs to eat. Don't let Scarra's health deteriorate. She needs to remain well until she discovers a solution. Vincent appeared quite excited. What's wrong? Bai Lu shot him a glance. Since you learned I am the Dark Beast King, it's the first time you've shown such concern for me, Vincent remarked, visibly touched. Oh, if you would refrain from your frivolous antics, she would always be concerned for you. Lulu, I can't stay. You eat first. I have something to attend to. With that, Vincent clutched his stomach and hurried away. Bai Lu felt utterly perplexed. Boss, what's wrong with Vincent? Lanku inquired eagerly as she rushed in. I don't know, Bai Lu replied, taking another bite. At that moment, she was indifferent to her surroundings. As long as there was food other than roasted meat, she would not hesitate. Here, have this. Bai Lu offered a fruit. For me? You eat it, Lanku replied, though she too longed for a taste. However, she was acutely aware of the circumstances. Her boss had endured much in this cave, consuming roasted meat daily, while she had always preferred plants. Take it. After all that has transpired, do you really think we've become estranged? Come, eat, Bai Lu said, bringing the fruit to Lanku's lips. All right, Lanku's eyes glistened with emotion. Once they had satisfied their hunger, an idea suddenly struck Lanku. Boss, boss, she exclaimed, shaking Bai Lu's shoulder. What is it? Bai Lu asked, startled, as she sat up, having been on the verge of a nap. Boss, you mentioned earlier that Vincent had a stomachache? Lanku seemed to recall something significant. Yes, Bai Lu affirmed, showing no concern. But why does he have a stomachache? Vincent is inside Hill. Lanku prolonged the last two words dramatically. He even asked me about it, mentioning he had eaten pumpkin. At that moment, I was preoccupied with thoughts of the Beastman issue, so I brushed it off. Bai Lu then remembered, haven't they always believed that was a treasure? We haven't noticed anything amiss. I've been eating it for so long without issue. However, Bai Lu felt something was off, a lingering sense of unease. What if we let him eat more pumpkin? Could he be poisoned? Even if not, it would at least weaken him, Lanku suggested mischievously. But that S. Hill's body, Bai Lu hesitated, initially intending to find an opportunity to inquire about what Vincent had done that day, perhaps discovering a way to awaken Hill. She hadn't shared this with Lanku. Regardless, if we sacrifice him, I believe he would willingly comply. Lanku eagerly hoped for Bai Lu's agreement. Yet, I am still searching for a way to awaken Hill. If Vincent becomes enraged, our next steps will be considerably more challenging. Bai Lu's concerns held merit. No more waiting. Tonight, prepare something delicious for him, using pumpkin. It is imperative. Lanku's face was filled with desperation, knowing Vincent was defenseless against Bai Lu. Very well, we shall try, Bai Lu conceded. Let us also send some to those beastmen. Have Vincent deliver it. If it proves effective, it will be a lasting solution, Lanku added. Agreed, Bai Lu sighed, realizing this would be a monumental task. As the beastmen had voracious appetites. I will assist you. Do not worry, Lanku assured her. That evening, Bai Lu informed Vincent that she would be cooking personally. Lulu, I feel unwell when I eat pumpkin. Could we skip it today? Vincent watched as Bai Lu took out 5 or 6 pumpkins, preparing to slice them open. It's all right. Perhaps you simply haven't mastered the technique yet. Tonight, I shall reveal my skills, Bai Lu replied. Besides, isn't this a treasure of your clan? If there were an issue with it, how would you proceed? Bai Lu couldn't resist provoking Vincent a little. Indeed. I haven't even inquired with those black beasts who consumed the pumpkins. You go ahead. I'll just partake. Vincent suddenly seemed to change his mind. Very well. With that, Bai Lu fell silent, while Lang tried to minimize his presence. Before long, Bai Lu's pumpkin feast was ready. Steamed pumpkin, stir-fried pumpkin shreds, pumpkin cakes, pumpkin scrambled eggs, pumpkin soup, and braised pork with pumpkin. Please, do sample them all. Bai Lu introduced each dish to Vincent. I hope this proves effective. Delicious. This braised pork with pumpkin is exquisite. And the pumpkin soup is delightful, far superior to what I could ever make. Vincent continuously praised Bai Lu's culinary skills. Come, Lank. You should also join us and taste my pumpkin feast, Bai Lu signaled to Lank. He understood the subtlety of her gesture. It was meant to alleviate Vincent's concerns. Even if Vincent appeared unconcerned, one could never be too cautious. Bai Lu also sat down and had a bit to eat. Vincent, please send some to those orcs later. I might not have left a good impression last time, Bai Lu suggested to Vincent. We'll discuss it later. If I finish eating, I won't be sending any, Vincent replied, his mouth full of pumpkin. It's all right. I've prepared plenty. Bai Lu gestured for Vincent to look at the stone pot beside the fire. Fine, Vincent, initially inclined to decline. Couldn't refuse upon seeing Bai Lu's expectant gaze. Chapter 107, The Plan Blanca. He has run 5 or 6 times. I wonder if it has had any effect? Although Bai Lu was uncertain, she felt that success was already halfway achieved given the circumstances. Perhaps, we mustn't rush? Yes, we must remain patient. Though Blanca appeared anxious on the surface, her pacing revealed her inner turmoil. Well, now we wait. After enjoying the pumpkin feast prepared by Bai Lu, Vincent had not ceased conversing with her since their initial meeting. Could it truly be the issue with this treasure, the pumpkin? Vincent pondered to himself. I can't take this any longer. It's starting to hurt again. Just as he prepared to visit Bai Lu's burrow, Vincent dashed back to his designated spot. Serves you right. In the exclusive pit, where only Vincent resided, two beasts engaged in conversation. Be quiet. Seeing you in such agony brings me immense joy. Hill chuckled. Don't forget. I'm using your body. I'm not faring any better, are you? You. Humph. Now it's you who is suffering, not me, Hill retorted gleefully. Are you too morbid? Must you converse with me here? If anyone passes by, they would surely see your pained expression. This diarrhea is hardly befitting a beast. I'm delighted. Your misfortune brings me joy. Who told you to occupy my body? Hill concluded, a hint of annoyance in her tone. At that moment, Vincent found himself at a loss for words. It's rare for me to talk to you, he resumed his arduous endeavors. Take it easy, if one day I expel you. I still need this body. I must tell you, the body is of utmost importance. I still need to hunt for Lulu and accompany her. Oh, shut up. I don't want to hear you right now. At that moment, Vincent was particularly unwell. Not only was he enduring Hill's body, but his own was also turning red, itching intensely, as if his skin were about to shed. You want tea? Let me speak? Then I shall persist, let me tell you. Hill is not as capable as he thinks. This is a rare opportunity for him. Typically, Hill's consciousness was suppressed by Vincent, allowing only awareness of the external world, rendering his words unheard by others, an intriguing phenomenon. Ah! Echoes of cries filled the air as Hill felt his restraints loosen. Vincent vanished from within Hill's body. I must quickly find Bai Lu and Blanca, otherwise, it will be troublesome when Vincent awakens. Without regard for his own image, he relied on memory to find the cave. Lulu, how did you come to realize this pumpkin has such a function? Upon entering the cave, he saw Bai Lu and Lanka anxiously waiting. Be brother? Lanka stuttered, unmistakably imitating Hill's tone. Yes, it is I. Hill's unique voice remained gentle, though tinged with a touch more authenticity than Vincent's. Brother. Lanka rushed forward and embraced Hill. You have finally returned. Unable to contain her overwhelming joy, she burst into tears. All right, Lanku, I am uncertain when Vincent will emerge. We should discuss our next steps. Hill gently pushed Lanku away and addressed Bai Lu as well. Indeed, Bai Lu concurred. How did you manage to escape? Could it be that the pumpkin was effective? Even though Bai Lu had her suspicions, she sought confirmation. Yes, that pumpkin has a significant effect on the Black Beast clan. I took advantage of Vincent's moment of weakness to escape, and now I can no longer sense his presence. He is likely gravely wounded, Hill explained. Could it be that the pumpkin is not lethal enough to kill him? Lanku interjected. I do not know, but he is undoubtedly injured. Otherwise, I would not have been able to escape so quickly. Hill conveyed his understanding. It is perhaps fortunate that they are injured. It would be difficult to harm them while they are within a beast's body, and they have no apparent weaknesses when outside. If they did, it would be that they cannot remain in their beast form for long before they must return to their habitat. Bai Lu shared her perspective. Regardless, the pumpkin is useful now. If we can trick those black beasts into having the beastmen consume a sufficient quantity of pumpkin, we shall emerge victorious, Lanka concluded. It is easy to lure the beastmen, but how do we eliminate them once they are outside? Bai Lu articulated the crux of the matter. Indeed, what shall we do? Lanku was at a loss. I have a plan, though it is easier said than done. After all, there are only 3 of us, and we cannot accomplish this task alone. Hill finally spoke up after remaining silent for a while. Please share your idea. We can discuss it together. Bai Lu encouraged Hill. Well, we could wait for the sun to rise and lure them outside. Did you not mention that they cannot remain outside for long without sustaining injuries? We could dry them out in the sun and then turn the pumpkin into powder, seeing if that would lead to their demise under such conditions. Hill proposed a 2-pronged approach, hoping it would prove effective. Presently, the black beasts have these 2 weaknesses, and no others have been discovered. It is a good combination. The challenge lies in how to keep them docile, Bai Lu remarked with piercing insight. That is indeed the difficulty. The black beasts cluster together. If a few manage to enter a body, given time to reproduce, they could form a massive wave of black beasts. Hill expressed his frustration. What is so difficult about this? Have you forgotten? Once the beastmen consume the pumpkin, the black beast will undoubtedly suffer significant damage. The main issue now is how to entice them, Lanka countered. Lank pondered beside them as Bai Lu and Sierra diverged in their thoughts. Indeed, Lank articulated well. Even if a few stragglers slipped through the cracks, it would pose no issue for the orcs. A smile graced Bai Lu's face. Now, let us deliberate on the specifics of implementation, Sierra added with a cheerful demeanor. Excellent. It seems we have finally made some progress. The trio soon devised a satisfactory plan. By the way, what about the ant beasts? Surely, you haven't forgotten? Bai Lu, glancing inadvertently towards the corner, recalled that this world lacked ants, only possessing the creature known as the ant beast. Yes, yes, what shall we do about the ant beasts? Lank suddenly remembered as well. They were all elated by their breakthrough, momentarily dizzy with joy. The ant beasts pose no problem. The last time, it was due to Vincent's incitement that we ventured here. If Vincent is dealt with, they will surely be deterred. Furthermore, during the last great battle, many ant beasts perished, although the orcs suffered considerable losses. The reproduction of ant beasts is no simple feat. Sierra, possessing deeper insight into Vincent's situation, found no dissent from Bai Lu and Lank. Well, the most pressing matter now is for me to consume more pumpkin and see if I can eliminate Vincent, Sierra declared before heading off to slice the pumpkin. It would suffice to extract him as well, Bai Lu suddenly interjected. Sierra was taken aback, not expecting her to be so unconcerned with details. Boss, I always thought you were delicate, that you occasionally engage in earth-shattering feats. I presumed you were coerced. I never dared to frighten you, Lank observed with a knowing glance. All right, let us return to serious matters. Bai Lu's face flushed red, regretting her outburst. Chapter 108. The calm before the storm. The three embarked on their respective tasks. Bai Lu prepared pumpkin powder, Lank navigated among the various orc factions, and Sierra sought out the normal orcs while locating the black beast habitat. A month had passed, and uncertainty loomed over how well Sierra was progressing. Lank felt he had prepared adequately and wondered if the pumpkin jerky he had brought for him was finished. Sitting on a stone, Bai Lu murmured to herself, Boss, I am back. Lank joyfully approached Bai Lu, stepping lively. What is the matter? We are only missing Sierra to complete our task. Noticing Bai Lu's worried expression, Lank inquired with concern. How did it go on your end? Bai Lu asked. Upon hearing it was the king's order, they dared not defy and consumed everything, though they had been in distress. They had not suspected the cause. Now, they lay unconscious. Lank wore a smug expression. Are you certain? Bai Lu asked, her habitual skepticism surfacing. Yes. They have all been utterly drained, Lank confirmed. I wonder how your second brother is faring? Bai Lu expressed her concern. It's nothing to worry about. He will be fine. Lank reassured, though he too was unaware of the situation. In the rush, I hastily prepared some pumpkin jerky for him. I wonder if it was sufficient. What if Vincent emerges? Will it jeopardize our plans? Bai Lu felt a sense of unease. It's all right. The effects of the pumpkin are remarkable. The black beasts among the orcs have certainly been thoroughly tormented by the pumpkin. Just a few days ago, I successfully extracted a worm from one of the orcs, coated it with your pumpkin powder, and dried it under the sun. I shall check back in a couple of days. Lank spoke of her glorious exploits with a proud demeanor. If only it were still alive, I could fry it in a pot of oil. Bai Lu, for reasons unknown, suddenly thought of this method. Ha ha, are you trying to make me laugh to death? Lank burst into laughter. What is so funny? Bai Lu acknowledged the humor, but found it somewhat exaggerated. No, boss, frying. How did you even come up with that? Lank clutched her stomach, laughing uncontrollably. All right, enough laughter. Please help me chop up the remaining pumpkins. Bai Lu, seeing Lank so idle, decided to redirect her attention. Fine. Lank wiped the saline solution from her eyes and prepared to work. You've worked hard. These pumpkins all require your cutting skills. And your contributions are also in this pumpkin powder, Bai Lu praised. Of course, just wait. I'll chop them up, and then you can work your magic. Lank replied with a smile. Yes, Bai Lu still needed to add some herbs. Unfortunately, she had to handle that herself. Greetings, everyone in the cave. I am an orc from the Tianlang tribe. You may call me Sierra. I have finally found you. Is anyone here? Sierra had painstakingly followed clues to locate this cave. Sierra. A figure dashed out from within the cave. Mick, is that you? As the figure approached, Sierra recognized him. Yes, Sierra, come on, let us talk inside. Mick appeared quite excited. All right. Sierra followed closely behind Mick. Oh, have you seen my knife? Mick suddenly turned to ask. Your knife? That black, oddly shaped one? Sierra retorted. Yes, that very one. I intended to gift it to you when we first met, but you refused, Mick responded, feeling a bit aggrieved. Not at all. It was primarily because I already had a knife, one that was far more aesthetically pleasing than yours, Sierra replied, piercing Mick's feelings once again. All right. I want to hold it against you. If you don't want it, that's fine. After all, I've grown accustomed to this knife. I distinctly remember bringing it out just now, Mick said, feigning nonchalance. Okay, I understand your meaning. I have a plan. And I'll explain it to you in due time. Sierra was aware that Mick was concerned about him falling under the control of the black beasts and was merely testing him. And you? He unconsciously took a step back. Rest assured, I have discovered the weaknesses of the black beasts. I came here to seek the orc's assistance, Sia clarified. Really? Mick felt compelled to be cautious. By the way, are you the leader of this cave? Sierra inquired. No, that would be Ross, the chieftain of the Golden Lion clan. He has narrowly escaped the encirclement of the ant beasts and the invasion of the black beasts and is currently resting inside. Mick remarked, I shall speak with him. And you may listen nearby. I have been away for quite some time, and I am uncertain of the circumstances there. As he spoke, it was as if he were conversing with himself. I am unsure if he will see you, but I will certainly convey your presence. As for you, are you truly unharmed? After all, the dark beast has invaded, and yet you speak to him so calmly. What if you were to seize the opportunity and be consumed by it? He has witnessed that scene before. You should enter and inquire. I shall wait for you here. Be swift, urged Hill. Very well, I shall go and ask. You remain here, Mick replied. Indeed. With that, Mick entered the cave, and after a considerable time, he emerged in haste. Hill, let us go. Chief Ross has summoned you inside, Mick shouted at the cave's entrance. Coming, Hill responded as he stepped into the cave. The interior was spacious, yet the presence of numerous orcs made it feel confined. At least it is fortunate that neither the dark beast nor the ant beast has discovered us. Although we are all huddled together, we are safe for now, Mick explained. Indeed, Hill acknowledged, understanding the gravity of the situation without further comment. Here we are, Mick indicated a smaller cavern within. Shall you enter? Hill inquired. Noticing Mick had not followed. No need. I shall wait for you to emerge and recount your findings. I must prepare the afternoon meal now, Mick said before departing. Hill entered the cavern and found Ross reclined upon a bed, flanked by 2 or 3 orcs. You are Hill, I presume. I know of you. My little orc has been incessantly speaking of you. When this matter concludes, do visit him, Ross remarked, turning his head. Very well, I shall be direct, Hill stated. The chief intended to engage in casual conversation, yet you do not appreciate the gesture. A nearby orc, larger and more robust than Hill, grumbled. I merely wish to explain. Hill replied. Enough, Ro, step aside. It is indeed urgent that we discuss serious matters, Ross admonished. Chief Ross, I have not yet spoken, Hill began, but Ross interjected. No matter, proceed with the urgent matters. Ross sounded somewhat breathless. All right, Hill acquiesced. He then articulated his thoughts, expressing his desire for the orcs here to unite as much as possible. He had already discovered a few caves of normal orcs along the way, awaiting their collaboration. I shall contemplate this. Your approach is rather perilous, and I cannot ascertain its efficacy. Should we rashly venture out, the orcs may lack the strength to resist. And our final hope would be extinguished, Chief Ross effectively declined. I understand. I shall return once I have confirmed matters, and by then, there should be results. Hill assured him. Very well, we shall await your return, Chief Ross affirmed his stance. Chapter 109, The Eve of the Great Battle. Hill, how have you been? After exiting the chieftain's cave, Hill dined with Mick in the evening. So much had transpired that it was difficult to articulate everything at once. By the way, how are things on your end? Hill inquired of Mick. Since inadvertently escaping to this place, it has remained relatively tranquil, though most of the orcs have fallen under the control of the dark beasts, making it perilous. Mick shared his thoughts. Now that we have discovered their nemesis, or at least a temporary solution to suppress them from harming the orcs, Hill reflected. What? You have found something that the dark beasts fear? Mick appeared quite exhilarated. Sit down, do not get overly excited. This plant emits a scent that the dark beasts detest, yet it is insufficient to distribute among so many orcs. It presents a formidable challenge. Hill trusted Mick would comprehend his meaning. Did the chieftain refuse? Mick asked cautiously. Hill nodded silently, raising his gaze to the darkened sky of the beast world. The pitch-black heavens remained unchanged, yet in such circumstances, they seemed to foreshadow an impending storm. The chieftain will come to reason. Even if he does not assist you, I shall. The cave is not solely inhabited by the Golden Lion clan. Mick seemed resolute. Good brother. Everything is understood without words, and Hill felt a surge of happiness. Come, let us eat meat. Once these chaotic matters have settled, we shall hunt some fine game. Mick beckoned. Indeed. Hill began to feast heartily. The following day, just before Hill departed, Mick hurriedly approached, panting. Hill, wait for us. Were we not to accompany you? I assumed there was reason behind your departure. I thought Hill would be seeking other beast clans or the dark beast's lair, and would not have ample time to wait for Ross to make a decision. I was out searching for allies. We also require time to ascertain who will accompany us. Although we only need a dozen or so, we are committed to following you. Mick explained. Very well, it's good that you're here. Let us proceed. We shall head that way, as it is the only location yet unconfirmed. Hill took the lead. Onward. Everyone echoed in unison. Wait. Here, take this piece of dried pumpkin. Keep an eye on one another. If any of you fall under the influence of the dark beasts, there will be peculiar symptoms, especially abdominal pain. Hill generously shared his rations, ensuring they would be better prepared for their undertaking. All right. Everyone felt reassured by the presence of the dried pumpkin, as none wished to remain in the cave awaiting death. Thus, while Bai Lu and Hill busied themselves with their respective tasks, half a month passed. Would Hill ever return? As the white dew began to question whether the pumpkin dried by Hill was sufficient to subdue the dark beasts, or if an unforeseen circumstance had arisen, she sighed. Once again, she scavenged what little she could from the orc dens, realizing that their supplies were limited, and the plight of countless other orcs remained unknown. After addressing this issue, there were still others to confront. It appeared that they must either find pumpkins or cultivate them themselves, uncertain if time was on their side. Each day, White Dew oscillated between worrying about Hill and Blue Coo, concocting pumpkin powder and dried pumpkin, or indulging in idle thoughts. After savoring a midday pumpkin soup, White Dew, as usual, set about preparing pumpkin powder. Lulu, I have returned, Hill announced, breathless, as he entered the cave. Was it successful? White Dew inquired, unable to suppress her instinct to confirm Hill's mood. There were numerous normal orcs not far from here in a cave, Hill replied. I came back to see if you had managed everything, but I have already depleted the pumpkin dried I took with me and cannot bring them back. He sat down to sip some water. I understand. You should eat some first. It would be troublesome if Vincent emerged, White Dew urged, hastily bringing forth the recently prepared food for Hill to taste. I will have them reside in the underground chamber, as long as we follow the plan. We shall surely succeed. He chewed as he gathered some food to take with him. All right, hurry back, White Dew reminded him. Rest assured. Hill responded, optimism blossoming. With his return, White Dew felt a flicker of hope. If this plan succeeded, they could lead a tranquil life. Her trembling hands paced back and forth, reflecting her uncontainable emotions. Before long, the cave buzzed with activity again, as Blue Coo returned to White Dew's side. Surrounded by numerous orcs, she felt uneasy. Although she had previously coexisted with orcs, many present were from foreign tribes, and Blue Coo hesitated to draw too close, despite the overtures of numerous orcs. Have you found several locations to settle the various tribes of orcs? Hill queried, seeking information from White Dew and Blue Coo. I have identified 3 thus far. Do you face any issues on your end? Hill specified the locations and turned to White Dew. The primary concern is the insufficient amount of pumpkins. We require more to eliminate the dark beasts, or we risk total annihilation, White Dew articulated her thoughts. I will send someone to search. Let us rest for the night and commence our official operations tomorrow, Hill proposed. I concur, White Dew replied with a smile directed at Hill. Very well. I have no objections, Blue Coo added, her demeanor betraying a hint of despondency. Do not fret. We shall prevail, White Dew reassured her, having noticed Blue Coo's troubled expression. I am fine. No need for concern, Blue Coo forced a smile, her determination wavering. As evening descended, White Dew tidied the house, preparing for rest, while Blue Coo wandered off to an unknown destination next door. Lulu, I have something to discuss with you. Hill suddenly approached White Dew. What is it? Is there an issue regarding tomorrow? Bai Lu suddenly felt a surge of anxiety. No, our plan will undoubtedly succeed. We shall live even better than before, Hill stated with utmost seriousness. All right. As Bai Lu observed Hill's earnest demeanor, her mood began to settle. What is it? She inquired proactively. Lulu, please sit. In that moment, Hill exuded an extraordinary charm, and Bai Lu sensed something significant. Hill, it's quite late. Since it doesn't pertain to the black beasts or the ant beasts, perhaps we should wait until everything settles before discussing it, Bai Lu suggested, rising to dismiss him. I understand, but Hill grasped Bai Lu's hand. You know, that incident in the cave, he faltered. Which incident? Bai Lu feigned forgetfulness. Since you've forgotten, I can certainly recount it again, Hill retorted, catching on to Bai Lu's intentions. Yet this time, he was resolute in his determination. Lulu, Bai Lu fixed her gaze on Hill, causing him to falter. In the dim glow of the flickering firelight, it was unclear whether Hill's face had turned as red as a monkey's backside, but Bai Lu could perceive his shyness. Chapter 110. I like you, what about you? Bai Lu suddenly felt a playful urge to tease Hill. Are you going to confess? Her attempt to jest fell flat as she realized how cold the joke sounded. Hill appeared utterly bewildered. It's you, Bai Lu remarked, casting a glance at his backside. I, Hill stammered, feeling quite embarrassed. The last time, Vincent had controlled his body, So he was merely an observer, but this time, he was experiencing it firsthand. I didn't tea. He insisted awkwardly. Oh, if you didn't tea, then why the loud declaration? Did something slip out? Bai Lu quipped with a mix of disdain and mockery. I didn't tea. I truly didn't tea. Ever since I had the pumpkin-dried fruit. I haven't tea had those thoughts in a long while. Hill found himself revealing his experiences. All right, I understand. You should go get some sleep. Bai Lu waved her little hand, suggesting that Hill should kneel in submission. Hill felt rather odd. Why was he leaving? He had specifically sought out Bai Lu during this time. Bai Lu had taken a liking to the fragrant piece of wood he had brought back, and he had traded Bai Lu's time for it. As he approached the door, he pondered what he was truly there for. Lulu, I like you. Will you be my partner? Hill suddenly turned around and shouted at Bai Lu with fervor. Bai Lu clenched her fists, yet Hill's words escaped. Lulu, I have always cherished you. Would you be my partner? Hill inquired once more. Bai Lu remained silent. Well, I understand. Hill, feeling despondent, once again approached the door. I like you too, Bai Lu whispered softly, holding Hill back. What did you say? Repeat that. Hill, not having heard enough, turned around and cradled Bai Lu's face in his hands. If you didn't hear, then forget it. Bai Lu, feeling shy, retorted. Why do you keep asking? I heard you. I heard you. I'm just too delighted. At that moment, Hill grinned like a fool. All right. You're acting like a simpleton, Bai Lu teased. Hee, I'm so happy. You finally agreed to be my partner. She exclaimed, almost shouting. When did I agree to that? Bai Lu replied. Did you not? You like me. So surely you must accept me? Hill asked anxiously. Of course. Who said that liking someone means you must become their mate? I need to observe and compare more. Bai Lu cautiously noted Hill's expression. All right. Hill fell silent for a moment but managed to force a smile. Must you act this way? After this matter is settled. If you don't go seeking other females, once I come of age, I will become your mate. Unable to bear Hill's demeanor, Bai Lu made a promise. Really? Aren't you going to seek other beastmen? Hill asked uneasily. When did I say I would seek other beastmen? Bai Lu, who had her little head nestled in Hill's embrace, looked up. You did. You did, Hill protested, appearing quite aggrieved. I did not. Bai Lu was unaware of the romantic atmosphere enveloping them. Fine. If you say you didn't, then you didn't, Hill replied, and an air of intimacy flowed around them. Lulu. Hearing her name, Bai Lu sensed Hill's presence drawing closer. After a long while, Hill smiled contentedly. Lulu, I wish you sweet dreams. Bai Lu, having been lifted and placed onto the bed by Hill, had already fallen asleep. Hill gently caressed her slightly swollen red lips. Little one, rest assured, I will protect you. After Hill left, Lank entered the room. Second brother is a bad egg. Look at your lips, they're so swollen. I wonder what your expression will be like when you wake up tomorrow, right, boss? Lank chuckled, covering his mouth. I can't wait. Time to sleep. The next morning, as Bai Lu washed her face in the stone basin, she noticed something unusual. Hill. Bai Lu felt her ears burning. Next time, I won't let you kiss me. Just as they say online, all men are brutes. Though Bai Lu muttered this, seeing that no one was around. She covered her mouth and kissed her palm. Huh? What am I doing? I'm clearly still half asleep. Bai Lu splashed her face with water vigorously. Boss, are you all right? Lank, having just woken up, asked with concern upon seeing his boss. I'm fine, Bai Lu shouted, feeling guilty. Why are you shouting so loudly? Before Lan Ku could finish her words, Bai Lu covered her mouth and glanced around to see if any orcs had awakened. Let go of me and refrain from speaking carelessly, Bai Lu threatened, pointing at her neck. Lan Ku nodded in agreement. Is it really necessary? The orcs possess remarkably keen hearing, they likely already know. Besides, they all believe you are second brother's partner, so why be shy? Lan Ku remarked with a hint of sarcasm. I have yet to consent. Bai Lu replied while washing her face. What? Second brother hasn't he resolved things yet, but haven't you two already kissed? Lan Ku exclaimed, raising her voice in astonishment. I'm not discussing this further. Hurry up and pack. We depart today, Bai Lu instructed as she turned and entered the underground cave. Lan Ku, initially reluctant, decided to set her reservations aside, contemplating the plans ahead. As the sun rose, Bai Lu and Sierra commenced their undertaking. In addition to researching pumpkin powder, Bai Lu has also created a herbal concoction known as illusion heart powder. Its purpose is to lure the dark beasts to designated locations. Bearing a resemblance in efficacy to the hallucinogenic flower, Lan has administered it to the dark beasts of those who have entered the bodies of beastmen. And the results have been promising, with no issues detected thus far. Bai Lu entrusted 80% of the medicinal powder to Hill, approximately 10 pounds of illusory heart powder. While the pumpkin powder had already been delivered to the designated location, awaiting the arrival of the black beasts, Hill returned with the orcs, who were divided into several groups, each carrying their respective powders to the specified site. Some of the corporeal orcs had already been driven away, and an increasing number of normal orcs had joined Hill's organization. The orcs, in this place, temporarily evaded the lethal strikes of the ant beasts. Once the orcs lured the black beasts arrived, they would commence their operation. Failure meant death. Hill ignited the orcs' ambitions ahead. Good. The unified roar of the orcs resounded through the skies, unafraid of being discovered by the ant beasts. All right, prepare. Hill noticed a dark mass in the distance. He knew the time had come. However, at that moment, a sharp pain pierced his chest, and an unbearable itch enveloped him, causing him to collapse and writhe on the ground. Hill! Hill! Mick, standing beside him, called his name anxiously. What's wrong? What happened? Mick was also overwhelmed with concern. At that moment, Ross stepped forward. He had arrived just in time, knowing that peace would never be attained until the black beasts were eradicated. A few orcs. Take him to a safe place. The rest of you, follow the prearranged plan. Ross efficiently orchestrated the proceedings. Yes, the orcs responded, having already noticed the black beasts in the distance. Chapter 111. The Great Battle. The black beasts caught a whiff of something delicious from afar and rushed towards it with fervor. A familiar scent wafted through the air. Was it not the treasure of their clan, pumpkin? Who could be so wasteful, enticing their kin to feast upon it, fattening them up, even though they were dark in hue? The black beasts eagerly devoured the pumpkin powder. As they thrived in moist environments, the location Hill had found was parched, with no water even 10 meters below the surface. This peculiar trait belonged to a diminutive clan known as the Wayas, which, despite having less than 50 members, excelled in burrowing. Hill inadvertently discovered that the Wayas clan had largely escaped harm due to their burrowing skills. Soon, the black beasts became ensconced in breadcrumbs, awaiting their fate in the pot. The orcs prepared boiling water, dousing the black beasts. Due to the pumpkin powder, they became ensnared together, and the uppermost layers of black beasts began to writhe under the scalding heat. One by one, the black beasts sought to flee, not only on the surface but also burrowing underground. Yet, how could Hill have been unprepared? The black beasts on the ground, still bound by the sticky pumpkin powder, were forcibly restrained by the orcs. This was a special concoction crafted by Bai Lu, achieving the same effect with minimal pumpkin powder. Meanwhile, the black beasts underground were led by the Wayas orcs into a burrow, employing a similar method, but with a layer of pine oil spread across the ground. Were they planning to braise the black beasts in oil? Whether above ground or below, there exists the essence of pine oil. The next step involves roasting the black beasts under the scorching sun. Even if their vitality is exceptionally resilient, they will inevitably sustain injuries, if not succumb to death. The orcs approach to deliver a final blow, for they lack any regenerative abilities. This scene unfolds in various locations chosen by Hill. As many orcs watch helplessly as the black beasts at the heart of the flames are reduced to charred remnants, indistinguishable due to their dark hue. After the burning, a retrieval process must ensue. Hill had long dispatched a team of orcs to collect seawater, intending to provide them with a warm bath. For it is only a matter of time before the black beasts are entirely eradicated. Subsequently, the orcs take turns keeping watch. Once the pine oil is consumed, they will replenish it, striving for the desired outcome. Yet, on that very day, Hill, tormented by unbearable pain and itchiness, succumbed to slumber and did not awaken again. 7 days have elapsed since the burning commenced. Hill, the black beasts have followed our plan. They have been burned for 7 days. Tomorrow, the orcs you dispatched will return from the sea. This time, the black beasts are doomed. Why have you not awakened? Young had come by, stating that Hill's condition was not dire, yet they pondered why he had felt so unwell that day. Bai Lu appeared somewhat haggard. Boss, Lan compressed her lips together, patting Bai Lu on the shoulder. I'm fine. At such a moment, I will not falter. Bai Lu collected herself and stepped outside. Have Mick come here. I need to speak with him, she instructed the orc stationed at the entrance. Understood. Boss, are the black beasts truly so easily defeated? Lan Ku inquired. Uncertain. But we have done our utmost, Bai Lu replied, her spirit slightly diminished. By the way, Hill harbors a black beast king within him. No matter how we lure it, it refuses to emerge. Hill once mentioned sensing Vincent's presence. Could it be because he is the black beast king? Bai Lu seemed to muse aloud, moving toward Hill's bedside and standing resolutely. Lan Ku covered her mouth. Bai Lu, what is it? Is there an issue with Hill? Mick, hurrying in, addressed Bai Lu as soon as he entered. Yes, I wanted to mention that Hill contains a black beast king within him. Did you know? Bai Lu asked. No. When did this happen? Isn't there already a pumpkin? Mick was equally shocked, as he had previously speculated on the matter, believing that the presence of the pumpkin would mitigate any issues. While the pumpkin had indeed caused harm, it could not expel the black beast as a typical one would. Bai Lu felt a pang of sorrow, wondering about Hill's fate. Is the black beast king particularly formidable? Is this influence affecting him? Mick questioned. I do not know. I believe all black beasts fear seawater. I wish for you to personally retrieve it as swiftly as possible. Bai Lu could only temporarily alter her decision. Mick, at a loss for what to do, had no choice but to heed her words. Subsequently, he left without gathering his belongings, setting off on his journey. Just as the second brother was about to express his concerns, Bai Lu interrupted, insisting that he should not speak carelessly, for her second brother would surely endure. Bai Lu and Hill had only recently solidified their relationship. He was indeed her boyfriend. Bai Lu gazed affectionately at Hill, who lay on the bed, while Lank, witnessing this scene, felt that her leader had it tough. However, there was nothing to be said at the moment. She could only hope that Mick would return soon. At that moment, Hill and Vincent were engaged in a conversation within their consciousness. I tell you, had you not plotted against me, I would have awakened much earlier. Hill kicked Vincent. I simply want to let you out. Vincent stubbornly clung to Hill's leg. Hill looked at Vincent helplessly, contemplating the slimy substance on him, wondering if awakening would cause this body to disintegrate. Hill, when will you awaken? Bai Lu sighed. Lulu, I wish I could. Hill shouted with desperation. Don't waste your effort. I want to make it easy for you. Vincent replied lazily. Hill chose to ignore him, closing her eyes and listening to Bai Lu as heartfelt sentiments from outside. If only Lulu treated me this way. Vincent reflected, then felt the excruciating pain and weakness in his own body. What did you say? Hill inquired, catching Vincent's murmuring. Nothing. Vincent replied nonchalantly. Hill cast him a glance but refrained from speaking further. Meanwhile, Bai Lu had already fallen asleep atop Hill. Having not closed her eyes for several days due to worry for Hill, she simply could not hold on any longer. Lulu, if I were a beast man, would the outcome be different? Vincent tenderly stroked Bai Lu's head, his eyes filled with helplessness and pain. We don't know how it will end. Please let Hill go. The boss truly cares for him, and you wouldn't want her to be unhappy, would you? Unbeknownst to them, Lank had been standing at the door for quite some time. Get lost. Vincent snapped, albeit in a hushed tone, wishing to gaze at Bai Lu a little longer. I won't leave. Vincent, let us go, and we will spare the rest of your kin. You find a place to live anew, and we shall not disturb each other. Shall we? Lank persuaded, believing that their contributions would sway the beast men. Will you leave or not? Vincent looked gently at Bai Lu, though his tone bore a faint hint of authority. Just as Lank was about to continue, Bai Lu, who had awakened, interrupted her. Chapter 112. Vincent's departure. Lank was right. You should leave. Depart from Hill. Depart from here. Bai Lu's serious gaze met Vincent's. Lulu. Vincent called out her name. After what felt like an eternity, he struggled to utter a single word. Okay. Bai Lu discerned the profound affection and anguish in Vincent's eyes, tinged with reluctance and resentment, yet she found herself unable to respond. The joy in Bai Lu's eyes was unmistakable. I know, Lonko interjected. You may go now. I wish to spend a moment alone with Lulu. Upon hearing this, Vincent could hardly contain his emotions as he stammered. Just go. Lonko felt a sense of reassurance in leaving Bai Lu with Vincent, trusting that he would not harm her, for there had been countless opportunities along their journey if he had wished her ill. After Lonko departed, Vincent fixated his gaze upon Bai Lu, who remained silent for an extended period. Lulu, I believe it is time for me to leave, he finally declared, his eyes drifting to the entrance of the cave. Turning back to Bai Lu, he continued, I understand that you harbor a desire to see me gone. Yet I find it difficult to part with you. I know you do not like me, and I am aware that the pumpkin is poisonous. I possess the ability to avert this fate, but Lulu, I do not wish to cause you pain. He spoke with deep emotion. Bai Lu was at a loss for words. He seemed to understand everything. Why had he not intervened? Did she truly merit such concern? I am leaving now, truly leaving. Perhaps we shall never meet again. Vincent offered a bittersweet smile to Bai Lu. Very well, as long as you refrain from further misdeeds, all shall be well. Bai Lu, not particularly adept at offering comfort, managed to utter, take care of yourself. With that, the weight of despair overcame Hill, and his body collapsed. Bai Lu extended her hand to catch, and suddenly felt a weight pressing down. Unable to bear it, she fell to the ground, inadvertently pulling Sierra down with her, their faces mere inches apart, lips nearly touching. Lulu momentarily lost her senses, hearing the orc speaking from her position. A glance revealed it was Sierra, before she could utter a word. A wave of warmth enveloped her lips, and she instinctively responded to it. After a prolonged moment, Sierra lay atop Bai Lu, gasping for breath. Has he left? Yes, he has. Sierra understood that Bai Lu referred to Vincent. At the very least, he did not harm you, which is a silver lining, Sierra reflected. Bai Lu, uncertain of what else to say, merely tightened her embrace around Sierra. Boss, are you all right? Lank, noticing the prolonged silence within, stepped in to check, only to witness the scene before him without hesitation. Boss, were you worried about her? No, nothing happened. This is Sierra, Bai Lu replied, feeling a twinge of guilt, but fortunately. Lank turned his gaze toward Sierra. Second brother? You're back? Lank asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. Sierra nodded and finally rose from the ground. Lank, what is the situation ahead? Sierra inquired about the black beasts. I don't know. Mick has come to inform us about today's situation yet. But he should be arriving soon, Lank said, shaking Bai Lu's hand gently. Yes, Sierra, today is particularly good. Very good. Just as he spoke, Mick appeared with a beaming expression. What is going on? What happened? Lank asked, his curiosity piqued. Hiki, most of the black beasts have been reduced to charcoal. Young has returned, and the seawater will soon be put to use. This time, the black beasts are doomed. Mick's mood seemed exceptionally bright. Mick, come here. I need to discuss something with you. Sierra beckoned Mick to join him outside for a conversation. Bai Lu and Lank were both aware of the conversation Hill intended to have with Mick. Shortly thereafter, Hill returned, with Mick deep in thought. Uncertain about the outcome of their endeavors, Hill approached Bai Lu, forcing a smile as he declared success. I will ensure everything is well organized. As long as the black beasts refrain from further aggression, we shall release the orcs. Mick can now fully represent those orcs, as he has been the one managing the affairs concerning the black beasts, although it is Hill and Bai Lu who initiated this endeavor. With only a handful of orcs in the know. Thank you for your efforts, Bai Lu remarked. But what about the seawater? Wouldn't that be a wasted trip? Mick pondered aloud, appearing troubled. Not at all. Let them bring it to me. I have use for it, and it will not go to waste, Bai Lu reassured him. Acknowledging the significant quantity of seawater being transported in wooden barrels, a suggestion she had made. That is a relief, Mick sighed. We cannot let the orcs journey to the sea in vain. I shall be going now. I will ensure the orcs bring the seawater forthwith. Mick stated before taking his leave. Understood, Lank responded from the sidelines. Hill, what did you discuss with him? Bai Lu inquired after Mick had departed. I told him we would release those black beasts, cease the scalding with hot water and oil, and allow them to disperse on their own, Hill explained. Could that lead to trouble? After all, I promised Vincent we would release those black beasts, Bai Lu expressed her concern. Do not worry. As long as we do not hinder them, they will disperse naturally. Vincent will gather them, Hill assured her. Very well, Bai Lu conceded, believing that perhaps Vincent had communicated something to Hill, for he would not act otherwise, especially since Vincent had always been within Hill. Enough pondering. What shall we eat today? I am quite famished. All I have dreamed of during my unconsciousness is boiled pumpkin. I have yet to taste anything else and am growing quite hungry. Indeed, brother. I have been here so long, and you have ignored me. I initially came to deliver some roasted meat to the leader. But now that you are awake and handling these matters, it has delayed my purpose. Come, it is still warm. Lank beckoned, inviting Hill and Bai Lu to enjoy a simple meal of roasted meat upon the stone platform. Bai Lu and Hill devoured 50 pounds of roasted meat with remarkable efficiency, though it was primarily Hill who indulged. Well, that will be all for today. I shall tidy up and take my leave. With that, Lank cast a meaningful glance at Bai Lu and Hill. Let us be on our way. Bai Lu continued to tear at a strip of roasted meat. Truly, it seems she has forsaken friends for the sake of her partner. Humph. With that, she stormed off, only to glance back at the door, hoping to catch Bai Lu's attention. Yet she was met with indifference. Humph. Lank had her own matters to attend to and departed. Hill observed the entire scene, but refrained from alerting Bai Lu, for he desired to be alone with her. Why involve Lank, the unwelcome third wheel? Hill, why do you keep staring at me? Bai Lu finally noticed the unusual silence in the cave. You are quite captivating, Hill said with a smile. Smooth talker, Bai Lu replied with a sweet smile. Here, let me help you wipe off the grease, Hill offered, rolling up his sleeves and reaching towards Bai Lu. Bai Lu leaned in towards Hill, who, upon noticing her approach, gazed at her glistening lips without a hint of hesitation, even daring to lean closer and taste them. Bai Lu's cheeks flushed crimson, astonished by Hill's audacity. What is wrong with me? Hill replied, grinning like a fool in response. How could you act in such a manner? Bai Lu inquired. I simply couldn't help myself, Hill stammered, feeling shy under the scrutiny, though her expression betrayed none of her embarrassment. Chapter 113. Salt. Bai Lu lay in bed, tossing and turning. How could this happen? She recalled her foolish actions. The bashful demeanor of Xiao lingered in her mind, and in a moment of excitement, she had approached him, only to be playfully tackled. Although nothing substantial transpired, she felt the aftermath lingering above her neck. I need to sleep. Bai Lu reminded herself to rest, to sleep. When she awoke the following day, Lank had already instructed the beastmen to transport seawater into the cave. Fortunately, she had been sleeping inside, separated by a hide curtain. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing. Boss, what are we going to do? Lank had arrived early, eager to see what Bai Lu would create. Why are you here so early? Bai Lu inquired as she freshened up. I just came to hang out with you. I couldn't sleep, Lank replied, reflecting on her restlessness. Is something wrong? Are you not feeling well? Bai Lu asked with concern. No, it's just that I've developed a habit of sleeping less during that time, Lank said calmly. Bai Lu paused for a moment, saying nothing, merely hastening her grooming routine. Come on, today I shall broaden your horizons. She took Lan Ku outside the cave. Due to the presence of the black beasts, any cave with females nearby was guarded by orcs during the night. Boss, what are we going to do? Lan Ku inquired. You'll find out once you get there. And by the way, help me light the fire. Bai Lu replied with an air of mystery. What else with all the secrecy? Lan Ku pouted. Lan Ku, come here. Once it's cooked, you'll be the first to taste it. Bai Lu cheerfully directed the orcs to prepare a stone pot and boil salt. After all, what purpose did boiling seawater serve if not to extract salt? Lan Ku was tasked with tending the fire, as Bai Lu wished to distract her from the unpleasant memories of the past. Lan Ku, lower the flames. Do you want to roast yourself? The fierce flames had already flushed Lan Ku's face bright red, and the sparks seemed ready to singe her. Yet, she stubbornly remained by the fire. I'm just thinking about other things, Lan Ku replied. I said, move further away, or you'll end up cooked. Bai Lu patiently reiterated. Oh. Finally aware of the sparks, Lan Ku quickly backed away. The past is behind us, Lan Ku. I understand you can't forget. But you must learn to let go. It may be too much to ask, but your sleep has already been affected. And soon it will impact other aspects of your life, which is a significant concern. Bai Lu attempted to console her. I know, but I can't forget. Just the thought of this body having been violated by the black beast makes me feel nauseous. Lan Ku's resilient spirit suddenly crumbled. Lan Ku, you must not think like that. You have a long future ahead. The boss will take you to witness the beauty of this continent. Once this ordeal with the black beast passes and the land is restored to peace, venturing out will reveal the splendor of the world. Bai Lu earnestly reassured her. Boss. Lan Ku suddenly threw herself into Bai Lu's embrace for comfort. It's all right. Bai Lu gently patted her back. Lan Ku remained nestled in Bai Lu's arms until the bottom of the stone pot revealed white granules. Lan Ku, wake up. I have something wonderful to show you. Bai Lu beckoned her to look. What is it? Lan Ku asked, puzzled. Isn't it just seawater? What else could it be? This is salt. Bai Lu sampled it. Although somewhat coarse, it was a step forward. Salt? Lan Ku, intrigued, dipped her finger in and tasted it. Ugh. It's both bitter and astringent, with an odd flavor, bleh. She spat it out. That's not how you eat it. Wait until I prepare more for you to enjoy. Bai Lu realized that Lan Ku might not understand its significance. Previously, she had only consumed animal blood and seaweed, never knowing the utility of salt. All right, fine. Lan Ku reluctantly agreed, seeing Bai Lu's eager expression. Yes, quickly tend to the fire. Bai Lu gathered firewood to kindle a great blaze. However, as she carelessly tossed the wood, sparks flew, prompting both Bai Lu and Lank to swiftly dodge the embers, lest they suffer burns. Be cautious, leader, Lank remarked, at a loss for words. Despite Bai Lu's apparent cleverness, one would wonder why she struggled with fire. Very well, you take over, she conceded, explaining that the stone pot was her unfamiliarity with handling flames. Leader, Mick has informed me that the majority of the black beasts have vanished. Lank abruptly shared this news. Gone. Bai Lu added another log to the fire. Indeed, those black beasts that were scalded by hot oil and water have also departed. Thanks to the cold water poured by the orcs Mick had found, Lank elaborated. Good. Bai Lu merely wished to avoid further complications. Why not eliminate them entirely? After all, Vincent has already departed from Hill's body, Lank suggested. There is no need for total annihilation, even the beast god would spare them, and besides, if it weren't for the peculiar black beasts within their ranks, some orcs would not have survived to this day. Bai Lu understood this well. How could one simply let things be? Nature has its own laws. I see. Lank suddenly felt a sense of relief. Humans are indeed peculiar. One moment they may detest something, and the next they might find peace with it. Such is the nature of emotions. This morning, would you prefer roasted meat, or perhaps a unique meat soup? Bai Lu inquired. Lank pondered. Decide wisely. This is a delicacy, eat as much as you desire. What did you want to eat for the first time? Bai Lu coaxed like a cunning wolf, tempting Little Red Riding Hood. How about you concoct something novel, leader? We can always have roasted meat later, Lank replied. Look at me. I almost forgot. I haven't ventured out to seek fresh ingredients in quite a while. There is likely little I can prepare. Perhaps I'll save the delicious cooking for when I acquire better materials, Bai Lu mused, realizing there were scant vegetables or spices at this time. Then, just make whatever you like. Lank still wished to sample something. Of course, I must let you try. This is our joint creation, Bai Lu asserted, yet she endeavored to craft an innovative dish. A simple stir-fry of pumpkin, with oil rendered from beasts. Seasoned lightly with salt at the end, reminiscent of the pure pumpkin aroma she had prepared for Vincent, devoid of any spices. How is it, Lank? Bai Lu's eyes widened as she scrutinized Lank, for she rarely cooked in modern times, simply relishing the food. Quite good. Lank quickly polished off a wooden bowl of stir-fried pumpkin. Too little, bring me more, she playfully tugged at Bai Lu's sleeve. All right, let us indulge today, in abundance. Bai Lu acknowledged that although the black beasts had departed, it was prudent to store some pumpkins, should they return. However, today, with salt extracted, a celebration was indeed in order. Hooray! Thank you, my dear. How delightful it is for Lank to continue savoring the delectable dishes prepared with salt. Chapter 114. The Discontent of the Black Beast Tribe. What a satisfying feast. Lank reclined on the bed, a contented smile gracing her face. Lank, rise and stretch a bit. I warned you not to indulge in so much roasted meat, and now look at you, overstuffed. Bai Lu remarked, observing Lank's predicament. I know, I simply could not resist. I never anticipated that the flavor infused into the roasted meat would surpass that of the charred remnants, yet it pales in comparison to honey-roasted meat. Honey is far superior, she said, licking her lips. Indeed, indeed. Next time, if we encounter it again, you can roast it yourself, Bai Lu replied with a resigned shake of her head. Lulu. Let me tell you, we can return now, Hill exclaimed excitedly, wrapping his arms around Bai Lu. What is it? Bai Lu asked, still in a daze. The black beasts have retreated. The ant beasts, for reasons unknown, have also withdrawn. Perhaps they sense the might of the beast men. Peace has returned to the continent. And we can finally return to the wolf tribe. At that moment, Hill resembled an exuberant child. Really? Brother. Lank joyfully leapt from the bed, only to tumble to the ground, quickly rising to grasp Hill's arm. Indeed, Hill now noticed Lank's presence. So soon? Could there be complications with the ant beasts? Will the black beasts truly not return? Bai Lu pondered further, questioning whether the ant beasts would relinquish so easily, given the substantial losses suffered by both sides. Would the ant beasts be content to withdraw without achieving their aims? Fear not. Should the ant beasts return, we will vanquish them. And if the black beasts dare to show their faces again, we shall invite them for a sunbath and a refreshing soak, Hill replied with evident delight. True. They pose no threat. Previously, we were unaware of the weaknesses of the black beasts, but it is not too late to discover them now. As for the ant beasts, Bai Lu's thoughts were interrupted by Hill. The ant beasts have always exhibited such behavior. They flee when the tide turns against them. Their lairs lie underground, making pursuit difficult. Even with the presence of the black jay tribe, their numbers are insufficient for a chase, Hill elucidated. I shall station some beastmen in various locations, especially the bird tribe, as they possess the ability to fly far superior to the black beasts, Hill added. Yes, we must remain vigilant and prioritize safety. Should they return, we ought to be prepared, Bai Lu cautioned. Agreed, Hill affirmed. Lulu, take these few days to pack your things. We shall set off back to the tribe. Hill instructed Bai Lu. All right. Though a lingering unease remained, she managed to suppress her anxiety for the time being. Brother, you must take me along, Lank piped up, reminding the two that a female cub was present nearby. Despite her efforts to diminish her presence, she did not wish to be overlooked. You little imp. Of course. You shall accompany us. Hill affectionately ruffled Lank's hair, speaking with indulgence. Indeed, you are the daughter of the tribe leader and your brother's sister. How could we possibly forget you? Bai Lu pointed to Lank's belly, intending to stroke her head, but alas, her height proved insufficient. Bai Lu gazed at the two siblings, towering over her like giants, feeling a pang of envy. Why are you both so tall? Lulu, eat more meat. Boss, indulge in some roasted meat. They both urged her with similar sentiments. In that moment, Bai Lu felt as though she were adrift in a world of beastly feasts, overwhelmed by the greasy indulgence. I will try. Just as she was about to refuse, she noticed their earnest expressions and hastily changed her tune. All right, Lulu, it's time for dinner. Sierra, mimicking Bai Lu, announced mealtime, despite it being shortly after breakfast. Yes, boss. Let us go have some meat soup, Lang chimed in enthusiastically. Look at your belly. Do you still want to eat? Bai Lu remarked, eyeing Lang's stomach. True, but that doesn't stop me from wanting to drink, Lang insisted, pulling Bai Lu to prepare another pot of soup, eager to savor the flavor of salted broth. Just don't overdo it, Bai Lu sighed, feeling pressed for time as Sierra urged her on, leaving no room for further explanation to Lang. I know my limits, Lang replied with a cheerful grin. Ming, filled with resentment, thought, am I really supposed to just let this go? We have successfully claimed a significant portion of the continent. Yet because those orcs developed those clingy substances, I am utterly disoriented, unable to even recognize direction. A black beast was signaling to a group of its kind. I too am unwilling to accept this fate. If it weren't for the king and that cursed treasure, we would not be in such a predicament. The king even abandoned the queen. What a coward. Ming's discontent towards Vincent was evident. Indeed, you are discontent, but do not forget, without the king's retreat, our black beast tribe might have faced annihilation. This came from a reassuring orc named Cha, who had once advised Ming. If we had taken the orcs down sooner, without hesitation for the queen, we wouldn't have failed and provided them with an opportunity. Let us not forget, we once possessed the bodies of the orcs, and now we are confined to this tiny hole. Ming disdainfully regarded his massive form, showing no traces of the orcs burning. Even among the most formidable black beasts, they could not compare to the orcs. Yes, Ming is right. I support Ming. A voice from the black beast group echoed. Yes, I agree. Me too. The chorus of agreement grew louder among the black beasts. Wonderful, Ming exclaimed, surprised to find that over 70% of the black beasts harbored dissatisfaction. So, what shall we do next? Cha, now wavering, posed the question for all to consider. Next, Ming pondered. Though the king has erred, the root of all trouble lies with the queen. We must eliminate the queen, kill the queen, to prevent the king from making foolish decisions in the future. Ming declared resolutely. Kill the queen. The shouts of agreement erupted fervently. The energy fluctuations of the dark beasts grew increasingly intense, for they spoke only the truth. Very well, let us now devise a plan. We must resolve the queen's matters before the king returns, Ming declared, leading the dark beast clan. Excellent. The dark beasts appeared quite exhilarated. Subsequently, they began to murmur and strategize. Those dark beasts who did not support Ming were tasked with notifying Vincent. However, since Vincent had led the dark beasts to this temporary dwelling, he had mysteriously vanished. Thus they needed to locate him before any decisions could be made. Meanwhile, Hill was grilling meat for Bai Lu, brushing it with a bit of honey, a rare find in the past couple of days, though regrettably in limited supply, sufficient only to coat a piece weighing approximately 1 pound. After the White Dew Festival, having consumed a bit of soup, she felt quite full. However, Lan Ku, tempted by the allure of honey-glazed roasted meat, indulged in a piece of the delicacy. Though it was merely a few bites, it intensified her discomfort, making even walking a challenge. Oh dear. I feel as if I might perish, Lan Ku exclaimed in panic. It's nothing to worry about. You simply overindulged, Bai Lu reassured her. Oh, I feel so miserable. Lan Ku couldn't help but weep, vowing never to consume such an excess of roasted meat again, pondering whether it would be wiser to save some for her leader's exquisite cuisine. Come, let me support you. A gentle stroll will aid your digestion, Bai Lu said, rising and disregarding the persistent attempts of Sierra to feed her as she assisted Lan Ku out of the cave. Leader, look. Second brother seems like an abandoned little beast, Lan Ku whispered conspiratorially into Bai Lu's ear. Indeed, Bai Lu replied, glancing back. Sierra, with an utterly innocent gaze, blinked at Bai Lu, silently hoping she would relent and join him for a meal. Ignore him, onward, Bai Lu urged, continuing forward with Lan Ku. The thought that Sierra had audaciously pinched her hand while Lan Ku was distracted, doing so in such a suggestive manner, left her feeling a peculiar flutter in her heart. Leader, let us investigate over there, Lan Ku suggested, noticing a gathering of beast men around some females. Very well, but do take care. Bai Lu felt an uncanny sense that Lan Ku resembled a pregnant woman. Of course, Lan Ku replied casually. As they approached, snippets of conversation reached their ears. Where have you been? I've searched for you endlessly. Why didn't you seek me out? What? Have you forgotten? Back when you were enamored with me. You clung to me incessantly. Are you now seeking another female? The onlookers chimed in, echoing sentiments of disapproval. Indeed, how could this beastman treat that little female so poorly? He is unworthy of being her mate. Little female, do not bother with him. Come with me, for I find you most appealing. Will you be my mate? Yes, yes. Little female, I too wish to be with you. The scene quickly devolved into chaos, voices overlapping in a flurry of excitement and competition. Bai Lu was unaware of who had given her a gentle nudge, propelling her forward, and she found herself perfectly nestled in the embrace of a female. As Bai Lu lifted her gaze, she was taken aback to see Guozi. Bai Lu, is that truly you? I thought you had perished, Guozi exclaimed, embracing Bai Lu tightly. How could that be? Bai Lu replied, her expression one of bewilderment. Thank goodness you survived. That is a relief. Guozi's joy was palpable, and Bai Lu could feel it emanating from her. I'm fine. It's all in the past now, Bai Lu reassured her, gently patting Guozi's back. Guozi burst into tears in Bai Lu's embrace. Once Guozi's sobs subsided slightly, Lan Ku inquired, All right, what has transpired? She gestured towards Bai Air with a nod. Ah. Guozi's cries intensified once more. What is it? What has happened? Lan Ku appeared flustered, only to see Guozi's sadness deepen. Bai Lu. Bai Air no longer remembers me, Guozi lamented sorrowfully. Bai Air has lost his memory? Why? Bai Lu asked, her curiosity piqued. Come. Let us find a suitable place to discuss this matter, she suggested, leading the still sniffling Guozi while signaling for Bai Air and Lan Ku to follow. They arrived beneath a large tree, with the vast grassland visible in the distance and a forest at their backs, a cool breeze blowing gently. Were it not for the troubling circumstances, resting in the grass beneath the tree would have been delightful. Bai Air, what has happened to you? Bai Lu inquired directly as they settled down. They say I was scratched on the head by an anteater, and upon waking, I could no longer recognize anyone. Bai Air replied, his tone tinged with a sense of grievance. He too was perplexed as to why this female was weeping so profoundly. A feeling that weighed heavily on his heart. That is understandable, Bai Lu acknowledged, feeling at a loss on how to comfort Guozi. Bai Air is injured and was quite fond of you, Guozi. It is said that before the arrival of the dark beast, you two were inseparable. Guozi, do not despair, we shall seek out Yang. If not him, we can consult the shaman mother, they will surely have a solution. Lan Ku consoled from Guozi's other side. Guozi, leaning against Bai Lu's shoulder, continued to weep. The shaman mother once mentioned that recalling past events is quite simple. By engaging in activities one once cherished, memories will resurface. Bai Air interjected. Has the shaman mother seen you? And what of Yang? Bai Lu asked. They say Yang has gone to another beast tribe to attend to the injuries of their people and has yet to return, Bai Air responded. Guozi, when Yang returns, let him examine Bai Air. Perhaps he will regain his memory sooner. Lamenting serves no purpose now, Bai Lu stated bluntly. Indeed, incessant weeping will not resolve the issue. Bai Air will remember in due time. If he does not, we can always seek out the beastmen. Our tribe is filled with warriors, and those who remain are the bravest among them, Guozi added. At last, Guozi's tears ceased, though she still sniffled. By the way, since I departed, have the beastmen troubled you in any way? Bai Lu suddenly recalled, having been preoccupied and forgetting that Guozi was alone in the den. You might say that. You abandoned me and ran off, never to return to seek me out, Guozi replied. The fruit accused, at that moment. I was contemplating how to find the black beast's weakness, so I had to investigate the situation. Bai Lu did not attempt to defend herself. But you never returned to seek me out, the fruit retorted. I apologize, I forgot. Bai Lu expressed her regret, acknowledging her oversight. Fruit. The leader eventually discovered that the pumpkin was the nemesis of the black beast, and only today did she have the opportunity to venture out. It was not intentional. Lan Ku, as Bai Lu's loyal subordinate, felt compelled to defend her leader. Well, I forgive you, the fruit said, breaking into a smile. However, as compensation, you must prepare a delicious meal for me, it continued. All right, now that the calamity has passed, we ought to celebrate. Bai Lu concurred with a grin. Indeed, indeed. Leader, let us search for fresh fruits or wild vegetables. Lan Ku suggested eagerly. I want to go too. The fruit raised its hand in agreement. I'll join as well. Belle timidly added from the side. Very well, we shall search in this vicinity and not wander too far to avoid encountering danger, Bai Lu instructed. Okay. Everyone chimed in unison. Subsequently, they followed Bai Lu to a nearby valley, where a few fragrant pear trees stood, their height modest at around 3 meters, adorned with a few scattered fruits. The ground was abundant with wild vegetables, lush and verdant, seemingly untouched by orc or beast, uplifting the spirits of those who beheld it. Leader, I wish to eat the fruit. Let me go pick some, Lanka declared, rushing forward before Bai Lu could respond. Bai Lu, I want to join too. The fruit said, equally eager, sprinting ahead without waiting for Bai Lu's reply. Bell hurriedly followed the fruit, an instinctive reaction, and before he realized it, he was already beside the fruit, grasping its hand. I. Faced with the fruit's unwavering gaze, Bell stammered. Let go. The fruit shouted in a mix of embarrassment and anger. Oh, Bell replied, seeing the fruit's irritation, and promptly released his grip, while the fruit proceeded to gather fruits. Chapter 116. Encountering danger. Be careful, everyone, Bai Lu shouted. We know. Bai Lu shook her head, remarking on the innocence of youth. She surveyed her surroundings for any vines, as weaving them was her forte. While gnawing on a fragrant pear, she occasionally plucked some wild greens from the ground, uncertain of their edibility. However, Lank, with a beaming smile, gathered pears in her animal hide garment. In their haste to venture out, they had not brought along any extra leather pouches. Each face bore a smile, yet danger often lurks in such moments. The first to perceive this threat was Bell. Everyone, hurry. There are black beasts here. Do not let them touch you. Bell's panicked voice echoed. That day, they had not consumed any pumpkins. Only Lank had partaken in the sought-ed pumpkin prepared by Bai Lu, while the others had ventured out for a change of flavor, celebrating together. Boss, let's go. Lank, closest to Bai Lu, grabbed her hand and fled, her speed notably increased, far surpassing her previous pace when she struggled to keep up with Bai Lu in the cave. We must return to the tribe quickly. Had I known, I wouldn't have come out alone, Bai Lu exclaimed as they ran. Just a moment later, Bai Lu's voice was cut off as she stumbled and fell. You go ahead, find the orc and bring them back to rescue us, Bai Lu urged. At that moment, Lank noticed that Bell and Gwazi were also surrounded by the black beasts. All right, Lank, unwilling to waste time, turned and sprinted, her eyes brimming with determination as she surged forward at her fastest pace. As soon as Lank departed, the black beast swiftly encircled Bai Lu. Ming, let us move in directly. We will deal with the queen ourselves, one of the black beasts declared. Understood, Ming replied. Of course, Bai Lu could not comprehend their conversation, but she was acutely aware of her precarious situation. As the encroaching black beasts closed in, panic gripped her. She had searched her person for anything to defend herself with, but found nothing. Not even the vine in her hand proved any use. Bai Lu, unwilling to resign herself to fate, rose to her feet. This time, the dark beasts had not accumulated in numbers as high as the females, merely covering the ground in a thin layer. With a determined stride, Bai Lu easily leaped over them. Just as a dark beast crawled onto her foot, she swiftly charged in a specific direction, covering several dozen meters in the blink of an eye. The dark beasts that reacted quickly pressed against her, while those that were slower found themselves trampled beneath her feet. The dark beasts had a defined perimeter, and upon escaping their encirclement, Bai Lu paused to address the ones clinging to her. Oh, Bai Lu, once again you have evaded calamity. She shed her garments and concealed herself within a thicket, crafting a rudimentary outfit from nearby leaves before emerging. Meanwhile, the discarded beast skin clothing on the ground still writhed with dark beasts. Wishing them good fortune, she bid farewell, for she had no time to deal with the creatures. She needed to return to her tribe swiftly, lest Lankai grow anxious. Unbeknownst to her, however, were the dark marks on her back, traces left by the bites of the dark beasts. This time, Ming had prepared for all contingencies if he could not personally slay Bai Lu. He had instructed his kin to carry the unique poison of the dark beasts, for which there was no antidote. Bai Lu's demise was thus assured. Yet, Bai Lu remained oblivious to these machinations, focused solely on reaching her tribe. Meanwhile, Lankai had alerted the beast men, relieved to find that ample pine oil remained and that little pumpkin powder had been consumed. Each took some supplies and set off in the direction Lankai had indicated. Boss, we must wait until we can rescue you. Concern was etched on their faces. As Lankai returned with the beast's men, the dark beasts in the valley had already retreated. Originally, Ming planned to lead the dark beasts in pursuit of Bai Lu, but Vincent's timely return thwarted Ming's intentions. Fool, that is your queen. Who gave you the right to act against her? Vincent exploded with fury upon his arrival. If she is indeed the queen, why is she not with you in the dark beast tribe, instead entangled with those beast men? Ming had secretly observed Bai Lu, witnessing her intimate exchanges with Sierra. "This is not your concern. Focus on your own duties," Vincent replied. He was not one to indiscriminately condemn the dark beasts. Ming's actions stemmed from his loyalty to him, and it was unfair to lay blame solely at his feet, especially since nearly the entire tribe had participated in this endeavor. "It is all my fault. Had I not returned in time? Just look outside. The beastmen are scouring everywhere for traces of the dark beasts. If this leads to the annihilation of our tribe, the fault will rest heavily upon my shoulders." Vincent's black beast form is distinct from that of others. His body possesses a slight purple hue, reminiscent of a shade that borders on violet. This peculiar coloration symbolizes a reversion to ancestral traits within the Black Beast clan, and it plays a significant role in his ascension to kingship. "My king, do not blame yourself. This is not your fault. We merely stand in solidarity with you," stated Ming, observing Vincent's increasingly somber expression, her words trailing off despite having expressed her sentiments before. "As for you, do not concern yourselves with us. Let us return to the depths, for that is where we truly belong. Each race has its own habitat, and our black beast kind thrives underground. Perhaps our forebears were mistaken from the outset." With that, Vincent sank to the ground, weariness overtaking him. The other black beasts looked upon their king with compassion. Yet they understood that they could not continue to engage Bai Lu in conflict. They had watched him grow from childhood, pouring their hearts into their king. "Go prepare for our departure. We shall leave shortly. The beasts will soon discover our whereabouts," Vincent instructed, turning away in silence. Ming wished to say more, but one of the black beasts restrained her, leading her below. "Lulu, I am sorry. We shall not meet again, shall we?" Vincent clutched a small pumpkin stem in his hand. This stem was taken during the pumpkin feast Bai Lu had prepared, and despite his initial suspicions about the pumpkin's significance, he could not bring himself to refuse her enthusiasm, even knowing it was a treacherous gathering. Outside, the beast scoured the terrain inch by inch in search of Bai Lu, as well as Bayer and Guazi. "Lank, still no sign," came the report. "Nothing over here either." "No." With each search party dispatched, the absence of Bai Lu's presence, let alone Guazi and Bayer, became increasingly apparent. "Continue the search." Lank realized that if the black beasts were hidden underground, they would be unable to rescue her, even with the aid of the Yu clan's beasts. Sierra received the news and felt as though struck by lightning. Her Lulu had merely stepped out for a breath of fresh air. How could she have been taken by the black beasts? Indeed, the black beasts were untrustworthy. Despite the improbability of locating Bai Lu, Sierra persisted, waiting until she was alone. When Vincent appeared, though he did not reveal himself, instead, he signaled to Sierra. "Vincent? Release Lulu," Sierra exclaimed upon receiving the signal. Chapter 117, Bai Lu's Poisoning. "They did not capture Lulu. She escaped in that direction. Go find her," Vincent stated succinctly before departing. "If anything happens to her, I will not spare you," Sierra declared vehemently. "Believe it or not, I had no intention of harming her. Go now, she needs you." Vincent was aware that Bai Lu did not appreciate his presence. Whether Hill had overheard or not was uncertain, yet Vincent presumed he had, for he would not have lingered until Vincent finished speaking before departing. "If you cherish me, I would conquer the entire continent with the might of my entire clan. What are those mere pumpkins? If I refuse, who can compel me?" In his grasp, Vincent held the unique scroll of the Black Beast clan, containing information comprehensible only to them. The essence of the message conveyed that the resplendent plants, namely the pumpkins, were not lethal. As long as one endured the expulsion of their effects over time and emerged weakened, fear would dissipate, rendering the Black Beast devoid of vulnerabilities. This was entrusted to Vincent by the elderly shaman upon his return to the ancestral lands, as he stood on the brink of death. Hill had transformed into his beast form, continuously tracking Bai Lu's scent. "Lulu, where are you? The skies are darkening. I wonder if nocturnal beasts will emerge." Although this place is a battleground for the beastmen, ant beasts, and black beasts, where most wild creatures would typically avoid, danger cannot be entirely dismissed. And Hill was deeply concerned. "Lulu," he howled, his voice echoing through the trees. "Hill? Hill, I am here." The sound of Bai Lu's voice reached him, and he dashed towards its source, discovering her leaning against a great tree, adorned in a skirt of leaves, her complexion pale. "Hill," Bai Lu called out weakly. "Lulu, what has happened to you? Do not frighten me," Hill exclaimed, embracing Bai Lu, searching for any signs of grave injury. "I may be poisoned. I never anticipated that the Black Beast clan possessed such a tactic," Bai Lu gasped, struggling for breath. "Do not panic. We shall seek Yang, or the shaman mama. No, no. We must find Vincent. He will undoubtedly be able to remedy your poison," Hill replied in a fluster. Vincent was unaware of this predicament. He would surely come to your aid, without a doubt. Hill clutched Bai Lu and hurried towards the location where he had just received Vincent's signal, hoping he had not departed. No, do not go. What if it is a trap? Bai Lu attempted to warn him. Fear not. If it means saving you, I shall be deceived. We are almost there, just a bit further. Hill noticed Bai Lu's pallor had worsened, wishing for her to speak, yet observing her struggle only deepened his turmoil. All he desired was to find Vincent expeditiously. Bai Lu found herself utterly devoid of strength to halt Hill. Her body felt leaden, rendering her unable to control her limbs, which merely hung limply against Hill. Vincent! Vincent! Come out! Hill cried out before they had even reached their destination. Originally, Vincent had intended to wait until Bai Lu was safely found before departing, his concern gnawing at him until Hill, cradling Bai Lu, called his name. Quick, save Lulu. Vincent, have you left? Hill felt cornered. Vincent was their best hope. To wait for him to return and seek Yang for an antidote would be a gamble. It was uncertain how long that would take, and even then, success was not guaranteed. What has happened to Lulu? Out emerged a dark, purplish beast, approximately 1 meter in length, which Vincent presumably inhabited in his true form. Look at her. She has been poisoned by your kind. Hill exclaimed anxiously. If Vincent failed, he was at a loss for what to do. All right. Vincent moved swiftly, approaching Bai Lu and extending his tendrils to probe her interior. How is she? After a prolonged silence, Hill inquired as Vincent remained motionless. She has been afflicted by a unique toxin of the Dark Beast clan. I can only delay its onset. To restore her, we must return to the ancestral land. If Vincent had assumed human form, he would undoubtedly have been frowning. Ancestral land? Hill was puzzled. How long will it take? Can we be sure to completely rid her of the poison? Hill was indifferent to the nature of that place, as long as it promised Bai Lu's recovery. I have absorbed a portion of the toxins from her body. When she awakens, let her consume some pumpkin. It will suppress the effects for a time. Allowing me to return for the antidote, Vincent explained. Hill offered no response. Instead, he clutched Bai Lu's hand and caressed her face, overwhelmed with worry to the point of tears. I must leave now. Vincent understood that Hill's silence was not intentional. He simply found himself at a loss for words. Vincent did not require further assurance. Saving Bai Lu was paramount. I will find a cave nearby. Return swiftly and take care, Hill urged as Vincent prepared to depart. Understood. Vincent left, yet Hill could not place all his hope upon him. He needed to seek Yang or another knowledgeable healer among the beast men. Bai Lu, however, had grown exceedingly frail from Hill's earlier embrace, and upon being set down, her complexion appeared somewhat improved. Hill dared not move her again, resigned to await the arrival of the beastmen led by Lank. Thus, the night wore on until Lank finally located their position. Hill could scarcely detect Bai Lu's breath. He had initially intended to wait for dawn. If no one found them by then, he would take Bai Lu back himself, which seemed preferable to lingering in uncertainty. At least returning would afford them the chance to acquire pumpkin to curb the spread of the toxin. Lank, hurry, go fetch pumpkin powder. Hill called upon hearing Lank's voice. Never mind, quickly bring the beastmen over. Keep an eye on your leader. I will return as swiftly as I can. Before I come back, do not move her. You must remember, Hill urged, his time slipping away. All right, go. Lank was oblivious to the unfolding events, yet upon seeing Bai Lu lying in the cave, she sensed the gravity of the situation and felt compelled to adhere to Hill's directives. Where could he be? This is quite frustrating. Lank muttered to herself as she gazed anxiously at the cave entrance, still no sign of Hill. Turning her attention back to Bai Lu, her unease intensified. Perhaps we should carry the chief back. We cannot wait any longer. His pallor is alarming, and if second brother does not return soon, will we allow the chief to languish here? Lank spoke to the nearby orc. I am uncertain, but Hill left in such haste, urging us to wait. Let us give it a bit longer. If he does not return, we shall take Bai Lu with us, the orc suggested. Very well, I concur. We shall wait a while longer, but if he does not arrive soon, we must depart, Lank replied, her anxiety palpable. We cannot remain idle, we cannot, she murmured to herself. After approximately 15 minutes with no sign of Hill, Lank resolved to take action. As she prepared to find a plank to carry Bai Lu, Hill finally arrived, accompanied by Yang. Yang quickly assessed the situation. Come, Lank, prepare something for the chief, Hill instructed, guiding Yang to Bai Lu's side while handing Lank a pouch of pumpkin powder. Understood, Lank responded, swiftly exiting with the pumpkin powder, accompanied by several orcs. Chapter 118, Detoxification. Yang. What do you see? Hill inquired from the sidelines. Do not speak. Let me examine first, Yang replied, having been interrupted by Hill's inquiries. All right, just let me look. Hill understood Yang's urgency, realizing he was delaying the examination of Bai Lu. Without Hill's interruptions, Yang quickly completed his assessment, nearly giving a cursory glance at Bai Lu's limbs before inadvertently noticing the dark spots on her back. What are these? Yang asked, intrigued. Where? Hill leaned closer, curious. Here. These dark spots, did they signify poisoning, or were they caused by a bite? They appear to be bite marks, Yang pondered aloud, seemingly addressing Hill as well. Indeed. Bai Lu was attacked by a black beast yesterday, but I have never heard of black beasts being poisonous. She merely mentioned encountering one, Hill said. Worry etched on his face as he gazed at Bai Lu. I do not know. I must investigate further. Yang had never encountered such symptoms of poisoning before. Bai Lu's nails had turned a purplish black. Her complexion was pale. Her lips retained their color, yet she occasionally trembled. What should we do? What should we do? Bai Lu, I still wish to bond with you. You are the only female for me, and if you meet the beast god, I shall accompany you, Hill lamented, tears streaming down his face as he clutched Bai Lu, appearing utterly distraught. Do not press down on her, or the poison will spread more rapidly, Yang cautioned. Oh, Bai Lu, Hill exclaimed, sitting beside her and holding her hand. Second brother, hurry and help, it's too hot, Lank called out, having swiftly prepared the pumpkin soup. Adding salt, an essential item she always carried with her, grateful for its presence now. I shall take care of it. Yang took the wooden bowl and approached Hill. Here. This is the pumpkin soup you need. I imagine you haven't eaten in quite a while, so it would be wise to have a little, he encouraged. Have I been mistaken from the very beginning? Was it a grave error to come meet Vincent, if not for the black beast's interference? Or is this merely a trap to ensnare me? Hill pondered, engulfed in self-reproach. Hill? At that moment, Hill was consumed by guilt. Yang pulled Hill aside, signaling Lan Ku to attend to her leader. Hill, Bai Lu will be fine. Perhaps after consuming the pumpkin, she will feel better. Yang belonged to the type that struggled to offer comfort. Quickly, research diligently. We must save her. At this juncture, Hill regained some clarity. All right, I will. You should eat something to steady your nerves. I suspect you haven't eaten in quite some time. Yang offered a small bowl of pumpkin. I won't eat. I have no interest. All I desire is for Bai Lu to awaken and be alive. You must go and research. I cannot bear the thought of anything happening to my Lulu. Upon finishing her words, she began to weep, feeling utterly helpless as an orc, continuously causing her pain. Hill dashed out in a frenzy. Do not concern yourself. She will come to terms with it in time, Yang remarked, halting Lan Ku who was about to follow her. The leader has consumed a bowl. I wonder if it will have any effect? Lan Ku expressed his anxiety for both Hill and Bai Lu. They will be fine. I will see if I can utilize this herb. Perhaps I could combine it with another. Yang continued to concoct the antidote, hoping it would assist Bai Lu. Lan Ku gazed intently at Bai Lu, and within a short while, she convulsed 3 times, causing him great distress. Yang, have you not found anything yet? Look at the leader. She's convulsing again. Lan Ku was deeply worried about Bai Lu's condition. It's all right. Do not panic. As long as you follow the methods I taught you, she will surely endure until I develop the antidote. Yang reassured him. You truly are infuriating. Waiting like this. We have no idea how long she can hold on. Lan Ku could not allow Bai Lu to continue appearing so pale, her vitality waning. I am not omnipotent. I have never encountered this type of poison before, thus it requires time. Yet, judging by your leader's condition, it seems she may not survive until my antidote is ready. Yang sighed as he observed Bai Lu's fading complexion. No, that cannot be. My leader will not die. She will not. Lan Ku struggled to accept this grim reality. Yang knew he had to focus on his research, as his attempts at consolation were futile. Meanwhile, as Hill ran wildly into the wind, her mind cleared. This is the black beast's poison. Vincent will have a solution. Did he not promise to procure the antidote? I shall search for some fruits. They are Lulu's favorites. When she awakens, she will surely be delighted to have fresh fruit. Hill halted his actions and dashed in another direction, where dense forest and abundant fruit trees awaited. Bai Lu's complexion gradually turned pale, a harbinger of impending death, while Lan Ku, witnessing the scene, felt utterly powerless. Meanwhile, Hill tirelessly researched the black beast's venom. Strangely, by the following evening, Bai Lu's pallor persisted, leading everyone to believe she would not survive, yet her breathing grew steadier. Yang, what is happening? Could it be that the leader has miraculously healed? Lan Ku's gloomy face broke into a smile. How peculiar. This shouldn't be the case. He promptly examined Bai Lu's body. Her shoulders remained discolored, and the tips of her fingers were still black. What do you see? Lanku inquired with hopeful eyes. Nothing, the poison still lingers within her. I cannot fathom why. Further research is required. Yang replied, departing before Lanku could pose another question. This Yang can't even resolve such a minor poison. Yet he is a descendant of the priest. What will become of our clan? Lanku lamented. Leader, how can I save you? Tears streamed down her face. Quick. Administer it to her. A voice whispered at Lanku's ear, both unfamiliar and yet oddly recognizable. Who is it? Within the cave. Only Bai Lu and Lanku were present. The orc outside did not possess such a voice, causing Lanku to feel a flicker of fear. I am Vincent. This is the antidote for Lulu's poison, Vincent stated helplessly, relieved that Lanku still carried his scent, or else he might not have located Bai Lu. Where? Lanku searched the surroundings. At your feet. Hurry. Vincent urged, exasperated at Lanku's obliviousness. Oh. Lanku noticed some blades of grass at Bai Lu's bedside, glistening with dew. She approached, cleaned them, chopped them finely, and made Bai Lu swallow them, placing a few near the darkened areas before settling into wait. Lulu. You will recover. Vincent, weary, nestled on the ground, peering through the gaps to watch over Bai Lu. Leader, why are you still not awake? Lanku began pacing again, glancing at Bai Lu intermittently. Shortly thereafter, Hill arrived, bearing a fresh fruit pouch made from beast hide. How is Lulu? Hill inquired. Vincent brought the antidote. I've administered it. Yet she remains unconscious, Lanku responded. Good, Hill replied, genuinely pleased. However, neither Hill nor Lanku realized their subconscious trust in Vincent, perhaps stemming from the knowledge that only he could potentially cure Bai Lu's venom. Chapter 119. 3 days later. 3 days had passed since Vincent delivered the medicine, and Bai Lu was now able to rise from her bed. Lanku, let us return to the tribe in a couple of days. I am quite well now. Bai Lu attempted to rise from the bed, struggling initially even to descend from it. It seemed that the toxin had indeed affected her limbs. Boss, she acknowledged, I am aware. Yet Lank remains hesitant. Do not fret. I have already dispelled the poison, and Vincent has promised to diligently manage the Black Beast clan. The ant beasts have also returned to their burrows. Once we tidy up, we can depart. Bai Lu yearned to return to the tribe, having come to regard it as her home. Lank, she said, tugging at Lank's sleeve. Boss, we cannot return just yet, Lank replied, taking a deep breath. What is the matter? Why not? Hasn't it ended? Bai Lu inquired, perplexed. The tribe has been ravaged by wild beasts. It is not merely a matter of restoration. It is unsafe, as many beasts have taken up residence nearby or within the tribe itself. The shamaness has declared it ominous. It would be wiser to seize this opportunity to seek out new territory. Lank was uncertain as well. Are we truly to abandon it? That is not the way of the beastmen. Indeed, the beastmen of our tribe concur, although it is labeled a safe zone. There have been instances of females being slain or victimized by beasts. It is not safe at all, Lank explained, sharing the news she had gathered during Bai Lu's days of confinement. Very well. Has a decision been made? Bai Lu asked. Not yet. The tribe is still deliberating on a location. Lank responded. By the way, have the beastmen from other tribes departed? Bai Lu recalled the Yuyu's tribe. If a new tribe were to be established, she envisioned designing her own house, complete with an underground storage cellar. Most beast clans have returned to their territories, while the Yuyu's tribe was initially set to leave. However, second brother invited them to join the Tianling tribe, and they accepted, Lank summarized. Xia? Ah, that is a splendid strategy. The Yuyu's tribe holds great potential. Bai Lu marveled at Xia's astuteness. Many beast clans had sought to recruit the Yuyu's tribe, yet they had declined. It was only upon second brother's suggestion that they acquiesced. Lank felt a sense of pride. Of course, the Tianlang tribe is the finest and the most optimal choice. Bai Lu concurred in admiration. Boss? Lank hesitated. What is it? Speak freely. Do not keep me guessing. I shouldn't have to coax you every time. Bai Lu felt relieved, at least with the black beasts and ant beasts gone. Yet Lank's reticence was wearisome. All right, Lank said, visibly distressed. Are you still planning to leave? Lank pondered that this question would need addressing sooner or later, and it would be best to clarify it promptly. Where to? Bai Lu asked, munching on the fruit Sierra had picked for her. Did you not say you wished to return to your tribe? Lank ventured cautiously. Indeed, but I cannot find my way back. Truth be told, staying here is rather pleasant. Isn't it? Bai Lu murmured. What is it? Bai Lu noticed Lank had fallen silent for an extended period. Nothing. Lan chuckled. I won't be going back. Staying in the wolf tribe is quite delightful. Bai Lu, regaining her composure, smiled at Lan. Really? That's wonderful. Absolutely splendid. Lon exclaimed, bouncing with joy. The leader isn't leaving. Hee hee. All right, all right. No more jumping. Sit down. I have more questions for you, Bai Lu said, gently tugging at Lan's garment. Oh, Lon responded. Her lips perpetually curled in a smile. Do you truly think the leader is here just to indulge in your roasted meat? Bai Lu teased. It's not merely about indulging. You are, after all, my leader. What's wrong with that? Lon, following Bai Lu, understood the implication of indulging. Lan's mischievous gaze flitted over, and Bai Lu felt she ought not to have posed that question. Very well then, I appreciate your assistance. Bai Lu adopted a posture of humility. I know. That's your way of expressing gratitude, Lon conjectured. Indeed, no need to dwell on it. You have endured quite a lot during this time, Bai Lu remarked melodramatically. Leader, what troubles you? You're not usually this sentimental. Have the dark beasts poisoned your mind? She playfully touched Bai Lu's forehead after speaking. I'm fine. I merely feel immense gratitude towards you, Bai Lu replied, brushing Lan's hand away. Oh, Lon complied, sitting obediently. What are you two females discussing? Sierra had grown accustomed to Bai Lu and Lan's endless chatter. Nothing much. By the way, has the tribe decided where our territory will be? Lon inquired. Sierra, just having peeled a sweet fruit for Bai Lu, said, it's not that simple. Just be patient. There's no rush. This place is still quite safe. I know. I was just asking. Lon replied. I say, leader, could you two tone it down a bit at night? It makes me, an unpartnered female, feel a tad out of sorts. Lon observed as Sierra fed Bai Lu the peeled fruit. If you desire companionship, seek out an orc yourself. We wouldn't mind. Bai Lu stated with unexpected pride. Humph. Leader, you no longer want your little sister. Woe is me, Lon pretended to cry, as Bai Lu ignored her. Lan's faux sobs grew louder. All right. Sit down and eat some of the fresh fruits your second brother brought. Bai Lu urged Lon to partake. Typically, Sierra would not offer a second portion of what he gave to Bai Lu, often dismissing Lon as a nuisance and sending her away multiple times. Lon felt no anger. It was simply easier that way. Don't mind your second brother. Orcs are like that. Once they have a partner, the partner comes first, Bai Lu consoled. Yes. You are my second brother's partner, Lon teased. We're not even bonded yet. Refrain from speaking so carelessly. If he becomes disobedient, I'll simply find another orc. Bai Lu remarked pointedly as Siege approached, raising her voice intentionally. What did you say? Lulu. Having traversed the path, Sierra overheard the conversation between Bai Lu and, without hesitation, entered the cave to confront her. Are you planning to find another orc? Absolutely not. After declaring this, he fiercely embraced Bai Lu, refusing to let go. All right. I won't seek anyone else. He had previously stated that if he were disobedient, he would indeed search for someone else. He would not allow himself to be ensnared by a single tree. Brother, as long as you treat our leader well, she will undoubtedly remain by your side. Please. Release her. Lank observed how Sierra tightened his hold around Bai Lu. I am aware. I simply do not wish to contemplate such a scenario. Subsequently, Sierra chose to ignore Lank entirely, drawing Bai Lu down beside him and guiding her hand beneath his garment. Lulu, as long as I am here, you shall be well. His other hand gently caressed her airy bangs. I believe in you, Bai Lu responded, returning the embrace. You too. Are you trying to make me perish? I feel utterly invisible, Lank exclaimed from the side. Chapter 120, Suspected Text. 2 days later, Bai Lu arrived at the new tribe, a picturesque locale encircled by mountains and water. Though such scenery was commonplace in the beast realm, Bai Lu found it delightful. Aunt Ruidu, she called out. Ah, it is little Bai Lu. Are you feeling better today? Aunt Ruidu, aware of Bai Lu's injury, approached her with concern. Much improved. Where are you headed, Aunt Ruidu? Bai Lu expressed her happiness at seeing Aunt Ruidu alive. As few familiar females had survived this ordeal, it seems Belle has not yet recollected his memories. I am off to the shaman to procure some herbs. Although Yang insists that nature will suffice, Aunt Ruidu appeared troubled. Aunt Ruidu, Belle's ailment requires patience. There is no need for haste. Since Yang has stated that no medicine is necessary, it is best not to use any, considering Yang's healing abilities far surpass those of the shaman, Bai Lu advised. Alas, I cannot help but see Guizi weeping by his bedside every day. If Guizi were to turn away from Belle, would he not find himself without a female companion? Aunt Ruidu voiced her anxieties, fearing her daughter-in-law might abandon them. Guizi truly cares for Belle. She wouldn't do that, Bai Lu reassured her, sensing Aunt Ruidu's overthinking. Such is the nature of the beast tribe. If Belle does not strive harder, Guizi may gradually lose her affection for him and choose not to bond with him. especially since their time together has been significantly less than that of my father and me, Aunt Ruidu elaborated. But Bel has lost his memory. Will he not come to like Gwizzy again once he recalls her? Bai Lu pondered aloud. Indeed. How did I not consider that? Aunt Ruidu exclaimed with fervor. Currently, however, Bel's indifference towards Gwizzy is concerning. I remember he liked her as a child. If he remembers that his forgetfulness drove Gwizzy away, he will undoubtedly struggle to accept it. Aunt Ruidu confided in Bai Lu, her worries palpable. They should simply spend more time together, Bai Lu suggested, though she herself was uncertain. I understand. Ruido's mother wore a heavy expression, for she understood that Bai Lu had done her utmost, and it was time to allow Sack to speak with Bel. By the way, it had been quite some time since she last saw Jisen's mother. Bai Lu hesitated to voice her thoughts. Ruido's mother sensed that Bai Lu was inquiring whether Jisen had survived this ordeal. She had gone to meet the beast god, but alas, the dream was still not of age. And there were no beast men at home, which was truly pitiful, Ruido's mother lamented. Many female cubs had lost their fathers and mothers this time, and they could only be adopted by other female beast men. It was uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. Bai Lu also sighed deeply. Aware of the grim consequences that war inflicts upon humanity, yet experiencing it firsthand evoked profound emotions. Indeed, it was truly tragic. Ruido's mother echoed her sentiments, expressing relief that both Bel and Sack were still alive. Otherwise, she too would be among the unfortunate. What are you two discussing? Inquired Gay, the female of El Gay. You are alive, Bai Lu exclaimed in astonishment, wondering if she had only imagined seeing Gay being torn apart by the black beast at that time. Of course, Bai Lu. I am alive. I had intended to return to find El after locating Ben, but encountered the black beast along the way and had no choice but to retreat with the tribe's females. Thankfully, El is still alive. Otherwise, I would not know how to raise Ben. Gay spoke, her voice quivering with emotion. Everything is past. How is El? I heard he sustained severe injuries, losing one of his arms. Ruido's mother inquired with concern. Gay. Bai Lu expressed her shock, unaware of El's amputation. He is much better now. At least he has preserved his life, Gay replied, her initially relieved expression now tinged with sorrow. One must understand that beast men hunt with all their limbs, and encountering prey does not guarantee a safe return, especially with the loss of an arm. It is best to think this way. Living is the most precious thing of all, Ruido's mother said, gently wiping away the tears that Gay could no longer contain. I am fine, Ruido's mother, Gay stated, drying her tears with determination. By the way, Gay, what do you intend to do with that water shell beast? Ruido's mother finally noticed the water shell beast in Gay's backpack. It's so large. Bai Lu leaned in for a closer look, noting it was about the size of a grinding stone. This isn't considered large. Such small water shell beasts are quite common. I'm unsure of their purpose. I merely picked it up to play with it, Gay explained. What is there to play with? Gay, you would be better off gathering some fruits or something to bring back. At least that would satisfy your hunger. Ruido's mother disapproved of wasting time tending to a biting creature. Ruido's mother, look, its back is oddly beautiful. I simply picked it up to have a look. Gay gestured for Ruido's mother to examine it closely, and Bai Lu did as well. Gay, could you possibly give this to me? I could find use for it, Bai Lu remarked, noticing what seemed to be inscriptions on the back of the water shell beast, though they were too blurred to decipher clearly. What use could you possibly have for it? This is a biting creature. Ruido's mother was taken aback by Bai Lu's request. Bai Lu, if you truly desire it, you may have it. After all, I merely intended to amuse myself with it before ultimately releasing it. Guy handed over the basket. Thank you, Bai Lu exclaimed with excitement. If her observation was correct, there was a character for fortune inscribed upon it, and she could hardly contain her eagerness to take it home for a thorough examination. Well, as long as it brings you joy. Seeing Bai Lu's genuine delight, Ruido's mother felt it inappropriate to intervene further. I shall take my leave now. We shall converse again another time. Having said that, Bai Lu departed. Very well. Guy and Ruido's mother exchanged a few casual remarks as they lingered. Little Bai Lu is truly just a juvenile female. Ruido's mother shook her head. Ben is much the same. Whenever something entertaining arises, he forgets all about me as his mother. Who knows where he has dashed off to now? I shall go search for him and bring him back for a roast. With that, Guy also left. Is everyone so busy these days? Though she, too, had to check on her Belle. Such a splendid female could not be dismissed as Belle's mate simply due to this unforeseen incident. That was something she would not permit. Ruido's mother turned to leave as well. Phew. Once they had departed, Lank, panting heavily, settled down in the very spot where the three had been conversing. From afar on the hillside, I spotted the elder. Why is it that as soon as I arrive, everyone disappears. Now that there is no danger. Why are there still so many matters at hand? Lank muttered to himself. Lank, what are you doing here? This was Hill, who had come to prepare a roast for Bai Lu, noticing Lank mumbling on the ground. Second brother. Lank had yet to calm down. What is it? Seeing Lank still out of breath, Hill patiently waited. What are you carrying? Lank, well aware it was roast meat, still inquired, for he was hungry. Despite knowing it was intended for the elder. Roast meat. Hill feigned ignorance. Second brother, I am starving. Today, she could hardly sit still. She had gone up the mountain to patrol with the beast men and had just dashed back down, feeling famished. If you are hungry, go to the public area. There is roast meat there, specifically prepared for your elder, and you have no share in it, Hill replied coldly. Chapter 121. A sense of security. What is this? An orc who prefers a partner over a sister? Wait for me, second brother. As Hill walked away, Lank called after him, then hurriedly followed. Inside the cave, Bai Lu was still banging on the ground or wooden bowl, attempting to coax the water-shell beast's head to retract. However, the creature merely lifted its head, staring with its small eyes. Retract your head. I fear your bite. Hurry. Bai Lu tried reasoning with it. Lulu, what are you doing? Hill entered to witness this scene. Oh. Hill, come quickly and assist me. Bai Lu was still attempting to devise new methods to study the water-shell beast's shell. Hill set down the roasting pan and leaned in for a closer look. Lulu, that is a water-shell beast. Keep your distance. It could bite you. He quickly pulled Bai Lu several meters away. Oh, Hill, I am far enough away. If its head retracts, it will not bite me. Please help me. Bai Lu released Hill's hand and turned to leave. Lulu, come here. I can just kill it directly. Hill unsheathed his blue knife and approached the water-shell beast. Wait, Hill. Bai Lu pulled him aside. Just as she was about to speak, Lank arrived. Boss. Second brother. Lank's voice was weak. Lank? Upon hearing the voice, Bai Lu hurried to the entrance. Boss. Lank, seeing Bai Lu, sat down abruptly, wincing in pain. Ouch. Just my luck, as if the roof were leaking during a storm. Lank. Come. Get up. Come inside. Bai Lu helped Lank up and into the cave. Hill, come lend a hand. Once inside, Bai Lu noticed Hill sitting quietly on a stone stool, observing her and Lank. Just let her go. There's no need to involve you. Hill stepped forward, pulling Lank and seating her on the stone stool. Lank, here, have some water. Seeing Lank's lips chapped, Bai Lu hurriedly poured her some water. Lank gulped down 3 bowls of water, her wooden bowl the size of a fist. Then leaned on the stone table that Hill had brought. Boss, I'm so tired. Lank pouted playfully in front of Bai Lu. What happened? What did you do? Bai Lu, sipping her water, inquired. Oh, nothing much. Just wandered around with the orcs nearby. When I returned and saw you chatting with the female, I rushed down from the mountain, only to find you had gone into the cave. Lank felt aggrieved, wondering why the moment she arrived, the boss went into the cave. Why the rush? I hadn't left. You could have just come in to find me. Bai Lu remarked. I just wanted to talk to you, Lank replied, resting her head on her arms. And also, outside the cave, I was so exhausted. Second brother brought roasted meat, and didn't he let me eat any? You need to deal with him, Lank complained, glancing at Hill, who paid her no mind. Roasted meat? Bai Lu was unaware that Hill had brought any. Yes, Lulu, here, I specially roasted it for you. No one else has any. Hill smiled at Bai Lu. See, boss, I'm hungry too. Lank tugged at Bai Lu's sleeve. All right, let us give Lank the biggest piece first. With that, she picked up a large piece of thigh meat for Lank. Lulu, I made this with my own hands. Hill expressed his dissatisfaction. Hill, she is your sister. It's nothing to treat her to a piece. I can't finish it all anyway. How about this? The leftovers are all mine. And I'll make sure to finish them. Bai Lu attempted to negotiate. You said it. You have to finish it all by yourself. Hill showed signs of softening. Okay. Bai Lu casually took a piece. Ever since Hill arrived in this new territory, he seemed to lack a sense of security. Every meal was sent over. And occasionally he would bring some snacks. He would fulfill any of Bai Lu's requests, but his possessiveness was particularly strong, forbidding anyone from touching the things he gave her. Is it good? Hill asked. Delicious. Bai Lu chuckled. It's a bit salty and rather tough. It's not particularly palatable. Yet, Lank was undermining the situation from the sidelines. Noticing that Hill's expression had turned somber, Bai Lu quickly reassured him. It's all right, Hill. You've done your best. Indeed, your skills are commendable, she added. At that moment, Lank also discerned something was amiss with Hill. I'll take my leave now. I shall return for the next meal, Hill declared as he prepared to leave. Bai Lu sensed his insecurity, an inexplicable feeling enveloping her. Wait a moment, Hill. Were you not going to assist me in retracting the water shell beast's head? Please don't go. I still require your help. Bai Lu attempted to fabricate a reason, her gaze falling upon the water shell beast on the ground. Very well. I shall think of a way to avoid harming it, Hill replied, aware of Bai Lu's unspoken words, merely wishing to converse with her while feigning ignorance. Bai Lu nodded with a smile. Boss. Lank seized the opportunity while Hill turned to deal with the water shell beast, tugging at Bai Lu's garment and whispering, What is it? Bai Lu replied quietly. What's wrong with second brother? Why is he like this? Lank inquired. Perhaps he is worried about me after the last incident with the dark beast. It's nothing serious, just a bit extreme. I will speak with him. He will return to normal. Bai Lu acknowledged Hill's concern for her, recognizing his insecurity as a manifestation of psychological distress. That's a relief. This version of second brother is somewhat frightening. I feared he had been possessed by the dark beast again, Lank exclaimed, patting his chest. It's fine. You are his sister. He won't harm you. Bai Lu reassured him. Huh? What would happen if I weren't his sister? Lank refrained from voicing his question, as Hill had just called her boss. Lulu, I have managed to retract it. It 1 T-bite. You can do whatever you wish, as long as you don't hurt it or intend to kill it. It will not resist, Hill said, seeking praise. Well done. Thank you, Hill. You are truly remarkable. Bai Lu praised him, fulfilling his desire for acknowledgement. It's nothing, Hill grinned like a child, his demeanor foolishly cheerful. Lank, observing from the side, felt goosebumps. How had his warrior brother transformed into this? In truth, it was rather pleasing, making him wish for a companion like Hill, despite not having someone special yet. Lank vented his frustrations by gnawing on roasted meat while watching Bai Lu scribble something in the dirt with a charred stick, Hill pretending to comprehend it beside her. Boss, what are you doing? What is that you're drawing? Lank approached after finishing his meal, noticing Bai Lu's scribbled symbols on the ground. This is writing, Bai Lu declared proudly, despite her unfamiliarity with it. Writing? What is that? Lank was perplexed. I've seen something similar while paying homage to Mama, though it didn't look like this, he remarked. Of course, it's different. Every character has its own unique form, but it is undeniably useful, Bai Lu replied. The explanation of white do is not easily conveyed. Nevertheless, Lanka surmised that her leader's tribe must be formidable. However, during the recent incident involving the black beasts, many beast clans emerged. Yet the members of her leader's tribe were nowhere to be seen. Chapter 122, Potato Sprouts. Lanka sat quietly in Bai Lu's cave, observing her as she painted. Despite Bai Lu's repeated suggestions for her to attend to her own matters, she was unwilling to leave. Leader, have you finished the painting? Lanka asked, already on the verge of dozing off. Almost there, Bai Lu replied, demonstrating considerable skill in her imitation, though she noted the excessive strokes. Done. At last. She finished the final stroke and stretched languidly. Lulu, could you explain what writing is? Sierra, content to simply be by Bai Lu's side, had low expectations. Writing allows us to document the events that transpire, the entities around us, the flora, fauna, and even the appearance of a person. Anything that can be described can be recorded. What is the purpose, you ask? When we meet the beast god, our little beast men or females will pass this knowledge to the next generation, and after many rainy seasons, those beastmen will also be aware of our existence. Bai Lu endeavored to elucidate using their perspectives. Is it truly that wonderful? I wish to learn as well, leader. Lanku exclaimed loudly. Yes, Lulu. I too wish to learn, Sierra said gently. All right, I shall teach you, Bai Lu responded readily upon seeing the determination in their eyes. However, learning can be quite arduous. Once you begin, you must persevere, Bai Lu declared in advance. Yes, they replied in unison. Very well, Bai Lu agreed. We shall start learning tomorrow. Today, I wish to delve into the meaning of this writing, she stated. Okay, Lanka replied joyfully. Lulu, do not overexert yourself, Sierra expressed his concern. All right, Bai Lu smiled. There is no rush in research. Leader, let us gaze at this until dusk. Come, let us go outside and warm ourselves by the fire. Lanka urged Bai Lu. Agreed, Bai Lu acknowledged, feeling fatigued after a long day and realizing the necessity of rest. Upon reaching the fire pit and settling down, Sierra returned from outside with a bundle of wild grasses. Sierra, what is this? Bai Lu gasped in astonishment, for Sierra had not ventured out all afternoon, remaining by her side. These are the grasses I gathered for you. I know how much you adore plants. I picked them while you were distracted this afternoon. Come. See if there is anything you fancy, Sierra beamed with delight. Oh, let me take a look, Bai Lu responded, pleasantly surprised. She had only recently arrived at the territory and had been hesitant to venture out, not expecting Sierra to so intuitively grasp her desires. Leader, hurry. Second brother advised me not to speak with you, and it seems he was right. Bai Lu appeared exceedingly cheerful, and her joy was palpable. Thank you, she exclaimed, her eyes brimming with unshed tears that she valiantly held back. Hill meticulously spread out the weeds, revealing a layer of animal hide beneath, on which the assorted vegetables rested quite cleanly. Ah, this is earth ear. Bai Lu was the first to notice the earth ear fungus. Indeed. Didn't you prepare it for us to eat back in that cave? It was quite tasty. This time, as fortune would have it, I stumbled upon it and gathered a whole lot to bring back, Hill explained. Bai Lu continued her search and soon unearthed 2 potato sprouts. These must be potato sprouts, right? Where did you find them? Are there more? Why are there no potatoes? She queried while rummaging through the hide pouch. There are none, just pulled weeds. This place is filled with grass, but I do know a location abundant with such plants. However, what exactly do you mean by potatoes? Hill inquired. The roots of this grass. They are quite filling when consumed, Bai Lu responded. Really? Hill exclaimed, visibly excited. What is the matter? Bai Lu was startled by Hill's reaction. The rainy season is approaching, yet due to the issues with the black beasts, food will be scarce this time. If these potatoes can stave off hunger, we must gather more, Hill elucidated. It should be fine. They can last a while as long as the proper methods are applied, Bai Lu reassured him. All right. I'll inform my father to collect more, Hill declared, preparing to leave. Wait, you should gather some first for us to taste, that way. It will be easier to convince your father, Bai Lu suggested. Okay, I'll go right away, Hill replied, rushing out the door. However, moments later, he returned. Lulu, I've stationed Bag outside the cave. Do not wander off, Hill instructed. Understood. Bai Lu felt a warmth in her heart, realizing he had not left her to guard herself alone at night. Oh, right. It's nighttime now. Lan Ke, summon the beastmen to bring Hill back. It's dangerous outside for him alone, Bai Lu urged. All right, Lan Ke, engrossed in his battle with the roasted meat, replied absent-mindedly. Lan Ke? Bai Lu noticed he had not moved for a while. What is wrong, boss? Lan Ke finally lifted his gaze from his meal. I mentioned that your second brother went out this late to search for potatoes. You should notify the beastmen to bring him back. It's too perilous. Bai Lu tried to simplify her words. He's gone out. Lan Ke finally realized Hill had left. Hurry. I don't know the beastmen. I can only rely on you. Bai Lu felt a pang of embarrassment at having to trouble the beastmen. Oh, Lan Ke responded, then exited the cave. I hope Hill doesn't run too far. Bai Lu murmured. No worries, Lulu. I haven't left yet. Hill's voice echoed from behind. Ah, Hill, she giggled. You're not stuttering like Bai Lu. I just realized it's dark now, so I stayed outside, waiting. As soon as Lan Ke appears, I will have the other orcs escort her back. And then we can enjoy some solitude, Hill remarked. Fortunately, I thought of this. Otherwise, you would have been left outside to brave the wind alone. If it were the other orcs, Bai Lu wouldn't care whether they were cold or not. There's a cave nearby, and they would take turns keeping watch. But when it comes to me, I would remain at the cave's entrance. Yes, Lulu is the best. Hill hugged Bai Lu from behind. Lulu, I hope we remain like this in the future. We will. We shall become partners and grow old together, Bai Lu replied. So, you agree to be my partner? Hill was evidently thrilled. Yes. Back then, I only wanted to return, but I was also thinking of you. I must have liked you then, though I was merely avoiding it. In truth, I have always liked you, Bai Lu confessed. I like you too. Hill felt dizzy, entranced by Bai Lu's words, and failed to ponder their meaning. Under the glow of the fire, their shadows gradually drew closer until they overlapped. The following morning, Hill awoke in Bai Lu's warm cocoon. Good morning, Lulu, he greeted upon seeing her squinting. Morning, Bai Lu replied, feeling shy, although they hadn't gone all the way the night before. Kisses and caresses were certainly not absent. Sleep a little longer. I will prepare some meat broth for you. It's better to have broth in the morning. Roasted meat can be too heating, Bai Lu advised. In truth, she merely felt that 3 meals a day of roasted meat had left her constipated. Now, with the opportunity to enhance a meal, she welcomed it, hoping for the chance to diversify her meals in the future. Chapter 123, Cooking Water Spikes After Breakfast. And with Lan Ke yet to arrive, Bai Lu and Hill ventured out for a stroll. Hill, this lake actually has fish, Bai Lu exclaimed in astonishment, reaching out to touch the water. Fish? That's a water spike beast, Hill explained. Yes, the water spike beast. Let us catch a couple to cook. It's been ages since I've had some. She began to wade into the water. Don't eat that. The meat is scant and spiny. Come. I'll take you back to the cave, and I'll provide you with some game meat, Hill said as he scooped Bai Lu out of the water. Frustrated that her moment in the water was interrupted, Bai Lu felt a pang of annoyance. Yet, remembering that orcs generally avoided the water spike beast due to its prickly nature, which could even lead to serious injury, she understood Hill's concern. Wait, Hill? Bai Lu struggled to get down. Fearing she might fall, Hill released her grip. My tribe has plenty of water spike beasts. Trust me, I'll prepare it for you. And you will come to love it. Bai Lu is quite determined. She has never attempted this before, yet she has never seen a pig run. Though she has certainly seen pork. The water spiny beast prepared by her grandmother is particularly delectable. However, Hill does not doubt Bai Lu. He simply feels that there is not much meat on it, and it is fraught with spines, accompanied by an unpleasant odor, far inferior to the game he hunts. Bai Lu. I wish to eat it. It has been ages since I last savored water spiny beast. Today, I must catch 2 to take home, Bai Lu declared assertively. Very well. I shall catch them, Hill replied with equal resoluteness. He aimed to capture the 2 largest specimens, as they would yield more meat, despite their spines. He planned to pick the meat for Lulu first, or perhaps roast it, which would also be delightful. Bai Lu made no demands, she simply desired something to eat. Having long been deprived of water spiny beast. However, she lamented the absence of seasoning and wondered how to prepare it well. Before long, Hill had caught 2 sizable ones. One weighing approximately 50 pounds. The species was unknown, yet one could still observe their mouths opening and closing. There are no larger water spiny beasts here. These 2 are the best in terms of meat. Come, let me cook for you, Hill announced. Is that all? Bai Lu asked, noticing Hill already striding ahead. Hurry up. Lulu, I shall prepare it for you, Hill replied. Is it really that simple to cook? Bai Lu inquired as she caught up. Just gut it and boil it. Roasting it would also be quite good, Hill explained. No need for that. Today I prefer a soup, and we can roast it another time, Bai Lu insisted. Eyeing the plump water spiny beast, wondering if it could be roasted without proper seasoning. Upon reaching the cave's entrance, they found a pool of water designated for the females. I'll take care of this. It shouldn't be done like that, Hill said, swiftly severing the head and removing the entrails, seemingly preparing it for the pot. Isn't this how it's done? We have always roasted it this way, although I have never made soup, Bai Lu interjected. No, you must scrape off its scales, she demonstrated. Only for Hill to snatch the creature back. Actually, the head can be quite tasty, if only we had the right spices, Bai Lu mused. Do you want the head? It's not very meaty, Hill retorted, quickly cleaning the water spiny beast before entering the cave to boil water and prepare for cooking. The true flavor of plain water. A touch of salt will suffice. I wonder if it will taste good. Bai Lu pondered, weary of the daily fare of roasted meat and stews, yearning for something new. Lulu. Just wait a moment, it will be ready soon. With that, he retrieved the water spiny beast from the stone pot and used a small stone knife to chop it into smaller pieces. As the white dew watched the beast's flesh descend into the stone pot without a single droplet of water spilling over, she stood there, rendered speechless. What is the matter? Asked Hill, turning to see Bai Lu in a daze. It's nothing, just add the white granular salt I prepared later, Bai Lu replied, intending to examine the characters she had drawn to see if she recognized them. All right, just wait for your meal, you should rest, Hill said. Noticing Bai Lu heading into the cave with concern. Okay, I'll look forward to your water-spiked beast, Bai Lu smiled. Soft and endearing, Hill found her rather adorable. The sound of boiling water in the pot pulled him back to reality. Oh dear, you're becoming more like a cub, even though you're not yet an adult. Hill chuckled, shaking his head. Inside the cave, however, Bai Lu felt disheartened as she gazed at the inscribed characters, unable to recognize any of them. Which led her to doubt herself. Is this truly writing? She pondered. A top student proficient in multiple languages and ancient scripts. She had never encountered this particular form of writing. Lulu, are you ready? Hill called from outside, holding a bowl of fish soup. When no response came, concern crept in, prompting him to rush inside, where he found Bai Lu frowning on the ground. Lulu, what's wrong? He asked, setting down the fish soup and sitting beside her on a stone stool. Hill, she exclaimed, burying herself in his embrace. It's all right, Hill reassured, gently stroking her head. Her voice softened as he lifted her chin to wipe away her tears. No matter what happens, don't cry. I'm here for you, Hill said earnestly. Bai Lu nodded, tightening her hold on him. Now come, drink some of the water-spiked beast soup. It's ready, Hill suggested after Bai Lu's mood had settled somewhat. All right, she replied, feeling her hunger return. What time is it? Bai Lu inquired. The sun is at its zenith. Let us have a little something now, and later we can enjoy some roasted meat. For today, we shall stick with this. But tomorrow I will bring you some fresh food, Hill said, aware that Bai Lu had grown weary of roasted meat. Really? Can you take me with you? Bai Lu asked eagerly. No, Hill replied, desiring to be with Bai Lu at all times, yet understanding that hunting was perilous and remaining in the tribe was safer. All right, Bai Lu said, feeling quite downcast. She was a restless spirit, reluctant to burden Hill. Don't worry. In a few days, you will be able to venture out. Hill assured her. Why? Bai Lu queried, intrigued. Once the tribe has settled, there should be a feast, and the day before, we'll prepare food. At that time, the tribe will organize an outing for the females. Hill brought forth the good news. Really? Bai Lu exclaimed. The white dew season feels oppressively humid. A gathering would indeed be delightful. Truly. Are you at ease now? Come, savor this soup and let me know your thoughts. I have yet to taste it myself. Hill brought the bowl to White Dew's lips. I can manage, she replied, taking the wooden bowl and sipping a small mouthful. White Dew's expression was difficult to articulate. How is it? Hill inquired nervously, as it was her first attempt at cooking. It's tolerable, even if it's unpleasant. I shall finish it, for it is what I desired. Chapter 124, Trials and Tribulations. If it's not palatable, don't force it. I can prepare another batch next time. Observing White Dew's contorted face, Hill surmised the soup's quality. I apologize, White Dew said. No worries. I'll prepare some roasted meat for you. Hill reassured her. All right. White Dew was aware that the water soup was unappetizing due to its fishiness. Yet she insisted on consuming it, thus facing her own consequences. Boss. Boss. Help. A wailing Bluka cried, her face streaked with tears. What is the matter? White Dew asked with concern. Boss, accompany me to pick fruits. She declared earnestly. You scared me. I thought something terrible occurred. Was that intentional? White Dew playfully tapped Bluka on the head. Hee, I just thought you might miss me since we haven't seen each other all day, Bluka said teasingly. Implying a deeper connection. Bluka, do you wish to be reprimanded? White Dew feigned ferocity. No, boss. Didn't Dad mention that tomorrow we should gather fruits for the evening feast? You'll be going, right? Bluka noticed the water soup on the table and shook her head. What? If I don't go, you want to either? White Dew rolled her eyes, gathering her drawings. No, boss, you will definitely go, and I want to accompany you, Bluka said, batting her eyelashes adorably. Yes, we shall go. White Dew gestured for Bluka to squat down before her. What's wrong? Bluka remained bewildered. Be good. White Dew affectionately ruffled Bluka's hair, finding her presence uplifting. To White Dew's surprise, Bluka blushed and nudged her head against White Dew's. Bluka, moderation is key. Hill interjected. Second brother? Only then did Bluka notice Hill beside them. She abruptly stood. Oh dear. White Dew, still gazing down, was unexpectedly bumped, causing her chin to redden. Lulu. Boss. Are you all right? Both rushed to examine White Dew's chin. I'm fine. Bluka. Why did you suddenly stand up? And you, Hill? Weren't you supposed to prepare roasted meat for me? What are you still doing here? White Dew felt an inexplicable surge of anger. Aware that Bluka did not mean to cause trouble and that Hill was innocent, she simply struggled to control her temper. I'm sorry, boss. I'll fetch Yang to examine it, Bluka said, preparing to leave. It's all right. No harm done. I hold no blame against you. Bai Lu felt a sense of helplessness. Though the pain had subsided, her anger remained unresolved. Lulu, are you truly all right? Hill had not departed. He, too, was perplexed by Bai Lu's sudden outburst. It's nothing. I apologize, Lank Hill. I couldn't help but lash out at you both. Bai Lu expressed her remorse. Don't worry, boss. After all, I was the one who bumped into you, and you're the one who has hurt. You can scold me all you want, as long as you're okay. Lank playfully nestled into Bai Lu's embrace. However, the disparity in their heights caused them to lose balance, resulting in Bai Lu falling onto the bowl of water spike bee soup that Lank had carelessly placed atop a tree stump. The soup was still warm, but thankfully had cooled enough to avoid serious burns, though it left Bai Lu's posterior painfully sore. Lank, you're so reckless, Bai Lu remarked, exasperated. Oh dear. Boss, it was unintentional. Lank lowered her head, resembling a child caught in mischief. Could you help me up? Seeing that neither of them responded for quite some time, Bai Lu had to speak up, her discomfort evident. Oh. Lank finally reacted and hurried to assist Bai Lu. Meanwhile, Hill stood by, lost in thought, his worries about Bai Lu leaving him clouding his mind. Go to the corner and fetch me a bottle of ointment, Bai Lu instructed. Understood, Lank replied, rushing to comply. Ah, be gentle. Careful. Lank applied the ointment. And each touch elicited a wince from Bai Lu, who felt a tinge of embarrassment at exposing herself. All right, boss. Just bear with it, Lank said. Perspiration beading on her forehead, regretting that her actions had caused Bai Lu pain. Are you all right, Bai Lu? Hill finally snapped out of his reverie, calling from outside the cave. I'm fine. You may continue with your tasks. Bai Lu replied, still irked at Hill, as her boyfriend, hadn't he immediately rushed to her aid or offered to apply the ointment. Even though she knew he might not have received her consent. Oh, Hill truly departed. That scoundrel. Is he not supposed to be both doting and affectionate? How could he leave so easily? Bai Lu muttered to herself. Your brother will return. Perhaps he has gone hunting, Lank interjected, attempting to defend Hill. Aware that Bai Lu's discontent might lead her to seek companionship with another orc. Let him go if he wishes. Why would he go hunting? Lying on her bed. Bai Lu couldn't fathom what it was that she found appealing in Hill. Enough of this. I shall rest for a while, and I will keep watch over you, Lank assured. Tucking Bai Lu in. Bai Lu conceded, indeed feeling weary. Bai Lu soon drifted into slumber, while Lank gazed at her serene visage, chuckling softly. My dear leader. How utterly adorable you are, she murmured, a silly grin adorning her face. Rising to her feet, Lank tidied the dwelling. Though there was little to arrange aside from the bowl of water spike beast soup, once she completed her task, fatigue washed over her, prompting her to shed her outer fur garment and nestling into the same blanket with Bai Lu. The weather had turned pleasantly cool, heralding the arrival of the rainy season. And sharing a bed would not pose much of a concern. Yet, Lank found herself tossing and turning, unable to sleep. As the faint fragrance of Bai Lu's blanket intoxicated her senses. What is this delightful scent? I must inquire once my leader awakens. With this thought lingering in her mind, Lank gradually succumbed to slumber. Inside the cave, the two rested quietly, while outside, two beastmen stood guard, noting nothing amiss. Meanwhile, far in the forest, Xiao encountered a challenge. He discovered a purple fruit tree, laden with ripe clusters, some having already fallen to the ground, where signs of wild beast feasting were evident. What a pity! If only I had arrived a few days earlier, I could have brought all of these back for Lulu, who adores fruit. I should check if there are any more fruit trees nearby to gather even more for her. Sierra then scoured the vicinity, finding only trees that bore no fruit or had already dropped their bounty. Reluctantly, he decided to return and collect the purple fruits. Upon returning to the cave, he had successfully hunted a young roe deer, its meat tender and succulent. Sierra called out from outside the cave, but received no response. Inquiring with the beastmen stationed outside, he learned that Lank had not emerged, leading him to conclude that they were likely asleep. He placed the purple fruits and the roe deer at the cave entrance and departed, intending to visit his father to discuss the developments of the Tianlang tribe following the incident with the black beasts. Chapter 125, Gathering, Part 1. The next day, Bai Lu and Lank set out with the group, nearly all the female members of the tribe participating. Why are there so many females this time? Bai Lu inquired. Last night, Urge and father conferred, deciding we must gather food for the rainy season during this outing, with the evening hunt being secondary, Lank explained. The rainy season? I don't understand. Isn't it just rain? Can we not go out? Bai Lu asked, puzzled. Indeed, we cannot venture out during the rainy season. Just thinking about it is bothersome. It means being cooped up in the cave, Lank lamented, her disdain for the rainy season evident. Why is that? Bai Lu queried. Is there no umbrella? What do you mean? Why? My dear leader, I detest the rainy season. Not only is the cave damp, but there are also many little beasts that bite, and it hurts. Lank had yet to grasp Bai Lu's underlying meaning. How did you all fare during the rainy season in the tribe before? Bai Lu asked casually. Well, Yao and the priestess Mama would prepare herbs in advance. The insect beast would avoid them, but some still dared to linger. Last rainy season, I nearly got bitten. Lank recounted, still feeling a shiver of fear. Fear not. This time, we shall be well prepared. Bai Lu was not actually inquiring about this, but gaining some understanding wouldn't he hurt. Stretching lazily, Lank remarked that this time, the females were walking to the jungle, having recently relocated to a new territory, even though the orcs had scouted beforehand. Walking might allow them to discover more food or useful items. How much longer until the rainy season? Bai Lu asked. The shaman said there is still some time left. This preparation is premature. Ordinarily, we wouldn't have enough time, but since there are significantly fewer orcs and females this time, we should manage, Lank explained patiently. By the way, boss, did your tribe also stay in caves during the rainy season? Perhaps there are new activities to engage in, it wouldn't be so dull in there. Pretty much, replied Bai Lu. I find it quite bothersome. I despise it. Winter is not as troublesome. We only need to eliminate those wild beasts. During the rainy season, we must endure the little insect beasts. They are not large, yet they are quite unsettling and occasionally bite. I once saw an orc after the rainy season, covered in sores and hardly any flesh left. Lank lamented. Was it really that dreadful? Bai Lu inquired. Indeed. Doesn't your tribe have these little insect beasts? Lank realized. We do, but they aren't as terrifying as you described, Bai Lu replied. That's wonderful. Once we find your tribe, I shall visit during the rainy season, Lank declared. Sounds good. You're welcome. Bai Lu smiled. Ah, there's ginger in the grass. Bai Lu exclaimed upon spotting a vine with ginger leaves nearby. Lank, let us pick some to take back. It's been ages since we had any, Bai Lu said excitedly. All right, Lank agreed, feeling a bit weary of the roasted meat they had been consuming for days. Subsequently, Bai Lu and Lank filled half a basket with ginger, and seeing this, other females followed suit. It was particularly enticing to witness Bai Lu savoring the juice, prompting them to try it themselves, regardless of any potential toxicity. To their surprise, it was remarkably delicious. Had they not just set out? And with only about 100 females accompanying them, this patch of ginger was limited. Otherwise, they would have certainly searched the vicinity to deplete it. The group resumed their journey, this time aiming for food not far from their tribe, particularly perishable items. Wait, a voice called from ahead. What is the matter? Bai Lu asked. Second brother has spotted an orchard ahead. He probably wants to confirm if there are any wild beasts before letting us go. Lank, relying on her height, caught a glimpse of the situation ahead. What kind of fruit trees? Can you see clearly? Bai Lu inquired. Boss, I'm not an orc. How would I know? Lank rolled her eyes. All right, I'm being impatient. Let us wait. Bai Lu sighed. The sun filtered through the dense trees, likely reaching its zenith. Here, boss. Would you like some water? Bai Lu's lips had become chapped after only drinking ginger juice for so long without any water. Lank offered her canteen. Thank you. Bai Lu was indeed parched, and the thought of picking fruit to quench her thirst made her forget to bring water. Let's go, boss. The area ahead is cleared. We can gather a good amount this time. Besides what we must hand over, the rest will be ours, exclaimed Lankel, pulling Bai Lu along with delight. Wait, ours? We don't have to turn it all in? Although Bai Lu felt a surge of joy, she needed clarity on the matter. Yes, many of the older orcs and females have returned to the embrace of the beast god, and with the rainy season approaching, our fathers and the orc clans have agreed that each family can keep what they harvest for now. They will allocate a portion to those injured or in need. But during the rainy season, food distribution will cease, Lankel explained. Why wasn't this communicated? Had I known earlier, I would have brought more beast hide bags. Bai Lu expressed her frustration. All the orcs went, and I meant to inform you. I thought you were aware. Lankel was still lost in thoughts of the fruit grove ahead, oblivious to Bai Lu's distress. I had no idea. What am I to do now? I can't gather much this time. Bai Lu once again felt the disadvantage of being without the orcs. In the beast world, the orcs were not only tasked with protecting their tribes and partners, but they also played an integral role in many other matters. Don't worry. If you can't carry much, just have the orcs help you bring it back. Besides, the rainy season is still a ways off. If it comes to it, you can stay in my cave, and I'll share my food with you, Lankel said nonchalantly, as they were bound to live together eventually since she was destined to be the second brother's partner. Ah, live in your home? Bai Lu was not accustomed to sharing living quarters with others. Absolutely, no need to fret, Lankel assured as they arrived at the fruit grove. Never mind. I'll just accumulate my provisions slowly. Bai Lu preferred not to inconvenience others. Boss, look, those are the fruits. I picked some last time and was quite satisfied. I didn't even crave roasted meat anymore. Lankel pointed excitedly at the fruit-laden trees. As she gazed upward, she could only catch glimpses of the scattered fruits above, with the interface indicating they were harmless and satiating. Bai Lu crouched down and picked up a purple fruit, resembling a passion fruit. Taking a bite, she found its texture akin to that of durian, yet the flavor bore a resemblance to that of mangosteen, which she could still somewhat tolerate. Bai Lu produced a pouch made of animal hide and began to gather. The orc shook the tree, and the falling 100 lotus fruits were gradually consumed. To her surprise, there were additional harvests. Splendid, they were all hers. Bai Lu had initially intended to follow the female contingent, but, by chance, noticed the grass mushrooms nearby, which she could not afford to overlook. Boss, what are you doing here? Let's go, keep up. Lon urged from the side. Look, what is this? Bai Lu moved aside, allowing Lanku a clearer view. Mushrooms? Lanku inquired. Grass mushrooms. The ones you tasted last time. Hurry, let's pick them, Bai Lu urged. These grass mushrooms were scarce, primarily thriving in cool, shaded locations, capable of growing without rain, something Bai Lu had read in a book. Most importantly, they were non-toxic and could promote metabolism and invigorate the spleen and energy. They would be especially beneficial for nursing females, as the external signs indicated they were safe and could aid lactation. By the time the two had finished gathering, they had only filled a basket with grass mushrooms. The basket was of ordinary size, capable of holding about 20 pounds. Wonderful, Bai Lu exclaimed, satisfied with this unexpected bounty. Let us go, keep up. Although Lanku had tasted them before, she didn't know how to cook, so she would leave everything to her boss and perhaps enjoy a meal in the process. All right. Surrounded by protective orcs, they felt secure, but it was essential to rejoin the main group. By the time Bai Lu and Lanku arrived, the females had already begun collecting another type of food. This was a wild grass, whose stalk could be boiled into a soft broth, suitable for elderly orcs and young females that had recently been born. Boss, hurry. This is delicious. Gather more. Lanku shouted while picking. Lanku, you've become much more sensible now, unlike before. This was a comment made by an unfamiliar matriarch. Emoli Ma, was I really that undisciplined? Lanku pouted, feigning grievance. Not at all. Lanku is the most well-behaved. You were just curious. At worst, you tugged on your Uli grandfather's beard. Another matriarch chimed in. The surrounding females, who had initially been smiling, erupted into laughter. Oh dear, esteemed matriarchs, please don't bring up my embarrassing moments. It's too humiliating. Lanku shyly covered her face. It's all right. You were just little then. What's the big deal? One matriarch reassured. Lanku is so adorable. A young female remarked. Indeed, let us not speak of her past. Despite these reassurances, the laughter did not cease. You all, Lanku ran off to hide. Lanku, what on earth happened? Bai Lu asked curiously. Oh, boss, please don't ask. Lanku felt utterly embarrassed. It turned out that Lanku had been curious about why orcs had beards and, taking advantage of Uli grandfather's slumber, had yanked his beard, something Uli grandfather treasured immensely. A young, immature female, named Lanku, was being chided. Silgu, refrain from speaking further. If you continue, Lanku may become upset, Molly's mother remarked. Indeed. Let us proceed to the other side to continue gathering. Otherwise, the other females will deplete the area, Silgu replied. Let us go. Continue collecting. The others dispersed. Lanku? Bai Lu called. Lanku, are you all right? Bai Lu inquired with concern. I am fine, Lanku responded. Well, they did not mean any harm, Bai Lu reassured her. Although Lanku often presented herself as carefree, she was, in truth, quite sensitive. I know. I simply cannot help but laugh. Ha. Lanku suddenly erupted into laughter. After glancing around to ensure no other females were nearby, she continued to laugh heartily. Lanku? Bai Lu queried, puzzled. Oh dear, leader, if I do not act this way, how will those mothers leave? They would undoubtedly continue to mock me, Lanku confessed. What have you done? Do share, Bai Lu, now that she knew Lanku as well, was curious about her amusing misadventure. He, Lanku grinned mischievously. It's nothing much. When I was younger, my elder brother insisted I develop my courage by performing a notable act. He handed me a small creature, and I thought of grandfather Yuli's beloved beard, which no one dared to touch. I went ahead and plucked it. Lanku recounted with pride. And what followed? Bai Lu inquired. Grandfather Uli became furious and reported me to father. As luck would have it, grandfather had neither companion nor young beast, so he ordered me to atone by caring for him. Consequently, I intentionally made a mess of his home, and the surrounding beasts and females could no longer tolerate it, leading them to send me back. Father then spanked me. In the end, all the beasts were aware of my folly, Lanku lamented. What a mischievous child, Bai Lu exclaimed. What mischief? Let us go. Keep up. Bai Lu then noticed that Lanku had already gathered a bag of solid grass, edible for both young and elder beasts alike. Lanku, I have merely filled a basket. Bai Lu, engrossed in gossip, had overlooked the solid grass, now entirely depleted in their vicinity. No worries. I shall reserve some for you, however. You must be cautious next time. The females in the tribe can be quite cunning, Lanku stated as she walked ahead. Why is that? Bai Lu asked, perplexed. They often distract you, causing you to gather less food, Lanku explained. Really? Bai Lu, incredulous, responded. Are they not all friendly? They will still allow you to collect. But upon returning, submit only a portion, keeping the remainder for yourself. Gathering a bit more is never a mistake, Lanku advised. It seems the beast world has its own intricacies. Bai Lu mused. We should be nearing the final gathering spot. Let us hasten. Juan pulled Bai Lu along, who nearly sprinted to keep up. They found themselves in a dense jungle, where towering trees reached beyond the eye's grasp. Beneath them lay a multitude of shrubs, interspersed with delightful little fruits, a sight to behold. Observing the surrounding females, it was clear they were about to engage in a fierce competition. Commence, commanded the orc, prompting the females to spring into action, for only when the orcs had cleared the dangers could the females proceed. Juan, this way, Bai Lu urged, directing Juan towards a massive thicket at the center. As they approached, two females appeared. Juan, step aside. This is mine, declared a young female who appeared not yet fully matured. Who are you? Juan inquired, having grown up in the tribe without encountering such audacity before. I am Fei, the maid of Cab, Fei proclaimed with great pride. Cab? He hasn't taken a mate yet, and his partner should be Ali. Juan responded. Ali? That is all in the past. I willingly followed Cab to the Tianlang tribe. He is already my partner, Fei asserted. Your partner? It can't be as I imagine. Juan murmured softly to Bai Lu. Indeed, I will soon bear little orcs. Perhaps I am already with child. Fei said, caressing her abdomen. Juan, let us discuss this later. First, let us ascertain their intentions, Bai Lu suggested, eager to avoid prolonged entanglement with Fei, especially as other females had begun gathering fruits. And they couldn't afford to waste time. This cluster of fruits belongs to us. You should gather elsewhere. Fei insisted, her tone authoritative. On what grounds? Juan retorted. My belly may already be carrying little orcs. Why shouldn't I be prioritized? Fei responded, feigning earnestness as she touched her stomach. Juan found herself at a loss for words. In any context, a pregnant female held precedence, especially in the beastly realm where offspring were of utmost importance. Even knowing Fei's claims were likely false, Juan felt compelled to refrain from acting rashly. Let us depart. We can find fruits elsewhere, Bai Lu urged. Aware of the potential repercussions of crossing a pregnant female, should she truly be expecting, any harm to her offspring could lead to dire consequences, including the risk of being exchanged with another tribe that lacked females for reproduction, a cruel fate indeed. Bah, at least you recognize your place. Fei spat. Juan could no longer contain her frustration and was ready to confront her. Enough. It's not worth it to engage with someone like her, Bai Lu counseled. Let us return to the tribe and have Yang check if she is truly with child before we proceed. Bai Lu crouched down and whispered in Juan's ear. Right. Let's temporarily let her be. Juan conceded. Agreed. Bai Lu and Lank arrived at a thicket on the edge, preparing to gather fruits. As most other areas had already been claimed by females. Lank. Look, what is this egg? Bai Lu inadvertently discovered a nest of eggs nestled within the bushes. They were entirely pink, roughly the size of goose eggs, numbering 5 or 6. Wow! Lank exclaimed with delight. Boss, let's leave 2 behind. We can take the rest. She was about to reach for them. Why leave 2? Let us take them all. Bai Lu replied excitedly, envisioning the delectable possibilities of boiled, fried, and scrambled eggs. No, boss. Let us leave 2 for the hens to hatch, and then we will have plenty of eggs to eat. Lank had already begun placing them into her basket. All right. Let us gather quickly, Bai Lu agreed, glancing up to see several females already moving ahead, their animal skin pouches half filled. We need to pick all these. I intend to bring them all back. Bai Lu sampled a small fruit, no larger than her thumb, yet bursting with a creamy, crisp flavor. Okay, I will help you gather. Although Lank had initially planned to leave, the small fruits, though tedious to collect, sparked her leader's interest, compelling her to fulfill Bai Lu's desire. If only there were more. They would make splendid snacks, Bai Lu remarked while picking. However, there weren't many, and Lank noticed that she hadn't spotted similar fruits on other vines. What a pity. Bai Lu echoed her thoughts. They had gathered a fair number of fruits nearby, although Bai Lu and Lank only managed to fill 3 large animal skin pouches in 2 baskets. The variety was abundant, showcasing a vibrant array of colors and pleasing appearances. Now, let us keep up. It's time to return, the leading orc announced. The escorting orcs assisted in carrying the animal skin pouches, while the females followed with their baskets or woven back loads. Bai Lu and Lank were among them. Upon returning to the tribe, Lank set aside her portion and decided to let Bai Lu keep the remainder. Boss, let us leave these crispy fruits and grass mushrooms with you. I can come by any time for a snack, Lank suggested, finding the quantity too scant to share. I'll take some home, even if it's not much. I want to let Tai and Lanny try them, and also Sierra, Bai Lu casually mentioned. Boss, there's only this much. We can prepare a bit more later. Lank organized the grass mushrooms. Sierra really enjoys my grass mushroom meat soup. I'll ask Lanny to make some for her. I have to go out in a few days, Bai Lu stated. Where to? Lank inquired. I want to see if there are other food sources. So far, we only have fruits and wild vegetables, mainly grass mushrooms. I haven't spotted any other vegetables, and I wish to store some for the rainy season, Bai Lu replied. Who will accompany you then? It is truly perilous for a solitary female. I certainly cannot allow Bai Lu to venture out alone. I plan to summon Noah. I happened to encounter him last time, and he is currently preparing to hunt beasts, so I shall accompany him. Bai Lu has just finished organizing the items she brought back. Is it only Noah? Does he still need to hunt beasts? Lank expressed her concern. Should we also seek out Bag or Kabu? Bai Lu replied uncertainly. Kabu? Have you forgotten about Faili? Lank reminded her. Oh, right. Who should we choose then? I'm not well acquainted with them. Bai Lu pondered. Why not ask my second brother? He is at home every day and seldom busy. Lank enthusiastically suggested. But isn't he supposed to be discussing matters with Ta during these days? Bai Lu munched on a crispy fruit. Yes, that is true, but if you have something to attend to, why not invite him along? Do you not wish to be his partner? Lank grew anxious. Please do not say that. My second brother is quite fond of you. You are meant to be his partner. Lank exclaimed loudly. It is still early, still early. Bai Lu discreetly wiped away non-existent tears. How did this conversation turn to such matters? It is not too late. Once you come of age, my brother will surely hold a partner ceremony with you. Lank asserted. Such talk is premature, indeed. By the way, how will you return later? Bai Lu diverted the topic, as it was indeed growing dark outside. Aren't there beastmen outside? Oh, right. If the beastmen escort me, you will have no one to protect you. Perhaps I shall just stay the night with you? Lank proposed. That is fine. It is not as if we have not shared a bed before, but we must wash our faces and feet before sleeping, Bai Lu said suddenly. With a seriousness that caught her attention, she realized that in the tribe, there was no practice of proper hygiene. At most, one would splash cold water on their face, let alone bathe or wash their hair. How do they manage? Is it bearable? The first time Lank and Bai Lu shared a bed, they each occupied one end. And Bai Lu nearly fainted from the odor. Therefore, each time they slept together, she had to remind her. Do not worry, I am aware of your issue. We shall wash up together. Tomorrow, I will seek out my brother, and you will stay in the cave to prepare mushroom soup for me. Lank clearly outlined her plan. Should we add meat? I have no beast meat left, nor have I gone to collect any. Bai Lu replied. No worries, I will return early to bring you a piece. I want to have mushroom soup tomorrow. Lank declared. Fine, as long as the ingredients are available, I shall prepare it for you, Bai Lu replied helplessly. Will this lead to a habit of becoming someone else's dedicated chef? Thank you, my dear friend. You are the best. Lank expressed her gratitude. If I gather the seasonings. A simple home-cooked meal such as boiled meat slices, braised pork, or stewed hocks, just thinking about it makes my mouth water. Chapter 128. Sea of Flowers Lulu. Let us rest here for a while. Sierra was anxious that Bai Lu might tire herself. They set off before dawn, and now that the sun had risen, Bai Lu insisted that Sierra should not carry her. Well, if only they knew where the trees and wild grasses were more abundant, they could search for them. The main purpose of Bai Lu's outing was to seek rice and chili peppers. She wondered if they existed in the beast realm. I heard from the orcs of the tribe that there is a sea of flowers not far from here. Would you like me to take you to see it? Sierra proposed. Sierra understood that Bai Lu sought food, but with him around, wild beasts would hunt for her, and wild fruits would be gathered for her. This excursion was merely a chance for her to unwind. A sea of flowers? Bai Lu inquired. Yes, they say there are bright red flowers that have quite a strong scent. Xiao explained. Well then, let us go take a look. Since we don't know which direction to head, we might as well explore this area first. We can venture to another region next time. As long as there are some, we will surely find them. All right, then hop on. Xiao transformed into his beast form, his wolf tail wagging excitedly. What is the matter? Haha, don't. That tickles. Sierra's tail brushed against Bai Lu. Lulu Xiao continued to tease her with his tail. All right, let us hurry. I'm not sure if we'll make it back before dark. Bai Lu laughed so hard that tears nearly streamed down her cheeks. No worries. I'll find a cave for us. We can spend the night outdoors. With that, he used his tail to wrap around Bai Lu and carry her on his back. Huh. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Surely it's not what she thinks, right? Why not? It's not our first time, after all. Sierra's voice came. deep and alluring, causing Bai Lu's face to flush instantly. Let us go already. We can talk about it when we return. Bai Lu, flustered, tugged at Sierra's neck. Stop messing around. I can't take it. Despite the thick fur shielding him, Sierra's blushing ears were visible to Bai Lu on his back. What can't you take? Bai Lu attempted to suppress her wandering thoughts. What do you think? His entire tail swiped across Bai Lu's face. The sudden sweep of his tail made her sneeze, and the flirtatious atmosphere dissipated like smoke in the wind. Lulu, are you all right? Sierra asked with concern. How am I? What do you think? Humph. She sneezed heavily once more. I didn't do it on purpose. Sierra paused, his innocent gaze fixed on Bai Lu. Don't play innocent. You did that on purpose. Achoo. Bai Lu remained resolute. Lulu, forgive me. I truly didn't mean it. Lulu, Sierra whined playfully. Humph. Let us move. We need to arrive early. Bai Lu teased him back, ensuring their journey was not delayed. All right. Sierra's wolfish grin returned. At the zenith of the sun, Sierra and Bai Lu rested beside a small stream. Here, have some water. Sierra offered Bai Lu water from the wooden pouch he had brought. You should drink some too. How far is it to the Sea of Flowers? Bai Lu asked. It's just ahead. We won't have to walk much further. Sierra replied. Are you sure? Not long ago, you mentioned it was still early. Yet the sun has ascended so high. Bai Lu harbored doubts regarding Hill's judgment. I am certain that a beast cannot be far off, Hill remarked, though he noted the peculiar expression on Bai Lu's face. Perhaps I miscalculated. I cannot fathom why it has taken us so long to arrive, Hill observed, casting a sidelong glance at Bai Lu. Let us proceed. Bai Lu, who walked ahead, cast Hill a look that suggested a begrudging acknowledgement of his presence. Yet Hill remained perplexed. After traversing a mere 100 meters, the landscape unveiled itself. There were no trees in sight, only a vast expanse of flowers, a mesmerizing tapestry of red and green. Beneath the foliage lay crimson lanterns, roughly the size of an infant's fist, exhibiting irregular shapes. Lantern peppers, Bai Lu exclaimed in astonishment, for there appeared to be at least an acre of pepper seedlings in this location. From a distance, the sprawling fields of peppers resembled a floral sea, the deep red hues intermingling with verdant greens, exuding a tantalizing aroma of spiciness. Bai Lu directly plucked one and placed it in her mouth. The spiciness was accompanied by a hint of sweetness, along with a touch of moisture. If cucumbers could be categorized as fruit, this pepper could certainly be deemed a fruit-flavored chili. Hill, let us take them all back. Bai Lu exclaimed joyfully. Take them back? That's a bit pungent, isn't it? Is it not poisonous? Hill, momentarily taken aback, was unprepared as Bai Lu took a bite. It's perfectly fine. It's good for beauty, and consuming it over time is beneficial for health. Plus, it tastes delightful. You should try it, Bai Lu asserted, her assertion bolstered by her past experience with this artificially cultivated pepper from the 20th century, which was advertised as non-toxic and beautifying. Ugh, Lulu. Can this really be eaten? Hill, having never encountered chili before, struggled to accept it, though Bai Lu was understanding. No worries. When we grill later, I'll add some for you, and you'll see its benefits. Besides, it even has a hint of sweetness. It's quite nice, Bai Lu said gleefully as she retrieved a beast hide pouch, preparing to harvest more. All right, suit yourself. Hill finished the water in the wooden pouch, the lingering taste still present. However, with the water's cleansing effect, a fragrant aftertaste surprisingly emerged, leaving Hill astonished. Lulu, what did you mean by beauty? He asked, genuinely perplexed. It means being strong and healthy, Bai Lu replied, momentarily disinterested in providing a detailed explanation, wondering if they could finish picking today. Oh, Hill responded. Why are you just standing there? Help me pick. I wonder if we can finish before tonight, Bai Lu urged. We should be able to finish by tomorrow, right? Are you sure this is useful? Hill inquired again, skeptical of such a peculiar benefit from something so unpalatable. It is useful. I'll share some with the tribe. And if anyone likes it, we can return next time. Bai Lu was already planning ahead. If they were to thrive in the serious tribe, a favorable environment must be established, starting with food. I doubt anyone would actually like it, Hill murmured, considering how distasteful it was. Hill, you're picking quickly. Keep it up. Bai Lu snapped back to reality, realizing she had filled half of her beast hide pouch, while Hill was almost filling his. No rush. Take your time. I'll gather most of it first. Let us make haste. Whatever Bai Lu desired, Hill would accommodate, despite finding it exceptionally unappetizing. Thank you. Bai Lu sprinted to Hill's side. Hey, be careful. Don't move. Just as Bai Lu steadied herself, a small black and white snake slithered by her feet, flicking its tongue. Bai Lu instinctively halted upon hearing Hill's words. With a swift motion, Hill seized the little snake by its vital point and, with a forceful throw, flung it far away. Lulu, it's all right now, Hill reassured. You nearly scared me to death, Bai Lu exclaimed as she lunged forward, and Hill caught her in his arms. Next time, be more cautious and avoid being so reckless, Hill advised, patting Bai Lu's back. I know, I was just too hasty earlier, Bai Lu murmured in Hill's embrace. Chapter 129, The Cleanup. Wow, such beautiful fruit. Is it delicious? Let me have a taste, Lank exclaimed as she immediately took a bite. Yuck, yuck, yuck. What is this flavor? Are you trying to poison me? She spluttered, gasping for water, her words barely coherent. Bai Lu had long prepared a wooden pouch for Lank, who eagerly snatched it away and drank the contents in one gulp. What is this delightful fragrance? Lank pondered, savoring the lingering taste. How is it? Quite exquisite, isn't it? Bai Lu inquired with a smile. Let me have another sip, Lank exclaimed, hastily retrieving the discarded chili pepper she had just nibbled and devouring it whole. This time, however, it was not as fiery. The previous piece had been particularly spicy, but this one was crisp and sweet, albeit still with a peculiar undertone that was somewhat tolerable. Of course, this is called chili. It can be eaten raw or cooked. There are many varieties we discovered, but unfortunately, we only brought back a portion. Once the orcs from Hill's organization gather the rest, we can all share, Bai Lu remarked. Planning to enjoy this for dinner. Let me taste that stir-fried dish. I'm famished. Lank patted her stomach. Don't be ridiculous. You just had lunch. And I will cook later tonight, Bai Lu replied, noting how her culinary skills had significantly improved since arriving in this world. All right, but wait. There's a banquet tonight. How could I possibly have time, boss? Lank suddenly remembered her prior commitment. No worries. If you can't wait, just munch on it directly, Bai Lu chuckled, covering her mouth in amusement. Boss, please don't tease me. Lank pouted. You're mocking me, she added, noticing Bai Lu suppressing her laughter. Not at all. Absolutely not. Bai Lu feigned composure, denying it the moment she was caught. Boss. Lank was taken aback by Bai Lu's swift change in demeanor. All right then. I'm off to sun-dry the mushrooms we collected, Bai Lu said, retrieving a winnowing basket from a nearby stone pedestal. This basket was a novel creation inspired by a design she had seen on television, woven from vines to hold only small vegetables like mushrooms. It wouldn't suffice for larger items like beans due to the gaps. Boss, this small amount of mushrooms won't be enough for me alone. Adding just 2 to a soup would only last a few days. I've asked Father to help me find more. These are for you, so don't hold back. Lank insisted, recalling that half of the mushrooms had been temporarily stored with Bai Lu, allowing Lank to take some whenever she wished. Don't worry. You'll be coming over for a meal anyway. It doesn't matter if you save any. Bai Lu set the basket at the cave entrance. Boss, I'm definitely coming for food. Your cooking is exceptional, and not everyone gets to enjoy it. Lank beamed with pride. As long as you're happy. If only there were seasonings, I could steam, stir-fry, or stew. My culinary skills aren't too shabby, Bai Lu replied. Lank, could you help me with a thorough cleaning today? The sun is blazing outside, and I'd like to tidy up the cave, but there are a few things I can't move, Bai Lu requested. Of course. I have nothing but time today. As long as you promise to cook me something delicious, I'll agree to anything, Lank responded readily. Then let us get started. Bai Lu was the first to approach her bed. The animal skins and furs on the bed had been given to her by Ruidao's mother. Although they were somewhat worn, they remained serviceable, especially given the current heat of the season. Each evening, she would gather them up and place them on the stone platform, opting to sleep directly on the stone bed for a cooler respite. Elder sister, what about these? Lanku inquired, puzzled. Let us wash them all. You must assist me shortly, Bai Lu replied. Once soaked, they could weigh dozens, if not hundreds, of pounds. Just discard them. Didn't T's second brother gift you several animal skins? You could simply use those without washing. Lanku attempted to dissuade Bai Lu from her task. They're still usable. If I wash them now, they can dry in the sun. Please help me carry them to the wooden barrel at the cave entrance, Bai Lu insisted, brushing away Lanku's hand. In no time, she had stripped the bed of all the animal skins. Very well, Lanku conceded, understanding Bai Lu's disposition. If she was determined to wash them, then wash them she would. Fortunately, there wasn't much clutter in the cave. Otherwise, tidying up would have been a hassle. As Bai Lu gathered the wooden barrel and bowl that Sierra had crafted for her, she piled her supplies together. Besides the animal skins at the cave entrance, everything else was organized. She sat down to rest for a moment, utterly exhausted. Her accumulated supplies were primarily stored in animal skin pouches, comprising 5 or 6 bags of wild fruits, a dozen bags of peppers, and 2 bags of solid grass, neatly arranged in a corner of the cave. These items were not easy to store, and it seemed she would need to devise a method to preserve them. During her organization, she noticed that some fruits had begun to leak, a sign of impending rot. Elder sister, shall we not simply dry them? Except for the solid grass, otherwise. They won't last long. Lanku acknowledged the issue, as she had never been one to store items. She would consume or distribute them to friends as soon as they were acquired. I was thinking the same. The solid grass poses no concern. It's best to make fruit preserves directly, the simplest solution. The peppers can be turned into chili sauce, although we lack sufficient ingredients for that. Should we not share some with the tribe? Bai Lu proposed. Certainly, let us proceed with that plan, Lanku agreed. Excellent. When Xiao arrives tomorrow, I'll inform him so he can arrange things. The cave is nearly tidy now. Come, let us wash the animal skins. Your assistance is greatly needed, Lanku. Bai Lu stated. All right, let us wash them in the river up ahead. The water flows continuously, eliminating the need to change locations, Lanku suggested. Indeed. Having been here for 2 days, I have yet to thoroughly explore our new tribe. I'm fortunate to have you, Bai Lu remarked. Of course, elder sister. I am Lanku, esteemed in our tribe. Lanku declared proudly, lifting her chin. Yes, esteemed Lanku. Bai Lu responded with a smile. By the way, Lanku, how is your elder brother faring? Bai Lu suddenly recalled Heir's severed arm. Fortunately, he had been recovering over the past few days. Though it was regrettable that they could only rely on the meat distributed by the tribe and the fruits gathered by Guy. Their mother often went to care for them. But it seemed that their elder brother disapproved and had driven her away. Lanku remarked that Heir was ungrateful. Once we finish washing, let us go visit Heir. He was supposed to be a formidable warrior in the tribe, and given what has transpired, he must be feeling quite troubled. We ought to show understanding, Bai Lu said. Indeed, I feel pity for our elder brother, Lanku agreed, though she still could not forgive Heir for repeatedly sending their mother away. Subsequently, Bai Lu and Lanku made their way to the great river not far from their cave. The water remained clear, revealing the riverbed, though it was muddy. Any sudden movements would stir up sediment, rendering their efforts to clean the animal hides futile. Lanku noted that her chosen spot was perfectly situated between 2 large stones. Free from mud, a most favorable location. Chapter 130. Fei Iya. Who do we have here? Is that not Lanku and her leader Bai Lu? A familiar voice interrupted them as Bai Lu and Lanku washed the hides by the riverbank. Fei. Lanku turned to see Fei accompanied by an unfamiliar female watching them. I am Fei. Step aside. I need to wash my feet here, Fei declared, stepping forward with the intent to push Lanku aside. Both Bai Lu and Lanku were taken aback by Fei's sudden movement and instinctively dodged. However, they could not escape entirely, and both fell into the water. Luckily, they had found a spot where the water was relatively shallow and the mud below was minimal. Otherwise, they would have surely plunged in completely. Bai Lu stood up, her fur blanket completely soiled by mud, and it would likely take a considerable amount of time to clean it. What are you doing? Lank also rose to her feet, shouting at Fei. I did nothing, just stumbled. She replied innocently, though a glimmer of amusement danced in her eyes. You lunatic. Bai Lu felt an urge to curse, yet her disposition restrained her. Is it cool down there? Hurry up. If you fall ill, it will be too late. Fei chuckled smugly. Neither Lank nor Bai Lu were instigators. They merely remembered Fei's earlier proclamation that, now that she was with child, they would have to endure her antics. Lank maneuvered around a large rock, intending to retrieve her fur blanket, planning to have Bai Lu take it downstream to wash. Oh, that was unintentional. A large stone fell perilously close to Lank's feet, the culprit maintaining a throwing stance. You female, don't think I'm afraid of you, Lank exclaimed, her temper flaring as she prepared to confront her. Stop, Lank, let us change our location, Bai Lu interjected. She was not cowardly, but considering Fei's condition, she felt compassion. Fei, refrain from provoking us. If I lose control, I will simply throw you out of the tribe. Lank possessed the strength to do so, towering above most females. And with Fei's stature being only slightly taller than Bai Lu's, she could easily lift her. So what if I do provoke you? You are powerless against me. Let me be frank. I am the offspring of the Golden Lion clan as chieftain, and I will eventually return to my tribe with Kabu. Fei declared with an air of arrogance. And so what? You've birthed a child before reaching adulthood? Is that not absurd? Are you deceiving me? Lank challenged, breaking free from Bai Lu's grasp and standing directly before Fei. Indeed, I am deceiving you, for I disdain you. always stirring trouble within the tribe. And now you linger around this cub. Kabu likes you so much, yet you do not reciprocate. Fei's cheeks flushed with indignation. Kabu likes me? Lang found it hard to believe. She had never perceived any affection from him. Kabu brings you meat and wild herbs every time I visit him. He offers you what he finds and blushes. Fei felt wronged, being the daughter of the Golden Lion clan's chieftain, yet her affection for a beast man seemed unrequited. Who said that? I have no connection with him. Lang firmly denied, feeling that Kabu's gifts were merely messages from her elder brother. He treats you so well. Fei countered. That's because my elder brother asked him to deliver it to me as a gift for my leader. Moreover, Kabu does not favor you. So spare your efforts, Lang kindly reminded her. Not interested in me? Then who? I am so exceptional that even beasts are drawn to me, Fei proclaimed with an expression of self-assuredness. Bai Lu found Fei to be excessively narcissistic. This infatuated youth was indeed fragile, not wishing to engage in conflict. She declared her intention to wash the animal skins instead. Lang, having expressed much, felt no desire to argue with Fei either. Subsequently, as Fei observed Bai Lu and Lang depart, she remained rooted in place, yearning for companionship herself. Dear leader, I feel a tinge of sympathy for Fei. From her demeanor, it is evident that Kabu has disregarded her, Lang remarked with a smirk of schadenfreude. Well, let us not dwell on her. Assist me with the washing, for we shall be laboring for quite some time. Bai Lu moved to another area, retrieving the animal skin bedding for cleansing, striking it with a stick. Lang lent her assistance. And through their combined efforts, they managed to complete the washing of 2 bed sheets, actually 6 pieces of animal skin, 2 pillows, and 2 blankets for covering, as well as 2 for padding, before dusk fell. Lulu, have you finished washing? Sierra arrived only after Bai Lu had completed her task. We are done, Bai Lu replied. Brother, you could have come earlier, Lang added. My father summoned me for a matter. I arrived as soon as I could, Sierra said, carrying a wooden basin. Lulu, you must be weary. Perhaps I should take over the washing next time. Xiao expressed concern. No need. I am perfectly capable of washing myself. Come. The evening festivities are about to commence. Bai Lu estimated it to be around 5 or 6 in the afternoon. Brother, we encountered a rather arrogant female earlier. Had our leader not been present, I would have struck her, she proclaimed, raising her fist. What transpired? Sierra inquired. Bai Lu recounted the incident from the beginning, detailing how Lang was pushed. That Fei, try to be patient with her. She is the offspring of the Golden Lion clan's chief and is destined to become the clan leader, Sierra revealed astonishing news. Isn't the chief chosen based on merit? Bai Lu questioned. Merit? Sierra appeared puzzled. Surely, the most powerful and wise beast folk within the tribe should be selected as chief, Bai Lu asserted, clearly believing Fei to be unworthy. Indeed, our leader's words ring true. She is unsuitable, and her arrogance is concerning for the future, Lang concurred. Let us not discuss her further. My stomach has been unsettled from the spicy food lately, and I've noticed the absence of mint in the tribe. When we have time, let us gather some to brew, Bai Lu suggested to Sierra. Very well. Once this busy period passes and before the rainy season arrives, I shall make time to accompany you, Sierra promised earnestly. There's no need for that, Sierra. If you are occupied, I can seek assistance from other beast folk, Bai Lu replied. That is not the same. You are my partner. You must wait for me. No, I shall go gather some for you now. Just wait. Without allowing Bai Lu a chance to respond, Sierra placed the wooden basin in the cave, where beast folk stood guard outside. Bai Lu and Lang have just arrived. Otherwise, they would have had to retrieve it themselves. Boss, you must dress beautifully tonight. It is not merely a celebration, but something more significant, Lang remarked mysteriously. Is there any special significance? Bai Lu inquired casually. Nothing in particular. Just ensure you rest well, Lang replied with a broad smile. Lang, Bai Lu called out. What is it? Smile more often. The orcs will surely be more fond of you. Bai Lu sincerely believed that Lang's beaming smile resembled that of a little angel, charming and delightful. Chapter 131, The Celebration, Part 1, As Night Fell. The open space of the wolf clan was adorned with various roasted meats and fruits set upon stone pedestals encircling the area. 3 bonfires flickered in the center, with wild game hanging from a nearby tree trunk, allowing any female or orc who wished to roast their own meat. The orcs mingled jovially, while the females whispered amongst themselves, occasionally blushing as young orc females revealed their upper bodies, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Boss, let me tell you. This is the last celebration before the rainy season, and it's particularly important, Lang said with a mischievous grin. What do you mean? Bai Lu asked, puzzled. Well, the main focus this time is for those females without partners to gather together. Perhaps I might even find my beloved, Lank said, her cheeks flushing slightly. But Lank, aren't you still underage? Bai Lu questioned. Is it possible to find a partner at such a young age? Boss, if the opportunity arises. It's just like you and the second brother. First, there's a little dalliance, then you become mates, Lank explained, her face growing even redder. There's nothing between me and your second brother. We are merely friends. Nothing has happened, really. Bai Lu noticed her words becoming increasingly muddled, ultimately choosing silence. Boss, I understand. You're still underage. If there were to be any little ones, do let me know early, Lank said. All right, let us find a place to sit, Bai Lu suggested, pulling Lank to sit on one of the stone pedestals. Lank, oh dear, why didn't you come with me to gather fruits? A female with a freckled face called out. And Chun, it's been ages. Where have you been? I thought Lank had mentioned you, Bai Lu replied. I've been with my father, so I didn't get hurt, and Chun said, understanding Lank's meaning. I'm glad you're safe, that is fortunate. By the way, this is my boss. Lank suddenly remembered Bai Lu was still beside her. Bai Lu smiled at Chun. I have known for a long time. Hello. My name is Chun, she introduced herself. Bai Lu, unfamiliar with Chun, found herself at a loss for words. Chun, come and sit down. We have just managed to survive a trial, so let us indulge in a feast of meat tonight, Lan Ke beckoned. Lan Ke, ever since you found a leader, you no longer seek my company. It truly saddens me, Chun feigned a sense of grievance. Chun, you have not sought me out either. Have you become so enamored with your orc that you have forgotten me? Lan Ke teased. Nonsense. I have yet to find a mate. Chun lowered her gaze. So, today is the day? Lan Ke inquired. Chun nodded in affirmation. This evening's gathering served as a form of courtship. Once it commenced, the orcs would engage in contests, determining who would confess their affections to their desired females based on the outcomes. The orcs would prepare their roasted meat in advance, should a female accept the offerings. It signified her agreement. Once both parties reached adulthood, a bonding ceremony would take place. It begins, Bai Lu announced. Indeed, as Bai Lu's words echoed, a designated space emerged in the center, and two orcs stepped forward, ready to commence. Before them stood two orcs transformed into their beast forms, two white wolves, distinguishable by one having a patch of black fur around its neck and the other adorned with several black spots along its back. The fur atop their heads danced gently in the breeze. The spotted wolf lunged, while the one with the black neck fur dodged and countered. The two exchanged blows until, ultimately, the spotted wolf emerged victorious and approached a female with its roasted meat. At this moment, the orc exhibited visible anxiety. If the female rejected him, he would have to await another opportunity, one that was not easily obtained. Fortunately, the female accepted, and the orc whisked her away, prompting laughter from the other orcs and females alike. What are they off to do? Bai Lu inquired. Leader, it is best not to ask. You will understand when you and second brother partake in such an event, Lan Ke replied with a knowing tone. Oh, Bai Lu remained somewhat oblivious, but refrained from probing further. As Hill approached, Lulu, be sure to eat well. Tonight we have prepared the meat of the red bird beast, which is particularly suited for females. Hill gestured toward an unassuming bowl of meat on the table. Red bird beast. Chun and Lan Ke exclaimed in unison. Indeed, Lan Ke. You should eat plenty as well. This red bird meat is quite rare. If not for tonight's gathering, it would not have been shared, Hill explained. What kind of beast is the red bird beast? Bai Lu asked, her confusion evident. The red bird beast? Leader, you do not know. Lan Ke expressed her astonishment. Lan Ke, I am unfamiliar with it. Perhaps it is a matter of different nomenclature. In my tribe, we refer to them as females, while here, they are called females. Bai Lu offered an explanation. Very well, let second brother enlighten you. I have yet to encounter a living red bird beast. Lank Ke gazed at Hill with eager anticipation, yearning to hear the tale once more. The red bird beast, a creature dwelling deep within the shadowy forest, stands a meter tall with a tuft of crimson feathers atop its head. The more vibrant the red, the greater its age, and consequently, the more delectable its flesh. Such beasts are scarce, existing primarily in pairs, devoid of any larger community. They bear only a single offspring in their lifetime, typically comprising 2 or 3 eggs, rendering them exceedingly rare. However, their beaks are formidable. A single bite can create a gaping wound. Fortunately, we have captured 3 redbird beasts, and for this evening's gathering, I have brought 1/4 for every beast man and female to savor, Hill elaborated. Such a large bowl, with so many females and beastmen present, This single bowl, albeit only the size of Hill's palm, must contain a considerable amount, given that a single beast can weigh up to 100 pounds. Fear not, indulge yourself. This has been prepared especially for you, Hill gently assured Bai Lu. How did you know I would sit here? What if I had chosen a different spot? Bai Lu pondered, recalling her casual decision to take a seat. Did you not just see it brought over? You were so entranced that you failed to notice, Hill replied. Is that so? Bai Lu questioned, feeling as though the bowl had been there all along. Indeed, Hill nodded. Out of Bai Lu's sight, Hill discreetly gave Lanku a thumbs up. Chief, stop overthinking and eat. Lanku urged, her own appetite having grown insatiable. All right, Bai Lu said as she picked up a piece and took a delicate bite. Though she had enjoyed some vegetables recently, she had grown weary of roasted meat and held little hope for this dish. Wow, it's still incredibly delicious, she exclaimed, the sound of her chewing harmonizing with Lanku's delight. Yes, this redbird is indeed remarkable, Bai Lu affirmed, nodding in praise. Hill, you must try a bite as well. Bai Lu offered the meat to Hill. Without hesitation, Hill accepted and took a hearty bite, sharing a smile with Bai Lu. Chapter 132, The Gathering, Part 2. Lulu, I have brought back the potatoes you mentioned last time and placed them in the cave. You can check if they are the kind you desired, Hill said while eating. Potatoes? Potatoes, Bai Lu exclaimed, suddenly remembering. Hill had reminded her of her previous request to dig up their roots. Hill, I am overjoyed, she said, smacking her greasy lips and planting a kiss on Hill. Lulu Hill's gaze softened to a watery sheen. She had kissed him in front of everyone. Ahem. Focus on watching them fight. Bai Lu coughed twice, urging Hill to refrain from gazing at her so affectionately. That is a contest of strength, she began. But before Hill could finish, a beastman approached. Bai Lu, would you care for some of my roasted meat? A pair of enchanting almond-shaped eyes, cascading long hair, and fair skin concealing a prominent nose and delicate crimson lips create a mesmerizing visage. No need, I am sated, Bai Lu replied. With Sierra by her side, she had no intention of courting other orcs, even if this particular orc possessed striking features. Bai Lu, the orc's sudden elevation in tone startled her. A fleeting glance revealed that the towering figure, exceeding 2 meters in height, was attempting to approach her, but fortunately, Sierra stood in his way. Yun, she is my mate, Sierra warned, calling out to the orc named Yun. Not yet. I too hold affection for her. How about a contest? It would be a splendid opportunity to assess the fruits of your travels, Yun declared, challenging Sierra. Very well. Sierra readily accepted, determined not to relinquish his beloved Lulu. The two swiftly turned towards the central platform. Bai Lu could not discern whether Sierra or Yun struck first, but the ensuing clash was intense. Both combatants refraining from assuming their beastly forms. Bai Lu found herself at a loss regarding how to handle the matter. Yet she was acutely aware of one fundamental truth. Her affection for Hill rendered her impervious to the advances of other beastmen. Hill, I adore you, Bai Lu shouted to the two individuals caught in a complicated emotional tangle. In an astonishing display of speed, Hill launched an attack on Yun, who, caught off guard, faltered momentarily, resulting in a misstep that enabled Hill to land a decisive blow. Subsequently, Yun appeared to surrender, enduring a relentless onslaught from Hill. Lulu, come, indulge in some roasted meat, Hill proclaimed after his vigorous confrontation with Yun, presenting the succulent red bird meat as a gesture of goodwill. Had Hill not prepared the celebratory feast, it would have been quite awkward, especially with the other beastmen of the tribe observing the scene. Bai Lu took a bite of the roasted meat held by Sierra. Initially, she had no intention of eating it, but Sierra insisted, and with the gaze of the orc upon them, she reluctantly took a bite and then set it aside. Good girl. Sierra affectionately patted her head. Sierra, I did not lose to you. I lost to Bai Lu, Yun declared, fixing her gaze on Sierra. You shall have no opportunity. Sierra asserted his dominance, then publicly kissed Bai Lu. A flicker of pain crossed Yun's eyes as she turned away. Lulu, you are truly remarkable. Sierra expressed genuine delight, grateful for Bai Lu's cooperation. Come here, Bai Lu said sternly, pulling Sierra to a secluded corner. Sierra obediently followed, enveloped in a state of blissful happiness. Indeed, it was splendid. Sierra, why did you fight with others? Bai Lu asked, perplexed. She had already promised to be Sierra's partner. There was no need to accept roasted meat from others and resort to such violence. It was for you. I am destined to be your future partner. Sierra professed with heartfelt sincerity, yet Bai Lu remained lost in her thoughts, not truly observing Sierra. Yes, you are my future partner. But what does that have to do with fighting others? Bai Lu questioned, wondering why a gentler approach was not employed, considering the severity of the beating inflicted. He wanted to give you roasted meat. I couldn't allow you to accept it, or else you might become someone else's partner, Sierra lamented, feeling quite aggrieved, as she could not permit any uncertain risks to linger. After listening, Bai Lu said nothing. She simply rose on her toes and planted a kiss on Hill's chin. But only after he had crouched down. Hill, filled with surprise, noted that Bai Lu was not one to initiate kisses often. When he contemplated returning the kiss, Bai Lu seemed to anticipate his move, retreating towards the path back to the square while calling out loudly, "Hill, let's go eat barbecue." Hill chuckled helplessly, then approached her with a sincere smile. Upon their return to the square, they found Luca seated, her gaze lost somewhere, her eyes shimmering with light and her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Bai Lu and Hill exchanged a glance, and an unspoken understanding lingered between them. "Lulu, I have matters to attend to. I shall join you shortly," Hill remarked. "All right," Bai Lu replied, and Hill departed. "Boss, you've arrived. What were you and second brother up to?" Luca noted Bai Lu's entrance, her expression betraying no signs of surprise, merely continuing her playful banter. "Was there anything significant that transpired?" Bai Lu inquired. "Nothing of consequence," Luca hurriedly denied. Faced with Bai Lu's meaningful gaze, Luca found herself at a loss for words and fell into a contemplative silence. "It's nothing. Merely an orc who, after winning a contest, astonishingly failed to confess to any female. Quite peculiar, indeed," and Chun interjected, having remained silent until then. "All right, and Chun, boss. Let us feast. Meat. Meat," Luca eagerly called out. Oh, Bai Lu intentionally elongated her response. Luca seized a piece of roasted meat, only to inadvertently dip it into Bai Lu's sauce, a simple concoction of chili paste, salt, and pepper. Alas, unaware of the impending consequence, Luca was taken aback by the fiery heat, her tongue darting out in surprise. As Bai Lu passed the water over, Lanku took a hearty gulp, the bowl akin to the size of a sea basin. Although a lingering spiciness remained on his palate, Lanku could nearly disregard it. "Boss," Lanku exclaimed helplessly. Bai Lu, who had initially covered her mouth to stifle a laugh, was compelled to burst into laughter. "All right, enough. What's so amusing?" Lanku, in the midst of expressing his thoughts, found himself yearning for barbecued meat, but, despite his hesitation, picked up the water cup instead. This time, Bai Lu could no longer contain her laughter. "Boss, if you keep laughing, I won't talk to you anymore." "Humph," Lanku remarked. "Fine, I shall refrain from laughing." It was then that Lanku noticed and Chun discreetly chuckling beside them. All right, I want to laugh. By the way, what was that cloud about earlier? Did it really dare to challenge your second brother?" Bai Lu, suppressing her laughter while observing Lanku's expression, suddenly recalled. "What's wrong with challenging my second brother? Only by challenging him can you avoid being coveted by other beastmen. That's splendid, otherwise, I wouldn't spare him." Lanku responded with enthusiasm. "That's not what I meant. I merely wanted to say that I've never seen anyone challenge your second brother. After all, he hasn't yet come of age. Yet he remains one of the most formidable beastmen within the tribe," Bai Lu clarified. Chapter 133, The Evening Gathering, Part 3, Bai Lu. While Lanku and Bai Lu were engaged in their casual conversation, they distinctly heard someone calling out. Bai Lu glanced around. The voice was rather familiar. Yet when she turned her head, she found no one present, at least, not yet noticed. "Over here." This shifted Bai Lu's attention entirely. It turned out to be Guozi. "What are you doing in that corner?" Lanku approached with a few strides. Look, Lanku, this is something precious." Guozi tenderly lifted the animal hide covering his treasure. "What are you staring at? It's not as if you've never seen it before." Lanku, noticing the nearby females casting furtive glances, spoke with irritation. "Let me take a look." This ignited the curiosity of both Bai Lu and Lanku. What could be so fascinating? "Wow, how beautiful." The exclamations came from Bai Lu and Lanku, both astonished by Guozi's hidden treasures. "I want to try it." Lanku eagerly volunteered. "No." Guozi quickly halted Lanku's movement. Lanku, bewildered, questioned the meaning behind it. "You can't eat this," Guozi replied anxiously. "Why not?" Lanku asked, lamenting the loss of such a shiny object. "This is a stone I found by the river, stunning, isn't it? It's a delight to behold in the cave," Guozi proclaimed proudly. Bai Lu, standing aside, could hardly bear to watch. "Bai Lu, don't look down on these stones. Come here, show. Look. The females around are quite fond of them. I originally wanted to give them to you, and yet you disdain them." Guozi whispered into Bai Lu's ear, pouting slightly. "You want to give them to us? Really? Lanka cautiously glanced at the nearby females, aware that if they all rushed in, they would certainly lose these stones. After all, the nature of females, even in a beastly world, remains unchanged in their love for beauty. Just pick a few, leave some for me. Hee hee, Guozi chuckled innocently. I didn't expect you to have such good fortune, then I won't hold back. Lanka stealthily selected 2 or 3 stones from beneath the stone table, illuminated by the faint firelight. While stones may be deemed useful or useless, the ones Guozi found were quite special. They came in many colors, with the most striking being a translucent pink flecked with bits of wood, resembling amber, yet cool to the touch. Upon closer inspection, one could see the wood fragments evoking the scene of snowflakes drifting through the air. These stones were particularly eye-catching and rare, while others were also lovely. But none matched the stunning appeal of this pink one. I'll take just one. When it was Bai Lu's turn, she casually picked up a pink stone. Although these may be of no practical use, they are quite pleasing to the eye. I might as well take a couple more. Guozi had always wished to express gratitude for Bai Lu's assistance. Today, having found these stones by the riverbank and enchanted by their beauty, he, being of the same gender, wished to gift them to Bai Lu. No need. Look, Lan Ku, the clan leader has something to say. Bai Lu initially intended to tell Guozi that she did not require so much, but was interrupted upon seeing the chieftain gesture for silence from the central platform. Oh dear. Cough cough. At that moment, Lank had his mouth stuffed with fruit and roasted meat, and upon Bai Lu's tap, he instantly choked and began to cough. Lank, here. Have some water. Are you all right? Bai Lu was not being intentional in her actions. And no, I'm fine. After drinking some water, although he still felt a bit uncomfortable, it was no longer a significant issue. Fellow clansmen, the recent incident with the black beast has passed, though our original territory has been seized by wild beasts. We have now discovered a new place to reside. Here, the wild fruits are abundant, and the meat from beasts is even more delectable. However, the rainy season is fast approaching, and during this time, we must stockpile enough beast meat, wild fruits, and herbs to prepare for its arrival. Good, good. The orcs and females echoed in agreement, their excitement palpable. Now, each of us holds a bowl of pumpkin soup, a vital sustenance. Drink it. Chieftain Ta reiterated. Drink, drink. The chorus of agreement rang out once more, and soon everyone finished their bowls of pumpkin soup, quietly awaiting the chieftain's further instructions. Akin to soldiers poised for battle under their general's command. Boss, Dad is truly imposing. Lank whispered to Bai Lu, sharing a conspiratorial moment. Bai Lu and Lank were positioned directly opposite the chieftain of the tribe. The keen hearing of the orc allowed Ta to catch a glimpse of his precious little female's audacious distraction. Lank, do you have something to say? Ta inquired pointedly. No. I simply wish to become the chieftain. It appears quite dignified, Lank replied. The primary reason was that this would allow her to leave the tribe at will. If her second brother ventured out next time, she could follow openly, free from scrutiny. Lank's thoughts were perhaps known to all. Yet she would undoubtedly not achieve her desire. Lank, you will be responsible for the storage of this harvest, Ta stated with gravity. Lank could hardly believe her ears. Although she was reluctant to admit it, she indeed had a mischievous streak and had never contemplated that her father would assign her such responsibilities within the tribe. Can you manage? Ta queried, noticing Lank's prolonged silence. Yes. Bai Lu nudged Lank's shoulder, rousing her from her state of shock. Excellent. Ta expressed his delight. Very well. This task is now entrusted to you. With that, he turned away, a sly smile playing upon his lips. Lank, are you certain you want to take charge of this matter? Bai Lu asked once more. Of course. What is the issue? Lank still hadn't grasped the situation. How will you manage it? Bai Lu guided her. Simply have the females of the tribe gather the fruits. It's that straightforward. Lank thought it quite simple. Will the females heed your command? We've just offended them, Bai Lu reminded her, noting that the surrounding females were already aware of their presence but had been obstructed. Would those females listen to her? Surely not. The rainy season is approaching. They shouldn't be so obstinate, Lank replied uncertainly. But isn't they're the eldest brother? You're the best. Think of a way for me, will you? Lank whined playfully. Fear not, Lank, you still have me. I shall assist, Guozi declared, pledging his loyalty. Very well, you are commendable, Lank feigned seriousness, patting Guozi on the shoulder. Guozi was delighted to be of help, he beamed. Indeed. We shall all lend a hand. If the females refuse to comply, we can have your second brother teach them a lesson, Bai Lu suggested. Oh, and there's the second brother. I am not afraid, she said, her voice trembling as she spoke. Bai Lu and Guozi exchanged amused glances at Lang's despondent demeanor, stifling their laughter. Come on, leader, I want to eat your potatoes. Let us go get them. Lang changed the subject. Potatoes? I think I have an idea. Before Bai Lu could ponder further, Lang had already begun to urge her on. Hurry up. Leader, what are you doing? Chapter 134. After the evening gala, as Bai Lu and Lan Ku returned to the cave to fetch potatoes for roasting in the square, the evening gala was drawing to a close. Most of the single females had found their partners and departed, leaving behind only a handful of orcs who languidly consumed roasted meat, creating a rather desolate scene. Come on, let's continue. We are definitely going to enjoy some potatoes today. Lan Ku exclaimed with enthusiasm. All right, Bai Lu replied, feeling famished after working so hard. She had only managed to eat some redbird meat earlier, and was now looking forward to something more substantial, especially since Guozi and Inchun had long since returned to their slumber. Big sister, what is your tribe like? Lan Ku inquired as she savored her food. Bai Lu hesitated momentarily, about to share her thoughts, when Lan Ku interjected again. Big sister, although you've never mentioned your tribe, I can sense it must be formidable. Now that you are the intended partner of the second brother, will you return there in the future? Or will the second brother leave as well? Lan Ku's sudden question interrupted Bai Lu's train of thought. I suppose I won't be going back anymore, Bai Lu stated earnestly. Don't worry, I will tell you when I do. Really? Lan Ku seemed somewhat hurt by the response. Yes. Bai Lu nodded affirmatively. All right then, Lan Ku said, slightly resigned. Don't worry. I won't leave. I still want to explore the beast world with you. Bai Lu's laughter dispelled the somber atmosphere. You tricked me. Lan Ku realized and began to tickle Bai Lu. No, stop it. I'm sorry, Bai Lu surrendered, as she was particularly sensitive to tickling. Lan Ku resumed gnawing on her roasted meat. Big sister, we should go fruit picking tomorrow to stock up. Otherwise, we won't have enough time, Lan Ku expressed her concern, suddenly realizing the magnitude of the task she had unwittingly agreed to. Don't worry, our tribe's people will assist us, Bai Lu reassured her. Indeed. What was I thinking? Lan Ku exclaimed, slapping her forehead in exasperation. Bai Lu stifled a laugh, saying, Come, let us sleep together tonight. She pulled Lang towards her cave. We've only just eaten. And now we must leave? I am still hungry, Lang complained, though his hand instinctively rested on his stomach. One should not eat too much in the evening. Let us go. I am feeling drowsy, Bai Lu replied. Very well, I shall begrudgingly accompany you to sleep tonight. Lang exclaimed, his voice notably loud. Lower your voice. Do you not see those around you? Despite the absence of alcohol, Bai Lu suspected that Lang was inebriated. Where? Let me see, boss. I tell you, forget about second brother. I shall stay with you. Lang's voice remained exuberantly loud. As Bai Lu noticed the surrounding orcs glancing back at her, an awkward tension enveloped the moment. All right. Let us go, she said, pulling Lan Ku along at a pace akin to running. Boss, what are you afraid of? With me, Lan Ku, by your side. You needn't worry. Lan Ku was particularly exuberant that evening. Upon their return to the cave, they had garnered the attention of numerous orcs along the way. It was truly amusing how she fell asleep as soon as they returned, all while claiming she was tea-full. Bai Lu mumbled to herself as she tucked the blanket around her, then fetched some water to wipe Lan Ku down. Good night. Exhausted. Bai Lu nestled beside Lan Ku and drifted into a deep slumber. The following day, a beam of sunlight streamed onto Bai Lu and Lan Ku's bed, stirring both from their slumber as their eyes fluttered open. Lan Ku, time to get up. Bai Lu prodded Lan Ku with her foot, unaware of where she had kicked. As the still sleepy Bai Lu paid no mind. Can you loosen your grip? That hurts. Lan Ku jolted awake, bewildered by the suddenness of the situation. Neither of them comprehended what was happening until the voice of Yang broke through. Is Bai Lu there? Is Lan Ku inside? Gradually regaining a semblance of awareness. They both sat up in a haze, their eyes meeting as their garments hung loosely. They both exclaimed in unison, fully alert now, hurriedly donning their clothes. Lan Ku was the first to get dressed, while Bai Lu remained seated on the bed, merely draping herself in her attire. At that moment, they had entirely forgotten about Yang, until he, perturbed, burst in. What is going on? Are there beasts? How are you two? Yang's flustered entrance revealed a now-dressed Lan Ku and a pensive Bai Lu, her head bowed in contemplation. Another shriek escaped Bai Lu as she instinctively wrapped herself in the fur blanket, even though she was merely turned away from the door. Get out, she shouted when Yang remained silent for too long. Okay, he stammered, finally responding to her urgency. Honestly, How could he barge in when the boss isn't even fully dressed? Lan Ku remarked with a hint of mischief. Lan Ku, you should step outside. Don't you have to tend to the fruit picking? Bai Lu suggested. Right, I'm off then. Boss, it's all fine. I don't mind at all. What is the big deal? It's just that I saw you, albeit a little exposed, Lan Ku replied. But her words were cut short by Bai Lu's sharp reprimand. Get out. Bai Lu pointed toward the exit. Okay, as you wish, Lan Ku responded hastily as she exited. Once Lan Ku left, Bai Lu clutched the blanket tightly, burying her face in it, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Lan Ku, honestly, she won't be sleeping here again. Why bring it up? Bai Lu pounded the bed in frustration. Forget it, I want he stoop to their level. Today, I plan to ask Sierra to help me build a cellar. I wonder if he's around the tribe. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Bai Lu's feverish face gradually cooled as she contemplated her plans for the day. By the time Bai Lu finished tidying up and set out, the sun had already risen high in the sky. Where are you off to, little Bai Lu? Inquired her neighbor, Sayo, who lived not far from her. I dropped something off for Lan Ku. She needs it today, Bai Lu explained. For she had yet to form a partnership with Shi and wished to avoid any gossip behind her back. All right, be careful on your way, Sayo said, passing by her with a piece of wood half a meter wide. Yes, you too, Sayo, Bai Lu replied, turning to walk in the opposite direction. She pondered whether Shi would manage to handle the cellar. She hoped so. If not, she could always catch some fish to pickle today. There was still a barrel of salt left from her last batch, which should suffice for 100 pounds of fish. As Bai Lu muttered to herself along the path, she suddenly collided with an orc ahead. Where are you off to, little female? Came a new voice, one that could enchant the ears. Bai Lu looked up sharply. And as she had suspected, it was an exceptionally handsome orc. With sword-like brows framing sparkling eyes, a prominent nose, and lips neither too thick nor too thin. His long hair was tied back, and his colorful attire harmoniously complemented his striking presence, especially his voice, which could captivate anyone. I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to bump into you, Bai Lu said, noticing the orc's melancholic gaze, as if she had committed a grave offense. Not a problem. Where are you headed? I could accompany you, the sorrowful orc offered. No, thank you. I can manage on my own, Bai Lu replied and continued on her way. The orc's eyes, filled with sadness, seemed to touch others' emotions. He was indeed a peculiar orc, Bai Lu thought as she walked. Before long, she arrived at the chief's residence. Currently, Shi still lived with the chief, but he would move out once he matured and formed a partnership. Lantima, is Shi home? Bai Lu called out, as typically females would be at home. No, he has gone hunting. Is there something you need? Come in and wait for him, Lanti replied. All right, Bai Lu said. She had no desire to seek out other orcs and only wished to find Shi, as she intended to venture outside the tribe in search of other plants. Upon entering Lantima's cave, she found it tidy and inviting. Aside from a stone bed, there were several stone tables, their irregular shapes oddly harmonious. At the entrance hung a plant adorned with blue flowers, adding a touch of elegance to the cave. Little Bai Lu, this is my cave with your Tada. Come, I will take you to Shi's cave, Lantima said, sensing Bai Lu's shyness. Okay. Bai Lu replied. Although she had promptly agreed to accompany Lantima to their cave, she regretted her words as soon as they left her mouth. Over there is Shi's cave. He should be back soon. Let us enjoy roasted meat here for lunch today instead of going back, Lantima added. Landy remarked. I shall prepare today's meal. You may rest inside. In the eyes of Landy's mother, Bai Lu's health was quite frail, especially considering her recent spate of injuries. All right, Bai Lu thought, filled with anticipation about what Hill's cave might be like, as she had never seen it before. Upon drawing aside the curtain, she beheld a space that was fairly tidy. Perhaps even pristine, for within it lay only a stone bed, devoid of any other furnishings. Bai Lu sat upon the bed and discovered that it was quite spacious. The beast skin quilt and garments belonging to Sierra were strewn across the bed, not particularly neat, yet their presence did not seem out of place. Bai Lu took the initiative to tidy up Hill's room and soon fell into a deep slumber upon lying on Hill's bed, utterly exhausted. As a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, Bai Lu gradually stirred from her dreams. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with the sight of Hill, weary yet attentive, gazing at her from the bedside. Are you hungry, Lulu? Hill inquired, her voice imbued with a gentle warmth, akin to melted honey, filling Bai Lu's heart with sweetness. Yes, I am hungry, Bai Lu replied instinctively, as it was indeed true. Here, this is the roasted meat I prepared myself. Allow me to feed you. Without delay, Hill began to tear off a piece of the beast's meat to offer to Bai Lu. As Bai Lu realized the situation, she picked up the roasted meat and began to eat heartily. Slow down, Hill said indulgently. Initially, she was merely distracted while consuming the meat. But Hill's words caused her to choke slightly, after which she regained her composure. Lulu, is there something you wish to discuss with me? Hill inquired. Is it not permissible to seek you out without a specific reason? You are my boyfriend now. You should come to keep me company even when there is nothing pressing. Bai Lu replied, though she had not intended to express it in such a manner. No, Lulu, I went hunting and came to join you afterward. Please don't be upset. Hill hastily reassured her, sensing her dissatisfaction. It's not that, Hill, that's not what I meant. I simply miss you, Bai Lu murmured. Her gaze lowered and her demeanor shy. Oh, you miss me? Hill initially failed to grasp her words, as his face still bore an expression of melancholy. What? Lulu? Could you repeat that? It didn't take long for Hill to comprehend, and he responded with delight. Lulu, do you truly miss me? He exclaimed, pulling Bai Lu into a warm embrace. She replied, still holding the roasted meat, enveloped in his embrace. Bai Lu seemed to forget the skewers in her hand. Completely enveloped in Hill's embrace, and she wrapped her arms around him in return. Lulu, I miss you too, Hill confessed earnestly. The atmosphere between the two was such that no one could intrude upon it, until the arrival of Aunt Randy broke the moment. Hill, take little Bai Lu out. We are going to gather fruits. Only then did they awaken from their reverie. Hill feigned nonchalance, while Bai Lu, blushing, finally registered the skewers in her hand and took a hearty bite, both stealing glances at each other until Aunt Randy urged them again. Hill, what are you doing? If you don't hurry, little Bai Lu will miss the group. Coming, Hill replied. Let us go, he added. All right, Bai Lu said, setting down her skewers, adjusting her animal skin attire, and following him out of the cave. Little Bai Lu, Lanku has arranged for the orc to take us fruit gathering this afternoon. It seems we've discovered a grove. We must leave immediately, Aunt Randy informed them upon their exit. Okay, let us go, Bai Lu responded, her initial intent to venture outside now realized, albeit a bit hurriedly alongside her kin. Can I go with you? Is Aunt Randy coming too? Hill inquired. No, I will remain in the tribe. You take little Bai Lu. Just be cautious of the wild beasts. The last remark was directed at Hill, who was carrying Bai Lu. Understood. Hill's voice echoed from afar, and Aunt Randy, assured he had heard, returned to her cave, as she had many preparations yet to complete. Lulu, should we take a few more animal skin bags? This time we can bring back a larger haul. The priestess said the rainy season is upon us in these next few days, and after our gathering, we won't be able to venture out again, Hill suggested suddenly. Bai Lu was taken aback by the imminent arrival of the rainy season. Although Hill had briefed her on the basics, she felt unprepared. Their cave held only a surplus of chili and potatoes, and with lunch already consumed, twilight was fast approaching. How can it come so soon? Bai Lu lamented. The priestess mentioned this rainy season is arriving early, and it will bring unprecedented downpours. We are not as well prepared as in previous years. I wonder if we can weather it? Hill expressed his concerns. Seeing Bai Lu's troubled expression, he regretted having mentioned it prematurely. Lulu, do not worry. I will protect you. I will be by your side throughout this rainy season, Hill reassured her. All right, I won't worry, Bai Lu replied, noting the red veins in his wolf-like eyes, understanding that he was genuinely concerned, which calmed her previously frantic heart. Let us do this. We will find some vines and weave a large basket to bring everything back. Hill, it's wonderful to have you. Bai Lu tightened her grip around Hill's neck. Hold on tight. We will do our utmost to catch up with the group. Hill could no longer see the dark figures ahead and knew he had to quicken his pace. Okay. Bai Lu was aware that they had emerged later than intended, and it would have been far preferable to keep pace with the group. Chapter 136, The Mysterious Bear Beast. Bai Lu, hurry up and catch up. This time our destination is a valley. We must strive to return before darkness falls. Ruido's mother noticed that Zhengwu was trailing behind, pursuing Hill and Bai Lu. Ruido's mother. How much longer until we arrive? Bai Lu inquired. I'm not certain. It should be soon. With the speed of the beastmen, we shall reach our destination in no time. So do not worry. Ruido's mother seemed to grasp that her words were placing undue pressure on Bai Lu. All right. Facing into the wind, Bai Lu opened her mouth wide, allowing a gust of cold air to fill her. After an hour of travel, as estimated by Bai Lu, they finally caught sight of a recessed valley ahead, resembling a water-absorbing vessel. It seemed the beastmen had already scouted the area, or perhaps there were beastmen waiting within the valley, for they boldly entered through a narrow opening. Inside the valley, the vegetation was predominantly over 3 meters tall. From a distance, Even ordinary females could easily climb the trees to pluck fruit. Subsequently, the beastmen and the females coordinated seamlessly. Meanwhile, Bai Lu finished filling a basket woven from unknown grasses, while the remaining fruits were gathered with Hill's assistance. However, Bai Lu's thoughts wandered elsewhere. Could it be that this valley contained only these few fruit trees? Bai Lu, utilizing her external assistance, swept through the vegetation in her wake, collecting the herbs she required into her leather pouch. This venture proved to be fruitful, albeit yielding only a modest amount. She hoped it would suffice when needed. Among her findings was a hemostatic herb, just enough to fill one leather pouch. Lulu, there are an abundance of fruits here. The last leather pouch has been exhausted. I shall search for some vines, and you can weave a basket so we may gather more to bring back, she suggested. Noting that most of the fruits were favored by the females, while the orcs typically consumed meat, Hill feared Bai Lu might not have enough. No need, there is ample here. This particular herb is quite resilient. As long as I tie it securely, it will suffice for our needs. Let us not waste time searching, Bai Lu replied. In no time, with a swift tug, she grasped a generous handful, and in less than half an hour, she had fashioned 3 baskets. Although the vines were somewhat smaller than usual, they would suffice for the time being. With the combined efforts of the orcs and the females, the majority of the fruits had been harvested. As there was still some time before dusk, the orc leader proposed a period of free activity, assuring that the safety of the females was not a concern. This corroborated Bai Lu's suspicion that the area had been previously cleared, allowing the females to gather fruits and procure what they needed without fear. Little Bai Lu, there are ginger vines here. Would you like to partake? Ruido's mother immediately spotted a patch of ginger vines and invited Bai Lu to join in the gathering. In the beast world, food was a precious commodity. Certainly, Bai Lu replied, as she relished ginger, its rich juice leaving a lasting impression on her palate. Lulu, let us place it here for easier retrieval, Hill suggested, pointing to the side of their baskets. Yes, harvesting must be done with a method, Bai Lu remarked as she took a smaller basket and followed suit. By this time, the food found had been claimed by individuals, yet Ruido's mother still thought of Bai Lu, which she regarded as a stroke of luck. Since ginger leaves and vines grew close to the ground, gathering them necessitated a meticulous approach, requiring close proximity for harvest. Bai Lu was engaged in the delicate act of foraging in a secluded corner. Just as she was engrossed in her endeavor, her foot encountered a hard object, which she absent-mindedly picked up and cast aside, momentarily distracted by a fleeting sense of familiarity. What could possibly cause such discomfort to my foot? Bai Lu mused, her thoughts lingering on the enigmatic object that had just crossed her path. Lulu, what's wrong? Xia noticed Bai Lu's distress and hurriedly approached her. Nothing, just a little jolt. Bai Lu replied. Be careful, I'll stay right here with you, Sierra reassured her, unable to quell his concern for her absent-mindedness. Then help me gather more, I want plenty, Bai Lu playfully implored. Of course, Sierra responded, indulgently. The two immersed themselves in their task until Bai Lu sensed the ground tremble beneath her. Lulu, be cautious, come over here, Sierra urged, pulling her into his embrace. Sierra, is this an earthquake? Bai Lu inquired, her gaze mirroring his seriousness as they both listened intently to the subtle shifts around them. The majority of the beastmen assumed defensive postures, yet with each violent tremor, an undercurrent of fear regarding the unknown rippled through both the beastmen and the females. At that moment, a massive bear-like creature, towering over 3 meters, burst forth from the cave entrance. Its sleek black form and robust physique exuded an aura reminiscent of a formidable beast. It refrained from attacking any of the beastmen, instead meandering around the valley. Bai Lu felt the ferocity of the tremors, gradually realizing that the quaking was, in fact, the sound of the bear's heavy footsteps. As the bear encountered several beastmen along its path, it chose to sidestep them rather than engage, while Bai Lu continued her fruit-picking with an audacious heart. When the bear approached her, it paused and wagged its short, characteristic tail. Bai Lu remained utterly still, continuing to pluck her fruits. Meanwhile, Hill had already detected the presence of the bear creature. He could not act, for the bear was currently too innocuous, resembling a large, docile pug standing before its master. Bai Lu, awaiting instructions. After the busy activities of the White Dew Festival, she lifted her gaze and was met with the sight of a furry head. It took her a moment to comprehend the situation, but then she recalled that this was indeed a bear creature. However, what exactly was happening at that moment? Bai Lu could not fathom why the bear creature stood before her, resembling a playful puppy, yearning to nuzzle its large forehead against her waist. This was simply unacceptable. She adopted a posture of refusal and fled with all her might. However, the bear pursued her relentlessly. Even Sierra's interference proved futile, for the creature was 2 to 3 times her size, and Bai Lu realized escape was futile. "What do you intend to do?" she questioned, not truly expecting the bear to comprehend her words, but uttering them instinctively. "Lulu, do not engage with it. It cannot understand. Quickly, climb onto my back. We must dash out together." At that moment, only a few scattered beast men lingered in the valley, awaiting the opportunity to rescue the unfortunate little female. All right. As Bai Lu seized the moment to mount, preparing to make her escape, the bear once again obstructed her path. It seemed determined to follow her today. Bai Lu, feeling helpless, could only retreat. "What exactly do you desire?" Bai Lu herself was perplexed at the audacity she possessed to speak so boldly to the bear creature, aware that a single swipe could easily end her life. Roar, roar, roar. The bear let out 3 thunderous roars that echoed through the air, leaving Bai Lu, who stood closest, momentarily dazed. Once the bear had regained its composure and noticed Bai Lu unconscious, a flicker of concern crossed its otherwise fierce countenance before it retreated back into the forest. Chapter 137. The Abandoned Doll Route. Lulu. Hill, initially poised to drive away the bear, found himself in a state of disarray. "Lulu, are you all right?" He anxiously embraced Bai Lu, his worry palpable. Bai Lu gradually opened her eyes, still enveloped in a haze of confusion, her ears ringing with a persistent hum. Lulu, observing Bai Lu's expression, dared not to stir or even speak aloud. "Where's the bear beast?" Bai Lu finally regained her composure and inquired. "It has fled." Concerned for Bai Lu and noticing the silence around them, Lulu glanced around and soon realized that the bear beast had vanished without a trace. "This is troublesome." Bai Lu swiftly sat up and made her way towards the spot where she had just discarded the ginger plants, recalling the items she had thrown away. It should be there. Upon coming to this realization, Bai Lu rushed forward, with Lulu silently trailing behind her. Bai Lu, beneath a gentle slope, tossed aside the grass with her hands, searching for the object she had just discarded, her eyes betraying a hint of urgency. "Lulu, what are you looking for?" "Allow me to assist you," Hill offered, not deterred by the departure of the bear beast. Who could predict its possible return? Yet, Hill chose to remain with Bai Lu, wishing to afford her the freedom she sought. "Hill, I just threw away a blade of grass. It might be ginseng. I only just remembered. Please help me find it. It must be somewhere in this area." Bai Lu exclaimed anxiously. "What if the ginseng senses danger and escapes?" "Ginseng? What is that?" "Oh, are you referring to the item you discarded earlier?" Hill initially misunderstood Bai Lu's intent, but piecing together the context, he grasped her meaning. Yes, it's the doll root," Bai Lu exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she bent over, rummaging through the underbrush. "Ah, the doll root?" Hill was evidently taken aback, yet his hands moved swiftly, searching from another angle alongside Bai Lu. "Indeed, though it is still relatively small. I am certain I did not misidentify it. I hadn't thought of it at the time, but it suddenly came to mind that it was the doll root," Bai Lu declared. "Fear not, we should still be able to locate it. I hope the bear beast's earlier actions did not disturb the doll root." Hill expressed his wish for the best outcome. Subsequently, both fell silent, engrossed in their earnest search. Fortunately, Bai Lu eventually found it tucked away in a corner, only the size of a child's palm, not overly large. Initially, she believed it would not be in such a secluded spot, remembering that she had tossed it directly into the grass. Had she not adopted the mindset of better to mistakenly harm than to let slip away, she might have missed it entirely. "Hill, I found it," Bai Lu exclaimed joyfully. "Ah, I did not anticipate such fortune this time. We have obtained the doll root. After the recent incident with the black beast, many of our kin sustained serious injuries, and this is most timely," Hill began, but then hesitated, as another thought crossed his mind. "Never mind, Lulu. You keep it for now. Let us return. Otherwise, Mother Mammo and Father might start to worry." Hill began to gather the fruits they had collected that day, along with the wild grasses Bai Lu had foraged, relieved that nothing had been trampled by the bear beast. "It's fine, Hill. I understand your intent. I had planned to consume it anyway, and anyone in need is welcome to come," Bai Lu said, cradling the doll root tenderly. While its surface bore some damage from her earlier toss, it remained usable. "Thank you. Let us depart," Hill urged, aware that they had lingered long enough. Those who had fled likely returned to their kin by now. "All right." Bai Lu composed herself and climbed on a Hill's back, where he had already secured their day's bounty, filling 4 or 5 bags, all strung together with vines, waiting for her. "Let us go. Hold on tight." Hill was reminded that he began to run only after feeling Bai Lu grasping the hair on his back. It took some time to return to the tribe, and by the time they arrived, the sky had darkened considerably. Despite the late hour, a few orcs within the tribe were still preparing to set out. "They have returned," shouted one orc upon spotting Hill's figure. "Hill? Hill." It was the voice of Randy, his mother. "Mother, I am back." The first sight that greeted Hill was his mother rushing out, tears glistening in the eyes of every tribesman. Perhaps Hill was destined to be the next chieftain, especially since a female cub had gone missing. "Mother, I am sorry to have worried you." Hill placed Bai Lu in the fruits from his back down and embraced Randy, who could no longer hold back her tears. "Hill." Randy held him tightly, her beloved child. "Well, it is good that you have returned safely. By the way, are you hurt?" came the voice of Chief Ta. "No, father, that bear beast ran away on its own. Otherwise, we would not have made it back." Hill felt a pang of fear at that moment. "As long as you are back, come, let us feast on roasted meat." Someone informed the matriarch that Hill has returned. Ta then addressed the gathered orcs. "Go about your business. Thank you all," he added to the gathered orcs. "Very well, Chief," they replied, dispersing. "Hill, you must be hungry. Eat well." Upon reaching the cave, Randy brought out a large platter of roasted meat. "Mother, have you eaten? Let us share." Hill, indeed famished, took a piece for Bai Lu and began to eat. "It's all right. Just finish your meal and rest well." Randy was genuinely worried. Upon hearing the news that Hill might return to the embrace of the beast god, she had been terrified. Had it not been for Ta rallying the orcs to search for Hill even as dusk fell, Randy might have been unable to restrain herself from going out. "Mother, I am sorry to have caused you worry." Hill understood Randy's concern. If he had indeed met the beast god this time, how heartbroken Randy would have been. "You know, that is what matters. What happened today?" Ta asked as he entered. A bear beast unexpectedly charged in, did nothing but roar twice before fleeing. Hill found it puzzling. It seemed as if the bear had something to convey to Bai Lu, yet he could not fathom why it had run away afterward. "Is that so? How strange." The bear roared. "And yet you were unscathed. Truly a stroke of luck." Ta furrowed his brow, but upon seeing Hill devouring the roasted meat, he relaxed. As long as there were no injuries, that was what truly mattered. "Ta, let them finish eating before you speak. Hill and Bai Lu have just returned and should not have to endure your nagging." Randy expressed her discontent. All right, I shall heed your words, Randy," Ta remarked, displaying a charming demeanor towards her. "Humph." Randy chose to ignore him, her gaze towards Hill imbued with a gentle warmth. Meanwhile, Hill and Bai Lu were engrossed in devouring roasted meat, their lips curled into smiles. Chapter 138. In the rain after satiating their hunger, the darkness of night enveloped the sky. Hill found himself lying in the cave with Bai Lu. "What's the matter?" he inquired, as they relished their shared moment, until Bai Lu disrupted the tranquility. "Hill, let us catch some water stingers tomorrow morning," she suggested. "Why do we need to catch those creatures? We have plenty of food already. By the way, I've stored the beasts I hunted in the neighboring cave, so there's no need to worry about food." Hill realized he hadn't shared this news with Bai Lu yet. "Huh? In the next cave? When did that happen?" Bai Lu was utterly baffled. She had not left the cave apart from gathering. "It's just been the past few days. You must have been out, so you didn't know. We have enough food for an entire rainy season, don't worry. Those water stingers are not good for your health if consumed in excess," Hill said with utmost seriousness. "But," Bai Lu began, but Hill interjected. "Let us not stir things up. The rainy season is likely to arrive tomorrow, and it could be dangerous. If you really want to eat them, I'll catch a few for you first thing in the morning. Now let us sleep." With that, he firmly pressed Bai Lu's head against his chest. "Aye. Sleep. Okay," Bai Lu replied, her disappointment palpable. She yearned to stockpile a bounty of dried fish to savor slowly, for fish was her favorite delicacy. However, given Hill's demeanor, it seemed unlikely. She resolved to catch some herself when she had the chance. The next morning, upon awakening, Bai Lu found herself alone in the cave. Hill was nowhere to be seen. Is it still this early? After freshening up, Bai Lu stepped outside, only to discover that dawn had yet to break. "I wonder where that guy Hill has gone so early? Never mind, if he won't go, I will." Bai Lu was resolute in her determination. "Even if it rains, I can bring a couple of animal skin cloaks to shield myself. After all, the great river isn't far from the tribe. I'll be back in no time." With her mind set, she took up 2 small wooden buckets, crafted by Hill, for which she had bestowed 2 sweet kisses in gratitude. The buckets, standing half a meter tall, were quite sturdy, secured with a robust vine for easy carrying. In just half an hour, Bai Lu arrived at the riverbank. Even though she was only at the river's edge, it felt somewhat secluded, yet she could see numerous small fish swimming close to her feet. "Dried fish, here I come," Ecstatic, Bai Lu hastily scooped up a ladle, crafted by Sierra specifically for her use in gathering water. She was well equipped for this outing, and fortuitously, she had brought the ladle along. The ladle, rectangular in shape and somewhat irregular, was quite functional, and with a swift motion, Bai Lu caught a small fish. The tiny fish in the river soon gathered again, seemingly oblivious to the presence of any orc attempting to catch them, perhaps due to their rarity. In no time, 2 buckets brimmed with her catch, and she was unconcerned with larger fish. Her sole delight lay in safely returning home with her precious small fish. At that moment, Bai Lu noticed ripples spreading across the river's surface. Oh no, it was raining. Fortunately, she had 2 leather cloaks to shield herself, which she draped over her head. She prepared to dash back with the wooden buckets filled with small fish, as these were the dried fish she had longed for. However, within less than a minute, the raindrops grew to several times the size of soybeans. Despite the protection of the leather, she remained momentarily dry. Yet the weight of the falling droplets was unexpectedly overwhelming on her. Bai Lu wobbled her way towards the cave, undeterred by the numerous small fish that had already slipped from her grasp. These were the fish she had craved for days. Despite their size, they were still a morsel of meat. Keep going, Bai Lu, she encouraged herself, all the while keeping track of the time. She was close, so very close. Suddenly, a voice called her name, pulling her from her haze. She had yet to return, and exhaustion weighed heavily upon her, compounded by the relentless rain that obscured her surroundings. I'm here, right here, Bai Lu instinctively responded, her mind too clouded to ponder further. All she desired was for someone to help guide her back. Fortune smiled upon her as she encountered Yang. The sky, overcast and foreboding, hinted at the impending rain, causing the orcs and females of the tribe to retreat into their caves, reluctant to venture outside. Yang had only braved the elements to check on the injured within the tribe, and as he prepared to return to his own cave, he spotted a small figure through the mist of rain. She appeared to be encouraging herself while steadfastly clinging to her bucket, and in that moment, something stirred within him. Just as he was about to take a step forward, a sudden realization struck him, and despite the rain's chill, his face flushed slightly, revealing a hint of turmoil. At this juncture, Bai Lu was utterly exhausted. She had only traversed a mere 10 minutes and was still far from her cave. With a soft sigh, Yang adjusted his pouch of herbs and dashed towards her. As Bai Lu observed a figure rushing towards her, she initially assumed it was Sierra. At least he remembers to come and fetch me. Otherwise, humph, she mused. Yet, a glimmer of happiness shone in her eyes. You finally arrived. Hurry, help me carry this. I'm utterly exhausted. As Bai Lu saw Sierra approaching, she set down the wooden bucket, feeling a sense of relief. However, upon closer inspection, she realized it was not Sierra at all. It was Yang. The memory of their last encounter resurfaced when Yang had barged in while she was undressed. Although she had only revealed her back, it still made Bai Lu feel uncomfortable, despite her understanding that Yang had not intended to intrude. Allow me, Yang said as he approached Bai Lu, taking the wooden stick from her hands, hoisting the bucket, and leading the way. Oh, Bai Lu replied, following behind him after he handed it over. Throughout their journey, neither spoke a word, the only sound being the raindrops falling to the ground. By the time they reached the entrance of Bai Lu's cave, Yang was already drenched, while Bai Lu's hair remained dry thanks to her fur garment. I'm leaving. Be careful, Yang said, setting down the burden and departing without allowing Bai Lu a moment to respond. Bai Lu merely watched him quietly from behind, yet her thoughts remained inscrutable. Lulu, you have finally returned. Are you all right? At that moment, Hill hurriedly approached from another direction. Where have you been? Why have you only just arrived? Upon seeing Hill, tears streamed down Bai Lu's face. She felt utterly abandoned, with none of the familiar faces she longed for, especially her boyfriend, Hill. It's all right. Hill consoled her, despite initially intending to reprimand her for her absence. He could not bring himself to do so and simply embraced Bai Lu. Chapter 139, Sweet Roasted Meat Come. Have some hot soup. Hill carried Bai Lu into the cave and ladled a bowl of steaming soup. You've been caught in the rain. Drink the soup carefully to avoid falling ill. He fed Bai Lu with a small spoon. All right. At that moment, Bai Lu felt vulnerable. The sense of isolation when she was alone was overwhelming, especially in this savage world, and she wished never to endure it again. Lulu, you're tired. Sleep now. After she finished the soup, Hill helped her lie down, intending to wash the bowl. Don't go. Bai Lu grasped Hill's hand, resembling a forsaken little creature, evoking sympathy. I'll wash the bowl and return shortly, Hill replied gently. Although Bai Lu had not heeded his advice to catch fish, she was too fragile now to withstand further distress. "No, Hill, don't leave," she murmured repeatedly. "All right, I shall stay here with you." Sighing, Hill set the bowl aside and lay down beside Bai Lu, holding her close. Outside, the rain pattered incessantly, intensifying, yet the two within the shelter were blissfully entwined. "Hill, Hill," Bai Lu kept murmuring his name. I'm here, Hill replied, patiently. In this tender moment, Bai Lu drifted into slumber. Hill had initially planned to tidy up the bowls and fish while she slept, but as soon as he stirred, Bai Lu showed signs of waking. Thus, he resigned himself to remain by her side as she continued to rest. As afternoon turned to dusk and dinner time approached, Bai Lu gradually awakened. However, with her movement, a sharp pain throbbed in her head. "Lulu, what's wrong? Are you unwell?" Hill, now awake, inquired with concern. "I'm fine. I just need a moment," Bai Lu replied, still cradling her head. "Very well, allow me to massage it for you." Hill adjusted his position, cradling her head gently, applying the right amount of pressure to soothe her discomfort. Bai Lu occasionally emitted a soft, comforting hum, a sound that initially went unnoticed by Hill. However, as Bai Lu's melodious tones grew increasingly enchanting, it became impossible to ignore. Hmm. All right, time to rise and shine. Are you hungry? I shall prepare roasted meat for you." With that, Hill ceased his musings and made his way toward the fire pit outside. "Humph, you're not continuing? Such a lack of patience. I was just beginning to enjoy myself," Bai Lu pouted. "Lulu, would you care for a touch of honey?" Hill inquired. Addressing Bai Lu. "Honey? Is there any left?" Bai Lu asked from her bed. "Indeed. Didn't we have half remaining from last time?" Hill replied as he cleaned the beast meat. Preparing to commence. "Go ahead then. We have plenty of food, so there's no fear in using it," Bai Lu admitted, her appetite piqued. "Very well, my dear Lulu. It is my honor to roast meat for you," Hill's voice echoed, bringing a smile to Bai Lu's face. In but a short while, a skewer of roasted meat was presented before Bai Lu, accompanied by a bowl of steaming soup. Uncertain of the ingredients Hill had added, she found the soup sweet and intriguingly flavorful. Bai Lu inhaled the delightful aroma, her stomach growling in rebellion. "Delicious. Eat. Come, take a bite." Bai Lu took a bite and offered it to Hill, gazing at him with anticipation. "How is it?" she inquired. Hill gently took a small bite, aware of how disappointing it would be not to partake, though he too felt hunger pangs. "It's delicious," he replied. Then Hill rose and made his way toward the fire. "What are you up to?" Bai Lu asked. "I am going to roast some meat. If you're still hungry later, feel free to join me. No need to rush." Hill responded. You should eat too." "No, wait. Let us eat together." Bai Lu grabbed a piece of honey-glazed meat and scampered toward Hill. Outside, Hill had already set up the fire, and the meat was prepared, just waiting to be roasted. Bai Lu sat down beside Hill, offering him a piece of roasted meat. "No, you eat it. I'll be ready soon," Hill declined. This was a piece coated in honey, and there was only this one piece. Being an orc, he felt it improper to take food from Lulu, a female. "Bai Lu, come on, let us share it. Besides, you've already taken a bite. Are you intentionally giving me the piece you don't want?" Bai Lu understood Hill's thoughts, yet despite being female, she was Hill's girlfriend. How could she indulge in such delicacies alone? "Be good. It will be ready soon. Don't be stubborn. Come on, let me." Hill insisted. "No, I want to eat with you." Bai Lu stubbornly persisted. "My meat is already ready. You eat yours while I eat mine." Hill raised his piece of meat, which was purely roasted without any additions, and was about to take a bite. "No, you cannot eat that. Eat mine first, and then you can have yours." Bai Lu insisted firmly. "All right." Hill noticed the seriousness in Bai Lu's eyes and ceased to refuse. He took a small bite of the meat and handed it to Bai Lu. "No, take another bite." Bai Lu knew Hill was being playful. "Lulu," Hill's gentle voice resonated once more. "Fine, I'll take just this one bite. You hurry and eat before it gets cold." Seeing Bai Lu's insistence, Hill knew that if she got angry, she would ignore him for several days. So he took another bite, this time a proper one, about the same size as what Bai Lu had taken. "All right, it's my turn to eat." Bai Lu bit into the spot where Hill had taken a bite. Hill was momentarily taken aback, his smile almost reaching the heavens. "You." Bai Lu bit down and, noticing Hill's silence, turned to him, curiosity etched on her face. "Lulu," Hill's face flushed slightly, though not overly, yet Bai Lu still noticed. "Hill, what's wrong?" Bai Lu was still puzzled. "Lulu, come, let me take another bite." Hill gestured for Bai Lu to bring the roasted meat closer to him. "Oh." Bai Lu still hadn't fully grasped the situation, but obediently passed the meat to him. This time, Hill took a large bite without chewing, gazing at Bai Lu's dazed expression before leaning in for a kiss. Muffled sounds of Bai Lu's slight struggles escaped her lips, but ultimately, she surrendered to Hill. After a long moment, Bai Lu lowered her head, her rosy face nestled against Hill's chest. Hill chuckled contentedly, taking the honey-coated roasted meat from Bai Lu's hand and taking a bite. At that moment, Bai Lu noticed the mark left by Hill's bite. And as if struck by a thought, she buried her head deeper into his embrace, tightening her grip. Hill felt her actions and said, "Lulu, there is no need to be shy. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future." "Not at all. You can go away. I'm going to eat my roasted meat now." Hill's words seemed to provoke Bai Lu, who promptly pushed him aside and took a hearty bite of the roasted meat. Noticing the honey shimmering over the fire, she tossed the meat towards Hill and headed straight into the house, while Hill remained outside, laughing heartily. Chapter 140. Fried dried fish. "Lulu, what shall we do with those small fish? If we don't consume them, they will spoil," Hill remarked to Bai Lu. "Don't worry. I will fry them later. They can be left for a while longer," Bai Lu replied, wiping her mouth. In the end, Hill handed Bai Lu the honey-glazed roasted meat, while he himself settled for the bland, unsalted version. "How do we prepare it?" Hill inquired, perplexed. "Just a moment," Bai Lu said, as she went to the corner to retrieve some sea salt and asked Hill to bring over the oil. The oil came from the curved horned beast, a creature towering at 1 meter and stretching 2 meters long, with 2 prominent horns. They were notorious for their ferocity, and their odorous scent deterred many beast men from hunting them. However, Bai Lu had discovered that these beasts possessed an abundance of fat, or beast oil, quite by chance. It was during her journey to find the fiery flower peppers that she stumbled upon a curved horned beast, its belly pierced by some object, leaving its innards scattered about. Although Hill had informed her of the beast's characteristics, Bai Lu, undeterred, rummaged through the remains, for she noticed a sign indicating clarity and vision inscribed upon the creature's body. The external enhancements of the white dew are predominantly botanical in nature. Thus, White Dew diligently searched beneath the body of the curved horned beast. Upon overturning the creature, the beast's oil was revealed, and astonishingly, the once robust curved horned beast appeared to transform into a mere empty shell. The beast oil, pristine white and glistening under the sun, prompted White Dew to endure the unique odor of the creature as she collected it. Finding a suitable clearing, she commenced the refining process, which yielded her great satisfaction. By adding a touch of the mint leaves she had recently discovered, the concoction reached a level of perfection. Bai Lu prepared an unknown green vegetable sautéed in oil for Sierra, who was utterly captivated. Each hunting trip, he diligently brought back the oil from the horned beasts, storing it in the meat cave. Bai Lu utilized a stone pot to refine oil, as she intended to fry small dried fish, necessitating an even distribution of heat. Thus she resorted to this method. Bai Lu utilized an entire adult curved horned beast's oil to transform all the small fish into dried fish. It is noteworthy that one adult curved horned beast yields a substantial 100 pounds. Whether the combined weight of the dried fish and water reaches this amount remains uncertain. Nevertheless, the outcome was delightful. The dried fish was crisp and free of any bones. After indulging, Sierra nodded in approval, especially since Bai Lu had sprinkled some salt, enhancing the flavor further. "Lulu, had I known this method, we could have stored more food for the rainy season," Sierra remarked. "It's your fault for not allowing me to catch fish. Now you regret it, don't you?" "But it's too late for regrets," Bai Lu lamented, feeling a pang of sorrow for missing out on so many dried fish. Yes, let us catch more when winter arrives." Sierra acknowledged her mistake. Indeed. Bai Lu realized that it was too late to express anything further. "Lulu, come here." Sierra suddenly recalled something and led Bai Lu to a corner where a wooden barrel stood, over a meter tall. Bai Lu had to tiptoe to glimpse its contents. "Lulu, these are the fish I caught. Do you think we can make dried fish from them?" Sierra asked, brimming with hope, considering the size of the fish in this region. "You caught fish?" Bai Lu exclaimed in disbelief, as it was assumed that there were no fish caught. "I didn't say we wouldn't go. I just didn't want you to go. The riverbank is too perilous. Had you not returned, I would have searched for you. The dangers of the river are not something an immature female cub like you can confront," Sierra explained. Yes, what kind of fish did you catch?" Bai Lu was aware that continuing this conversation would surely lead to a reprimand about her attempt to catch fish, as Sierra had forbidden her from doing so. They are large fish, about 5 or 6 in number. Should we dry them or prepare them differently?" "I defer to your judgment," Sierra said. "All right, let us keep them. We can eat them whenever we desire," Bai Lu replied. "Okay, I'll follow your lead, Sierra agreed. Ah, Sierra seems tired. You should go rest. I slept too long during the day and am not sleepy now. You must have had a hard day, Bai Lu suggested. No worries, you are my Lulu. Sierra's eyes sparkled with extraordinary brightness. You should sleep first. With that remark, Bai Lu dashed outside and paused at the entrance of the cave. Lulu, don't run. I mean no harm, Sierra said, clearly trying to hide her intentions. What else do you wish to do? Bai Lu asked, her cheeks flushed. Nothing at all. What are you looking at? Sierra feigned innocence, changing the subject. That's not it, Sierra. I can't utter a single word, Bai Lu replied. Subsequently following Sierra's gaze towards the onset of the rainy season. Indeed, the rainy season has arrived. The raindrops were now at least the size of a baby's fist, cascading down and washing the earth's soil clean. Sierra, such large raindrops. When will it cease? Bai Lu exclaimed, astonished, only aware of the rainy season's arrival without knowing what it entailed. It will likely rain for at least a quarter. We won't be able to go outside, Sierra reflected. Bai Lu was truly astonished. She had not anticipated that the rainy season would persist for such an extended duration. The notion of quarterly assessments was something Bai Lu had gleaned from her prior discussions. Otherwise, she would have remained oblivious to the extent of the rainy season. Goodness, might this rainy season herald some calamity? Naturally, Bai Lu's thoughts drifted towards landslides and mudslides. Mountains could crumble, and the Orcish abode, their very sanctuary, could be obliterated. However, for the moment, they were safe. This location had been deemed the most secure after consultations with the revered matriarch and several Orcish kin. Thus it was imperative not to wander aimlessly, Hill cautioned, serving as a reminder. I understand, Hill. I shall not stray, Bai Lu replied. Yet, upon noticing a large stone at the cave's entrance swept away by the deluge, she realized that this torrential rain was the most formidable she had ever witnessed. Is it truly that severe? Bai Lu inquired. Fear not. As long as we remain within the cave, we shall be safe. We are situated high above, and the rain cannot easily infiltrate. Rest assured, I will protect you, Hill assured her, enveloping Bai Lu in his embrace. Despite his comforting words, Bai Lu could not entirely suppress her worry. Let us proceed inside. With that, he closed the animal hide and used a large stone to seal the entrance, leaving a slight crevice for ventilation. Thank goodness I remembered to leave the stone at the entrance and did not move it. Had I found it bothersome at that moment, it might have been swept away, Bai Lu thought, a shiver of anxiety coursing through her. Do not dwell on it too much. It is quite late. We should rest, Hill suggested as he led Bai Lu back into the inner chamber. He tucked her hair behind her ear and gently assisted her in lying down, before joining her under the covers, where the warmth from their afternoon presence lingered. How cozy. I felt cold outside just moments ago, Bai Lu remarked. Come. Place your hands and feet upon me. You shall not feel cold, Hill replied, not waiting for Bai Lu to respond, as he took her feet and nestled them between his own. Indeed, Bai Lu's extremities were icy to the touch. Hill merely embraced her tighter, and Bai Lu nestled closer into his warmth. As they lay together, sleep eluded them. Instead, they savored the tranquility of the moment. Chapter 141. The Earth Dragon. The rainy season persisted for an entire month, during which Bai Lu and Hill basked in each other's company within the cave, just a step away from a significant breakthrough. One day, Bai Lu was engaged in concocting chili sauce with Hill, a recipe she had devised upon discovering that the peppers were beginning to decay. Hill, please fetch me a wooden bucket, Bai Lu called energetically from the stove. All right. There is barely enough space here. I shall go next door to retrieve some wood and craft 2 new ones, he responded, promptly turning to enter the neighboring cave where their supplies were primarily stored. Lulu, wait for me. Set it aside to cool for a moment. I shall be quick. Hill swiftly set to work, deftly severing a half-meter thick log. All the wood was meticulously gathered by Hill for Bai Lu, as venturing outside to fell trees during the rainy season was utterly impractical. Thus, early preparation was essential. All done. Sierra brought over 2 wooden buckets. Let me handle this. You take a moment to rest. Had it not been for Bai Lu's reluctance, Sierra would have long since begun preparing the sauce. All right. Yet, Bai Lu too was reaching her limits. She had initially intended to alleviate some of Sierra's burdens, especially since it was her suggestion in the first place. However, less than an hour into the task, her hands were already sore beyond endurance. Sierra, you have worked hard, Bai Lu remarked from the side. Lulucia called out to Bai Lu with affection. No. Hurry and stir. Bai Lu interjected, raising her hand in protest. Lulu, I'll make sure to deal with you later tonight. Sierra replied. Bai Lu's lips curled into a delightful smile, yet when she turned her back, it revealed a visage of pure happiness. However, the blissful expressions of the two were soon shattered. The sound of snoring resonated through the rain, rising and falling in a rhythmic cadence. Hill's countenance shifted dramatically. He swiftly set aside the shovel in his grasp and rushed to the entrance, where he moved a large stone to barricade the opening, subsequently hauling all the stone tables and stools within the cave to reinforce their defenses. Bai Lu perceived a formidable tension emanating from Hill, as if confronted by a grave adversary. She grasped the stone knife meticulously crafted for her by Hill. Though termed a knife, its resemblance was more akin to that of a cleaver, fashioned from stone rather than forged iron, rendering it less keen. Clutching the stone blade, she followed the already barricaded entrance where Hill stood, his expression grave. Just as Bai Lu was about to utter a word, Hill silenced her with a gesture. Guiding Bai Lu into the inner chamber of the cave, he instructed her to recline upon the bed, while he positioned himself on the inner side. In that moment, the cave was enveloped in an intimate silence, punctuated only by the sound of their own breaths and heartbeats. Bai Lu could no longer endure. She had no desire to suppress her feelings any longer. She embraced Hill, burying her face into his body. Hill gently stroked Bai Lu's small head, offering her comfort. After just a few minutes, a series of thuds echoed through the air, and Bai Lu recognized the sounds emanating from the entrance, accompanied by a hissing, piercing noise. Bai Lu was oblivious to the circumstances outside. Should these ferocious beasts breach the barricade, even with Hill by her side, she understood that their fate would be sealed. Hill. What lies beyond? Bai Lu inquired, draping the quilt over both their bodies, leaving only Hill's feet exposed. Do not utter a word. It is the Earth Dragon. Even the beastmen would find themselves in dire straits upon encountering them, Hill gravely explained, subsequently pressing Bai Lu firmly beneath the covers, forbidding her movement. Hill. What if they manage to enter? It's the rainy season, and these creatures could emerge, Bai Lu murmured, her voice laced with anxiety. The Earth Dragon is not merely a beast. It is a demon of the waters. Nevertheless, I shall ensure your safety, Hill sighed softly, cautious not to let her words carry beyond their refuge. Hill. We will be all right. Although I am unfamiliar with what an Earth Dragon truly is, Bai Lu reassured her companion. After Bai Lu finished speaking, Sierra cast her a surprised glance, as if she had suddenly recalled something, and then she relaxed. However, Bai Lu, with her head bowed, remained oblivious to this change in Sierra. The name Lulu Sierra slipped from her lips as if it were an involuntary utterance. What? Bai Lu was aware of the dangers lurking outside and endeavored not to trouble Sierra further. It's all right. Just have a good sleep. Perhaps it will suffice. What Sierra refrained from telling Bai Lu was that the Earth Dragon would not return without blood. It would inevitably seek out its kin or others, leading to their demise. Although Bai Lu, unaware of the impending peril, felt a twinge of fear, she succumbed to slumber in Sierra's embrace, a result of Sierra's deliberate intention. Meanwhile, Sierra lay in bed until the sounds of the Earth Dragon faded into silence, restoring tranquility, with only the gentle patter of raindrops remaining. It is finally over, Sierra mused, pondering how many of her kin had suffered this time. Subsequently, she drifted into sleep alongside Bai Lu, though her rest was light, for she knew that the rainy season still had 2 months to unfold. When Bai Lu awoke, the dawn had just broken. Outside, the sky remained shrouded in a gloomy haze. A consequence of the rainy season, the atmosphere was not as bright as on sunny days and bore a certain darkness, reminiscent of an impending apocalypse. Lulu, are you awake? Are you hungry? Hill stirred from his slumber. I'm hungry. By the way, have the beasts departed? Bai Lu inquired. They have left. But I wonder if any of our kin were injured this time, Hill expressed with a hint of concern in his eyes. Let us go and check on them. We need not see everyone, just those in the vicinity, Bai Lu suggested. Absolutely not. Hill asserted firmly. Why not? Those beasts show no fear of the rainy season. Why speak of it so ominously? Bai Lu retorted, her impatience fueled by a month of confinement indoors, with nary a sunny day to break the relentless rain. Lulu, you do not understand. The rain of the rainy season brings more than mere calamities. It possesses corrosive properties. If one gets drenched, illness can ensue. Hill aimed to dissuade Bai Lu from venturing outside, though his efforts seemed to backfire. But I was soaked that day too, and I felt fine. And what about Yang? He seemed unscathed, Bai Lu countered. On that day, your beast skin garment shielded you from most of the rain. Naturally, you felt no adverse effects. As for Yang, are you certain? Hill retorted. What? Yang was injured, and it was for my sake. Bai Lu lowered her head, feeling a wave of guilt wash over her. Do not worry. He is the heir to the shaman and has an abundance of healing herbs. However, You seem to be developing a slight fever, which is an ill omen, Hill noted. Although Bai Lu feigned her ailment. Oh, must we not visit him? I recall he resides not far from us. Bai Lu persisted, undeterred. There is no need. He is not only the shaman's heir, but also a beast man, far sturdier than you. There is no cause for concern. Is this akin to shooting oneself in the foot? Hill observed, bemused by Bai Lu's unexpected concern for another beast man. Should we not check on the other tribespeople? The beasts were terrifying last night. If they were attacked and still alive, we could help them. Bai Lu's Na'vi thought surfaced. It is fine. Why not tend to your potatoes instead? They have begun to sprout. Should we not prepare them today? Hill deftly shifted the topic. Oh yes, my potatoes. Come on, Hill, I am craving mashed potatoes. Bai Lu exclaimed with renewed enthusiasm, swiftly forgetting her prior concerns as she set off to prepare her beloved dish. Lulu, is it not better to live simply? This state of affairs is quite satisfactory, Hill mused to himself once Bai Lu had departed. Hill, hurry. Bai Lu's voice called out, prompting Hill to follow suit. I'm coming. Upon emerging, Hill was greeted by the sight of Bai Lu fixated on the entrance of the cave. The stone table at the entrance was askew. A fissure had appeared in the large rock, and Bai Lu stared at the opening, visibly astonished. Lulu, let us prepare the mashed potatoes as you suggested. Do not worry, I shall tidy up shortly. Those beasts will not emerge for the time being. Hill furrowed his brow, noting Bai Lu's expression, which suggested she had not encountered such a grand spectacle before. To accommodate her feelings, Hill refrained from displaying any urgency or distress. Yet, Hill knew that Bai Lu had indeed survived the black beast incident, despite the beasts not having directly harmed her. You should clear the entrance. If they return, we shall be in trouble, Bai Lu stated. Very well, you focus on the mashed potatoes. I wish to sample them later. Hill dared not provoke Bai Lu. It was better for her to make the mashed potatoes than to rest. He could watch her as she worked while he tended to the entrance. All right, Bai Lu smiled, yet her grin appeared forced. She was unaware of Hill's understanding of her fauna. The two then busied themselves with their respective tasks, exchanging glances occasionally. Bai Lu, however, averted her gaze from Hill, who remained intent on observing her. Suddenly, a figure rushed in. Second brother, accompanied by the sound of sobbing, was the voice of Lan Ku. What has happened? Why are you here? Do you not realize how perilous this rainy season is? Hill admonished Lan Ku as she entered the cave, her eyes already red. What is it? Hill's heart ached for her. She was the little sister he had always looked after, and though he had not played with her much in her childhood, it did not diminish their bond. Lan Ku dashed into Hill's embrace, weeping. What is the matter? It is all right. Your second brother is here. Hill comforted her, patting her back. Second brother. Although Hill had braced himself, he was still startled by Lan Ku's distress. What is it? Speak plainly. You are nearly an adult now, not a mere fledgling. Hill was anxious, as Lan Ku only cried, failing to articulate the cause of her distress. Second brother, hiccup, our land, our entire clan has been devoured. Lan Ku sobbed anew. Lan Ku, were you harmed? Are father and mother all right? Hill inquired with concern. Mother is fine. But father lost a leg while saving you. Lee's mother, Lan Ku lamented, tightening her grip around Hill's waist. Bai Lu, I must go see father. Can you stay safe at home? Upon hearing such news, Hill spoke without thinking. Second brother? What if the earth dragon returns and there is only an elder female at home? Still, it is Lan Ku who speaks. Lulu, let us go together. Hill extended an invitation, and under normal circumstances, Bai Lu would have acquiesced. However, she coolly declined. Lulu, boss. Both were taken aback. Did Bai Lu not comprehend the nature of the earth dragon? In truth, she was aware, yet she lacked the courage to step beyond the cave's entrance. For doing so would evoke the haunting memories of the rumbling sounds from that fateful time. Hill and Lan Ku, however, failed to grasp her sentiments. Regardless of his confusion, Hill could not abandon Bai Lu to confront the earth dragon alone. Lan Ku, too, was unable to venture outside. For Hill's acute hearing had detected the ominous rumbling once more. The earth dragons were approaching. Quick, hide. Hill's sudden urgency sent Bai Lu and Lan Ku into a flurry of panic. Yet, he compelled himself to maintain composure, ushering them into the cave. He then positioned a massive stone at the entrance. This stone stood 3 meters high and 1 meter wide, 5 meters from the cave's mouth. Its base fortified by weathered rock that thwarted any attempt to dislodge it, even in torrential rain. Nevertheless, Hill had set his sights on it. He had to act swiftly. If he could not secure the cave's entrance before the earth dragon arrived, not only would he face peril, but the female Bai Lu and Lan Ku within would also be in grave danger. transforming into his beast form. Hill disregarded the potential erosion of his fur by the rain. A downpour would not be his demise, but the arrival of the earth dragon would spell true disaster. With sheer force, he propelled the massive stone toward the cave, following closely behind. As he neared the cave, he surged forward, leaping through a narrow crevice just in time. Hill, are you all right? Bai Lu, hearing the commotion, could no longer contain herself. She emerged to witness Hill being struck by the stone upon his back. Although he had successfully entered, it was evident he had sustained injuries, as per Bai Lu's assessment. Bai Lu hurried over, supporting the wolf-like Hill as she examined his injuries. Yet, Hill stood up as if nothing had happened. Bai Lu immediately embraced Hill tightly, wishing to merge their beings into one. It was only when her grip became unbearable for Hill that he gently pushed her away, transforming into his human form and leading Bai Lu into the cave. Upon reaching the entrance, Hill turned and pushed Bai Lu against the cave wall, gazing down at her with an intense look, his eyes piercing as if to consume her. Suddenly, their lips met in an unexpected collision, both reveling in the moment, until an inappropriate voice shattered their rhythm. Lulu, what is going on? Before I could finish my thought, Hill nonchalantly brushed past her, while Bai Lu, blushing, also passed by Lan Ku, causing her to forget whatever she intended to say. Boss. Lan Ku called out in frustration from behind them, at a loss for words and unsure of how to react. After a moment of hesitation, she found Hill and Bai Lu gazing back at her. It's nothing. You two carry on. Lan Ku felt helpless, wondering how she ended up with such a brother and boss. How could it be so exasperating? I really need to find my partner. This is too overwhelming for us, single females, she lamented. Meanwhile, Hill and Bai Lu returned to the cave, exchanging shy smiles. As they looked at each other, something seemed to flash through their minds, prompting them to shyly turn their heads away, one sitting on the bed, the other standing at the cave entrance. Chapter 143, Dispersal, Part 1. Thud, thud, thud. A deafening banging echoed from the cave entrance, louder than the previous commotion. Lan Ku dashed in, trembling as she spoke. Don't panic. Everything will be all right, Hill reassured her, though doubt lingered in his heart. The three remained in the cave, waiting for the earth dragons outside to disperse. Unfortunately, luck was not on their side this time. The noise outside intensified for an hour. Hill peeked through a crack in the rocks, spotting 5 or 6 large earth dragons battering the cave entrance with their tails. Lulu, Lan Ku, given this situation, the boulder won't hold against the earth dragons. If they break in, you two must hide and try not to breathe. I've placed 5-star grass inside. They will leave by dawn. Hill pointed to an inconspicuous wall. And you? Bai Lu inquired. You two hide first. I'll find another place to take cover. Don't worry, Hill said gently. Where will you go? Bai Lu asked, her expression serious. Anywhere will do. Hurry, hide inside. The sound of large stones shattering echoed in the ears of the 3 individuals. Hill promptly opened the hatch and ushered the 2 inside. This hiding place had originally been constructed by Hill for Bai Lu, who had once expressed a desire for a cellar to store food during the winter and had shared with Hill the methods for its construction, resulting in this unexpected surprise. However, the nature of this surprise had now transformed into something entirely different. Hill, I am with you, Bai Lu exclaimed as she was pushed inside, immediately springing back out. She could not allow Hill, a beast man, to face the danger alone, even if her strength was negligible. Lulu, quickly go in, be obedient. Hill gently patted her head, insisting without room for dissent. Bai Lu had yet to say anything further. Boss, hurry inside. You might drag second brother into this mess. Come on, Lan Ku exclaimed, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. You stay inside. The 5-star grass can effectively conceal your presence. If the earth dragon comes in, I'll start a large fire. It won't dare enter and meet its demise, Hill declared, suddenly recalling something, and dashed out before either Hill or Lan Ku could respond. At that moment, the earth dragon had already entered the cave, and Bai Lu encountered 2 of them just as she stepped outside. The earth dragons bore jagged spines upon their backs and had a somewhat crocodilian appearance, though their entire bodies were of verdant green. Their heads were grotesquely deformed, with twisted faces that vaguely revealed their mouths, and their long tails swept the ground, wielding a range that was roughly twice the size of their bodies. When Bai Lu appeared before them, she was regarded as a delectable treat. There was no way they would allow her to escape. Upon encountering the earth dragon, Bai Lu immediately turned and fled, albeit in the opposite direction of the refuge that Hill had instructed them to seek. The cavern was riddled with numerous narrow passages, which, Although too constricted for the earth dragon, did not impede its tail from probing in the direction of Bai Lu. The tail, agile as a tongue, was limited in reach and, for the moment, failed to locate Bai Lu, prompting it to withdraw and search for the Orkesh trail along the cavern walls. Having narrowly escaped, Bai Lu collapsed in a corner, gasping for breath. Once she regained her composure, worry crept in about whether Lan Ku and Hill had evaded the dragon's pursuit. The sound of ferocious roars and the cacophony of debris falling outside quickened her heartbeat. Big brother? After an indeterminate time, the tumult outside faded, and Lan Ku's voice emerged. I'm here, Bai Lu called out, allowing Lan Ku to pinpoint her location. At that moment, Bai Lu felt utterly drained. She could no longer maintain her composure. Just moments earlier, an earth dragon's tail had been mere half a meter from her, poised to make contact, but it retreated due to its own limitations. A single step further, and Bai Lu would have been defenseless. Big brother, are you all right? Were you injured? Lan Ku, having just emerged from the cellar, was desperately searching for Bai Lu. I'm fine. Just ran too fast. What about your second brother? Lan Ku glanced back, but Hill was nowhere to be seen. Second brother? Wasn't he with you? Lan Ku replied. And this revelation nearly caused Bai Lu to faint, as she recalled why the earth dragon had departed before dawn. Hill, Bai Lu cried out, her voice breaking. What happened to him? If he is not with you, where could he be? Upon seeing Bai Lu in tears, Lan Ku meticulously scoured the vicinity, yet found not a single shadow. Only the sound of Bai Lu's sobs. I thought I heard Hill calling out. I dismissed it as an illusion, and then the earth dragon vanished. Bai Lu reflected on the sequence of events. Impossible. Big brother is so strong, although the earth dragon is formidable. Bai Lu's thoughts raced. Indeed. The dragon's armor is exceedingly tough and cannot be easily vanquished. Big brother. Lan Ku too succumbed to tears. Thus, the two females clung to one another, weeping profusely. As they mourned Hill's fate, was Hill truly lost? He had drawn the earth dragon away and fled into the night, where the world of beasts was cloaked in darkness, yet the orc's vision remained unaffected. The earth dragon could see him, but Hill, running at full speed, concealed himself within a tree hollow. The dragon's speed could not match his, and moreover, Hill carried 5-star grass, which thoroughly disrupted the dragon's sense of smell, allowing him to evade the pursuit. I must hurry back. I wonder if Lulu has managed to hide? Is she injured? Did Lan Ku escape the opening safely? Bai Lu pondered, having forcibly closed the lid and placed a stone table atop it, hoping that all would be well. Hill gazed towards the cave where Bai Lu resided. On the other side, the two sobbing figures were utterly exhausted. They were the only two females left, and should another beast appear, their lives would be in grave jeopardy. Bai Lu witnessed a dragon extinguishing the flames fearlessly with its tail, scattering remnants in every direction. Lank, let us go seek your father, Bai Lu suggested. Boss, it is still dark outside. Perhaps the dragon has not yet departed. Let us wait for dawn, Lank calmly analyzed. If the beast finds this cave again and discovers us, we would lack the strength to escape, Bai Lu reasoned, her argument holding merit. What shall we do then? Lank was at a loss, leaning against the stone wall alongside Bai Lu to regain their strength. We shall wait here until dawn. Once the sun rises, we shall be safe. After a prolonged silence, Bai Lu finally articulated a decision. Very well, I shall heed your counsel, Lank acquiesced, for she was already fatigued, having sprinted from the elder of the tower and endured numerous tribulations. Bai Lu, if the beast comes, you should flee first. I truly lack the strength. Bai Lu said after a moment of contemplation. We will address that when the time comes, Lank replied, gazing into Bai Lu's eyes. Bai Lu promptly closed her eyes to rest, and Lan could be seen leaning against the wall, succumbing to slumber as well. Chapter 144, Dispersal, Part 2. The rain outside continued to wash away the muddy ground, rejuvenating the entire forest. However, as the rainfall intensified, it concealed the malevolence lurking in the darkness and the despair of the Wolf Tears tribe. Second brother, Xia, Bai Lu, and Lank, clad in two thick fur coats wrapped tightly from head to toe, were searching for traces of Sierra. However, it was not just the rain that muffled their voices. Their movements had become laborious, as the mud beneath their feet weighed heavily upon them. Xia, you scoundrel, Bai Lu cried, collapsing onto the ground in the rain. Pounding the earth in frustration, regret washed over her. If only she had held on to Sierra, he would not have gone missing. Her last shred of hope was fading. Boss, let us go to Uncle S.'s place, Lank suggested. Perhaps we can wait for him to return there. Lank, too, felt despondent. But witnessing Bai Lu's anguish caused her own sorrow to deepen. The bloodstains on her hands were washed away by the rain, Yet Lank could still sense the remnants of flesh beneath her grip. Sierra, Sierra, I am here. Only you. Bai Lu lamented. If you do not appear soon, I shall vanish forever. She clung to the hope that Sierra was merely upset with her, intentionally avoiding her, not wanting to entertain the dreadful thought that a dragoness wrath might have claimed his life. Bai Lu, look at yourself. We must leave. If second brother returns, he would not wish to see you in such a state. Lank shouted through the downpour. I know. Sierra will come back. I cannot let him worry. Come on, Lank. I will escort you to your Uncle S. Bai Lu replied resolutely. Oh, Lank thought she would need to persuade her for a while, considering Bai Lu had just been in a fit of despair. Thus, the two of them, in their disheveled condition, hurried toward the cave of the clan leader before nightfall. They found Taz and Lanty still in that cave, as Sierra's cave remained untouched. After all, Sierra had yet to reach adulthood, despite being capable enough to fend for himself. Uncle, Aunt, the boss has arrived, Bai Lu announced to Taz and Lanty. And Lanty, how is Uncle Taz? Bai Lu inquired, shedding her fur coat. Much better. By the way, where is Sierra? Aunt Lanty asked. He has gone to see the other clan members. We came ahead to let the boss rest in second brother's room. Bai Lu had previously arranged with Lank. Little Bai Lu, come, I shall take you to Sierra's room, Lanty said, not pressing further. Bai Lu and Lank made an effort to mask their expressions. Thank you, Aunt Lanty, Bai Lu replied calmly, though a hint of fragility could be detected in her tone if one listened closely. It's nothing, Lank, take your boss. Your uncle has called for me, Aunt Lanty remarked, oblivious to the subtle exchanges. Lank, however, noticed that just as Uncle Taz called for Aunt Lanty, she permitted Lank to escort Bai Lu to Sierra's room. All right, you go ahead. I will stay with the boss, Lank said, reluctant to speak more in front of Aunt Lanty, fearing she might reveal too much. Lank led Bai Lu to Sierra's room, which was as simple as before. As soon as Bai Lu stepped inside, she rushed to the bed, sinking onto it and caressing the quilt. Boss, Lank called out. I'm fine. You go about your business. I'll manage. Bai Lu expressed her desire for solitude, wishing only to be with Sierra, even if it was merely in his bed. I will stay here with you. Lank was uncertain of where to go. She too could not believe the dreadful news. The formidable power of the Earth Dragon was evident to all, and even if Sierra transformed into beast form, it could not compensate for the disparity in size and strength between the two beasts. Let me be. I wish to spend some time alone with Sierra. Is that all right? Bai Lu shouted, tears glistening in her eyes. Lank, startled by the outburst, hurried away, while Bai Lu could not concern herself with that. She lay on the bed, inhaling the scent of Sierra. Meanwhile, Lank returned to her room, feeling aggrieved, and collapsed onto her bed in tears, stifling her sobs to avoid alerting Lanty and Ta next door. However, the keen senses of the beast men made it impossible to remain oblivious, even with the rain outside and the proximity of Lanty and Ta's room. Lanty, please check on Lank. She is crying heartbreakingly. Find out what's wrong. Ta, despite having lost a leg and appearing less spirited than before, felt compelled to respond to the distress of her little beast. Lank? I'll go see, Lanty said, equally anxious about Lank's well-being, and hurried out. Lank continued to weep, as if she were releasing tears that had been pent up for years. Lank, are you all right? What's the matter? Please tell Mama. Lanty called from outside the door, but before she could enter, Lank replied, Don't come in. I'm fine. I know. I keep repeating it. All right, Lank, just tell Mama what happened, Lanty said gently, not wanting to pressure her, but remaining outside the door. Mama, Lank burst out, rushing into Lanty's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Lanty led Lank into the room and sat on the bed with her. It's all right if you don't want to talk. Mama will stay with you, always, my little Lank. Lanty comforted, gently patting Lank's back until her crying subsided, and she eventually fell asleep. Lank? Lanty held Lank until her breathing steadied before placing her on the bed and stepping outside to find Bai Lu. Little Bai Lu, how are you? Do you need anything? Don't be afraid, Lanty said as she entered, sensing an undercurrent of unease yet proceeding nonetheless. I'm fine, Mama Lanty. I just want to sleep, Bai Lu replied, lying down and ignoring Lanty. All right, rest well, Lanty said, intending to inquire about Lank's situation but ultimately deciding to leave. Once Lanty departed, Bai Lu opened her eyes, filled with a multitude of emotions, before closing them again and drifting into a deep slumber. Lulu, I'll be back soon. In the cave, Sierra stumbled upon a tree bearing fruit, vibrant and succulent. After feeding the small beasts on the ground, Sierra became absorbed in gathering the fruits, losing track of time. Otherwise, he would have returned long ago. Lulu, these are your favorite fruits, I'll surely surprise you when I return. Hill was uncertain why he felt an instinctual assurance that Bai Lu would be safe, thus he refrained from hastening his pace, despite his desire to do so. The location he had chosen was somewhat remote, and the earth dragons had not yet departed, as the light at this hour was not particularly intense. Even if Hill opted to venture outside, he could not possibly confront 5 or 6 massive earth dragons single-handedly. Meanwhile, although Bai Lu's smile had vanished, her expression remained composed. And there were no other signs of distress. Randy, too, refrained from inquiring about Hill's well-being, as the condition of Ta had begun to worsen. With pus seeping from his leg, "Lan Ke, tend to your father at home. I shall seek out Yang," Randy said, her brow furrowed with concern. She was acutely aware of the dangers posed by the rainy season, especially with nightfall approaching, yet she felt she had no alternative. "Mother, I will go," Lan Ke declared with unwavering determination, but Randy could not allow Lan Ke to brave the journey alone. "No need. You both should stay here and care for your father." "I will return shortly," Randy's mother insisted. "Mother, please. There is no time to waste. Your father's wounds cannot afford to wait. If I cannot find Yang, I will seek out the antibacterial herbs, and your father will be saved," Randy's mother replied resolutely. Lan Ke and Bai Lu understood they could no longer dissuade her, and thus they acquiesced. Once Randy's mother departed, Lan Ke and Bai Lu remained by Ta's side, the entrance sealed off. This meant that should Randy's mother encounter danger on her return, the only way in would be through either Ta awakening or Hill's return. "Lan Ke, quickly fetch a bowl of cold water. Ta is running a fever. If it does not subside, all hope will be lost," Bai Lu urged anxiously. Lan Ke sat down, overwhelmed. In that moment, Bai Lu seemed to recall something. Both young women were lost in their own worlds, forgetting their initial intentions. However, as tears streamed down Bai Lu's face, she instinctively glanced at Ta, who bore a resemblance to Hill, and suddenly ceased her weeping. "Lan Ke, stop crying and fetch the water." At that moment, Bai Lu displayed remarkable fortitude. "Okay." Lan Ke was momentarily taken aback, but upon noticing the calm determination in Bai Lu's eyes, she instinctively complied with her request. Before long, Lan Ke returned with a basin of cold water. Bai Lu employed the most rudimentary method to cool Ta's forehead, and it proved effective. By now, it was the dead of night, and both Bai Lu and Lan Ke, still in their growth phase, felt the pangs of hunger. Fortunately, they had brought along some potatoes and dried fish. They prepared a simple dish of mashed potatoes, boiling the potatoes until tender, mashing them, and mixing in the fish for a late-night meal. This method was purposeful as Ta was unconscious and unable to eat solid food. A porridge-like consistency would be easier to swallow. After feeding Ta, Bai Lu and Lan Ke sat on the ground facing each other, keeping a watchful eye on his condition. "Lan Ke, we must hold on until Randy's mother returns." Bai Lu uttered words of encouragement to herself, yet they all understood that Landy's mother faced dire straits. "Ah, mother." It seemed that Lank was not afraid. However, her vacant eyes betrayed her true feelings. Bai Lu offered no solace to Lank, for she understood that these were events that truly existed, irrevocably set in the past, beyond anyone's power to alter. Both were enveloped in their own contemplations, neither uttering a word, nor feeling the slightest inclination to sleep, merely sitting vacantly on the ground, lost in thought. Throughout the night, they were serenaded by the gentle patter of rain, remaining in their stillness until a faint glimmer of light seeped through the cracks outside. "Lank, I shall venture nearby to gather some herbs. You must keep watch over Ta," Bai Lu declared. "Landy Alma has yet to return, and I fear her fate may be dire." Bai Lu was acutely aware that the daytime beasts were far less formidable than those of the night, and there remained a chance if she were to seek out the herbs now. "Boss, I beg of you," Lank replied, fully cognizant that their mother was in peril, and the situation of their father was equally grim. The urgency for the herbs could not be overstated. "I shall do my utmost. If I do not return by nightfall, I fear Bai Lu will not know what to do," Lank expressed. "I understand. Go, and be cautious of the beasts," Bai Lu urged, uncertain whether Lank's feigned ignorance was genuine or not. Regardless, Bai Lu set forth on her course. The burrow dug by Bai Lu was barely large enough to accommodate either Bai Lu or Lank as they passed through. During Lank's childhood, the excavation was perceived as a delightful adventure, a small gateway to the outside world. Ultimately, it was Bai Lu who ventured out, while Lank only remembered the existence of this tunnel in the morning. "Big brother, I entrust everything to you," Lank silently prayed, subsequently replacing Tess' beast-skin cloth. Meanwhile, after her departure, Bai Lu was in search of medicinal herbs nearby. Thanks to her unique abilities, She could vaguely discern the names and functions of various plants, despite the ongoing rain. However, all she encountered were common weeds, with truly beneficial herbs eluding her grasp. Moreover, foraging for herbs proved to be a physically demanding task, especially while clad in heavy bee skin, which made her efforts even more strenuous. She felt the pangs of hunger gnawing at her. Yet, where could she find something to eat at this moment? She felt more like prey for wild beasts than anything else. As her stomach growled, a peculiar fragrance wafted through the air, a scent so novel to Bai Lu. Reminiscent of something being cooked, Bai Lu could no longer discern whether the alluring fragrance was detrimental or beneficial to her. She was merely drawn towards it. Although she did not find the herbs she sought along the way, she stumbled upon a cave, an unguarded cave, from which the enticing aroma emanated. Should she venture inside? Doubts lingered in her mind. However, the crackling sounds within the cave soon overwhelmed her thoughts, prompting her to instinctively rush in. Inside, the cave was a chaotic jumble of wild grass, puddles, stone pedestals, and a scattering of gravel strewn across the ground. Yet, the captivating scent seemed to waft from the depths of the cavern. Bai Lu cautiously approached the cavern within, clutching a wooden stick in her hand. Though it possessed little practical utility, perhaps it served to bolster her courage. As Bai Lu approached, she beheld a peculiar creature within, a beast whose skin resembled that of a freshly born mouse, tender and flushed with a rosy hue. Its head, adorned with a profusion of fur, bore a vague resemblance to a saber-toothed beast, albeit devoid of fangs. Upon closer inspection, its visage echoed that of an elephant. Yet it lacked any pointed teeth. A tail, approximately 1 meter in length, trailed behind it. Bai Lu observed as its claws delicately caressed its own tail, exhibiting an unmistakably anthropomorphic demeanor. What manner of creature is this? Bai Lu was unfamiliar with such a beast, but it was abundantly clear that the delightful aroma she had just detected emanated from it. She noted the tail's vivid crimson color, almost translucent, reminiscent of something that had been boiled. How she yearned to take a bite. If only Sierra were here, she could inquire about this enigmatic beast. However, lost in reminiscence of Sierra, Bai Lu inadvertently kicked a stone, instinctively uttering a soft exclamation of surprise. Oh no! Bai Lu promptly turned on her heels and fled, uncertain of the nature of this beast and how it could be so easily provoked. Bai Lu emerged from the cave, and before she could reach her pre-selected hiding spot, she stumbled upon a remarkable stone. Speaking of this stone, Bai Lu could not help but marvel at the wonders of nature. It was situated approximately 3 meters above the mountainside, forming a series of irregularly shaped steps along its ascent, yet they were sufficient for Bai Lu to ascend. Atop the stone was a naturally formed hollow, and above it stood a grand tree, reminiscent of a willow, perfectly concealing her reclining figure. The white dew, driven by an insatiable curiosity, ascended the steps to explore, discovering nothing within but a pristine emptiness. Surrounding her were neither wild beasts nor any lurking dangers, prompting White Dew to claim it as her own. Bai Lu glanced up instinctively, her peripheral vision capturing the sight of the grass, nearly a meter high, flattened in the distance, and the ground trembling as if shaken by some unseen force. Had a wild beast approached? Chapter 146. The Removal. Without allowing Bai Lu further contemplation, she resolved to seek a secure refuge. It was indeed a perilous situation, akin to being caught between a wolf and a tiger. Fortunately, their paths did not intersect with hers. Otherwise, the ensuing chaos would have been unimaginable. Bai Lu rushed towards the mountainside with the utmost speed of her lifetime. Her instinctive swiftness and momentum combined to create an impetus that transformed a journey of 3 minutes into a mere minute. At this moment, Bai Lu harbored no other thoughts. Her sole desire was to survive. Memories of her grandmother and Sierra filled her mind, reminding her that even in the face of despair, she must not relinquish her will to live. Otherwise, she would truly be beyond redemption. Moreover, she had a way out. Faster! I must hurry. This conviction propelled her onward as she fought against the fierce winds to return to the mountainside. Lying against the rock face, Bai Lu could hear the rhythm of her own heartbeat, gasping for breath. Below, a series of high-pitched squeaks echoed. Curiosity piqued, she craned her neck to see. A peculiar creature caught her eye, a black frog, or rather, a hybrid of a frog and a fish, boasting the head of a frog yet possessing a fish-like body, complete with 2 frog-like legs. It was fiercely gripping a small beast resembling a mouse, clinging tightly to its neck, while the creature emitted a series of frantic squeaks, reminiscent of cicadas, sharp and piercing, resembling the cacophony of a swarm of mice. Once the small beast succumbed, the frog-headed creature released its hold and opened its mouth wide, preparing to consume its catch. The mouse-like beast was approximately 1.5 meters tall and plump, while the frog-headed creature was elongated. Its mouth perfectly sized to devour the mouse-like body whole. After finishing its meal, the frog-headed creature turned and crawled away in the direction it had come, not sparing a glance at Bai Lu's hidden position. Bai Lu observed everything with keen eyes. Once she confirmed that no other beast posed a threat, she cautiously descended. She intended to retrieve something, the tail of the mouse-like creature. For reasons unknown, perhaps the tail had been cooked, as a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, clear and distinct to Bai Lu's senses. In her hand, it possessed a delightful, bouncy texture, pleasantly cool to the touch. Unable to resist, she brought the tail close to her nose, savoring the scent. Returning to the rocky outcrop, she lay back, momentarily forgetting her original quest for the herbal medicine of the clan leader. It was only when an instinctive sense of hostility prickled at her consciousness that she opened her eyes. Although the large trees' leaves cast shadows, light still filtered through. Yet, upon opening her eyes, she found herself enveloped in darkness, accompanied by a foul, acrid stench. Despite holding the tail of the mouse-like creature, the overpowering odor was unmistakable. Bai Lu extended her hands, reaching towards the cool sensation of the shadow, feeling the presence of scales that shifted beneath her touch. Suddenly, it revealed its true form, a colossal python. Its eyes the size of chicken eggs fixated intently on her. Bai Lu found herself at a loss for words to articulate the overwhelming dread that engulfed her. A singular thought echoed in her mind. She was doomed. The serpent stirred, its foul, acrid tongue flicking towards her, leaving her with no avenue of escape. Uncertain of where to flee. In that pivotal moment, destiny intervened once more. The yellow serpent erupted in fury, thrashing against the stone wall, causing the very ground to tremble beneath her. Bai Lu seized the opportunity to rise, her gaze falling upon the yellow serpent, its massive form casting an overwhelming shadow. Yet, the serpent posed no threat to her. Taking advantage of the moment, Bai Lu fled down the mountainside, and the serpent did not pursue her. Instinctively, she glanced back, catching sight of the serpent's tail extending toward the stone cave where she had lain. At that moment, the serpent seemed to be in distress, though the tumult it caused was no longer as fierce as before. A thought crossed Bai Lu's mind, a possibility. Perhaps the serpent was in the process of laying eggs, bringing forth its offspring, even though they had yet to hatch. All of this remained mere speculation in Bai Lu's mind. With only a single backward glance, she continued her flight, resolutely not looking back again. Bai Lu, unaware of the profound gaze of the yellow serpent, which was imbued with a remarkable humanity, continued on her grand endeavor. Meanwhile, as she hurried back to the cave, she fortuitously stumbled upon a small but invaluable antibacterial herb. Had it not been for her keen eyesight and the serendipitous advantage she possessed, she would have surely overlooked this precious find. By the time she returned to the cave, the afternoon sun had already begun to wane. Bai Lu was utterly exhausted, not only physically, but mentally as well. Hunger gnawed at her insides. Lan Ku had anticipated Bai Lu's return and the inevitable need for sustenance, and had already prepared a bowl of potato and meat mash, though it lacked flavor. For the ravenous Bai Lu, the mere availability of food was a blessing she could not afford to disregard. The antibacterial herb brought back by Bai Lu was but a single, delicate specimen, leaving Lan Ku at a loss as to how to administer it to Ta. The topical application seemed insufficient. "Boss, is this all the antibacterial herb we have?" Lan Ku inquired. After searching for some time, Bai Lu replied, "This is all I could find. Perhaps I was searching in the wrong direction. Please wait a moment. I need to rest and will search from another side. You should feed this to him for now. The antibacterial herb for his leg injury will take a bit longer to procure. I will leave as soon as I've eaten." "All right, boss, perhaps I should go instead. You seem weary and could use a break," Lan Ku suggested. "No need. You stay here and look after Ta's father in the cave. I will manage outside. We can reassess if it becomes too difficult," Bai Lu insisted, though fatigue was evident in her demeanor. Despite her repeated refusals, Lan Ku could not shake her concern for Bai Lu's endurance. "Fine, when I return. Please prepare some chili for me to saute this evening. Be good." Bai Lu averted her gaze from Lan Ku, seeking to assign her a task to distract her. "Understood. Do not worry, boss." Lan Ku responded resolutely, though her eyes betrayed her concern. With that, Bai Lu exited the cave, embarking on her second outing of the day. The afternoon rain fell more heavily than during her first venture, yet clad in thick animal hides, Bai Lu felt little trepidation. She added an extra layer, which should have slowed her down, but with her feet already beginning to rot, she had no choice but to hasten her pace, setting off from a different direction. Bai Lu soon discovered a vast expanse of antibacterial herbs, though they were ensnared among a tangle of wild grasses. The roots, which were the most vital part of the herb, would require considerable time to harvest. Time was of the essence. Before long, Bai Lu immersed herself in the labor. And after about half an hour, she managed to gather a small handful. However, it was far from sufficient for Ta's father. As dusk approached, she dared not linger and made her way back to the cave. I will use what I have for now and return for more later. Chapter 147. Londi returns boss. Let me go next time. Your foot. If you encounter a ground dragon, you won't even be able to run. Lan Ku's admonishment warmed Bai Lu's heart. Is everything all right with Ta's father? Bai Lu promptly inquired upon her return, urging Lan Ku to administer the medicine. Yes. He no longer has a fever, Lan Ku replied, striving to keep her emotions in check. All right, I will rest now. Tomorrow. Let us see if Londi's mother has returned. Bai Lu regretted her words as they escaped her lips, intending merely to divert Lan Ku's attention. Do not worry. You should rest, Lan Ku said with unwavering strength. Bai Lu yearned to console Lank, yet she found herself utterly exhausted, devoid of any energy to offer comfort. Moreover, with Lanch's mother still absent, any words seemed futile. Lank pouted, on the verge of expressing something, but ultimately remained silent. This silence persisted for 3 days, until the 4th day when Lanch's mother returned, with only Lank present at home. Lank. Bai Lu. A faint voice drifted in, reaching Lank's ears as she was preparing a meat broth. Mother. It's your voice, Mother, Lank exclaimed, her heart racing as she rushed to the narrow entrance. As anticipated, it was indeed her mother. Mother. What happened to you? Lank gasped, witnessing Lantia, bloodied and hunched, clutching her abdomen, clearly gravely injured. Quick, there's an opening here. Come inside, Lank urged, her voice tinged with urgency. Where? Lantia, disoriented, could barely think, relying solely on her instinct for survival for her children and partner. Observing that Lantia was on the brink of collapse, Lank, in a state of panic, squeezed through the opening. Mother. Hurry, come in. I'll stop the bleeding. Lank supported Lantia, intending to pull her inside, yet the cave sloped downward, rendering her efforts futile. It was clear that Lantia would have to rely on her own strength. Realizing that only by returning to the cave could she hope to survive, Lantia summoned her willpower, enduring the pain, and crawled inside with a final surge of determination. When Lank followed, she found Lantia lying down, her abdominal wound gaping, blood pooling around her. Mother? Mother! Lank cried, despairing. I'm Lank, you'll be all right. It will be fine. Suddenly, the once sobbing Lank fell silent, rushing into the inner chamber. From a basket, she retrieved some animal skins and approached Lantia, pouring the medicinal powder over her wounds. Yet Lantia remained unresponsive. Lank, in a state of utter helplessness, realized she could not save her mother, her father, or her elder brother. At that moment, Lank succumbed to despair. When Bai Lu returned, she immediately detected the metallic scent of blood at the cave entrance. She cleverly used the remaining 5-star grass to obscure the entrance. Lank, what happened to you? Grandma Lanty. She has returned? Upon spotting Lank, who was sitting in a daze, her gaze fell upon Grandma Lanty, lying in a pool of blood. Lank, hurry, lift Grandma inside. She cannot remain on the ground, or she will truly perish. Upon seeing Grandma Lanty, Bai Lu understood why Lank was so immobilized. Boss? Father, mother, and second brother are all gone, Lank uttered, her words emerging slowly, syllable by syllable. Do not dwell on your second brother. Uncle Ta is still inside, requiring your care. If you do not tend to Grandma Lanty, she will indeed depart from you forever. Bai Lu spoke with a calmness that was imperative in such a dire moment. Huh? Father? Mother? Lank glanced towards the interior where Uncle Ta lay, then lowered her head to look at Grandma Lanty again. Let us go. She sprang to her feet, but her prolonged sitting had left her body numb and unsteady, causing her to collapse onto the hard ground beside her, fortunately avoiding landing on Grandma Lanty, or else her abdominal wound would have been exacerbated. With that fall, Lank finally regained her senses, kicking her legs twice to signal Bai Lu to take one side each. Together, they cooperatively lifted Grandma Lanty and transported her to the bed. Bai Lu shed her garments and gently wiped her body, carefully avoiding her injuries. During her recent excursions, Bai Lu had not ventured out aimlessly. She had procured not only antibacterial herbs but also hemostatic herbs and other valuable plants. All these were dried by Lank over the campfire and then finely chopped to achieve optimal storage as medicinal powder. This endeavor was a result of their own explorations, and they were fortunate to succeed. However, the wound on Lanty's mother was exceedingly grave, and without timely treatment, her survival was in jeopardy. Although Bai Lu harbored such thoughts after applying the medicine, she kept them to herself. "Eldest sister, I have sprinkled the medicinal powder on Mother's belly," Lank remarked. You go check on Ta-de. I will handle things here," Bai Lu replied. "All right," Lank responded after a brief pause. Once Lank departed, Bai Lu revealed the wound on Lanty's mother's abdomen. It was a small cavity, with flesh quivering as if it might detach at any moment. The pallid flesh was exposed, and the underlying blood and tissue were faintly visible. Since she lay flat, there was no immediate bleeding. Bai Lu's sole thought was to perform surgery, although she was not a physician. She had not ventured far in her recent outings and was unaware of the tribe's circumstances, let alone the whereabouts of Yang. Desperate, Bai Lu resolved to take a chance. She fashioned a suture from her hair and crafted a needle from the bone of a water-stinging beast, the only one from the last meal that had been boiled rather than fried. During the procedure, a sweat trickled down her forehead. The task of stitching drew closer to completion, but the violent tremors of the earth surged. Nevertheless, Bai Lu remained steadfast, continuing to stitch for Lanty's mother. Throughout the ordeal, Lanty remained unconscious, yet Bai Lu was assured of her vitality, as evidenced by the rise and fall of her chest. The tremors lasted only 2 to 3 minutes before tranquility returned, yet Bai Lu felt mentally exhausted. Acutely aware that she was no surgeon and had never stitched a human body before, circumstances left her no room for hesitation. A sudden loud noise alerted Bai Lu to the presence of a beast intruding. She heard Lank's cries, and she desperately wished for Lank to be silent. Knowing that any sound would undoubtedly reveal her position to the beast, especially given their inability to fight back. At that moment, Bai Lu's heart raced with anxiety. Uncertain how to navigate this impending calamity, yet strangely, she felt a sense of relief rather than anguish. "Sierra, I have come for you. Wait for me." Bai Lu's thoughts remained unknown to Sierra, yet he felt a pang in his heart as he hurried back. "I've arrived. I'm back." Sierra sensed an ominous premonition. But burdened with 2 large bags of animal hides, he finally reached Bai Lu's cave. "Is anyone here? Where have they gone?" Observing the long-abandoned cave, devoid of blood or signs of struggle, Sierra deduced that Bai Lu was safe for the moment, even though he did not know her exact whereabouts. He intends to visit his parents first. After all, his father is still injured. Chapter 148, The Wolf Pack. What manner of beast is this? Bai Lu pondered with curiosity. Upon closer inspection, it resembled a beast man, yet its fur was so long that it obscured its true visage. The creature before her, however, paid no heed to Bai Lu and strode directly towards the bed where Lanty's mother lay. It emitted a peculiar sound, reminiscent of a call yet tinged with reproach. Before extending its claw, Bai Lu feared for the safety of Aunt Randy, believing the beast posed a threat. Without hesitation, she seized a kitchen knife and swung it at the creature, but with a single hand, the beast effortlessly tossed her aside and abducted Aunt Randy, leaving Bai Lu in a daze on the ground. Once the beast departed, the outside world fell eerily silent. "Boss, Bai Lu?" Lank called from outside. "Over here," Bai Lu shouted, only to fall into silence again. "Boss, the beasts have left. Please get up." Lank, noticing Bai Lu seated on the ground with blood trickling from her mouth, grew anxious. "What about Aunt Randy? Where has she gone?" As Lank attempted to help Bai Lu to her feet, she glanced at the empty bed, realization dawning upon her. "The beast took her, Lank. I know I lack the strength to rescue Aunt Randy," Bai Lu murmured, her eyes devoid of life. "Boss." Lank threw herself into Bai Lu's embrace, tears streaming silently down her cheeks. They had endured so much together, and Lank had even experienced a breakdown before. But Bai Lu had comforted her then. Now, however, Bai Lu's own composure was frayed, and they remained entwined in sorrow. When Sierra returned, he was met with a shattered threshold and a chaotic floor. Following the sound of weeping, he discovered Lank weeping inconsolably while clutching the lifeless Bai Lu. The scene shocked him. What had transpired? He should have returned sooner. "Lulu, Lank." Sierra's voice pierced the air, reaching the ears of the 2 distressed females. "Second brother? You're back," Lank cried, her sobs intensifying as she buried herself in Sierra's embrace, clinging tightly. Sierra's gaze fell upon Bai Lu, who, upon seeing him, displayed a fleeting glimmer of surprise, only to revert to her previous blank expression. "All right, tell me what happened," he urged, gesturing for Lank to release him. Noting the weight of 2 bags filled with fruits and beast meat on his back. "Second brother, just moments ago, the injured Aunt Randy was taken away by a beast." Lank whimpered through her tears. "Aunt Randy? How many beasts were there?" Sierra's demeanor sharpened, his eyes glinting with urgency. "About 4 or 5. but I cannot identify what kind of beasts they were, Lank replied. They had black fur and were slightly larger than your beast form. They just ran off with Aunt Randy, Bai Lu added, her voice a whisper of desolation. Understood. First, you both need to eat something. Here are some fruits to tide you over. Lank, please prepare some hot soup. It will be beneficial in the coming days, Siege instructed. All right, Lank replied. After a brief glance at Lulu, he'll turn to leave. Slowly, he approached Bai Lu and softly called her name, yet received no response. He removed his fur pelt, donned only a single garment, and, cradling Bai Lu like a princess, brought her to the bedside. Noticing the blood on the sheets, he refrained from speaking, simply guiding Bai Lu to sit at the edge of the bed. He changed the linens and gently laid her down. Just as he settled her comfortably, he intended to tidy up the chaos outside and fetch some warm water for Bai Lu, fearing that something untoward might occur. However, before he could rise, Bai Lu pulled him down to sit on his lap, her arms draping around his neck. He could see his reflection in her eyes, those large orbs shimmering with light. Lulu, it's all right, I'm back. Don't cry, he murmured clumsily as he wiped away her tears. At that moment, Bai Lu's voice, slightly hoarse yet alluring, called out his name. Lulu, I'm back, Hill softly reassured her, a simple statement carrying more weight than 1,000 words. Bai Lu once pondered that if Sierra were still alive and frightened her so, she would certainly give him a good thrashing upon their meeting. No, she would merely impose a punishment of making him sleep on the floor. However, the moment she laid eyes on Sierra, all she desired was to embrace him. With her legs spread apart, she perched herself upon his lap, her cherubic, rosy visage imprinting itself upon Sierra's worried countenance, gradually descending. At that moment, Bai Lu yearned to surrender herself to Sierra. She wished to evade the anguish of losing him once more. It was only through merging with him that her unease could be quelled. Noticing Bai Lu's actions, Sierra stiffened slightly. Bai Lu, listen to me, he began, but before he could finish, she silenced him with a kiss. Sierra struggled for merely a few seconds before reversing their roles. In less than half an hour, they had laid bare their hearts to each other. Yet before they could advance further, the inappropriate interruption by Lank disrupted their intimate exchange. Second brother, the beasts have come. Lank's voice echoed just as Sierra darted out, wrapping himself in a cloth. He spotted the distant pack of wolves indeed. A pack, lean and gaunt, with eyes gleaming red, numbering at least 20 or 30. Sierra's expression shifted drastically as he pulled Bai Lu and Lank into the cavern of the tower. From a corner of a stone table, Sierra used his blue blade to pierce a hole, urging Bai Lu and Lank to enter first. Sierra, I want to go in without you, Bai Lu insisted stubbornly. Sierra remained silent, resolutely directing Lank to enter first, interrupting any protest she might have made. As soon as Lank stepped inside, Sierra swiftly carried Ta to the cave's entrance, instructing Lank to assist on the other side. Their movements quick as they were acutely aware of the dwindling time. Once Ta was inside, Sierra gestured for Bai Lu to follow. Do not worry, you go in first. I will follow closely behind and will not leave you alone, Sierra reassured her. You must keep your promise, otherwise, I shall never trust you again. And I will leave you for good, Bai Lu declared earnestly, then hurriedly crawled inside, not daring to glance back at Sierra. He said nothing. Yet the light in his eyes shone with even greater intensity as he too entered the cave. Just as he sealed the entrance with a cover, the pack of wolves surged in, having caught the scent of the beast's men and females. They searched repeatedly but found no one. Scavenging the remaining beast meat without disturbing anything else, Sierra remained vigilant, attentive to the sounds outside, and spoke to Bai Lu. We shall remain here. We can endure for several days, rest assured. The cavern resembled an underground chamber, containing some fruits and beast meat, but meager in quantity. Amounting only to a single beast skin pouch, the age of which was uncertain, and lacking a water source. Let us rest, he concluded, closing his eyes to gather his strength, aware that the wolf pack had not yet dispersed. For reasons unknown, they would have to weather this storm before deciding their next course of action. Without further words, Sierra maintained his watchfulness, but as 3 days passed, the wolves still showed no signs of leaving. Were they to make this cave their new home? Lulu, the wolf pack outside has yet to disperse. We must devise a plan. Hill whispered into Bai Lu's ear, a routine that had persisted for the past 3 days. Chapter 149. Escape. Since the wolf pack claimed the cave, half a month has elapsed. Bai Lu, Hill, and Long Ke, along with Ta, have endured within the confines of the cave for a fortnight. Their provisions had long been depleted. And were it not for Bai Lu's ingenuity in suggesting that he'll use a wolf's claw to dig, they would not have lasted this long. Especially with the fruit Hill had brought from nearby. Lulu, Today we will charge out. I have observed that there are 8 wolves inside the cave these past few days. They seem preoccupied, coming and going. Initially, I intended to excavate my way out as per your suggestion, but the stone beneath is too hard, and if we continue, we will surely be discovered, Hill stated. Yes, I understand. This time we shall, Bai Lu replied to Hill. Good. A spark of determination lit Hill's eyes. The cave was quite spacious. It had comfortably housed 4 individuals for a fortnight without feeling cramped. Lan Ke, come here, Bai Lu called, gazing towards the cave's entrance. Lost in thought. Oh, Lan Ke, who was busy feeding Ta, responded. What is it? After half a month, Lan Ke had transitioned from fear to a sense of normalcy. Today, we must make our escape. We cannot delay any further. The wolf pack outside is coming and going, and we cannot allow them to occupy more caves, or our kin will suffer greatly. Bai Lu informed Lan Ke of the current predicament. All right, what should we do? Lan Ke inhaled deeply. Simply take care of Ta. And tomorrow, Hill and I will act. If we succeed, we shall return for you, Bai Lu said with a smile. Why? Why not take me along? Lan Ke appeared somewhat hurt. Who will look after Ta then? Bai Lu inquired softly. Oh, right. Who will care for Ta? Lan Ke's spirits visibly fell. As soon as we deal with the wolves outside, we will come for you, Bai Lu reassured her. But what if you cannot return? Can't you reconsider? Lan Ke pleaded. We have been waiting here. We can procure food through digging. A few days ago, I saw a wolf storing prey in a nearby cave. If we can dig our way there, sustenance will be secured, Lan Ke suggested. Do not worry. If the wolves outside remain unvanquished, we shall be trapped here indefinitely. Moreover, our kin might presume us dead. What then? Bai Lu refrained from revealing this harsh reality to Lan Ke, but it was evident that Lan Ke still clung to the innocence of never having ventured beyond the tribe. What do you plan to do? Lan Ke realized she could not dissuade Bai Lu and Hill from their course. Just ensure you take care of yourself and Ta. Hill and I will come back for you, Bai Lu assured her. Bai Lu compelled Lang to sit down, gently stroking her head, akin to smoothing down fur. Lang fell silent. But at that moment, Bai Lu spoke softly. If I do not return to fetch you, you may remain here indefinitely. Food and water will be passed through that opening. Take care of Grandpa Ta, and look after yourself. Bai Lu gestured towards the burrow that Sierra had created. Boss. Lang turned and embraced Bai Lu. We will surely succeed. Let us go and eat some fruit while we await tomorrow. Bai Lu urged Lang. Lulu, Lang, we will certainly find our way out, Sierra declared resolutely from the side, vowing that even if it meant sacrificing himself, he would ensure their safety. Initially, Bai Lu and Sierra had deliberated on waiting for the wolf pack to disperse on its own. Knowing well that wolves are inherently social creatures, merely 8 of them were far from constituting a full pack. Their counteroffensive was primarily prompted by the fact that Grandpa Ta had yet to awaken. Though his wounds had healed, he remained in a slumber, the cause of which was shrouded in mystery. They resolved to venture forth in search of Yang. This rainy season proved more arduous than they had anticipated. Typically, during the rainy season, each household had beast men to guard them, and patrols were customary. However, due to the Black Beast incident, most beast men had either perished or departed. The Silver Wolf clan was no longer as formidable as it once was. Even with new beast men joining, they paled in comparison to their former strength, a reality that Sierra acknowledged. On the following day, before dawn broke, Sierra cautiously led Bai Lu out of the cave. Within the burrow, only 2 wolves remained. The others were presumably outside. As soon as the white dew period arrived, it ignited a bundle of tobacco, a highly flammable wild grass, akin to a narcotic smoke. However, its efficacy against the wolves remained uncertain, as did the white dew itself. Prior to this, both White Dew and Hill had consumed mint, which invigorates the senses. It was known to counteract the narcotic smoke, a fact White Dew recalled only after a fortnight. The wild grass had been plucked from the nest within the burrow. Indeed, there was no bed, only a layer of wild grass spread upon the ground. Yet, this very grass, as indicated by White Dew's external display, induced faintness. Coincidentally, a small pouch of mint lay within the burrow, and White Dew recognized an opportunity. She meticulously tested whether mint could genuinely suppress the narcotic grass, and the results confirmed her hypothesis. Once the wolf pack succumbed to unconsciousness, White Dew and Hill emerged from the burrow. With swift precision, Hill severed the throats of the wolves, resulting in no further struggle. He then proceeded to scour the cave and the surrounding area, discovering that only these 8 wolves remained. After piling the wolves together and sealing the cave entrance once more, White Dew had already extricated Lan Ke and Ta. You handle the wolves. I shall tidy up the dwelling, White Dew stated, gazing at the pile of wolf carcasses. With the onset of the rainy season, a simple wash outside would suffice. There was no need to venture far. However, they must avoid the entrance, for even the faintest scent of blood could attract wild beasts. Hill responded with a smile, carrying 2 wolves out, while White Dew assisted. Otherwise, exiting would prove challenging, and ensuring the burrow's security was paramount. At last, they felt a semblance of safety. With merely a little over 10 days remaining until the end of the rainy season, White Dew wondered if her kin would still be present. A wave of melancholy washed over her, especially with the uncertainty surrounding grandmother Landia's fate, which seemed dire. "Brother, come quickly," Lanka called out from within. "What is it?" White Dew hurried over. "Father's hand just moved. Is he awakening?" Lanku appeared visibly excited. "Perhaps. Do not shake him. Just sit quietly." White Dew gently pulled Lanka's hand away from shaking Ta. Oh. Big brother, father is waking up. I'm so excited." Lanka's words tumbled forth in a rush, yet his joy was unmistakable. "Right. I'll fetch some water. It will be beneficial for him to drink upon awakening," White Dew said, sharing in the joy. Although Ta had lost a leg, he was still a beast man, and moreover, their leader. In that moment, Lanka, enveloped in happiness, thought of nothing else but clasping Ta's hand and calling out to him, "Father, it's me, Lanku. Please wake up. I promise I won't be willful anymore. Mother is missing, but when you awaken, we will search for her together. You always forbade me from leaving the tribe. I will be obedient." Chapter 150. Ta awakens later that evening. When Hill returned, the wolf meat had already been processed. He was also aware of the news regarding Ta's imminent awakening. A deduction made by White Dew. "Lulu, you all go ahead and roast the meat. I will stay here and keep watch." As the evening descended, Bai Lu and Lanku remained motionless, gazing at the tower, prompting Hill to remind them. They both responded, yet neither stirred. Hill understood their sentiments. But with Tower Father still in slumber, it would be disastrous if they succumbed to exhaustion. "Lulu, Lanku, rise," Hill asserted, forcibly lifting Bai Lu and Lanku and carrying them to the cave outside. "Hill, release me. I can walk," pleaded Lanku. "Second brother, I can manage on my own. Set me down." Unfortunately, their protests fell on deaf ears. After all, he had prepared the meat soup long ago, and it was likely cold by now. Since they had promised to help but showed no initiative, it fell upon him to intervene. He compelled them to sit down, serving the still warm meat soup before them, before heading to Tower Father's cave. Inside, they heard the familiar call of Father as Lanku and Bai Lu rushed in, where they found Tower seated and Hill kneeling beside him. "Father," Lanku exclaimed, darting forward like a cannonball. Good, as long as you are safe," Tower said, affectionately stroking the heads of Lanku and Hill, tears of joy welling in his eyes. At that moment, he was indeed their father. "Little Bai Lu, come here. You are just like them. You may call me father as well," Tower said kindly. It was then that Lanku realized her leader was also present. Meanwhile, Hill was firmly held down by Tower under the blankets, and he made no effort to struggle. I. Bai Lu's eyes brimmed with tears. "Come here," Tower beckoned. "Father," Bai Lu cried, leaping into the spot that Lanku had vacated. Lanku had stepped aside readily. "Little Bai Lu, consider this your home. Moreover, you and Hill will become mates, and Hill will one day be the Wolf King, making you the Wolf Queen of the tribe." Tower's voice was deep and resonant. Yet it did not strike Bai Lu as jarring. Instead, it enveloped her in warmth. Lulu Hill gazed at Bai Lu with affection. "I understand, father." Bai Lu wept, yet wore a smile of happiness. She was not motivated by the title of Wolf Queen. It was Hill, the person she cherished, who made her feel at home, alongside his family and so many tribespeople. "Father, come, eat some meat." Lanku reappeared, having left at some point, carrying a substantial piece of meat, weighing about 2 pounds. "Haha, my little Lanku is the best. Knowing your father is hungry, he loves meat the most. Bring me a few more pieces," Tower exclaimed, devouring the food heartily. "All right," Lanku replied. Meanwhile, Hill had returned to his usual self, ignoring the faint redness at the corner of his eyes, which Bai Lu would have missed had she not been observant. "Lulu, you should eat as well, or I can fetch some for you." "Never mind. I'll go get it," Hill suggested. "Okay, you go," Bai Lu responded, twisting a piece of beast skin into a napkin to indicate that Tower should wipe his face. Bai Lu washed her hands, turned her head, and beheld Ta, who was lost in thought while holding a cloth. "Father, like this, just like this. Then wipe." Bai Lu gestured with her hands, encouraging Ta to mimic her actions. Alas, it's far more comfortable to wash directly. This cloth is far too small. At that moment, Ta exuded an air of generosity, completely unaware of his position as a clan leader. Father, do not burden the eldest. You are currently incapacitated, and moreover, it's the rainy season with so many wild beasts outside. You must also prioritize your safety. Lank entered, handing over a portion to Bai Lu. What are you saying? Even if I broke a leg, I could still go out. Come, I can walk right now, he exclaimed, attempting to rise. Lank, do not be foolish. Here entered, scolding Lank, knowing this was the most effective way to handle the situation. What are you doing? What is this? This is your sister. I want to go out. All right. Eventually, Ta relented without much persuasion, resigning himself to stay on the bed and eat roasted meat. Wow, it's been so long since I felt this way. Here, hurry. Bring me another piece. Ta pointed at the chunks of meat in the bowl. Now this is the true flavor of roasted meat. After gulping down a large mouthful of water and finishing a bowl of roasted meat, Ta patted his belly and remarked, By the way, where is your mother, Lanty? Is she outside roasting meat? I've awoken. Why hasn't she come to see me? Ta inquired. The previously joyous atmosphere was abruptly shattered. Bai Lu and the others fell silent, and the air thickened with tension. What's wrong? Isn't Lanty outside? Ta attempted to maintain an air of ease. But upon observing the expressions of the three young ones, his heart sank. What happened to Lanty? Speak. Ta stated with an unsettling calmness, his face serious. Mother, father. Woo-woo. Lank dashed into Ta's embrace, weeping openly. Here, you tell him. At that moment, Ta resembled the eye of a storm, fixating his gaze on Here. Mother has been taken by a beast. Here spoke, lowering his head to obscure his expression from everyone. What kind of beast was it? What was the situation at the time? Ta's demeanor remained unnaturally composed, his tone even. I don't know. Lank was likely the most aware of the situation. We just escaped from the cave today, Here explained. What happened? Ta pressed. Here then relayed everything he knew to Ta, who fell silent for a moment before asking, Lank, what was the situation when your mother was taken? Lank recounted the details clearly. Do you know what kind of beast it was? Did it seem to intend to harm your mother? Ta inquired. I don't know. I was terrified. I was thrown out, and in hindsight, that beast resembled a stray. Lank responded, filled with dread. Stray beast, exclaimed both Here and Ta in unison, astonished. A stray beast? What does that mean? Bai Lu questioned, puzzled. I will explain it to you when I have the time, Lanka said to Bai Lu. Bai Lu nodded. Father, what should we do now? Asked Lank. How long until the rainy season ends? However, Ta's response was evasive. It seems there are still about 10 days left. Being taken by the wandering beasts? Mother is surely in grave danger, especially since half a month has already passed. Lank, with a heavy heart, spoke the bitter truth. No, your mother is surely still alive. She must be. Even if I have but one leg, I will rescue her. I will not allow her to be left alone in the hands of those beasts. Ta restrained himself. Father, I will save mother. Now that you are awake, I leave Lank and Bai Lu in your care. I shall depart shortly. At that moment, Sierra raised his head, his face contorted with rage, yet his tone remained remarkably calm. Chapter 151. Learning to write Lulu, I am leaving. Sierra said reluctantly at the cave entrance to Bai Lu. Sierra, really? Forget it. Bai Lu's expression was one of profound melancholy. You know, Lulu, I must go. Sierra clenched his fists as he embraced Bai Lu. Outside, Sierra and Bai Lu shared a tender farewell, while inside, Lank remained silent, sitting quietly. And Ta had already laid down on the bed. Lank, should I send your second brother? At that moment, Ta had forgotten he was Lank's father. I don't know. With mother and father, and my older brothers, I truly don't know how to choose. If only none of this had happened. Lank lamented. Lank. Ta was taken aback by her words. I'm going to grill meat. Without answering Ta, Lank coldly tossed out that statement before leaving him alone on the bed to ponder. Second brother? Did you bring the grilled meat? Lank forced a smile, not wanting Sierra to worry. Yes, don't worry. Take good care of father at home. I will return with mother soon. Everyone present understood that Sierra was merely trying to comfort them. After all, was it so easy to defeat the wandering beasts? Bai Lu lowered her head, while Lank fixed his gaze intently on Sierra, as if he had something to convey, yet no words escaped his lips, employing the familiar approach. Just as Sierra was about to enter the burrow, Ta called out, Sierra, Sierra. It was evident that Sierra could not venture outside either, for Ta must have had something of significance to discuss. Fortunately, he had not yet departed. Sierra, let us wait until the rainy season has passed. Remain home for these few days. I have already broken a leg. If you were to leave, what would become of Bai Lu and Lake? Ultimately, Ta could not permit Sierra to go out. With his current condition, he was rendered nearly helpless. The future of the tribe would depend on Sierra's descendants. And even if some misfortune befell Lanty, he would merely follow her. Father, what about mother? Sierra inquired. Half a month had elapsed, and the hope of rescue appeared increasingly dim. We are all rather aged, and besides, I have a broken leg. Let us leave it be for now. We shall speak of it after the rainy season. His reluctance to discuss the matter was palpable. Father, Sierra called out, the situation of our kin remains unclear, and I am in this state. I have trained you as a leader. Would I truly send you to your doom? Ta's agitation was evident, and he even began to cough, prompting Link to bring him some water to alleviate his distress. Sierra? Bai Lu was at a loss for words, noticing that Sierra's hand had begun to bleed from exertion. I am fine. We have roasted those beasts. They can be preserved for a longer duration, he stated before turning to tend to the meat. Lank, please take good care of father. I shall assist, Bai Lu instructed Lank, who nodded in acknowledgement before she stepped outside. The sky outside grew increasingly overcast, darker than in recent days, with daylight resembling night, albeit with a faint glimmer of light that was somewhat taxing to behold. These days marked the onset of the torrential rains foretold by the rituals. Once that period passed, the skies would clear, and we should check on our tribe members. What might their condition be now? After 10 days of recuperation, Ta's spirits had improved slightly. During this time, Sierra had ventured out each day, returning home promptly, while Bai Lu and Lank took turns caring for Ta and tidying the cave. Sierra, do you remember the characters I taught you last time? The water shell beast has long been released, and I have only taught you the uppercase letters 1, 2, 3, and the changes in time, Bai Lu reminded him. I remember. I know 1, 2, 3. Next comes 4, 5, 6. Am I correct? Sierra replied, his interest in learning quite evident. Indeed, indeed. Now, write it down for me to see, Bai Lu encouraged, tracing in the dirt with a twig. The ground was quite dusty, just ample enough for their task. All right. Sierra replied confidently as he wrote it down. Big brother, I can do it too. I haven't forgotten what you taught me last time. It's too easy. Let me write one, Lank exclaimed eagerly, snatching the twig from Sierra's hand and beginning to write in another area, though it took him a minute. Let me see what you both have done. Have you put your hearts into it? Bai Lu took the branch from Lank's hand, wishing for these words to endure, to influence them from this moment forth. Boss, first take a look at mine. I wrote it quite well, and I've even written 4, 5, and 6, Lank invited eagerly. All right, let me see, Bai Lu replied as she approached. Upon inspecting Lank's work, she remained silent, then moved to examine Sierra's handwriting, but again, she said nothing. To be frank, both Sierra and Lank were rather intimidated by Bai Lu, especially when her expression was devoid of emotion. Boss, what's wrong? Lank inquired timidly. Did I teach you how to write 4, 5, and 6? At that moment, Bai Lu appeared exceptionally captivating, embodying the role of a stringent teacher. No, the two replied in unison. Do you believe your writing is correct? Bai Lu took a deep breath, recalling how they had once claimed to have mastered 1, 2, 3. Was this their way of repaying her? Let us not even discuss 4, 5, and 6. What about 1, 2, 3? Bai Lu felt exasperated. If not for her and Sierra's desire to learn, she would have long given up. Boss, where did we go wrong? Lank murmured. Bai Lu chose not to respond. The simplicity of 1, 2, 3 seemed beyond their grasp, suggesting either a lack of talent or a disinterest in learning. Lank S1 was acceptable, but her 2, a dot above, and an excessively long horizontal line below, was utterly perplexing. As for 3, it resembled a chaotic mess. While the top and bottom horizontal lines were correct, the middle one had inexplicably turned into a dot. Sierra fared slightly better, managing to present a rough semblance, though it twisted and turned in an unrecognizable manner. Without knowing it was meant to be 1, 2, 3, it could easily be mistaken for gibberish. As for their attempts at 4, 5, and 6, they were nothing short of a muddy smear. Boss, why not teach us again? Perhaps Wang will get it this time, Lank suggested. Sigh. Bai Lu exhaled deeply. Let us do this. As long as you can say it correctly, writing is secondary. Besides, I can see you're both busy. Indeed, the two were occupied, with little time to devote to learning, though their writing left much to be desired. Being able to count to 10 was commendable. You've worked hard, Sierra remarked. It's nothing, Bai Lu shook her head. Boss, I still want to learn. Lank cooed. Perhaps it's best to let it go, Bai Lu replied, feeling a twinge of anxiety. During the rainy season, when there were no pressing matters to attend to. Bai Lu recalled their desire to learn the written word and decided to assess their progress. They had managed to memorize it then, so what had changed? It had only been a few days, after all. If Lank were aware of Bai Lu's true thoughts, she would surely retort that a week had passed, and whatever they had learned was now forgotten. In the last few days, Bai Lu had engaged them in games, and they had become quite absorbed in the fun. Boss, we'll strive harder moving forward. Grant us another chance. Lank implored. Oh, Bai Lu questioned. After these 2 days of torrential rain, I will be heading out to hunt. You will be gathering fruits. Do you truly have time to learn to write? Hill has relinquished hope. He is indeed not cut out for academic pursuits. Moreover, after the rainy season, preparations for winter must commence. The Beast World continent experiences but 10 months in a year, 2 months of spring, 3 months of rain, 1 month of autumn, and 4 months of winter. There is merely a month to prepare for winter, and even with sufficient provisions, they often do not last until the end. As winter progresses, the cold intensifies, necessitating an increased reliance on hearty meals for survival. Not to mention the presence of wild beasts during this season. The beasts of winter are the most formidable throughout the year. Those that venture out to forage are the elite, and incidents like the abduction of Lantia's mother are rare. These beasts consume any orc or female they encounter, and some even wreak havoc upon the land, making winter the most terrifying season. When Bai Lu was informed by Hill, the hardship was palpable in his tone. She had long set her sights on locating rice or wheat within this month, and understanding the difficulties of winter only fueled her resolve. This was the sustenance she had yearned for. Having arrived on the continent for so long, she missed the comforting embrace of rice and fluffy steamed buns. But a series of events had delayed her quest. Fortunately, her efforts were not in vain, for she had discovered salt and chili, both of which proved invaluable. Hill, once the rainy season concludes, I wish to venture out in search of the rice and other long-lasting foods I mentioned. Would you accompany me? Bai Lu was aware of the multitude of tasks Hill had to tend to, but if she could procure rice, even in the biting cold, it could be enjoyed alongside roasted meat, providing sustenance for a while. Most importantly, being on this continent, she often felt a sense of emptiness that she could not quite articulate. Bai Lu pondered whether she could alleviate this sensation by finding familiar items from her original world. Of course, how long will it take? I will entrust matters to Belle or Noah while I accompany you in your search. Hill too recognized the value of rice. If it were indeed as Bai Lu described, it might replace fruit as the staple for females. In a couple of days, once I am prepared, we shall set forth. Bai Lu declared. Boss, I wish to join as well. Lanku exclaimed. Will you not care for father? With mother absent, the household relies solely on you, Hill replied. I. Lanka lowered her gaze. Fear not, should we find it first, you will be the first to know. I shall keep it from others. Bai Lu assured her. Really? Lanka's eyes shimmered with moisture. Indeed. Bai Lu smiled. Very well, I shall await your return at home. When mother returns, I shall embark on an adventure of my own next year. You must not hinder me. Lanka quickly regained her composure. Agreed, Bai Lu affirmed. We shall discuss it then, Hill echoed. Second brother. Lanka protested. Boom, boom. Accompanied by the rumbling of thunder, the rain this evening fell with unprecedented ferocity, allowing Bai Lu to truly witness the essence of a torrential downpour. The caves became drenched. Fortunately, the water did not seep into the 2 caverns. The 3 individuals then set about draining the water from the caves. This situation persisted until the rain ceased, coinciding with the break of dawn when the sun emerged, casting layers of color and constructing a radiant rainbow bridge. The tribe's people erupted in jubilant cheers, and the distant echoes of wolf howls resonated through the air. Of course, Bai Lu could not comprehend their meaning. She mistakenly thought that wild beasts were descending from the mountains in search of food. Do not fear. Those are merely the voices of the beast men, Hill reassured her. Indeed, Bai Lu nodded. The beauty of the moment uplifted everyone's spirits, as each heart felt as though it had pierced through the clouds to glimpse the rainbow, dispelling the gloom brought by the rainy season. Hill, at the entrance, was about to inquire whether the large stone needed to be addressed, but upon turning around, Bai Lu noticed that Hill had already moved the stone aside. Sunlight streamed into the cave, and Bai Lu immediately felt a wave of comfort envelop her. I will tidy up your cave shortly and bring over all the supplies, Hill said while clearing away clutter. Very well, Bai Lu replied, not insisting on moving anything, for she understood that it would be challenging for just the 2 of them to survive the winter that was a month away. They exchanged a smile, and through the sunlight, Hill beheld Bai Lu's profile, reminiscent of a goddess descending from the heavens. Despite her doll-like visage, Hill's face betrayed a flush of warmth. The following day, after tidying the cave, Hill took the opportunity to excavate another cave and a cellar, both intended for storing provisions for the winter. Lulu, I am sorry, Hill expressed. What is it? Bai Lu inquired, still processing his words. I need some time to search for my mother. She has been missing long enough. I have enlisted Noah and Belle to help look for her. I apologize. Hill genuinely wished to keep his promise. Initially, he had intended to rally the tribe to assist. But the successive strains had deeply affected the Tianlang tribe. I understand. You should go. Return safely, Bai Lu said, empathizing with Hill's feelings. If the roles were reversed and it were her grandmother in question, she would make the same choice. Lulu, you must also be cautious, Hill reminded her, highlighting the need for vigilance beyond the tribe's borders. Though they had been together for less than 6 months, their rapport was profound enough to suggest they were destined companions. When will you leave? It was now lunchtime, the aroma of roasted meat lingering in the air. I will pack my things shortly and depart, Hill replied. Take 2 beast men with you. You cannot go alone, Bai Lu insisted. Do not worry. I will be with Geely and Yang, Hill assured her. Hill, Bai Lu called. Yes? Hill turned to face her while cleaning their newly excavated cave. I cannot bear to part with you. Bai Lu rushed over and embraced Hill, burying her face in his chest. I feel the same. Hill held her tightly. Take care of yourself at home. Hill spoke with a hint of emotion in his voice. Well, you seem to be doing well outside. Bai Lu made every effort to conceal any unusual behavior from Hill. However, they were lovers. So how could they not be aware of each other's feelings? It was merely unspoken. All right, I believe I have lingered here long enough. I shall take my leave. Hill pushed Bai Lu aside and walked towards the cave, retrieving a well-prepared beast skin pouch without casting another glance back. Lan Ku and Ta had already been informed, and all arrangements were in place. In the new cave, Hill found Bai Lu weeping, her emotions overwhelming her for reasons she could not fathom. After all, Hill had ventured outside before. Yet Bai Lu had come to understand the plight of the wandering beasts on the continent. These creatures, also beastmen, were said to be abandoned by the beast god, possessing inherent flaws that rendered transformation impossible. Furthermore, some wandering beasts had grown disillusioned with their tribes, akin to being cast aside by their kin. When encountering beastmen, they would kill them. But they would abduct females for mating until they conceived. Such was the tragic fate of the captured females, ultimately reduced to mere vessels for reproduction. Chapter 153. The Red Lake Hill had been away for 3 days, and during this time, Bai Lu could hardly afford to think of him. Noah, let us depart today. Since Hill had left, Noah and Belle had taken turns guarding the cave entrance each night. Wait a moment. I will call Belle. With that, Noah transformed into his beast form and dashed away. Hey, Noah, wait. Hold on. Bai Lu called out, but Noah's silhouette quickly vanished from sight, leaving her feeling helpless. Bai Lu, is there anything else? Just as she was about to turn away, Noah's voice reached her. Please ask Belle to bring extra beast skin pouches. We might need them to carry more. Bai Lu replied. Understood. Is there anything else? Noah inquired. No, just set out as soon as you arrive, Bai Lu said. Very well. With that, Noah truly departed. The air was thick with the scent of the primal forest, towering trees standing tall, their canopies providing a cooling shade for Bai Lu and her companions. With winter approaching, why does the sun still blaze so fiercely? It is sweltering, Bai Lu exclaimed, fanning herself with a delicate leaf. I hear the sound of water nearby. I shall investigate, Belle announced. Be careful, Bai Lu cautioned, aware he was scouting ahead. Of course. Belle nodded. Noah, the vegetation here is lush, yet there seems to be nothing of use. When you go hunting, have you come across any peculiar flowers or herbs? We should explore those. Bai Lu is not solely in search of rice. Any practical items or food would suffice. Let me think. I am still unfamiliar with this place, and nothing strange comes to mind. It all seems quite normal. Noah replied. Are there any flowers that bloom in unusual ways? The conversation continued, with Bai Lu reflecting on Noah's earlier admission of unfamiliarity. She inquired whether others would be aware of their search. It's fine. Let us rest here for a moment and explore our surroundings. If we cannot find it, then so be it. Hill had previously informed the 2 orcs that Bai Lu was seeking a type of sustenance that would sustain them through the winter. Should they succeed in their quest, they would gain an advantage, hence their agreement to assist, especially considering their rapport with Hill. Before long, Belle returned, wearing a grave expression that heightened the tension for both Bai Lu and Belle, compelling them to stand alert. What is it? Is there a problem? Belle queried. The water over there is red, and it is not beast blood. It emits a foul odor, and I cannot ascertain its origin. Let us find a different water source. Belle redirected their path, signaling for the others to follow. Wait, I am unsure where to seek the item I desire. I might as well take a look at this unusual red water, Bai Lu remarked, intrigued. Is there truly anything of use? Do we really need to go there? Belle asked. We set out to find something, so any direction is a direction, Noah replied affirmatively. You speak wisely, Noah. Perhaps I might identify what it is. Bai Lu added. Very well, if you wish to see it, go ahead. I merely fear it may delay our search for necessities, Belle explained. Is there any wildlife in that area? Bai Lu inquired. The moment the question escaped her lips, she regretted it, realizing that with Belle's return, there was likely no danger present. No, there are no animal droppings or claw marks in that vicinity, Belle clarified. Well then, let us take a look, Bai Lu suggested. Noah snapped a small sapling, wielding it to clear the underbrush. Belle led the way, Bai Lu walked in the middle, and Noah brought up the rear. The grass here grew tall, obscuring the lake from view. It was peculiar that no beast ventured near. Surely, if even the wildlife avoided this water, it must be unsuitable for survival. Thus we must tread carefully, Belle cautioned while clearing the weeds. Let us see what lies ahead, Bai Lu encouraged. The grass was indeed tall, and pulling it back would make for excellent kindling. Bai Lu gazed at the towering weeds that reached nearly 2 meters high. This will do. It's all dried out and easy to pull. I will gather some to take back, Noah declared, ready to act. No, Noah, there is no need. We should seek something more useful, Bai Lu responded, surprised by her own words. Noah, come on, we're almost there. Do not cause a fuss. Belle urged from the front. How is this causing a fuss? This would be perfect for a fire. It would ignite quickly, Noah insisted earnestly. All right, enough of this. We have arrived, Belle declared. Indeed, Belle stood merely 5 meters away from Bai Lu, pushing aside the weeds to glimpse the distant lake. It was still visible to the naked eye, yet only with Bai Lu's careful scrutiny could its true essence be discerned, albeit in a hazy manner. The water of the lake is indeed red. Filled with curiosity, Bai Lu hurried over to take a closer look, only to be met with a sudden waft of a fragrant aroma. Be careful, Belle cautioned, fearing that she might plunge headlong into the lake. Noah, hurry up. What are you doing? Belle noticed Noah still squatting there, counting insects. I'm here. I haven't seen a cabbage worm in ages. I just wanted to tease it. Noah exclaimed as he joined Bai Lu. Belle, Noah, look. This is waterweed. It's what makes the lake appear red, and it's not toxic, Bai Lu said, examining the red thread grass in her hand. How do you know it's not toxic? It smells awful. Put it down. Belle swiftly knocked the red thread grass from Bai Lu's grasp. Awful? Not at all. We have this grass in my tribe as well. You needn't worry, Bai Lu replied, unperturbed. Although Belle seemed a touch fiercer than before, likely due to her recent injuries, Bai Lu understood. Are you certain? Does it have any use? Belle inquired. Indeed. It can even be eaten, though it requires a rather peculiar method. I wonder if the entire lake is like this. Bai Lu scooped up a handful, feeling its coolness, which was quite pleasant. Is there really no problem? Belle asked once more. Absolutely, Bai Lu assured her patiently. All right. If the boss says it's true, then it is. Noah grinned. What boss? Bai Lu was taken aback. Surely, he was referring to her? Of course, it's you. You are the partner of Sierra, our sister-in-law. So calling you boss is entirely appropriate. Noah stated matter-of-factly. Fine, if you want to call me boss, then so be it. She hadn't yet bonded with Sierra, nor had she reached adulthood. How could she be considered a sister-in-law? Although her feelings for other orcs would never match her affection for Sierra. Belle, what are you doing? Bai Lu turned to see Belle using a leather pouch to gather red thread grass. Isn't this food? Let us take it back for Gwuzzy to try. Belle continued to collect it as she spoke. Yes, but there is no need to gather so much. Belle had already filled one leather pouch and showed no sign of stopping. Chapter 154, Shrimp Fishing Belle, that's enough for now. Let us go over there and take a look, Bai Lu said, wary of wandering off alone. Encountering wild beasts could spell doom. All right, wait for me, Belle replied, tying off the filled leather pouch at her waist while the unfilled one also hung there. Bai Lu felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue as she gazed at the scene, primarily concerned about the potential embarrassment if her skirt were to slip. Wouldn't that lead to an unfortunate revelation of things best left unseen? As Bai Lu wandered through her thoughts, she mused that if Hill were aware of her musings, he would undoubtedly declare, if you wish to gaze, gaze upon me. Do not let your eyes wander. Alas, Hill was absent. Bai Lu's whimsical reverie lasted but a fleeting moment as she strolled along the lakeside. The path was devoid of any avian or terrestrial creatures. However, With each step she took, the hue of the aquatic vegetation grew increasingly pale, a testament to the diminishing quantity of algae. After traversing nearly 500 meters, the water's expanse revealed a complete absence of red thread grass, if any remained. It was merely a stray handful. Bai Lu compelled Noah to tear a piece of jerky, fastening it to a slender twig, which he then poked into a hole by the lakeside. Bai Lu once heard from her grandmother that in her era, one could catch small crayfish or fish for themselves. However, by Bai Lu's generation, fishing had been prohibited in their country. It is uncertain whether this measure has proven effective. Nonetheless, one must attempt the impossible. Success would yield a delectable dish, while failure would not lead to disappointment. What is this about? Noah inquired, curious since Bai Lu had begun tying branches. Crayfish, Bai Lu exclaimed. Both Noah and Belle looked at her in confusion. The aquatic spiny beasts that dwell in the mud are devoid of spines, if fortune favors us. I shall prepare a taste for you. Bai Lu refrained from suggesting they would have their fill, for the appetite of every beastman is formidable. Very well. The two fixated on the branch in Bai Lu's hand. Any food would pique the interest of beastmen, as it constituted their sustenance. The first attempt was evidently unsuccessful. After a few moments of silence, the branch tugged downward, signaling activity. Yet, upon Bai Lu's forceful pull, all that emerged was a bare branch. Nothing. Noah swallowed hard. It got away, Bai Lu replied. Do not worry. Allow me, Noah declared, preparing to intervene. Do not. Bai Lu grasped Noah's hand to restrain him. Why? Noah questioned, perplexed. Catching it barehanded will result in bites. Seeing that Noah remained still, Bai Lu searched for another branch, securing a strip of meat torn by Belle in hopes of a more fruitful catch this time. Will that work? Noah expressed doubt. It will. I wish to see if the crayfish here are akin to those of my tribe, Bai Lu asserted, prodding once more. Let me try. Observing Bai Lu's trembling hands, Belle insisted. Very well, Bai Lu conceded, handing the branch to Belle. Bai Lu's excitement surged. She had discovered chili peppers. Although not the spiciest, they would suffice for a dry-fried crayfish dish, which thrilled her, especially in this pristine, untainted environment. This time, after changing to a smaller hole, it did not take long before there was movement. Belle imitated Bai Lu's earlier technique and, to their delight, this time they had a catch. The crayfish of the beast realm appeared thus, two large pincers brandishing sharp teeth, with a red shell speckled with mud. As it moved, the crayfish's vibrant color shone brilliantly, differing only in its head from what her grandmother had described. It weighed about 2 to 3 pounds. How shall we consume this? Noah pointed at the small creature, which, despite its weight, was merely a morsel for beastmen with appetites exceeding 100 pounds. Eat it however you wish. Bai Lu beamed, wishing for Sichuan pepper to create her spicy crayfish dish. But these pincers? Noah indicated the crayfish's formidable claws. Before Bai Lu could respond, Belle stepped forward and, taking advantage of the crayfish's inattention, snapped off its pincers. Let us catch 2 more to sample. If they are not palatable, we shall abandon the endeavor, Belle suggested. Very well. You shall not be disappointed. Bai Lu, without lifting her head, continued her dedicated task of shrimp fishing. Let us wait and see, Belle remarked coldly. Hey, Belle, must you be so harsh? The old you was never this frigid. You're increasingly resembling Rake now. Noah expressed his dissatisfaction. If you're uncomfortable, then perhaps you shouldn't listen, Belle replied tersely. You. Noah was taken aback by Belle's transformation. All right, hurry up, another one is coming, Bai Lu exclaimed as a lobster soared past them. Noah, caught off guard, was struck squarely by it. It clamped down on Noah's finger, causing blood to flow profusely. Belle immediately reacted, initially intending to sever the lobster with a knife. But upon realizing it had clamped Noah's finger, she froze in place. Bai Lu hurried over, hearing Noah's call, and inwardly lamented the situation. What was initially meant to be a jest had unexpectedly gone awry. How could a lobster evade the dexterity of an orc? She wondered whether Belle could sever the lobster's body, leaving only the claws pinching Noah's fingers. It is possible, Belle responded after a brief moment of silence. Boss, my hand. Although orcs are robust and resilient, they too are flesh and blood. It's all right, just loosen your grip, Bai Lu instructed, taking a deep breath. Indeed, he was still an orc. Belle's indifferent gaze conveyed a sense of disdain. I am a warrior of the tribe, bring it on, he declared, shutting his eyes and holding his hand flat. Though deep down, Noah was quite fearful of the pain. Before Bai Lu could finish her sentence, with a sharp crack, the lobster was cleaved, leaving only its massive claw gripping Noah's finger. I can't take it anymore. My hand is going to be crushed. Noah aspired to be a brave warrior of the tribe. yet found himself helpless in the face of such agony. The pain was unbearable, as if all 10 fingers were intertwined with his heart. All is well. We just need to pry this open. Belle, you go and do it. Bai Lu was not unwilling to assist, but she still wished to catch more lobsters. Serves you right, Belle remarked as he stepped closer, preparing to pry open the claw. What did you say? Noah retorted, quite irked. Before Belle could respond, he had already seized the opportunity while Noah was distracted and pried open the claw, revealing the bone beneath his finger. Thank you. Noah realized that Belle had done this to divert his attention. All right, let us build a fire right here, Belle instructed. Sure, I'll go gather some firewood. Noah was already bouncing back, largely due to the medicinal powder Belle had sprinkled on him earlier, which was essential for their journey. Is Noah all right? Bai Lu's face was etched with guilt. I'm fine, it's not a big issue. You didn't foresee this, so don't worry, Belle said, his expression softening as if he were looking at a younger sister. Thank you, Belle. Bai Lu genuinely felt the warmth of a brother's love. It's nothing. Would you like to sit aside while I take care of the rest? Belle offered. No, I enjoy fishing. Bai Lu found the thrill of catching lobsters to be quite addictive. Chapter 155. The flower beast. Bai Lu and her companions caught a total of 6 fish, perfectly dividing them so that each person received 2. They brought along some animal fat, which they placed in a makeshift stone pot to roast. Eldest sister, this aroma is quite unique, Noah exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. Is it fragrant? Bai Lu glanced at her with a smile and inquired. Indeed it is, Noah replied without hesitation. The white dude doused the crayfish with beast oil, and their size necessitated a rolling motion to ensure their proper cooking. Fortunately, the pot was sufficiently large, otherwise, it was uncertain how long the cooking would take. Approximately an hour had elapsed, and delightful aromas began to waft through the air. Boss, save me some when it's done, came Noah's voice. 2 piles of fire had been prepared, and Belle had ventured out to hunt 2 wild cattle, providing a meal for himself and Noah. Belle's culinary skills were commendable, managing to roast the meat to a delightful crispness while remaining tender, even with only salt for seasoning. Delicious, White Dew exclaimed as she savored the skewers. But they are rather large, each skewer must weigh at least 2 or 3 pounds. How will I eat the crayfish after this? She muttered, unaware that the keen ears of the orcs had caught her words. Boss, it's fine. If you can't finish it, you can eat it tonight. The crayfish isn't going anywhere, Noah replied, his mouth greasy with meat. Oh, White Dew was startled. She had forgotten about the orc's acute sense of hearing. All right, my crayfish is ready, she said, grinning as she nibbled on the beef, her clean stick freshly inserted into the succulent crayfish, releasing its enticing aroma. She pinched a piece with the stick and brought it to her mouth. The crayfish was extraordinarily tender, its flavor overpowering that of the beef, sliding down her throat without her needing to swallow. With a delighted gulp, surprise flickered in White Dew's eyes. The crayfish was indeed exceptional. Noah, Belle, come and taste. This crayfish is quite remarkable. Let us each have 2. White Dew exclaimed, her hands eagerly reaching for one of them. Coming. Noah rushed over, equally eager. How is it? How is it? White Dew asked, licking her fingers. Not bad, Noah replied, though his enthusiasm seemed less fervent than before. Is it not delicious? White Dew inquired. It's good, Noah continued to savor. Then why the glum face? There's plenty here. If we catch more, we'll surely be satisfied, White Dew remarked. You said you wanted to fish. How many can we possibly catch? Just look at the appetite of me and Belle, not to mention the orcs in the tribe. This will merely whet the females' appetites, Noah explained. True, White Dew conceded, realizing her oversight. The 3 of them finished off the 2 cattle and 2 crayfish, preparing to delve deeper into the mysteries of the lake. If you're not eating, we can save the rest for dinner. White Dew instructed Noah to fetch a hollowed-out log, which she cleaned and filled with the peeled crayfish meat. Belle had consumed an entire cattle, as had she, and she had also sampled the crayfish, finding it quite delectable. Noah patted White Dew on the shoulder. Yes, but we agreed on 2 each. White Dew pouted. Oh, come now, boss. Isn't it enough to leave such a delicious treat for you? Noah replied. Bai Lu understood that the food was left for her, as she could feel satiated after consuming merely 1 shrimp. It is worth noting that the females in the tribe typically require 5 to 6 pounds in a single sitting. One can only marvel at the wonders of creation. Big brother? All right, tonight, Belle and I shall certainly indulge in your barbecued delicacies, shall we? Noah exchanged a knowing glance with Belle. Indeed. To comfort Bai Lu, Belle reluctantly agreed. See, Belle has already promised. Please do not be angry. If Big Brother Hill returns, I shall surely be in for a beating. Noah lamented dramatically. Serves you right. Bai Lu couldn't help but chuckle. Yes, yes. Let us venture forth and discover the mystery of this lake. Why are there no beasts coming to drink? Noah pondered aloud. Do you still wish for beasts to come? Bai Lu feigned an attempt to strike Noah on the head. No, big brother, let us speak reasonably. That was not my intention. Noah felt akin to a scholar confronting a soldier, unable to articulate his defense. Still going on, are we? I shall thump your head. Bai Lu chased after him. Such a mature cubs. Bell observed the two childish companions ahead, shaking his head, but then a wistful expression crossed his face as if a thought had struck him. Bell, hurry. There's a beast ahead. Noah's call snapped Bell back to reality. Bell rushed forward to join Bai Lu and Noah. Bai Lu, what is happening? An anxious Bell inquired, as he noticed there were no beasts in sight. Nothing to worry about. Noah was merely trying to frighten you, Bai Lu replied with a smile. What were you doing standing there for so long? Noah felt justified in his reasoning. You're quite something. As Bell prepared to confront Noah, he suddenly pulled Bai Lu and Noah behind him. What are you doing? Why are you pulling me? Noah, seeing Bai Lu being dragged, refrained from retaliating. All right, look ahead. Bai Lu gestured for Noah to observe. Before them stood a deer, its antlers over a meter long, arching towards its crown, adorned with a yellow-white pattern that appeared particularly sacred under the glow of the setting sun. Wow, is that a Sika deer? Bai Lu recognized the species at a glance. A Sika deer? Big brother, this is the messenger of the beast god. We must flee. Bell exclaimed, swiftly pulling Bai Lu along, while Noah urged them from behind. Hey, slow down. Bai Lu's voice gradually faded as a wild beast emerged beside the bewildered Sika deer, which had been watching her retreating figure, unbeknownst to Bai Lu and her companions. All right, that should be far enough. Stop. Bai Lu panted heavily. Let us get even further away. Bell coldly remarked as he quickened his pace while carrying Bai Lu. Bai Lu's scream echoed. Noah chuckled resignedly, thinking it best to endure. After all, it was safer to keep their distance. Bai Lu had yet to finish my words. A sense of dizziness enveloped me, leaving me utterly drained of strength to speak. It was not until we arrived at another grove of trees that Bai Lu was finally set down. By this time, several hours had elapsed since I had indulged in shrimp. Yet I had been unable to expel anything at all. Bai Lu casually found a relatively comfortable spot beneath a large tree and sat down, panting as she patted her chest. Boss, how are you? Noah inquired, offering her a water pouch. Bai Lu took a sip, rinsed her mouth, and then gulped down half of the water pouch, ultimately choking a little. Slow down. Noah patted Bai Lu's back and said, What are you all doing? Isn't that just a spotted deer? Why are you running? Bai Lu could not comprehend, for the spotted deer is a symbol of beauty. I am uncertain if that is indeed the spotted deer you speak of, but here we refer to it as the flower beast. Noah seemed to transform into a different person, and after speaking, he appeared somewhat apprehensive. Chapter 156. The Village of Red-Eyed Beasts. Bai Lu gazed at Noah with a sense of bewilderment. The flower beast was said to be an envoy of the beast god, a messenger that aided the survival of beasts across the continent. Wherever it roamed, treasures would surely abound, such as herbs capable of resurrecting the dead. A glimmer of aspiration shone in Noah's eyes. Then why does it flee? Isn't that rather splendid? Bai Lu inquired. Aside from the treasures found in her vicinity, she herself was a treasure. Her blood and flesh possessed the ability to prolong life. Thus, she was often surrounded by formidable beasts for protection. These creatures would not harm her, as she provided them with the treasures they sought, serving as a form of compensation. Noah spoke with a tone of melancholy. Isn't it supposed to be the envoy of the beast god? Logically, it shouldn't be so feeble. Why does it seem as if the spotted deer has been abducted? Bai Lu muttered to herself, yet her words were distinctly audible to Bell and Noah. The flower beast is not so naive. Without offering substantial benefits to those beasts, it would be impossible to safeguard its wealth, Bell remarked. Is that how it is? I still wish to see that lake, Bai Lu sighed, surprised to have encountered the flower beast. That territory must belong entirely to the flower beast. Otherwise, there would be other beasts present. It is best if we do not venture there again, Bell advised. Alas, what a pity. I had hoped to go shrimp fishing in the future. There are only these few left. Observing the wooden stick on Noah's shoulder, Bai Lu's spirits plummeted. Leader, be content. It is fortunate that the flower beast did not allow those powerful beasts to pursue us and reclaim their treasures, Noah remarked, casting a glance at Bai Lu and idly plucking at the wild grass beneath him. What? It still wants to return? Bai Lu exclaimed in shock. Of course. The creatures surrounding the flower beast can be deemed the most intelligent among those on the continent that have yet to transform. Had they chased after us just now, reclaiming those items would have been the least of our concerns. They could easily eliminate us with a mere flick of a finger, Noah said ominously. Is that true? Bai Lu turned to Belle. Belle nodded in affirmation. Sometimes I wonder if you are truly a female of the continent. How can you be so oblivious to these matters? Noah expressed his disbelief. Bai Lu found herself at a loss for words. All right, our rest is nearly over. Let us proceed, Belle said to Bai Lu and Noah. Where to? Bai Lu inquired. Leader, it was Elder Hill who instructed us to accompany you in search of food. How could we possibly know? Noah blurted out. I rarely venture out. So I have no idea where to find it, which is precisely why I asked you to guide me. Bai Lu retorted, equally bewildered. Then tell me, what kind of food are we seeking? Noah asked. Have you ever seen yellow grass? Just that, before Bai Lu could finish her sentence, Noah interrupted her. Yellow grass is everywhere. Which kind are you referring to? Noah countered. Let me finish. It's the kind that is golden and has seeds all over its leaves. Bai Lu endeavored to describe it distinctly. They're all quite similar. Please describe something else, Noah admitted, genuinely perplexed. Let us speak of fruits, shall we? This particular one is remarkable in its appearance, a large green fruit that grows upon vines. Bai Lu, considering the characteristics of this species, strives to provide an accurate description. A semblance of recognition flickers in her mind. Yes, indeed, it is quite nearby. Noah contemplates and realizes that there exists a fruit which perfectly aligns with Bai Lu's description. Yet it is still quite exceptional. Lead the way. Belle instructs Noah. What route shall I lead? Have you not been here before? Last time, you were bitten by a snake while bringing back fruits. Have you forgotten? Noah retorts. Silence. Follow me, Belle commands, clearly not having forgotten that unfortunate incident, but choosing to avoid revisiting that dark chapter of his past. He could have evaded the snake's bite, had it not been for Noah's incessant chatter that led to his carelessness, which certainly tarnished the image he wished to uphold among the fruits. Humph. I knew I was right, Noah declares, a smug expression adorning his face. In truth, he merely finds it irksome to witness Belle flaunting affection in front of him. A solitary soul. You could just pick the fruit without all that sweetness in your smile, you know. A beast man, indeed. Noah shudders at the thought. Let us go? Why are you just standing there? Belle urges. Coming. Noah replies, unwilling to engage in a quarrel with such a fool. Boss? Is that fruit truly as unique as you claim? Are you certain? Noah hastens to catch up, seeking reassurance. Let us see for ourselves, Bai Lu responds, equally uncertain. As it appears there is a generational gap between them. Oh. Noah refrains from further commentary, quietly trailing behind Bai Lu. Meanwhile, Hill embarks on a solitary journey. In search of the elusive wandering beasts, yet without a specific target, he finds himself at a loss. The lairs of these creatures are notoriously unpredictable. One day, Hill arrives at a tribe primarily inhabited by red-eyed beasts. Upon reaching the village entrance, a piercing sound akin to an alarm resonates, and within moments, the entire tribe seems to vanish, leaving not a single red-eyed beast in sight, including the very one Hill had intended to approach for information. As Hill ventures deeper into the village, it becomes evident that this is indeed a settlement. Beneath each towering tree, there lies a small dwelling, sufficient to accommodate a fully grown red-eyed beastman of approximately 1.5 meters in height. These abodes are constructed from earth and grass, appearing quite sturdy. Hill gently taps on each dwelling with his blue blade, but finds no beasts within, which strikes him as peculiar, considering there had been beasts moments ago. Subsequently, Hill devises a plan. He transforms into his beast form and emits a howl that reverberates far and wide. Standing at the heart of the red-eyed beast village, Hill proclaims, Hear me, inhabitants of this tribe. The chieftain is summoned to meet me, or I shall unearth you from the depths of the earth. Hill certainly spoke of strategies. He had long perceived the signs of orcs transforming into leaping beasts. Moreover, the small package contained no aroma of meat, only the scents of grass and vegetables, confirming to Hill that these were indeed herbivorous creatures. Hill's scheme proved effective, as an elderly man appeared, trembling. Are you the chieftain here? Hill inquired. Yes, my lord. I beseech you to spare my people, the elder pleaded, kneeling upon the ground. Rise, I merely wish to ask a few questions. I do not seek your lives. Hill replied, not driven by madness. And what about just now? The chieftain cautiously asked. Who told you to hide from me? Hill responded matter-of-factly. Indeed, it was our fault. My lord, what is it you require? As long as they are unharmed, We can move past this. Have you seen any traces of stray beasts? Hill inquired, as orcs were typically quite straightforward. And no, the chieftain's head drooped as he spoke. Are you truly certain? Hill, noticing the chieftain's peculiar demeanor, repeated his question. Absolutely not. Why does my lord seek them? The chieftain inquired. Every stray beast is worthy of death. Should you see one, you must inform me. Hill withheld his true intentions. Understood. My lord, the chieftain replied with a submissive bow. Chapter 157. The mysterious female Hill had been away from the red-eyed beast village for half a day, without seeking shelter, as he preferred to remain undetected by these small tribes. Where could the stray beasts be? Hill pondered, lost in thought. He found himself in a small cave, barely large enough for him to curl up and sleep. After dinner, as he lay down, he felt aimless and extremely anxious. Yet lacking any leads on the stray beasts proved futile. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from outside. Could it be a pack of wild beasts passing by? Peering through a crevice, he had taken care to mask his scent with 5-star grass, yet the situation appeared decidedly amiss. Vivid green and fiery red eyes seemed to be approaching his direction. Startled, Hill sat up, accidentally banging his head against the stone wall, which only hastened the advance of the beast pursuing him. Utilizing the keen eyesight of an orc, Hill navigated through the jungle, desperate to evade these creatures. He could feel the relentless pursuit of the beasts behind him. Faster, I must escape. However, how could Hill's speed possibly match that of the beasts? A forest bird attacked the back of his head. Hill dodged and tumbled, uncertain of his direction, while the ferocious beasts continued their unyielding chase. Uncertain of which tribe he had stumbled into, Hill seized upon a sandbag towering 3 meters high, with flickering flames inside. He dashed into it, extinguished the fire, and nestled himself into the corner. What manner of beast are you? A feminine voice resonated. Hill swiftly located her position and covered her mouth with his hand. Silence. The struggling female halted her movements at Hill's sharp reprimand, staring at him wide-eyed. I will investigate. Do not make a sound. Understood? Hearing no commotion outside, Hill prepared to venture forth, mindful of the need for silence, and thus addressed the female. She nodded, and he released her, as there was no alternative. All right. Ignite the fire. Hill surveyed the surroundings, confirming the absence of beasts, yet he pondered the lack of other beastmen in the vicinity. There was merely a large sandbag, but he chose not to delve deeper into that mystery. He merely felt compelled to express gratitude before continuing his journey. Thank you, Hill remarked. Who are you? The question came from a strikingly beautiful female, with a pronounced nose, large expressive eyes, and a perfectly shaped mouth, exuding an exotic allure. Hill found himself momentarily at a loss for words, before diverting his gaze. You may call me Xuane. What is your name, and from whence do you hail? She inquired. I am Hill, from the Tianlang tribe. I am grateful for your earlier assistance, he replied politely. Think nothing of it. The beasts merely dispersed on their own. By the way, what brings you to this forest alone? Are you not a bit audacious? Xuane chuckled playfully. Actually, I am searching for stray beasts. Do you have any information regarding them? Hill spoke candidly, the words escaping him without any expectation. None. It is just me here, and rarely do beasts come this way. Xuane's eyes flickered with a strange hue before quickly fading. Alone? In such a desolate place? What of your kin? Your parents? Hill asked, astonished. They have long returned to the embrace of the beast god. Now it is only I who guard this place. If you seek stray beasts, I fear you have come to the wrong locale. Xuane suddenly lowered her head, issuing an implicit dismissal. Oh, well, thank you nonetheless, Hill said, turning away to depart. Such a delightful little creature. She chuckled. Next time, I shall not let you slip away so easily. With that, Xuane stepped back, found a button, and opened a passage to a basement, disappearing within. The entire sandbag concealed an emptiness, only the gentle breeze caressing the animal skins hanging at the entrance. Meanwhile, Noah led Bai Lu and Bai to a meadow, where the withered wild grass enveloped the area. Noah approached the thicket with Bai Lu. Are you sure about this? I do not recall having been here before, Bai remarked from the side. Let us not engage in trivialities. Come along. Noah gestured for Bai Lu to follow him. Boss, here. This is the fruit you mentioned. Noah pointed to the ground, having barely walked 100 meters. Bai Lu cautiously turned her head toward the direction Noah indicated. Nestled among the grass were green fruits, each one elevated above the soil, yet significantly smaller than the watermelons of the 28th century, measuring no more than the size of an adult's palm. Such diminutive specimens? Bai Lu found herself in a mixture of amusement and disbelief. They must weigh at least 3 pounds, resembling watermelons the size of apples. Miniature? Noah was perplexed. Wasn't it supposed to be large? Why was it so small? Bai Lu took a bite, discarding the rind to reveal the crimson flesh within. I don't know either. The last time I visited, they were quite large. Perhaps they haven't fully matured yet. Noah cast a furtive glance at Bai Lu and remarked, "Give it a try?" Bai Lu handed a watermelon from the ground to Noah and Belle. "I'll give it a taste." Upon seeing the red-fleshed watermelon in Bai Lu's hand, along with its sweet aroma, Noah realized that the fruit was ripe. Delicious indeed, he expressed contentedly while savoring it. "That is not what I meant." Bai Lu waited for Noah to finish before speaking. "What do you mean?" Noah, perhaps feigning ignorance, seemed taken aback. "Oh, never mind. Let's gather the fruit and head back," Bai Lu declared, joining Belle, who had already started plucking the melons. "All right," Noah replied, still somewhat dazed. The trio continued until darkness enveloped them, ultimately filling all their bags, 20 in total, with Noah and Belle each carrying 10 to their temporary storage cave. "Let us slow down. Bai Lu should walk between us," Belle suggested, having already hoisted a bag onto her shoulder. "No need, Belle. If I carry an extra bag, you can take Bai Lu. Let us make haste to the cave and rest," Noah asserted, appearing more reliable this time. "Fine." Belle, with her grayish-white beast form, had leather pouches hanging from her back and arms, yet there was still a space left for Bai Lu. "See, can I walk on my own?" Bai Lu knew it was dangerous in the dark, but being carried by Belle was equally vexing. "No." Belle's firm response left no room for negotiation, and with a swift motion, she hoisted Bai Lu onto her shoulder. "Ah, Belle, could you be gentler?" Bai Lu gasped, startled by the sudden lift, gripping Belle's arm tightly. "All right, we're off." Belle steadied Bai Lu's form and, seizing 2 leather pouches, darted away like the wind. Slow down. Slow down. Hurry, boss. It's completely dark. Those wild beasts will be out soon." "No, I feel dizzy." "Hang in there, boss. We're almost there." "Ah." They startled countless small creatures and birds along the way. Chapter 158. Finding Lanny. "Boss, are you all right?" Noah stifled a laugh as he approached Bai Lu. "You're reveling in my misfortune, aren't you?" Bai Lu lay against a large rock, utterly exhausted. "Not at all. I'm merely concerned for you," Noah replied. "Boss, perhaps next time you should conserve your energy and refrain from shouting," Noah remarked. "Look, you frightened all the little creatures along the way." "Nonsense. You try it." Oh retorted, feeling nauseous again, as if on a roller coaster. This was the second time. What was the purpose of this? Did they want to take her life? "Calm down, boss. Take a good rest. We can venture out again tomorrow." A glint of mischief sparkled in Noah's eyes as he observed Bai Lu preparing to explode in anger, then turned to organize the achievements of the day. Behind O, the sound of Bai Lu's retching echoed. Noah returned to her side, holding a bowl of water. "Drink a bit. At least you'll have something to throw up." Was Noah trying to drive her to madness? At that moment, Bai Lu had no desire for water, but she realized she needed something to regain her strength. The watermelon had vanished after just 2 bites, leaving her feeling famished. "Take it slow." Noah gently patted Bai Lu's back, helping her to breathe easier. "All right, hurry and grill some meat. I'm starving." Despite still feeling dizzy, hunger overruled Bai Lu's pride after a brief rest. "Boss, it's ready. Here, this is your favorite shrimp. I just grilled it. Eat it while it's hot." Noah approached Bai Lu with a bowl containing about 2 pieces of shrimp. Hiss. Bai Lu, already ravenous, could no longer resist the temptation of the shrimp. Ignoring the heat, she grabbed a piece and took a bite, only to burn herself. "Oh dear, boss, how could you be so careless?" Noah exclaimed, quickly dipping a piece of beast hide in cold water to tenderly wipe Bai Lu's mouth. Bai Lu noticed Noah's intense gaze, which was laced with a hint of aggression. "No need. I shall do it myself," she asserted, taking up the beast's skin cloth and starting to wipe. The atmosphere immediately turned cold. "Very well, then, do take care," Noah replied, tossing the words over his shoulder as he departed. "I'm sorry." Bai Lu's lips moved, her voice barely a whisper. Noah, stepping aside, managed a bitter smile, but soon lost himself in thought, returning to the task of roasting meat. Meanwhile, Hill had returned to the red-eyed beast village, not out of intention but merely by chance, having taken a random path that led him back to the familiar surroundings of the village. He approached from a different direction this time, clearly distinct from before. Finding a secluded spot to rest, he decided it best not to disturb anyone's slumber, as dawn was still some time away. "Good night, Lulu," he murmured, nestled within the branches of a tree, clutching a small beast skin pouch around his neck. This pouch was modest, akin to a typical good luck charm. Crafted by Bai Lu's own hands, it contained her writings, though the words were penned by Hill himself, and he wore it close to his heart. Just as Hill began to drift into a peaceful slumber, he was abruptly roused by a gentle flicker of firelight, which seemed intent on thwarting his rest. The soft crackling from the red-eyed beast village prompted an immediate concern that the village was under attack by wild beasts. He prepared to intervene. But before he could formulate a plan, he noticed a throng of beastmen gathered around the source of the light. With his keen vision, he discerned that several beastmen were engaged in conversation, their voices discernible to him. "We, the stray beastmen, have been forsaken by the beast god and abandoned by those tribes. We shall seek vengeance. Vengeance! Vengeance! Today, we first welcome these 10 forsaken beastmen into our fold. Welcome, welcome. Shortly, we shall commence the gathering for those tribe females we hold in contempt. Prepare yourselves." Hill observed as approximately 7 or 8 females were ushered before the leader. The crowd of beastmen issuing ominous sounds of approval. Upon closer inspection, he noted that his mother was not among them. He had not anticipated that the red-eyed beast village would serve as a haven for strays. He understood the peril of acting rashly lest he lose his mother entirely. What should I do? Hill pondered, scanning the scene for a solution. The strays had already begun to encroach upon one of the females. And while he could surmise their intentions, he felt powerless to intervene. Mother. At that moment, a beastman approached from the distance, towering at nearly 2 meters. His face adorned with a wild beard, clad in tiger skin, and cradling Lantia, his mother. "Tribe members, behold my trophy. If any of you have the prowess to seize a female from the tribe, they too shall belong to you. I hereby declare the gathering open." Laughter and playful shouts echoed in the air, as a group of 7 or 8 female creatures found themselves encircled by the vagabond beasts. Their cries for help pierced through the jubilant cheers and exuberant sounds of the wild beasts. At last, Hill comprehended the essence of the vagabond beasts' communal gatherings. While his mother appeared entranced, led aimlessly by the leader, as though he intended to showcase his tribe and acclimate her to his way of life. In an instant, Hill could no longer contain himself. He had to rescue his mother. He could not stand idly by as she endured humiliation. The plans he had concocted were now irrelevant. Saving her was paramount. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, Hill rushed towards the red-eyed beast village. The scene before him igniting a fierce determination within him. Yet, he was not reckless enough to attempt a rescue without a strategy. He needed to ensure his own escape. Though the odds were daunting. "Mother, where are you?" Hill pondered incessantly. The bond between mother and son transcended distance, and Lanthi's gaze flickered towards Hill. But she quickly diverted her eyes, unwilling to alert Cass. Their brief exchange of looks was sufficient. An unspoken understanding passed between them. "Let me rest for a moment," Lonnie said, her voice somewhat detached. "All right," Cass replied, though his surprise lingered. Within the red-eyed beast village, the vagabond beasts surrounded them, and they dared not harm her. She was confident that escape was impossible. Lonnie took a seat in a corner, a spot that, upon closer inspection, was near an exit. Albeit still a considerable distance from the frenzied beasts. Cass did not follow her, but occasionally cast a glance her way, likely to provide her with some breathing room. Aslanti appeared almost robotic in her movements. As the leader of the vagabond beasts, Cass had no desire to keep a female who resembled a mere automaton. Yet he found himself reluctant to part with her, leading to a gradual transformation. "Mother, come with me," Hill whispered as he stealthily approached Lanti, blending into the chaotic atmosphere of the vagabond beasts. Chapter 159. The escape. A roar followed by a distant growl indicated that pursuers were closing in. Hill's expression shifted dramatically as he summoned every ounce of strength to ensure Lanthi's safe return to their tribe. "Hill, over there." Lanti pointed in a specific direction. Without hesitation, he darted towards it. "Faster. We must get away," echoed a commanding voice from behind, urging them on. Upon hearing the voice of the beastmen, Hill dared not be complacent. He maintained a steady pace ahead. "Hill, just beyond lies the territory of the winged tiger tribe. If we can reach their domain, we will temporarily evade the vagabond beasts." Lonnie conveyed from Hill's back. "Yes, mother, we shall succeed," Hill replied, unwilling to confront the beastmen directly. His foremost priority was to protect Lanti. "Keep going, my little cub. You are the best." The voice of his mother urged Hill to run even faster. The white dew rose early, and Belle had already left the cave, while Noah was still sleeping soundly beside him, snoring away. So deeply immersed in slumber, one might wonder if a wild beast were to appear, who would protect whom? White dew stifled a laugh. "Never mind. A good rest is essential for helping me search for rice, isn't it?" It seemed as if White Dew had completely forgotten about the events of the previous night, showing no signs of embarrassment as she embarked on another busy day. In truth, Noah had not slept at all throughout the night. He had only just closed his eyes at dawn. Big brother, I will assist you in finding what you seek. When I return, will I be forbidden even to entertain thoughts? Noah pondered, reluctant yet resigned to the fact that White Dew had turned him down. Noah, come. Breakfast is ready, White Dew called, having gathered some wild vegetables by the door, confirmed to be non-toxic, which, combined with last night's roasted meat, promised a hearty meal. Oh, all right, Noah replied, making his way outside. Noah, where are you going? White Dew inquired. I'm just going to wash my face. I'll eat with Bell when he returns, he answered before leaving. The cave entrance had clean water, and he didn't dare venture too far. Considering White Dew was alone. Then go on, come back quickly. You don't need to wait for Bell. I'll save some for him. White Dew said from behind Noah. Understood. Noah splashed cold water on his face, a fleeting grimace crossing his features. This was perhaps for the best, severing his hopes and ensuring he would never betray Hill. After submerging his head in the water for a considerable time, he finally emerged with a changed expression and re-entered the cave. Once Bell returns, we shall head that way. There's a good chance we'll encounter what I desire. White Dew indicated toward the outside. Very well, Noah said without further ado, consuming the roasted meat and wild vegetables that White Dew had served him. Hey, Bell? What is that on your back? White Dew noticed Bell's return and pointed to the object he carried. I don't know, Bell responded coolly, as was his nature. It appeared that not every beast in the jungle was known to every beast man, suggesting that Bell's haul was not particularly bountiful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought back an unfamiliar creature. Meanwhile, Noah was tidying up the bowls they had just used. What if it's poisonous? This recklessness won't do. I must stop Bell from consuming that beast, he declared, preparing to approach Bell. Not to worry, although I cannot name these creatures, I have seen them before. And nothing will happen. Once Bell finishes, we shall set off. I'll find a large stone to block the entrance. No one should notice, Noah reassured. Very well then. Let us leave early today. If we wait until the sun rises, it will surely be scorching, White Dew complained. Agreed, Noah replied. Thus, they set off before the sun had fully risen. Fortunately, they remembered that rice grows in the south. As long as they traveled southward, they were bound to find it. Why hadn't they thought of this sooner? This is Bai Lu's thought. Never mind. Let's hasten our journey and return home swiftly. Perhaps Sierra has already found Lance's mother and returned. Bai Lu smiled slyly. What's up, boss? Why such a lewd grin? Noah couldn't help but ask. Nothing, let us go. Today should yield some results. Watermelons are not what she truly seeks. She yearns for rice and sweet potatoes, staples that quell hunger. Let's hope so, Noah replied. In the forest, the underbrush thrived, with some weeds towering even above Bai Lu, necessitating Bell to forge a path ahead. This time, Bai Lu had learned to be clever, wielding a wooden stick to poke around the grass, finding amusement in it without wasting time. Boss, feeling tired? Let us take a break here, Noah suggested, having found a stone to sit on. Yet, it had not been an hour when he reminded Bai Lu it was time to rest. No need, let us keep moving. I can sense that we will certainly find what I desire this time, Bai Lu urged. Are you really sure? Or will we end up wandering around like yesterday? Bell inquired. Today, we will search in this direction. It's correct. I have calculated it, Bai Lu asserted. Calculated? How did you calculate that? Is that even possible? Noah exhibited a curious disposition. In any case, just follow my lead. Bai Lu was reluctant to explain to these orcs the spherical nature of the earth. Nor did she wish to elaborate on the concepts of cardinal directions, the equator, or gravity. Bai Lu boldly forged ahead, surpassing Bell and taking the lead, wielding her small wooden stick to strike the ground and brush against the undergrowth. If you don't say anything, then I won't either, boss. Just wait for me. Noah remained rooted in place, still processing the situation, until Bai Lu had already ventured far ahead. Meanwhile, Hill, carrying Randy, had sprinted quite a distance, leaving the pursuing orcs significantly behind. However, the relentless feral beasts were in hot pursuit, unwilling to relent. Noah, being but one person, had already been running for an entire day and night, not to mention the need to remain vigilant against the attacks of the feral orcs, which had begun to take a toll on him. Can Hill hold on? Randy expressed her concern. It's fine. I will ensure you reunite with your father, Hill reassured her. After a brief rest, seeing that the feral beasts were closing in, he resumed his flight. Why not put me down? You can head to the winged tiger tribe first and return for Mom later, Randy suggested, her heart aching for Hill. No worries, Mom. I can endure. Let's go? Hill shifted from a sprint to a jog. All right, but if you can't hold on, it's okay, Randy proclaimed, willing to sacrifice for her little one. Hill had not eaten for a day and a night, having already expended a considerable amount of energy and with the relentless chase of the feral orcs. He was truly on the brink of collapse. At last, on a steep slope, Hill could no longer maintain his footing and fell. Yet summoned the last of his strength to toss Randy upward. Beyond this mountain lies the winged tiger tribe. Hill. Randy's voice was filled with panic. Chapter 160. Finding Rice at that moment, Bai Lu felt an unsettling anxiety within her, sensing that something ominous had transpired. Boss, what is wrong? Noah was the first to notice Bai Lu's distress. I can't shake this feeling that something has happened. Perhaps we should not proceed today? Bai Lu's unease was incommunicable. No, Bai Lu. We have been out for 3 days without finding what you seek. We only have half a month to return. I can see you wish to find what you need. Do not let a mere feeling deter us. Belle spoke earnestly. Bai Lu acknowledged that Belle's words rang true, yet she could not dismiss her intuition. Could it be that Hill was in peril? She dreaded the thought and wished to avoid such a conclusion. So let us rest for a moment before moving on. Belle cast a deep, knowing glance at Bai Lu before stepping aside to maintain vigilance. Boss? Noah wished to assist Bai Lu but was unsure of how to proceed. It's all right. I'll rest a bit longer before we go, she replied, turning away to avoid meeting Noah's eyes. All right, came Noah's barely audible response. As he positioned himself at the other side to keep watch, granting Bai Lu the time she needed to recuperate. Hill, I hope you are safe. Bai Lu spoke. It seemed that Hill, who was falling, could hear her voice. Lulu, yes, my Lulu, I cannot perish, I must survive. Ah, Hill exclaimed. As if a surge of strength coursed through him. He grasped a shrub, but due to the weakness in his grip, he slid down a meter. Yet he managed to avoid a fall. Mother, hurry. Beyond this mountain lies the winged tiger clan, where you will be safe. I will return alive, now go. Hill shouted. All right. Lanny recognized that she was now a burden to Hill and, after agreeing, began to climb upwards. You cannot escape. The stray beast men, having overheard their exchange, were positioned just 3 meters beneath where Hill was falling. Indeed, you shall not succeed, Hill retorted. The leader of the stray beast men, the first to speak, personally pursued them, ensuring that Hill would not escape his grasp, especially since he could not allow Hill to reveal the secrets of the red-eyed beast village. How laughable. Hill, a typical orc who, now that he had fallen into their hands, would not let others have it easy. Soon, you will not be so boastful. The leader stepped forward, ready to seize Hill. Hill was no meek prey. He kicked his legs off the ground, landing a blow to the leader's face. Ha! Serves you right. Hill exclaimed in glee. You will not be saying that for long. I await your downfall. His previously sinister expression instantly transformed into a grin. Hill sensed a plot brewing. Yet there was little he could do to thwart it, as he was still clinging to the shrub, perilously close to falling from a steep drop of over 10 meters. Come over here, and I'll catch you. You want to have to plummet to your demise, the leader said with malicious delight. While the surrounding stray beast men erupted in laughter. Although one had escaped, capturing a smaller one was still a boon, for orc flesh was also delectable. Fine. Hill quickly acquiesced. He could not afford to die just yet. Even if he fell into the hands of the stray beasts, death would not come swiftly. Then come. The leader beckoned with a smile. Another stray beast man stepped forward, gesturing for Hill to swing over. Hill, unable to maintain his hold, allowed the stray beast to drag him along like a sack of animal hide. Huh. You just kicked me, and now you're in my clutches. You cannot run. Prepare to be devoured. The leader laughed heartily, retracing his steps. Brother, when will we chop this beast? A scrawny stray beast man inquired, rubbing his hands together with ill intent as he eyed Hill. Hey, bring me something to eat. Hill, now quite hungry, noticed the leader feasting on the meat of a long-toothed beast. There is nothing for you. We're all prisoners here, and who can spare a meal for you? The scrawny beast man replied. Hey, are you going to give me something or not? Hill ignored him, directing his question to the leader instead. Give it to him. The leader said, glancing at Hill and addressing the scrawny beast man. Ah, yes. The lewd beast exhibited a notable trepidation towards the leader, subsequently presenting a substantial piece of long-toothed beast meat to Hill. At that moment, Hill had assumed his beast form and seized the meat with his jaws. Although the portion was far from sufficient, it was certainly better than having none at all. With that, they proceeded onward, the leader glancing back at Hill before taking the lead. Thus, Hill was dragged along. Boss, what is that? It gleams like gold, quite exquisite, Noah remarked. He was aware that since Bai Lu had expressed her unease, she had not smiled or initiated conversation, appearing deeply preoccupied. Huh, gleaming like gold. Bai Lu, lost in thoughts of Hill's potential misfortunes, was suddenly jolted to attention. Wow, Noah. Noah, this is rice. Cooked rice. Her vitality surged back, and she dashed into the rice field. With laughter, Bai Lu approached, plucking a stalk and grinning foolishly. Is this what you were searching for? Belle, unaccustomed to seeing Bai Lu in such a silly state, inquired with mild surprise. Yes, Bai Lu affirmed, nodding vigorously with a smile. How do we consume this? Noah also picked a stalk. We eat it like this, and once we return, I will prepare it for you, Bai Lu explained, harvesting the rice and peeling off a few gleaming grains. Not bad. This yield should suffice for me throughout the winter, she noted. What? Enough for you? What about the tribe? Belle interjected, emphasizing the need for sustenance for both the orcs and the females. Moreover, this is just one area. Let us search nearby. There must be more, Bai Lu replied. Boss, how do we store this? Which ones are edible? Noah had already picked up a beast skin pouch, ready for collection. Bai Lu demonstrated the process to the two foolish creatures and began harvesting the grains herself. All right, let us get to work. Only after Bai Lu confirmed that the beast understood did she start collecting with a cheerful folk tune while using her animal skin pouch. While this side was bustling with activity, Sierra found himself in dire straits, temporarily bound and suspended underground by a cunning beast. All he could hear was the revelry of the wandering beastmen outside, enjoying roasted meat and music. Father, I've lived alone in the dark night forest for a while now. Must I attend the flower falling festival? Asked a delicate female. No. Shuin, you must understand that although we are a wandering beast tribe, our beastmen are far superior to those in outside tribes. Moreover, as the young sub-leader of our tribe, you possess the privilege of choosing multiple mates, the chief, her father, replied. No, Shuin pouted. Enough. You have no say in this. Yoshin, go and prepare the tribe. Their young sub-leader will choose her mate, the chief commanded. Father, I no longer love you, she exclaimed before running away. Forget her. We will begin once night falls. The chief instructed Liuxin. Chapter 161. Shuin's affection. The night was meant to be a tranquil time, but in the red-eyed beast village on the Tianzi continent, a clearing at the center was crowded with wandering beastmen. Tonight marked the commencement of the Flower Falling Festival, where the females of the tribe would select their beastmen, while the outsiders would be chosen by the beastmen. Now, let the festival begin, declared Chief Shas. Yes. A thunderous cheer erupted. Before the festival commences, we need an appetizer. Liuxin, bring forth those arrogant tribe beastmen, Shas commanded, his fierce demeanor evident. Yes. Liuxin brought forth 58 tribe beastmen, including Sierra. Throw them into the pot, Shas ordered. What? Shas, I am a beastman of the winged tiger tribe. If my tribe finds out, you will be doomed, protested one. You cannot kill me. I am a beastman of the golden lion tribe, destined to become the mate of the future sub-leader, exclaimed another. Indeed, if you kill us. Do you not fear the wrath of all the beast tribes on the continent? Shas, you will not escape unscathed. Silence. Just throw them in to be cooked. I want to feast on their flesh, Shas commanded. As they gazed into the stone pot, the water boiled furiously. The first beastman, his mouth covered, was unceremoniously tossed in, bubbling briefly before vanishing beneath the surface. A beastman standing at the back instantly wet himself. Spare me, he whimpered, his face smeared with snot and tears. Clean yourself up, otherwise it will be unappetizing, Shas ordered. Understood, Liuxin replied. Shuin, where are you going? Shas noticed Shuin's figure slipping from his sight and called out urgently. I'm not going anywhere. Shuin turned her head, visibly displeased. Come here and sit down, she insisted, leaving no room for refusal. Father, I do not wish to witness this scene, even though I have seen it all my life. Sit down, and you shall choose first, said Shas casually. I do not wish to choose, father. Why must I be compelled to find a mate? Can I not simply remain by your side? After all, there is no mother. And I have always been with you. As the proud heir of the stray beast tribe, I have never bowed my head, except in front of Shas. Come here. Shas gestured for Shuin to approach him. What is it? Shuin plopped down onto Shas's lap. Get down. Shas pushed her away. No, I shall stay like this. I will just hold you and talk. What is the matter? Adjusting her position, Shuin buried her head in Shas's shoulder. Her soft breath brushed against Shas's chest, making him feel quite uncomfortable. Just as he was about to push her away, Shuin tightened her embrace as if anticipating his move. All right, Shuin, your father is reluctant, but you are the heir. When I am gone, you will become the leader of the stray beast tribe. While I am still here, I must help you find your partner, so that you can manage the tribe together with me. If anyone dares to bully you, I will be here to support you." With that, Shas glared fiercely at every member of the stray beast tribe present. "Father, that will never happen. You will always be with me," Shiwain said as she sat up slightly, embracing Shas. "Enough, Ain. This time I cannot give in. You must choose at least one partner," Shas said firmly. "Father, please," Shiwain cried, her sorrow palpable as she buried her face in his strong arms, her small, delicate frame trembling. "Be good." Pain flickered in Shas's eyes. He too wished for things to be different, but how long could he endure? Father, please do not abandon me. I only wish to be with you." "Have you forgotten your promise to care for me for a lifetime?" Shiwain implored. "Choosing a partner does not mean I will not care for you. It merely means there will be another to support you as well," Shas replied, seemingly devoid of alternatives. "Are you forcing me?" Madness glinted in Shiwain's eyes. "I am not forcing you, Ain. I am doing this for your own good," Shas said, unable to meet her tear-streaked gaze, his eyes fixed ahead. "Do not regret this." Shiwain, no longer weeping, spoke with a stark contrast to her previous sorrow. "Ain, be obedient." Still unable to look at her, Shas gently patted her head. Meanwhile, Sierra stood before a lone figure, knowing he too would soon be part of the pod, yet he felt reluctant. He had not yet mated with Lulu, nor had he returned the tribe to their rightful territory. Just then, a potent scent of blood wafted through the air, enveloping every member of the stray beast tribe. What a sweet aroma! Which female does it belong to? The tribe of strays began to stir restlessly. Silence! Silence! Who is it? At this moment, Cass sensed the metallic scent of blood. "Chief?" Luxian called out, furrowing his brow. "What?" Cass did not turn his head. Even as the feral beast stirred restlessly from the blood-soaked ground, he remained seated upon the large stone adorned with tiger skin, cradling a weary Ain who had expressed her desire to rest. "Young master." Although Cass did not comprehend Luxian's intent, he instinctively cast a glance at Shwain. "Shwain, Ain, please do not frighten me," Cass implored, clutching Shwain tightly as the blood seeped through the beast's skin on his abdomen, saturating it in crimson. "Ain, Mushi. Where's Mushi?" Panic finally gripped Cass, his beloved Ain. "Mushi has gone out to gather herbs, and has yet to return," Luxian replied. "What about the other beasts? Surely someone must understand. Hurry and find them." As Cass staunched Shwain's bleeding, he struggled to contain his growing fury. "I will search," Luxian declared, though his search would need to be discreet. In the nomadic beast tribe, bloodshed was regarded as a badge of honor, a testament to a warrior's valor. Female injuries were often disregarded, even those of the tribe's own female cubs. "Ain, you will be fine. I cannot allow anything to happen to you," Cass uttered in anguish. Let us return. With that, he lifted Shwain into his arms and made his way to his sandbag. The red-eyed beast village had been utterly transformed into the stronghold of the feral beasts. Should any beastmen venture here, they would likely find nothing amiss, save for perhaps a stroke of fortune that led them to witness the annual Flower Fall Festival of the feral beasts. Cass's sandbag was the largest in the village, not only due to his size but also because he sometimes shared it with Shwain for slumber, though the tribe's feral beast remained oblivious to this fact, and would not care if they did. Ain. The corners of Cass's eyes were already tinged with red. "Do not frighten me. If you do not wish to partake in the Flower Fall Festival, then do not. They will not harm you, nor will I force you. As long as you are safe," Cass whispered into Shwain's ear. Yet, the usually lively and endearing Shwain remained unresponsive, her breaths growing ever fainter, her complexion nearing a pallid gray. "Have they arrived yet, Luxian?" Cass's thunderous shout nearly reverberated throughout the entire feral beast tribe. Chapter 162, Saving Shwain. They're here. Luxian's voice finally pierced through from beyond the door. "Hurry." Cass was on the verge of losing control of his fury. "Quickly, show the young master." Luxian shoved Hill forward, placing him directly before Cass. "Let Ain be seen. If you cannot save her, there is no reason for you to live." Cass did not even glance at the newcomer, his grip on Shwain unwavering. "Then step aside. I cannot see the wound, nor can I diagnose," Hill protested. "Hurry," Cass insisted, stepping aside to position himself above Shwain's head. As Hill lifted the beast's skin, preparing to remove Shwain's clothing, Cass interjected, "What are you doing?" "I asked you to examine the wound, not to undress her." SAS struggled repeatedly to control his fury. "I need to see your wound. Her beast skin attire conceals it. And you have no scissors or anything. It must be removed," Hill insisted. "You." "Never mind, turn around." Though SAS was oblivious to what Hill referred to, He could not afford to ponder it any longer. Rescuing Xuan was of utmost importance. He had just witnessed that her abdomen might have been pierced. Carefully, SAS began to remove Xuan's clothing, revealing patches of pristine white skin. He could not suppress a nosebleed, but upon seeing the bleeding wound on her abdomen, he could only cover her with the garment, exposing the injury. All right, hurry and take a look, SAS urged anxiously. Okay. He'll crouch down to examine Xuan's wound. Fortunately, he had brought a fishbone needle. Otherwise, this little one would have been beyond saving. Hill remarked. What is a fishbone needle? If it can save her, hurry up. Lu Sin, noticing Saz's increasingly dark expression, urged him on. Wasn't it confiscated when you brought me back? That's where the fishbone needle is. Hill replied nonchalantly. It was not that he was unwilling to help. It was simply that the roaming beasts were indeed cruel, and they even intended to cook him. Had he not spoken up in time, he would have become mere meat. Recalling the scene when the chaos began, he remembered how an orc had been thrown into a boiling pot right in front of him. Witnessing it firsthand was far more shocking than watching from a distance. Thus, when Lu Sin emerged to inquire about the management of the boiling pot, Hill had spoken out, and coincidentally, SAS was looking for Lu Sin. Unable to find him, Lu Sin had no choice but to bring Hill back. Where's the fishbone needle? SAS asked coldly, directing his question at Lu Sin. It should have been divided among the orcs. I'll look for it right away. Lu Sin exited once more. In that moment, Hill took a seat on a stone bench, resting upon a layer of red-eyed beast fur. Who permitted you to sit? Get down. SAS glared at Hill as if he were a sworn enemy. That was Xuan's property and could not be touched by another beast. I'm tired. Can I not rest for a moment? Hill gestured towards Xuan. If anything happens to her, I want to let you off. SAS ignored Hill further. Saving Xuan was his priority. What does that have to do with me? I didn't injure this little cub, Hill thought but dared not voice it. For SAS's demeanor was too terrifying. SAS was fundamentally a forest python, a massive serpent, and thus his human form exuded formidable muscular strength. Hill could sense the menacing aura surrounding SAS, which was not merely the scent of blood on his hands but his very presence. Hill was reluctant to provoke him. Consequently, Hill fell silent, subtly diminishing his presence. Lu Sin, where are you? The voice of Cass echoed once more. If he were to persist in this state, it was likely that Xuan would not endure long enough to deliver the fishbone needle. However, Liuxin took a full 10 minutes to arrive, bringing along Hill's leather pouch. Inside, apart from the fishbone needle, were only the wild herbs he had gathered for Bai Lu on the way, knowing well her desires. Give me a strand of your hair, Hill requested of Cass. Ever since Bai Lu and Hill had been together, she had insisted on periodically trimming Hill's hair, wishing for him to maintain a short style. Although Cass, as a wandering beast, was not unkempt, his hair appeared remarkably smooth, and his rugged appearance clashed with his well-kept locks. Yet if he was content, what could be done? Do not be greedy, Liuxin interjected. Hurry up. If Xuan dies, you shall not escape. Cass tore off a handful of hair for Hill. Not so much, Hill replied. Then extracted a single strand, applying the knowledge he had learned from Bai Lu. He stitched up Xuan's wound and handed Liuxin the hemostatic herbs. Fortunately, Cass's sandbag contained some medicinal herbs as decorative items, which Hill had noted earlier, so he utilized them on the spot, ultimately saving Xuan's life. How is Ayin? Cass gazed tenderly at Xuan, though the two behind him remained oblivious to his expression. The wound is stitched, as long as it stays dry and she continues her medication. She should be fine, Hill stated, though he lacked certainty. There was a glimmer of hope, who truly wished for death. Take her away and confine her. We shall decide what to do once Xuan awakens unscathed or when Mushi returns, Cass commanded. Hey, I saved your beloved partner. Why must you confine me? Hill protested, clearly dissatisfied, as he wished to seek out his mother. Take her away, Cass reiterated, momentarily taken aback. Hey, I saved her life. You cannot treat me this way. Hill shouted, but Liuxin was unlikely to heed his reasoning. Beloved partner, is this what you wish for, Ayin? Cass lowered his head and kissed Xuan's forehead. No. Cass could not crouch down, collapsing instead to the ground. It should not be like this. It should not. His gaze lingered on Xuan with profound affection, his face a mask of anguish. Ah, father, a barely audible voice reached Cass's ears. Ayin, how do you feel? Does it hurt? Cass's broad hand caressed Xuan's head. Father, why did you save me? Xuan genuinely wished for death, knowing that to survive meant choosing a partner, yet in her heart, there was only one true companion. Ayin, do not do anything foolish. We can discuss any matter. Do not frighten me like this again. Cass nudged Xuan's hand with his head. Xuan pushed him away, turning her head aside. She did not wish to shed tears, but Cass could not comprehend her feelings. After all, she had cherished him since the age of 5. Oh, Ian, if you do not wish to choose a partner, then do not. Your happiness is what truly matters. Sass exhaled, feeling a twinge of sadness within, that he bore it silently. However, a deeper fear gnawed at him, the fear that Xuan might act recklessly once more. Is that true? Xuan inquired. Indeed, Sass replied, his usually cool voice now imbued with a hint of warmth. So, have you agreed to my request? Xuan's lips curled into a delighted smile. Agreed to what? Sass countered. I have promised not to pressure you into choosing a partner, he clarified. You understand, or rather, you ought to understand. Xuan's sentence trailed off, only to be interrupted by Sass. Enough. Rest well, I have other matters to attend to. With that, he hastily departed, oblivious to the fact that his retreat bore the semblance of a frantic escape. Chapter 163. Xuan's condition this time. Hill's treatment was considerably improved. At least he was not bound. Lulu, Mama, for your sake, I will survive, he vowed. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bai Lu was lost in the fragrance of rice. Noah. Belle, hurry, taste this. It's rice. Bai Lu's eyes sparkled with joy. The trio savored the fruits of their labor from the day, with Belle displaying a stoic demeanor. Yet his eyes gleamed with excitement. Noah exuberantly praised the dish. This is delightful. Even newborns could partake, though the portions are rather modest. He glanced at their leather bags, which contained only 5 sacks. Boss, shall we search for more tomorrow? Noah took another sip of porridge. Indeed, this quantity is insufficient. We should also seek other provisions. Bai Lu's spirits soared at the prospect. She nodded vigorously. Although it was merely plain rice porridge, she felt an overwhelming sense of happiness, as if her grandmother were still by her side. Hey, Belle, what do you think? Noah asked as he plopped down in front of Belle. Not bad. The little one should enjoy it, Belle replied before finishing a bowl of porridge in one gulp. Exactly. Splendid. Noah echoed, equally thrilled. Tomorrow's goal was to find more rice, coupled with hopes for pleasant surprises. You've tasted the potatoes. While they may not fill you as meat would, they are certainly preferable to wild grasses. I wonder if your winters are akin to those of my tribe. But having food is always a blessing, Bai Lu remarked. More food is never a bad idea, otherwise winter can be quite deadly. Noah recalled a grim memory. All right, let us rest early and strive for success tomorrow. Bai Lu made an encouraging gesture. Let's go. Noah mimicked Bai Lu's cheer. As Bai Lu lay in bed, she tossed and turned, overwhelmed with excitement. Hill, we shall have our wishes fulfilled. With such a beautiful dream. She finally drifted into slumber in the dead of night. At dawn, the trio hastily gathered their belongings, ready to embark. Just as they emerged from the cave, a leaping beast bounded to Bai Lu's feet. Oh, how adorable. Little rabbit, how did you end up here? Where are your parents? Bai Lu inquired. Of course, not expecting the jumping beast to respond. Boss, what are you doing? As Noah stepped out, he spotted Bai Lu squatting at the door, seemingly engaged in conversation. Due to the angle, he, of course, did not notice the jumping beast. Sure, Noah, don't frighten the little rabbit, Bai Lu said gently. At that moment, Noah finally discerned a snow-white jumping beast at Bai Lu's feet, its ears drooping. Boss, that's a jumping beast. Hand it over. We can prepare it for a stew later on. Noah began to reach out. Stop. Bai Lu pushed Noah away. What are you doing? This creature can bite. If it grows a bit more, it might endanger your life, Noah warned. It's fine. It's still small, Bai Lu replied, genuinely reluctant to consume such an adorable little rabbit. Sigh. Let us just leave it in the cave. We need to head out, and bringing it along would be inconvenient, Noah suggested. Right, Noah, find a stone to hollow out. I'll keep it contained. No, it needs to be airtight. Block the cave entrance, Bai Lu instructed. Understood. What Noah would not disclose was that the jumping beast could burrow. Even without his help, Bai Lu wouldn't be able to keep it contained. How delightful, little rabbit. You shall follow me and enjoy a life of luxury. I will ensure you grow plump and healthy, Bai Lu remarked, stroking the jumping beast's ears. After making arrangements, Bai Lu secured the creature in the cave, while Noah encircled it with stones to prevent its escape. Only then did Bai Lu step outside with Noah. The sun had yet to rise, and the morning dew still hung heavily on the leaves. Ah, stretching feels so good. This air is so refreshing, unlike before. Indeed, mornings are more pleasant. Once the sun is up, it will be scorching. Let us move on. We should take this route today, Noah stated. Bai Lu's mood inexplicably brightened. They were free to go. The wandering beastmen did not intentionally trouble Hill, yet they did not treat him with great kindness either. As Hill stood, his mind raced with possibilities until he stood before Xuan. "We meet again," Xuan exclaimed. "Who are you?" Hill genuinely could not recall. "I'm the one who saved your life that day." Despite her injuries, Xuan was playfully spirited. "It's you," Hill recalled after a moment. "Yes, it's me, curious. Isn't it?" Xuan waved her hand, signaling the wandering beastmen to exit. "Young master, these are beastmen from other tribes. We must stay by your side to ensure your safety," one of the beastmen, oddly positioned behind Xuan, stated. "In truth, this one is a follower of Kars. He possesses the potential to claim the position of chieftain if he so desires." "No need, Uncle Loa. He won't harm me. Please step outside. I'll call you in shortly," Xuan remarked. "Are you at the door?" Regardless, he cannot escape. She cast a meaningful glance at Hill. "Very well." Lova also regarded Hill deeply before turning to leave. "Do you wish to return?" Xuan directly addressed the core of Hill's heart upon her arrival. "What? Are you going to let me go?" Hill, at that moment, sat comfortably on a nearby stone bench. "Indeed," Xuan replied with a cheerful smile. "What are the conditions?" Hill understood that it would not be so simple. "Nothing much, just that you become my partner." Xuan's words were astonishing to Hill. "No, absolutely not," Hill firmly rejected. "Do you already have a partner?" Xuan was aware that on the continent, those who had found a partner would rather face dire consequences than choose another female. Even among the stray beasts, though females could opt for the stray beast men. "I do," Hill stated resolutely. "So, does that mean you're bound?" Xuan was unwilling to concede. He believed he was the most suitable candidate. "Not yet, but in my heart, she is my only partner," Hill declared with pride. "That was my intention. If you want to pair with me, I wouldn't agree," Xuan sighed in relief, finding solace in having a favored partner. "What do you mean?" Hill's eyes were filled with suspicion. "Nothing of consequence, just that you and I become partners, albeit in pretense. You only need to run away during the ceremony," Xuan explained. "How so?" Hill recognized this as an opportunity. His mother might still be searching for the winged tiger clan, or perhaps an unexpected event had transpired. After all, it had been several days without a beastman appearing, and he was genuinely concerned. "During the partner ceremony, we will have a segment for competing suitors, where any beastman from the tribe wishing to pair with me can participate. The scene will surely be chaotic, and you can seize the chance to escape," Xuan elaborated. Chapter 164. Lova's counsel. After Xuan and Hill reached an agreement, Hill was confined back to his original location. The flaws in this plan were numerous. One could only wonder what the stray beast's young master was thinking. Yet, was this not an opportunity for me? Within Xuan's sandbag, a thought lingered. "Xuan, have you truly made up your mind?" Shas asked, his expression one of hurt. "Didn't you say I should choose? I want him. Please arrange the partnering ceremony for me as soon as possible." Xuan emphasized the last two words fervently. "Ian, you must consider carefully. This is your first partner, and you should choose wisely." Shas spoke with a sentiment he could not fully comprehend. "Father, rest assured, I am very rational. Let us proceed as planned." She turned her back to Shas, secretly shedding tears. "Since this is your decision, my dear, I shall support you," Shas replied, his voice thick with emotion. Having not cried in a long time. "All right." Xuan, wishing to conceal her emotions from Shaesai, fell silent. Shaesai, however, gazed intently at her retreating figure, struggling to voice the words that lingered on the tip of his tongue, only to be silenced by his own hesitation. "I left. At that moment." Shaesai appeared aged by decades, vacantly exiting the arena. Cursed fate. It was only when she sensed his departure that Xuan allowed her tears to flow within the confines of her bed. Unbeknownst to her, a towering silhouette loomed just outside her sanctuary. Shaesai, weeping. "Ian, I shall protect you," he vowed softly. "Come with me." Lova clapped Shaesai on the shoulder, startling him from his sorrowful reverie. "What is it?" Shaesai obediently followed Lova to a secluded clearing. "Why?" Lova fixed his gaze firmly on Shaesai. It was well understood that among the wandering beasts, only Lova had the audacity to challenge him in such a manner, aside from Xuan. "What do you mean? Why?" Shaesai's expression was devoid of emotion, as if the weight of despair had extinguished his spirit. "Xuan, we have watched her grow. You are not her biological father." Lova restrained his fury, for he regarded Xuan as his own cherished offspring and could not abide her sorrow. "She deserves a formidable protector by her side. I lack that right. I am merely her guardian." With each utterance, Shaesai felt his heartache further. How he longed to be with Xuan. "You are the chieftain of the wandering beast tribe, who possesses greater strength than you. Do you truly wish for her to become another's mate?" Lova pressed. "Aye." Shaysai found himself at a loss for words. If you cannot bear it, do not wait until all is settled to regret your inaction. Lova cast his gaze towards the spot where Xuan lay. But I cannot be with him. Shaysai's voice was now hoarse, strained by the effort to suppress his breakdown. You are being unreasonable. Lova had spoken at length, hoping to rekindle Shaysai's resolve. Forgive me. At this moment, Shaysai felt utterly weak, afraid to utter another word, fearing he might shatter completely. Sighing heavily, Lova departed, leaving Shaysai alone in the chilling wind. Suddenly, Shaysai heard the rustling of branches. Someone was eavesdropping. Instantly, he transformed into his beast form, surveying the surroundings with clarity for hundreds of meters. Chieftain, it is I. Liuxin trembled as he raised a hand, signaling Shaysai not to harm him. Were you intentionally eavesdropping? Shaysai furrowed his brow, embarrassed that his vulnerability had been exposed to another beast. No, chieftain, I was merely attending to nature's call, he stammered, parting the foliage to reveal the evidence of his claim. Leave. A sudden fragrant aroma wafted through the air, dispelling Shaysai's lingering irritation. All right. Liuxin swiftly adjusted his attire and scurried away. With a huff, Shaysai made an effort to steady his breathing, hastily departing from the scene. In the afternoon, Bai Lu and Noah, accompanied by their companion, found themselves meandering along a path where they merely stumbled upon some wild vegetables. There was nothing extraordinary to behold. Not a grain of rice nor even the most commonplace fruit trees graced the land. Consequently, Bai Lu sought refuge by a recently discovered body of water. This modest lake measured approximately 5 meters in width and stretched over 10 meters in length, likely suffering from drought, yet it still harbored some life, such as the aquatic prickly beasts. Noah, I shall catch a prickly beast. I delight in capturing creatures, Bai Lu exclaimed, seemingly lost in exuberance. Be cautious. Belle had already observed that the lake was shallow and the water was rapidly receding. Perhaps this was the reason for the scarcity of wildlife in the vicinity. Very well. I shall proceed without worry, Bai Lu declared, removing her meticulously crafted leather shoes. Had she not ruined her previously made shoes just days ago, she would not have been in such haste to sew a new pair for this outing. Wow, the fish here are quite plentiful. Frying some fish fillets would be delightful. Though perhaps insufficient for the appetites of Belle and Noah, I shall likely need to catch a few wild beasts as well, but this will suffice for me, Bai Lu mused, casually scooping up a fish and tossing it into her leather pouch. Unruly creature, tonight you shall be my meal. Upon finishing her statement, she playfully struck the fish. Boss, just toss it over. I'll handle it, Noah chuckled, unable to contain his amusement as Bai Lu rubbed her thigh, where she had just struck herself. No need. I can manage, Bai Lu insisted, her resolve to capture the prickly beast unwavering. After all, Noah and Belle had aided her greatly, and this was a task she felt capable of handling herself. I truly cannot with you, Noah replied, his tone laced with a hint of affection. Before he too waded into the water to commence his pursuit of the prickly beasts, Belle shot a curious glance at Noah, pondering if he had missed something during his recent reveries. He was still processing the fact that Noah had taken an interest, after all. This was a female of the species Shire, though it seemed that Shire had yet to mate with her. With another thoughtful gaze at the two, Belle chose to remain indifferent to the unfolding dynamics. Bai Lu ultimately caught 2 fish, weighing approximately 4 to 5 pounds, sufficient for her needs. While Noah only managed to catch a single fish, he had intended to roast it together with Bai Lu, but she declined the offer. It had been a long time since she had tasted grilled fish. The last time, she had enjoyed delicious fried fish with Hill, and she wondered how grilled fish would compare. Upon finishing her thought, she suddenly found herself missing Hill, an unusual sentiment that did not escape the notice of Noah and Belle. All right, let's eat. Noah swiftly snatched the leftover grilled meat from Belle's hands, which had been saved from lunch, and handed it to Bai Lu. Thank you, Bai Lu responded with a forced smile. Go ahead, Belle's cooking is quite decent. Let me show you a thing or two, he said, drawing the grilled meat closer to the fire, igniting a burst of flames. Ah, Noah, Bai Lu exclaimed in surprise, dropping the grilled meat onto the ground. I'm so sorry. It was unintentional. Noah apologized earnestly, acknowledging his blunder. Belle poured water from a leather pouch to extinguish the spreading flames. What were you thinking, Noah? Belle inquired. I didn't mean to. Noah whined playfully. Bai Lu shivered at his tone. Noah, do you want to get yourself killed? Belle was equally taken aback, questioning whether this was still his good friend. Noah, with a silly grin, began to tidy up the mess. Hey, Belle, let's change direction. I don't see anything worth exploring over there. Bai Lu seized the opportunity to suggest. All right, which way do you propose we go? Belle, having considered the options, acknowledged that they could not afford to waste time, regardless of whether they would find what they sought. Let's head that way, Bai Lu said decisively. This time, her choice was not arbitrary. The flora on that side appeared significantly more lush than their current surroundings, hinting at potential rewards. Very well, let's proceed, Belle agreed, and they set off, with Bai Lu closely trailing behind, mindful of the urgency of time. Hey, wait for me. You ungrateful fellows. Noah, realizing he had been left behind after they had walked about 50 meters, called out as he hurried to catch up. I'm coming, he exclaimed, scampering after them. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, a piercing scream captured the attention of numerous beasts. Ah, damn it. Nasi, those sago were mine, all mine. A furious female voice echoed from the depths of the jungle. Die. Angela struck a towering tree, and a small den appeared immediately. Did anyone see that? Oh no. How do I fix this? How do I restore it? Angela looked around anxiously, seeing no beastmen nearby, and could only rub her hands together in agitation. This won't do. I need a plan. Angela's eyes lit up with inspiration. At that moment, Bai Lu and her companions were not far away, foraging for fruit. After such a long time, they had finally stumbled upon a fruit-bearing tree, curious about the peculiarities that might lie within this place. Bai Lu expressed her dissatisfaction, lamenting that she did not wish to consume roasted meat soup at every meal. This is not the case. You shall have your share. Allow me to gather it for you. The tree stood merely 5 meters tall, easily climbable by Noah. I am capable of foraging myself. The fruits you collect can be offered to the tribe, Bai Lu stated, noting that the bounty from the ground would sustain her for more than half a month outside. Let us proceed. Come, Belle, continue. After filling a bag, she tossed it to Belle, who meticulously arranged the contents on the ground. Just then, a plaintive voice emerged, not unlike that of a juvenile, still retaining its tender timbre. The three exchanged glances. Noah descended from the tree, positioning Bai Lu securely between himself and Belle. Come, let us investigate. If we can assist, we shall, Belle declared. Noah, his expression grave, nodded in agreement, having heard no other beastmen, only the solitary cry of the youngling, indicating a potentially dire situation. What has happened? Bai Lu inquired, having only caught the fleeting sound of the wailing, which soon faded. It might have been a wild beast. Yet, observing the serious demeanor of the two beastmen, she recognized the gravity of the situation. Do not make a sound, and ensure you remain close to Belle and me, Noah instructed Bai Lu. Bai Lu nodded. She was not so capricious as to disregard reason. The two orcs led her to a clearing within the jungle, where they discovered a distressed female weeping, yet there were no beasts or dangers nearby to threaten her. Where are your kin? Why are you alone? Belle inquired first. I. Angela, upon seeing Belle, rushed into his embrace. Belle was initially caught off guard, tightly embraced, but soon realized and pushed her away. Wah! Angela began to cry pitifully. Belle, remember, she's a female. You must be gentle, or else your fruits may suffer, Noah said with a teasing tone. What is your situation? Belle tried to soften his demeanor. Wah! Angela's sobs grew more intense. All right, dear sister. Let us converse calmly without your tears, Bai Lu said softly, feeling sympathy for her. Mind your own business. Angela's temper flared as she shoved Bai Lu's hand away, causing Bai Lu to stumble and fall to the ground. My apologies, are you all right? Angela, noticing the astonished expressions of Noah and Belle, quickly apologized and helped Bai Lu to her feet. I didn't mean to. Are you hurt? Angela asked, checking for any wounds on Bai Lu. I'm fine. But where are your kin? Bai Lu sensed the female's fluctuating emotions, yet she appeared no older than 15. Wah! Angela cried again, large tears streaming down her cheeks. Be quiet. If you don't speak, we shall leave. Belle, lacking patience, retorted. Please don't go. Otherwise, I will be left all alone. Angela pleaded, her voice tinged with despair. Very well. We shall stay. Where are your kin? We will escort you back, Noah said, recognizing the rarity of females in the Tianzi continent. I became separated from my kin. They brought me out to gather fruits, but I lost my way, and they could not find me, Angela explained. Which tribe do you belong to? Belle asked. I am Angela of the bird tribe. It is a pleasure to meet you all, she replied with a sweet smile. I am Noah. This is Belle. And beside you is Bai Lu, Noah introduced. Will you help me find my kin? Angela asked earnestly. Of course, do not worry. By the way, how long have you been here? Bai Lu inquired. I have been here since morning, but I dared not wander. If they return, perhaps they will find me, Angela said. her head bowed in distress. What do the orcs of your tribe consume? Noah intended to criticize the bird tribe's orcs, but held back upon seeing Angela's pitiful demeanor. Here, have some fish bites. I made them, and they are quite delicious. Bai Lu shared her fish chunks, primarily because she had no other food left, and of course, she had forgotten about the fruits they had just gathered. Thank you. At this moment, Angela appeared quite normal. She took small bites. And although most of the burfolk preferred a vegetarian diet, they had begun to incorporate meat into their meals for the sake of physical strength. Is it delicious? Bai Lu inquired, having nearly forgotten Angela's earlier mood swings. Delicious. Angela's sweet smile was truly heartwarming. Just as the atmosphere was so harmonious, a bird descended from the sky, landing right beside Bai Lu and Angela, while Belle and Noah dared not move. Bai Lu, Angela, run. Belle seized the moment to urge the two. You can't escape, Angela said ominously. It's you. Belle was far from careless. This bird was called the kingfisher, renowned for its emerald plumage, only the size of an adult's palm. Yet it should not be underestimated. It was a master at catching fish and had an insatiable appetite, consuming hundreds of pounds of fish daily. Belle had not eaten fish, and the kingfisher posed no threat to the beast's men, so it was swiftly captured. Do not harm it, Angela exclaimed, sensing that things were amiss. What do you think? With a squeeze of his hand, Belle silenced the kingfisher. You murderer! I will not let you go, Angela whistled, summoning a 3-meter-tall bird that came to her side and carried her away. Bai Lu, startled by the kingfisher, sought refuge beneath a grand tree, witnessing the events unfold until Angela departed. Belle, what is she doing? Before Belle could respond, Bai Lu's body weakened, and she collapsed to the ground. On that day, the faux couple that Hill and Xuan had arranged for arrived. Early in the morning, Xuan was adorned by the returning priestess, Mushi, who painted her face. Though they were outcast beast men, abandoned by the beast god, they still adhered to the customs of other beast tribes, which included painting auspicious symbols before forming a union, signifying a future filled with safety and happiness. Xuan, you must consider carefully, Mushi advised. Mushi, despite appearing youthful, was a middle-aged female with a birthmark that obscured one of her eyes. Mushi mama, I'm certain. You must help me. Xuan's expression was one of profound anguish. Oh dear child, Mushi consoled, embracing the seated Xuan. I truly love him. I genuinely adore him. Tears streamed down Xuan's face, unable to contain her emotions. Your father, Luowa, and I will support you, Mushi reassured her, regarding Xuan as her own offspring, especially since she intended to bear young herself. Thank you, Luowa Papa and Mushi Mama, Xuan replied, appearing optimistic, yet her eyes betrayed her lack of confidence. I shall check if everything is prepared. Wait here for me, Mushi instructed before departing. Xuan gazed despondently at her beast attire, which had been crafted by Luowa himself. Despite the farcical nature of the event, it represented their heartfelt dedication. Thank you. I will succeed, Xuan declared, filled with newfound courage. Soon, Mushi Mama summoned her outside, leading her to a hastily erected platform to await Hill's arrival. Hill donned a garment of the same style as Xuan's, yet upon closer inspection, it was evident that his clothing was made from the lowest quality of beast hide, merely appearing unremarkable on the surface. Hill and Xuan stood before Mushi and Shas, facing each other. Xuan, do you wish to take Hill as your partner? Mushi inquired. I do, Xuan affirmed. And Hill, do you? Mushi intentionally paused, but before she could finish, a beastman interrupted from the crowd. I object. I challenge him. On what grounds does he deserve to wed the young mistress, Xuan? A towering figure, 2 meters in height, proclaimed, his bald head gleaming, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Indeed, on what grounds? Questioned a lanky beast man, whose sharp features and predatory gaze made those nearby instinctively retreat from him. Yes. And I, at least 2/3 of the single beast men in the wandering tribe stood in opposition. Very well, Mushi thought to herself, amused. Now, we shall commence the contest for the bride. Whoever can embrace Xuan and fend off the others without sustaining harm shall become her partner. Mushi inquired, is the young master's approval unnecessary in the end? One of the orcs responded, the final step differs from before. No, the young master is in agreement. It all depends on your capabilities. Mushi maintained her characteristic smile. Hooray, I have arrived, and chaos has ensued, she declared. Once I announce the commencement, you may begin. Mushi gestured for calm, and the atmosphere was swiftly brought under control. Mushi, come here. I have something to discuss with you, Shas said, his expression grim, as he pulled Mushi into the woods behind. Mushi discreetly signaled to Xuan, who exhaled in relief, though her heart remained taut. What is the matter in the woods? Speak. Mushi estimated they were far enough from the platform that the orc's keen hearing would not detect them. Shuain is being reckless. Are you joining the ruckus as well? Shas erupted with anger, yet he still considered Mushi's status. I am not unaware of your temperament. If you are angry, then be so. Shuain's affairs are her own. You know her disposition well. Since you cannot respond to her and must find her a partner, is that not fortuitous? Why be angry? Mushi spoke with increasing ease. That is not the selection method, though. As for Sierra, I reluctantly accepted her. After all, she is not merely choosing a partner. We are all wandering beasts. And what if those tribesmen are selected? Before Shas could finish his thought, Mushi interrupted, Do not fret. This has been agreed upon by Shuain. As long as she consents, there are no issues. Now, do you have any further matters to address? She fixed her gaze upon him. She is still young and naive. Shas pondered for a long while before finally formulating a reason. She is already of age. This is her decision. Mushi was intrigued to see what further arguments Shas would present, watching him with a teasing glint in her eyes. Then I shall directly obstruct those orcs. Allowing Shuain to become a partner with Sierra. Yes, that could work. After much contemplation, Shas proposed such a plan. That is a foolish idea. Setting aside Shuain's situation, will the tribesmen agree? They hail from various clans. Can you oppose an entire tribe? Mushi's words left Shas speechless. Shas considered himself to possess considerable strength. Even with his utmost effort, he could stand against them. But in the end, what would be the outcome? That would not be a battle. It was about choosing a partner for Shuain. If you cannot accept her, then wish her well, Mushi stated, turning to depart. Shuain, Ain, what am I to do with you? Shas squatted on the ground, cradling his head. Upon returning to the high ground, the tribesmen had begun to stir. Too much time had passed, and Sierra was anxiously awaiting, for this concerned his very life. The wandering orcs are notoriously savage. Should they discover the abandoned young chieftain, they would undoubtedly engage him in a fierce struggle, regardless of his awareness of the falsehood of the situation. Soon, Mushi returned. Tribe members, I have taken Shuain to a secure location. Whoever finds her first and keeps her safe shall win her affection, including you, Sierra. Let the search commence. Upon finishing her proclamation, nearly all the orcs sprang into action. Sierra, come with me. Mushi beckoned. Chapter 167. The wounded Karst, your name is Sierra, is it not? Mushi inquired. Yes. Though Sierra was taken aback by Mushi's appearance, thoughts of the wandering orc tribe quelled any further surprise. Shuain has informed me of the situation. I initially intended to eliminate you, but since she advocated for your release, I felt it inappropriate to intervene. In a moment, you shall don this attire and flee. Whether you escape or not is entirely up to your abilities. Mushi handed Sierra a set of clothing. Very well. Sierra inhaled deeply, acknowledging that they were somewhat true to their word. However, Mushi, I have one more matter to discuss. What is it? Mushi asked. Upon returning yesterday, I, Sierra, revealed my needs. It turned out that Sierra had sought out Mushi on the eve of his intended union with Shuain. Sierra, upon arriving in the wandering orc tribe, live well and forget all that transpired in your former tribe. The tribe is not as you or your kind perceive. You must treat Shuain well, or I shall not spare you. Perhaps your parents may also suffer because of your actions. Karst employed both threats and persuasion. I shall not forget the matters of the tribe. I will indeed bond with Shuain, so refrain from concerning yourself with my affairs. Sierra replied nonchalantly. Humph. Were it not for Shuain, would you still be standing here? Karst approached Sierra with an imposing presence. Some do not possess such fortune. Even though a transaction with Shuain had been established, he could discern her unique regard for the chieftain. It is worth noting that upon their first encounter, he had resolved firmly. Otherwise, he would not have. Humph. Enough with the idle chatter. Let us engage in combat. Should you lose, I shall have no choice but to take your life, Karst declared, preparing to exit. Wait, Sierra interjected. What? Are you afraid? Karst, concerned that Sierra might refuse to fight, felt a pang of worry. If Shuain were to learn of this, she would surely be displeased. No, I simply wish to know what happens if I win, Sierra asserted, determined to advocate for his own rights. You will not win, Karst remarked dismissively, striding towards the exit. Then I will not go. He had no intention of engaging in matters that would not benefit him. Very well. If you manage to win, I shall not impede you. Karst took a deep breath, suppressing his fury. Then let us proceed to a secluded location. Sierra led the way. I will ensure you crawl on the ground. Karst stormed out, surpassing Sierra's figure. Who will prevail is yet to be determined. Hill remarked as two orc warriors ventured into a mountainous forest, not far from the red-eyed beast village, yet sufficiently distanced. Soon, a confrontation ensued. Shas, in his beast form, resembled a massive python, towering over 4 meters, with eyes larger than duck eggs and a venomous black exterior. If one were to overlook his species and characteristics, he appeared rather formidable. In contrast, Hill, though over 3 meters tall in his beast form, seemed diminutive beside Shas. Yet he possessed greater agility. Hill, I offer you one last chance. If you take your own life, I might spare your father and mother, Shas proclaimed, lifting his head high. No need. I shall be bonding with Xuan tomorrow. I wonder what she tastes like. Hill mused, his thoughts drifting to Bai Lu. Merely substituting the name with Xuan, for he could not sully his own heart. It belonged solely to Bai Lu. Silence. Today, you shall meet your end. Shas bellowed angrily. Charging forward, Hill, undeterred, understood that as orcs, they were bound to fight. In mere seconds, they closed the distance between each other. Hill struck with a claw, while Shas countered with a sweeping tail. The impact caused Hill to stagger back a step, yet he quickly regained his balance. Utilizing the force of the impact, he spun around and, in a fluid motion, left 3 claw marks on Shas's side, merely breaking the skin slightly. Furious, Shas, a leader of his clan, despite being only a little over 100 years old, was significantly larger than Hill. He could hardly believe he had been wounded and rushed at Hill with fierce intent. The sight of his formidable fangs and blood-red maw was clear to Hill, who had no desire to perish here, especially knowing the venomous nature of snake fangs. Wait, Hill shouted. Shas hesitated momentarily, almost instinctively, for should Xuan learn of this, he would be deemed a despicable coward. Even a wandering orc must appear humble before his beloved female. Seizing the opportunity, Hill struck again. This was part of his strategy. Shas, being older and more skilled, possessed a body as robust as a barrel, and the injury he sustained was merely superficial. Fuming with rage, Shas resolved to ensure that Hill would bleed profusely today. If Xuan and others inquired, he would simply claim that Hill sought him out for a sparring match and that he had inadvertently slain him. Ain would not hold it against him. I shall not let you escape today. Hill's prior strikes against Shas were mere coincidences, for his scales were nearly unrivaled in hardness among his kind. I had no intention of allowing you to escape either. Hill ignited with a fierce determination. If he were to slay the chieftain of the wandering beasts, it would undoubtedly be a perfectly justifiable act for the continent. However, he pondered whether Sars was indeed the paramount chieftain of the land. The two exchanged blows, and eventually, Hill's grasp inflicted pain upon Sars, who retaliated by spewing his venom, which fortuitously splattered upon Hill. As Sars collapsed, Hill succumbed to a dizzying haze. Thankfully, at that moment, Xuan arrived, accompanied by Lua, Mushi, and the tribe's wandering beast men. Father? What has happened to father? Hill, why must you harm my father? Xuan wailed, clutching the now restored human form of Sars while pointing an accusing finger at Hill. He sought to kill me. Why should I not retaliate? Hill's eyes gleamed with defiance. She would not yield to the wandering beasts. Xuan, eyeing, eliminate him. In an instant, the pallid-faced Sars lost consciousness. Father, father, Mother Mushi, please, hurry and check on father. She grasped Mushi's hand and pulled her towards Sars. Do not rush. There is no need for haste, Mushi calmly replied as she knelt to examine Sars's wounds. After a moment, Mushi addressed the beast men behind her. All right, take the chieftain and escort him back. Move. Mushi supported Xuan as they followed behind Sars. Rest assured, Sars is unharmed. It is Hill who has sustained severe injuries. Mushi whispered to Xuan. Is that true? Xuan inquired. Consider Sars's age. How could Hill possibly be his match? He likely feigned his injuries upon seeing us approach. Attempting to dissuade you from choosing him as a partner, Mushi elucidated. Xuan's countenance paled even further. She had not anticipated such treachery. Was she doomed to accept the wandering beast he had selected for her? Xuan, do not despair. Remember our plan, Mushi encouraged, instilling courage in her. Yes. Xuan's thoughts drifted, her head bowed in contemplation. Their conversation, of course, went unheard by the beast men, as Mushi had chosen a secluded corner to speak with Xuan, despite trailing behind the others. Chapter 168. A twist of fate. Sars had been carried back to the sandbag, and shortly thereafter, Xuan appeared within the confines of the sandbag. Father, I understand everything now. Rise, for I have matters to discuss, Xuan coldly addressed Sars. Cease your pretense. Mother Mushi has already informed me. Is there any point to this charade? Her voice trembled with emotion. I did not intend to deceive you. Sars's resonant voice emerged from the stone bed. Sars, if you cannot accept me, then do not concern yourself with the kind of partner I may seek. Otherwise, I shall hold you in disdain. Xuan, lacking the courage to continue, turned and fled from the sandbag, making her way directly to her own. Aing. Sars gazed at Xuan's retreating figure, tears streaming down his face. Aing, we truly cannot be together. That would render us no different from beasts. Sas relentlessly pounded on the stone bed, blood seeping from his wounds. Yet he paid it no heed. What troubles do you harbor? Speak up. Perhaps we can find a solution together. Keeping it all bottled up will only lead to regret once Xuan finds a partner. Loa, unaware of when he had reached the sandbag, observed Saza's turmoil. Xuan. Ian. Saza's bloodied hands clenched tightly before he released them. Sighing, Loa realized that Sas was unlikely to divulge anything. She is my biological offspring, he managed to utter, as if draining the last remnants of his strength. Loa paused at the doorway. What did you say? Do you even comprehend your words? She rushed to Saza's bedside, lifting his frail form. Yes, she is the child of both me and those tribal females. At that time, she was but a child, her mother deceased. The tribe mistreated her due to her father being a stray beast, so I quietly took her away, Sas explained. Loa found herself at a loss for words. You are mistaken, gravely mistaken, she lamented. Xuan is my child. Your offspring perished long ago. Do you remember our battle with the Golden Lion tribe? Loa inquired. Indeed. Sas replied, his previously agitated demeanor calming somewhat. After that encounter, my child was still alive, while the one you publicly declared as adopted had already met her demise. They were both so young then. You had just joined the Stray Beast tribe, fighting fiercely and repeatedly saving my life. I could not bear to see you suffer. And to repay your kindness, I entrusted my little one to you, for at that time, there was little distinction between them. Besides, you were never the most observant of beast men, and you indeed did not suspect a thing. Loa recounted those bygone events. She is dead? Saza's lips quivered. Yes. I witnessed her death with my own eyes, unable to save her in time. I am truly sorry. Loa understood the truth. Though he had just joined the Stray Beast tribe, Sas possessed the capability to vie for leadership. For the safety of his child, he had to declare his biological offspring as an adopted one, thereby earning the tribe's trust, for who would suspect the leader of adopting a female? This was a secret unknown to all, including Loa. Is Xuan truly your child? Sas then recalled something and instinctively grasped Loa's hand. Indeed, I am certain. Had you been more astute, how could you have failed to notice that Xuan is not your offspring? Poor thing, she still holds affection for you. I cannot fathom what endearing qualities you possess, Loa said, her frustration mounting. Not only was she seeking a partner for her precious child, but also had to contend with this aged beast man, an utterly unfit father. What is wrong with me? I am the chieftain, the mightiest beast man of the tribe. What is amiss with forming a partnership with me? Oh, no. I must find Ain. I must tell her. I wish to bond with her. As Shas attempted to rise from his bed, he was met with a gentle yet firm reminder from Lova. Calm down. There's no need to rush. That girl is preoccupied caring for her new companion. Lova couldn't suppress a smile. What? No. I must go find her. Just as he had managed to leave the bed, Lova restrained him. Shas had never been wary of Lova. After all, he was not only a brother, but also the biological father of Ain. Be patient. Nothing dire will happen. Reflect on what you have done all this time, Lova urged. His intention not to chastise, but to emphasize the gravity of his actions toward Xuan. Indeed, I have heard Ain, Shas admitted, his head drooping as he sank dejectedly to the ground. What a disgrace you are, not only as a clan leader, but as a Yin's own father. I cannot condone your behavior. Lova lamented. Fortunately, you did not agree. Otherwise, if Ain were to discover a beastman like you, I would be plagued with worry for a lifetime. Shas absorbed Lova's words, feeling a sense of despair. What am I to do? I do not wish to lose Ain. Words eluded him as a torrent of vulnerability, cowardice, and self-doubt surged within him. Yes, I am unworthy of Xuan. He wept again, his heart aching at the thought of losing her, recalling the tears that stained her face as she had departed. Ain's heart was truly wounded by Shas' actions, and he feared he might never reclaim her. She had seemingly given up on him, fulfilling his worst fears. In that moment, Shas felt an excruciating pain, and as he coughed up blood, he fell into unconsciousness. Well, it's fortunate that you realized this before it was too late. What would you do if Xuan were to bond with someone else tomorrow? Lova mused softly. At that moment, Mushi arrived, inquiring about Shas. Ah, take a look for yourself, Lova replied. It would be best if he were to suffer for the pain he has caused Shui-yin, Mushi remarked, though she still cast a glance toward Shas. He merely acted out of anger. He'll be all right after this. The recent battle with Sierra has drained both spirit and energy. You must have shared the news with him. He will awaken by morning, Mushi reassured. What is his disposition? She asked, pausing with the herbs in her hand. He wishes to find Shui-yin, and he's just coughed up blood. Will tomorrow's plans still proceed? Lova frowned. Speaking of which, Shui-yin returned to me in tears. Fortunately, there seems to be no immediate danger. She cried it out, or else it would have festered within her, Mushi said, her eyes filled with compassion. Moreover, Lova. Shui-yin expressed her desire to cease the turmoil. She intends to bond with Sierra directly. What shall we do about that? Mushi sighed. Shui-yin has been deeply hurt. She harbors feelings for Shas, though she is reluctant to admit it. I cannot allow her to be with him, but for her sake. We must proceed as such, Lova said with a sinister smile. What? Mushi halted her movements, catching sight of Luowa's sly grin. After their discussion, she mused that perhaps this was for the best, hoping that tomorrow would unfold smoothly. The tumult of recent events had indeed delayed her research on herbs, and were it not for Shui-yin, she would have been reluctant to exert any effort. A smile finally graced Mushi's face. I, too, am merely awaiting tomorrow. Luowa remarked wistfully. Chapter 169. Masen, are you implying that the powder I provided you yesterday was ineffective? Mushi's voice rose sharply. Surely you, as a priest, are aware of the potency of Karsa's poison? You were so preoccupied with Kars that you neglected my needs. I suppose that is to be expected, given my status as an outsider. However, kindly provide me with the antidote for Karsa's poison first. Sierra was unwilling to provoke Mushi, especially since her life was currently at the mercy of others. The wait was indeed bothersome. Had it not been for her plans, she would have had no qualms about eliminating Sierra. Seizing the opportunity, Sierra donned the garments Mushi had brought and prepared herself within the sandbag, hoping that everything outside remained unchanged and that time was still on her side. Before long, Mushi returned, tossing a pouch of powder at Sierra and commanding her to leave, not wishing to lay eyes on her. Sierra was eager to find her mother and return to the tribe. If Bai Lu had not returned, she would continue her search for her. Just as Sierra reached the outskirts of the red-eyed beast village, she heard chaos erupting within. Naturally, there were beastmen at the entrance, and as long as she could locate Shui-yin and protect her until the banquet concluded, she could become Shui-yin's partner. The allure was immense for the beastmen. Thus, Sierra was unprepared for the interception. Hey, where do you think you're going? A stray beastman, recently relieved in the woods, spotted Sierra's movements. I need to relieve myself. Sierra stammered, having rehearsed this excuse beforehand. The stray beastmen bore various disabilities and deep-seated issues. Otherwise, why would the tribe have expelled them, allowing the formation of the stray beastmen community? Thus, there was an inherent camaraderie among the majority of these individuals. Come here, I just took care of that, the simple-hearted beastman said. All right. Sierra genuinely needed to relieve herself, not merely using it as an excuse, though she had intended to do so far from the red-eyed beast village. Brother, you're hiding out here too, right? I have no desire to become the partner of the young master. The young master can have multiple partners, while beastmen can only choose one. I really envy the Tianling tribe. The beastmen and females there are each other's only ones. If only I weren't a stray beastman, the simple-hearted beastman lamented. As Sierra attended to her needs, the beastman continued to chatter incessantly. Sierra was growing anxious. If they discovered her absence, would they come after her? The answer was undoubtedly yes. But did this beastman even recognize her? She had already been seen with Shui-yin during the day, yet this beastman remained oblivious. Brother, are you finished? If not, shall we find a place to hide until the young master selects a partner, and then we can return? The earnest orc spoke. Are you truly uninterested in the young master? Hill replied with a question of his own. Indeed, after all, he is but a cub. I do not fancy females older than myself, and I desire to have only one mate. The earnest orc declared. Wonderful. I share the same sentiment. Hill praised. Come. I shall take you to a place of extraordinary beauty, an impeccable hideaway. The earnest orc proposed. Very well, what is your name? Hill sensed no malice from this orc, and he had no intention of indiscriminately harming innocents, even if they were wandering orcs. Mason, and you? The earnest orc inquired. I am Bell. Hill refrained from revealing his true name, as it would draw undue attention. Let us go, brother, Mason said, placing a hand on Hill's back. All right. Mason led the way toward the western part of the red-eyed beast village, beyond the tribe. which was precisely why Hill followed, avoiding conflict to conserve energy for the journey to the winged tiger clan. Just part the grass, and we shall arrive, Mason said, stepping ahead. The grass towering nearly 3 meters, thick as the fists of a 3-year-old cub. In but a few strides, Hill emerged to behold the marvels of nature, a magnificent waterfall. The water cascades down 3,000 feet, as if the Milky Way has fallen from the heavens. With Hill's keen sight, he could not discern the source of the river, and the previously sweltering air felt refreshingly cool due to the evaporating mist. Mason, how did you discover this waterfall? It is truly delightful, Hill exclaimed, raising his arms and closing his eyes to savor the forest's gifts. I stumbled upon it by chance. I had intended to bring my future mate here, but I thought you might enjoy it first, Mason replied. Do you have a particular female in mind? Hill inquired, engaging in light conversation with Mason. Indeed, but Mason's demeanor darkened as he sat upon a large stone. Which one? There are not many females in the tribe. You don't fancy one from another tribe, do you? Hill mused, adopting the guise of a wandering beast to avoid suspicion. Hill's height was common among the beast world, yet Mason towered half a head taller, his physique more robust. If Hill were akin to a noble lone wolf, Mason resembled a formidable brown bear, which was also one reason Hill concealed his true self. Defeating Mason would likely come at a cost. No, how could I? Mason seemed lost in memory, alternating between a foolish grin and a furrowed brow. As for me, I already have a female in the tribe. Should I become your rival, perhaps you might eliminate me, right? Hill chuckled at his own jest. You wouldn't dare? Mason glared at Hill. Oh, come now, I understand. Females are drawn to powerful orcs, especially those of our tribe. Just by looking at you, I can tell you resemble the kind of orc that captivates their hearts. My hopes are dashed. Mason wore a sorrowful expression. All right, speak up, have a little confidence. If you like her too, I'll relinquish her to you, Hill remarked, for he was no mere drifter. Mason's affection for any female was of little concern to him. I want you to step aside. I will pursue her myself. She is Mushi. Mason finally summoned the courage to declare. Hill was taken aback. Mason harbored feelings for Mushi. Setting aside their respective statuses, Mason was already a formidable orc. While it was said that Mushi had yet to reach 50, I am aware that I am unworthy of her. Thus I must strive to become the mightiest female in the tribe, not only to protect her, but also to earn the right to be her mate. Mason spoke with newfound confidence. Well, I wish you luck, Hill replied, sensing the difficulty of the situation, not to mention Mason's own struggles. He had observed for these many days that Mushi had eyes for Lova. There seemed to be no room for others. Yet, recognizing Mason's challenges, Hill refrained from disheartening him further. So, which female do you fancy? Mason quickly inquired. That remains a secret, Hill smiled. No way. I've shared my feelings. You must reciprocate. Do you also fancy Mushi? Mason's face fell, clearly believing that Mushi preferred someone like Hill, leaving him with little hope. All right, don't worry. It's not the case. Here is the deal. Once Shuedin, the young master, chooses her partner, I will tell you. Or perhaps when we leave this place. How does that sound? Hill suggested. Chapter 170. Blue became understanding deal. Mason pondered for a moment before agreeing. Hill confirmed. Thus, the two spent 2 days beneath the heavens, with the earth as their bed. During this time, Hill attempted to escape countless times, but always fortuitously encountered Mason. Hill understood this was no coincidence, yet neither party dared to confront the other. Hill simply could not comprehend where he had gone awry. On the 3rd day beneath the waterfall, Mason roasted meat over the fire while Hill lay on a large stone in meditation. Bell, you should leave, Mason whispered. But with Hill's keen hearing, he certainly caught the words. What did you say? Hill immediately sat up. I said you should leave. Mason sighed heavily. Why? Hill grasped Mason's intent, yet wondered how to alter the decision. I know you are an outsider. I have but one condition. I hope that once you depart, you will not return to exact vengeance upon our tribe. Otherwise, I shall not rest until I have avenged myself upon you. Please, leave, Mason urged. Thank you. Hill was perplexed, understanding only that he could return to seek out his mother and Bai Lu. Hill departed, and Mason finished his roasted meat, lying down in the place where Hill had slept. Hill, I liked you from the very first moment I laid eyes on you. Did you know? The tears streaming from Mason dampened the stone, as he curled up upon it in agony, seeking a semblance of safety, while the fleeing Hill remained oblivious to it all. That day, it was his turn to deliver food to the foreign orcs, and he spotted Hill in a corner, his body marred by a ghastly mixture of blood and dirt. Later, through a wandering orc with whom he shared a cordial rapport. He learned that Hill belonged to the wolf tribe. Mason had always envied the life of a single orc paired with a female. His mother had succumbed to despair due to his father's numerous partners. Yet, having grown up in the wandering orc tribe, he found himself intrigued. Upon hearing of Hill's bond with the young master, his immediate reaction was disbelief. From what he knew of Hill, he was not that kind of orc. Indeed, as Hill sought to escape, Mason recognized his opportunity and deliberately lured him to the waterfall. However, over the past 3 days, Mason observed Hill's inexplicable worries. The affection in his eyes and the nostalgia for the female he loved. Mason felt selfish. If he truly loved him, he ought to prioritize Hill's well-being. And thus he let go. Though it brought him pain, it left him with no ill impression. Indeed, no good impression either, but merely an impression sufficed. Mason lay upon the stone, slowly closing his eyes. How was Priestess Amma? How was White Dew? White Dew had fainted upon witnessing Belle drive away Angela, only regaining consciousness about a week later. Little White Dew, you are awake. The gentle voice of Priestess Amma reached her ears. What happened to me? White Dew inquired. Fortunately, Noah acted swiftly and made you consume the snake gall at once. Otherwise, you might not have returned alive, Priestess Amma expressed with relief. What transpired? White Dew noticed Blue Ku, with tears in her eyes, standing silently by the bed, an unusual demeanor for her. Boss, it's a relief that you're awake. Blue Ku simply held White Dew's hand. How long have I been asleep? White Dew asked. 10 days, a full 10 days. Blue Ku replied. Oh no. My rice is yet to be harvested. She exclaimed, attempting to rise. Little White Dew, do not rush. Listen to me, Priestess Amma interjected. First, regarding your injuries. They were not directly inflicted by that Angela, but she certainly played an indirect role. Noah has informed me that had she not summoned the kingfisher, you would not have been attacked. Noticing White Dew's distracted expression, likely preoccupied with thoughts of her rice, Priestess Amma opted for brevity. The kingfisher has a penchant for water stingers, which both you and Angela consumed. The kingfisher would not harm her, being a female fledgling of the bird tribe. She possesses an innate advantage over avians, thus you were bound to suffer. Priestess Amma elucidated. At that moment, the snake sought to devour the kingfisher. But you happened to obstruct its fangs and were bitten. Noah killed the snake, made you ingest its gall, and hurried back, thus saving your life. The ritual for the revered matriarch is indeed a rare opportunity to encounter such an astute young female, yet it is somewhat disheartening. I apologize, matriarch, for causing you concern. Bai Lu is aware of her missteps and promptly offers her apologies. With winter approaching in just a few days, your provisions should suffice. It would be wise to refrain from venturing outdoors and focus on nurturing your feet. Otherwise, your gait may become unsightly. Does not your companion Sierra appear to look down upon you? Of course, Sierra would never harbor such disdain. That is merely the matriarch's inner sentiment, one that cannot be voiced. Bai Lu, being rather headstrong, requires proper guidance. Have my rice supplies returned? Bai Lu suddenly comprehends. Yes. Belle and Noah assured me of your well-being and brought back several orcs to assist. Are you now at ease? The matriarch teased. That amount is insufficient, particularly regarding rice, which is also needed within the tribe. I cannot hoard it all. I should distribute half to the younglings and females of the tribe, Bai Lu stated. It is commendable of you, a young female yourself, to consider the tribe. Sierra's mother has yet to return after such a long search. He deserves a reprimand. When he does return, his father should give him a proper scolding, but you need not worry about your rice. The matriarch stood to drink a bowl of water. How could that be? I have also divided Belle and Noah's share. Taking half means I have profited, Bai Lu replied. After transporting the rice back, Belle and Noah, remembering that you were still unwell, prepared some for you. Unbeknownst to them, the enticing aroma wafted outside, captivating most of the females in the tribe. Consequently, Taz instructed Belle and Noah to seek more, and they indeed discovered a substantial quantity, which is now on its way back. Rest assured, the matriarch patted Bai Lu's hand, signaling her to relax. Is that truly the case? How splendid! Bai Lu exclaimed. Well then, can we indulge in some good food now? You are quite the handful upon waking. The matriarch playfully poked Bai Lu's forehead. Matriarch Bai Lu laughed as she leapt into the matriarch's embrace. Haha, the matriarch chuckled heartily. Since you are awake now, I shall take my leave. My father awaits me, Lank said, brushing off the dust from her clothing. Very well, do take care. Bai Lu noted the darkness outside, realizing that returning home was perilous, yet with Taz around, she had no choice but to go back. Relieved to have the orcs accompanying her. All right, Lank did not look back but flashed a gesture of approval, which Bai Lu had taught her. With both Sierra and Landy absent, and Taz in such a state, Lank has yet to come of age. Little Bai Lu, Lank has truly matured. The matriarch smiled with satisfaction. Chapter 171. Bai Lu administers medicine. Ever since the matriarch's stern insistence, Bai Lu has remained bedridden for over half a month. When she finally yearned to step outside, the biting cold wind at the door struck her face, compelling her to slam it shut and barricade it, fearing it would turn her into a popsicle. Indeed, a popsicle. How could I have not thought of that? Bai Lu, in high spirits, merrily stirred the honey water. The honey sent by the goddess for her to nurture her wounds. Ah, what a delightful tune. Yet, at that moment, all Bai Lu could think about was enjoying an ice pop. All right, dear elder, might you cease your singing? It is quite unbearable, she jested. However, Lan Ku's face was alight with joy. Happy are we? Very well, wait for me. I shall prepare something delicious for you. Bai Lu poured the concoction into a wooden bowl, which she then placed outside through a small opening. Well done. The rest is left to fate, she declared, clapping her hands together. Dear elder, has Ergu returned? Could something have happened? She fretted. Nonsense. He is certainly fine. He must have been delayed on the road, Lan Ku reassured her. Though she could sense the shadow of trouble in Bai Lu's expression. Lan Ku, Hill will be safe, he promised me, Bai Lu said, suppressing her sorrow. Indeed, she will be all right. Lan Ku echoed, though she too felt a twinge of worry, as more than half a month had passed since winter began, leaving uncertainty about Hill's fate. Let us not fret unnecessarily. We shall wait for his return here. Come, let us take good care of Yi while I prepare the barbecue, Bai Lu suggested. Very well, Lan Ku replied, following closely behind, her gaze fixed on Bai Lu's petite figure, resolute in her thoughts. Almost there, just one more mountain to cross. Lulu, have you already returned? A weary beast man trudged against the biting wind. Hill, you can do this, you must. He encouraged himself. Had he not encountered the wolf pack, he would have been home by now. Though the wolves had been vanquished, it had come at a steep cost. Driven by sheer willpower, Hill reached the entrance of the tribe as evening fell and snow began to fall. Finally, he could endure no longer and collapsed into the snow. Dear elder, look. It's snowing, Bai Lu exclaimed, having witnessed the first snowfall of her arrival in the beast world. How beautiful, she marveled. Indeed, but it will continue for 4 months. Lan Ku replied, handing Bai Lu a bowl of hot soup. So warm. If only elder brother, second brother, and mother were here to share this beauty, Lan Ku mused absent-mindedly. Yes, they are all here. Bai Lu sipped the hot soup absent-mindedly, but the scalding liquid caught her off guard, and she spat it out. Elder, are you all right? Lan Ku quickly offered her a bowl of cold water. The white dew carries the chill of water, soothing the burn of heated skin. I apologize, my dear elder, for always causing trouble. Lan Ku wept, as she was, after all, merely a young female cub. Bai Lu shook her head, indicating that all was well. And it was her own inadvertence. Woo-woo, Lan Ku nestled into Bai Lu's embrace, softly sobbing. It was at this moment that Li arrived. It was his turn to patrol, and though he intended to return early, his concern compelled him to make an additional round, fortuitously discovering Xi'er at the entrance. Bai Lu, Lan Ku, hurry. Li called out loudly from the cave's mouth. What is it? Lan Ku was the first to respond. Xi'er has returned. As Li's words fell, Bai Lu and Lan Ku rushed out. Xi'er. Bai Lu cried out for Xi'er, her eyes nearly brimming with tears. Bai Lu gazed at Hill with an expression of helplessness. With her strength, it was utterly impossible for her to assist him inside. Ultimately, she had to trouble Li to carry Hill into the cave. I will fetch Yang to take a look. You all tidy him up in the meantime. Li said before dashing off. Lank, boil some water. I shall change him, Bai Lu murmured, gently stroking Hill's face while wiping his hands with a cold cloth. He's arriving, boss. Make way. Lank swiftly placed the water before Bai Lu. Is the second brother feverish? Lank inquired, moving around Bai Lu to touch Hill. Fortunately not. Otherwise, in this weather, survival would be exceedingly difficult. Lank sighed in relief. By the time Bai Lu finished tending to Hill, dawn was already breaking. Winter skies, particularly during snowfall, always appeared the same, dark and foreboding, reminiscent of an apocalypse. Lank had gone to bed early, primarily because he needed to care for Elder Ta the following day. Chief Ta, are you there? Came Yang's voice, arriving just as dawn broke. Bai Lu opened the door, and Yang went directly to Hill's room. Li explained. Last night marked the first heavy snowfall, and many of our clansmen have fallen ill. Yang came to check on Hill while on his way. He doesn't have a fever, but he bears many wounds. Yang's arrival is timely for a thorough examination, Geely continued. Bai Lu, having gone a night without sleep, bore bloodshot eyes that were concerning. Hey, Lank. Come here. Geely was about to persuade Bai Lu to rest, but with no one else to tend to Hill, he spotted Lank waking and quickly called out. What's wrong? Did something happen to my brother? Lank hurried over, filled with concern. Bai Lu hasn't slept all night. Yang is currently examining Hill's injuries. You should stay here and let her rest, Geely said, treating Lank like a younger sister, given their similar ages. I understand. Do you still need to patrol today? Lank inquired with concern, aware of the differing schedules among the clansmen. No, I will check on the elderly clansfolk. I am uncertain if they can endure this winter. Geely replied before preparing to leave. All right, then, Lank responded. Geely, come in here, came Yang's voice. Geely had already stepped outside when Lank hurriedly called. Geely, wait. Yang is calling you. In truth, Geely had heard him as well. All right. Geely nodded to the dazed Bai Lu and the calling Lank before entering the inner room. Quickly, Geely. I need to administer medicine to him, but he is too wary and resists even in sleep. Help me hold him down. Yang instructed upon Geely's entry. Understood. Geely promptly moved to the bedside, carefully avoiding Hill's wounds as he restrained him. Yang seized the opportunity to pour the medicine into Hill's mouth, albeit spilling half of it. I will fetch another bowl. Following closely behind, Bai Lu snatched the bowl and stepped outside. Throughout the night, Bai Lu vigilantly kept watch, administering a few hemostatic herbs, awaiting Yang's arrival to assess their efficacy. The medicine had arrived. Soon, Bai Lu approached Sierra, saying, Allow me to take this one. Perhaps he might accept it. Very well. Yang consented, contemplating that Bai Lu, being Sierra's intended partner, might elicit less resistance from him. Furthermore, he had added several more herbs, rendering the concoction even more odorous, causing Sierra to instinctively recoil. Bai Lu approached Hill's bedside, gently assisting him into a seated position and feeding him. Hill offered no resistance, unconsciously swallowing the nourishment until it was finished. Chapter 172. Warmth in the snow. All right, this is the medicinal herb. I shall return to check on you this evening. If you experience any fever, simply seek me out, Yang instructed Bai Lu, handing over both internal and external remedies before he and Geely departed. Chief, you should rest for a while. If you're truly uneasy, you may sleep in second brother's bed. Should you fall asleep, I will keep a vigilant watch over him. Lan Ku suggested after washing Ta's face and preparing breakfast, as there was little else for her to do. Indeed, I understand. Please continue with your tasks. I wish to remain with second brother, Bai Lu replied, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over her, yet reluctant to leave Hill's side. Very well, I shall return shortly. Lan Ku noted, recognizing Bai Lu's weariness and refraining from further insistence as she exited. Bai Lu nodded in agreement. After Lan Ku departed, she simply gazed at Hill, saying nothing. She climbed onto Hill's bed, positioning herself on the inner side, gently leaning against his arm, and quietly closed her eyes. Hill, rest, Bai Lu softly murmured, her voice barely above a whisper, before lapsing into silence. A month had passed, with winter now half gone. Hill's injuries had healed, and his spirits were restored. Tak had managed to muster the strength to take a few steps, thanks in part to the cane designed by Bai Lu. Bai Lu, I cannot thank you enough. With this cane, I can finally rise and move about, Ta expressed joyfully, having been bedridden for 2 or 3 months. Without Bai Lu's help, he might have grown quite weary of confinement. It is no trouble at all. I am delighted to assist you, especially since you are Hill's uncle, Bai Lu replied with a smile. By the way, where is that rascal? I haven't seen him this early in the morning, Ta inquired. He has been lying down for a month. He insisted on going out for a bit. But I didn't allow him to stray far, just to the cave entrance, Bai Lu explained. The winter chill was harsh, and even with 2 animal skin garments, Hill, being a beast man, shivered with cold. Yet, Bai Lu understood his yearning to step outside. Please, do not let him go out. Hill is becoming increasingly headstrong. Ta's voice rose in concern. He is feeling cooped up as well, and the time is nearly right. I shall call him back immediately, Bai Lu admitted, genuinely wanting to fetch him back. Although his wounds had healed, it was still winter, and she felt apprehensive about allowing him outside after so long. Quickly go? Ta urged, equally worried. Bai Lu gazed around the cave entrance for quite some time, her surroundings blanketed in white due to the continuous snowfall, rendering her vision somewhat blurred. She recalled how Hill had donned a black coat before departing, yet he was nowhere to be found. Hill, Hill, Bai Lu called out into the snowy expanse. her voice echoing in the desolate silence. Lulu, I'm here, a faint voice responded. Hill, Hill. Bai Lu turned her head to find Hill nestled in a blind spot at the cave entrance, lying on the snow. Fortunately, there were no traces of blood, which relieved Bai Lu, though concerns still lingered as she noted Hill's prone position. Are you all right? Do you feel unwell? Bai Lu knelt in the snow, preparing to inspect Hill for injuries. Hill gazed at her with eyes filled with affection. As Bai Lu lifted her head to meet Hill's gaze, he captured her rosy lips, which glistened in the snow, their warmth merging together. Hill embraced Bai Lu tightly, with him below and her above, the sky serving as their blanket and the earth as their bed, her struggles diminishing considerably. Lulu, I love you, Hill proclaimed as they parted. I love you too, Bai Lu replied, returning his embrace. I want to hear you say those 3 words. Will you? Hill gently caressed Bai Lu's face. Don't. Bai Lu suddenly nestled against Hill's chest. Ugh, Hill exclaimed. What's wrong? Is your injury still bothering you? Bai Lu immediately lifted her head, concern etched on her face. It hurts so much, Lulu. Please, just touch me. Hill placed Bai Lu's hand over his heart, his eyes glinting with a hint of allure. Here? All right, I'll give you a massage. Bai Lu responded. A triumphant smile spread across Hill's face. I'll make you feel pain. Seizing an opportunity while Hill was distracted, Bai Lu began to tickle him. Ugh, ha ha ha. Hill burst into laughter, tears streaming down his face. Lulu, please, have mercy. Hill gasped in surrender as he regained his composure. Are you still trying to deceive me? I knew you had ulterior motives. Humph. Bai Lu continued her playful assault, refusing to let Hill revel in his victory. No. I was just teasing you. Hill's final remark was particularly ambiguous. What's with that? If Papata knows, he might think we're up to something. Humph. I won't talk to you anymore. Bai Lu playfully shoved Hill aside, quickly rising to return to the cave. Lulu, wait for me. Hill pursued, wishing to grasp Bai Lu's hand. Yet Bai Lu resolved to teach her a lesson. Lulu, please don't be angry. My intentions were not malicious, he implored with a playful tone. Indeed. Your lack of intent led me to worry about you, Bai Lu lamented, feeling a sense of injustice. With only a month to spare, she had sought out Landy's mother, as promised, to spend a few days with her. Most distressingly, Here returned injured and had been bedridden for over a month. Each day, Bai Lu endured anxiety, while Here jested about the situation, which left her feeling wronged. Lulu, I am truly sorry. I should not have caused you concern. Rest assured, I shall not repeat this. Here acknowledged her excessive behavior. During the days following their return to the tribe, Bai Lu remained steadfastly by Here's side, attending to her every need except for the most basic of bodily functions. Here, driven by her own selfish desires, had brought Bai Lu to tears, instilling worry in her heart. Lulu, please don't cry. If it helps, you may hit me instead, as long as it alleviates your anger, Here fretted, pacing anxiously. In that case, shall I strike myself? Here suggested, attempting to lighten the mood. Bai Lu, who had been on the verge of tears, felt a pang of sympathy for Here upon hearing this. All right, no hitting. Just promise not to frighten me like that again, she replied, halting her tears while playfully blocking Here's exaggerated self-punishment. Yes, I knew you would be the best, Lulu, Here said, embracing Bai Lu tightly. As long as you are well. Nothing else matters. Bai Lu reciprocated the embrace. Suddenly, a cough echoed from within the cave. Ah, Lank, you are awake? Bai Lu exclaimed. For the past few days, Lank had been keeping watch over Ta, sleeping during the day. Now that Here was awake, such arrangements would surely change. Thanks to you both, I awakened to this scene. Consider that I am still without a partner. Could you perhaps be more mindful? Lank remarked, feeling slighted. Don't worry, there will be plenty of beast men who will fancy you. Lank, Bai Lu said, her cheeks flushing as she struggled to cope with the awkwardness of the moment. Now, Lank, go back to sleep. My elder brother is awake, and I can care for our father. As for your quest for a partner, well, you can forget about that with Elle and me, Here added. Brother, while you say that, I am still without a partner. No, I meant you too, not me. Lank protested, stamping her foot. All right, you may return to sleep now. Here insisted, ushering her away. Humph, once you have a leader, you forget about me. I dislike you the most, Lank said, running off in distress. Here. I'll check on Lank, Bai Lu noted, having seen Lank in tears. It's all right. I will see her shortly. You should rest for now, Here replied, leading Bai Lu into the cave and sealing the entrance. Lank, brother has entered. Here called at Lank's door. If you remain silent, I shall assume you heard me. I am coming in. Sil spoke, and within the silence, he pushed the door open, though it was not a door in the conventional sense, rather a curtain of animal hide. Upon entering, Sil beheld Lan Ku, her small frame trembling as she faced away from him. His heart ached for her, after all. She was his little sister. Lan Ku? Please, stop crying. Sil seated himself beside her bed. Suddenly, the quiet sobbing erupted into loud wails. All right, my dear little sister. It would not be fitting for you to cry any further. Sil encouraged her to sit up. Your second brother did not intend for this to happen. You are still so young. My Lan Ku. When you come of age, I shall find a formidable beastman to look after you. But for now, I cannot bear the thought of you being taken away by another. Sil explained. Second brother. Lan Ku exclaimed, throwing herself into Sil's embrace, her tears and mucus staining his clothes. Sil subtly reminded himself that she was indeed his biological sister. Are you feeling better now? He inquired. Second brother, now that you have the eldest, you no longer love me. Although the eldest is wonderful, I know you have ceased to love me. Lan Ku lamented before bursting into tears again. Would it not be better for your eldest to become your second brother's partner? If another beast man were to take your eldest away, would that not hurt you even more? Sil suggested from a different angle. Ah, indeed. If another were to seize the opportunity to become the eldest partner, that would be disastrous. Lan Ku smirked. What kind of expression is that? Do not follow a bad example. Do you hear me? You are not to set your sights on your eldest. Sil reiterated firmly. Yes, I heard you. But second brother, will you take me along next time you go out? Lan Ku clearly posed this as a challenge. Have you forgotten? With your eldest around, will I even have the chance to go out? Even if I do, it will not be for long. I do not wish to be away from Lulu. A smile graced Sil's face, lost in thoughts of his own. Yes, you will not leave. Lan Ku rolled her eyes. What? You are not going. Lan Ku, having just rolled her eyes, suddenly realized, and exclaimed in surprise. Indeed. I shall not stray far from her in the future. Sil's smile radiated with warmth. Second brother, you must think carefully about this. Lan Ku cautioned. Sil nodded in agreement. Now rest well. I must take my leave. I still need to help Lulu with dinner. Sil affectionately ruffled Lan Ku's hair and departed before she could utter another word. Second brother, I too wish to find a suitable partner. You promised to help me, and it has been ages. Lan Ku frantically tousled her hair into a disheveled mess. What is wrong with her? Bai Lu, who was cutting meat, inquired upon seeing Sil emerge. It is nothing serious. No need to worry about her. What shall we have for dinner tonight? Sil asked as he embraced Bai Lu from behind. It is nothing much. Just some rice and 2 pieces of meat roasted. We can have some beast meat with potato chunks, Bai Lu replied. All right, you have worked hard. Let me handle the cutting. And you can tend to the fire. Having completed her words, she swiftly snatched the knife from Bai Lu's hands. You ought to engage in fewer activities. Look at your hands. They're injured. You never heed my advice, Hill chided, albeit with a hint of affectionate indulgence. Yes, I understand. I simply wish to prepare a meal for you. Do you recall the first time you tasted rice? The way your eyes sparkled is something I shall never forget, Bai Lu remarked, her own amusement growing as she reminisced. Is that truly the case? Hill pondered, struggling to believe it. Perhaps it was an embellishment. Of course, after days and nights without sustenance. I thought a bit of porridge would be easy on your digestion, and warm food would aid in your recovery, Bai Lu elucidated. Indeed, it was quite delightful at that time. Hill replied. Who would have imagined I would one day witness a wolf consuming vegetables? Bai Lu chuckled, covering her mouth in mirth. What are you laughing at all by yourself? Hill found it amusing. What had come over her? Hiki, I shall not divulge that. Bai Lu teased, glancing at the fire which she had just added before retreating into her cave. Hill shook his head with a smile. Moments later, Bai Lu's voice emerged from behind. Why are you standing so tall? Can you not reach anything? Her tone, tinged with dissatisfaction, was nonetheless laced with happiness. In the future, if you ask me to crouch, I shall do so without hesitation. As for this height, it is essential for me to grow strong enough to protect you and ensure you are not taken away, Hill replied earnestly, gazing deeply into Bai Lu's eyes. Really? Now, close your eyes, Bai Lu commanded, her tone carrying a hint of flustered indignation, even as a smile lingered at the corners of her lips. Very well. My partner's word is law, Hill declared, his gaze fixed on Bai Lu. Shut your eyes. Bai Lu could no longer resist the urge to cover Hill's eyes with her hands. Hill looked at her playfully, his eyelashes brushing against her palm. Be quick, or I shall become angry, Bai Lu urged. All right, I shall close them. Hill complied. By the way, why should I close my eyes? Are you planning to steal a kiss? Just do it. I wouldn't mind. Hill exclaimed, suddenly opening his eyes wide. Who wishes to kiss you? Close your eyes. Bai Lu retorted, her shyness manifesting in her raised voice. All right. So what do you intend to do? Hill inquired. Eyes still shut, murmuring to himself. Do not open your eyes, or I shall ignore you. Bai Lu warned. What could it possibly be? Hill's curiosity piqued. After a minute had passed, Hill felt something cool in his hands, exuding a faint, pleasant fragrance. All right, take a look. Bai Lu exclaimed with delight, shaking it from side to side. Hill opened his eyes to behold a bow and arrow, its sleek form illuminated by the firelight, gleaming golden without any ornate carvings. Clearly crafted by someone still mastering the skill. What is this? Hill inquired, visibly astonished. This is a bow and arrow. If you practice diligently, you can hunt beasts from a distance with considerable effectiveness, Bai Lu explained, providing a brief overview of its purpose. And how does one use it? Hill seemed to grasp the concept only partially, primarily because he could not fathom the existence of such exquisite things in the world. It was a straightforward process. Draw the bow, aim, and release the arrow. Bai Lu likely demonstrated the technique to Hill. But since the bow was tailored to his height and arm strength, she found it quite laborious and could only provide a rudimentary demonstration. Allow me to give it a try, Hill said, mimicking her movements with considerable seriousness as he aimed at the opening and released the arrow. Chapter 174. The Snow Wolf. Bai Lu gasped in disbelief. Why? Because the arrow was crafted from wood, and before she could react, it struck the large stone used to block the door, rendering the wooden arrow utterly useless. Oh no, she exclaimed, for she had always taken great care of that bow and arrow, never anticipating that it would meet such a fate. Hill wore an expression of awkwardness, as it was never his intention to cause such damage. Bai Lu rushed over to retrieve the remnants, her face etched with sorrow. Lulu, I didn't mean to. Do you have any sticks left? I can make it. I can manage, Hill said with an innocent expression of apology. No, that's not right. It's unnecessary. I've already given them to you. There are no arrows left. You can create your own. After all, you are capable. Bai Lu suddenly realized that she had already gifted everything to him. How could she possibly reclaim it? Lulu, do you smell something? Hill had initially intended to comfort Bai Lu. No. I just feel sad. It took me 2 months to craft this. I hope you will cherish it. Bai Lu's voice grew increasingly faint until Hill could no longer hear her. After a while, Hill sat beside Bai Lu on a large stone pedestal, which he had long since smoothed out. It would be more accurate to call it a stone table. Lulu, are you feeling any better? Since the wooden arrow was destroyed by Hill, Bai Lu had been in a daze, and Hill could only silently accompany her. No, oh right, my potatoes. Bai Lu's sudden scream startled Hill once again. Bai Lu hurried to the stone pot and discovered that everything had burned dry. Just moments ago. She had wondered about the aroma, only to realize it was the scent of charred food. No matter, it is still edible. Let Ta and Lank have their meal, she suggested. Since the introduction of rice, gathering to share a meal had become the norm, and Ta would always sample each dish, while Lank had developed quite a fondness for it. All right, Hill agreed. No need for that. I have come out. Boss, let me tell you, what is that smell? Lank exclaimed as she stepped outside, immediately detecting a peculiar odor. Bai Lu chuckled to ease the awkwardness. It's just burnt. It's fine. We can manage, she continued. Well, the burnt dish was made by the boss, so we must eat it, Lank conceded, knowing there was no other choice. Hill, Bai Lu, come, let us eat while we talk, Ta said, leaning on his cane with a serious expression. The dishes were soon served, and the four of them took their seats. Hill, you should refrain from going out for a while. Do you know why? Ta inquired. The snow wolves are about to appear, Hill replied while eating. You rascal. Seeing you out every day, I thought you had forgotten. Ta laughed. What is going on? Bai Lu asked, confused. Father, with the snow wolves appearing, should we hide? After all, there are only 4 of us, including me and the boss, Lank chimed in, undeterred by the burnt food, which had its own unique flavor. No need. After the last incident with the black beast, we have exhausted much of our resources. It shouldn't be as large-scale as in previous years. Just be cautious, Hill responded. Yes, hiding isn't necessary. With just the 4 of us, we would not know how long we would have to stay in such a large cellar. And our preparations are insufficient, Ta concurred. What are you all talking about? Bai Lu remained bewildered. It's like this, boss. Every winter, during the coldest time, which is now, wild beasts appear to prey on humans. We must take precautions, Lank explained. Is this really the coldest time? I feel like it's all the same, Bai Lu remarked. Sensing no significant change. Temperatures should drop tonight. Typically, the The snow wolves emerge at this time, which can be seen as an omen, Ta elaborated. Do we truly not need to hide? Last time, that stone was shattered. What if something unexpected happens? Bai Lu wished to prepare for the worst. No, I didn't mean to imply that. I just want to plan for the worst-case scenario, she stated as the three turned to look at her. Right. Let us heed Bai Lu's advice. Father, we'll go down. If we need anything, I can come up to fetch it, Hill suggested. There's no need for such trouble. Look, the stone at the entrance is quite large, and it will take some time for the debris to settle. There's no rush. We can wait until they arrive before entering. Bai Lu smiled. All right then, let us eat. Though the food was burnt, by the time Bai Lu wished to indulge, it had all been consumed. Bai Lu gazed in astonishment at the three individuals. Ta appeared rather embarrassed. There were a total of 3 bowls, and he had indulged himself without leaving any for Bai Lu. While Lank wore a cheerful smile. Boss, I ate very little. It was all Father and Sierra who kept snatching away the food. You were the only one talking. And before I knew it, it was gone. Lank unhesitatingly betrayed his elder brother and their father. That's not true, Lulu. I did save some for you. Unlike those 2 ungrateful souls, Siege asserted, retrieving a bowl of braised potatoes and meat from behind Bai Lu, though it only contained 6 pieces in total, which was still satisfactory. Second brother, if you were to save some, couldn't you at least leave a little more beast meat? Why is there only 1 piece? He laughed, only to be met with Lank's merciless grin. It's all right, Lulu. It tastes wonderful, Siege said, attempting to appease her. I know, Bai Lu replied, casting a sidelong glance at Ta and Lank, feeling a quiet sense of gratitude. Bai Lu had no desire to consume the charred food. Thus the portions left by Hill were entirely palatable, prompting both Lank and Ta to finish their meals. Hill was indeed the best. Bai Lu smiled as she dined. Big brother, enjoy your meal. Lank, in a state of mild intoxication, remarked on the awkwardness of having to witness such affectionate exchanges during dinner. All right, hee. Bai Lu's smile radiated warmth and sweetness, infecting the atmosphere and eliciting laughter from all 3. As evening descended, Bai Lu experienced her first chill of winter. How cold it was. Only by wrapping herself in a heavy fur blanket by the fire could she stave off the shivers. Hill had sought refuge in Bai Lu's cave long before the heavy snow and fierce winds arrived. Lulu, how are you? Hill inquired, using his body heat to warm her. Much warmer, she replied, realizing that even while nestled in her blankets, she had been trembling. Embracing Hill felt akin to being enveloped by a grand heater. It was immensely comforting, and Bai Lu couldn't suppress a soft sound of contentment. As long as you're happy, Hill remarked with a charming smirk. What are you thinking about? If not, you could always go outside. I certainly want to stay close to you. Despite her words, Bai Lu clutched Hill's hand tightly. Hee, mischievous little Bai Lu, Hill teased, playfully pinching her nose. Oh dear, don't move. It's cold. A gust of chilly wind infiltrated their space. No worries, I'm here. I'll ensure you stay warm, Hill reassured, shifting slightly to encase Bai Lu beneath him, tightening the blanket around them both. Hey, what are you doing? It's so heavy. Bai Lu protested, feeling somewhat uneasy. Stay still. It's time to sleep. I want to crush you, Hill replied, using his weight just enough for Bai Lu to feel a lighter sensation as warmth flowed through into her. Chapter 175. The calm before the storm. Bai Lu intended to say something further, but was gently pressed against Hill's chest. Time to sleep. Be good. His deep voice resonated prominently in the stillness of the cave. Bai Lu's heartbeat suddenly quickened, and her cheeks flushed. Sierra, it's a bit warm. Please let me go for a moment. I can hardly breathe, Bai Lu said. Oh. Only then did Sierra loosen his grip slightly, though he did not fully release her head from his embrace. Sierra, what about Aunt Randy? Since Sierra's return, he had not mentioned Aunt Randy. Yet Tom had sought him out for a private conversation, leaving Bai Lu puzzled about the matter. Aunt, Sierra suddenly tightened his hold on Bai Lu's shoulders, pulling her into an embrace that exuded an overwhelming sense of insecurity. After an indeterminate amount of time, sensing no movement in his arms, Sierra gently adjusted Bai Lu, cradling her properly. Lulu, weren't you supposed to comfort me? How did you fall asleep instead? Sierra found Bai Lu's hand at his waist, grasping it delicately, exploring its warmth. Lulu, your hand is truly warm, he murmured playfully, leaning into the bedding to kiss her hand before retreating. Supporting his head with one hand, he gazed tenderly at Bai Lu, releasing her hand to caress her face. Your face is so soft, it feels delightful, he remarked, giving it a playful squeeze. A soft whimper escaped Bai Lu, as if she were on the verge of awakening. Sierra promptly withdrew his hand, feigning sleep. After a considerable time had passed and noticing Bai Lu remained still, Yearns opened one eye, then the other, a smile brightening his face as he looked at her. I can't quite figure you out, he mused, his gaze lingering. Swallowing hard as he turned his head and forced himself to close his eyes. The sound of snoring soon reached him, prompting Bai Lu to open her eyes. She turned to glance at Yearns, her blush deepening as she leaned against him, contently closing her eyes. 3 days swiftly passed, and during lunchtime on the 4th day, Ta expressed concern. Strange, it's been so long and the snow wolves have yet to appear. Could there be a plot at play? It's hard to say. If the snow bears emerge, it would be even more troublesome to fend them off. I think we should remain in the cellar for now, Yearns suggested. Lank. After lunch, gather your belongings. Lulu, you too. Fortunately, we moved most of the food to the cellar a few days ago. Otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome. They had hoarded several thousand pounds of beast meat, not to mention rice and spices. Moving it all would have required considerable time. I understand, Bai Lu replied, focusing on her meal. Second brother, I feel this year is different. It's wise to be cautious, Lank remarked. Yearns nodded, feeling reassured that even the typically carefree Lank acknowledged the need for preparation. As for my health, I will rest after finishing my meal. As long as I do not burden you all, that is sufficient, Ta said. Father, no. You're overthinking it. We still need to wait for Mother to return. Please don't do anything foolish, Yearns urged earnestly. Exactly, Father. I have only you. You cannot leave me behind. Lanka set down her bowl and chopsticks, leaping into Ta's embrace, feigning tears. Indeed, Ta, we all need you. Just the other day, it was you who reminded us of the snow wolves. Do not dwell on it too much. Bai Lu spoke sincerely as well. All right, I understand, Ta replied, tears streaming down his face. I have eaten my fill. I shall go check on the provisions in the cellar. With a smile, Ta limped away. I will carry you. Once Lanka finishes tidying up, she will join you. And Lulu and I will come as swiftly as we can, Yearns stated, rising to her feet. Ta nodded several times in agreement. Subsequently, Princess Yearns gently lifted Ta into her arms and carried him into the cellar. Bai Lu felt a sense of unease that she could not articulate, merely gazing at Lank, who appeared lost in thought. What is it, Lank? Bai Lu prodded her gently. Mother hasn't returned yet, Lank finally revealed after a brief pause. Everything will be fine. It will be all right, Bai Lu comforted her while embracing her. Really? My second brother hasn't mentioned anything about Mother, and I am very worried, Lank confessed, tears welling in her eyes. Indeed, if Yearns has chosen not to speak, there must be a reason. Do not fret, Lanty's mother will be safe, Bai Lu reassured her. Yes, Mother will be fine. Just then, Yearns' voice chimed in. It was my fault for not informing you. Lank, I forgot that you would be anxious about Mother's well-being. In truth, she is well, merely waiting until after winter to return. Yearns smiled. Really? Then why must she wait until after winter? Lank inquired. She is with the winged tiger tribe's priestess and happened to encounter the tribe leader on her journey. He informed me that she had just been caught in a wolf pack, and with winter approaching, I returned ahead. Yearns omitted the part about the wandering beast tribe. Mother is fine, big brother. Mother is fine, Lank exclaimed joyfully, leaping up to share her happiness with Bai Lu. Yes, let us eat. The food has gone cold, Bai Lu said, sharing in Lank's delight. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a fleeting expression of concern on Yearns' face, indicating that matters were not as simple as they seemed. Yes, Lank exclaimed, eating heartily and deliberately making noise. Delicious, delicious. She nodded enthusiastically as she ate. If it's tasty, then eat more, Bai Lu said with a cheerful smile. Would you like some more, Yearns? Bai Lu asked, noticing that Yearns stood still, merely watching Lank eat with a smile. I would like some. I will join you shortly, Yearns responded, striding over to partake in the meal. As Bai Lu observed the two siblings joyfully indulging in their meal, she unconsciously finished another bowl before finally realizing she could eat no more. Aside from the cooking utensils, everything else belonged in their cave. Once I tidy up my things, I shall assist you, Bai Lu declared before retreating into her cave. I am done as well. I shall leave these wooden bowls here to wash later. Second brother, please delineate the area for the cellar so we can organize our belongings, Lanku instructed. Yes, second brother understands. Off you go, he replied. Hill's eyes were filled with happiness. The thoughts of Aunt Lanny lingered in his mind. While his account was not entirely accurate, it bore some truth. He omitted the news of their mother's severe injury. Aunt Lanty had been attacked by a pack of wolves and subsequently encountered the chieftain of the winged tiger clan. Hill had intended to accompany Lanti, but with Ta only having one leg and only Lan Ku and Bai Lu being underage females, he felt compelled to return early, fearing for their safety during the winter. The survival of the fittest in the forest and the beast god's retribution served to remind the beastmen that safeguarding the Tianzi continent was essential to prevent the loss of their kin. Meanwhile, Ta pondered in the cellar, "O beast god, bless your descendants." Ta genuinely wished for everyone's safety. Chapter 176. The Calm Before the Storm. Part 2. Should I bring my wooden comb, bedding, clothing, and hemostatic herbs? Perhaps I shall take them all. What else? Oh, my little rabbit, the bouncing beast. Come along, dear one. Bai Lu busily arranged her belongings in the cave. Meanwhile, in Lanka's room, no bedding. Just a small pillow will suffice. I can sleep next to the leader for warmth and convenience. There's nothing else to bring. Perhaps I should seek out father. I wonder how he is managing alone in the cellar. In the cellar, not bad, not bad. So much food. This will sustain us through the upcoming winter. Bai Lu is quite resourceful. She managed to gather so much food as a female. Otherwise, this winter would be dire. Thankfully, Hill acted swiftly. Had the other beastmen taken it, it would have been a pity, Tom mused, surveying the pantry with satisfaction, while Hill focused on organizing the space. Primarily separating Bai Lu's and Lanka's caves, he knew Bai Lu cherished tranquility. This arrangement will do. I will set up 2 beds in the largest room. One for Lulu. If I return, I shall see her, Hill said with a mischievous grin. Thus, the afternoon passed, their collective efforts proving worthwhile as the upper level was cleared, allowing for occasional fresh air. Typically, they busied themselves in the cellar, each engaged in their tasks. During dinner, "Lulu, is there more rice?" Hill inquired, feeling particularly ravenous, desiring only rice, having already consumed 10 plates. "There's only this much. Should I cook more?" Bai Lu responded. "Never mind. I'll have some roasted meat instead," Hill replied. Hill was reluctant to stir things up. He had already spent too long tidying the cellar, and he couldn't fathom how late it would be by the time he prepared a meal for him. "Second brother, I recall that eldest left some rice at noon, mentioning he would make fried rice for dinner. Where is it?" asked Lank. "Oh, right, I forgot. That bowl of rice is still in the pot. If you hadn't mentioned it, we would have had to wait until winter to eat out," Bai Lu chuckled, covering her mouth. "Hee, it's nothing," Lank replied, taking a bite of the wild vegetables. This is delicious. Eldest, where did these wild vegetables come from in winter? You didn't sneak out, did you?" Before Bai Lu could respond, Lank continued. "They grew in the cellar. I'm not sure how, but they're definitely not poisonous, so don't worry," Bai Lu said with a smile. "I'll go fetch the rice from upstairs," Hill stated. "By the way, bring down those eggs you picked up a few days ago. I'll fry them together tomorrow," Bai Lu added from behind Hill. "All right, I got it. No worries," Hill said as he headed toward the stairs. "Eldest, is second brother okay?" Lank asked with an expression that suggested she relished the drama. "Of course, why wouldn't he be?" Bai Lu replied, puzzled by Lank's question. "Isn't it true that nothing happened when you all slept together last time?" Lank inquired, her curiosity piqued. Why is the little cub thinking so much? Bai Lu's cheeks flushed slightly, but she wouldn't shy away in front of Lank. Otherwise, it would be endless teasing. "Eldest, don't lie to me. I live right next door, and your noises were quite loud." Then it suddenly went quiet, Lank pressed, her curiosity unabated. "There was nothing to hear. Stop making stuff up. All right, I won't talk to you anymore. Are you still eating? If not, I'll clean up," Bai Lu said, getting up to tidy the dishes. "Haha." Lank laughed heartily. "What is so funny?" Bai Lu asked, bewildered. "You say that, but since you're not adults yet, it's not like you can do anything." "I'm actually looking forward to second brother's little ones," Lank continued. "If you keep talking, I'll clean you up," Bai Lu declared, wishing to steer the conversation away from that topic. All right. Second brother has tea returned yet, and he surely has tea had enough to eat. I'll help clean up later. You should rest," Lank generously suggested. "No, I'll wait here for your second brother to eat," Bai Lu replied, a hint of annoyance in her tone. "Are you hoping to be with my second brother? Fine, I'll take my leave now. I won't disturb you any longer," Lank laughed as she departed. "Forget it. I can't be bothered to talk to you," Bai Lu sighed, resting her head on the stone table. But soon she felt the ground shaking, causing her head to spin. "Eldest, is the mountain god here?" Lank exclaimed, rushing out to see Bai Lu frowning and holding onto the wall. "I don't know. The mountain god?" Bai Lu thought the term sounded oddly familiar. "Yes. When the mountain god is angry, heavy snow will block the cave entrance, and it will be troublesome for us to go out. However, there is a silver lining. Wild beasts won't easily find us. I wonder if this is a blessing or a curse." Lanka shook her head. What? Are we to wait for the beasts to find us? Bai Lu sensed a double meaning in Lanka's words. If the beasts arrive, they will devour us, yet conversely. We shall also skin them. You must understand, the pelts of the snow-dwelling beasts are the thickest, albeit difficult to procure. Lanku remarked. Indeed. If beasts were so easily dealt with, would they still be deemed beasts? Bai Lu, despite never having endured a winter in the beast realm, grasped this truth. By the way, where is Sierra? Sierra. Bai Lu suddenly remembered her companion Sierra was still outside. Why had she not returned yet? Brother Air? Yes, Brother Air. The two called out, but in the end, it was Bai Lu who pieced it together. Wait a moment, Lan Ku, let us check the exit, Bai Lu suggested. Bai Lu pondered deeply, and Lan, through Bai Lu's words, found her thoughts entwined. As they approached the exit, each individual was reminded to close the door behind them, ensuring that, even in the face of a beastly pursuit, the necessity of closing the door remained etched in their minds. Bai Lu pressed against the wooden board, attentively listening to the sounds outside. However, due to the tremors, she struggled to maintain her balance and failed to discern any further noises. Allow me, spoke Lank. For at least her equilibrium remained intact. Bai Lu nodded slightly to Lank, making way for her. Just then, the tremors ceased, providing an opportunity for Lank to investigate. Gently, Lank pushed aside the wooden board, but saw no beast outside. Even Sierra was absent, and everything appeared normal. What could be happening? Bai Lu, anxiously waiting below, quickly inquired. Nothing alarming. I just can't discern where second brother has gone, Lank replied, descending to join Bai Lu, her brow furrowed in concern. I'll go look for him. You stay here and take care of Father Ta, Bai Lu suggested. Lank found it difficult to refuse, understanding that it would not be prudent to leave Ta alone below. Be cautious, Lank advised. Indeed, Bai Lu affirmed. Lulu, Lank, come up quickly and lend a hand. At that moment, the wooden cover was lifted, and Sierra's head appeared, catching sight of Bai Lu and Lank standing below. You startled me. What is the situation up there? Bai Lu speculated that the earlier tremor was certainly not an earthquake. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so brief. Come up first, Sierra said, and after that, there was no further response. Let us go, Lank declared. Chapter 177. Pink crystal mushroom. Inside the cave lay a snow bear sprawled on the ground, its pristine white fur stained with vivid crimson blood. The most striking feature was a gaping wound on its forehead, deep enough to reveal bone, with a mixture of white plasma flowing from it. As Bai Lu emerged, she beheld a scene of devastation. A massive body lay collapsed on the ground, blood pooling around it, while Sierra sharpened his blade nearby. Sierra, are you injured? Bai Lu hurried to his side. I am unscathed, no need for concern. This creature was already wounded, likely having strayed into this place, and unfortunately crossed paths with me. Sierra replied with a hint of pride. I'm relieved you're all right, Bai Lu noted, sensing nothing amiss. Boss, come quickly, this bear's skin is incredibly warm, Lank exclaimed as he caressed the fur. Lank, make sure to wash it before use. But can it even be washed given its size? Bai Lu felt a chill sweep over her. The large stone at the cave's entrance had been pushed aside by the creature. She had placed several stones to block it, but the cold still seeped in. Perhaps you should descend first and wait for me? Sierra observed Bai Lu shiver slightly. No need. I'll assist, Lank replied eagerly. Meanwhile, Bai Lu had begun to tidy up the bare paw, but her strength was insufficient to sever it. Lulu. Let me do it, Sierra interjected, halting her efforts. It's fine. I'll clear it away first, and then you can help with the parts one can't manage. You focus on other tasks, Bai Lu insisted, disregarding Sierra's caution. Just be careful, he remarked, slightly surprised by her dexterous handling of the knife. Had he known, he might have dubbed her a true warrior, but instead, he found the entire situation rather peculiar. Sierra glanced back at Bai Lu intermittently, only to realize he had inadvertently cut his finger while sharpening his knife. Perhaps it's best to stick to honing the blade. I can't be of much assistance here, he mused. The bear was substantial enough to sustain them for a considerable time, and they still needed the bear paw. I should have gathered all the materials beforehand. I'm unsure how to handle the paw now. We've struck gold. Bai Lu's thoughts bubbled with excitement, her lips curving upward as she estimated the bear's weight at a minimum of 500 pounds. What is this herb? She noticed a rather beautiful plant, its external description indicating it was non-toxic yet lacking in any discernible effects. Bai Lu plucked a mushroom-like specimen, its figure reminiscent of seafood, entirely pink and translucent, resembling a delicate pink crystal maiden. Let us call it pink crystal mushroom. She giggled, feeling as though she had stumbled upon a treasure. Holding it aloft, she examined it from various angles, The fissures at the cave's entrance allowed beams of light to illuminate the pink crystal mushroom, making it appear to radiate a glow, accompanied by a peculiar fragrance. The scent was a subtle blend of salinity intertwined with an unfamiliar sweetness, captivating both Sierra and Lank. "Boss, do you smell that?" "It's delightful," Lank remarked, slightly entranced. "Lulu, what do you have in your hand?" Sierra approached Bai Lu, his knife now sufficiently sharp to begin dissecting the snow bear. "I call it pink crystal mushroom," she replied. At that moment, Bai Lu found herself enveloped in a peculiar state, as if every pore on her skin had opened, absorbing some ethereal energy or emanating a fragrant essence, which felt immensely pleasurable. Sierra had never witnessed Bai Lu in such a condition. Her eyes were gently closed, and a blissful smile graced her face. Soon, Bai Lu opened her eyes and realized she was lying in her cave. "Have we already separated? What about the internal organs?" Noticing the bloodstains on the ground, she saw Sierra sweeping, and for some reason, she felt an urge to sample the flavor of spicy intestines. "Lulu, you're awake? You must be hungry. I've saved some food for you," Sierra remarked. "Great. By the way, where did I put my pink crystal mushroom?" Bai Lu inquired while preparing to eat. "I didn't take yours. You were clutching it tightly. Who knows if that mushroom is poisonous? The most toxic plants in the forest are often the most beautiful," Sierra explained, adding that had Bai Lu not been asleep, she would have discarded it long ago. "It's fine. This one is not toxic." Bai Lu entered the cave and found the pink crystal mushroom in her bedding, still as exquisite as ever, showing no signs of wilting. "I must take good care of it. After all, the external display indicates it is non-toxic," she mused to herself. "Lulu, hurry and eat. Once you're done, we must head down. We've already brought the snow bear meat down. All that's left is some spoiled meat, which we need to bury to clean up," Sierra called from the entrance. "Spoiled meat? Don't you know how to dry the leftover snow bear meat? Why let it go bad? By the way, how long have I been sleeping?" Bai Lu suddenly realized. "It's not spoiled. It's just the inedible parts. You can check for yourself," Sierra replied, turning to leave. "Wait, you just rested for a bit. Are you feeling disoriented?" As Bai Lu stepped outside, Sierra turned back and gently poked her on the forehead, speaking softly. "Humph, I'm not disoriented. Let's go." Bai Lu tugged at Sierra to inspect the spoiled meat, thinking it could be the snow bear's innards, given that neither the beastmen nor females consumed internal organs. "Where's the spoiled meat?" Bai Lu searched the cave for a considerable time without success. "I remember placing it right here." Sierra pointed to a corner near the entrance. "What happened?" "It's not here," Bai Lu asked. "It's possible that Lank took the opportunity to bury it outside. I just opened a small hole at the cave entrance." "And it might have happened then," Sierra speculated. "Could it be that Lank dug that hole?" Bai Lu wondered, feeling compelled to kick at the entrance, revealing a hole the size of a dog near the fur pouch. Was it not blocked? Bai Lu sought a stone within the cave to seal the opening. "Don't worry about it, Lulu. We must leave now." Hill was unsure why he suddenly grasped Bai Lu's hand and began to run, ignoring the stone nearby as he made his way towards the cellar. At that moment, the stone at the cave's entrance shattered with a resounding crack, scattering debris across the ground, prompting Bai Lu to glance back despite her better judgment. Everything transpired in an instant, from Hill's realization to his urgent tug on Bai Lu, to her fleeting backward glance. It all unfolded in a heartbeat. The Snow Wolf clan had arrived. A relentless wave of wolves surged through the cave's mouth. The snow wolves bore a hue akin to the snow itself, rendering them nearly invisible in the winter landscape, save for their striking brown eyes and their coats devoid of any blemish. Hill had noticed these unexpected visitors early on. As the snow wolves emerged, he ceased his hurried pace, positioning himself protectively in front of Bai Lu, facing the wolves head-on. With a grave expression, he took a cautious step back, prompting the lead wolf to advance a step forward. Hill's countenance was serious, yet he unwaveringly stood his ground before Bai Lu. Bai Lu held a pink crystal mushroom in her hand, her expression heavy as she gazed at the pack of snow wolves before her, each standing roughly a meter tall. Chapter 178. You were truly beautiful. The standoff had persisted for 2 minutes, with approximately 10 wolves lurking within the cave. "Sierra, what should we do?" Bai Lu whispered, both aware that their only hope lay in retreating to the cellar without revealing its entrance. The entrance was constructed of wooden planks, and beneath it were Lank and Ta. If the snow wolves were to breach that sanctuary, escape would be impossible, a shared understanding between Bai Lu and Sierra. "I'll hold them off. You must flee," Sierra declared, fully cognizant of the snow wolves' ferocity. If they remained here, he would be distracted by the need to protect Bai Lu, jeopardizing their chances of survival. "But what about you?" Bai Lu's concern for Sierra deepened. He was merely an orc, and this was a pack of snow wolves. She had already noticed more wolves prowling near the cave's entrance. If she ran, Sierra would surely not escape. Do not worry. As long as you manage to flee, I promise I will survive to reunite with you, Sierra reassured her, formulating a preliminary plan in his mind that depended on Bai Lu's cooperation, offering a glimmer of hope. No, I cannot abandon you. I can help, Bai Lu asserted. Emboldened by her resolve, do not be reckless. If the snow wolves lose their patience, you will perish. Sierra's concern for Bai Lu was palpable. That will not happen. We will both survive. Bai Lu then retrieved the bow and arrow she had crafted in the cellar, having brought it along to assist Sierra when she had climbed up. And it was now conveniently within her grasp. Will that be effective? Sierra questioned, skeptical since his attempts to shoot stones had resulted in failure. He doubted it could slay a snow wolf. Have faith, I've made improvements. It should be effective against wolves, Bai Lu replied confidently. Very well, then I shall assist you. Sierra had no choice but to place his trust in her. Bai Lu nodded. Despite their extensive dialogue, the pack of snow wolves had yet to launch an attack. Though they were gradually closing in, the alpha wolf advancing steadily. Its blood-red eyes gleamed ominously, saliva dripping onto the ground as it exhaled hot breath. The menacing sight caused Bai Lu, who had been tense, to suddenly adopt a more resolute demeanor. If it came to it, she would face death rather than abandon Sierra. Lulu, take action, Sierra urged softly, positioning Bai Lu behind him, revealing only the arrow's tip. Bai Lu adjusted her stance and, with a single arrow, struck the eye of the alpha wolf, a result of her careful contemplation. The wolf pack stirred, launching an assault against Bai Lu and Sierra. In the haste, Sierra wielded nothing but a broom, fashioned by Bai Lu herself. She managed to swat away 2 wolves but soon faced defeat, while the pack suffered no losses. Sierra could only temporarily fend off the wolves' onslaught, during which Bai Lu released but a solitary arrow. Lulu, be cautious. Sierra transformed into his wolf form, realizing he bore no weapons. If this continued, he would be unable to protect Bai Lu, and they would both perish. Do not worry. Bai Lu's heart raced. Yet she understood the necessity of maintaining her composure. The two coordinated their efforts. However, the second wave of the pack's attack was even swifter than the first. Within the span of merely 2 exchanged words, 2 more wolves surged forward. The alpha, having struggled briefly after Bai Lu's arrow struck its eye, ultimately succumbed, followed by another wolf falling to her aim. At the rear of the pack, a snow wolf howled in agony as 2 more snow wolves filled the breach, launching an immediate assault. Sierra's attack was strategic. His blue knife lay 10 meters away on the stove, and the cellar was still within the confines of his cave, requiring more time to access. The second wave of the skirmish left Sierra wounded. He managed to slay 2 snow wolves and reclaim his blue knife. But Bai Lu did not succeed in killing a single snow wolf. Lulu, this cannot continue. We must devise a plan. I see more snow wolves outside. They will outlast us through attrition, Sierra panted. What shall we do? Bai Lu's hands trembled. Both were nearing their limits. Lulu, you must return to the cave and ensure that Lank and Father securely close the door. I will crush them with stones and return swiftly, Siege instructed. Understood. Bai Lu deemed this plan feasible, as the entrance to Sierra's room was merely steps away, with stones readily available at the door. It was a last resort. Go quickly. As he observed the wolves stirring restlessly, Sierra took a deep breath and shouted. Instead of using stones, he charged forward with his knife drawn, while Bai Lu dashed towards Sierra's room, unaware of the scene unfolding behind her. After entering the hill cave, Hill exerted every ounce of strength, managing to slay 3 wolves and severely injure 2 others. However, their predicament remained unrelieved. Hill aimed to buy time for Bai Lu, minimizing the damage inflicted upon her. Even as her hands trembled, Hill resolutely stood to thwart the advancing pack of wolves. The wounds on her back, exacerbated by her exertion, bled profusely onto the ground. Yet Hill persisted until dizziness overtook her, a clear sign of excessive blood loss. Lulu, you must be safe. Hill finally succumbed, collapsing to the ground, leaving only 2 snow wolves unscathed in the cave. Hill. This was the voice she heard before slipping into unconsciousness, a desperate hope that it was not true. Wishing that Lon might hold her back and prevent her ascent, for she lacked the strength to protect her, having lost control of her own body. Where am I? What is this place? What are these vivid colors? And what are those unidentified creatures soaring in the sky like the bird tribe, flying so high? Do such beasts exist? Hill pondered in wonder. Isn't this the forest where I first encountered Lulu? What is that little girl doing? She mused, imagining how happy she would be if she had a little one like Lulu. Curiously, Hill leaned closer to examine a shiny object. What is this beautiful thing? Why is it buried? She questioned internally. Big brother, who are you? Little Bai Lu asked, lifting her head. Can you see me? At that moment, Hill appeared as a child, feeling as though he was floating, having arrived in the forest where he had encountered travelers along the way, yet none could see him. Yes, you're truly beautiful. When I grow up, can I marry you? Little Bai Lu inquired. What is your name? Hill asked, compelled by some strange impulse. My name is Bai Lu. Remember to come find me, as when you grow up, you can only marry me, she proclaimed, claiming her territory. Thinking the boy quite handsome and worth capturing. What does wife mean? Hill asked. You don't know what a wife is? Little Bai Lu replied, astonished. I don't know, Hill said, his innocent eyes wide with curiosity. Well then, I am your wife. It means you cannot play with other girls, only with me. You must share your food with me and help me with my chores. Thus, it is settled, Bai Lu declared assertively, though her gaze darted to Hill. Is it just because I'm pretty? Young Hill feigned sadness, having noticed little Bai Lu's playful antics, deliberately teasing her. Don't cry. You're truly beautiful. If you cry, you won't be pretty anymore, and then I won't marry you, little Bai Lu pouted, finding the situation rather troublesome. Chapter 179, Wolf Intestines No. I'm not crying. From now on, I will be your partner. Remember that, Hill insisted, though uncertain of how things had come to this. He was determined not to let Bai Lu become anyone else's partner. All right then, big brother, I will come to find you again next time. Grandma is looking for me. Little Bai Lu waved goodbye to Hill and turned to leave. By the way, where do you live? I would like to visit you in the future. Bai Lu had already traversed a considerable distance when she suddenly turned around and inquired. Just in the forest. At that moment, Sierra felt an inexplicable force drawing him in. He was unsure of what was transpiring, yet he wished to provide Bai Lu with a response, managing only to utter two words. Oh. Bai Lu did not notice that Sierra had vanished. Instead, she perceived him as particularly dismissive, deciding that she ought to administer a slight reprimand, planning to seek him out later. And then she skipped away merrily. Sierra, in a dazed state, vaguely heard Bai Lu's voice. Lulu, I have not departed. I am right here. Sierra's murmurs brought tears to Bai Lu's eyes. Sierra, I do not blame you. Please awaken. Bai Lu interpreted Sierra's words as referring to the moment he had left her alone to face the pack of wolves. Sierra abruptly sat up, gasping for air. Sierra, be cautious. You have an injury on your back. Bai Lu cautioned. Lulu, Sierra embraced Bai Lu tightly. It was not my intention. I did not mean to, he whispered in her ear. Yes, I do not hold it against you. As long as you are alive, that is enough. But you must not frighten me like that again, Bai Lu replied. Yes, I shall not, Sierra said in a tone of trepidation, though in truth, if given the chance again, he would make the same choice. What became of the snow wolves? Once Sierra had calmed down, this thought occurred to him. All the wolves have perished, she said with a light-hearted chuckle. What happened? Sierra recalled that 2 snow wolves had still been alive before he fainted. And there had been no further wolves approaching the cave. After you collapsed, for reasons unknown, those 2 snow wolves also fell. They bore no wounds. I dragged you into the cave, and when Blanqui and Tade arrived to examine the situation, they discovered that the 2 wolves were indeed alive. And they dealt with them swiftly. Bai Lu gazed at her own beaming face, which suddenly grew somber. Had it not been for you, I cannot fathom what I would have done. Bai Lu tightened her embrace around Sierra, carefully avoiding his injury. It's all right. Sierra gently patted Bai Lu's back, bestowing a tender kiss of reassurance upon her. Bai Lu nestled into Sierra's embrace, remaining quietly there. Boss, has second brother awakened? Blanqui barged in at that moment. What a ruckus. What is the matter? Sierra remarked. Blanqui made a silly face. Have the snow wolf pelts been prepared? Bai Lu asked. Not yet. Father and I were quick. But we were waiting for you to join us, Blanqui replied, pouting playfully. Yes, I shall take care of it. You look after your second brother. Bai Lu said with a smile. Sierra's awakening was a relief. His back injury was merely superficial, easily treated with ointment, posing no significant danger. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss in this heavy snowfall. It was fortunate that she had been well prepared. Otherwise, it could have been perilous. Bai Lu sighed, expressing her discontent. Indeed, had I listened to you and requested more herbs from Yang, I would not be left searching for them on this snowy day. And it is hardly easy to venture outside. Lank interjected, Second brother, rest well. We will handle matters outside. Your swift recovery is the greatest assistance you can provide us. She gently patted Hill's shoulder, causing him to wince. Be careful. Your second brother is still unwell and has injuries, Bai Lu admonished, stepping forward to pull Lank away. Yes, I did not do it on purpose, Lank replied, feeling aggrieved. Come, join me in clearing the snow wolves. Leaving Tada alone to deal with it is something only you can manage, Bai Lu instructed. Indeed, I should not concern myself with second brother's injuries. Lank suddenly burst into tears. Bai Lu, is it right for you to indulge her? Should she be crying for such a trivial matter? Bai Lu thought it unwise to coddle her. Lank's sobs grew more sorrowful. All right, will you join me or not? Bai Lu wished to end the conversation. Leader, you do not even offer me comfort, yet you scold me. Lank feigned distress. What is happening? Tada's voice echoed from outside. Nothing, Bai Lu replied. Good, have Lank hurry out to assist me. If more snow wolves arrive, it will become troublesome. Tada's voice conveyed urgency. They're coming, Bai Lu responded. Leader, Lank whined. Enough, hurry up. If you continue to be so willful, I shall have words with you, Bai Lu declared, turning her attention away from Lank. Leader, wait for me, Lank called from behind. Sighing, Lank felt as though she had not matured at all. Perhaps, in the future, she would find a powerful beast man to care for her, Hill mused from within the cave, unaware that her second brother intended to find her a partner. Wait, do not throw this away. How could you forget? This is quite delectable. It must not be discarded, Bai Lu insisted, salvaging the wolf's intestines while discarding the other entrails. Leader, I truly do not understand your taste. This is the waste of the wolf. Take it to the cellar. It reeks. Lank grimaced. I did not suggest you eat it. I shall cook it up. If it is not to your liking, you may leave. Bai Lu gathered the intestines. Humph. You know, Bai Lu's cooking is quite good. Otherwise, I would not continue to argue with her, Lank acknowledged. Whenever Bai Lu prepared something delicious, she was always the first to rush over. We shall discuss this later. Lank kept the wolf's intestines, knowing Bai Lu would supervise her. The remnants left by the white dew are predominantly intact, with a considerable quantity of large intestines yet unbroken, amounting to approximately 50 pounds after cleansing. Is this truly delectable? Tower Dad remained skeptical, deeming it to be the most unsavory of substances. Delicious, I assure you. Once you taste it, you will crave more, White Dew confidently asserts. However, second brother is likely to abstain from such fare, as it is rare for beastmen to consume the excrement of wild animals. Blue gently reminds White Dew of this fact. Shall I proceed with the preparation? If it proves unpalatable, we need not partake. White Dew is determined to entice them into enjoying it, especially with the frigid weather outside, which prevents them from venturing out, allowing their appetites to linger for over a month. Very well, Bluka concedes to White Dew's stubbornness, resolving that if Tower Dad and second brother refuse to eat, she will suppress her own disgust to honor White Dew by taking a bite. I will begin cooking now. You just handle this. White Dew heads off to prepare dinner, while there remains over 20 snow wolf carcasses and pelts to manage. The pungent scent of blood lingers in the air, and if left unattended, it may attract wild beasts, which would spell trouble. Leave it to me. I will ensure everything is taken care of before we dine, Bluku assures with confidence. Bai Lu discerned that Lan Kao was merely boasting, and she intended to prepare a meal before offering her assistance. Chapter 180, The Distressed Female. 1, 2, 3. Lan Kao enthusiastically counted the snow wolf pelts. How many? Bai Lu had already taught Lan Kao and Sierra to count to 100. 26. Boss, if each of us takes 2 more, there will still be some left over. Hee, were it not for the fact that the snow wolf pelts were yet to be cleaned. Lan Kao would have loved to lie upon them, although her height would not allow her to cover her entire form. Come eat, and taste the wolf intestines I have prepared. Haha, Bai Lu said, inexplicably amused. Boss, if you keep this up, I won't even want to eat. Lan Kao retorted. Indeed, my Lan Kao, hurry inside. Your second brother is already hungry. Bai Lu replied with a resigned smile. All right then. Lan Kao shall go sample your wolf intestines. Lan Kao emphasized the pronunciation of wolf intestines with particular fervor. We are waiting for you. Ta and your second brother are all set, Bai Lu said, pulling Lan Kao into the cave. Bai Lu, are these the wolf intestines? Quite delicious. Not bad at all. While Bai Lu and Lan Kao were away, Sierra had already indulged, leaving half a plate remaining. Second brother, save some for me. Lan Kao hastened over, grabbing with her hands. Yum, yum, this is delightful, Lan Kao exclaimed, her mouth smeared with grease, a radiant smile adorning her face. However, it wasn't long before Lan Kao found herself choking, as she was overwhelmed by the spiciness of the chili Bai Lu had added while she was eating and lamenting. Boss, water. Lan Kao managed to gasp. Coming right up, Bai Lu replied, bringing in a bucket of water. As she could not find any boiled water and figured a random bucket was better than choking to death, right? Is it better now? Bai Lu inquired. Much better, boss. Next time, could you refrain from adding so much chili? It's too spicy, Lan Kao said. That won't do. Without chili, the flavor cannot be contained. Just eat more slowly next time, Bai Lu responded, having nearly finished her meal, sitting beside Lan Kao. All right, I shall make it again tomorrow. After all, there is still plenty of chili left, Lan Kao said with a chuckle. Everyone enjoyed the meal immensely, but there were only so many intestines available. Bai Lu shot Lan Kao a sidelong glance. Indeed, what a pity, Lan Kao remarked, disappointment evident on her face. Once spring arrives, we can venture out again. And I shall prepare more for you, Bai Lu reassured, though Sierra and Ta also wore expressions of discontent. Also, Sierra, you are not to eat the intestines next time. They contain chili, which will hinder the healing of your wound, Bai Lu said, gazing solemnly at Sierra. Understood. I shall remember, Sierra replied, though he found the intestines delicious and wished to protest. However, upon seeing Bai Lu's expression, he dared not object and complied obediently. That's the spirit, Bai Lu said, playfully patting the top of Sierra's head. From now on, let us stay tucked away in the cellar and avoid venturing outside. Lan Kao will tidy up above shortly, Ta suggested. Very well, father, Lan Kao agreed. Lan Kao took a bite of rice and replied, then I shall escort you down first, and then return to assist Lan Kao. Bai Lu said. All right, Ta responded, preparing to leave as Bai Lu hurriedly stepped forward to support him. Xier, wait for me. Do not descend alone. Bai Lu instructed Xier, turning back. Okay, Xier smiled. Each of the four busied themselves, and it was only as dawn approached that they nearly finished their tasks. Boss, what is this grass? It's so beautiful, Lan Kao exclaimed, having picked up a pink crystal mushroom from the ground. Bai Lu glanced over and realized it was the very one she had lost. Give it to me. It's mine, discovered today on that snow bear, Bai Lu said. Here. Lan Kao, lacking interest, felt no need for the pink crystal mushroom. After all, Bai Lu had found it first. Thank you, Bai Lu replied. No need. It was yours to begin with, Lan Kao said, both of them sharing a smile. How strange to be so polite, Lan Kao chuckled. It is only right. Let us go. The area above is nearly tidied up. This time we can wait until winter ends to venture out again, Bai Lu remarked. Indeed. Winter is exceedingly dull and perilous, Lan Kao agreed as they were about to enter Xier's cave. Xier? Xier. Chief Ta. A feminine voice called. Lan Kao and Bai Lu hurried to the cave entrance, where they saw a female, quite beautiful, with a strong nose and large eyes, exuding an exotic charm. Her clothing was torn, and she trembled all over. Lan Kao. Upon seeing her, the newcomer suddenly lunged into Lan Kao's embrace. Quick, come inside. It would be troublesome if a beast appears, Bai Lu urged. Yes, quickly come in, Lan Kao and Bai Lu assisted Si Gu into the cave. They brought Si Gu to the cellar, which had a designated area for receiving tribe members, just in time to place Si Gu there. As Ta and Xier did not make an appearance due to Si Gu's state of undress. Si Gu, what on earth happened? Lan Kao inquired. The snow wolves entered the cave. I was sleeping with my sister, and Ba Gu and my sister have already been eaten. Now, I am all alone, Si Gu sobbed. Her sorrow palpable. Lan Kao recalled the rainy season when Si Gu had playfully teased her. She had been such a cheerful female back then. Moreover, Lan Kao had shared a bit about Si Gu's family with Bai Lu. All of Si Gu's relatives had perished, leaving only the two sisters. Simi had married Ba Gu, and Si Gu had accompanied her to a separate cave. It was common in the tribe for a female to move out upon finding a partner. What are your plans moving forward? Bai Lu felt a pang of sympathy for Simi and Beige, yet she found herself compelled to inquire. Simi, a gentle female, and Beige, an honest orc, had met a tragic end, leaving a profound sense of sorrow in their wake. Unbeknownst to her, Si Gu's emotions were unraveling. She could not fathom how to forget the haunting image of the snow wolf devouring Simi's head, a memory that would likely torment her for a lifetime. Let us take refuge here for now. We shall address matters once winter passes, Bai Lu decided resolutely. How did you, a female, manage to find this cave? Lank asked, curiosity glimmering in her eyes. I simply came this way, Siga replied. An instant of silence ensued, which Lank found unsettling, prompting her to steer the conversation. Only to receive such a bewildering response. In such a fierce blizzard, with beasts lurking outside, you simply ran over here? Lank exclaimed in disbelief. I don't know. Sigu replied, her composure finally crumbling. Observing her distress, Bai Lu rendered her unconscious. I shall prepare some porridge. When she awakens, I will offer it to her. For now, I must reinforce and disguise the wooden boards above. This is the last task I cannot neglect. All right, Lank replied, unsure of what else to say. For without her elder brother and the leader, she could not predict what might have transpired. Other matters could await until Sigu regained her composure. Before departing, Bai Lu expressed her concern once more. Okay, Lank affirmed. Chapter 181. Emerging from the cellar. Bai Lu, allow me to assist you in cutting the meat. It was Sigu, who had been residing with Bai Lu for 3 days. Her condition had improved significantly since her arrival, as she was now willing to step outside to lend a hand. No need. Please help me with the fire instead, Bai Lu responded, fully aware that in the beastly world, females were expected to satisfy the orc's desires, requiring each slice of meat to be an inch thick and preferably fatty. Bai Lu could not accept this, thus her dishes were always of normal size, albeit with slightly larger portions. Very well, Siga cheerfully acquiesced. What is Lank doing? She inquired, as she had been sharing a sleeping space with her. She has yet to rise, Siga replied. Siga was somewhat introverted, being a young female cub and still a year shy of adulthood. Lulu, I shall step outside for a moment. Do not wait for me to eat, said Sierra as he emerged. Where are you going? The snow is falling heavier than before. Bai Lu questioned. Fear not. I shall return swiftly. I merely wish to check if the stones at the cave's entrance are collapsing under the snow, Sierra reassured her, holding Bai Lu, who frowned in concern. I do not want you to go. Moreover, Uncle Ta explicitly stated that we must not venture outside. Bai Lu murmured in Sierra's embrace. I will not go far. I shall merely inspect the cave and observe the snowfall outside, Sierra reassured her warmly, though he felt helpless in the face of the little one in his arms, as the white dew clung to him like a koala. He found himself unable to take her outside, for her frail female constitution was truly vulnerable. The heat from the Silk Valley still lingered, and lying around all day was not advisable. Thus, Lank encouraged her to take a stroll. Lulu, let go. Shall we not go? Your dish will burn if you keep this up, sighed Hill as he embraced White Dew, secretly relishing the moment. Hill, I do not wish for you to be injured. Do you understand? White Dew raised her head, her arms still wrapped around him. I understand. Would you like to rest for a moment? Hill cast her a meaningful glance. White Dew's face flushed red, and just as she intended to reward Hill for his decision to stay inside, their breaths intertwined. Second brother? Big brother. You might want to be mindful of the situation. In the past, with my father and me around, we always knew not to disturb you. Look, Silk Valley is still here. What are you two doing? Lank entered to witness this scene, with Silk Valley covering her face, peering through the gaps at the pair. Having a meal. White Dew turned to see Silk Valley still present, realizing that she must have overheard their earlier conversation. What was it that I just said? Humph. Lank made a face at Hill, asserting, You won't get close to my big brother. Not a chance. I'll go fetch our father for dinner, Hill declared as he departed. Big brother, what delicious food are we having today? Lank yawned as she spoke. Just the usual dishes. We'll prepare something more delectable once winter passes and we gather the ingredients, White Dew replied. All right, Lank responded nonchalantly. By the way, Silk Valley, what are your plans after winter? Lank inquired. After winter, I will come of age and can find an orc partner. Then I will move out, Silk Valley murmured. Her head bowed low like a child who had erred. Oh, Lank replied, returning to her meal, while White Dew frowned slightly. The ensuing winter brought tremors, likely due to large beasts passing by the cave or having discovered it, but soon all was quiet. The inhabitants of the cellar dared not venture out carelessly, fortunate that the entrance remained secure and the beasts did not cause any destruction. Thus, everyone safely endured the winter. As the weather grew warmer, White Dew pondered. Should we go up and take a look? Being particularly sensitive to heat, she found the nights in the cellar unbearable. Let us wait a few more days. Safety is paramount. Hill will scout ahead while you all remain in the cellar, Father Ta arranged. Everyone wore smiles. Having been cooped up for so long and finally having the chance to go outside. If this continued, White Dew would start to suspect she was ill. Father, we can finally go out. I'm so happy, Lank exclaimed playfully to Ta. Second brother, if we can go out, can we hunt some fresh beasts? I want to eat intestines. Lank was the first to voice her request. We shall discuss it once we are outside, came the reply. Although Hill's demeanor was quite indifferent, the excitement in his eyes was unmistakable. May I go see Karama? Sigu asked softly. If you're going, then go. If we can get out, that is. Although Lank had endeavored to alter Sigu's disposition, years of habit are not easily transformed. Sigu's voice was barely audible, just slightly louder than a mosquito's buzz. Sigu, you must express your thoughts. You see, you were quite articulate just now. Do not be afraid, Bai Lu encouraged. She had improved significantly since her arrival. Having previously remained silent for days, perhaps frightened or uncertain about what had emboldened her to seek out Ta-de. Yes, I understand. Sigu was also striving for change. Even with her head still bowed, she at least possessed her own ideas. A few days later, Hill suggested they venture upstairs. As everyone felt the oppressive atmosphere of the cellar, be cautious and keep the blue knife close, Bai Lu advised. If you cannot overcome an adversary, flee. There are no other orcs around to witness. Bai Lu knew her warnings would likely go unheeded by Hill, yet she felt compelled to remind him nonetheless. All right, Hill replied earnestly. Without Bai Lu's presence, he might have fought to the bitter end. Let's go. The others did not come out to bid farewell, as it was not their custom. Especially for merely exploring a path above. Bai Lu bestowed a gentle kiss upon Sierra's forehead, urging him to return soon. Sierra walked away without looking back. Boss. There's no need to worry. I'm merely going to inspect the cave, not venturing outside, Lon Ke reassured, having observed the two as if they were parting for eternity. Lulu. Fret not. Although the beasts are exceptionally ferocious this winter, they are not foolish enough to invade the cave for prey, Sigu consoled. All right, Bai Lu acknowledged, her unease lingering. For it had been quite some time since she last emerged from the cellar. Perhaps you could teach me more characters. During this winter. She had been passing the time by learning from Bai Lu, which served as a form of enhancement for everyone, including Sigu. Lon Ke had already grasped some basic multiplication tables and other simple principles, while Sigu had learned a few characters from Bai Lu, though he could not yet write. So, where did we leave off last time? Bai Lu inquired, her enthusiasm palpable. She almost regretted not pursuing a career as a teacher, despite her fondness for plants. You mentioned the three-character classic, Lon Ke replied. Well then, let us continue. Bai Lu resumed her lesson, and soon her initial anxiety subsided. Chapter 182, Bai Lu's Jealousy Boss. Let us go visit our kin. I wonder how many have faced misfortunes this winter, Lon Ke suggested. Lon Ke's family had already moved in, and the cave remained unscathed. Save for the snow at the entrance that had collapsed some rubble. As they emerged, the snow had just begun to melt. No need, in a couple of days. I will summon the tribe to gather. You should first ensure the cave is in order, Bai Lu advised. Ta had become adept at using a cane, walking at a speed comparable to that of an average female. All right, Lon Ke understood that now was not the opportune moment to venture outside, as the beasts, having endured a winter of hunger, would soon seek food. Bai Lu, would you like to try some large intestines? Bai Lu noticed Lon Ke's dejected expression and could empathize. If not for her own rationality, she too would long to rush outside for some fun. Large intestines? Where would we find any? Father forbids us from going out. There are no large intestines, Lon Ke lamented, her momentary excitement upon hearing about them quickly fading into disappointment. Your second brother stumbled upon a roe deer at the cave entrance. It must have been desperate for food and crossed paths with him. We can enjoy some fresh meat this afternoon, Bai Lu announced. Really? But is roe deer meat delicious? Lon Ke swallowed hard. Of course, it is, Bai Lu affirmed, understanding that Lon Ke was particularly referring to the roe deer's intestines. In truth, regardless of the type of beast, fresh meat was scarce, let alone intestines. As long as it was cooked, even if the flavor was not exquisite, it could still be enjoyable. That's wonderful. Oh, how I adore you, second brother, Lon Ke exclaimed, skipping toward the stove to see the roe deer. She truly resembles a little cub, Sigu observed, a hint of envy and a fleeting trace of jealousy in his eyes. You will have your own someday. Bai Lu discerned the subtle intentions of Sigus, yet considering Sigus's imminent departure, she chose not to dwell upon it. Sigus offered a faint response to Bai Lu before retreating to her chamber. 2 days later, Talon bellowed at the cave's entrance, and the resonating echoes reverberated from various directions. A unique communication method among the orcs. The entrance had been meticulously tidied, and shortly, they would gather to tally the tribe's numbers. In that moment, Talon appeared to age several years. He was acutely aware of the outcome. They had narrowly escaped peril, let alone the fate of the other orcs. If he could preserve even half of them, he would consider it a success. Yes, father, Hill replied, evidently contemplating the annual count that followed winter. His expression grave and lost in thought. Bai Lu gently grasped Hill's hand and smiled warmly at him. Hill managed a weak smile, yet his furrowed brow relaxed considerably. Hill, I would like to seek out Grandma Chara shortly. Would you accompany me? Sigu suddenly interjected. Grandma Chara will undoubtedly arrive. There is no need to search for her specifically. Furthermore, the orcs will be here soon, making it safe for you to venture outside. Hill understood Sigu's implication regarding the wild beast lurking outside, but he was quite occupied. Could we not postpone the search? He inquired. Very well, I appreciate your assistance. Sigu replied with a sweet smile. Bai Lu observed with a tinge of discomfort, seemingly ignoring the conversation yet feeling as though Hill was engaging in a romantic exchange with Sigu. One blushed and shyly stole glances at Hill, while the other, tall and handsome, smiled as he conversed. Hill, come to my room for a moment. I have something for you, Bai Lu said calmly before turning to enter her chamber. Wait a moment, I know how to help you find Chala Mama, don't worry. Sigu had persistently urged him to locate Chala Mama, and though he felt impatience, he could not outright refuse a distressed individual and thus acquiesced. Hill, Sigu exclaimed, displaying a mixture of hurt, surprise, and anger. I will help you shortly. Hill felt perplexed. During the lengthy winter, he had exchanged only a few words with her. When had they become so familiar? Lulu, what do you wish to give me? Upon entering the room, Hill saw Bai Lu with her back turned, the cave enveloped in darkness devoid of light. Yet this did not hinder Hill from observing her silhouette. He approached, intending to embrace Bai Lu and have a meaningful conversation, but she commanded, Stop. What is it? Hill halted, bewildered. Take off your outer coat. Bai Lu, aware that he wore 2 layers, made this request. Hill was momentarily taken aback. It's not appropriate in broad daylight. Sigu is still outside, and the clan's people will arrive shortly. Hill jested, but then seemed to recall something and began to remove his clothing. Be quiet. Just take off your coat. Bai Lu insisted without turning to face him, her clenched fist visibly tightening her form. Lulu, what's wrong? At least provide a reason. Hill finally sensed something amiss. Stop. Bai Lu admonished as he stepped forward again. Lulu, do not act unreasonable. Hill regretted his words. He merely wished to avoid a quarrel when the clan's people arrived, fearing they might take Lulu away. Yet, Lulu now barred him from advancing and insisted he undress. What was transpiring? Am I being unreasonable? Bai Lu turned, tears streaming down her face. Hill then noticed her countenance, flushed from suppressed emotions, her eyes suddenly brimming with tears. Lulu, I'm sorry. That wasn't my intention. What is the matter? Please. Speak to me, Hill said urgently, stepping closer to embrace her and gently wipe her tears, his heart aching. Did you just call me unreasonable? Bai Lu, now feeling overly sensitive, though she believed Hill would never favor anyone but her, felt a pang of anxiety as she saw Siga gazing at him with longing. No, Lulu. I merely spoke without thinking. I apologize. Hill realized his fault and promptly expressed remorse. Yet you were just chatting so merrily with Sigu, Bai Lu pouted. What? Hill momentarily found herself at a loss for words. You seem quite extraordinary, said Sigu. Bai Lu gently punched Hill, prompting her to respond. What do you mean? Understanding dawned upon Hill. What she does is of no concern to me, she retorted. It's just that I don't want to see you too close to other females, Bai Lu asserted, embodying her possessiveness as Hill's partner. Well, I am pleased, Hill replied, lifting Bai Lu's head from her embrace so that she could gaze into her eyes. I am delighted to hear you say that. I shall not glance at any other female, for my heart belongs solely to Lulu, Hill declared, her eyes brimming with affection. Before Bai Lu could finish her response, her lips were silenced. After a moment of intimacy, their breaths became erratic. And just as they were being candid with one another, a voice interrupted. Hill. I'm here, come greet me. The loudness startled Hill, filling her with frustration as she reluctantly got out of bed and dressed. I shall step out first, she said, casting a lingering gaze filled with affection at Bai Lu before turning to leave. Chapter 183. The Record. Hill. I'm back. Bai Lu was greeted by a robust beast man, towering over Hill. Xiongming, let go. Hill felt quite embarrassed. What was happening? Xiongming embraced Hill like a young cub clinging to its mother, nuzzling her affectionately, as if he wished to meld into her embrace. Bai Lu couldn't help but chuckle. The sight of such a hulking figure seeking comfort from Hill was too delightful, and she turned away to spare them further attention. Who is this? Xiongming asked, noticing Bai Lu behind Hill upon hearing her laughter. Bai Lu turned around, and Xiongming still held on to Sierra. For reasons unknown, Sierra did not struggle to free himself from his grasp. Instead, he appeared quite embarrassed. This is my partner, Bai Lu, Sierra introduced. And this is Xiongming, he added, directing his words towards Bai Lu. Partner, have you held the ceremony? Why didn't you wait for my return? The look of grievance on Xiongming's face was so endearing that one couldn't help but want to ruffle his hair, though Bai Lu, seeing his imposing stature, refrained from doing so. The ceremony has not yet taken place. Winter has only just concluded. Why have you returned? Sierra replied. Mother has gone to pay respects to Mama Imo. They will arrive shortly, Sierra continued. Why didn't you wait for me to find a partner? I wanted to hold the ceremony on the same day as you. Xiang Ming lamented. Weren't you with that female the last time I saw you? What happened? Did she reject you? Sierra teased, clearly jesting. Yes. Xiang Ming lowered his head, his earlier joy dissipating. Fear not. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Our tribe still has unmarried females. You will surely find someone, Bai Lu remarked, casting an admonishing glance at Sierra for teasing such an innocent and endearing boy. Thank you, Bai Lu. Xiang Ming said, raising his head, ready to embrace her, but a hand blocked his approach. All right, you should rest for now. You have been quite the trouble this winter. Bai Lu observed, noticing Sierra's resigned expression directed at her. She then turned to Xiang Ming, adopting a serious demeanor reminiscent of Xiang Ming's father, which struck her as an oddly misplaced sensation. What is going on? I'll tell you tonight. Why not speak now? The tribe will arrive shortly. Oh. You must tell me tonight, or else, you know what will happen. All right, all right. The preceding exchange was a silent conversation between Sierra and Bai Lu, primarily centered on Bai Lu's curiosity regarding Sierra's attitude towards Xiang Ming, which gave off a peculiar impression of nurturing a young one, although it felt different upon closer inspection. Xia, where is your father? Just as Bai Lu was about to inquire further, Ruidao Mama arrived. He is still busy inside. He will come out once everyone is gathered, Sierra explained. Very well. How is your father's leg? Is he doing all right? Bai Lu asked, understanding the indirect nature of Ruidao Mama's words. Much better. Please, have a seat, Sierra arranged. Okay. You carry on. Sierra was not joking when he said he was busy. One by one, the tribe members began to arrive, and Bai Lu busied herself assisting Sierra. Lulu, you should rest for now. Once we finish here, I will come to keep you company, Sierra said, noticing that most of the tribe had arrived. All right, Bai Lu responded. Bai Lu had no intention of causing further chaos. Returning to her solitary cave, she grasped the handful of hay, reminiscing about how her grandmother had woven straw sandals. This was a plan Bai Lu had long contemplated. Initially, the cellar lacked stone beds, featuring only 2 straw pits that provided a comfortable resting place. However, being underground, Bai Lu seized the opportunity when Sierra was free to arrange for the construction of 3 stone beds, upon which he spread the hay. Why not before or during the winter? There had been hay available, yet the thought of crafting sandals had never crossed her mind. Had her athletic shoes not declared their retirement, she might never have considered the existence of straw sandals. Most importantly, with winter's arrival, weaving them would have been futile. During winter, laying hay upon the stone beds was warm and soft, thus there was no urgency in crafting sandals. Now that winter had passed, Bai Lu noticed that Sierra had walked barefoot on the ground this morning, not donning the leather boots she had made for him. It was evident that with the rising temperatures, Sierra could no longer tolerate the fluffy footwear. Bai Lu had only witnessed her grandmother weave once, compelled by her curiosity about this intangible cultural heritage while watching television. Her grandmother had gathered some straw to demonstrate the process for her, and though she retained a general recollection of it, uncertainty lingered. Was it this way or that? Just as Bai Lu was on the brink of joy, she suddenly forgot the final step. Was it thus, or rather like this? In her confusion, Bai Lu struggled for an hour, yet could not recall the steps, and in her repetitive trials, inadvertently dismantled the earlier phases. Oh dear, how could this happen? Bai Lu felt a wave of despair. Perhaps it was best to step outside and see what was amiss. Thus, she ventured out of the cave. Outside, Sierra held a slender wooden stick, the tip distinctly charred, as he inscribed something on a hide laid upon the ground, surrounded by a queue of beast men. Sierra, how much have you recorded? How many of our kin remain? Bai Lu inquired. Only these folks in line, the others have returned. Tomorrow, we shall gather fruits and hunt, Sierra replied, his mood evidently buoyant. Very well. Do you require my assistance? Bai Lu asked with a smile. No need. You should take a rest, Sierra responded, returning her smile. Indeed, little Bai Lu, let Sierra handle this. Let us see what wonders these characters hold, remarked a grinning beast man, one whom Bai Lu had encountered a few times within the tribe, but was not well acquainted with. She was taken aback by a sudden willingness to converse. Look is right. The entire tribe acknowledges you as the messenger of the beast god. Rest assured. Every member of our tribe shall safeguard you, the cheerful beast man explained, meeting Bai Lu's gaze. Good. Bai Lu felt elated at how swiftly her kin accepted her. Unbeknownst to her, The priestess held a hide that recorded the legacy of their rituals, a fact well known throughout the tribe. It was also understood that the knowledge inscribed had been lost to time. Previous priests could only comprehend its meaning but were unable to replicate it. However, with Bai Lu's newfound script, all obstacles were surmountable. Bai Lu once again counted the orcs in line and found their numbers to be quite considerable, at least sufficient to record before dinner. However, along with her joy, Bai Lu soon became aware of a troubling issue. Observing the records kept by Sierra, she surmised that the entire tribe consisted of no more than 200 or 300 souls, including those orcs and females who were away. Such a large orc clan was indeed a source of sorrow. Just then, a female orc unexpectedly tapped Bai Lu on the shoulder from behind, startling her as she had been lost in thought. Bai Lu executed a swift reverse strike, immediately followed by a backward push. Chapter 184, Troubled Heart. What are you doing? Let go of me. The newcomer, now flustered, exclaimed. Who are you? Is it amusing to frighten me? Bai Lu, equally incensed, wondered how she could be so easily startled while merely standing by, her heart still racing. It wasn't intentional. It's not my fault you're so easily scared, the newcomer retorted. You have no right to complain. Bai Lu had never encountered such a person before. Of course, it's your fault for being timid, the newcomer replied dismissively. Well then, who are you? Bai Lu, uninterested in further banter, remembered that she had more pressing matters to attend to and decided to let her go. I am Mingxin. Are you truly Xia Gij's partner? The newcomer inquired, her tone rather naive. Presumably so. Do you have something to discuss? Bai Lu paused, recognizing the familiarity in Mingxin's voice. Haven't you held the ceremony yet? Mingxin asked, her delight palpable. That's wonderful. You should leave Xia Gij. From now on, I will be his partner, she proclaimed proudly. Not waiting for Bai Lu's response. Bai Lu narrowed her eyes. Xia Gij is meant to be my partner. He promised me long ago. If you don't believe me, go ask him, Mingxin stated joyfully. I heard you live in Xia Gij's cave. Once you learn the outcome, make sure to move out quickly. Otherwise, it would be awkward for you once I and Xia Gij become a couple, she added before skipping away, resembling a youthful female cub. What was that about? Bai Lu, wary of being easily deceived, decided to inquire with Xia later that evening. Upon returning to the cave, she began weaving straw sandals, her mind gradually calming as she recalled the final crucial step, wrapping things up. She was right. It was time for her to move out, as it was inappropriate for an unmarried individual to reside in someone else's home. This thought weighed on Bai Lu's mind. Forget it. I'll focus on making a few more pairs. Xia can alternate between them, and I'll make a pair for Ta and Lan Ku, and keep 2 pairs for myself. Yes, I will persevere. Bai Lu encouraged herself. Never mind. I'll just make my own sandals first and deal with theirs later. She set aside the unfinished sandal for Xia, reminding herself to remain calm, yet she couldn't shake the feeling of being affected. Xia, if you truly feel that way, I am deeply sorry, Bai Lu sighed, glancing at the evening sky. There was still time to take a stroll around the village. With that thought, she prepared to step outside. Hey, Bai Lu, where are you off to? A voice interrupted her thoughts, belonging to someone she did not recognize. I am Xiongming's mother. It's understandable that you don't know me. I spent the winter in the winged tiger tribe and just returned. By the way, have you seen Mingxin? She said, casting a cautious glance at Bai Lu's expression. I have seen her. May I ask what you need? Bai Lu felt particularly unfortunate today, pondering what had transpired. It was nothing significant. Merely an expression of concern. Should you have matters to attend to, I shall not intrude further. I will seek out Xiongming first. With that, she hurriedly departed. By the way, how did she recognize me? Bai Lu mused in confusion. Never mind. I shall return. I initially came out to unwind, not to add to my troubles. Once this thought crossed her mind, she turned back home. Upon returning to the cave, she found Lan Ku and Ta I had also returned, accompanied by Lan Diama. Despite her own worries, Bai Lu would never vent her frustrations on others. Xiao Bai Lu, all is well, Lan Diama said, supporting Ta I as they entered. Elder brother, our parents have something to discuss. Let us not disturb them. Lan Ku gently pulled Bai Lu out of the cave. Where are we going? Bai Lu inquired. There's a great tree by the river that has begun to sprout. We should take a look, Lan Ku replied. Winter has passed. Surely, everything will begin to grow again. What is so special about it? To be honest, Bai Lu was not in the mood. Dusk was approaching, and she wished to speak with Xia soon. This tree has a delightful fragrance. I discovered it before winter, but the leaves were too mature to pick then. I wonder if the newly sprouted leaves can be gathered for the cave. Lan Ku, while speaking to Bai Lu, gradually transitioned into a monologue. I do not know. Let us go see. Come, let us hurry. The night draws nigh, Bai Lu urged. All right, Lanku affirmed. The two of them dashed through the woods, unrestrained. While not far away, a pair of eyes filled with admiration and a hint of affection observed them, though it remained unclear to whom they belonged. Chun sprouts. Before Bai Lu approached, she caught a whiff of a unique scent. What are chun sprouts? Lanku queried, puzzled as to why Bai Lu had halted. These are chun sprouts. They are delicious when stir-fried with eggs or tossed in a salad, she said, swallowing involuntarily at the thought. What are chun sprouts? Where are they? Observing Bai Lu's expression. Lanku's curiosity piqued, but Bai Lu remained unresponsive, causing her to grow anxious. They should be nearby. Let us hurry, Lanku. I promise to prepare a delectable meal for you tonight. At that moment, Bai Lu had completely forgotten her earlier doubts and worries. All right. Lanku followed suit as Bai Lu ran to a large tree. This tree was somewhat shorter than the others surrounding it, standing at merely 3 meters tall. Yet its trunk was as thick as a grown beastman's waist, making it a rather impressive chun sprout. Pick. With that, she climbed the tree, removed her outer garment, and began to pluck the tender parts. Elder brother, which part is the most delicious? Lanku asked, noticing Bai Lu had not finished picking everything. The tenderest portions. Even the small leaves are fine. Just pick freely for now, and I will select the best when we return, Bai Lu replied from her perch. All right, elder brother. I only wanted you to see this tree. I had no idea it was such a treasure. Lanku exclaimed. In the future, do share any novelties with me. You might not recognize them, and it would be a shame to let them go to waste. Bai Lu seized the opportunity to secure some benefits for herself. It is worth noting that although Lank had a rather infamous reputation within the tribe for her mischievous antics, she was quite well liked. Lank, subsequently, hummed a tune that Bai Lu often sang, a manifestation of her excitement. Lank, refrain from making any noise. Look, Bai Lu urged, pointing to a certain spot. Lank replied, puzzled. Ah, a cuckoo chicken, Lank exclaimed joyfully. The cuckoo chicken had previously been Lank's least favorite creature, known for its pecking and meager meat, rendering it seemingly useless. However, a few days prior, Sierra had brought back a cuckoo chicken at Bai Lu's request, which Bai Lu had promptly transformed into roasted chicken, despite the mere sprinkle of salt. The flavor was absolutely exquisite. Be quiet. Before Bai Lu could finish her sentence, the cuckoo chicken, startled by her voice, took flight. Oh no, why did it fly away? Lank watched helplessly as the roasted chicken escaped her grasp, unable to contain her frustration. She quickly descended from the tree, though she had not climbed very high. Merely about a meter, otherwise, she would not have frightened the cuckoo chicken away. Chapter 185, Camellia Bud Omelette, Part 1. All right, let us go back. Bai Lu descended from the tree, one arm cradling a garment wrapped around camellia buds. Is this really enough? I've only picked a few. Lank expressed her dissatisfaction. It's sufficient. If you want more, we can come back another time. Let us go? Bai Lu tugged Lank along as they made their way home. The night was dark, with a chilling wind, as winter had just passed. Lank and Bai Lu were still some distance from their cave, relying solely on the faint moonlight to guide their return. Leader, do you think anything is amiss? Lank observed the desolate surroundings, the cold wind seeping through their clothing, an eerie sensation enveloping them. Even without knowledge of the supernatural, Lank sensed something was off. It's nothing to worry about. Let us move quickly. If we return too late, Sierra might already be on his way to look for us. Bai Lu reassured, though she too felt a twinge of anxiety as Lank clung to her arm. Bai Lu could sense her trembling, her face etched with fear. The mere thought of speaking loudly might send her into a faint. Indeed, perhaps the second brother was already on his way. Eldest, if anything happens, I will protect you, she declared resolutely, despite the tears threatening to spill from Lank's eyes. Nevertheless, she insisted on walking ahead of Bai Lu. Very well, you must protect me, Bai Lu replied, feigning a frightened expression as she grasped Lank's hand tightly. Do not worry, Lank reassured her, pulling Bai Lu forward with determined strides, finally managing to quell her own fears. Along the way, the wind rustled the trees lining the path, and soon the moonlight was obscured by dark clouds. Relying on their memories, Lank and Bai Lu eventually returned to the tribe. They reached a point about a kilometer from the cave where a shadow stood motionless ahead. Who is there? Lank called out first. The figure remained still, prompting her to inquire again, are you a beastman from the tribe? Hurry and leave. If danger approaches, we won't be able to escape. At last, the figure moved, but it advanced toward them. What do you want? Do not come any closer. Lank shouted in alarm. Do not approach us. Return to your home. They had just come from behind, and there were no beastmen living nearby. Why was it coming closer? Lank, run. Quickly. Bai Lu, too, was gripped by fear, pulling Lank as they hastily veered back toward the cave. The shadow did not pursue them, but as Bai Lu reached the cave, she glanced back to see it standing far off in a dark corner not far from the entrance. Lank, Bai Lu, you have finally returned. Have you seen Sierra? He has not come back yet, and I was quite worried. Aunt Lantia exclaimed. I'm sorry to have caused you concern, Aunt Lantia. Bai Lu was the first to apologize. I'm fine. There is no need to worry, Lank added dismissively. As long as you are safe, that is what matters, Aunt Lantia said, her gaze drifting toward the cave entrance. Aunt Lantia, has Sierra really not returned even once? You haven't left the cave at all? Bai Lu's anxiety surged. No. Aunt Lantia replied, her concern evident. Has anyone else in the tribe seen him? Bai Lu thought of the need for calmness and clarity. I asked Yang to help me search, but he was only seen going out and has not returned since, Aunt Lantia explained. It will be all right. Everything will be fine, Bai Lu reassured her, offering comfort that she also sought for herself. Lank had already entered the cave with the tender shoots of the plant, noticing that Bai Lu had not followed. Eldest, hurry. We're making scrambled eggs today, and we have two, Lank called out, having prepared the ingredients. Coming, Bai Lu responded, feeling a sense of helplessness. Lank's carefree nature was a relief, preventing unnecessary worry. You go ahead. I'll just check next door for Yang and be back shortly, Lanny's mother remarked. It might not be wise. The night has already fallen, and you are all alone. Perhaps it is best to wait in the cave, for he may return shortly. Bai Lu shared her thoughts. Yet, Lanny understood that night had only just begun to envelop the landscape, and it was quite possible that Sierra had simply been delayed. Hunting often takes longer than expected, especially since Yang had also gone to assist her in searching for Sierra. One can only hope. After saying this, she returned to the cave of Taida. Big brother. The voice that followed was even more piercing, as it appeared that Lank could no longer contain his impatience. He's here. Bai Lu momentarily set aside her concerns regarding Sierra. After all, he had promised to return and discuss the matter of Xiongming with her, and she believed he would not go back on his word. Bai Lu returned to the cozy little kitchen that Sierra had specially constructed, where two beast eggs lay ready alongside freshly washed Chinese tune sprouts. Lank, do we have any more eggs? She inquired. They had gathered a considerable amount of tune leaves, initially estimated to weigh around 5 or 6 pounds. However, with just 2 eggs, how could they possibly create a tune egg pancake? No. These are the eggs that Urge caught from the Gugu beast last time. It would have been splendid if we had caught that Gugu beast today, as we could have also discovered where it roosts, lamented Lank. It's all right. We can make less and simply enjoy them cold, Bai Lu replied. All right then, Lank conceded, her mind still set on making pancakes, which surely aligned with her taste buds. It must be noted that Lank had a particular fondness for pancake-like foods. Bai Lu had crushed rice and cooked pancakes with oil, and Lank had fallen in love with the flavor. Boss, these pancakes will taste delicious, right? Lank asked while tending to the fire. Absolutely delicious, Bai Lu assured her, her thoughts preoccupied with wondering why Sierra had not yet returned, leading her to offer only perfunctory responses to Lank. Lank, focused solely on the pancakes in the pan, remained oblivious to Bai Lu's distraction. Lank, what are you doing? Bai Lu finally noticed that the pancakes were still uncooked and realized Lank was staring at them, having lost track of her own actions. I'm tending to the fire, Lank replied instinctively. And what about the fire you're tending? Bai Lu inquired. How should I know? Lank retorted casually. Oh dear. Only when Lank saw that the pancakes had not been flipped did she lift her gaze and promptly check the fire. Lank, do you still wish to eat? Bai Lu asked. Of course, Lank replied earnestly, focusing intently on the flames and assuring Bai Lu she would be diligent. Bai Lu had intended to remain silent, but suddenly, she heard a rustling sound coming from the cave entrance. Given the proximity of the little kitchen to the entrance, she grabbed a kitchen knife and stepped outside. Xiao? She called softly, nearly striking down, upon seeing Sierra draped in beast skin, who responded with a weary smile. Bai Lu rushed forward and fell into his embrace, holding him tightly. I'm back. It's all right, she murmured. Sierra gently stroked Bai Lu's head, offering soft reassurances. Boss, come quickly, it's going to burn. At that warm, tender moment, Lank called out. Oh, right, my fried egg with Chinese tune, just in time for you to try it. It's freshly made and delicious. Bai Lu promoted her dish enthusiastically. Very well, let us savor Lulu's Chinese tune pancakes, Sierra said, half carrying Bai Lu into the small kitchen. Chapter 186. Chinese tune pancake. Part 2. Second brother, Do we have any intestines today? Lank suddenly thought of her favorite dish as she saw Sierra enter. Yes. I encountered a toothsome beast today. Otherwise, I wouldn't have returned so late, Sierra explained. Second brother, did you get hurt? Lank inquired. No, why? Do you wish for me to be injured? Sierra looked at Lank seriously. Of course not. It's just that the boss has been thinking of you. Just like the boss said about Autumn today, she scolded me for thinking of you too much, Lank replied to Sierra. Is that so? Sierra turned his gaze towards Bai Lu. Lank, do not speak carelessly. After saying this, he became entirely focused on making the pancakes. In truth, if one were to observe Bai Lu's ears, they would have noticed a faint blush creeping upon them. Lank made a face at Bai Lu. All right, it's time for dinner. After a brief silence of about 10 minutes, Bai Lu was the first to break the tranquility. Hooray! Time to eat. I want something delicious. Lank exclaimed joyfully, likely to attract any nearby beast with her excitement. Let us go, Bai Lu said, noticing that Sierra was blocking her path. Sierra nodded. After their meal, Sierra accompanied Bai Lu back to the cave, where they sat at the edge of the bed, both silent. Lu, Sierra, you speak. All right. Bear Ming's mother is a female of our tribe, and his father is a beastman from the Winged Tiger clan. They typically reside in the Tianlang tribe, but occasionally return to the Winged Tiger clan. Last time, his mother was inadvertently injured, and since the Winged Tiger clan was nearby, they were asked to care for her, Sierra summarized. Yet the essence of what Bai Lu wished to know remained unspoken. So, Bear Ming must be like a brother to you? Bai Lu asked. Yes, he once saved me. And during that winter shortly after his birth, he suffered from a fever that left him with lasting effects, impairing his mind, Sierra replied. Bai Lu's foremost inquiry was about Mingxin. I am merely grateful for their care of my mother. Beyond that, there is nothing else on my mind. Now, come here for a kiss, he said, reaching out to pull Bai Lu closer. No, I haven't finished asking my questions yet, Bai Lu evaded. There are no issues, hurry. I miss you dearly. Hill had already seated Bai Lu on his lap, leaning down for a kiss. Hill, I happened to be caught by him at that moment. The struggle Bai Lu exhibited felt to Hill like a mere child's play. After a while, Bai Lu gazed at Hill with a flirtatious expression. Look at you. My lips are sore. Can't you be a little gentler? Bai Lu kicked Hill, who was at the foot of the bed. Wasn't this a lack of self-control? Who could resist such beauty? Hill chuckled foolishly after speaking. Leave. I want to sleep. Bai Lu buried her head under the covers. Lulu, I wish we could become partners soon. At this rate, I wonder if I can endure until then. Hill mused. Get lost. Bai Lu, flustered and angry, retorted. All right. You should sleep early, Hill said, realizing that if he lingered, Bai Lu would become upset. Get out. Go. Bai Lu insisted. All right. By the time he finished speaking, he had already exited the cave. Inside the covers, Bai Lu covered her lips, thinking, has this beast transformed into a dog? Why did he bite my lips? Yes. Dogs are indeed evolved beings, all closely related, a family. I absolutely won't let him on my bed or into my room next time. Humph. Bai Lu turned over, pondering. What was I about to ask? The commotion stirred by him caused her to forget entirely, leaving her to hope that nothing was amiss. Lost in her thoughts, Bai Lu soon drifted into a light slumber beneath the covers. The following morning, she was roused by the energetic calls of Lank. Boss, wake up. The sun is shining on your behind. Lank's voice resonated as though it were right beside her. Don't make such a racket. Go away, she retorted, giving a gentle shove. Lank, who had been squatting beside Bai Lu's bed, found himself inadvertently toppled to the floor by her push. Boss, what's the matter? Hurry up and get up. Lank swiftly regained his footing and pulled back the covers. Wow, boss, every time I see your skin, it's so fair. Unlike mine, which resembles a piece of charcoal, he remarked, while casually brushing his hand against Bai Lu's waist. Bai Lu donned a strapless top and an exceedingly short pair of shorts. Her stunning physique, accentuated by the bedding, was enchanting. If Lan Ku were an orc, he would undoubtedly be left in a state of awe. What are you doing, Lan Ku? Let me enjoy my slumber, she exclaimed, attempting to snatch the blanket back to continue her sleep. Boss, we cannot afford to sleep in today. We still need to gather those tinder shoots. Lan Ku replied nonchalantly. I wasn't the only one who discovered that tree yesterday, and if others get there before us today, it won't be my concern. Oh, Bai Lu murmured, still not fully awake. Are you truly unconcerned? Lan Ku began to elaborate, but was abruptly interrupted by Bai Lu's startled reaction. What did you say? Bai Lu shot up from the bed, her eyes wide with shock, her scream threatening to rupture Lan Ku's eardrums. I meant, if we arrive late, there might not be much left, and they might bring their orcs along. Lanka clarified once more. Then what are we standing around for? Let us hurry. With that, Bai Lu rushed to the door. Wait a moment, boss, Lanka interjected. What is it? Bai Lu inquired. Your clothes, Lanka reminded her. Oh, right. You go ahead. Quickly secure a spot and bring an orc along to help gather. I'll change and join you shortly, Bai Lu instructed, eager to push Lanka out the door. All right, I understand. I'll head out immediately. Even without Bai Lu's urging, Lanka had already planned to do so. Though she was quite eager to enjoy the fragrant Chinese tune omelette Bai Lu had made the night before, she had to save some, as there was only that one tree nearby. Lanka first sought out Yang, who had been assigned to her side ever since Ta was injured, making it convenient for him to assist. Yang, let us gather the shoots in this animal skin pouch. Otherwise, when those females arrive, we'll be in trouble, Lanka suggested, feeling a bit paranoid. It's fine. Bai Lu hasn't arrived yet. We can take our time, Yang reassured her, gesturing for her to relax. All right, I understand. Though she said that, her speed did not diminish in the slightest. By the time Bai Lu arrived, Lanka had already filled 2 large animal skin pouches. Lanka? Bai Lu exclaimed in disbelief. It's me. Boss, this is my masterpiece. Hurry up, or we'll be too late when those females come. Lanka urged. Wait. Lanka, hold on. Bai Lu called out. What is it? Lanka asked, still focused on gathering. Look around. Are there any others besides us? Bai Lu sighed, realizing the abundance of shoots, which meant they would need to grind more rice to make flour. They haven't come yet. We need to move quickly. Lanka was still oblivious. Do you even realize what time it is now? Bai Lu reminded her once more. It's almost noon. What's wrong? At this moment, Lanka had succumbed to a state of frantic anxiety. They likely would not come. They probably would not consume this, so there was no need to rush. Bai Lu gradually explained to Lanka. Chapter 187. Delivering cakes. This is sufficient. Let us depart, Bai Lu said as she lifted a bag and walked ahead. All right, boss. Wait for me. Lanka's voice echoed from a distance. Hurry up. Bai Lu's voice lingered in the air. Boss, aren't we supposed to gather tomorrow? We can each carry 2. That will suffice. Despite the Chuan Yao egg cakes being only the size of a palm, they were quite filling. Indeed. Let us cover these with a lid. When Sierra returns, he can also taste them and see if the beastmen find them suitable, Bai Lu remarked. Okay, Lanka agreed. Bai Lu, shortly I shall deliver 2 cakes to Ajin's father. Would you like to accompany me? Bai Lu began to fill a small basket with Chuan cakes. Ajin's father? Is he the beast man who just moved into the tribe? Lanka was savoring the Chuan cakes, which were utterly delightful. No, he is Xiongming's father. Have you forgotten? Xiongming's mother is a female of the Tianlang tribe, Bai Lu explained. Oh, I see. I have only encountered the elder females of the tribe, most of whom I simply refer to as mother without knowing their names, Lanka clarified. Well, I am leaving now. Will you join me? Bai Lu inquired before departing. I will go. Staying at home is uneventful, and I do not wish to endure my parents' displays of affection. I prefer not to court misery. Lanka lamented. Bai Lu, where are you headed? Just as Lanka was about to step out of the cave, Lanti's mother unexpectedly called from her room. I am off to deliver cakes. I shall return shortly, Lanka replied, darting away. Bai Lu, if Lanka misbehaves, give her a good thrashing. If she retaliates, return and inform me. I shall have her father teach her a lesson. Lanti seemed to change her demeanor entirely. Understood, Bai Lu replied with a smile. I am leaving. Take care of Ta'e's father, Bai Lu said. Yes, I shall. You both must be cautious on your journey. Although there are beastmen patrolling after winter, the number of those guarding the females has diminished. Should any wild beasts appear, flee swiftly, Lanti's mother cautioned. Agreed, Bai Lu nodded. Is Lanka going out? Where to? Lanka bumped into Ruido's mother. Are you looking for your mother? She is in the cave. Hurry along, Lanka informed. All right. Be careful on your way. Ruido's mother continued to smile warmly. By the way, has Bai Er's injury healed? How's the little one? Bai Lu took a few steps forward and paused to ask. Bai Er is nearly ready to hunt again, and the little one is quite adorable. They make a lovely pair. Little Bai Lu, when will you hold the ceremony with Sierra? To be sure to inform mother? Ruido's mother beamed with joy. Of course. The white dew reddened her ears, and she acquiesced. All right. The leader is shy now. She cannot escape her fate of becoming a mate to the second brother. She laughed heartily, swiftly keeping pace with the white deer. Indeed, we must also urge Belle to hasten in finding a partner for Guazi. As they prance before my eyes daily, yet I have not seen the little cubs. It is truly vexing. Ruido, however, failed to consider that Guizi had yet to reach maturity. Being still a cub, it was premature for her to bear offspring, even if they were to become mates. They must wait until Guizi came of age. Not long after, they arrived at the entrance of Xiangming's cave. Yai? Lanku? Who is this? What brings you here? Have you decided that I should become the companion of Xier? Ming Xian appeared at that moment, addressing Bai Lu. Lanku, bewildered, questioned, what is happening? Where is your mother? We brought her some food. Bai Lu primarily wished to express her gratitude for Xiangming's life-saving assistance. Though Xier had not elaborated, she felt compelled to offer something as a token of her appreciation. Yes, it would be fine to see a Jin and a Dai as well, Lanku replied. Have they not moved yet? Are they still lingering at Xier's home? Ming Xian muttered. No, who cares about your matters? I am here to find your parents. Lanku rolled her eyes. You say you wish to become mates. Is this tribe yours to dictate? They are not here. Ming Xian's tone grew increasingly irritable. If they are absent, then let us depart, leader. Lanku was also quite upset, yet she understood the necessity of conceding, for had it not been for a Jin, Dai would have perished long ago. Bai Lu offered no response, merely turning to walk away, closely followed by Lanku. Stop. You may leave. But leave the cake. Ming Xian suddenly interjected. No way. Lanku retorted defiantly. I want the cake. You can go. Otherwise, when my brother returns, I'll have him beat you up. He always listens to me, Ming Xian declared. What if I refuse? Bai Lu, who had been silent for quite some time, finally spoke. Refuse? How dare you refuse me? Ming Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. Your parents and brother are not here. You are all alone. If we want to hit you, you'll just have to endure it, Bai Lu remarked nonchalantly. You want to hit me? On what grounds? Ming Xian's emotions flared slightly. I want to hit you. I was merely suggesting, Bai Lu clarified. Upon seeing Ming Xian in tears, Bai Lu hesitated and turned to leave. Hey, boss, wait for me. Lanku, a step behind, hurried to catch up. What a pair of rascals. Ming Xian stomped her foot, the cake truly tantalizing. What was the need to let her go? She is so rude. Lanku queried as she caught up with Bai Lu. What? Do you wish to give her a beating? Bai Lu countered. Though she is insufferable, it seems wrong to hit her. Can't we just teach her a lesson to improve her temperament? Lanku pondered, feeling conflicted about letting her off the hook, yet also realizing that hitting her was not the answer, leaving her with a headache. Let it go for now. If she annoys us again next time, we'll deal with her then, Bai Lu suggested. Hey, boss, where are you going? This is the way back. Lanku noticed Bai Lu heading in another direction and quickly reminded her. I'm going to check on Chala Mama. I wonder how her injury is healing. Bai Lu explained. Last time, it was Ruido's mother who brought the news, and I wanted to trade some items with Chala Mama. Lanku followed suit. What are you trading? Bai Lu inquired. Boss, weren't you looking for spices? Last time you mentioned there was a piece in the medicine that Yang brought. But due to circumstances, I inquired yesterday, and he said only Chala Mama has it. He traded for it with her, Lanku replied. Spices? Which ones? I can't recall. Bai Lu questioned. I'll ask Chala Mama, or you can look for yourself. I don't even know what it's called, Lanku said. All right, let us hurry. It's just in time for preparing a meal for Chala Mama. Bai Lu quickened her pace. Mama, I'm here. From a distance. Chala Mama heard Lanku's voice. Jelly, go fetch the fruits that Ruido brought last time. They are Lanku's favorite, Chala Mama instructed, her cheerful demeanor evident. Okay, Jelly, noticing Chala Mama's good spirits, couldn't he help but feel happy as well. Mama, how are you? I heard from Ruido's mother that you were ill. Lanku entered to find Chala Mama leaning against the wall. Just old age. My legs aren't what they used to be. I fell at the cave entrance. And it was only because Ruido's mother happened to pass by that I was seen. Otherwise, who knows if anyone would have noticed me. Chala Mama sighed contemplatively. In chapter 188, Bai Lu was captured. Please be careful while walking in the future, Lanku remarked. Here, this is a delicacy made by me and the boss. It is quite delicious, do give it a try. Lanku said as she took the basket from Bai Lu. Very well. Chala Mama said as she casually picked one up. Oh, it is still warm. With a bite, she exclaimed. What a fragrant and soft delight, perfect for my palate. She took another couple of bites but found it a tad dry, causing her to choke slightly. Lanku quickly rushed to fetch a bowl of water. Lanku, remember that Chala Mama is elderly, do not trouble her, Gulie Mama remarked as she returned just in time to witness Chala Mama's choking episode. It's nothing. I was just too eager, Chala Mama maintained her smile. Did Xier not come today? She inquired. Year went hunting. It's just me and Lanku here. Bai Lu replied cheerfully. Well then, it is nice to have some company, Chalara Mama said. By the way, Mama, I would like to ask if there are any spicy herbs here, Lanku queried. Why do you ask this? Is someone unwell? Herbs should not be taken lightly. Chalara Mama insisted. Boss, Lanku called her hastily. It's just that Yin left some herbs for me last time, and I've caught a bit of a chill. I only need that particular one, Bai Lu explained. All right, let me see. Spicy herbs. There seem to be many kinds. Gully, please bring me the box from my chest. Chalara Mama pondered for a moment before speaking to Gully. Okay, Gully complied and fetched the box. It was indeed a box with a movable lid, a commendable design. Come, Bai Lu, see if there is any herb you require, Chalara Mama invited. There is indeed. This is it. Bai Lu exclaimed joyfully, having unexpectedly found a large piece of ginger, perfectly intact. Take it if you need it. Seeing Bai Lu's happiness, Chalara Mama gifted it to her. I will have Year bring some rice over. If you have wild game meat, that would suffice as well. You can tell him when the time comes, Bai Lu said as she carefully wrapped the ginger in animal hide and placed it into her pocket. It's getting late. I must head back. I will visit you again, Bai Lu said with a smile. Remember to use this herb responsibly, strictly according to Yen's instructions. Chalara Mama said earnestly. Of course, Bai Lu agreed obediently, but how she would use it would depend on her discretion. This is wonderful. Lanku, please keep Chalara Mama company here. I shall return home now and prepare a delicious meal for you tonight. Bai Lu declared joyfully, intending to make a rich dish. Really? Intestines? Lanku guessed, having craved them for the past few days. Bai Lu had been reluctant to prepare them daily due to the hassle and lack of seasoning. Indeed. I am off now, Bai Lu affirmed, smiling at Chalara Mama. Boss, await my return for dinner. The joy on Lanku's face was almost uncontrollable. On the way back to the cave, Bai Lu walked with a cheerful step, humming an unfamiliar folk tune. Lulu. At this moment, a small beast man stood in Bai Lu's path, clutching a fruit with a conflicted expression. What is it, little beast man? Bai Lu asked gently. This is for you, he exclaimed, shoving the fruit into Bai Lu's hands before darting away. Hey. Bai Lu watched as the little beast man disappeared without a trace. What kind of fruit is this? It looks rather appealing. She held one fruit up to the sunlight, where it shone a brilliant blood-red hue, reminiscent of glass. I wonder where this little beast man found it. Well, the interface indicates it's not poisonous, and I'm rather thirsty. I shall eat one. Bai Lu took a few bites of the egg-sized fruit. I'll take another back for Lanku, or perhaps for Sierra if there's any left. It's quite delicious, she remarked. However, before she could finish her thought, she staggered a few steps and collapsed to the ground. A large bird in the sky happened to land nearby. And in a blink, both the person and the bird vanished, leaving only a basket and a piece of ginger behind. Sierra returned to the cave quite early that day, having caught a water-spiny beast, hoping to surprise Bai Lu, as she adored this delicacy. Mama, where's Lulu? I caught a water-spiny beast today. She will surely be delighted, Sierra inquired with a smile. Well, she and Lanku went out and haven't returned yet. They usually come back only when it gets dark. What if they encounter some wild beast? Mama Lanty expressed her concern. No worries, the patrol team is always on the lookout. And there are only a few places in the tribe, they can't wander far. I'll go look for her, Sierra replied, eager to see Bai Lu. Feeling a strong desire for affection today. Go ahead, I will prepare the water-spiny beast, Mama Lanty said, not saying anything further. Exiting the cave, Sierra first searched the woods and riversides of the entire tribe, but found no one. Eventually, he inadvertently ran into Jelly, who had just returned from Grandma Chala's home. Yai? Sierra, are you looking for Lanku? She is at Grandma Chala's. Hurry. Jelly said with a bright smile, knowing that a strong future leader is essential for the tribe's longevity. Thank you, Jelly. Sierra expressed his gratitude, as otherwise, he would have to keep asking around. No need. I must go now. Uncle Bluru is waiting for me, she replied before leaving. So, they were at Grandma Chala's, and I've caught you now, he thought with a chuckle, casually making his way to Grandma Chala's abode. Upon arriving at the entrance, Sierra called out, Lulu, it's time to go. It's getting late and nearly dark. Brother, it's still early. It's not dark yet. Besides, the eldest isn't here, Lanku observed, noticing Sierra's displeased demeanor. What? Where has your eldest gone? Feigned anger swiftly morphed into panic. For it was known that Bai Lu only knew a handful of individuals within the tribe and would not wander aimlessly. The leader had returned in the afternoon, claiming she was to prepare a sumptuous meal for me. Had she not returned? Lanka hoped for a negative answer from Sierra. Indeed, no one is here. I searched the tribe, and Granny Gria informed me that you were here. I assumed. I thought you were together, Shier remarked. Then let us explore other areas to see if anyone is present. I am fine here. Soon, Blue will arrive to keep watch, so do not fret. Granny Chula also recognized the gravity of the situation. It would be dreadful if something were to happen to the delightful Bai Lu. I shall leave now. Lanku will remain here until I find Lulu and return for her, Shier told Granny Chula. Very well, go ahead, Granny Chula replied. Lanku, stay here and do not cause trouble, or I shall inform your father, or perhaps confine you, she added, departing before Lanku could respond. What is this? I could search for the leader outside as well, Lanku thought, feeling like a pitiful creature, as her second brother deemed the leader more significant than her. Now that Bai Lu is missing, do not overthink it. Once she is found, he will know to come for you. Be good. Granny Chula instructed. Chapter 189, The Search Grandmother. Lanku exclaimed, leaping into Granny Chula's embrace. Granny Chula paused for a moment, holding Lanku and stroking her hair. Dear child, you have finally awakened. A voice laced with both pride and malice echoed from above. Bai Lu opened her eyes to a blinding light. And as she attempted to shield herself from it, her hands felt rigid and immobile. Bai Lu struggled, and the voice spoke again. There's no need to exert yourself. You have consumed the suji fruit and are now unable to move. Who are you? Bai Lu recalled the kidnapping films she had watched online. Knowing she must not provoke him. Who am I? What do you think? If you had shown some sense back then, I wouldn't have fallen to this state. No. What have I done to you? Who exactly are you? Bai Lu felt perplexed. She was certain she had never harmed anyone, not even played pranks. And most of the tribe did not know her, let alone those from other tribes. As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Lu felt a grip tightening at the nape of her neck. Her pupils constricted, and she fell silent. Noah, are you on patrol again today? Hillel, having made a round of the tribe, happened to cross paths with Noah. Noah had been keeping his distance from Bai Lu lately. Wherever she was, he would certainly not be found, and he dared not face Hillel. Noah replied, his tone indifferent. Have you seen Lulu leave the tribe? Hillel asked cautiously. Noah hesitated mid-step. Was Bai Lu missing? He instinctively wondered if she had gone out looking for wild vegetables again. Yes, she hasn't returned since the afternoon. And no one has seen her, Hillel informed him. Then where could she have gone? Noah appeared visibly agitated. At that moment, Hillel sensed something was amiss. But with Bai Lu unaccounted for, he could not dwell on it. She said she would come back, yet there is no trace of her. Hillel hoped Noah could provide insight into Bai Lu's whereabouts. No, I haven't seen anyone leave the tribe today, Noah replied, taking a deep breath. Then where could she be? Hillel muttered to himself, unaware that Noah had overheard. Is there truly no one else missing from the tribe? Noah was taken aback. It was unusual for a female to vanish without reason. Indeed, it seems we must thoroughly investigate the tribe and eliminate some pests, Hillel stated. Though he had not forgotten that finding Bai Lu was of utmost importance. Has anything strange occurred today? Noah inquired of the orc trailing behind him. Nothing. They replied in unison. Think again. You heard it. A female has gone missing from the tribe, and today no females have left. Do you not find this peculiar at all? Even the slightest detail matters. Noah spoke with a commanding presence. Not at all. Today only a few familiar orcs went out hunting, all wishing to conserve their strength for tomorrow's big game. An inconspicuous orc remarked. Truly nothing? Noah merely sought to confirm. Aware that he could not rely solely on his own observations. Nothing. They reiterated in unison. Xian, are you there? Just as Hillel pondered where to search for Bai Lu, an orc called out from a distance. What is it? Xian stepped out from the group, standing before the approaching orc. Your cub is experiencing stomach pains. You should return quickly to check on them. The orc approached and spoke. Noah, I haven't finished yet. Noah interjected. Go, take good care of yo. Xian turned and ran off. Heil, why not look for her again? Bai Lu won't wander off recklessly. She is quite sensible, Noah remarked. Hal replied absent-mindedly. Hal dismissed Noah and intended to seek out Bayer, for apart from Lanku and Ruedo's mother, Chela Mama, she was most familiar with Guazi's family. And it was the only household she had yet to visit. As she hurried down the path, she spotted Xian still running ahead. Haven't you returned yet? Where do you live? Hal inquired. Just up ahead, almost there, Xian replied. Oh. Given their infrequent conversations, silence enveloped them thereafter. Oh, you live near Bayer's house? I recall your last residence was elsewhere, Hal remarked, puzzled. After all, caves were seldom relocated, as they were their homes. The previous occupant was killed by beasts during winter. I used to live far from the central area, but this time I seized the opportunity to apply for this place. Would you like to come in for a visit? Xian invited. Not now, perhaps next time. I'm still searching for someone. Hal responded politely. All right then, take care. Xian, feeling anxious, paid little mind to Hal. Hal felt a wave of despondency and confusion. She had yet to find Bai Lu and lacked any leads. In truth, she was being selfish. She feared that Bai Lu had returned to her own world. She would rather see her taken away by other tribes' orcs than to have her escape from his world. However, the tribe had patrols, and it was broad daylight when she went missing, making the chances of her being taken slim. The more she contemplated the harsh reality before her, the more she wished to evade it. In her torment, as she prepared to leave, she caught sight of a familiar object in a corner of Xian's cave. Xian, come out for a moment, Hal called. Disregarding any potential issues with Xian's return, she merely wished to know the origin of the basket. What is it, Hal? Xian emerged, knowing that Hal's urgent tone signaled an important matter. That basket, Hal stammered. Basket? Xian followed Hal's gaze, noticing a new basket in the corner of his cave. What is this? How did it end up in my cave? Xian picked it up, examining it closely. Let me see. Despite its familiarity, Hal snatched it to inspect the bottom. Indeed, it's unmistakably Lulu's basket, Hal recognized. Recalling that there were only two such baskets, one belonging to Lan Ku and the other to Bai Lu, marked at the base. Lan Ku's basket had been used to carry water from the thorn beasts, whereas Bai Lu's had not been seen for some time. It seemed she had brought it out, surprising Hal to find it here. Xian called out. Lu Yu, where did the small basket at the cave entrance come from? He asked the female in the cave. I don't know. The tone of Lu Yu was rather unpleasant, which prompted Xier to recall that Xian's cub was still unwell. However, he too was in a state of distress. Just a moment, he thought. Xian was anxious about his cub and equally concerned about the small basket. Observing Xian's restless pacing, Xier felt a twinge of guilt. Yet, considering Bai Lu's predicament as paramount, he refrained from stopping him. Xian, Yong is better now. Please refrain from eating indiscriminately next time. Yang emerged from the cave to inform Xian. All right, Xian replied, his lips parched and dry. By the way, I am aware of the situation regarding the basket, Yang added, noticing that Xier was still clutching it. You know? Xier paused his examination of the small basket for a moment before rushing to Yang. What happened? He asked, fixating his gaze on Yang. Chapter 190. Where are you? There was originally a substantial piece of white root inside, which Yang scavenged and consumed a portion of. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had a stomachache, Yang explained. Where did you find the basket? Xier was cognizant that Bai Lu must be in trouble, yet he needed to maintain his composure and prioritize locating her first. Only Yang is aware. He mentioned feeling ill upon his return and relayed this information to me. Yang replied. Without responding, Xier charged into the cave from which Yang had just emerged. Who are you? Lu Yu, caught in the backlight, could only discern an orc had intruded and called out hastily. However, Xier disregarded her and proceeded directly to Yang's bedside. Do not approach. Who are you? Despite her fear, Lu Yu resolutely positioned herself in front of Yang until Xian entered and witnessed the scene. Lu Yu, this is Xier. He has come to see Yang. Although she spoke thus, she grasped Xier's hand and remained silent. When will he awaken? Xier inquired. Perhaps by tomorrow morning. His condition is quite frail, Yang answered. Very well, Xier replied with difficulty, shaking off Xian's hand as he stepped outside. Xian embraced Lu Yu in silence, while Yang cast a fleeting glance at Yang before exiting. What has happened to Bai Lu? Upon exiting, Yang spotted Xier's solitary silhouette. Yet he was more concerned with uncovering Bai Lu's whereabouts. Speak up. The more people searching, the better the chance of finding her, Yang urged, blocking Xier's path and shaking him gently. She left Chala Mama's place this afternoon, saying she was going home to cook, and then she vanished, Xier stated matter-of-factly. Has the entire tribe searched for her? Has anyone seen her? Yang inquired. Since then, no one has seen her. Only the Bell family remains unsearched, Xier replied. Then what are we doing here? Let us go. She might be playing with the fruits. Had it not been for Bai Lu's affection for Xier, Yang would not have felt compelled to remind him. Indeed, let us hurry. At this moment, a spark of hope ignited in Hill's eyes. Even if the Bell family was absent, even if she had been taken by beasts or monsters, he was determined to find her and refused to surrender. Upon arriving at the Bell residence, he discovered that Mother Rideau had returned, and darkness had already enveloped the land. Uncle Sack, are you there? Hill called out from outside the cave. Yes, what is it? Hill. Uncle Sack's voice soon resonated back. I wish to inquire about something. Would it be convenient for you to rise and open the door? He noted that the household retained its winter habit of retiring early. Coming, just a moment. The sound of movement followed. Come in. What is it? Uncle Sack asked, pouring Hill a glass of water. I wanted to ask if Bai Lu was here. Today. I went to Gwizzy's house, and they mentioned that Gwizzy and Belle were together. I thought Bai Lu might have come to find Gwizzy? Hill inquired. I don't believe so. I haven't seen her. I'll call them, and they can tell you shortly. Uncle Sack stood and made his way to the entrance of Belle's cave. Gwizzy, Hill is inquiring about Bai Lu. Could you come out for a moment? All right, just a moment. Gwizzy, still half asleep, stirred upon hearing Uncle Sack's voice. I'm going back to sleep. If you have questions, just ask her. She has been home all day. Without waiting for Hill to respond, he retreated into the cave, shutting the heavy hide curtain behind him. Hill, what is going on with Bai Lu? Gwizzy, curious as to why Hill sought her at such a late hour, noted the absence of contact with Bai Lu for some time. She has gone. I've searched the entire tribe, yet no one has seen her. I wanted to ask if she has come here. Hill's icy demeanor concealed a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Gwizzy shook his head. When did she disappear? Hill recounted the events in detail, leaving nothing unmentioned. A female doesn't simply vanish without a trace. Are you certain you've searched the tribe thoroughly? Gwizzy asked. Yes. Hill hesitated to acknowledge the possibility. Still clinging to hope. By the way, did Noah mention that no one has entered or exited the tribe today? Gwizzy suddenly recalled. Yes, he did mention that, Hill affirmed. Then that is peculiar. Gwizzy fell into contemplation. This afternoon, I was basking in the sun at the cave entrance with Belle when a large bird circled overhead. Soaring quite high. It was so high that it was hard to discern at first. I found it rather odd. Could it be a cause for concern? As Gwizzy spoke, he noticed Hill's grim expression. What's wrong? Gwizzy felt a twinge of fear at Hill's demeanor. Nothing. It's not your concern. We should take our leave. If Bai Lu comes looking for you, please let us know. Yang urged Hill to depart. Oh, Gwizzy remained bewildered. Well, I suppose I should check on my Belle. It's possible Bai Lu has already returned. Belle truly needs me, haha. The self-absorbed fruit gently caressed his own face and returned to the cave. That night, the wind howled fiercely, causing the tall trees to rustle ominously, and the garments of Hill and Yang were tossed about chaotically. Lulu, where are you? Hill cried, tears streaming down his face. He felt utterly helpless. Every time Bai Lu encountered trouble, he was unable to assist her. Perhaps she has already arrived at the cave? If not, remember to ask around, Yang reminded, as they ventured in opposite directions. I must ponder what peculiar happenings transpired in the tribe today. Perhaps it relates to Bai Lu. Yang felt an urgent need, yet he remained rational. Finding Bai Lu was paramount, and wallowing in self-reproach was futile. Lulu, where are you? Hill staggered to the entrance of his cave, where Aunt Randy happened to emerge, carrying water. Upon seeing Hill return, she inquired, Hill, where is little Bai Lu? Where is Lanku? Aunt Randy was also anxious, but realizing the trio needed to eat, she began preparing a meal, only to find Hill had returned alone. Lanku is at Grandma Chala's house. That was all Hill uttered before retreating to his cave, determined to gather his strength for the following day to search for Bai Lu. Why didn't you bring them back? With that expression, you little rascal. You won't be getting any treats tonight, she said, before heading to the small kitchen to prepare her dishes. That evening, Aunt Randy brought food to Hill's room, urging him to eat before she departed. Given the circumstances, it seemed there would be no quarrel this time. She resolved to have a serious talk with him the next day. After all, one must cherish their partner, not abandon them. The following day, before dawn, Hill awoke and encountered Aunt Randy, who was already up preparing breakfast. They had grown accustomed to rising early, a habit instilled by Bai Lu. Hill, what were you thinking leaving Bai Lu and Lanku at Grandma Chala's? Bring them back today, or you will face my wrath. You might as well skip breakfast and hurry. Before Hill could exit the cave, Aunt Randy pushed him out, blocking the entrance. If you don't bring them back today, don't even think about returning. Let us see how you plan to apologize, you little rascal. Chapter 191. The first encounter with Shiyuha lay on his bed, staring blankly at the stone wall above him. Lulu, you will be fine. I will ensure you are safe. Holding on to this belief, Hill persevered until the first light of dawn approached. Early in the morning, he stepped outside, unnoticed by anyone at home, including the beastman Ta. How does it feel? Is it pleasant? Angela's voice, sharp and commanding, pierced the air as she faced Bai Lu. What do you truly want? Are you merely seeking to torment me? Bai Lu understood that Angela would not easily relent. Yes, the kingfisher was my friend. If it weren't for you, she would not have perished. It's you, the murderer of birds." As she spoke, Angela became increasingly agitated, striking Bai Lu with her whip. "Angela, are you there?" A voice as pure as jade resonated. "I'm here." Angela's countenance instantly changed as she glanced at her attire and said to Bai Lu with a malevolent tone, "Do not expect me to spare you. No one can save you." With that, Angela exited the room, leaving Bai Lu in a daze, only catching a glimpse of the vibrant hem of her garments. She was unsure how the colors had been achieved, or if the feathers on the animal's skin were inherently multicolored. However, at that moment, Bai Lu had no time to ponder such matters. Seizing the opportunity while Angela was away, she found that although her hands were bound, her feet were still free to move. Bai Lu found herself bound in a corner, facing a stone table upon which rested a hefty stone knife, seemingly too weighty for its purpose. She surmised that it was intended for cleaving the enormous fruit that loomed above, larger than a basketball. Bai Lu exerted considerable effort, attempting to nudge the large blade with her foot. However, it remained utterly unmoved. Realizing this, Bai Lu understood that she must seek alternative solutions. Bai Lu's hands were bound in reverse and suspended from a protrusion on the stone wall. Although she had contemplated directly removing the vines, the gap was too narrow. Thus, she could only attempt to free herself with her hands. Bai Lu recalled a technique she had once seen online for escaping a predicament. With the right gestures, one could free themselves, but it required a lubricant-like substance. What to do? Bai Lu steeled her heart. So much time had passed, and if Angela were to return, she would have no means of escape. Moreover, the whip scars inflicted by Angela still marred her skin. In this desolate place, devoid of kin or friends, she found herself utterly alone and without support. Bai Lu typically pays great attention to her nails, even in the beastly realm. She allows them to retain some length and avoids cutting them too short. This time, she has truly been of great assistance. Bai Lu, using her own nails, instinctively sliced open her hand, allowing the blood to flow like a lubricant. She understood the urgency of her situation. After a strenuous effort, within approximately 10 minutes, her hands were finally free. She had to seize the moment before her captor returned and hastily make her escape. Bai Lu, burdened by her heavy body, pressed on. During this ordeal, Angela had provided her with neither food nor even a drop of water, yet fortunately, her imprisonment had not lasted long. Bai Lu reached the mouth of the cave, and despair enveloped her as she stood on the precipice. Gazing downward, the abyss was obscured, shrouded in a thick fog that had descended over the distant jungle due to the recent weather. Everything before her appeared to be a fantastical realm. Bai Lu observed the precipice before her, clutching on to even the faintest glimmer of hope, determined not to surrender, despite the stark awareness that, given her physical limitations, scaling this cliff was an impossibility. Just as her hesitation lingered, Angela's silhouette emerged from the dense mist, accompanied not by herself alone. "Shiyu, wait for me a moment. I have something for you," Angela declared, her eyes gleaming with desire as she trailed behind Shiyu. "Then hurry," Shiyu replied, his demeanor tinged with impatience, yet Angela remained unfazed. Turning her head, Angela spotted Bai Lu standing at the cave's entrance, the gentle breeze tousling her hair. The white beast skin she wore was marred with whip scars inflicted by Angela, the crimson blood staining the fabric imparting an unusual allure. Shiyu too beheld this sight, suddenly finding Bai Lu more enchanting than any female of the avian tribe, his heart skipping a beat, not wishing to shift into his beast form in Angela's presence. Shiyu remained seated atop a special breed of avian known as the golden cupbird. "What is your name, female?" he inquired. His cheeks flushed like a young lad overwhelmed by infatuation. "Angela, let me go?" Bai Lu retorted, ignoring Shiyu's question as she fixed her gaze on Angela, who wore a teasing smile. "Why should I?" Angela responded, her tone laced with mockery. "You gain nothing from my abduction. My friends will come to rescue me soon." Bai Lu asserted, steeling her resolve, aware that showing weakness would only lead to further captivity. "How amusing. Your friends don't even know where you are." Angela laughed derisively. "Will you let me go or not?" Bai Lu demanded, brandishing the large knife she had retrieved upon spotting Angela. "As long as I command the golden cup, and you cannot fly, I shall leave you here to starve, devoid of strength. What can you possibly do to me?" Angela proclaimed, brimming with arrogance. Bai Lu understood that she could not escape. She had to take the initiative. Without waiting for Angela to speak again, she charged at Angela, who was 2 or 3 meters away, wielding a large knife. Angela, quick to react, found herself without a suitable tool for defense and hastily retreated, seeking refuge behind Shiyu, who stood by Jinu, Hurry, Angela urged nervously. Female? Female? Before Shiyu could express his delight at calling out Bai Lu, Jinna took off, instantly soaring 50 meters away from Bai Lu. Shiyu was taken aback. Angela, what are you doing? He restrained his anger, realizing that there was a conflict between Angela and the female. Let's go. I'll get you next time. I must find Lanlin's mother first. At that moment, Angela could not concern herself with Shiyu. She needed to seek out Lanlin's mother to help her find some stray beasts to humiliate Bai Lu thoroughly. As to why she did not seek Shiyu's assistance, she had already noticed the excitement in his eyes, an indication of the bird tribe's delight in finding a favored female. Shiyu belonged solely to her, and she did not want him to be tainted by others. Shiyu remained silent for a while, and Angela assumed his silence was acquiescence, feeling secretly pleased as Jinnu had already flown far away. Soon, they returned to the tribe, with Shiyu personally escorting Angela to the entrance of Lanlin's mother's cave. Where are you going? Angela inquired. I have matters to discuss with my father. I will await news in a few days, Shiyu replied. All right, then I shall go in, Angela said reluctantly. Despite Shiyu's company, he seldom engaged with her. Such opportunities were rare. He merely nodded in agreement. Okay. Angela glanced at Shiyu before turning to enter the cave. As Shiyu watched her disappear inside, he swiftly made his way toward his father's cave. After walking a short distance and ensuring no other tribe members were nearby, Shiyu transformed and soared into the sky, his wings bearing a sense of urgency. Meanwhile, Bai Lu, realizing that Angela had indeed abandoned her to fend for herself, felt a mix of relief and despair. Yet, she soon displayed a defiant glimmer in her eyes, abruptly rising to her feet. However, after taking a few steps, she felt dizzy and collapsed to the ground. Chapter 192, Phoenix? Upon awakening, Bai Lu discovered that she was no longer on the precipice. The furnishings of the cave were distinctly altered, resembling nothing of a traditional cavern. Bai Lu propped herself up and emerged from the cave, discovering a dwelling perched upon the branches of a tree. The construction material remained a mystery, yet it was undeniably a house. You are awake? A voice called out from one side of the abode. Bai Lu took a few steps back, observing the female figure at the edge of the cliff alongside Angela, her demeanor cautious. The female before her possessed a cascade of snow-white hair, adorned in a pristine white coat, with a hint of her bosom barely visible. Her large, crystalline eyes exuded an air of innocence, complemented by a delicate nose perched above rosy lips. Would you like to have some fruit? She inquired, her voice as gentle as jade, often described as beguiling. No, thank you. Where is this place? Bai Lu momentarily lost her train of thought, her rationality prevailing as she hesitated to consume another's offering. This is my nest, Shiyu replied. Ah. Bai Lu wished to delve deeper into conversation, yet the allure of Shiyu's gaze and the melodious quality of her voice stirred feelings of infatuation within her, causing her to fear a loss of control. Your injury. Shiyu initially intended to offer her assistance, but upon noticing the wariness in the other female's demeanor, she refrained. Little female, my name is Shiyu. What is yours? She inquired. Bai Lu, she responded, uncertain of Shiyu's intentions. At least, for the moment, she had not exhibited any harmful behavior. Bai Lu was reluctant to sever the fragile bond, especially in the presence of such a pure and innocent beauty. Even as a female herself, she found it difficult to resist the charm. Bai Lu, Bai Lu. Shiyu giggled, then transformed into a magnificent bird. The creature was entirely white, its feathers as flawless as jade, exuding an aura that entirely overshadowed Bai Lu. You are. A flicker of astonishment crossed Bai Lu's eyes. She understood that in the beast world, only beasts could assume animal forms, while females were incapable of transformation, regardless of their species. Oh dear, in my excitement, I apologize. Shiyu, now in her beast form, lowered her head in apology, a glint of mischief evident in her eyes. In no worries. Bai Lu marveled at Shiyu's beast form, resembling a phoenix. Wasn't the phoenix typically red? Yet, the elegance of her beast form was undeniable. A glance back at Shiyu confirmed that her human form was equally radiant. Bai Lu turned her head, no longer gazing at him. Do you not like me? Shiyu, noticing Bai Lu's refusal to even cast a glance in his direction, grew anxious and hurriedly spoke. Huh. Bai Lu's expression was one of shock. Do you like my beast form? Shiyu pressed Bai Lu against the wall of the room. What? Bai Lu was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected advance. Observing Bai Lu's lack of resistance, Shiyu smiled. Bai Lu was captivated, utterly entranced by his beauty. Noticing the wonder reflected in Bai Lu's eyes, Shiyu gradually leaned closer, and at the moment their lips met, a wave of joy surged within him, causing his wings to unfurl uncontrollably. radiant as jade. His wings enveloped both Shiyu and Bai Lu as they shared a passionate kiss. In that fleeting moment, Shiyu forgot who he was and where he was. The sensation was exquisite, drawing him deeper into the experience. Bai Lu found herself unable to recall anyone, neither Sierra nor her grandmother. The only figure that occupied her thoughts was the orc before her, whom she felt an undeniable connection with, a kindred spirit. She could not help but immerse herself in this sensation. After a prolonged moment, they gently parted. "Lu, I cherish you," he confessed, both panting softly. Their breaths still intertwined. Seizing the opportunity, Shiyu professed his feelings. Bai Lu, rendered speechless, was acutely aware of her bond with Sierra. Reason urged her to decline, and the kiss she had shared with the orc felt exceedingly transgressive. Noticing Bai Lu's hesitation, Shiyu misinterpreted her shyness and pressed his lips against hers once more, enveloping her in a tight embrace. Her soft, feminine form stirred a tumult of emotions within him, yet he knew he must exercise restraint. Waiting for the moment they could bond officially, honoring Bai Lu's feelings. With her head bowed, Bai Lu experienced a mix of guilt, shyness, and helplessness. "What troubles you?" Shiyu whispered as he kissed her earlobe. Please, no," Bai Lu protested, feeling increasingly unlike herself, aware that she could not continue down this path. Bai Lu gently pressed against Shiyu's chest, wishing to clarify her feelings. Though she found this sensation delightful, she could not betray Sierra. "Do not move," she urged. "Even though we have only just met today, I feel as though you are my lifelong companion. You feel it too, do you not?" she said, gazing at Bai Lu with anticipation. Bai Lu, caught in a whimsical moment, nodded slightly, feeling her cheeks ablaze as if they could fry an egg. "I knew it." Lu, she called out to Bai Lu with a lingering tone. At that moment, Bai Lu had completely forgotten about Sierra, utterly immersed in the experience. Shiyu laughed like a child, twirling around before grasping both of Bai Lu's hands. "Today is the happiest day of my life," Shiyu declared with deep affection in his eyes. Bai Lu, unable to meet Shiyu's gaze, replied softly, "You are truly beautiful," Shiyu exclaimed, gazing adoringly at Bai Lu, lifting her chin. This kiss was different from the last, domineering yet gentle. As he lost himself in the moment and sought more, Bai Lu's delicate hand halted him. "I'm hungry," she exclaimed, seizing upon a compelling excuse when Shiyu continued to gaze intensely at her. "All right, when we become partners, I admit I was impulsive today," Shiyu said, retracting his wings. "What would you like to eat, Lu?" he inquired gently. "Fruits," Bai Lu responded. Although Shiyu's tone had softened, the innate allure of his beastly nature still influenced Bai Lu. "Very well, we have some in the nest. Follow me." Shiyu took Bai Lu's hand, inhaled deeply, and led her towards the house, having rushed out upon waking. Bai Lu had only taken a cursory glance around. Now seated on the ground, she observed the walls surrounding her, composed of an unknown material interspersed with weeds. When she poked at them, they felt remarkably sturdy. This is the unique saliva of the Jinnu tribe, reinforced with the feathers of each clan member, making the nest exceptionally solid, impervious to both winter's chill and the monsoon's deluge, Shiyu explained. He produced a pouch made of beast skin filled with fruits and placed it on a low table. The table was indeed quite low, less than half a meter in height, constructed from wood and spanning roughly 2 meters across, yet the interior space was surprisingly ample, akin to that of an ordinary 3-bedroom apartment. "Is it really that sturdy?" Bai Lu asked, avoiding Shiyu's gaze, uncertain of her next move. "If you wish, you may stay here for now, or even permanently," Shiyu said, his eyes ablaze with intensity as he looked at Bai Lu. "No need. I have matters to attend to," Bai Lu replied, her fingers tracing the surface of the table. "What is it? Can I assist you?" Shiyu inquired, concern lacing his voice. "It's nothing. By the way, is this the bird tribe?" Bai Lu asked, recalling Shiyu's beast form, her tone a blend of panic and calm. "Indeed, you will be living here from now on, where you can join your own tribe if you prefer," Shiyu responded, his eyes sparkling, leaving Bai Lu momentarily entranced. Chapter 193, Cutting Through the Chaos with Precision. Bai Lu sat idly before the entrance of the bird's nest, which was none other than the doorway of Shiyu's home. Why refer to it as a bird's nest? Just yesterday, Bai Lu had been cradled by Shiyu and soared to great heights. From a distance, it resembled a nest, especially since Shiyu, in his beast form, bore an uncanny resemblance to a phoenix. It had already been 3 days. Surely, Sierra was searching for me everywhere. How could I possibly broach the subject with Shiyu? Each time I gazed into his bright eyes, words escaped me. What to do? Bai Lu tugged at her own hair in exasperation. "Lu, what are you doing?" Shiyu returned just in time to witness her plight. "I'm catching bugs," Bai Lu replied, pausing to laugh and feigning a casual glance around. Bugs? Where? I'll eat them, she added, presenting a silly, endearing expression. I threw them away. Bai Lu could only manage an awkward, polite smile in response. Well, guess what I brought back for you today? Shiyu inquired with an air of mystery. Fruits? She guessed, not thinking too deeply. After all, he typically returned with fruits, albeit different varieties. Dang, dang, dang. Today, I brought you a toy? Look, Shiyu exclaimed, producing an object from behind him. Quick, put it away. Bai Lu suddenly sprang up and dashed into the house, firmly shutting the door behind her. Indeed, the treehouse of the bird tribe had a door. What's wrong? Xiaolu, don't you like it? Shiyu asked innocently, holding a small snake in one hand and staring at it with wide eyes. I think it looks lovely. Don't worry, it's not poisonous. Look, if you squeeze it, it even moves. He pinched the snake's midsection and poked it, causing its tail to flick. Put it away. Bai Lu felt a wave of revulsion toward the snake, its cold body and chilling gaze sending shivers down her spine. All right. If you don't like it, I'll just throw it away. Next time, I'll bring you fruits instead, Shiyu said, looking affectionately at the door. Yes, yes. Quickly take it away, throw it far, Bai Lu urged. Okay, wait for me, Shiyu replied before departing. I nearly died of fright. Bai Lu slumped to the ground, patting her chest. Shiyu gently stroked the snake's head, saying, since Xiaolu doesn't like you, you can't be my pet. I'll have to throw you away, alas. He found a nearby hill and casually tossed the little snake down. Why? Didn't you say that females are drawn to beautiful things? This little snake is colorful and the prettiest I've ever seen. Why doesn't she like it? Shiyu pondered, observing the snake that had vanished from sight. Our bird tribe delights in eating small snakes, and Xiaolu does not. Never mind. I'll look for another one. Soon, Shiyu came to a realization and flew towards another mountain in search of his gift. Angela had stayed at Lanlin's mother's home for 3 days and was now prepared to visit her cave and check on the white dew. After saying her farewells to Lanlin's mother, she returned to her cave. Perhaps it had already begun to stink when she presented it to those 2 orcs. She wondered if they would still be so arrogant. Angela chuckled at the thought, though her amusement was fleeting. She searched both inside and outside. But aside from her appearance when she had left, there was not a trace of the white dew. White dew, you cannot escape this time, if I capture you. Your fate is sealed, Angela lamented with a glum expression. Meanwhile, Hill had scoured the jungle near the tribe in vain for any sign of white dew. Not even a trace remained. It seemed desperate measures were now required to seek assistance from the bird tribe, a course of action she had hoped to avoid. Hill's heart ached at the thought. If she did not act swiftly, there might not be a body left to find. No, she is still alive. She is still alive. That evening, Shiyu finally caught a satisfactory gift within a forest. Little dew, I am back, he exclaimed upon landing. There was no reply. Yet the entire bird's nest was brightly lit. Shiyu had captured fireflies, something the white dew should have anticipated. It was only when a firefly inadvertently landed on her leg that she recognized the potential utility of such creatures in the beastly world. Well, it's time to eat. White dew thought, having prepared meals for Shiyu over the past 3 days. She intended to reveal everything to him today. All right, she giggled. As Shiyu sat opposite her, fixated on her without lifting a finger. What is the matter? White dew inquired. You are beautiful, Shiyu replied, his head bowed. Clearly flustered. Indeed, White dew noted his demeanor and decided not to prolong the situation. Not to mention Hill, she was 5 years older than Shiyu. Despite his towering height of over 2 meters, he was still slightly younger than her. Hurry and eat. I have something to discuss after the meal, White dew said with a stern expression. Okay, Shiyu replied, sensing her displeasure and daring not to argue, especially since he had a gift for her as well. After a considerable time, having cleared the dishes, Shiyu stubbornly insisted on sitting beside White dew. She, not wishing to argue, stepped back a few paces instead. Shiyu. White dew resolved not to harm the young one further. Here, his sparkling eyes were fixed on her, and if he transformed into his beast form, one would see his tail wagging. I have a partner. White dew felt that her earlier indecision had led to this predicament. Now, she needed to act decisively. Little dew. You jest. I do not sense any other orcs in on you, Shiyu replied with a carefree smile. We just haven't bonded yet. I like him, White dew said, looking earnestly at Shiyu. Then, what about me? After a considerable lapse of time, Shiyu cautiously gazed at Bai Lu. As if the mere utterance of disaffection from her lips would render his entire world devoid of meaning. You are wonderful. Bai Lu had always believed that she had inadvertently led others to misinterpret her intentions. Despite knowing of Xie's existence, she had flirted with Xiyu and had been kissed an uncountable number of times in recent days. She felt nothing short of a heartless seductress. It's all right, you haven't yet become a couple. Do we not still have a chance? Xiyu's eyes, filled with resolve, were fixed upon Bai Lu. There is no opportunity, I shall only ever have Xie. With a deep breath, she averted her gaze from Xiyu and turned away. Is it that I am inadequate? Did I frighten you today, prompting you to deceive me? Yes, that must be it. Xiyu seemed to find solace in this rationale, forcing a smile upon his face. No, I am not a female of the Flying Bird clan. Are you familiar with the Tianlang tribe? Bai Lu inquired. Xiyu hesitated, unwilling to contemplate the implications of that answer. I am a female of the Tianlang tribe. I shall belong to but one beast man, and he shall belong solely to me. I am deeply sorry, Bai Lu declared. I see, it's all right. Here, allow me to show you what I found today. Xiyu said as he presented the gift he had discovered to Bai Lu. Before Bai Lu could fully comprehend the situation, a cold object was pressed into her hand. This is a gift for you, as compensation for the fright caused by that little snake today, Xiyu explained. Bai Lu remained silent, deeply conflicted, for Xiyu had bestowed upon her a peculiar mineral. Chapter 194, Nashi and Angela. Xiao Lu, you shall stay in the treehouse for the next few days. I have prepared the fruits. Upon my return, we shall become partners. This was the last remark made by Xiyu since the day Bai Lu had confronted him. No, I cannot remain passive, Bai Lu urged herself. Damn it, such a high cliff, that female must have escaped. Moreover, it has been days since I scoured the entire precipice without finding her body. She must have fled. But how did she manage to escape? There is no way out of here except by flight, and her beastly companions lack the capability to rescue her. Who could it be? Angela wandered aimlessly through the tribe, pondering the matter. Ah, is that not Angela? What brings you here? Do you not fancy young Master Xiyu? How can you still be in such a leisurely mood? A passerby chuckled. Angela furrowed her brows. She had been searching for Bai Lu for 3 days, meaning she had not seen Xiyu for nearly a week. What had transpired? Oh, our dear Angela remains oblivious. Ha ha ha. The group following Nashi laughed heartily. What is happening? Speak, Angela demanded, unwilling to endure this feeling of being kept in the dark. Do not shout at us. It is not as if we are the ones arranging the partner ceremony with young Master Xiyu. Such a pity, someone has long admired him. Yet in the end, remains empty-handed, Nashi remarked, delighting in the situation. Enough. Shiyu's eyes glinted red as he bellowed. All right. I have no desire to quarrel with you at this moment. I still need to prepare myself, for I hear that Sierra is coming. Nashi replied, sashaying away. Angela summoned Jino, commanding it to hasten to Shiyu's treehouse. Upon her arrival, she found it deserted. She understood this was typical, as he did not favor lingering in the treehouse. But who was that female? Who could she possibly be? Angela resolved to seek out Trucy, her father, though he was not her biological parent, merely a nominal figure. This is my newly constructed dwelling. It shall be our home henceforth. Take a good look in these next days, for tomorrow you will become my prospective partner, Xiyu declared. I already have a prospective partner, and it shall only ever be him, Bai Lu reiterated. Even if he is your intended partner, the beast god shall not hold me accountable. For a female may possess multiple beast men, as decreed by the beast god. The rules unilaterally decided by the Tianlang tribe could very well provoke the beast god's wrath. And I am merely assisting you, Xiyu professed with deep affection. Unnecessary. Frustrated by Shiyu's obstinacy, Bai Lu's tone grew sharper. Unnecessary or not, it is required. With that, he lunged toward Bai Lu. Bai Lu struggled. Consider this a small interest payment. Once you officially become my partner, there will be no escaping. In the gentle embrace of the white dew, Xiyu whispered fervently, his breath warm against her ear, before hastily retreating with a sense of urgency. Hill, curled up with his arms wrapped around his knees, felt his hair cascade down as he heard the soft sobs of Bai Lu. After a week of restless nights, he took a moment to rest, realizing it was time to hasten their steps. He lifted his gaze towards the moon, contemplating. Hill, let us set forth early. There remains a possibility that Bai Lu is still alive. Noah approached Hill with determination. Very well, Hill concurred, sharing the same sentiment. This time, the Tianlang tribe dispatched 20 orcs to attend the betrothal ceremony of the young Master Xiyu with the Fania tribe. The young master was recognized as the chieftain of the Fania, awaiting the moment she could meet the beast god, thereby solidifying his rightful position as chieftain. His partner would reside solely within the fauna tribe. Should they belong to another beast clan, they would not relocate to that clan, as per the customs of the fauna. The betrothal ceremony of the young Master Shiyu was notably distinct, being of a higher caliber than that of ordinary orcs, for he was still unseasoned in age. His betrothal ceremony held equivalent significance to a full partnership ceremony, with the only caveat being the waiting period until he reached maturity to bear offspring, a widely accepted norm. Hill and his entourage arrived at the fauna tribe on a radiant afternoon, basking in the sun's glory. Young Master Hill, let us take a brief respite. Tomorrow marks the betrothal ceremony of the young Master Shiyu. At that time, Jin-O will escort you to the designated venue. May you find joy in the festivities. This warm welcome was personally orchestrated by Tru Shi, who had received word that the chieftain of the Tianlang tribe, Ta, had retreated from the forefront due to a broken leg, thus rendering Hill effectively the de facto leader, merely lacking the official title. Hill nodded in acknowledgement and followed the guiding orc to their designated treehouse. The fauna tribe, in essence, possesses two habitats, one perched on the edge of a cliff and the other nestled within treehouses, thus creating a duality of tribal living. Within the treehouse, Hill closed his eyes, finding solace in stillness. He no longer felt the urgency to search for Bai Lu, reassured of her safety. Hill, why do you not enlist the help of the fauna to search for Bai Lu? She has been missing for so long. Now that we are here, why the lack of urgency? Noah expressed his concern, hoping fervently to locate Bai Lu. I have my own measures, Hill replied, keeping his eyes shut. Noah, apprehensive of pushing further, decided to take the initiative in the search himself, reassured by Hill's presence. Is Hill here? He, still as handsome as ever. You will surely be my one and only orc. Nashi giggled slyly upon seeing Hill enter the treehouse. Wipe that lewd expression off your face. Do you think the esteemed young Master Hill is someone you can covet? Are you even worthy of her? Angela had been observing Nashi from the sidelines, interjecting with a critical tone. At least it's better than some, as the young Master Shiyu prepares for his betrothal ceremony, while still finding time to observe others. Nashi regarded Angela with utter disdain. No need for your concern. I know how to handle my own affairs, she remarked. Though her words concealed an unsettling truth, that few were aware that young Master Hill had a destined partner of his own. Angela's tone was laced with indifference. Yet her statement struck a nerve, causing Nashi's eyes to glisten with unshed tears. Mind your own business, Nashi retorted, turning away before hastily retreating. Look at her. Crying now, how utterly intolerable. How could young Master Hill possibly have any interest in her? Angela held Nashi in contempt. Angela was the offspring of the clan leader, Brother Trucy, and had perished during a perilous incident while attempting to save him. Tragically, Angela's mother succumbed to illness and returned to the embrace of the beast god, leaving Angela as a cherished cub under Trucy's care. Nashi, on the other hand, was the progeny of the priest who had long since been embraced by the beast god. Lan Lan, as the priest's assistant, became the heir to the priesthood and raised Nashi as her own. Due to the parallels in their fates, Trucy and Lan Lan had always forced the two girls to play together from a young age, leading to constant comparisons and often fierce altercations. Eventually, upon discovering their frequent skirmishes, Lan Lan and Trucy separated them, yet a deep-seated animosity had already taken root, and they continued to compete fiercely in private. Had it not been for their mutual disinterest in the same beast man, their rivalry would have escalated to a deadly conclusion. Chapter 195. The Icewater Peacock. Today marked the bonding ceremony of Shiyu and Bai Lu. From the early hours of dawn, Shiyu had begun preparations. In truth, there was little to arrange. The game had been procured well in advance, and all that remained was for Shiyu and Bai Lu to present themselves and fulfill the ceremonial rites. Bai Lu resided in the old treehouse for the purpose of granting her a tranquil environment, and he fervently hoped that she would become his companion, allowing them to be wholeheartedly united in the future. Shiyu also crafted a new bridal chamber, situated deep within the tribe, a place seldom trodden by others. Xiaolu, are you awake? Shiyu's mood was exceptionally buoyant, radiating the essence of his desire for companionship. Not yet. Bai Lu truly wished to ignore him. Despite her numerous attempts to escape during this time, Shiyu, that peculiar bird, always managed to track her down. She recalled the first time she fled. She had mustered her courage to descend a tree over 50 meters high. Just as she approached the ground, she spotted Shiyu below, munching on fruit and waiting for her, even though she was certain she had seen him leave. On another occasion, Bai Lu had deliberately injured her hand, seeking the opportunity to escape while receiving treatment at the shrine, believing Shiyu could not possibly guard her constantly. However, the outcome was that Shiyu remained by her side, save for the moments he needed to relieve himself. Had it not been for her vigorous protests, he would have followed her even to the restroom. After several unsuccessful attempts, today represented Bai Lu's only chance. Who is speaking? Shiyu asked teasingly. I don't know, Bai Lu replied languidly. It's Xiao Lulu, sweet and obedient, the one I adore. Shiyu chuckled softly, speaking tenderly. Go away, Bai Lu. Now slightly more alert, protested. If you don't rise, I shall come in. Today marks our bonding ceremony, Shiyu declared. Leave. Bai Lu truly wished to avoid him. Despite a perplexing surge of emotions stirring within her. I am coming in. Shiyu inhaled deeply and kicked the door open, causing it to crash to the ground with a resounding thud. Get out. Seeing Shiyu approach, Bai Lu was terrified, hastily wrapping herself tightly in a fur blanket, leaving only her small head exposed. I want to leave. If you don't show yourself, how will we proceed with our bonding ceremony today? Shiyu insisted, his demeanor exuding a formidable presence. Leave. I promise I will get up, Bai Lu retorted, her voice flushed with embarrassment. All right, I'll give you one last chance, otherwise I shall dress you myself. Bai Lu's expression was easily decipherable. She was convinced he would not force her, yet as she saw him truly advance toward her, panic seized her, and tears streamed down her face. Xiao Lu, no matter what, just being by my side is enough, Shiyu said after stepping outside. Settling onto a branch of a large tree, his sorrowful eyes reflecting his heartache. The scorching tears of Bai Lu serve only to chill her heart, as she pours out her sincere feelings. After Shiyu departs, Bai Lu reluctantly rises, fully aware that Shiyu is close by and cannot escape. Must I truly become Shiyu's prospective partner? This question remains one that no one can resolve for her. Half an hour later, Shiyu appears at the treehouse, wearing a smile that radiates warmth, presenting a demeanor towards Bai Lu that is strikingly different from moments prior. Are you ready? We still need to go to Lanlan's grandmother to seek blessings, Shiyu informs Bai Lu. Almost there, Bai Lu replies, wishing to prolong the moment for as long as possible. A soft chuckle escapes Shiyu. What is amusing? Bai Lu can clearly sense that Shiyu's laughter is genuine. Yet she cannot fathom what is worthy of such mirth at this moment. Xiao Lu, today you shall become my prospective partner, Shiyu states, indifferent to Bai Lu's desires. As long as she agrees to the union. I've known for quite some time, Bai Lu responds with a mask of indifference. I forgot to mention that my prospective partner ceremony differs from those of other beast clans, Shiyu proclaims with evident pride. Bai Lu cannot suppress a sound of surprise. You are also pleased, are you not? It is merely your previous prospective partner that has suppressed your emotions. Shiyu leans in, whispering in Bai Lu's ear in a manner that feels intensely intimate. No. Bai Lu appears flustered, though she quickly regains her composure. Shiyu wears a knowing expression, as if to say she has seen through Bai Lu's facade, her spirits evidently lifted. What do you mean by different? Bai Lu queries, aware that Shiyu understands her true feelings, yet she must suppress them before they fully blossom. What? Shiyu seems momentarily taken aback. I mean the prospective partner ceremony. Bai Lu states, imbued with a peculiar significance. Do you wish to know? Shiyu pulls Bai Lu into her embrace, her voice laced with a hint of seduction. Will you tell me? Will you share? Bai Lu asks directly. Of course, you are entitled to know, Shiyu replies with a smile. My prospective partner ceremony is akin to that of a true partnership, granting us all the rights of partners, except for the matter of offspring, of course. Shiyu expresses this with a touch of pride. Bai Lu reflects on her experience with Shi-Er and her own prospective partner ceremony, which was intimate and private, devoid of witnesses from their tribe, as they belonged solely to one another. Thus, she remains unaware of how other clans conduct their ceremonies. But other beast clans also cannot bear offspring, for they are not yet of age. There is little difference, Bai Lu ventures to suggest indirectly. How can other beast clans compare? The disdain in Shiyu's eyes causes Bai Lu's heart to sink. Bai Lu wore an expression that hinted at her confusion. I am the sole ice-water peacock in the tribe and the next leader of the aviary clan. The ceremony for my intended partner mirrors that of the partner ceremony, with the sole distinction being that the partner ceremony is conducted in an offering to the heavens, an aspect absent in the intended partner ceremony. Upon noticing Bai Lu's curiosity, Shiyu patiently elucidated, will the partner ceremony invite other beast clans? Bai Lu, still perplexed, pondered the tradition wherein every beast clan leader's partner ceremony invites representatives from other clans, allowing them to witness the sacred union. Indeed, for the next partner ceremony, there will be no invitations. That is my decision. What do you think? Shiyu's joy was palpable. Still, Bai Lu feigned ignorance, unable to acquiesce to him. No worries, we shall accomplish this together, and you will understand, Shiyu declared. gripping Bai Lu's hand and bestowing a gentle kiss upon it. From now on, you shall have only me, and I am overjoyed. With that, without waiting for Bai Lu's response, Yu transformed into his beast form, effortlessly lifting Bai Lu onto his back, soaring toward the cave of Lanlin's mother. Bai Lu pondered the meaning of Yu's words throughout the journey, particularly the final sentence. Moreover, she harbored the hope that this time, it would be Sierra representing the Tianlang tribe to attend the Feniazu gathering, as this would provide her with an opportunity to escape. Chapter 196. A narrow Mississippi. Bai Lu had not anticipated the arrival of this day so swiftly. On this very day, Sierra rose early, preparing to seek assistance from the Burfolk, hoping they might aid in locating Bai Lu. Sierra, perhaps you should eat first, suggested Noah, who, along with Sierra, had already been influenced by Bai Lu to partake in breakfast. There is no rush. You have scarcely eaten these past few days. If you were to perish, few would come searching for her, Noah remarked, for Bai Lu had been missing for nearly half a month, her remains long since turned to dust. The Tianlang tribe would not willingly permit the beastmen to continue their search for her, especially in the absence of any clues. I understand, Sierra replied, fully aware that while the tribe's beastmen might contribute to the search out of gratitude for the sustenance Bai Lu had provided, such goodwill would inevitably wane with the passage of time. However, with Sierra leading, the effort would be different. He was their chieftain. Eat, he urged, instinctively glancing at the sky. In a sudden burst of determination, Sierra dashed outside, transforming into his beast form. Upon the back of a magnificent white-feathered bird, he glimpsed the person he had longed for. Yet, the bird's speed was astonishing. Even as Sierra reacted to pursue, it quickly vanished from sight. Sierra, why are you running? Noah called out, following closely behind. I saw Lulu. She is on the back of a white bird, Sierra exclaimed, recognizing her even from a fleeting glance. A white bird? Noah questioned, puzzled. Is there truly a large white bird around here? This is the realm of the Burfolk. I have not heard of any such creature that could carry a person. Could it be a beastman? Noah pondered carefully. And that was undoubtedly Lulu, Xiao insisted, urgency lacing his voice. Do not panic. Let us seek out Trissy. He should know best, Noah suggested. Let us go. With newfound vigor, Sierra hurried to the location of the day's ceremony, knowing Trissy would be there. Eh? Where is Sierra? Nashi descended from the golden vessel, scanning the area where Sierra had just stood. Ah, Sierra, wait for me. Nashi caught only a glimpse of Sierra's silhouette before he disappeared. Commanding the golden vessel to pursue swiftly, she knew it was capable of keeping pace with the beastmen due to its impressive speed. In less than 10 minutes, she caught up with Sierra, who was still a fair distance from the ceremony site. Upon seeing Nashi approach, Sierra remained silent, concealing his anxiety within. Why did you not stop when I called? Are you feeling guilty upon seeing me? Nashi pressed, her tone accusatory. Having matched Sierra's speed, Nashi shouted for him to halt as she neared. Sierra continued to maintain his silence, and Noah, who had followed Sierra in search of Trissy, shared his concern. He knew his own significance in the quest to find Trissy paled in comparison to Sierra's. You go ahead. I will follow. Noah was perplexed by Hill's silence, but it was evident that Bai Lu held greater significance. Hill nodded at Noah and ran off without a backward glance. Noah restrained the wings of Gino, compelling Nashi to watch Hill depart. Who are you? Why are you blocking my way? Is it merely to let him escape? Nashi's sorrow was palpable, tears brimming in her eyes. Perhaps I should let him go. There are pressing matters at hand. Once he is finished, I shall ensure he meets you, Noah conceded. Observing Nashi's distress, what pressing matters could possibly eclipse my importance? I demand he take responsibility. Nashi uttered ambiguous words. What do you mean? Noah, initially reluctant to involve himself in Hill's affairs, excluding Bai Lu, of course, found the implications of her words troubling. What do you mean? Who are you to him? Nashi's tone sharpened, her tears no longer flowing, replaced by a cold inquiry directed at Noah. I am his brother, and he is my chieftain, Noah replied. Huh. It seems you both are cut from the same cloth, Nashi scoffed, her disdain evident. Do you know Hill? Noah inquired. Of course, why else would I be pursuing him? Nashi rolled her eyes, finding the question redundant. Why are you pursuing him? If you intend to be his mate, I advise you to reconsider, Noah said, his concern surprisingly genuine. Reconsider? Why? Nashi's foreboding instincts flared. He already has a prospective mate. You stand no chance. Noah blurted out. You lie. He promised to care for me for the rest of my life. How could he possibly have a mate? What about me? I refuse to believe you. You are deceiving me. Nashi erupted, her agitation swiftly transforming into an unsettling calm, which alarmed Noah. I am not deceiving you. Once he is finished, You may seek him out, Noah assured her. No, I must confront him and seek clarity, Nashi declared, not allowing Noah a moment to react before commanding Gino to pursue Hill. What is this madness? If Bai Lu were not missing, I would prefer you to be entangled in this, yet why must this occur at such a critical juncture? If only Noah understood the term scoundrel, he would certainly chastise Hill. But ignorant of this, he resigned himself to the chase. By the time Hill arrived, the arena was nearly filled with beast men and females, including representatives from other beast clans. Is that not Hill? Why has he not brought his father? Ross, the leader of the Golden Lion clan, was the first to notice Hill's arrival. Ross, I am here to speak with Uncle Trucy about some matters. Please let me pass, Hill said, finding Ross blocking his path. Hill, I ask you, where is your father? You have yet to answer me, Ross replied with a smile, though Hill found him increasingly irksome. Ever since he spotted Lulu atop that bird, he could hardly endure the moment, yet he could not reveal his discomfort in front of so many beast clans. Uncertain of how they might react to Bai Lu's situation, the old man's legs remain immobile, and my purpose for coming here this time is to seek out Trucy. If you have matters to attend to, you may consult Noah, the representative of the Wolf clan, Hill calmly remarked, though his heart was in turmoil. Hill, that does not seem quite right, does it? As the young master of the Wolf clan, how can you not represent your clan? Ross's persistent questioning nearly pushed Hill to the brink of anger when Noah and Nasi arrived. Upon entering the venue, Nasi immediately spotted Hill. For members of the bird tribe are known for their meticulous attention to appearance, each adorned in vibrant attire, while Hill's attire appeared rather ordinary. Hill, do not run away. I still have questions for you. Nasi interrupted Hill as he was about to speak. Ross wore a gossiping grin, and the leaders of other tribes also bore smiles. Though it was unclear whether they were pleased or resentful, after all, if Nasi and Hill were to unite, it would pose a significant disadvantage to them, as the bird tribe and the Wolf clan would join forces. Chapter 197, A Partner? Trucy, I hope you can grant me some time. Despite pleading with Trucy, Hill maintained an air of arrogance as if they were equals. Trucy observed Nasi and Ross, who were both eager for a response, showing no signs of letting up. Nasi, I have matters to attend to. I am aware of your situation, and I will provide you with an answer, but may I have a moment? The matter of the white dew is of utmost importance, as long as it does not hinder my pursuit of clues regarding white dew. I am willing to lower my stance a bit. Very well. Nasi, unsure of Hill's intentions in seeking Trucy, noticed the seriousness and a hint of urgency in Hill's eyes. Thank you, Hill said, glancing at Ross. Ross, your inquiries can be addressed by Noah. I shall refrain from participating. Hill no longer referred to Trucy as father, now speaking with earnestness. Indeed, I am the one leading the delegation for the Wolf clan this time. We can converse on the side, Ross remarked. I do not necessarily need to speak with Hill. Have we not been apart for quite some time? Ross chuckled, but no one else joined in the laughter, rendering the atmosphere particularly awkward. All right, let us proceed to the treehouse. We have time before Shiyu and the others arrive. Trucy noted Hill's grave demeanor and elevated the seriousness of the conversation. Hill nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Trucy and Hill made their way to the treehouse, where Trucy gestured for Hill to take a seat and served him a plate of fruits. Hill nodded and, getting straight to the point, said, Trucy, I have come to seek my partner. Your partner? You have chosen a partner? Why was there no word of this? Typically, the partner ceremonies for clan leaders and young masters involve invitations extended to all clans. The partner ceremony has not yet been held, but the preliminary partner ceremony has already taken place, Hill replied. You just mentioned coming to seek your partner? Do we, the bird tribe, have your partner? Trucy inquired about the day of her disappearance, recalling the appearance of a member of the bird clan within the confines of their tribe. In the vast expanse of Tianza continent, 80% of the avian creatures are of considerable size, leaving little room for the existence of wild ones. However, it is plausible that they could be stray beasts. What if it is a stray beast? Trucy pondered aloud. Indeed, it is a possibility. I wish to locate that avian being and hope that Trucy's father can assist, Sierra remarked. Very well, Trucy replied without a second thought. For the tribe members had not ventured out recently, and even if they had gone to the Tianlang tribe, they would not be so foolish as to capture someone within their own clan, especially to be discovered. Please inform me of her general situation, as well as that of the large bird, Trucy requested. It is troublesome, she added, subsequently reiterating the circumstances. Bai Lu? Trucy confirmed once more. Yes, Sierra responded affirmatively. I will relay the message, and you will be notified of any developments, Trucy assured her. Thank you. That would be much appreciated, Sierra said before departing. Trucy gazed at Sierra's receding figure, a familiar sight, and the name Bai Lu lingered in her mind. She could not recall anyone by that name in the tribe. Chief, young Master Shiyu has arrived. Please prepare for the ceremony. It will commence upon Madame Lu's arrival, reported a member of the bird clan, serving as a guard. What is Madame Lu's full name? Trucy felt a sense of foreboding. Bai Lu. Although unsure why Chief Trucy was inquiring about Madame Lu's name, the guard nevertheless responded. Bai Lu. Trucy stood in contemplation, occasionally revealing a wry smile. Is there a problem? The guard asked. No, nothing at all. You may leave now. Trucy waved her hand dismissively.